In the interstellar era, myriad races stood side by side. Races that should have been hostile to each other formed an alliance because they had a more powerful enemy. The Zerg. The Zerg's nature was to devour. They consumed all matter they laid their eyes upon. Cold-blooded, cruel and diverse in species. After tens of thousands of years of resistance, the Interstellar Alliance had grown to a large scale, and technology allowed the myriad races to catch a breath under the oppression of the Zerg. At this moment, on the most remote planet of the Alliance galaxy, a starship landed. After the hatch opened, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared. Wei Yuan, this planet is your initial territory. Although it's remote and very close to the last planet devoured by the Zerg haven't discovered it yet, and this planet has abundant energy. It's a rare level 5 planet. This is great for your territory development and population expansion. I hope you can graduate smoothly, the Titan teacher comforted. Okay teacher, I will work hard, Wei Yuan replied with a smile. It seems you have a good attitude. That's right, many things are not fair. This planet is actually not bad. I'll bind the planet's information to you now. Here is the device, register and claim it. The Titan teacher took out a spatial device from his pocket. Planet levels are divided into 10 tiers according to energy, with level 1 being the highest. Only the 5 great planets at the Alliance Center were level 1. Usually the graduation planets assigned to students of the Lord Academy were level 6 or 7. So getting a level 5 planet was indeed pretty good. It's a pity though. The planet's location was too dangerous. It was too close to the Zerg. It was too far from the Alliance, and the Alliance's stealth radiation could hardly reach here. If not careful, this planet would be discovered by the Zerg. Once discovered by the Zerg, it would be a fight to the death. Waiting for reinforcements was a pipe dream. By the time the Alliance sent forces, the planet might have already been eaten. Wei Yuan smiled and took the spatial device from the teacher. At the registration desk, his name turned green with the words level 5 planet following it. Immediately Wei Yuan's communicator started beeping. He knew without looking that it must be his classmates mocking him. Humanity was just a small race among the myriad. Wei Yuan, being human, had outperformed many students in the academy, causing resentment. The Titan teacher was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. All right, now congratulations on your first planet. In 3 Alliance months the academy will conduct the first achievement inspection. No interstellar routes have been opened here. If you want to bring your people over, you can rent an aircraft from the academy, the Titan teacher kindly reminded. Wei Yuan smiled and shook his head. Thank you teacher, I have my own ways for bringing my people. Renting an aircraft from the academy was not cheap. Humanity was a relatively small and weak race among the Alliance. Over the years it was already surprising that they could send Wei Yuan to the Lord Academy. And Wei Yuan's grades in the Lord Academy were among the top. Unfortunately, because his race was weak, he was assigned such a dangerous planet. Even the Titan teacher felt it was unfair. Usually developing a planet required support from one's race, and large races would send many people to assist students. After all, a student who could graduate from the Lord Academy could one day hold a seat in the Alliance headquarters. If he became the first place in the graduation assessment, he would also receive the title of Lord. The Alliance's leaders were all chosen from among the Lords. As for students who failed in the assessment, the best outcome was not graduating, the worst was death. After all, the interstellar era was not safe. Besides the Zerg, the Alliance had many enemies. Planetary wars were frequent, survival depended on true skill. After watching the starship leave, Wei Yuan could no longer suppress the smile on his face. System. Start the game's closed beta. As soon as the starship was out of sight, he called up the system. That's right. Wei Yuan was a transmigrator. He had awakened the Lord system right after transmigrating along with a newcomer gift pack. From the newcomer gift pack, Wei Yuan obtained an ability summoning fellow countrymen. That's right, he could summon the souls of people from his original world into this interstellar era. Indeed, humanity was weak, but the technological level of this era was very high. Gene trading was legal. If you could afford it, you could even buy the genes of the celestial race. But unfortunately, generally the weaker the soul, the lower the gene acceptance rate. The souls of the humans in the Interstellar Alliance were very low level. But Wei Yuan's soul level was extremely high, which was why he could enter the Lord Academy. The system had assured him that the players summoned from his hometown would also have strong souls. So Wei Yuan had already begun planning early, waiting for the day of graduation assignment. As soon as the planet was assigned, he would summon the players. He had already set up a game page on his homeworld just to trick players into coming and working for him. But he hadn't expected the Academy to assign him such a remote and dangerous planet. But remoteness also had its benefits. Wei Yuan consoled himself. He opened the system page and entered the game website he had set up on his homeworld. At the same time, Earth. A top game streamer was playing a game when a notification suddenly popped up on his computer screen. Seeing the notification, all the viewers were shocked. Bro, stop playing. The preheat game you mentioned just sent you a closed beta invite. Holy cow, what am I seeing? Stellar Human is starting closed beta. Stop playing, streamer. The streamer was immersed in his game, but soon he found his teammates screaming in voice chat for him to check the message. Message? What message? The streamer looked up blankly and saw his chat barraging him to check the notification. What notification? The streamer was still a bit puzzled. He opened his messages. When he saw the words Stellar Human, his heart pounded twice. Then when he saw the words open closed beta inside, he let out a sharp shriek in his room. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Closed beta already! While jumping around the room, he reverently took a tech-looking helmet from a shelf behind him. The livestream's heat instantly soared to 500,000. No other reason, this game was just too awesome. The livestream audience went crazy, not to mention the streamer himself. His hands trembling slightly, he hugged the helmet and said to the camera, brothers. We're about to witness another miracle, brothers. Remember the last time I was lucky enough to get into Stellar Human? Honestly, I still dream about that world often. Yes, I call Stellar Human that world because it's so real I can't believe it's just a game. The barrage in the livestream was filled with messages. Indeed, just watching the video I could feel that game's level of realism was absurdly high. Every frame is burning money, right? Are we about to witness history? I heard this Star Human only opened 30 alpha test accounts and several popular streamers were selected. Alpha tests always look for top players, also to generate some hype should be opening more accounts soon. The viewers in the live room frantically sent messages. The streamer could no longer keep up. He took a deep breath and slowly put on the helmet. As the space device deployed, a pristine planet instantly gained a tech-laden cabin. Inside the cabin were hundreds of hibernation pods. Wei Yuan poured the cheap cloning liquid and gene serum he had purchased into the pods. 30 pods lit up green and simultaneously opened their doors. So this is entering the game. The game streamer opened his eyes, still dazed by the light above. It felt completely different from his first time entering the... Back then the game company hadn't sent him a helmet yet. He clicked on a web page, got dizzy for a moment, and then arrived next to a very handsome young man. The environment seemed different this time. The next moment, as he sat up from the hibernation pod, his eyes widened. He looked down and could see his own body. Both the skin texture and the muscle lines were exactly like a real person. As a streamer, he usually stayed home all year. Even a thin person would have a little belly. But what did he see when he looked down now? Holy crap, is this the default skin? He felt the 8-pack abs on his stomach. After standing up, he realized he was in a highly futuristic room. Several coffin boxes nearby were also open, and the people sitting up inside were all handsome men and beautiful women. And their faces were filled with surprise. Welcome to the game. This game uses random appearance. Default senses are 100. Restored values can be adjusted freely after logging in. Please choose a name and work with our Lord to build human prosperity. An electronic voice rang in every player's mind. Damn, is this how awesome it is? The game streamer trembled with excitement. He had never experienced such a game before. But as a game streamer, he keenly sensed that this would be a milestone in gaming history. Just the graphics of this game were enough to crush all current games on the market. Getting the first mover advantage was like stepping in dogshit. The streamer immediately chose a name, Yupo Greedy Mouse. After naming, a dark blue garment rose from the bottom of the hibernation pod. Others also changed into their clothes one after another. Yupo. Are you a mouse? Oh crap. You're old Chow. God, I wouldn't have recognized you in a different skin. This game is damn awesome. The graphics crush everything on the market. I feel like we're actually meeting. All 5 senses are real. If I couldn't use a slider to turn it down, I wouldn't know if this is the real world. I really want to know what processor the company behind this game uses. When I held my breath for a long time, I actually felt suffocated. So cool. All 30 players were top-tier gamers. For the first batch, Wei Yuan deliberately selected high-quality players, so many of them knew each other more or less. Before the test began, Wei Yuan had already launched a preligion event. But just those few seconds were enough to drive players crazy. Now they actually had a physical body, and it felt even better than their original one. After a brief chat, the players began to explore the game. One player pulled open his clothes and saw a blur of pixels. Another player jumped high, soaring 4 or 5 meters, reaching the ceiling of the lounge. Woohoo! Haha, the starting body is this strong. Let me try too. While the players were bouncing around, the lounge door slid open. 30 pairs of eyes turned to Wei Yuan. The absurdly handsome young man, just as when they first entered the game, calmly looked back at them. He had an exceptionally calm aura, as if everything was under his control. "He's damn handsome," the players silently remarked. Seeing the lively players, Wei Yuan was ecstatic inside. Just as the system had said, the players summoned from Earth had soul qualities that were ridiculously high. Everyone's gene fusion rate reached over 90%. What an astonishing number. According to the Union records, a warrior of the celestial race once suffered severe injuries in battle and tried to use cloning technology to give the warrior a new body. But even then the fusion rate was only 60%. That 60% was already considered a high fusion rate in the Union. And these 30 players he was looking at now, every single one had a fusion rate over 90%. What did this mean? It meant that as long as he had money in the future, he could give the players stronger bodies and buy better genes. As long as the initial body was human, even after genetic modification they would still be human. And interstellar technology ensured that even with genetic changes the ethnic appearance of the body would not change. Let them mine to earn money, then use that mining money to buy better genes and equipment. Use the equipment and genes, then ask the players to pay. Just thinking about this made Wei Yuan smile hard to suppress. Indeed, players were the best leaks. "My people, you have finally awakened. I am your Lord Wei Yuan." Wei Yuan had long prepared his opening speech, and now he just had to deliver it with emotion. Hundreds of years ago humanity left its homeland to explore the universe, encountering countless races in the vast cosmos. At that time humanity was immensely prosperous. But our ancestors during their travels encountered the Zerg, an extremely powerful but mindless race. Controlled by the Queen, they devour all matter, organic or inorganic. Once discovered, everything gets eaten. The Queen was intelligent. It wanted to use humanity to invade all races to get more food, but this plot was discovered by humanity. In that war humanity was nearly annihilated. But our ancestors, unafraid of extinction, fought desperately to bring out the message and preserve the spark of humanity. All races immediately formed an alliance, now the Interstellar Union. But since then humanity's numbers dwindled and our racial strength fell several tiers. Now the Union has forgotten humanity's contributions. We must regain our former glory. My people strive for the rise of our race. Wei Yuan gave a lengthy game background introduction. This introduction was not made up on the spot, it was simply organized based on the history of this universe. "Now my people, follow me." He turned and led the players out of the lounge. 3 suns hung in the sky. Light filtered through the leaves, dazzlingly bright. The lush greenery swayed gently in the wind. All the players were stunned. These were people who spent their days holed up at home playing games, their world outside consisting of tall buildings, roads and concrete. Suddenly confronted with such a vast primeval forest, everyone was dumbfounded. "Holy crap, I feel like every pore on my body is opening up. Hell, this game company is insane, so many trees and each one is different. Did the post-production artists not die at their workstations?" A player approached a large tree and reached out to peel off its bark, trying to find a bug. But the next second, the player was impaled by a root that shot up from the ground. Ah! The blood-curdling scream instantly drew all the players' attention. Blood flowed from the player's wound into the root. The unlucky meddlesome player screamed in agony, "Damn it, what the hell? I'm dying, I'm dying. Holy crap, there's a monster. Bro, you're awesome aggro on the first hit. Dude, lower your pain settings. Default is 100. A normal person would be dead if a root went through there, but that unlucky player finally remembered to lower his pain settings. Damn, this game's pain is too real, almost killed me." The player with the ID Secret Beggar grimaced. After lowering the pain, the agony vanished instantly. "I've roamed the gaming world for over a decade, climbed out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and today a puny tree spirit defiled my butt." Secret Beggar, no longer feeling pain, went wild. With a flip he pulled himself free from the root. Players watched as Secret Beggar's health bar plummeted to half. "Even with half health I can still get the first kill." Secret Beggar, clutching his rear, leaped out of the giant tree's attack range. "Ha ha ha, fine Secret Beggar, if you want the first kill we won't interfere." "Perfect, let's record and see how strong the monsters in the newbie village are. Don't push yourself too hard, if you die your beta account might be banned." Wei Yuan was stunned. Were players always this bold? Charging in without knowing the monster's strength. Fortunately, creatures on this planet weren't very powerful. Take this tree for instance, called the Bloodthirsty Toon. Given the player's current strength, it would take at least 5 of them to kill it. And Secret Beggar with only half health was just throwing his life away. Wei Yuan stepped forward. "This is a Bloodthirsty Toon. You can't solo it yet. Let me handle it." He was just about to strike when, ha ha ha, revenge for the bud violation. Now. Die tree spirit. Secret beggar roared excitedly, completely ignoring Wei Yuan, and charged in barehanded. Then the next second he was slapped away by a root. Wei Yuan watched him spin and fly far away. I can't even beat a tree. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The man on the ground slowly rose, muttering strange lines. The other players watching seemed to catch on to something odd. Don't give up, secret beggar. Even if the enemy is strong, you can't give up. As the hope of humanity, secret beggar, you are destined to face setbacks on your path to becoming strong. Look, this bloodthirsty tune, it is your first trial. The man on the ground suddenly lifted his head, eyes filled with determination. Yes, I cannot lose. This is the path humanity must walk to rise. So cringy. Too cringy. Wei Yuan screamed in his heart. His toes curled. Why did he feel like digging a hole? Something was wrong. These players. Not right. Wei Yuan recalled something. Among gamers, most quietly grind and improve. But there is a niche category. The troll players. They don't enjoy completing quests, they find joy in exploiting game mechanics. Realizing this, Wei Yuan looked at the players still role-playing and muttered, oh no. Among the ones I selected there might be some bad apples. Usually normal players get corrupted when exposed to those bad apples. His normal players could turn into trolls. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Wei Yuan's forehead. Ha ha ha, brothers, this monster is obviously beyond my level to brute force. But give me some time and he'll figure out a clever strategy. Secret beggar clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His health was nearly zero, just a sliver left. There were only 30 beta accounts and no one knew if logging off would free up their slot. So secret beggar didn't dare risk it. Beggar, if you can't do it well, start farming this monster. Since it's a tree, it must fear fire. Let me make fire by rubbing sticks, give brother Toon some warmth. Defeating it with a type advantage isn't honorable. Brothers, watch me use footwork to take it down. First let's determine brother Toon's attack range. The players chatted and laughed around the bloodthirsty Toon. Wei Yuan had intended to warn them that once the bloodthirsty Toon tasted blood, it would indiscriminately hunt nearby creatures. But thinking about their troll nature, he silently shut his mouth. Maybe getting slaughtered was part of their fun. Just as the players were talking, the ground trembled slightly. 29 roots burst out. Holy crap, sneak attack. Brother Toon, you can't play fair. Ah, I didn't lower my senses in time. Damn it, my butt. Hell, why do the roots have thorns now? My health is dropping fast. Help! Who designed this? The monster evolves. Bug. What kind of newbie village has a monster like this? Lord help. Brother Yuan help. Help! Wei Yuan slowly turned around, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. After a few seconds, Wei Yuan walked back, his expression perfectly neutral. Under his handsome exterior, his eyes were calm and steady. Seeing the players strung up like skewers and being drained of blood, Wei Yuan sighed. Have the clan members been detached from this world for too long? The strength and intelligence of the bloodthirsty camellia grow with the amount of blood it absorbs. When it has absorbed enough blood, it can evolve into a treant. You alone cannot kill it now. Wei Yuan raised his hand lightly and gestured toward the bloodthirsty camellia. A cold gleam flashed across the trunk. In an instant, all the players fell to the ground. Boom! The massive tree, which would take 5 people to encircle, was cleaved diagonally. The towering canopy crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Without the main trunk, the roots lost their vitality. Holy shit, a one-shot! Anzhong Chitao, barely alive, was the only player still able to move. His eyes wide, he slid over to Wei Yuan's leg, hugged his thigh, knelt on one knee, raised a hand and shrieked, Brother Yuan! You are my god! Diagnosis confirmed. They were indeed a bunch of jesters. Wei Yuan felt a little numb, but the performance had to go on. This planet is a primitive world assigned to me by the Academy. It hosts many creatures, possibly even intelligent beings. What we need to do now is explore this planet and uncover its value. Take this bloodthirsty camellia for example, its branches, roots and sap are all valuable. But the territory is surrounded by bloodthirsty camellias, posing a threat to our safety. That's why we need everyone to clear out a safe zone. As soon as Wei Yuan finished speaking, an electronic prompt echoed in every player's mind. Lord's task released. The task icon immediately appeared on their panels. Task 1: Eliminate 1000 bloodthirsty camellias. Details: time limit 15 days. Simply kill 1000 bloodthirsty camellias. Reward 300 gold coins. Accept the task. Yes, no. Task 2: Classify bloodthirsty camellia materials. Details: store the materials from slain bloodthirsty camellias separately by roots, bark, heartwood, sap and branches. Reward 100 to 1000 gold coins per tree based on classification completeness. Note: achieving the highest classification standard yields a hidden reward. Accept the task. Yes, no. What the hell is this, a bug? 1,000. Are you insane? This game focuses on graphics but designs by foot. Who designed it? Drag them out and kill them. Damn, 1,000 trees with a 15-day limit. Am I crazy, or is the game company? The beginner zone monsters are tough enough, and now this. The players were stunned when they saw the tasks. Just as everyone suspected the game was broken, Yupo holding his rear hobbled over to Wei Yuan and asked slyly, "Brother Yuan, didn't you say alone it's hard to take down a bloodthirsty camellia? Look around, this place is like a nest of bloodthirsty camellias, thick and dense, totally unmanageable, right? Even if we team up, there are only 30 of us." Wei Yuan almost laughed. He touched his forehead and chuckled. "I didn't say you had to fight physically. The genes you fused are just basic level 1 genes, no match for bloodthirsty camellias. But the base has plenty of weapons to deal with them, like the one I used." Wei Yuan opened his palm. A metallic weapon materialized on his fingers. Though humans are small, our resources are abundant. These immature treants are powerful physically, but they are defenseless against laser weapons. Ha! Yupo was stunned. The players who had been yelling were also dumbfounded. Oh crap, I forgot this game is a sci-fi. Damn, so embarrassing. Does the Lord think we're idiots? No doubt about it, the Lord's I say it all. Who knew the game would start with a primitive forest? I thought we had to brute force our way through. Exactly, ha ha ha. The players smoothly gave themselves an out. Wei Yuan smiled. Maybe you spent too long in the hibernation pods. Also, the weapons need energy and the territory's reserves are running low. Just as the players tensed up again, Wei Yuan continued, "But clearing some bloodthirsty camellias should be enough. Hearing should makes my temples throb. Energy is probably insufficient. Let's check the weapons first. Sci-fi weapons must be awesome." All the players got excited. With weapons, what was there to fear? Their hearts eased and they accepted the tasks. Who knew if the weapons would be given without accepting? As they marched into the arsenal and saw the entire storeroom packed with weapons, everyone's eyes lit up. Whoa, is that a Gundam? The most striking sight in the arsenal was a row of mechs standing in the center. 100 meters tall, each with a different design. Their only common trait was that they were all incredibly cool. Absolutely rad. Mechs were the core of sci-fi games. There were also all kinds of energy weapons dazzling the eye. But the only weapon you can use right now is this. Wei Yuan walked to a corner and pulled out something that looked like a chainsaw from a dusty shelf. Low-frequency energy saw. When activated, its sonic waves stun a bloodthirsty camellia for a minute, enough time to saw through it. Wei Yuan explained while turning on the saw. The low-frequency sound was inaudible to humans. "But I only have one saw." He frowned. If it weren't for his habit of collecting all sorts of odd weapons, he probably wouldn't have such a low-tier one. "Go test this weapon first, I'll buy some more." After handing the low-frequency energy saw to Yupo, Wei Yuan left. Without the necessary permissions, the weapons in the arsenal could not be used, so Wei Yuan felt comfortable leaving the players there. The Lord is gone. A saw is fine, but I think this arsenal has better stuff. Is that junk pile over there? Let me see. Yupo weighed the saw in his hand, feeling it was no different from ordinary chainsaws. "You guys keep looking, I'll go test this saw's power." Yupo was about to say his goodbyes when he turned and saw several players rummaging through the junk pile with their butts sticking out. The players had just entered the game and all of them were at level 0. In the interstellar realm, this essentially represented the most primitive state. It was akin to how the bloodthirsty camellia was to the treant race. Thus the weapons at their disposal were extremely rudimentary. So basic that they had already been phased out even by shopping malls. Indeed. The energy saw was already an obsolete item. Let's see if any students from the Lord Academy have collected them. Wei Yuan opened the Academy forum and posted a thread seeking to purchase a basic energy saw. Soon his communicator began to beep incessantly. "Wei Yuan, what do you need a basic energy saw for? Shouldn't you be developing your level 5 planet right now? A basic energy saw? Ha ha, even my 3-year-old nephew has no use for this thing. Could it be that your human race, unwilling to provide support, has sent some of the most primitive humans to assist you? Has the human race fallen to such a state? A level 1 gene injection costs a mere 10 stellar coins and you can't even afford that. Even the branches of our sea race can manage it. The humans are truly useless." The post below the campus network rapidly built a towering structure of comments. There was no helping it, Wei Yuan was simply too famous. The human race. His talent was astonishing. Since entering the academy he had outperformed all peers in every subject. The key point was which student at the Lord Academy wasn't built up with abundant resources. But Wei Yuan was not. His human race had no wealth. For those celestial prodigies at the Lord Academy, the pressure Wei Yuan exerted on them was immense. Moreover, the current head of the Stellar Alliance was about to step down. With such a competitive candidate emerging, it was inevitable that he would be targeted. Yet for those who couldn't even conceal their envious expressions, Wei Yuan had no interest in humiliating them. Amidst the sea of useless chatter, he finally spotted a meaningful message. Senior, our family used to produce basic energy saws. We still have some stock left at home. Do you need them? Wei Yuan immediately added the person as a friend and opened the chat window. Senior. At that moment on the Kashgar satellite, a green-haired girl abruptly sprang up from her bed. It's really Senior Wei Yuan. Upon seeing the other's avatar and message, the girl was so excited that 2 blushes flew across her face. Wei Yuan, hello. And Wei Yuan. The girl pressed her hand against her wildly pounding heart and replied cautiously, hello Senior. I'm a new student enrolled this year. My name is Amiro and I live on the Kashgar satellite. My family used to manufacture these energy saws. We still have some inventory. How many do you need? Wei Yuan was a bit surprised. Was there still a student this enthusiastic about him? Can I take a look first? Amiro quickly jumped off the bed, found their family warehouse and snapped some photos to send over. Ever since gene potions dropped in price, we haven't been able to sell any of this stock. It's all piling up at home waiting to be dismantled and recycled. How many do you need, Senior? Wei Yuan glanced at the photos Amiro had sent. The ultra-large warehouse was packed full of goods. This was a major supplier. Wei Yuan, how much stock do you have now? He'll take it all. The wool comes from the sheep's back. There would be more and more players in the future. These basic level items would eventually be a necessity for every player. It wasn't like he was giving them away for free. The wool comes from the sheep's back. He might even make a profit from this. Okay, Senior, you want all. What? All the goods. The fervent expression on Amiro's face instantly faded. She frowned slightly. Wei Yuan's poverty was well known throughout the academy. Was Senior Wei Yuan planning to freeload? With so many basic energy saws, if Amiro's family dismantled and sold them, they could fetch a decent price. When it came to money, even an idol couldn't make her yield. But for now she had better phrase her words tactfully. Amiro pondered silently and then messaged Wei Yuan, Senior, I really admire you, but these goods are my family's assets. I don't have the authority to give them all away. If you only need a few hundred pieces, I can take the liberty of gifting them to you. Wei Yuan was silent for a moment. Good heavens. This junior thought he was a freeloader. He probably had too notorious a reputation for being destitute. Wei Yuan silently grumbled. It's not a free gift. I intend to purchase them. Calculate the total cost for me. Purchase. Amiro's eyes lit up. At the same time she silently berated herself. How could she have thought that of Senior Wei Yuan? He was a true genius. There are 370,000 items in the warehouse. Since we were planning to dispose of them anyway, I'll give you the disposal price, Senior. That totals 3,700,000 stellar coins. How would you like to pay? Even the disposal price was 3,700,000. Wei Yuan coughed and quietly checked his savings. He had 1,500,000. The human race was not wealthy. When Wei Yuan went to study at the Lord Academy, he didn't ask his clan for money. Over the years he had earned his own keep and spent his own earnings. During his school days, relying on his abilities, he had actually earned quite a lot of stellar coins. But unfortunately he also had a hoarding habit. That entire warehouse of weapons was collected bit by bit by him. Seeing that her message had been sent but the other party hadn't replied for a long time, Amiro's heart sank. Sure enough, the Senior had no money. This price was already the lowest Amiro could offer. Just as she was thinking about how to let the Senior save face without embarrassment, a transfer notification arrived. Wei Yuan advance payment of 1 million. The remaining 2,700,000 will be paid upon delivery. Wei Yuan, by the way, do you cover the shipping? Shipping is included, Senior. Could you send me your location? Amiro, having received the payment, suddenly became cheerful. So Senior Wei Yuan wasn't as stingy as the rumors said. She smiled as she opened the location Wei Yuan had sent. The rumors at the academy had been flying around wildly. Senior Wei Yuan had drawn a level 5 planet. The resources on a level 5 planet were incredibly abundant. Just by selling the resources on the planet, Senior Wei Yuan could cultivate powerful clansmen. But when she opened the location her vision instantly went dark. Senior, why is there no shipping route within 70,000 light-years around your planet? Wei Yuan screenshot JPG. Wei Yuan, you said yourself shipping is included. Amiro. Watching Wei Yuan's avatar go dark, the light in Amiro's eyes also faded. It was so far. A place no transport route could reach. Why was I so quick to accept the payment the moment I saw it? Amiro was teary-eyed. But having received the payment and made a promise she had to deliver. 4 places unreachable by transport routes, she could use her personal transport ship. There are only 30 days of vacation in total. Am I going to spend all 30 days on the transport ship? Amiro finally decided to deliver the goods herself. After all, if her father found out she had sold the goods at a low price and was also cheated by the buyer, she would be scolded to death. A merchant couldn't afford to make a loss. Amiro bit her finger and sent a message to her old father. Dad, I won't be staying home this vacation. I'd made plans to go out with classmates. After the business deal was concluded, Wei Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The journey from the Kashgar satellite to this place took about 10 days. Even if players had picked up the quest early, 5 days should be enough for them to complete it. At that moment Wei Yuan heard continuous exclamations coming from outside. Wow! Wow! Amazing, bro! You're the best, man! No wonder you're a big shot in sandbox games, you're first in collecting materials. Wei Yuan stepped out and saw 30 players gathered around a bloodthirsty tree. The oil thief stood in the middle of the bloodthirsty tree, activating the basic energy saw to control it. The other players remained quietly at the edge of the tree's attack range. Countless roots burst from the ground, preparing to stab at them. However, due to the low-frequency sound emitted by the chainsaw, those roots froze mid-air. Taking advantage of this moment, the players began to scrape off the outer layer of the roots with all sorts of tools, knives, axes, shovels and the like. That's right. They were really scraping. It was difficult for ordinary weapons to harm the outer skin of the bloodthirsty tree. But the real question was, where did they find these weapons? The more Wei Yuan looked at the small items in their hands, the more familiar they seemed. It's open, it's open. Brothers, I've broken through here. If we grind for about 3 minutes, we should be able to make a hole. Come on, brothers. The first to speak was a player holding a small blade. Wei Yuan looked at the small blade in his hand and suddenly remembered that these weapons were probably made when he was casually working on his mecha assignments. Some seemed to be tools for repairing mechas. Wei Yuan saw a player with a small screwdriver continuously drilling into the roots of the bloodthirsty tree. Once the roots' defenses were breached, the players pulled out glass bottles from who knows where. They began to squeeze the roots. A light green sap gushed out from the breach. 30 players toiled diligently. Wei Yuan watched as they became dazed. Time's up, oil thief, start up again. The oil thief immediately turned the energy saw back on at the moment it was called out. The roots, which had just begun to show signs of awakening, became immobilized again. The health bar of the bloodthirsty tree was squeezed down to mere threads. There was no need to look at the health bar anymore. One could see with the naked eye that this bloodthirsty tree was so weak that it couldn't control its roots. Ha, now's the time, brothers, let's start breaking down the materials. Living disassembly, will the quality of these materials give me a perfect rating? Gaga, here I come, tree brother. The players shouted as they rushed forward. Wei Yuan inhaled sharply. Were the players too ruthless? They deliberately reduced the bloodthirsty tree to this state just to harvest materials. Indeed. When the bloodthirsty tree was alive, they could strip off the materials from it. Whether its bark or roots, they still retained vitality, and as long as they were preserved properly, achieving perfect quality would not be a problem. But this method was indeed quite cruel. As Wei Yuan lamented, he began to calculate how much these perfect quality bloodthirsty tree materials would be worth if sold in the black market. Although these materials weren't expensive, their perfect quality combined with their large quantity would still constitute a significant fortune. Players were truly impressive. They were genuinely engrossed in this tedious work. Wei Yuan's hands quietly clenched, wishing for his players to keep it up. Make some extra money for your lord. However, unexpected events always come suddenly. Just as the players were about to harvest nearly 10 bloodthirsty tree materials, the basic energy saw ran out of power. Beep, energy depleted, shutting down. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. Ha! Damn! It ran out of energy at this moment. The oil thief was stunned. In the next second, a root burst from the ground. What the hell, damn game design, I curse you! The oil thief suddenly opened his eyes wide from the helmet. His final roar remained in the game. Player oil thief has died in the game. Would you like to apply for resurrection? Apply. The oil thief was stunned. In this interstellar setting, the energy saw runs out of energy without any warning or prompt. Just cuts off. Damn game planners, what kind of ridiculous setting is this? At this moment Wei Yuan sneezed. The oil thief's last roar was filled with resentment. Wei Yuan pursed his lips. It was also unavoidable. In the interstellar world, any race that activated a gene lock could naturally sense the energy status of their weapon. No merchant would design such a useless prompt. The oil thief had died. The other players were dumbfounded. What the hell? Oil thief logged out. My account won't be banned, right? Speaking of which, my health is a bit dangerous as well. They looked at the recovered corpse of the oil thief. Secretly begging, they took a glance at their own remaining sliver of health. Source brother, where can we replenish the energy for this energy saw? All weapons in the interstellar world use a type of ore called energy stone. There are abundant energy mineral resources on this planet. If needed, you can go mine some. Your body is in an extremely weakened state and requires medical attention. Using the medical cabin requires gold coins. The gold coins needed for treatment are generally determined by the difficulty of the treatment. You, the player begging secretly, should only need about 5 gold coins to fully recover your body. The players all gathered around. What? Is this still a mining game? No, the energy ore can definitely be exchanged for money. Gold coins might be used to buy resurrection opportunities. That's how closed beta testing is. Many settings are still unclear and everything has to be explored little by little. Source brother, where do we go to mine? Quest triggered mining quest details. Go to the mine and mine energy or price 10 gold coins per kilogram of energy or. Once the electronic sound rang out, a route appeared before all the players. The distribution of mines on this planet had already been marked by the system after Wei Yuan's arrival. Wow, mining is this profitable. 10 gold coins for a kilogram. Forget about chopping down trees, let's go mining instead. My health is dangerously low. I feel tired after working for a bit. First resurrection application requires no payment with a 24-hour countdown. Still 24 hours to wait. The oil thief let out a cold breath and took off his helmet in dismay. Returning from the game world to his small gaming room felt like an illusion of traversing dimensions. He was even a bit dazed. Looking up at the computer, he realized he had forgotten to turn off the livestream before starting the game. Now the livestream room still had 30 to 40,000 viewers. The streamer's awake. Wow, finally awake. Streamer, upload the game footage quickly. Closed beta is such a hassle, can't watch the livestream, only recordings. Streamer, why did you log off? Is this game fun or not? Watching the barrage of comments from the audience gradually increase and recalling he had 24 hours before he could return to the game, the oil thief simply sat down in front of the stream. The recording is uploading, folks. I must say this game is the best I've ever played in my life, bar none. Although I haven't unlocked the storyline yet, just the graphics and the hyper-realistic 5 senses of the holographic simulation already surpass all games on the market. The viewers in the livestream were stunned by his words. The oil thief was a genuine technical streamer relying on authenticity to attract his audience. Damn, it's rare to see the oil thief give such high praise to a game. I've played holographic simulation games before and I get dizzy after a while. Is the streamer lying? If I'm lying, may I be hit by a car and die when I step outside? The oil thief raised 3 fingers to swear this game has no discomfort at all. Wait. There is a discomfort though. After logging out, I felt like I had just traveled back from another world, a sense of loss. Then why did you log off? Hahaha, do you even need to ask? He must have died. Can't you respawn after death? Or is it because it's a closed beta account so the slot is given up? I applied for resurrection, but the free resurrection requires a 24-hour wait. I'm waiting now. Let me share the intel I gathered in the game. Game guides are an unavoidable core for all game streamers. Even sandbox games have players creating guides. Since he had nothing better to do, the oil thief began organizing the information he had collected in the game. The game's world background is interstellar, but humanity is a relatively weak faction among the myriad races of the stars. Upon entering the game, players automatically join the human faction. The first NPC they encounter is called Wei Yuan, a human lord with immense strength, though no one knows exactly how powerful he is. Players spawn in Wei Yuan's territory, a place resembling a primeval forest. The first monster we encounter there is called the bloodthirsty stink bug. In the video I'll upload later, I'll explain this newbie monster which players call Brother Stinkbug. Don't underestimate Brother Stinkbug as just a starter monster. To defeat its strength is terrifying. I was caught off guard and killed by its ambush. As the oil thief introduced it, the video he recorded in the game finished uploading. Extremely stunning realistic visuals. The terrifyingly powerful bloodthirsty stinkbug monster. The agonizing wails of countless players struck simultaneously. The cold, handsome and powerful lord. The dazzling technological weapons. The awe-inspiring presence of a full lineup of mechs. In an instant, Weibo's trending topics were dominated by interstellar humanity. The video uploaded by the oil thief ignited players' bloodlust. Passers-by who saw it thought a new movie was about to be released. They praised the film's incredible special effects. Once they learned it was a game, they quickly joined the discussion. Trending topics were plastered with interstellar humanity tags. All the hot topics were dominated by content about this game. Many celebrities tried to buy trending spots only to be suppressed within 3 or 4 seconds by topics carrying interstellar humanity. Everyone was inquiring which game company had such deep pockets to create a game like this. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan, still in his territory watching players mine, had no idea that Earth's players were going wild. Gotta hand it to players, they never tire of working. Wei Yuan sat under the shade of a tree watching players sweat profusely as they mined. This in-game body feels amazing, like I have endless energy. I haven't felt such a strong healthy physique in ages. Brothers dig away. Although energy ore is mostly used in machinery, it cannot be touched with metal during collection. Thus even the most advanced races can only mine the ore by hand. Upon learning this trait, players immediately began digging with their bare hands. Purple crystal-like ore embedded in the soil. Their genetically modified bodies were no longer ordinary humans. Though they hadn't unlocked gene locks yet, their foundation was already strong. Combined with their boundless energy, their efficiency was ridiculously high. When players got tired, they would exchange the ore they mined for gold coins to heal in medical pods. It was enough to make even capitalists weep. Wei Yuan eagerly awaited more energy ore from the players. But the next moment he sensed that a player had died and logged off directly. Could someone die while mining? Was it a Cavian? Wei Yuan quickly headed toward the accident site. On his way, several more players logged off one after another. Meanwhile, at the mine, damn it, secret beggar, you're a jinx. You said there'd be monsters, and there are. I don't know either. It's ridiculous that monsters pop up just from mining. The mine shaft was pitch dark, lit only by the faint purple glow of energy ore. The air reeked of blood. Secret beggar and several other players huddled in a corner. In the shadow, small figures darted through the mine. They rummaged through the dead players' bodies for energy ore, then gathered together. I clearly saw them dig up a lot of ore, so why do they have so little on them? The monsters chattered. Humans are weak and cunning, they must have passed the ore to other humans before dying. Damn it. But we still got a decent haul this time. Let's ignore the other hidden humans. Killing a few will be enough to scare them off from coming back. Humans are so weak, yet they dare to claim this planet. It's pure delusion. Let's go report the battle results to the chieftain. Have they left? The hidden player peeked out cautiously. After confirming no one was around, he emerged from the corner. Of the 29 players, only 9 remained. How can the monsters in this game be so powerful? The power gap is too huge, isn't it? Anzhong Chitao frowned. After all, he was a well-known player in the gaming circle, having once achieved the top ranking of the entire server in a popular game. He had played all the enjoyable games on the market, yet he had never encountered monsters that crushed players right from the start. They hadn't even left the novice village before being utterly overpowered. I feel like we might have stumbled upon the main storyline of the game. Right. Although Yuangu told us to explore freely at the start, giving the impression that this game is about map exploration, but think about the game's title and the background story Yuangu introduced at the beginning. It's a conquest game. A glee arose in Anzhong Kitao's heart. Those things that ambushed us just now called us humans. I reckon they belong to a different race. Holy shit, are we about to start a war mode? But everyone's level is still 0, right? Low level. Then we level up. If it's really a conquest game, the condition for leveling up is probably killing enemies. At the mention of a conquest game, Anzhong Kitao's eyes lit up. Conquest games were his specialty. Earlier he had felt a slight disappointment, thinking the game might be an exploration type. Unexpectedly, before the first day had even ended, enemies had already come knocking. But we only have 9 people left now, what can we do? Those monsters are only 7 in number. We can't do 1v1, but we can do 9v1. A gang beat can take down a few. Worst case, we wait for resurrection. Players could also receive messages in the game, so now everyone knew that each person had 1 free resurrection chance. Waiting a day was acceptable. But if they missed this plot point, there might never be another chance. The 9 players exchanged glances and immediately took action. The sky gradually darkened. Deep in the forest, 7 dwarves were roasting meat by a campfire. The strong smell of alcohol wafted from them. We've harvested nearly 2 kilograms of energy ore this time, what a huge haul. These humans are somewhat useful, I suppose. Who would have thought? They haven't even unlocked their gene locks. I smashed one to death with 1 hammer blow, so satisfying. Haha, exactly. Earlier I heard that the one coming to this planet this time was the only probationary lord of the human race. I thought he would be strong, but the humans just sent him a bunch of trash like this. Trash is even better. Since they haven't unlocked gene locks, we can capture them, enslave them, make them mine ore, and dig plenty for us. But that probationary lord's strength is unknown. The humans sent him tribesmen who haven't unlocked gene locks. He must have no say in the human race. How strong can he be? Right, he's just an inexperienced brat who hasn't even graduated. Once our chieftain arrives, he'll definitely be able to kill him. This place is so far from the League Center, even if they die no one will suspect. Later we'll lure those brainless insectoids over and claim they were eaten by the insectoids. These figures, though small in stature, were certainly loud in voice. The players hid in a corner, originally thinking it would be difficult to gather information. Unexpectedly, as soon as they followed these guys, spilled everything. Fuck, that's a bit too convenient, it hurts the immersion a little. I thought it would be really hard to gather information, but it's a game, what can you do? The designers must be afraid players won't find clues. Let's stop talking about useless stuff. Let's sort out the clues. From my observation, these people should be goblins, short, irritable, love alcohol, and carry blacksmith tools around. Stubby fingers with iron filings, goblins. Damn, a bunch of goblins want to enslave us. 2e. Wow, from this perspective the human race is indeed very weak among the myriad races. It seems they came prepared and had planned to deal with us all along. Good thing we discovered them early. Let's report to the Lord after we kill them. Anjong Chitao stared at the group of goblins. They've drunk so much, they're bound to get sleepy. They lit a campfire here, so their camp must be far away. One night isn't enough for them to get back. Let's just wait now. At that moment one of the goblins by the fire, his face flushed red from drinking, staggered to his feet. Where are you going? Gotta take a piss, can't hold it. Sparks crackled from the fire, producing a popping sound. In the silent forest it was quite hypnotic. The goblin who had asked just muttered a no and then fell asleep. The players watched nervously as the goblin walked toward them. Damn bastard, picking now to take a piss. Jump him. Yeah, but we need to cover his mouth first, can't let the other goblins notice. After Anjong Chitao spoke, the other players all made an okay gesture. At that moment the goblin had found a suitable tree. With eyes closed he began to relieve himself. Go. Anjong Chitao, gripping a vine as thick as an arm, jumped down from the tree. He immediately wrapped the vine around the goblin's neck while another player precisely stuffed a dirty sock into the goblin's mouth. After a few muffled sounds in the forest, there was no more movement. At this moment the goblins by the campfire were still unaware. Anjong Chitao wiped the blood splattered on his face, frowning slightly with disgust. The realism of this game is a bit troublesome, the smell of blood is so strong. Damn. We can take a bath later. Look, this guy's bag has so many weapons. Congratulations. Player Anjong Chitao killed a level 1 goblin and completed a hidden quest. Reward 300 gold coins. Goblin drops 15 weapons. What are they? Let me see, let me see. The players crowded together, eyes turning green. Killing one goblin netted 300 gold coins. This made money even faster than mining. A tattered cloth armor, a bow, an iron pickaxe, a saw. There's a saw. Everyone pick a suitable weapon first. After we've killed the remaining 6, we'll divvy up the loot. Alright, let's go. By the campfire the largest goblin among them, with eyes closed, frowned. His big nose suddenly sniffed the air. His pointed long ears twitched slightly. The players crept closer. Put. Woo-woo. By the campfire the dead drunk goblins were killed one after another and dragged away. Even though the bodies had been removed, the smell of blood in the air gradually thickened. When the goblin leader opened his eyes, 3 or 4 goblins were already missing around him. Hey! Where are the others? Where did they go? The goblin leader's voice was rough. After waking up he first pushed the sleeping goblin beside him awake. There were 7 goblins in total. Now only 3 remained. Apart from the warm glow of the campfire there was no other light source in the woods. The eerie forest was also swept by wind. The goblin just awakened by the leader was still a bit dazed. I just heard them say they went to pee. Do you need 4 people to go pee together? The goblin leader roared and slapped the still dazed goblin awake. Hidden in the shadows the players who had just eliminated the 4th goblin held their breath. Ho-hoo-hee. The goblin leader roared toward the woods. No response. Only the wind passed through the woods, bringing a stronger smell of blood. The goblin who had just been thinking that his leader might be stupid now also realized the situation. But his first reaction was to tremble slightly. Boss, could there be some monster in the woods? This planet is a level 5 planet. The native species might also have reached level 5. Could they have been eaten by the native species? Another goblin also cowered. The goblin leader frowned deeply, also getting a bit scared. If it really were native species, would they have left us 3 alive? Ah. Could it be those humans from before? Exactly, boss, stop joking, we should hurry up and leave. The fear of his 2 subordinates somewhat infected the goblin leader. But he felt something was off. If the opponents were really strong, why would they hide in a corner to ambush? After drinking so much, the goblin leader's bloodshot eyes peered into the woods. Burp. At that moment a player suddenly hiccuped. Damn, what are you doing, man? I'm a bit nervous. Whenever I get nervous I hiccup. Didn't expect this habit to carry over into the game. Damn, stop chatting, that big goblin is coming toward us. 9v3, the odds are in our favor. Don't hesitate, hesitation leads to defeat. Let's charge. The secretly begging player raised his bow and shot an arrow toward the goblin leader. Unfortunately, the arrow fell softly and weakly right in front of the goblin leader. It had no deterrence at all. It's Lao Liu's bow. A goblin recognized the arrow that had been thrown out. The goblin leader's eyes instantly turned bloodshot and he roared toward the direction of the secretly begging players. You dare to provoke me? His rough sharp nose twitched and on the arrow he smelled. It was the smell of humans. Damn humans. You dare to kill goblins. Damn it. Damn it. The roar instantly echoed through the entire forest. The goblin leader had never expected that the ones daring to attack them were those despicable humans. Humans who hadn't even unlocked their genetic locks were beings only fit to be the lowest grade slaves. And they dared to attack them. After roaring, the goblin leader recalled that he had just been scared and ready to flee, which made his face flush with rage beyond control. These damned humans, not only were they not frightened out of their wits, but they also dared to come and scare the noble goblins. It was simply seeking death. The goblin leader picked up the large iron hammer by his side and charged into the woods. His stature was short, but as he moved the ground trembled noticeably. Oh no, he's been taunted. He's going berserk directly. Damn, this commotion is frightening. Enough talk, go. 9 players charged straight in. They were all high-level players, people who had achieved rankings in other games. All of them met and immediately GG'd. 9 people were crippled in one blow by the berserk goblin leader. Pain, pain, pain. I only set pain sensitivity to 5%, but it hurts so much. How can he be this strong? So unlucky, this guy is terrifyingly strong. The players lay on the ground except for one player who had his pain sensitivity set slightly higher to stay alert. All others had completely disabled pain. Blood everywhere with players' broken hands and feet scattered around. Listening to their words, the goblin leader snorted. Now do you realize fear? Too late. I was originally going to spare you despicable humans, but I didn't expect you to dare follow us and attack in the shadows, truly underhanded and vile. The goblin leader roared. Although he didn't understand why these guys, even though wounded so badly, still had the mind to chat, for him their fear was more delightful. This character talks too much, doesn't he? He didn't kill us immediately and talks so much. What does that mean? It means the protagonist is about to appear. The secretly begging player quipped. Such a classic trope, the underlings get beaten and the protagonist comes to save them at the critical moment. The goblin leader snorted. Foolish humans, do you still think your lord will come to save you? I tell you, even if your human race's prospective lord came in person, he couldn't save you. The goblin leader coldly swung the large iron hammer in his hand toward the secretly begging player's head. Damn, you all say I'm a jinx, whatever I say comes true. Today let's see if I can make it happen. The secretly begging player yelled, Brother Yuan, help. The hammer fell, bringing a bone-chilling wind. Even the air seemed slightly distorted. As the hammer came down, the secretly begging player could already imagine his brain being crushed into a meat patty. Thank goodness the pain was set to 0, thought the secretly begging player. Just then, buzz. A mechanical roar and a scorching laser beam appeared. Before the hammer could fall, the goblin leader's upper body had already separated from his lower body. A beam of light shone into the woods, instantly illuminating the forest as if the sky had suddenly brightened. Goblins had strong vitality, especially a level 2 goblin. The goblin leader spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead yet. His eyes widened as he watched the mecha slowly descending from the sky. His bloodshot eyes were filled with terror. Reflected in his pupils was a pitch-black mecha. With turbine wings and a giant sword on its back, it looked incredibly cool. Warzone mecha. Wah! Warzone mecha. The goblin leader's heart pounded violently and then burst. Before dying he thought, was this really necessary? A level 2 goblin like him, was it worth deploying a Warzone mecha? This human lord Too strange. As soon as he finished thinking, the goblin leader died. Damn, the protagonist really appeared. The secretly begging player looked up at the slowly descending mecha, his blood boiling. Wow, this mech is incredibly cool. I will upload this video later, it's sure to go viral. If only I weren't immobilized right now, I'd definitely whistle for Brother Yuan. So cool, so cool. Players lay on the ground missing limbs yet still found time to praise Wei Yuan. The sleek black mech landed beside the players and Wei Yuan jumped out. Brother Yuan, those goblins don't seem to be natives of this planet. I just heard them say they want to find the chief to deal with you. However, those who beg in secret know the importance of priorities. At this moment the plot is of utmost importance. Perhaps it could even trigger a new quest. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yuan's expression changed instantly. The Goblin Clan. His gaze fell upon the two goblins in the corner. They trembled, not even daring to lift their heads. Their leader had just been killed upon meeting them. This human's prospective lord was nothing like the weakling their chief described. This planet was assigned to me by the Academy. How did the Goblin Clan get here? Wei Yuan frowned. Before he arrived, he thought it was the native species on this planet that had attacked. To his surprise, it turned out to be people from other races. Moreover, they must have arrived on this planet ahead of time. Who sent you here? Although the human race is weak, the goblins are not that strong either. As a long-lived race, most goblins still live in poverty. They generally make a living by crafting crude weapons. Until now, no lord has ever emerged from the Goblin Clan. Thus Wei Yuan was certain that they were sent by his good classmates. Who could it be? Perhaps the elves, who are also a long-lived race. Or the divine race. Wei Yuan recalled the two perennial second and third in the academy. One is the son of the elf clan chief. The other is from the divine race and is a descendant of the previous alliance leader. We know nothing. Please spare us, my lord. The two goblins under Wei Yuan's gaze were so frightened they almost wet themselves. With a thud, both goblins kneeled on the ground, bowing their heads to Wei Yuan. Spare us. Please, we beg you, we want dare again, we want dare. Oh, weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Why are you afraid now? One player, lying on the ground with only a sliver of health left, began to attack the goblins. Brother Yuan, these two guys still dare to attack us, calling our human race a despicable race. Just kill them. No, I just heard them say they want to capture us as slaves. I think having a few goblin slaves could be quite good. The players thought these two goblins would surely be furious. After all, when they found out that humans had killed their companion, their expressions were as if they had been humiliated. But unexpectedly, upon hearing the players suggest they become slaves, the two goblins seemed to find a glimmer of hope. They knelt before Wei Yuan, frantically bowing their heads. My lord, we are willing to be your slaves. Please accept us as your slaves. Being a slave at least offers a chance to live. If they are of no use, their fate would surely be death. Goblins are long-lived beings. Living for 500 or 600 years is not a problem. Even if humans unlock the third-level gene lock, their lifespan is only 500 years. At worst, they could rely on their lifespan to outlast them. These two goblins had a pretty good idea. Wei Yuan knew what they were thinking. However, seeing the players' interest in slaves, he nodded. Mo Yun, take them back. Yes. The black mech uttered a deep word. Then, in the astonished and joyful eyes of the players, it reached out and grabbed them all in its palm. Mo Yun even kindly bent down to ask the players, how do you feel? Is there any bumpy ride? No, it's quite good, I haven't lost any more health. The one who begged subconsciously replied. Then he heard the mech chuckle softly, just as the master said, you really are quite humorous. Ha! What the hell, you have your own consciousness? Yes, Mo Yun replied. Artificial intelligence has been applied in many areas. The master said you have just awakened and have much to learn. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to the weapon warehouse to ask us. We haven't seen so many humans in a long time. Listening to Mo Yun's words, the players were stunned. Oh my god, I knew this game's world setting was a futuristic interstellar one, but I didn't expect that the mechs in this world also use artificial intelligence. You mean? One player caught the crucial point, so all the mechs we saw in the weapon warehouse before have their own consciousness. Yes. The turbines behind Mo Yun glowed blue, lifting the players and the two slaves into the air. We are all created by the master and will be your companions in battle from now on. Wow. One player trembled with excitement and then died from excessive blood loss. After he was logged out, he had no time to be angry and immediately ran to the computer to upload the video he recorded in the game. Amazing. A new storyline in Interstellar. Human race mechs actually have artificial intelligence. In Earth, Wei Yuan was completely unaware of the explosive events in the gaming community. He was currently collecting his quest rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of summoning 30 clansmen. Task reward level 1 Gene Lock Potion Perfect Titan Giant Gene. Wei Yuan's eyes widened in surprise.
The Titan Giant Gene, just like that. Wow, Tongzi, you really know what I need. Although trading genes is no longer illegal now.
The genes of powerful races are not meant to be shared. The Titan clan is undoubtedly the warrior race among all races. They are known for their physical strength. It is said that at their peak a Titan could withstand a mech with their bare body. When Wei Yuan was adjusting and modifying genes for the players, he had thought about how wonderful it would be to possess such precious genes. To his surprise, the system was indeed capable. It truly rewards good things. Wei Yuan beamed with joy. As for the level 1 Gene Lock Potion, it was exactly what he urgently needed. The potions developed for interstellar use are useful.
However, Wei Yuan dared not use them on the players.
Because those potions are controlled and developed by the Alliance merchant. In a normal large clan, important offspring generally mix their own gene lock when unlocking it.
What hidden issues lie within Wei Yuan does not know.
But after gaining the system, when summoning players for the first time, the system unlocked all his gene locks again. This made Wei Yuan suspect that the Alliance's gene lock potions have problems.
Compared to the Alliance, Wei Yuan certainly trusted Tongzi more.
You have a new task list. Please claim it in a timely manner. 1.
Please summon 100 loyal clansmen within 24 hours. 2. Defend your territory by killing 300 invading goblins.
The goblin race has indeed landed on my planet ahead of time. A flicker of disgust passed through Wei Yuan's eyes.
Truly repulsive vermin.
Even after being assigned to such a remote star, they still dared to make a move against him.
Since that was the case, he would not hold back. Accept the mission.
Meanwhile, on Earth.
In the gaming group. I'm going to lose my mind. What did I miss?
Oil Stealer watched the videos sent by the players who had died, later utterly dumbfounded. He had only been dead for a few hours, yet the game world had already evolved so much. Beggar in the shadows. Ha, I'm not saying this to be mean, buddy, but you logged off too early. Otherwise you could have even chatted with the smart mecha.
Oil Stealer, already in seclusion, do not disturb. Daydreamer, seriously, why is that? Rat, your skills aren't as good as mine, and Beggar's tactics aren't as sharp as mine. Why did you two get invitations to the game's beta test and I didn't?
This group was formed by several highly skilled players. Most of the members were top-tier players from around the world who gathered here and occasionally formed teams. But now only Oil Stealer and Beggar in the Shadows had received beta invitations for Star Human Race. The other players were all watching from the sidelines. Or rather, since they couldn't get their hands on beta accounts, they could only satisfy their cravings by watching the videos Oil Stealer and Beggar in the Shadows posted.
Most people had been lurking initially.
But as Beggar in the Shadows kept dropping game videos into the group, they could no longer stay calm. Everyone loved gaming. How could anyone resist such an incredible new game?
Exactly, I really wonder how this game company selected people. Rat died just moments after entering the game.
If it were me, I'd definitely survive to the end.
That's right, Rat, you're just wasting the account. If you can't handle it, give me the beta account and I'll play it for you.
Oil Stealer, I can hear you're scheming all the way from home. Oil Stealer, the game company chose us as beta testers because they recognized our skills.
Oil Stealer, dying at the start was just carelessness, an accident, you understand. An accident. Oil Stealer frantically sent messages in the group, ready to defend his dignity.
Unexpectedly, after a while, he noticed the group had suddenly gone silent. The group members who had been chatting moments ago had vanished.
Oil Stealer, where is everyone? Oil Stealer, hello. Anyone there? Beggar in the Shadows' consciousness was still in the game world, placed inside a medical pod.
Nutrient fluid slowly filled the chamber. He was so comfortable he was almost falling asleep, but the communication device in his mind kept buzzing with Oil Stealer's messages.
Beggar in the Shadows, Rat, are you an idiot?
I'm seriously injured and recuperating here. What do you want?
Oil Stealer.
Beggar in the Shadows, what's up?
Oil Stealer, holy crap. Holy crap, buddy. The game just updated. Beggar in the Shadows, what updated? A link was thrown into the group. Beggar in the Shadows clicked on it.
The official website for Star Human Race had transformed from its initial simplistic page into a strikingly impactful image. It was a decapitated goblin. Its massive head lay on the ground, blood oozing from the wound at its neck. The orange campfire cast an eerie dim glow over the scene. The goblin's blood tinged with a faint green soaked into the ground.
There was no trace of CG compositing whatsoever. It looked as if someone had simply taken a photograph on the spot. At the center of the image was a bold line of text. The territorial war is about to begin. Players are now summoned to Star Human Race to fight for the defense of human territory. 100 beta accounts will be released shortly. Click to apply for an account. Holy shit. Beggar in the Shadows was so startled he opened his eyes inside the nutrient fluid. Instantly his connection to Earth's network was severed. The medical pod's electronic screen emitted a gentle voice. Beggar in the Shadows, are you experiencing any discomfort during the treatment? Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Beggar in the Shadows tried to speak in his haste, producing a stream of bubbles instead. I want to join the war mission. He screamed frantically in his mind. Beggar in the Shadows registration successful. After the electronic voice echoed in his mind, he finally calmed down. Haha, so it is a mission. Beggar in the Shadows soaked happily in the nutrient fluid, thinking. In just one day, Star Human Race had already taken the gaming world by storm. Beggar in the Shadows was certain that once the game opened accounts it would explode globally. Forget the technological marvels, just the game's graphics and full immersion simulation technology were enough to drive people wild. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was stunned by the data transmitted by the system. What? How many people have applied for accounts? 200,000. System, are you sure there's no mistake? It's only been a day since I released the beta accounts. Wei Yuan began investigating in astonishment. After all, it had only been a day since he summoned the 30 players. The time ratio between Earth and here was 1:1. That meant on Earth the game had just released 30 beta accounts and now another 100 were being offered. No normal game operated like this. So when Wei Yuan first released the news, he was a bit worried that he might not even gather 100 people. Unexpectedly, in just a few minutes 200,000 had already signed up. Wei Yuan scrolled through the messages on Earth's network and the smile on his face grew harder to suppress. These players were amazing. He truly hadn't expected this. The videos players had posted online after logging off had created such a huge stir. Even non-gamers were leaving comments under Oil Stealer's account asking questions. Wei Yuan watched the video Oil Stealer had made after logging off and nodded to himself. Among this first batch of players there were indeed those skilled in promotion. No wonder advertising agencies loved collaborating with these streamers. Their promotional power and influence were incredible. 200,000 people. Choosing 100 out of 200,000 was truly a sweet burden. System, leave the selection of these 100 people to you. Alright. The gaming scene is just disgusting now, are games even resorting to marketing? Seriously, ads everywhere and claiming to be the most realistic full immersion simulation game ever, what a load of hype. Let's see if this game is really that impressive. At that moment, a wealthy second generation who had originally wanted to break into the entertainment industry but had spent a fortune on trending topics without even cracking the top 20 clicked the application button with a resentful fury. Ding dong. The moment the wealthy second generation Zhang Tao clicked his mouse, the doorbell of the villa rang, startling him into a shiver. Then he heard the butler knocking at the door. What's wrong? Young master, your package has arrived. Ha! Puzzled Zhang Tao stood up and opened the door to see the butler holding a delivery box. What's this? He reached out to take it, and as he closed the door he noticed the logo printed on the package. Star Human Race. The name left Zhang Tao momentarily bewildered. He even wondered when he had ordered a package. The logo was indeed familiar. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, a new interface suddenly popped up on his computer screen. Congratulations! You have obtained the beta account for Star Human Race. Please use the helmet to enter the game within 3 minutes. Failure to do so will result in forfeiture of the account and revocation of the helmet's authorization. This line of text made Zhang Tao flinch. Damn, is this the game I just registered for? Was this game company too incredible? He hadn't left his address or phone number when registering. He tore open the package and indeed found a technologically advanced helmet inside. Shit, could this be a setup targeting me? Zhang Tao instinctively suspected, but then laughed at his own thought. Although his family was wealthy, it wasn't enough to warrant such an elaborate scheme against him. Still, he rarely played games. Should he give it a try? Zhang Tao eyed the helmet in his hand suspiciously. He had originally planned to enter the entertainment industry, but his publicity efforts had been suppressed, leaving him somewhat frustrated. But now that he had secured this account, why not play it? If it wasn't fun, he would expose it online, leveraging his family's connections. Putting on the helmet, Zhang Tao's vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a rest area inside a hibernation pod. The process was the same as for the previous players. Zhang Tao named himself Wind Blowing Butt. Then he listened to the chattering players around him excitedly discussing their luck and how many had failed to snag an account. Damn, 1 in 2,000 and I actually got it, I'm truly the chosen one. Wow, it's just like in the videos, everything feels real. If it weren't for the IDs above everyone's heads, think ID time traveled.
Seriously, I used to think those streamers and videos were just ads to draw traffic, but this quality is genuine.
This game is bound to blow up. Bro, don't kid yourself, this game is already huge. Listening to the chatter, wind blowing but took a deep breath. The cool air carried a hint of moisture. The air quality on this planet was incomparable to any city on Earth. It's real. Wind blowing but raised his hand, studying the lines on his palm and the robust muscles on his arm. His heart raced. This was a sense of power. He clenched his fist, every muscle in his body instantly engaged. This physique was terrifyingly strong. Wind blowing but felt his current body far surpassed the bodyguards his father had hired at great expense. Had gains really evolved to this level? It was exhilarating. Congratulations on awakening, everyone. I am your Lord Wei Yuan. Following the same procedure as the first batch of players, Wei Yuan played a system-generated instructional video. The new players had all seen videos released by earlier players, so they were highly receptive to the game. According to intelligence gathered by our people, our territory is coveted by the goblin race. They have dispatched hundreds of goblins hiding on this planet waiting to attack us. That's why I awakened you, to defend our territory. But before dealing with these goblins, clansmen, you need to warm up your bodies. Moreover, most goblins have already unlocked the first level gene lock. If you need, you can purchase a first level gene lock potion from me. Wei Yuan displayed the system rewarded first level gene lock potions. Veteran players had already placed their orders while newcomers stepped forward to inspect. Damn, one gene potion costs 100 gold coins. I'm a blank slate, where the hell do I get 100 gold coins? Bro, you can mine. Mining brings in money fast. Or you can kill a Chungo and trade its branches for some cash. Hahaha, like that streamer who gave first blood right at the start. Hilarious. Let's go mining first. Damn, seriously, I never understood why those guys were so eager to mine before, but now I get it. The player speaking flexed his bicep. I feel full of strength all over. Same here. This game body is way stronger than my real one. I'm usually glued to my games at home, a total couch potato. Never thought I'd feel young again. Bullshit, were you ever this awesome when you were young? Players rushed out of the rest area. Taking steps that spanned 2 to 3 meters was utterly mind-blowing. Wind blowing but went from initial disdain to astonishment, and now one leap covered over 3 meters and he could easily crush a stone. This extraordinary sense of power was something money could never buy before. If ID known gaming was this awesome, I'd have started way earlier. Wind blowing but spread his arms and sprinted, feeling the breeze against his face. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible. The players already knew the mine's location from veteran videos. They rushed in, eagerly marveling at the never-before-seen magnificent scenes and the unfamiliar physical labor. Wind blowing but joined the others, absorbed in mining. Even the ache in his muscles was intoxicating. This game was simply too fun. As he mined, wind blowing but felt like crying. But a moment later he needed to pee. This game is way too realistic. I'm gonna take a leak, save me a spot. Wind blowing but called out to the player next to him, who was engrossed in mining, then headed toward the hills outside the mine. A gust of wind made Feng Shui Pai shiver. This game is great in every way, but it's just too realistic. Clearly the game designers hadn't thought that far ahead. If more players joined, what if some bad apples sneaked in? If the game got shut down for inappropriate content, that would be a real tragedy. Once he logged off, he planned to find the game company's designers and offer some suggestions. Feng Shui Pai thought to himself, dressed and whistled as he prepared to return to mining. After striding briskly for several dozen meters, he sensed something behind the hill. A chattering sound came from the corner. What's that? Feng Shui Pai poked his head over the mound and locked eyes with a pair of dark red orbs. Holy crap! Feng Shui Pai was genuinely startled by those eyes. A goblin. Human. The goblin arched its back, baring its fangs. I've been discovered, huh? It thought it had been stealthy during its reconnaissance, yet a human had still found. Just as the chieftain had said, this bunch was treacherous and cunning. Man, am I actually blessed by luck. Feng Shui Pai recalled what the other miners had said today. He rarely played games at all. Then on his first try had drawn this account. How long had he even been in the game? And had already stumbled upon a wild goblin. Ha 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 ha. Feng Shui Pai grinned like an idiot, convinced he was the chosen one. Surrender, goblin. I can't believe the quest just appeared right before me. Feng Shui Pai had barely glanced at the videos other players had posted. Looking at the diminutive monster before him, he felt he could easily take it down with minimal effort.
He charged forward with a fierce grin, his momentum impressive and his confidence brimming. The goblin scout, seeing a human who showed no fear at all, was momentarily stunned.
When the human actually rushed straight at him, the goblin couldn't help but frown. Could this human have some trick up his sleeve? Was it some kind of technological weapon? But he clearly hadn't even unlocked his genetic lock.
While the goblin was hesitating, Feng Shui Pai Pai had already closed in.
Smack! A loud resounding slap landed on the goblin's greenish-black face. Damn, that's some thick hide.
Feng Shui Pai Pai had put all his strength into that slap. Given that head crushed a stone with his bare hands earlier today, that slap should have at least stunned the goblin. So why was it still standing there unscathed? And its eyes were getting redder. Even though he wasn't a gamer, Feng Shui Pai Pai could tell something was wrong as the goblin's rage visibly surged.
Damn human. A slap to the face was the ultimate insult, no matter the race. I'll kill you. The goblin roared, then pulled out a massive hammer. Boom. Ah.
Feng Shui Pai Pai screamed as he woke up inside his helmet.
The sensation of his brain splattering was so vivid that he trembled all over. Young master, what's wrong?
Hearing his cry, the butler rushed over to ask. Feng Shui Pai Pai shuddered, his face pale as he dazedly removed the helmet. After gasping for air and feeling his heartbeat slow, he realized he had only been playing
a game. Thank goodness it was just a game. But it hurt. It hurt so much.
Who said that if you died suddenly you wouldn't feel pain? Feng Shui Pai Pai wiped away tears born of fear or pain trembling all over.
The butler stood at the door frowning. Young master, is there something wrong with this game? Are you alright? I'm fine, just leave me be. I need a moment.
Feng Shui Pai Pai waved him off.
He looked at the helmet head taken off and let out a long breath. That was intense. So exhilarating. Ha 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 ha, that was amazing. Better than racing. This game is incredible, absolutely incredible. Feng Shui Pai Pai put the helmet back on. Quick, I want to get back in the game.
Applying for free resurrection. Please wait 24 hours.
What the hell? I have to wait 24 hours. Forget the free resurrection. How much do I need to pay? Just name it.
This game currently has no payment service. To revive immediately, please pay 100 gold coins. Your gold coin balance 37, insufficient balance.
Damn it, I only mined for a few minutes today before that goblin killed me. Feng Shui Pai Pai ground his teeth.
No wonder those beasts rushed to mine as soon as they logged in. They were all a bunch of animals. If the ore was all gone, how would they get gold coins later? Had long forgotten his original intentions for entering the game. At that moment, unable to return to the game world immediately, he was beside himself with frustration.
Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was a bit surprised when he received news of a player's death. There are still greenhorns who don't lower their sensory settings when they enter the game. Dying with 100 pain perception. Man, that's a true warrior. Wei Yuan silently gave the unknown warrior a thumbs up.
Attention all players, a goblin has been spotted near the mine.
The goblin's last known location has been marked on the map. Capture the goblin for a reward of 100 gold coins. A digital prompt sounded in every player's mind. Then a map of the territory appeared. A red dot near the mine was especially conspicuous. The miner's eyes lit up. After disposing of the body, the goblin let out a long breath.
Good thing had acted fast, or that human might have gotten away to warn others. Still, that human must have been dim-witted.
Charging in alone to die. The goblin sneered. Had thought the human was something special. Killed him with one blow.
The goblin had chosen a good spot with a clear view of the mine entrance.
Just as he was feeling smug,
players began streaming out of the mine one after another.
Ha! Weren't they mining? It wasn't even dark yet.
Were they heading off to rest?
The goblin's mind couldn't handle complex problems, so he assumed the humans were taking a break.
The chieftain had said that when humans rested he should report back. They would launch an attack once the humans were asleep. So now was the time to go back and deliver the message.
The goblin turned to leave.
But he saw that the humans who had been walking out had now surrounded him.
Haha, this monster is still here. Go. Catch him. That's 100 gold coins. Dozens of players swarmed in together. Black tiger steals the heart. Watch my monkey steals the peach. Ha 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 ha, you little green skin, prepare to die.
The players rushed forward in a swarm.
Yet they wielded no weapons.
Facing a level 1 goblin who was armed, they could not even discern the creature's movements.
Did you think I was one of those useless ones?
A flicker of savagery gleamed in the goblin's eyes. He was nothing like the worthless ones sent out before. Being dispatched as a scout already marked him as an elite among goblins.
Don't charge blindly everyone, this is a level 2 goblin. Having been healed in the medical pod, Anzhong Chitao now stepped forward.
One look at the goblin's eyes told him this was a level 2 creature. Level 1 goblins can still be overwhelmed by numbers, but at level 2 you must level up yourself to kill it.
Stand aside. With a completely different stature and aura, Anzhong Chitao walked to the front of the crowd. Indeed. He was no longer the same Anzhong Chitao as before. He was now LV1 Anzhong Chitao. He had leveled up. In that assassination mission against the goblins, the gold he earned was enough to buy a level 1 gene lot potion. Now merely by gazing at the goblin he could accurately track the movements that had once been utterly imperceptible. Kill. He lunged forward. In an instant an afterimage lingered where he had stood. Then came the relentless sounds of combat. The players could only see countless blurs flashing before their eyes. Anzhong Chitao slammed his fist into the goblin's face. The thick green skin was now flushed with red from the blow. How can he be so strong? This elite among goblins was knocked to the ground, unable to fully dissipate the force of the punch. He rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. You're not human, the goblin bellowed. How could a level 1 human overpower a level 2 like himself? The next second even heavier fists descended. Anzhong Chitao pinned the goblin down, raining blows like a storm. I'm not human. Open your damned eyes and look, I am human. Smack. Can't you see straight? Thud thud. Anzhong Chitao grabbed the goblin by the ears and smashed its head against the ground. Dark green blood splattered everywhere. So cocky, huh? A mere minion dares to challenge our human base. Coveting our territory. Ha! Kill me. Anzhong Chitao was seething with fury. The game world was so immersive that he couldn't help but become deeply invested. When those players were killed, the scenes were brutally graphic. Having played together all this time, a certain camaraderie had developed among them. Recalling how those goblins had butchered them, Anzhong Chitao ground his teeth in anger. If Yuan Gu hadn't intervened in time, he would have had to wait 24 hours to respawn, and even after being saved he had spent a fortune on healing. How much mining would it take to earn that back? You truly deserve to die. I'm sorry, stop hitting me. I'm human alright. A level 2 goblin in its own tribe was at least a squad leader. Now being treated like this by a level 1 human, the goblin was both enraged and bitter. It was convinced this human had a screw loose. What's the point of killing if you have to spew all that bizarre nonsense? And did he bear such a deep grudge against him? Why was he so vicious? Anzhong Chitao had smashed the goblin's teeth, leaving its mouth full of green blood and looking utterly miserable. Its pleas for mercy became unintelligible. The other players watched from the side. Damn, is this what it's like after leveling up? So awesome, that speed, that power, this is insane. Why do I suddenly want to level up? I used to think my current muscles were impressive, but now I realize how shallow I was. Envy gleamed in the players' eyes as they watched Anzhong Chitao. Mining. They had to mine more. Die. Having vented his rage, Anzhong Chitao roared the final word. He stomped the ground, leaped into the air and brought both fists down onto the goblin. Put. The elite goblin spat out a mouthful of blood. Thus it died at the hands of a level 1 human. It died with its eyes wide open. Hell yeah. Anzhong Chitao exhaled. Then a robotic voice announced. Congratulations to player Anzhong Chitao for being the first to kill a level 2 goblin. Triggering special reward, 1 special festival event participation ticket. A small golden firework exploded above Anzhong Chitao's head. All players turned to look at Anzhong Chitao. What kind of ticket is that? No explanation. Anzhong Chitao saw no description either. But anything labeled a special reward had to be valuable. Curiosity burned among the players. Boss, why don't you go ask Yuan Gu? He might know. Yeah, go ask Yuan Gu. Every player was dying of curiosity. They felt the reward must be incredible, maybe even unlock a dungeon. At that time the number of players in the game was still small. Having mined together, they all shared some fellowship. Anzhong Chitao also wanted to know what his special reward was for. So he went before Wei Yuan and asked Yuan Gu what is a festival event participation ticket. Wei Yuan put on a surprised expression and looked at Anzhong Chitao. Did you obtain a festival event participation ticket? That's a wonderful item. When a special festival arrives, I need to bring my clansmen to attend the Lord Academy event. Only those who have obtained the ticket can accompany me. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, the players burst into excitement. Holy crap, the Lord Academy. Is that the main storyline of this interstellar game?
Would those who go get to ride a spaceship and see that so-called central star? Damn, that's awesome, able to go straight to the central star.
Only those with this ticket can go. Yuan go, what do we have to do to get this ticket? Yeah.
The players stared at Wei Yuan, their eyes nearly popping out.
It's not something I distribute, Wei Yuan shook his head.
Only clansmen who have made special contributions to the tribe can possess it. Beggar bastard, you really get all the good luck.
Tu Yupa, having fallen behind again, hurried over.
The oil stealer is truly filled with hatred. He doesn't want to mine, but as an elder player he was killed by the bloodthirsty camellia on his first day, making it hard for him to swallow this anger. So after being resurrected he spent money to buy energy mines from the players, and he hurriedly opened the basic energy saw to chop down trees. In just one day's work he cleared a large area of bloodthirsty camellia near the base. When he thought of inquiring about the players' news to strategize for going offline, he realized something. He learned that the beggar was secretly doing well and had received a new reward. It was even a special reward. When the oil stealer hurried over he heard Brother Yuan explaining this reward. Thud. The oil stealer knelt down dejected with his head lowered, constantly murmuring, since there is an oil stealer, why is there a beggar? Ah. It hurts too much. 2 lines of tears streamed down his cheeks. The beggar approached the oil stealer and patted his shoulder. Don't be sad, I will share the videos with you when I get to the Lord Academy. Don't be heartbroken, don't be jealous, everyone has a bright future. I haven't even seen a goblin's face. Why don't they go to Brother Camellia's forest? The oil stealer brushed off the beggar's hand, murmuring to himself. Then he walked away with a lost look. His figure was indeed quite desolate. Wei Yuan watched this player who had made a significant contribution to him and cleared his throat. He really wanted to remind him. Goblins are not very clever, but they are not that foolish either. The bloodthirsty camellia forest is so dangerous they must have been confused to venture into the bloodthirsty camellia area. That large area of bloodthirsty camellia, while dangerous indeed, provided a degree of protection for the base. The mines that the players dug were already enough to pay for the final payment to Amilo. Once the goblins were cleared out, the players needed to quickly chop down that large area of bloodthirsty camellia. The materials from the camellias could be auctioned on the Star Network. There should be plenty of Traiant tribe sellers interested. Wei Yuan calculated and realized he had a lot to do. He opened the communicator. Wei Yuan's sister, where are you now? At this moment within the silent cosmic passage, Amilo, having traversed through countless space tunnels, looked pale. The communicator blinked twice. Amilo Sr., it seems there's been a problem with the original route. I used spatial transference technology and in 3 minutes I'll reach your planet. Amilo, by the way, Senior, this planet was previously unclaimed, but it is now marked under your name. Aren't you going to give it a name? Ah. I forgot. Seeing Amilo's message, Wei Yuan suddenly remembered that he hadn't used his naming rights for the planet. He entered the Star Network through his smart brain and went directly to the planet registration website. After gene recognition, the planet naming page appeared immediately. Let's call it Blue Star, Wei Yuan said. In this universe, the original territory of humanity was Blue Star. The reason for cosmic voyages was the depletion of resources on the original Blue Star. Eventually, after battling the insect race, Blue Star also vanished. From then on, humanity had to live on another planet. Now, as a reserve, Lord Wei Yuan named the first planet where humanity could survive as Blue Star. The moment the words Blue Star were entered, the registration was successful. On the Star Network, all members of the Alliance could see the information within. At this moment, within the Lord Academy, this child Wei Yuan actually named his planet Blue Star. Humanity will be able to recreate the glory of the past again. In the principal's office, a young boy furrowed his brow and asked, Grandfather, since you admire him so much, why assign him such a remote planet? The old principal smiled and said nothing. Suddenly a huge sound erupted above the players' heads. What the hell, is it getting dark? Where did the sun go? What the hell, a cosmic battleship? The players looked up and saw a gigantic silver ship appear in the sky. Cool. So awesome. This super huge battleship perfectly matched the players' imagination of the term interstellar. The players even put down their work. They looked up, gazing at the ship above them. This is what interstellar should look like. Wow, it even has battle damage and the scent of gunpowder is so strong. Is it just hovering there? What is this battleship here for? It can't be planning to attack us, right? What the hell, I'm still mining by hand and they brought a battleship to attack us. I don't have that kind of face. Amilo sat in the pilot's seat, looking at the murmuring people below. Are these my seniors' people? Haven't they unlocked their genetic locks? But they seem different from the humans I saw before.
Amilo blinked in confusion.
Looking closely they seemed quite similar.
Why isn't anyone reporting?
They all looked at my battleship with curiosity. Why are seniors people so strange?
Senior, I've arrived. After waiting for a long time, Amilo still didn't see anyone notifying Wei Yuan.
There was no choice but to open the communicator and find Wei Yuan herself. The transport ship is hovering, just come down directly.
I will be there soon. Wei Yuan activated the base's concealment system. The safety of the base was extremely important and he couldn't expose it to Amilo.
The huge ship above suddenly opened a passage. A pink figure flew out from the passage.
Amilo's mecha looked very beautiful.
With a metallic shine and a layer of pink patterns, her youthful face captivated the players.
What the hell, it's a mecha girl. AI graphics have come to life, brothers.
I remember seeing a similar concept online, but that was just a concept. This game is amazing, it actually modeled such a complete mecha girl.
What the hell, I'm really excited now. Even watching the mecha makes me feel good. Love knows no gender and it doesn't even have to be a species. I've fallen in love.
You fools, this mecha is beautiful, but aren't you curious about who pilots the mecha?
New character.
The players erupted in excitement.
Is a new character finally appearing?
Everyone eagerly watched the mecha land. Amilo initially thought all ordinary members of every race were afraid of advanced warriors. When she descended, she still needed to be cautious not to scare her seniors people. But when she landed, the people of her seniors surprisingly gathered around.
Ah.
Why are they looking at her like that?
Amilo was completely bewildered.
She couldn't understand why the seniors' clan members had gathered around her. The mecha had just scanned them and there were hardly any who had unlocked a level 1 gene lock.
They couldn't even use gene energy weapons.
Why were they surrounding her? Amilo hesitated for a moment, reminding herself that she was there to deliver goods, and decided to be more amicable.
A sweet female voice emerged from the mecha. Hello, I am Amilo, here to see Senior Wei Yuan.
Upon hearing the voice from the mecha, the players erupted in cheers.
Wow, this is a new NPC. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Beautiful lady, can you come out of the mecha?
What do you need from our Yuan Gu?
Did you come from another planet? Do you have any tasks for us? A barrage of questions hit Amilo, leaving her even more confused. Was the attitude of ordinary humans towards gene warriors this casual?
You shouldn't be so rude to guests. Wei Yuan arrived just in time, cutting off the players' attempts to interrogate the new NPC.
Amilo, have you brought the goods? Wei Yuan inquired.
Amilo jumped out of the mecha and the beautifully absurd mecha was directly stored into the bracelet on her wrist right in front of the players.
The girl was bright and charming with pink twin tails and a black combat suit exuding vitality. Wow. Hearing the exclamation, Amilo smiled. As a member of the Treant clan, Amilo's bloodline was floral in nature. She naturally looked more attractive than the average race.
In fact, she was even ranked above the renowned succubi in beauty at school.
Throughout her life she had heard countless gasps of admiration.
It was said that humans were also a race very much influenced by appearance.
Indeed. Before Amilo's smile could fully blossom, she heard the ordinary humans who hadn't unlocked their gene locks expressing their amazement. What the heck is that spatial technology? Damn, that's too amazing.
The air movement was even simulated when the mecha was stored. I can't even imagine how advanced the processor must be to create such high-end technology.
So cool, I can't wait to have my own mecha. My hands are itching, I want to go mining. Mining, mining, mining.
Brothers, we need to get stronger.
We need to get stronger. We need to mine. We need to mine. Ha!
Amilo watched as the players suddenly became enthusiastic and dashed off to mine, feeling dumbfounded.
This. She looked up at Wei Yuan.
Senior, are these all the clan members your clan sent to you?
Surely the humans didn't have no hope left for the seniors.
Otherwise, why would they send so many seemingly less intelligent clan members?
Wei Yuan smiled helplessly and shook his head. They just love to work. Just kidding.
When players really get into the game, who cares about how the characters look? This bunch doesn't bother to jump up and shout skip 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 at the plot that affects their gaming experience.
That would be giving him the Lord some face.
However, there are still some players who enjoy following the plot. For instance, the oil thief who rushed over in a hurry holding a basic energy saw.
Yuan Gu, I heard there are guests. Though late, the oil thief arrived.
He had a full jar of bloodthirsty camphor tree sap in hand. The light green sap radiated a vibrant life force.
Wow, the girl is spot on.
The oil thief raised his hand, giving Amilo a thumbs up.
Yuan Gu, what are you going to talk about? Can I listen? If you want to listen, just follow along.
But to entertain the guests you need to use some of your camphor tree sap. Wei Yuan smiled, pointing at the large glass jar in his hand. Upon seeing that large jar of sap, Amilo couldn't help but swallow several times. For the fully evolved Trayan clan, this life-infused mutated tree sap was a delicate. Yes, if you give me a cup of tree sap, I'll let you follow along. Amilo nodded earnestly, her twin tails bobbing in the air. A cup. The oil thief glanced at the large jar in his hand. Wasn't a cup a bit stingy? Is a cup too much? Half a cup would be fine too, Amilo indicated with her fingers. What do you mean by half a cup? If others from different races hear this, they'll think our human race is stingy. I'll give you this whole jar. The oil thief cheerfully stuffed the entire large glass jar into Amilo's hands. He could see that this somewhat naive alien girl with twin tails really wanted to drink the sap. This jar of sap given to Yuan Gu for appraisal would at most earn a mere 10 gold coins. Spending 10 gold coins for an NPC's favor was a deal that couldn't possibly lose. Isn't this too precious? Amilo hugged the jar, feeling both embarrassed and reluctant to return it. Although the sap from the bloodthirsty camphor tree was rare, it wasn't expensive. What was truly valuable was the life-infused tree sap. This could only be collected while the bloodthirsty camphor was in a state of extreme rage and had to be harvested from a living tree. Bloodthirsty camphor generally lived in groves. When the strong attacked, even if they were mercilessly slaughtered, the bloodthirsty camphor wouldn't show any anger. The weak, upon facing them, would simply be killed. Anger would channel the vitality of the bloodthirsty camphor into its sap, flowing into the roots. Thus life-infused sap was something that could only be encountered, not sought. As she opened the jar, a rich life force surged towards her, overwhelming Amilo. Her gaze towards the oil thief softened. What good people! Though these clan members under her senior looked somewhat clueless, they were indeed kind-hearted. This is a gift from my clan members for you. Speaking of which, the goods you brought are also very much needed by them, Wei Yuan said, looking up at the hovering ship above. Are the goods inside? The massive ship bore signs of cannon fire, indicating that she had encountered danger along the way. However, as a merchant, transporting goods was one of her responsibilities. If Amilo didn't bring it up, Wei Yuan wouldn't ask. After all, what if this junior wanted to raise the price? Yes, Amilo replied, blushing as she closed the lid. Her bright eyes sparkled as she looked at Wei Yuan Sr. Do you want to go up and inspect the goods? 370,000 items safely delivered. She stood straight like a child seeking praise. I even crossed a small war zone to protect the goods. So it has come, hasn't it? He was about to recount the dangers encountered during transport, then raised the price. Wei Yuan remained expressionless, watching Amilo. What a cunning merchant. On the surface he seemed to admire me, but in truth, it was all for business. A businessman through and through. What happened on the way? Yupo asked curiously. These were all plot points useful for future game guides. Yupo's intentions were good. However, Wei Yuan silently clutched his chest. Damn, he had forgotten to prevent the players from probing. Once asked, Amilo would surely speak. He hoped the transport losses wouldn't be pinned on him. A cold sweat dripped from Wei Yuan's brow. He didn't have much money left. The ores the players had mined were barely enough to cover the final payment. Wei Yuan gave Yupo a cold glance. How can you casually inquire about others' affairs? In interstellar space, such prying is very rude. Amilo, ignore him, let's go inspect the goods directly. Amilo waved his hand. It's fine, senior. Low-level clan members haven't participated much in interstellar battles, so they're naturally curious. I originally planned to take the most conventional transport route and use space jump technology only at the very edge. After all, Amilo sighed. Senior, you know that space jumps consume a great deal of energy stones. But unexpectedly, on the final leg of the voyage, a war broke out. It seemed space pirates were fighting the M779 Stars garrison. I wonder if the Alliance has received the news. Fighting so close to the border could release energy waves that might attract the Zerg. Amilo trembled at the thought of the Zerg. Those creatures haunted every Alliance member like a nightmare. Shivering inwardly, he quickly drank 2 large gulps of tree sap to calm himself. Wow, space pirates and M779 Star, this outside world is truly exciting. Yupo's eyes sparkled. There would be plenty of material for tonight's stream. A game this well-made couldn't have poured all its budget into graphics. The plot and storylines must be equally complete. For players who enjoy storylines, piecing together the game's entire world background is a fascinating experience. Yupo was that kind of player. His fans who loved his live streams and analyses also preferred exploring the world's background. Information collected successfully. System is calculating. Host, based on information from your friend, the system predicts that your territory may be attacked by 2 forces. 1. There is a 70 chance that fleeing space pirates will use Blue Star as a temporary stop. 2. There is a 90 chance that the Zerg will pass by Blue Star on their way to M779 Star.
What? Wei Yuan exclaimed.
Whether it was space pirates or the Zerg, both were catastrophic for Blue Star in its current state.
Wei Yuan's face turned grim instantly.
Senior, your planet is still some distance from the border, there's no need to worry so much.
Amilo was startled by Wei Yuan's exclamation.
I came here after jumping through several black holes. Besides, M779 star is a star, its garrison is powerful. This battle will likely take months to finish.
Without the system's warning, Wei Yuan might have made the same judgment as Amilo.
But since the system had said there was a 70 chance of space pirates coming and a 90 chance of the Zerg passing by, it was certain.
He had to act urgently.
The players hadn't grown strong yet.
Let's settle the final payment first, Amilo.
Besides these basic weapons, does your family sell other armaments?
Wei Yuan inquired.
Yes, our family owns a metal planet dedicated to weapon manufacturing, though they are mostly mid to low tier.
Amilo immediately became enthusiastic about business.
I'll send you the link to our shop, Senior.
If you need anything, you can place an order and get a 10% discount. Free shipping. Amilo fell silent.
The shipping cost wasn't cheap. Free shipping would cut into the profit margin. If you buy a large quantity, Senior, free shipping is possible.
Alright, let's inspect the goods first. Yupo was led by Mo Yun into the transport ship.
The technological feel was overwhelming. But when he saw the goods that all players were curious about, he was dumbfounded. It was just a huge warehouse, no, a whole transport ship full of basic energy saws.
Brother Yuan, isn't there spatial equipment?
Why use such a large ship to transport basic energy saws?
This didn't feel very sci-fi at all. Wei Yuan and Amilo simultaneously looked at Yupo with confusion.
These are 370000 basic energy saws.
To store them with spatial equipment, you'd need an enormous device.
Amilo gestured exaggeratedly. This bracelet I used to store my mech has 8 cubic meters and cost me 8 million.
And this transport ship? How much could it be? Makes sense, I can't argue with that.
Yupo hadn't expected the game to be this meticulous.
No wonder Brother Yuan kept all his weapons in the armory. So it was because he couldn't afford spatial equipment. Wei Yuan received a somewhat sympathetic look. I'll pay the final installment with energy ores. Wei Yuan ignored Yupo's gaze. Poverty was a thing of the past.
Once the players started mining in large quantities, he would no longer be associated with the word poor.
Energy ores.
Amilo exclaimed softly, then asked urgently in a low voice, Senior, does your planet have energy ores?
Yes.
Since he was going to pay with energy ores anyway, Wei Yuan saw no reason to hide it. This planet is quite rich in minerals, otherwise how could it be rated as a 5th level planet?
I'm so jealous.
I wish I could get such a wealthy planet when I graduate.
Amilo's gaze toward Wei Yuan grew even more fervent.
A wealthy handsome senior and a poor handsome senior were treated slightly differently. Although the senior had always been handsome, a senior with a planet rich in energy ores offered more benefits for building good relations. Then Senior, if there's anything you want to buy, feel free to contact me. If you pay with energy ores, I can offer free shipping. The free shipping condition she had hesitated about earlier was now agreed upon without a second thought. After the payment was settled, Amilo did not leave immediately. Since she had used space jump technology this time, she found herself with ample time.
Wei Yuan did not mind her interacting with the players here. Any words that players might speak that could reveal secrets would be forcibly converted by the system.
Thus Amilo only felt that the tribesmen under her senior brother were slightly slow-witted but diligent and hard-working.
Moreover, the bloodthirsty toon tree sap they collected was brimming with life force.
No wonder the human race sent these tribesmen to senior brother, they are frighteningly hard-working. Amilo sipped through a straw, watching as large groups of players rose from their pods and immediately went to mine. When tired of mining, they went to the bloodthirsty toon grove to fell the trees. Then one group would chop while another collected the materials. So dexterous. Amilo sighed, suddenly worrying about what kind of tribesmen her own clan would send when she was about to graduate.
The low-level tribesmen were mostly simple-minded and dim-witted.
Holding the straw between her lips, Amilo greeted the passing players. How amusing, they aren't the least bit afraid of me. Amilo strolled away in high spirits. The players on the other hand lamented, the new NPC is all show, no gold drops, no quests, just wanders around all day. Didn't the cockroach say she came to deliver supplies? The tree felling quest depends on this shipment. Speaking of which, selling the bloodthirsty toon materials to this NPC gives less money than selling to Brother Yuan.
What a ripoff.
Amilo is a beautiful profiteer, but she's gorgeous. Twin tails are forever. Some players were always willing to spend money for a smile from a beauty. Back to work. The first 30 veteran players have already reached level 1 and we're still blank slates. The gap will keep widening if we don't hurry.
Mining every day, my real arms feel like they've gotten thicker. Well, oddly enough, sometimes when I log out I feel my body is stronger than before. Scientifically speaking, our brain cells are frantically active imagining the body exercising so the body might actually grow stronger. My big belly has almost disappeared. Who knew playing a game could help me lose weight? Maybe you're just hungry. Several players roughhoused their way toward the mine. They completely failed to notice a few short dark figures in the corner. Swish. Amilo, who had already walked far away, suddenly turned around. A strange aura. She frowned. The treefolk race was most sensitive to fluctuations in nature. Just now the air seemed to tremble. Could it have been caused by her senior brother's tribe? She thought it over. Among her senior brother's tribesmen, a few had already unlocked their genetic locks. Perhaps it was them. What the hell? Hey, has anyone been kicked offline before? Server issues. Several players who were about to head to the mine suddenly disconnected en masse. The players had already established a large group on Earth. The group was used for exchanging information. However, there were also some game enthusiasts who hadn't secured an account. The group, which had been filled with bragging from those who failed to get beta keys, exploded after the kicked players sent messages. Damn, I got kicked too and can't log back in. The system says I don't need to revive. Same here. What's going on? Server crashed. Me too. Is this game going to die? I told you it was trash. See, it's broken now. The server must have blown up. Wait for tomorrow's trending topic. Hilarious. Those sour game enthusiasts who hadn't gotten accounts began to mock. But no one paid attention to their sour remarks. The disconnected players were not stupid. Everyone recall what you were doing before the disconnect. Lou, may I remember your ID? We were about to start work together. Right, I recognize your IDs too. I was on the way to the mine with you when I was suddenly kicked. Me too. 1. A total of 6 players were kicked. They compared their memories before disconnecting and found they had all been kicked simultaneously. I asked around, no one else got kicked. Only us. I asked my friend, they didn't see any bodies on the path we took. No bodies. And we all disconnected together. Maybe we were knocked unconscious in the game which caused the disconnect. Could be. Let's wait and see. Everyone put on your helmets and wait. What's the point? You guys have too much time. This game probably has a bug. The group member with the ID Tianwan Lianpa mocked again. Lume frowned. Do you have a problem? Get lost, you're the one with a problem. The next second Tianwan Lianpa was kicked from the group. Already furious about not getting into the game, he exploded upon seeing himself kicked. He opened his game review account and started ranting. The so-called best game ever. Star human race is garbage. After releasing 30 beta keys, they immediately released another 100. This is a trash game. The current players are all shills. Star human race was incredibly popular. Tianwan Liangpa's comments quickly went viral, drawing massive traffic. Stupid game won't let me in and a bunch of idiots dared to kick me from the group. Do you think everyone is as pathetic as you licking a game? Meanwhile, soon after the players put on their helmets, some opened their eyes back in the game. But... holy crap, goblins. Lume opened her eyes to see a goblin pouring water on the players' heads one by one. All 6 players had woken up. Humans. A deep rough voice sounded from the darkness. Then the ground shook. The players looked up and saw a goblin nearly 3 meters tall standing before them. This completely shattered their impression of goblins. Holy shit. Is this a goblin? This must be a goblin king. The players exclaimed. The massive goblin laughed, causing the entire space to tremble. Goblin King. I like that title. Chieftain, it seems those humans have discovered that their people are missing. Someone has already gone to investigate. A small goblin ran over to report. The goblin chieftain cast a sinister glance at the ordinary goblin. From now on, address me as Goblin King. Let them search. Even if they rack their brains, they will never imagine that we are hiding deep in the forest of bloodthirsty toon trees. The Goblin King burst into laughter. His voice was so loud that it hurt the eardrums. Lulume covered his ears in pain trying to block the noise attack. He lowered his voice but couldn't hide his excitement. Haha, a blessing in disguise, brothers. We've been directly captured and brought to their lair. Maybe we can even score some loot. When such a large group mission to eradicate goblins is settled, all players will definitely receive a share of the gold coins. Since they found the key clue of the goblin lair, they would likely open more gold coins.
Lulu may had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Several players were extremely excited. The Goblin King glanced at them knowing what they were thinking. He snorted coldly, "Foolish humans, do you still think that now that you're in my hands you can send messages to your race?
I have already activated mental shielding. Here all communication devices are useless. Are you bluffing? All communication devices are useless. You're only level 4, aren't you? You can't even use slightly more sophisticated level 4 tech devices and you talk about shielding. Look at you, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?"
He had already checked the Goblin King's level.
It was just a LV4 boss. What a bluff.
In their interstellar terms it meant unlocking the 4th level of gene lock.
Human. How dare you?
Lulu Mice's words shattered the Goblin King's composure. He slapped his hand over. Slap. A pool of blood appeared on the ground. The other players were stunned. After the shock they quickly took photos of Lulu Mice's corpse.
Haha, are you okay? That one sentence completely broke the Goblin King, bro, haha. I'm dying of laughter. I recorded the Goblin King's expression like he ate shit, haha.
The players were almost rolling with laughter in the group.
The Goblin King's expression was directly made into memes and began to spread. But on Blue Star,
the Goblin King looked smugly at the group of humans.
Indeed, he needed to use force to intimidate these foolish humans. Good, they knew fear. As long as you don't act recklessly, I won't kill randomly. Now tell me the location of your base.
The Goblin King lowered his head face to face with the players. His enormous head radiated immense pressure. One of his eyes was almost as big as a player's head. The player who had just regained his composure suddenly saw such a huge eyeball and was frightened into leaning back.
What the hell? Are you trying to scare me to death?
The player instinctively cursed.
Then slap. Another pool of blood.
The human race is truly an uncivilized species, daring to be so disrespectful to me, the Goblin King.
Slaves without any sense of reverence, even in the lowest slave market they wouldn't sell well.
The Goblin King growled in a low voice.
Quickly tell me where your base is. Otherwise all of you will die. The location of the mine was some distance from Wei Yuan's base. Moreover, Wei Yuan had activated the stealth mode, so even if the goblins used reconnaissance they couldn't find it.
That's why they thought of capturing some humans to interrogate.
Unexpectedly, these humans had such hard mouths. Moreover, they acted as if they were not afraid of death.
Seeing their companions die before their eyes, they showed little fear. After threatening the players for a while, not a single person spoke.
The Goblin King couldn't help but frown. Humans are so fragile, but why?
Why were they not afraid of him at all?
The Goblin King angrily wanted to kill all the remaining humans.
But reason still made him hold back.
Lock them up. I don't believe these humans can withstand goblin torture.
Meanwhile, Wei Yuan had received the news sent by the players. Attention all players. Attention all players.
The goblin lair has been found.
The mission to eliminate goblins now begins. A map appeared before all players.
The red dot marked the location of the goblin lair. What the? The goblins are in the forest of bloodthirsty toon trees.
The moment he saw the map, Tuyupa was dumbfounded. He had been complaining for so many days and it turned out the monsters were right under his nose.
It's over. I'm the clown.
Tuyupa was completely stunned.
Lately, whenever he went offline to make guides, he would always complain that the goblins always appeared near the mine and never came to the bloodthirsty toon forest. But now. Ha! The goblin lair is right in the bloodthirsty toon forest. How ironic.
Tuyupa could already imagine how those bastards would mock him. It was simply terrifying. However, embarrassment was a matter for later. Now he had to go complete the mission. Tuyupa shook his arms. After days of tree-cutting training and unlocking another level of gene lock, he now felt terrifyingly strong.
At this moment, in the bloodthirsty toon forest, the player's uncooperative attitude finally angered the Goblin King. Damn humans, how dare you not cooperate? Kill them all.
The Goblin King said cruelly. Then the remaining 4 players were brutally killed one by one.
The Goblin King even tortured them slowly and cruelly.
Fortunately, the players had all turned off their pain perception beforehand. But just looking at the wounds on their corpses was enough to make one shiver. This is the fate of those who offend goblins. The Goblin King spat on the players' corpses.
Wei Yuan could observe every player through the system.
When he saw the players mutilated beyond recognition, his expression turned extremely grim. Although the players had turned off pain and might be laughing carefreely even after logging off. But they represented the human race. It was only because players could turn off pain that they felt nothing.
However, if captured were other ordinary humans. Just thinking about it made Wei Yuan's blood boil.
A mere goblin race dared to run wild on his territory.
All clansmen assemble. Wei Yuan directly summoned all the players.
A total of 130 players. Even the players who had died and disconnected earlier were called back.
The goblin race has gone too far.
If we don't teach them a lesson, other interstellar races will come to bully us in the future. Kill them, cut off the goblins' heads and exchange their heads for your gene potions.
Pre-delivered level 1 gene potion usage condition: participate in the goblin slaughter mission. Is the battle finally about to begin?
It seems I can purchase some potions again, muttered Anjong Chitao, gripping the short dagger in his hand. When I killed those goblins before, I never truly savored the experience.
Now I can finally have a good slaughter.
As the player who had slain the most goblins, he had already received numerous friend requests from other players.
Everyone came to inquire about the goblins' weaknesses.
There were too many people to reply to individually, so Anjong Chitao simply sent a voice message in the group chat.
Everyone. The curtain of war is about to rise.
Although Brother Yuan only instructed us to cut off the goblins' heads, we can't just recklessly charge to our deaths.
We must formulate a battle plan before the fight.
Otherwise, with our sudden leveling, we definitely won't be able to defeat those goblins who have already unlocked their gene locks. Charging in recklessly will only result in us feeding kills and ending the game. After Anjong Chitao sent the voice message, the group chat erupted. After all, he was the most popular among the players. He was also the first player to exchange for a first-level gene lock potion.
The players had witnessed the goblin's strength firsthand. If Anjong Chitao hadn't stepped in to kill that elite goblin back then, their group of dozens wouldn't have been able to take down even a single goblin. Although Brother Yuan didn't explain clearly, the main quest has a clear count. That means we're not facing that many enemies this time, only 300.
But from the videos sent back by the captured players, I can confirm they have high-level goblins.
Just a single goblin king is already level 4.
How are we supposed to take down that big boss?
A level 1 versus a level 4. Even a human wave tactic probably wouldn't work. This isn't a traditional game we're playing. The power of technology can't be underestimated. Anjong Chitao took a deep breath.
Based on his own estimation, his current strength was at the peak of the first level. Compared to other players, he had already adapted to his bonus abilities. He could fully unleash his own power effectively. Although I almost died the first time I fought a level 2 goblin and Brother Yuan had to come save me after I unlocked the first level gene lock, I could solo a level 2 goblin without taking any damage.
I think you all remember my performance back then.
Based on my analysis, each race has an innate difference in strength.
Goblins are probably inferior to humans.
Once we level up to level 1 and unlock the first level gene lock, we can solo a level 2 goblin unscathed.
What if dozens of players work together? Can't we even kill a level 3 goblin? Just because I haven't tried fighting a level 3 goblin yet doesn't mean I couldn't kill them. Anjong Chitao analyzed, and from our few encounters with goblins, they're generally dim-witted and only use brute force.
But they do have their advantages. The weapons they forge are incredibly powerful. Anjong Chitao took out a piece of equipment he had looted from a goblin he killed earlier.
He had been allocated an axe. At first glance, the axe looked very primitive, even crude.
But when Anjong Chitao swung it and chopped at a large tree beside him, the axe's blade glowed with a dark green light. Without exerting much strength at all, the tree, which was as thick as 2 men could embrace, snapped cleanly.
Anjong Chitao recorded this video and sent it to the group. Players who had never directly faced goblins couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight. Damn, how are we supposed to fight this? Their weapons are even better than ours. No, don't you see? This axe in my hands is actually more powerful than when the goblins used.
Anjong Chitao was a fervent battle enthusiast. To better fight the goblins, he had specifically saved all the videos of his fights with them.
He even watched them frame by frame.
So now when analyzing with other players, he spoke with great authority. What I want to tell you all is that while we may be inferior to them in raw power, we are superior in weapon handling. And I've already tested this. The weapons forged by these goblins are the best tools for cutting through their rough skin. These goblins have thick skin and tough flesh. If we rely solely on our strength, it's hard to break through the defense of high-level goblins. But if we use their own weapons, we can try to kill monsters above our level. So our initial goal is to kill all the low-level goblins first, seize their weapons, and then go after the higher-level ones. According to the videos sent back by the 6 captured players, there aren't that many high-level goblins. Mainly 1 level 4 goblin king, 8 level 3 elite goblins, and then 60 level 2 goblins.
The rest are all level 1. Let's roughly estimate 200 level 1 goblins. Let's break down the task and kill these 200 level 1 goblins first. Now we'll guide everyone on how to adapt to your bonus speed after taking the first level gene lock potion. As long as we're fast enough, the goblins' attacks won't be able to touch us.
Anjong Cheeto held nothing back and began teaching directly. And he'll also teach you how to use the goblin weapons after you grab them. The players in the group were ecstatic. Everyone started discussing how to deal with the goblins, and those who had fought them before began analyzing their attack patterns. Within a minute, Anjong Cheeto had made his tutorial into a video and sent it directly to the group.
Everyone has seen this mission. I think Brother Yuan's anger stems from the brutal killing of those 6 players. It was an affront to human dignity, so this time it's best for everyone not to have any internal conflicts or steal kills. This time we fight for the dignity of the human race. The goblins came onto our territory and killed our people. That's a provocation. We must fight a clean, decisive battle. Let Brother Yuan be proud. Remember, Brother Yuan's Jr. is also watching this battle. Everyone, don't forget about this NPC. She might influence the subsequent plot.
Based on my years of gaming experience, if we fight brilliantly and counterattack stylishly, Amira will likely spread the word when she returns.
In the interstellar realm, only might makes right. Brothers all fed and ready. Time to log in. The clock struck 8. Anjong Cheeto began rallying in the group.
All players donned their helmets and logged in at that moment. The 3 suns of Blue Star had set.
Darkness fell. Wei Yuan watched the players organize and act on their own, and after some thought chose not to intervene. This time it was a defense of their territory. It was also the first instance of the players cooperating as one. There would be many battles ahead. The more they trained, the more experienced they would become. In interstellar warfare, Wei Yuan couldn't protect them every moment. Go forth, my players, and let the goblins be your first whetstone.
Wei Yuan watched the players depart.
Amilo with her pink twin tails asked in confusion, Senior, aren't you joining this battle? This is a war of races. And on the human side there isn't even a single 2nd-level warrior.
And yet Senior Wei Yuan just lets them charge.
Although Amilo didn't know the exact number of goblins transported to this planet,
she was certain that among these goblins there were warriors of no small rank. There were at least 4th-level ones. Though each race's individuals differ and prodigies can challenge higher-level warriors at low ranks. Such talents are rare in any race. With only these few humans sent over, Senior Wei Yuan sent them all. This is my territory and likewise my people's land. If other races try to occupy it, of course the masters themselves must drive them out and slaughter them.
Amilo's lips parted slightly. She was momentarily stunned.
How could it seem that Senior Wei Yuan acted as if his people were more certain of slaughtering the goblins rather than the goblins being stronger?
Since Senior Wei Yuan wouldn't act, she could only watch from the sidelines. The players had spent days cutting down bloodthirsty tuna trees, swiftly completing the task.
They had long since learned the habits and root ranges of the bloodthirsty tuna. So they moved through the forest as if it were empty, darting swiftly. After using the 1st-level potion, I really feel like the wind now, brothers.
My body has changed a lot.
If not for the video from Brother Anjong Cheeto, I'd have trouble adjusting to this body for a while. Everyone be careful when killing monsters. I heard from players who died before that if you die and respawn you start from 0.
What? Damn, if I die I'd have to buy the potion again. So everyone be cautious.
If your health drops to a dangerous level, go back to the medical pod immediately.
Don't be stubborn. Go.
Anjong Cheeto made a gesture and the players spontaneously formed teams, advancing orderly toward the goblin nest.
Amilo entered the mech and used its visual tracking to watch the players.
Senior talks tough, but if these people were truly in mortal danger, he'd probably still act to protect them.
Amilo sat inside the mech staring at the players darting through the jungle.
He even spared such expensive medical pods for them.
Taotao, do you think Senior is just being stubborn?
The mech's AI replied, Master, according to Taotao's calculations, without Lord Wei Yuan's help these humans have only a 10% chance of victory. Do you plan to assist and gain Lord Wei Yuan's favor?
Amilo's face flushed red shyly. She hugged her cup and took a big gulp of tree sap.
I asked you whether Senior Wei Yuan is tough on the outside but soft inside. Why are you saying this?
Mech Taotao fell silent.
By then the players had already crept near the goblin nest.
The Goblin King's mental barrier was effective. Without precise positioning from Amilo it was hard to detect him. But now with the player's location data, Amilo could see the goblin's levels at a glance.
4th level.
Amilo exclaimed.
The goblin race had indeed sent 4th-level warriors.
Did Senior know? Amilo turned her head to look for Wei Yuan.
Only then did she realize he had already left his original spot and was now trailing behind the players. Indeed, tough on the outside, soft inside. Amilo chuckled softly. But at that moment Mech Taotao said in confusion, Master, the human's win rate has increased. With Senior Wei Yuan here there's basically no chance of failure, right?
No master, I didn't include Lord Wei Yuan in the calculation. Based on the same data, these humans seem to have tactics. Mech Taotao's voice carried strong astonishment. Amilo had never heard Taotao speak in such a tone. Ha!
She immediately switched perspectives, looking directly at the players moving underground.
At that moment, in the darkness,
the players sped through like ghosts, but upon seeing the goblin nest they didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, the first batch of players began digging trenches.
Yes. That's right. Digging trenches.
When the weak face the strong, why would they engage Hedon? All players had rich mining experience, even digging by hand without tools. They were astonishingly fast. In just a few minutes, based on the attack range of the bloodthirsty tuna, the players dug a long trench in the gaps between the trees.
It was like a tunnel.
Suicide Squad, go attract the first batch of goblins.
Anjong Chitao commanded.
Immediately 20 players stepped forward from the group and dashed toward the outskirts of the goblin nest.
The goblins were already preparing to sleep.
Even the sentries were yawning. Humans are so weak, why can't we just charge over and kill all of that human lord's people? Exactly, I heard they're only 100 or so and all very low level.
It'd be good to capture them all as slaves. Right, our chieftain is a 4th level warrior.
That human lord just graduated from the academy, how strong could he be? A few goblins chatted while patrolling, not paying attention to their surroundings.
The players were almost running out of the darkness, yet those patrolling goblins didn't react at all. Damn, these goblins patrol even less seriously than I work. It's like casting pearls before swine.
I'm going to conquer them with my expertise.
Bro, what's your expertise? I majored in acting.
Watch me, brothers. One of the players slicked back his hair with flair.
Unfortunately, he had a muscular, burly physique. Ugh, go on, bro.
Suddenly the sound of a chainsaw echoed from the woods. The team of goblins that had been chatting animatedly finally stopped.
What's that noise? It's coming from the woods. Could it be humans? This is the deepest part of the bloodthirsty tuna forest. Would those humans dare come here?
They spoke thus, but their movements were cautious. Several goblins together headed toward the source of the sound. In the darkness, the basic energy saw word against the tree trunk, producing a harsh noise.
Ha, it really is a human. The goblins immediately spotted a player holding a basic energy saw cutting a tree. The player had his back to the goblins, seemingly unaware of their approach.
In truth, through a video feed from other players in the group, he clearly saw over a dozen goblins approaching him with malicious expressions.
Damn, so many goblins. Can't you just kill me in one hit? A lone human like this, can it not stir your evil intentions? Come on. I'm just a lone, pitiful, weak human. You want to see me panic-stricken and terrified, right? Come on.
The player muttered incessantly in his mind. As he expected, the dozen goblins exchanged glances, malice flickering in their eyes.
There really is a human stupid enough to come here alone. Killing him outright would be a waste. I want to see if this human can escape our pursuit, then don't finish him off right away.
Scare him first, let him run, give him hope, then torture him to death. The goblin's whispers were quite clear despite the noise of the saw. The player immediately turned around in terror.
With an exaggerated expression he yelled, "Holy crap! Goblins! Ha ha ha, only realizing now.
What foolish humans!
Ah, goblins.
The player's basic energy saw clattered to the ground only after he finished shouting. The players hiding in the distance watched this scene speechless. Damn, this brother's acting is way too over the top, isn't it? With that kind of acting he dares call himself a professional. The saw was obviously dropped on purpose.
That's more deliberate than a sand monk dropping his bowl. Can it fool the goblins?
The players felt the plan might fail. But the next second they heard the goblins' lecherous laughter.
Haha, who'd have thought it really is a lone human. How foolish. Humans are ridiculously dumb. Since you're here, die. The goblins clearly didn't notice anything amiss.
Instead, they were all amused by the player's feigned terror. The player with the ID Future Movie King fell to the ground at just the right moment, mouth wide open and screams, but didn't think to get up and run.
Ah, goblins, it's goblins.
Why are my legs weak now?
Damn it.
The goblins chuckled unhurried. One walked toward the player, deliberately moving slowly so that Future Movie King could get up from the ground. They loved seeing these foolish humans make terrified expressions in panic and fear. When Future Movie King got up, he even slipped. As he slammed to the ground, both the players and goblins fell silent for a moment.
This human seems truly stupid, one goblin whispered. Another nodded. Could he have been kicked out of the human side for being too dumb? He's so stupid I almost feel sorry for him. Can such a human survive among the human group? If he weren't stupid, why would he come deep into the bloodthirsty tuna forest to cut wood? Should we let him go? Hell, expose our position. Better kill him. If you don't want to, we can rip out his tongue and break his hands. Future movie king gritted his teeth. Damn, being looked down upon by goblins.
What made it worse was that the goblins' words were heard word for word by the other players. Several players hiding in the shadows covered their mouths, shaking like sieves.
Bastards, I'm acting here, okay? Acting.
Future movie king roared silently in his heart. He kept up the terrified act, running toward the direction of the other players. When he felt the position was safe enough, he turned back to look at the goblins.
Haha, turns out you're not that strong either. I ran so slowly and you still couldn't catch me. You bunch of trash.
The goblins, who had been feeling a bit sorry for the stupid human and considering letting him go, were instantly enraged by this remark.
Fool, you're really asking for death. We were about to spare you. Stupid creature, die. Don't kill him. Take him back as a slave.
You'll make him dig or until he dies.
Damn it, these humans are all equally repulsive. Capture them and torture them to death. Yes. The goblins snarled.
Future movie king stood behind the trap the players had dug, patted his chest and shouted loudly, "Oh, I'm so scared.
Come on, kill me, you stupid goblins, bunch of stupid goblins. Damn it." The goblins roared and charged with weapons drawn. And then... thud. 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 After several dull sounds, the goblins fell into the player's trap. At the bottom of the trap, several goblin weapons seized earlier stood upright. As the fallen goblins sneered, "You don't think your junk weapons can break through?" Squelch. Several goblins had their chests pierced.
Dark green blood splattered all over the trap. The players, having hidden their weapons, picked them up and began stabbing into the trap.
Even if some goblins survived the fall, they couldn't escape death now. Cunning humans. The goblins let out a final roar. Soon,
Future movie king's video spread through the players' group. This slick move sparked a burst of inspiration among the players. For a time, players from several directions began using various performances to lure the patrolling low-level goblins. By the time the high-level goblins in the nest realized their numbers had dwindled, most of the first-level goblins had vanished.
Good, now we can launch the general assault. Anjong Chitao cut off the head of a second-level goblin and tossed it to the ground.
The weapons were fully equipped. The slaughter began.
In the darkness, the first-level players descended upon the goblins like wolves among sheep.
Near the goblin lair, they ambushed and killed any lone goblin they spotted. Even when encountering small groups of goblins, they no longer bothered with baiting skills. First-level players slaughtered first-level goblins as effortlessly as butchering chickens or cattle. When they faced second-level goblins, the players began to cooperate. Some veteran players with superior technique even launched direct brutal attacks. Dark green blood quickly seeped into the ground. The surrounding bloodthirsty toon trees began creeping toward the goblin lair.
Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why are the patrol goblins disappearing one by one?
Who is hunting goblins in the shadows?
Several third-level goblins were analyzing the situation.
They realized that by the time most of the goblins had vanished, there were hardly any first-level goblins left inside the lair. They had assumed that first-level goblins were being killed by some monsters on this planet. They figured the culprit must be something like first-level beasts or an evolved treeman from the bloodthirsty toon forest, since it only dared to hunt first-level goblins.
They dispatched second-level goblins to patrol and possibly capture the perpetrator.
But to their surprise, not only did they fail to find out why the first-level goblins had disappeared,
those second-level goblins never returned either. What do we do now? Should we report this to the chief? The chief is sleeping right now. He was so furious with those foolish humans today. Gangbon nearly got killed just for saying the wrong thing. Do you want to go die too?
One goblin scratched its head in frustration.
Then what? The second-level goblins sent out were also killed. Should we go patrol? This is a 5th-level planet. Maybe a 5th-level native species is hunting.
Who wasn't afraid of death?
The goblins exchanged uneasy glances. First and second-level goblins were expendable.
If they went on patrol, what if they were the ones who died?
Then, just pretend we know nothing.
If it really is a native species feeding, who knows when it will be full? But if it's not a native species and the chief wakes up to find half his clan missing, we're as good as dead.
Panic spread among the goblins.
Meanwhile, Amilo sat inside her mech utterly stunned.
What the hell?
Was killing above one's level already so commonplace? Why had her senior's clansmen adapted so quickly to their unlocked bodies? When she had unlocked her first level gene lockback, then it took her 3 days to adjust to her new body.
and that already made her a prodigy on her planet.
But now what was she seeing?
Those humans who had only received the first-level gene-unlocking agent during the day were already using their bodies with remarkable dexterity at night. And in such a short time they could calmly kill goblins. By genetic ranking, goblins stood above humans. After all, they were long-lived species.
A long-lived species meant that even at the same gene warrior level, while abilities might appear similar, their extended lifespans allowed them to stay at one level much longer.
Without considering talent, the longer one dwelled at a single level, the more they could develop their various capabilities.
This was common knowledge across the Star Alliance.
Yet before Amilo's eyes, humanity was shattering that rule. First-level goblin gene warriors were no match for first-level human gene warriors, even though these humans had only unlocked their gene locks half a day ago. Half a day. Watching Senior Wei Yuan's clansmen, they showed no trace of fear after killing goblins, only excitement and pleasure. Amilo's lips turned pale. Terrifying. Yes, terrifying.
As a student of the Lord Academy, she was no naive fool. She had crossed war zones alone to reach this remote planet. Perhaps a small part of it was her crush on Senior Wei Yuan. But more importantly, she saw this as a chance to build a good relationship with him, to become friends.
Networking was vital. Especially since Wei Yuan's future achievements were bound to be immense.
With that mindset, she had treated his clansmen kindly even though they were mostly low-level warriors or ordinary people. But now she felt fear toward these humans she had previously looked down upon.
These humans are like born killing machines, Amilo whispered. Tao Tao, they give me a familiar sense of dread. Very similar to the Zerg, the mech Tao Tao suddenly spoke. Amilo shuddered. But don't worry, Master. I've scanned them, they are definitely genuine humans. Genes don't lie.
According to ancient records, when humanity first left their homeland to explore the cosmos, they encountered countless races.
In those days when resources were contested between species, humans were terrifyingly dominant, even going head-to-head with the gods.
But after the near-extinction war with the Zerg, they became what they are now.
Perhaps what we are seeing is the true face of humanity. Tao Tao analyzed. Amilo took a deep breath. Maybe. If that were the case, Senior Wei Yuan's chances of becoming the next chancellor would skyrocket. The ancient humans had been so fierce that they silenced all races.
When her ancestor learned there was a human at the Lord Academy, he had specifically told her to befriend that student. Unfortunately, in all her time at the Academy, she could never get close to Senior Wei Yuan.
If not for this delivery opportunity, he wouldn't even glance her way. Amilo took another big gulp of tree sap. She would have to try even harder.
At that moment, standing outside the battle circle, Wei Yuan sensed something.
He frowned slightly. Why did it feel like someone was thinking about him?
Shaking his head, he dismissed the fleeting sensation.
He watched the players battle.
By then countless torches had been lit outside the goblin lair.
Not a single goblin came out anymore. Damn, these goblins really have gotten smarter. The players were waiting in the woods outside.
Seeing this situation, they also felt a bit numb. If you don't make a profit, it's a loss, brothers. I only killed one level 1 goblin. If this settles, I might even have to pay some gold coins to the system.
Damn, aren't goblins supposed to be crazy?
Why have they all become turtles hiding in their shells now? I was planning to record a video of a big battle, but now it seems like just a minor skirmish.
The players sighed one after another. Wei Yuan let out a soft chuckle.
These players still had no idea of the true terror of goblins. But for now it seemed that everything produced by the system was indeed exquisite. The fact that players could adapt to their bodies so quickly already surprised Wei Yuan.
They even spontaneously used tactics and divided labor. What was more, a few highly skilled players directly soloed level 2 goblins. This was truly a treasure trove. Wei Yuan silently memorized the IDs of those players who could already kill enemies above their level without taking damage.
These players would serve as reserves for the competition at the academy. Just as Wei Yuan was calculating in his mind, a player suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap, the ground is shaking."
Wei Yuan and the players simultaneously looked toward the direction of the goblin lair.
They saw a towering existence like a mountain of flesh crawling out from underground.
Its massive frame, just by standing up, made the entire area tremble.
In the dark night before the campfire, the Goblin King stared at the players' direction and let out a furious roar.
"Humans, you dare to provoke me, the Goblin King again." The tremendous sound even created visible ripples that quivered rapidly through the air.
Then it sent the players staggering and falling.
Put.
Those players closer to the goblin lair even began to spit blood.
So terrifying, what the hell is this? Is this the Goblin King? The pressure is 100 times stronger than what I saw in the videos. Damn, this time I want just not make money, you'll end up in debt.
Even though they were injured, the players kept their mouths running.
The Goblin King frowned in disgust. "Even when I'm sleeping I can smell the stench of you foolish humans.
Instead of waiting to die obediently in your base, you dare to come to my territory to provoke me, truly a pack of reckless morons.
Since you want to die so badly, then die. The Goblin King's eyes turned bloodshot.
The frustration from being taunted by humans during the day had not yet dissipated.
Now another large group of humans came to provoke him. He had just woken up and was in an extremely bad mood. No, I don't want to restart again.
The players in front turned to flee from the Goblin King's attack, but in the next second they were crushed into pulp. Splat. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving no intact corpse.
Even Amiluo couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Was their first battle against a level 4 goblin warrior? Would this group of humans be so traumatized that they would never dare to fight again? If they ran, death would come even faster. Amiluo couldn't help feeling worried.
Even with the seniors' help, perhaps only about half of these people would survive.
And that half, after being crushed by this one-sided massacre, would be completely broken.
Without a fighting spirit, even the strongest warrior was destined to lose.
Just as Amiluo thought this, he saw the players who had been about to flee actually coming back.
Several players at the front began their taunts. Holy shit, you goblin trash, you're only level 4 and you dare to call yourself the Goblin King. Exactly, with your level and your looks you have the nerve to call yourself a king.
Haha, is the goblin race running out of people? The players' fearless taunting made the Goblin King's face darken. You're asking for death.
His huge palm slammed into the ground, instantly killing 4 more players.
But in the player group, Anjong Chitao spoke through the mic in secret. Good work, brothers. He'll front the resurrection coins first. Go all out to enrage this Goblin King and lure him to the forest of bloodthirsty toon trees. Understood. Getting ready to respawn now. The rest is up to the remaining brothers. Let's go, let's go.
This was all tactics.
The tactics of Anjong Chitao.
However, after those 4 players were killed, when the players behind them started taunting again, the Goblin King merely sneered.
Foolish humans, are you trying to lure me into the forest of bloodthirsty toon trees? The Goblin King looked contemptuously at the taunting players. You worthless lot, letting these puny humans intimidate you. Are you even worthy of being goblin warriors?
After the Goblin King finished speaking, the players watched in shock as countless small mounds began to rise behind the Goblin King.
Dense figures emerged. Goblins. Countless short goblins were sprouting from the ground.
This hair-raising sight made the players' hearts race. Holy shit, what is this?
I'm tingling all over. I'm getting trypophobia, what the hell? Oh my god, why is the graphics so clear in the middle of the night? It's giving me goosebumps. This is too damn terrifying. Screenshot it, send it out, I can't be the only one suffering. Holy crap, this is the skill of goblins after level 3, brothers. A player looked at the goblins suddenly emerging from underground and spotted a small highlight.
Clicking it, he saw the system's introduction. Scout level 3 goblin skill reproduction. Level 3 goblins can continuously split and reproduce in places with soil, spawning large numbers of level 0 goblins with a chance to produce level 1 and level 2 goblins. When the level 3 goblin mother is eliminated, the spawned puppet goblins disappeared. Damn, why wasn't this intel given earlier?
It was supposed to be a warrior build, but suddenly it's become a mage. And aren't these monsters goblins? How come this skill looks like a necromancer? God damn it, does this game copy everything? Copying everything only makes us eat better. The players recorded videos while complaining.
Then some players who hadn't started recording yet before being overwhelmed by the goblin tide simply went offline.
How are we supposed to play now? The previous plan is completely useless now. Behind Tu Yupo's expression turned grim. Stealing Oil Woman, now is not the time to disrupt the morale of the army.
The player known as Dark Beggar jumped from a distance to Stealing Oil Woman's side and gave a hard slap on his shoulder. Open the free mic and coordinate with the brothers.
Got it.
Stealing Oil Woman rubbed his shoulder that had been slapped. The free mic was activated in the game and all players could hear their voices.
Brothers in front, those who can retreat should start to fall back. Those who can't should try to take down a few goblins.
I currently have 4,300 gold coins and can provide the brothers with 43 revives. As soon as Dark Beggar finished speaking, Stealing Oil Woman joined in, saying, I have 7,000 here. Like Dark Beggar, I will invest the gold coins into the common pool in advance so players who die can directly use the common gold to revive. This battle will be very difficult, but brothers, please cooperate, we will definitely win. Dark Beggar said, now remote players, please start marking the positions of the level 3 goblins. Dark Beggar continued, remaining players kill the level 3 goblins nearby. When the level 3 goblins cast skills, their bodies become stiff and easy to kill. Dark Beggar added, as for the level 4 boss, I Stealing Oil Woman along with Xingchen Makabaka and Wind Blowing, but we'll go to hold it off.
Dark Beggar asked, are you all ready?
The public screen was filled with players responding, ready.
Charge. Big brother, take us flying.
The few players called out by Dark Beggar were capable of killing level 2 goblins without taking damage during this battle. The first batch of players consisted of prominent figures within the gaming community. Wind blowing, but as part of the second batch of players surprisingly got named by the big shots to cooperate in taking down the boss. This astonished the players. After all, everyone mingled in the gaming community and there was always some exchange. However, it seemed that Wind blowing but was truly not well. Could he be some particularly low-key big shot? He joined the game with us, right? Could he really be a big shot? I've never heard of him. Wind blowing but was surprised to hear his name mentioned by Dark Beggar in the public chat. What the heck, am I really going to fight the boss with them? Wind blowing but looked at the Goblin King, which was as terrifying as a meat mountain, and swallowed. In the game for so many days he was actually similar to other players, just mining and chopping trees. He might accidentally get killed by the bloodthirsty Chuan and then use the hard-earned gold to revive. Nothing different. Could it be that I'm a gaming genius? Did those big shots spot me at first glance? Wind blowing but thought to himself. But then again, I just didn't play games before. This is what they call not making a sound until I astonish everyone. Perhaps I am just naturally gifted for gaming. Wind blowing but felt a bit euphoric. He excitedly gathered with the 4 big shots. Dark Beggar and Stealing Oil Woman stood together while Makabaka and Xingchen, who followed them, turned out to be 2 female players. Wind blowing but waved from a distance. Hee, I'm here. The high-quality items seized from the level 2 goblins have been divided. This is yours. Dark Beggar tossed a cleaver to Wind blowing butt. You look quite familiar, huh? Makabaka scrutinized Wind blowing butt. Did you play single-player games at home before? Never participated in any gaming events. Players started out guessing each other's identities using their IDs. After all, the gaming community is quite small. But later on, everyone realized that the character models in this game world bore some resemblance to their real selves. Most top players in the gaming community had appeared in public at least once. Even if they hadn't, they often arranged to meet offline after interacting in the game. Female players in the gaming community are also rare, especially those with good skills. Plus, Makabaka is quite outgoing and loves making friends. The skilled players in the gaming community basically knew her. So when she saw Wind blowing, but she was first surprised by his good looks and then realized that she had no impression of him at all. The genes of these players were specially optimized not only in terms of physique but also in their appearance. Thus their faces could be considered top-tier upgrades of their original faces on Earth. Among so many handsome men and beautiful women, Wind blowing butt's attractiveness was undeniable. With such a handsome face in the game, he must also be quite good-looking on. Makabaka thought that if she had seen him in the real world, she would definitely remember him. Hence she asked curiously. Ah. Wind blowing but scratched his head. I didn't play games before. This is my first game. This is your first game? Makabaka looked at him in shock. Wow, you're really impressive. You must have some talent in you. Not just Makabaka, even Xingchen, who had been standing quietly with a cold face, raised an eyebrow in surprise. So are you an athlete in the real world? Makabaka continued asking. Wind blowing but continued to shake his head. Oh my, how come your experience grows so fast? After the second batch of players entered the game, the system updated the players' experience bars. All players could only use genetic unlocking potions after their experience bars were full. However, this experience refers to the development level of the body. Therefore, even if one dies and revives again, this experience will not be lost. Wind blowing butt's experience bar increased incredibly fast. The reason why several veteran players took notice of him was that his experience bar was different from others. While others experienced a slow increase in their experience bars, Wind blowing but had a peculiar phenomenon where dying once would cause a significant jump in his experience. Honestly, are you secretly in cahoots with the game officials? Stealing Oil Woman asked as he threw his arm around Wind blowing butt's shoulder, whispering. Not at all. Wind blowing but shook his head innocently. If I did, I would definitely have the officials sell some painkillers. Every time I die it hurts so bad that I have nightmares at night. In the real world it's truly painful. After Wind blowing but finished speaking, he thought everyone would complain like him. Unexpectedly, the next second he saw the 4 big shots staring at him as if petrified. Bro, you know that page where you can adjust your 5 senses, right? Scroll down to the bottom, you can adjust the pain perception. Damn, you are one tough guy. Amazing, just too amazing. I respect you, man. I now believe you really haven't played games before. Everyone gave Wind blowing but a thumbs up. Xingchen quietly muttered a word, sick. Alright, it's time to deal with that Goblin King. Dark Beggar clapped his hands. At this moment the players had already begun their decapitation action against the level 3 goblins according to the previous plan. Most of the small goblins surrounding the Goblin King had disappeared. They could start to break through and rush in to take on the boss.
Anjong Chitao was the first to spring into action, darting out from the goblin horde.
He wielded a hammer, striking fiercely at the Goblin King. "You insect, how dare you provoke me!" The Goblin King was enormous, yet his movements were far from clumsy. In fact, his actions outpaced those of the players. When Anjong Chitao's hammer landed, he felt his hand go numb from the vibration. Yet the spot on the Goblin King's skin that he struck didn't even change color. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind surged toward Anjong Chitao, the air displaced by the Goblin King's massive fan-like hand as it swung. Holy crap! Confronted by the Goblin King's attack, Anjong Chitao's heart raced. But he couldn't dodge, the surrounding air had locked him in place. Can't evade. Is this a skill? Anjong Chitao's heart tightened. He could only watch as the palm slammed into him. Bang! After the deafening sound, the Goblin King didn't spare him another glance. After all, he was merely a level 1 human crushed with a single slap. Why bother looking again? The other players watched as Anjong Chitao was sent flying dozens of meters by that slap, tumbling across the ground with blood seeping out. He was surely dead. He lay motionless. The players gasped in shock. They never imagined that their strongest player Anjong Chitao could be killed with just one slap. But in the next second, the Goblin King's body stiffened. His face flushed as he looked down, only to see another human right behind him. "Behold my chrysanthemum spear!"
Toyupo roared, thrusting the spear he had lodged into the Goblin King's rear.
The skin there was nothing like the rest of his body. Even for a rough-skinned goblin, this was a weak spot.
Damn it, was that human just now a distraction? How cunning. The Goblin King's eyes turned bloodshot.
Though the wound wasn't particularly painful, the humiliation was unbearable.
Die. The Goblin King struck again, and Toyupo was immediately disconnected. Humph, just 2 humans like this dare to challenge me.
If there are any other strong ones, bring them all out at once.
The Goblin King contemptuously pulled out the spear Toyupo had thrust into his rear, though it bore a trace of blood.
But the physical damage was far less than the psychological blow. Meanwhile, the attacks from the other 3 had already arrived. Makabaka hurled 2 mother-son bombs while Fengshui Pippi swung a machete.
Xingshan drew 2 long blades from behind them.
Under a 3-pronged assault, the Goblin King showed no fear. Instead, he sneered contemptuously, grabbed the bombs and crushed them in his hand. The shockwave of the explosion sent Makabaka flying. Fengshui Pippi fared worse, his machete shattered on first contact with the Goblin King. The flying blade decapitated Fengshui Pippi.
In an instant he was back on Earth.
The only one left was Xingshan. Her expression remained cold and unreadable. Even with all her teammates dead, she gripped her twin blades and charged at the Goblin King with incredible speed.
Clang!
A flash of steel, the twin blades clashed against the Goblin King's dark green skin, sparking. When his attack came, Xingshan dodged with lightning speed, leaving an afterimage in the air.
She dodged it. Amiluo exclaimed, leaning over her monitor.
This was a level 4 warrior.
Even she, now a level 5 warrior, wouldn't dare claim she could evade the Goblin King's blow under such extreme circumstances.
How could this clan member of her senior, who was only level 1, be so fast? How could she possess such extreme speed?
Amiluo began to observe these humans more closely.
They were all from Senior Wei Yuan's clan, with black hair and black eyes. Her grandfather had once said that black-haired black-eyed humans were different from others. Meanwhile, the battle with the Goblin King continued. Xingshan's twin blades hummed softly. Nyx had already appeared on the edges. The girl's black hair spread out in the fray. Using her extreme speed, she halted midair. Under the moonlight, her delicate face exuded a chilling, breathtaking beauty. Indeed, in this game I can use ancient martial arts. It's a pity these weapons don't match this body. A cold light flickered in Xingshan's eyes. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Well, among these fun-seeking players there was actually a hidden expert. The Goblin King, enraged that he couldn't crush this human girl, burned with fury. Ha! Fine, your speed is indeed impressive. I, the chieftain, acknowledge you. But one mistake and you're dead. With that he stomped the ground, leaping high to fight Xingshan in midair. Xingshan's speed was astonishing. She dodged every attack. She even managed to land blows in the gaps. Each strike fell on the same spot. 2 red marks appeared on his dark green skin. Damn, this is a real pro. So awesome. A level 1 soloing a level 4 boss. Who is this pro?
I always thought Anjong Chitao was the strongest among us.
This pro is called Xingshan. She usually only plays simulation games, a low-key legend but highly respected in hardcore gamer circles. I have to record this video. Why is my level 1 so vastly different from hers?
Players kept dying and respawning.
Unconsciously they had already cleared out all the level 3 goblins.
Even Wei Yuan was amazed by the player's efficiency.
Now only Xingqian and the Goblin King remained on the field. Everyone knew that if she lost they would all be wiped out by the Goblin King again. The players knew it and so did the Goblin King. The dead were just level 3 trash.
His goblin tribe could produce countless more. So what if they died? This annoying human was the one he needed to eliminate.
She was far too irritating.
Her speed completely outpaced his attacks.
Forget catching up, even when he predicted her moves she still dodged. A cruel glint flashed in the Goblin King's eyes. He could only crush this annoying fly while she was attacking.
Clang!
The final flash of steel passed.
The Goblin King made no defensive moves at all, instead he urged her to attack. As dark green blood spurted out, his large hand grasped Xingqian's throat. Damn! 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 Brothers, the public account is out of gold coins. Just now we resurrected too many times to deal with those goblins and now the account is empty. Who still has some to spare? Hurry up and charge, give the great leader Xingqian a chance to resurrect. I already used up all mine while fighting, who else has any? I have no gold coins left. Neither do I. What should we do?
I got too excited while killing goblins and spent all my gold coins. I couldn't resurrect just now because I was out of coins.
Me too. Me too. We're done for. What should we do?
Is there still time to go mining now?
I'm afraid it's too late. Is anyone at the resurrection point? Don't come over, just go mining. The mine and the bloodthirsty Chuan forest are in opposite directions.
The players were already readied from trying to kill the level 3 goblins. With the public account's gold coins depleted, they started using their own. Once their own gold coins were exhausted, they realized
they were doomed.
It seemed the leaders had no chance to resurrect. The oil thief watched the messages from the players on the public screen, typing with a grin, "It's fine, it doesn't matter whether we resurrect or not. It's over." The leaders all agree it's useless.
It looks like we're going to lose this time. They could still handle the level 3 goblins. The sea of people tactic could still work. Facing the level 4 goblins now.
It would be better to just commit suicide. They could resurrect sooner.
Had just selling a flaw and you can't resist the bait.
The Goblin King grabbed Xingqian and brought her close to him. His head was almost as tall as Xingqian. The wound was on the arm of his other hand, currently oozing blood.
A little injury in exchange for a human elite, what a bargain. The Goblin King ruthlessly snapped Xingqian's neck.
Such a terrifying opponent had only just unlocked the first level of the genetic lock and they were already so strong. If she were to grow, wouldn't that be a grave threat left behind?
Xingqian logged off and her vision went dark. She originally thought she would be forcibly sent back to Earth like before.
To her surprise, when she opened her eyes again, she could still see the battle scene in Blue Star. However, the perspective had changed to floating in midair, watching her body being tossed aside by the Goblin King. Then she heard the players frantically shouting about the lack of resurrection coins. "This game updates quite fast," Xingqian murmured softly.
"Are the players satisfied with the new features?"
Suddenly Wei Yuan's voice came from beside her.
"Ha!"
Xingqian turned her head to see that the NPC Lord was smiling brightly at her perspective.
When the Goblin King killed Xingqian, Amilo couldn't help but gasp, standing up inside the mech to watch. This human is a genius among geniuses. Why isn't the senior making a move? Amilo couldn't understand.
If such a genius appeared among her people, she would surely do everything to cultivate them. How could she bear to let such a genius die?
Amilo felt both regret and heartache. It wasn't just this human named Xingqian, the previous few humans were quite outstanding as well.
It could be said that if they were placed among the Treant race, they would be prioritized for cultivation.
Why isn't the senior taking action? Amilo asked in confusion. Is it really going to end like this? What about the remaining humans? They also need to. Amilo's words were not finished.
She watched as the Goblin King prepared to attack those ordinary players. A lithe figure suddenly dashed out.
Damn! It's the secret beggar. How can he resurrect on the spot? Fool, what on-the-spot resurrection?
The secret beggar has been playing dead all this time.
Ha!
The secret beggar's body was already quite battered.
The Goblin King's slap had indeed left him covered in injuries.
However, after resting on the ground for a while, his health had stabilized.
With 7% health left. That was enough.
The secret beggar smirked. In his hand he held a syringe.
The syringe was the type for a first-level gene unlocking potion. Ha ha, brother, we fought for this opportunity for you, just go for it now.
The oil thief's excited voice came through the free mic. Makabaka was also shouting, "Charge beggar, it's all up to you now."
Xingqian was offline wearing a helmet and listening to the voices in the free mic unsure of what to say. Xingqian, hurry up, say something nice. Xingqian 6. Put.
The Goblin King was already prepared to slaughter. But in the next second he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He looked down and met the secret beggar's gaze as he smiled up at him.
The Goblin King's pupils suddenly constricted. This human was still alive. He endured one of his strikes and didn't die.
What terrified the Goblin King even more was that he suddenly felt his arm start to tingle. Then that heavy sensation quickly spread throughout his body.
What? What was this? How could these first-level humans have poison that could bring him down? No.
The Goblin King fell to the ground with a thud.
The entire ground trembled.
This tremor killed the secret beggar. After entering the death perspective, the secret beggar entered the free mic. Brothers, hurry up and chop off this goblin's head.
We have one. Cheers instantly echoed throughout the public screen.
Although the players were exhausted, they were more excited now. Congratulations host for completing the territory protection mission. Reward: second level gene lock potion, high quality goblin genes, map of star iron mine. So many rewards.
Wei Yuan checked with surprise. Don't be fooled by the goblins sent to his planet, they were quite useless.
However, the high quality genes of the goblin race were anything but. They are natural blacksmiths. If they possess high quality genes, they should be able to cultivate advanced blacksmiths.
Advanced blacksmiths can create extremely powerful weapons. Interstellar warriors rely not only on technological weapons for combat.
Even without match, the combat power of the warriors themselves must be very strong.
Having a good weapon is also very important for interstellar warriors.
Congratulations to all players for perfectly completing this mission. Rewards are now being distributed. At the same time, a video of a large number of goblins having their heads chopped off by humans was also simultaneously transmitted to the Star Network.
Wei Yuan placed the scene of a first-level human warrior beheading a level 4 goblin at the end.
He coldly spoke at the end, "Those who offend my territory shall die."
The Star Network immediately erupted in excitement.
The goblin race had been slapped in the face by the human race.
What is that? Amilo stared fixedly at the battlefield. The substance surreptitiously injected into the goblin's body could not possibly be a gene-unlocking agent.
They must have swapped it for something else.
Tao, scan it. Scanning. Tao replied. Master, the analysis result is the venom of the bloodthirsty locust tree. This venom induces anesthesia and prevents coagulation, its effect proportional to the dosage. Each bloodthirsty locust tree yields only 0.1 gram of venom. Amilo took a deep breath.
Senior really knows how to splurge. Even when the bloodthirsty locust tree hunts, it mixes the venom into its sap before injecting it into its prey. They've managed to purify this much.
Amilo naturally assumed that the large syringe of venom in Anzhankito's hands was refined using Wei Yuan's purification equipment.
But in truth, even Wei Yuan was stunned when he first saw that massive syringe of venom. These players truly scrimped and saved. He vaguely recalled that when the players had brought a large quantity of sap to exchange, they mentioned that during the final decomposition of the bloodthirsty locust tree they had found some fluid in the capillaries between the bark and the core. And this fluid was precisely the venom that the tree hadn't yet flushed into its roots. The player, seeing it resembled the sap and knowing the sap fetched a higher price than the wood or bark, had squeezed every bit of this venom into the sap. They were then told it was venom and that mixing it in would degrade the sap's quality. Unexpectedly, upon discovering it was venom, they began to collect it drop by drop. Since the system didn't reclaim it, they squeezed it out themselves and circulated it internally. After all these days, they'd probably only gathered this much. And now it came in handy. Congratulations to all players for completing the Goblin Purge mission.
Rewards are now being distributed based on player performance.
First place Xingqian reward 1000000 gold coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking agent, 1 titan giant gene, 1 high quality goblin gene, 1 weapon from the Lord's armory claimed from the Lord. Second place to Yupo reward 80000 gold coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking agent, 1 titan giant gene, 1 high quality goblin gene. Third place Anzhankito reward 50000 gold
coins, 1 level 2 gene unlocking agent, 1 titan giant gene, 1 high quality goblin gene. The reward scrolling on the public game channel made Makabaka's eyes burn with envy. Damn, why is to Yupo second? Makabaka glanced at his own reward.
It was only 30000 gold coins, a level 2 gene unlocking agent, and 1 titan giant gene.
Why?
Because I made the biggest contribution.
Toyupo declared loudly. Ha ha, I finally got the spot I deserved this time. Beggar, I ask you, do you concede or not? The moment he received his reward, he immediately revived, stood akimbo before Anzhankito and acted extremely arrogant. I truly concede this time, all right. Anzhankito could only laugh helplessly. Thank goodness you collected the locust tree venom, or we'd have lost for sure. Even if we could all revive, that Goblin King could have killed us with a single slap. I never expected a level 4 boss to be this powerful. He didn't even use his weapon. He probably looked down on us and didn't use his full strength. Anson instinctively began to summarize the battle. As a veteran player of competitive games, his sensitivity to the flow of battle far surpassed that of the other top players. Toyupo nodded. Lucky break. But that's Interstellar for you. He underestimated us and now he's dead. Ha ha ha. The distribution of rewards was a celebration for the players. Everyone had made a killing. Wei Yuan awarded high-quality goblin genes to the top 100 players, Titan Giant genes to the top 10 and level 2 gene unlocking agents to the top 5. While checking their rewards, the players also saw the newly updated in-game shop. However, many items were grayed out as Wei Yuan didn't have them yet. Only the icons for the level 1 and level 2 gene unlocking agents were lit. Fortunately, most players' experience bars were only just full at level 1. Even if the top 3 exchanged their rewards, they wouldn't gain that much experience anytime soon. Watching the players joyfully collect their rewards, Wei Yuan couldn't suppress his inner excitement. Though he had long heard of the fearsome reputation of the Fourth Calamity, this time he truly felt the terror of the players. They needed no help from him, they used their own gold coins to rapidly grind quests. It was like leeks harvesting themselves with a scythe while thanking him profusely. Like now. Even Xingqian, who always wore a cold expression, couldn't help but blush slightly when she came to Wei Yuan to claim her reward. Lord. The black-haired girl was tall and slim, her skin fair and delicate. I'm here to claim my reward. Wei Yuan nodded. Follow me. It was the same weapon armory as before. But after unlocking the level 1 gene lock, the weapons that once merely looked impressive now seemed to possess a life of their own. Xingqian stood at the entrance of the armory. She could faintly sense that every weapon within had its own heartbeat. No, it wasn't their heartbeat. Xingqian took a deep breath and walked towards the direction where she felt the heartbeat was strongest. Xingqian, in the Star Alliance there are 2 types of weapons. One is energy weapons crafted by mechanics powered by energy stones to unleash devastating force. These require a matching gene level to use. Wei Yuan spoke calmly. And the other kind. Xingqian's heartbeat quickened as she looked at Wei Yuan expectantly. The other kind is forged by blacksmiths using various materials. These weapons possess a spirit and are not restricted by level. Wei Yuan drew a pair of tang swords from his weapon rack. As the slender blades were pulled free, they radiated an intense chill. A faint glint of cold light flickered. Even without testing them, Xingqian knew these tang swords were exceptionally sharp. This kind of weapon relies on the user to unleash its potential. In theory, as long as the user is strong enough, the weapon is invincible. With that, Wei Yuan swung the tang sword and gently drew it across the ground. The harder it split like tofu. Xingqian watched as 2 hairline-thin black lines appeared on the ground. Yet the 2 tang swords, having passed through the earth, bore not a single scratch. Now they are yours. If only such weapons existed in the real world. Xingqian murmured, gripping the twin blades, her mind slightly dazed. The 2 blades were utterly perfect. When held in her hands, she felt as if her arms had elongated. These blades seemed to have grown from her very body. This game is terrifyingly realistic. Hearing Xingqian's low murmur, Wei Yuan chuckled and said, I noticed you using ancient martial arts skills during today's battle with the goblins. Xingqian, does your family have a legacy in this? Ancient martial arts. Xingqian turned to look at Wei Yuan. Could this game possibly have something related to ancient martial arts? In reality, her family did indeed possess a legacy in ancient martial arts. However, it had now turned into a martial arts school. And business was not doing well. In recent years it had been on the verge of bankruptcy. If not for the fact that her father had only her as a daughter and the legacy could not be broken, Xingqian's mother would not have wanted her to practice. After all, the poor study literature while the wealthy practice martial arts. To excel in martial arts, one must invest in diet, not only endure hardship but also consume nourishing supplements. Merely eating well was far from sufficient, one also had to daily soak the body in various medicinal herbs and consume many chi-replenishing medicines. But in modern society with severe air pollution, the efficacy of medicinal herbs was far inferior to that of the past. Moreover, young people today were unwilling to endure the hardship of climbing mountains to gather herbs. Good medicinal herbs were hard to find. Xingqian never expected that playing a game would allow an NPC to perceive her proficiency in martial arts. Suddenly being described with such a lofty term as ancient martial arts filled Xingqian with a sense of embarrassment. I can only say I know a little bit. Knowing a little is enough. I happen to plan on inviting some instructors to our Blue Star to teach our people various skills, and ancient martial arts is one of them. I have already posted recruitment notices. Many interstellar people have submitted their resumes. 3 days from now we will conduct interviews. Would you be willing to help as an interviewer? Lord mission follow the Lord to the central galaxy and serve as an interviewer. Note during this mission you cannot forcibly log out. Reward unknown accept mission. Yes no. Darn. A special mission. Where was the icy demeanor on Xingqian's beautiful face now? An aloof beauty that was just an external image. Accept. The Lord's schedule is 3 days from now, right? Wei Yuan nodded. Great. Wait, hold on. Lord, how many days will this mission take? After all, the system had just warned that she could not forcibly log out during the mission. Although the reason was unclear, she still had to eat, drink and answer nature's calls in real life. If the mission lasted several days, wouldn't her real-life self starve to death? This mission should take about a week. After Wei Yuan finished speaking, Xingqian hesitated whether to decline. Just then. System notification: mission accepted. Please log out shortly to receive the game pod specially prepared for players by this game. The pod is fully equipped with a comprehensive nutrition system providing a full month of offline service. Holy crap! Xingqian had lost count of how many times she had inwardly exclaimed in shock today. Each time was exhilarating. This game was simply too amazing. Previously she had only wanted to grab an account for this fully immersive simulation game to practice her skills. She actually wasn't very fond of interstellar games. The game tropes were far too cliched. Interstellar, that meant countless spaceships, mechas, high-tech gadgets. But now Wei Yuan, this Lord NPC, mentioned ancient martial arts. That immediately caught her full attention. And now accepting a single mission came with a gamepod. Generous, truly generous. Xingqian took a deep breath. Stay calm, stay calm. She couldn't be as loud and excitable as the likes of Secret Beggar and others. As that heir of ancient martial arts, she had some image to uphold. Hey, ancient martial arts heir, the term felt embarrassing in daily life, but being praised by an NPC in the game was quite satisfying. What Wei Yuan saw was Xingqian nodding with a cool, expressionless face. He had no idea that the seemingly aloof beauty in front of him was inwardly no different from the other goofy players. After all, people who sleep under the same blanket become similar. A single game attracts the same type of players. There are only two kinds: pure thrill seekers. And those who appear serious on the surface but are still thrill seekers inside. Wei Yuan was still marveling what a rare find among such a bunch of goofballs, a reliable player. This Xingqian could even hold her own in the central galaxy. I do have an eye for choosing players. A broader smile spread across Wei Yuan's face. Since you've accepted the mission, it's settled. But bringing only one of us isn't enough. Xingqian, do you have any recommendations? You mean people to bring along to the central galaxy? Xingqian asked. Wei Yuan nodded. Reliable players usually had their own circles. Perhaps Xingqian could recommend a few more dependable players. Secret Beggar, Makabaka and Wind Blows Fart are all quite good. Especially Wind Blows Fart, he has a certain aura, Xingqian said. Wei Yuan nodded. These players were indeed highly skilled. Moreover, this mission relied entirely on them. But why didn't Xingqian recommend Oil Thief? Before Wei Yuan could ask, a figure suddenly appeared before him with a swoosh. Oil Thief slid up to Wei Yuan's feet, hugging him. Brother Yuan, take me along. I want to go to the central galaxy too. I've been diligently educating players for years. My experience bar is slow only because killing bloodthirsty chimeras doesn't give experience. Brother Yuan, boo-hoo. Xingqian, you icy bitch. It was I who recommended this game to you. Now that there's a chance to see the outside world, you don't recommend me, you ungrateful wretch. A storm of wailing and accusation. Xingqian's face remained icy, but she chuckled inwardly. She knew this gossip hound was hiding in a corner, eavesdropping on her conversation with the Lord. This guy really went wherever there was excitement. How could this mission leave him out? Wei Yuan shook his leg but failed to fling off the creature clinging to it. The Oil Thief only wailed loudly without shedding a single tear. Your acting is even worse than that player called Future Movie King, Xingqian said, his ears aching from the noise. He strode over and yanked the Oil Thief off. With acting like this, how dare you make mean videos about Future Movie King? Pulled down roughly, the Oil Thief twisted quickly, trying to break free from Xingqian's grip and lunged back at Wei Yuan's pant leg. But before he could crawl 2 meters, Xingqian's long leg pinned him down. What are you doing? What are you doing? You traitor! I always include you in good things, but you. When the Lord asked for recommendations, you didn't pick me. Just wait till I get back to make a guide. I'll edit a meme video about you. Shut up. You're annoying, Xingqian said, rapping the Oil Thief on the head. The Lord said he needs reliable players. Look at yourself, are you reliable? I'm not reliable. The Oil Thief wriggled on the ground like a cockroach, his limbs sliding uselessly because he was pinned, a truly comical sight. Aren't I more reliable than Beggar and Makabaka? That beggar is nothing but a battle maniac.
If someone like him goes to the central star system with the Lord, what if he gets a sudden urge to pick a fight?
Tell me. And that Makabaka, you know him.
He goes wherever there's excitement, running around all day obsessed with making friends.
Does that look reliable?
Xingqian fell silent at his words.
Listening to their argument, Wei Yuan also grew quiet. Good heavens. None of them seemed like easy picks.
Should he reconsider his choices?
Wei Yuan's gaze fell on Xingqian. Lord, I've already accepted the mission.
Don't even think about taking it back, Xingqian blurted out, catching his look.
Wei Yuan quickly looked away. Was his intention that obvious?
Haha, since the mission has been issued, how could I take it back?
Wei Yuan awkwardly changed the subject.
But since Oil Thief is so eager to take on the mission, and given your excellent performance last time, he'll let you come along this time. As Wei Yuan's words faded, the Oil Thief received a mission invitation from the system.
Without a second thought, he clicked confirm.
Ha ha ha, great. I get to see the outside world too. Xingqian's foot was still on his back and the Oil Thief flailed joyfully, looking even more like a pinned cockroach.
This mission lasts about a week. I need to go offline and ask my fans for leave. Xingqian, let me go so I can log out.
The Oil Thief pushed Xingqian's foot away.
3 minutes later, he opened his eyes in his gaming room.
At the same time, just like with the helmet delivery, the gaming pod arrived. The Oil Thief gazed at the gaming pod, which resembled the medical pod in the game, and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it.
Truly incredible. This game company is too amazing.
When I saw the medical pod in the game, I thought it was impressive, but I never expected they'd create something so similar in the real world. To the players, everything in the game was just rendered graphics. The technology inside was of course all fictional, just part of the setting. They naturally assumed that such in-game technology would be hard to replicate in reality. The Oil Thief never expected that the game company had actually produced a pod capable of sustaining a person for a month without food or water.
Cool, so cool. First I'll go ask my fans for leave.
Soon the Oil Thief started a livestream. As always, he chatted with his fans about what happened in the game world. This time videos of the battle against the goblins were already all over the internet.
Players who had been killed uploaded them after returning offline. Those online videos are getting old.
Oil Thief, where's your video?
Hurry up and release it.
Despite the abundance of clips, fans eagerly awaited the Oil Thief's version.
Because he usually recorded everything in full and had excellent camera control.
This time the Oil Thief didn't keep them in suspense and uploaded the video directly. Then, just as all the netizens were about to click and watch, he dropped a bombshell.
Haha guys, in 3 days I'm going to complete a Lord's mission. It'll take about a week and I can't go offline during that time, so I'm asking for leave now. A Lord's mission. Damn, never heard of it.
Oil Thief is still the man. Could this be that legendary special mission?
The other streamers I follow haven't said anything yet. Oil Thief, you're always on the front lines. Tell us, what's the mission? Yeah, why does it take a week?
And if you can't go offline, what will you eat and drink?
Starve to death playing a game.
Seeing the concerned messages from netizens, the Oil Thief smirked mysteriously.
Hee hee, everyone look behind me.
The Oil Thief turned his head, revealing the gaming pod.
Its sleek body when closed looked like an oval giant egg.
As the Oil Thief reached out to touch it, an electronic voice rang out. The Star Human Gaming Pod is at your service.
Would you like to log into your game account? No login.
After showing off the pod's dazzling effects, the Oil Thief decisively chose not to log in.
Then he saw countless bullet comments flood his computer screen. Damn, I'm so jealous.
What is that?
A gaming pod. So cool, it looks just like the medical pod in the game. Holy crap, is this game company really just making games? They even created something this awesome.
This gaming pod has something special. Even ignoring other features, just its design alone, if it sold for tens of thousands, I bet countless people would go crazy pre-ordering it.
Oil Thief, you're living the good life.
You really deserve to die. The Oil Thief beamed with delight as he read the netizens' envious remarks.
Alright, everyone, wish me luck.
Oh, and the nutrition system in this pod can sustain me for a month, guys, a whole month.
Don't be envious, don't be jealous. Big Bro will bring back some good stuff for you all. Blue Star.
Emilio, your school term is about to start.
Get the transport ship back here immediately.
What kind of bad habit is this, going out for fun and taking a transport ship with you?
Hearing the roar from the communicator, Emilio shrank her neck.
She knew her father would be angry, but she hadn't expected him to be this furious. She looked up at the transport ship riddled with bullet holes. If she went back like this, she would surely die a miserable death.
Anxiety. Amiluo took an anxious gulp of the sap from the bloodlust toon tree.
Master, for the sake of your life I suggest you seek out the clansmen of Lord Wei Yuan and purchase some bloodlust tree sap to take back.
The voice of the Mekatato sounded from behind Amiluo. That's right.
Amiluo suddenly clapped her hands.
You're so smart, Tao Tao.
The bloodlust toon tree is hard to find now, and the sap collected by humans carries the breath of life. Father will surely be very pleased.
Maybe I can avoid this beating.
The worry on her face vanished in an instant, and she bounced cheerfully toward the direction where the players were gathering. Having just fought a tough battle, all the players' pockets were bulging. They were now hawking their wares in a large open field.
Don't miss out, folks. Weapons soaked in the toxin of the bloodlust toon tree, just breach the prey's defense and you can hunt without taking a scratch. Limited stock, first come first served. Clearance sale. High-grade goblin weapons, heirloom battle axes.
Their effects are just like the tang sword of the star player, a treasure among cold weapons.
Everything for 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins for everything. Buy it and you won't regret it. As soon as she stepped onto this street, Amiluo was enthusiastically stopped by the player at the front. Oh, it's Miss Amiluo. Come look here.
I have the freshest bloodlust toon tree sap, freshly squeezed, very fresh.
Ours is cheaper, Miss Amiluo.
Buy from me and you'll get a 20% discount for bulk purchases.
25 off. 25 off here.
No need for bulk, Miss Amiluo, come to me. In an instant the players went wild, all trying to sell their bloodlust toon tree sap to Amiluo. Most of the players setting up stalls here were from the first batch. After all, the first batch of players were the big shots carefully selected by Wei Yuan from the gaming circle. When the second batch of players returned to the game still groggy, they saw this bustling scene. I was about to go mining and this place is already open for business.
Damn, what are those big shots doing?
Why are they all pushing their bloodlust toon tree? That stuff tastes awful, and since the oil-stealing grandma player sold too much to the system, the price has dropped. Hey, you wouldn't know this, but I heard Miss Amiluo loves drinking bloodlust toon tree sap and she pays a much higher price than the system. The player who had gathered this information rubbed his thumb and index finger together for his fellow workers who were about to start their shifts. And she doesn't even pay in gold coins, she pays directly with energy stones.
Ha! Energy stones.
I remember energy stones and energy are cost about the same. Didn't someone calculate before that selling bloodlust toon tree sap to Amiluo was worse than trading with the system?
Your info is outdated, brother.
The veteran players have already leveled up to 2. After level 2 they can buy energy weapons from the system shop. The consumable for energy weapons is energy stones, isn't it? The energy we mine needs to be processed to become energy stones, but our lord doesn't have that technology.
Damn, so you're saying the only way for us to get energy stones is from Amiluo? That's right. This news spread through the player community in an instant. This was the first time Amiluo felt so welcome among the clansmen of Senior Wei Yuan.
She remembered that every time she came to buy bloodlust toon tree sap before, these clansmen had seemed somewhat indifferent. They always said they sold to her only for the sake of her twin tails. The players were usually a bit zany, and now their sudden enthusiasm left Amiluo somewhat bewildered.
Do you already know that I'm leaving soon? Amiluo bought up all the bloodlust toon tree sap on the entire street.
Only when making the final payment did she ask the player she was trading with. Could it be that Senior Wei Yuan, knowing school was about to start, had asked his clansmen to be warmer to her?
Thinking this, a faint blush crept onto Amiluo's face. But the player standing opposite her suddenly let out a sharp shriek. What? Miss Amiluo, you're leaving?
His loud voice carried. Instantly all the players turned to look.
Damn, when are you leaving? Can we negotiate? Could you leave a bit later, sis? Amiluo, if you leave, what will we do?
All the players panicked. They had thought this NPC was just a minor character, but who knew?
Just as they discovered her usefulness, she was about to leave.
What kind of game design was this?
Weren't they just messing with them?
I set sail in 3 days, Amiluo sighed. That's why I came to stock up on some bloodlust toon tree sap as gifts for my family.
Do you have any more? I'll take it all.
She had only managed this much time by using a space jump. If she had taken the normal route, she would have had to turn back right after delivering the goods last time. She hadn't expected that these clansmen of Senior Wei Yuan, who usually seemed indifferent to her, would be so reluctant to see her go at the moment of parting.
Only 3 days left.
The players were horrified. 3 days. Brothers, I'm packing up my stall.
Squeezing sap is the priority. See ya. I'm out too.
A newly bought weapon is useless without energy stones.
The players came and went with incredible speed. In just a few seconds, the once bustling marketplace fell into instant desolation. Aren't humans supposed to be masters of social graces? Why are Senior Wei Yuan's clansmen so? Ami Luo couldn't find the right words to describe her feelings now.
They seem to have only a shred of reverence for Lord Wei Yuan, the Mecha Tao Tao summarized. It's like the worker insects of the Zerg loyal to their queen.
How are they like the Zerg? The Zerg have no feelings, they only mindlessly execute their queen's orders and devour everything in sight.
Ami Luo frowned with instinctive disgust at the mention of the Zerg.
Weren't Senior Wei Yuan's clansmen quite warm to her? Mecha Tao Tao tilted its head as it watched Amilo hop away.
However, the simulation data generated internally showed that the interaction patterns among Wei Yuan's clansmen bore at least 90% similarity to those of the insect race.
If Wei Yuan were likened to a king insect, wouldn't his clansmen be worker insects?
In the insect race there were only king insects and worker insects.
Within the worker insect collective there was no hierarchy. Yet in the Alliance, not to mention gene warriors and ordinary clansmen, even high-level gene warriors looked down upon those of lower ranks.
They had always believed in the supremacy of the strong. But on this planet Mecha Tao Tao observed that these humans displayed an attitude of equality when facing Amilo. They even dared to loudly declare in front of Amilo that the price she offered was far from fair. Such a thing would be utterly impossible among the treefolk.
Tao Tao, what are you thinking about? Amilo had stopped walking at some point.
It wouldn't be right to leave without saying goodbye. I need to inform the senior first.
When Amilo found Wei Yuan, he was eating on another street. Most of the stall owners here were new players with few resources. Tired from mining, they would hunt some prey to set up a night market and earn a little money. The resources on this 5th-level planet were abundant, teeming with both animals and plants.
Players often liked to indulge in a hearty meal when they had free time.
These players, due to Wei Yuan's sense of hometown kinship, had all recruited fellow Chinese. So, fresh wild boar meat, hay.
Fragrant roasted mountain chicken eggs. Boss, give me a skewer of roasted mountain chicken leg.
Wei Yuan stood before the barbecue grill, the aroma of roasted chicken leg making him swallow his saliva. It's Brother Yuan.
The player, fanning himself with a homemade fan, wiped the sweat from his face and deftly sprinkled wild chives from the seasoning box onto the chicken leg.
In an instant, an even more irresistible fragrance assaulted Wei Yuan's nostrils.
Only a fellow earthling could do this.
Wei Yuan stared fixedly at the golden sheen on the chicken leg. In the interstellar era, every race prioritized efficiency, even evolving away their culinary desires.
As for the human race, after the Great War with the insect race, only a handful of survivors had escaped, leaving no one to bother preserving recipes.
Since transmigrating, Wei Yuan had subsisted on nutrient fluids every day.
Though they filled his stomach, their taste was indescribable. According to the transmigrator's law, Wei Yuan should have been a culinary master, able to conquer the interstellar elites with his cooking.
But unfortunately on Earth, Wei Yuan was a takeout connoisseur. Why cook when you can order?
The most he ever made at home was instant noodles.
He could barely be called an instant noodle chef. Extra spicy.
The player quickly turned the chicken leg, golden fat dripping onto the charcoal and sizzling. White smoke rose, filling the air with the aroma of cooking.
Yes. All right, roasted chicken leg is ready. Here you go, Brother Yuan, 1 gold coin. The player wrapped the fragrant chicken leg in the leaves of a bloodthirsty tune tree and handed it over, taking Wei Yuan's gold coin without any hesitation.
Senior Wei Yuan, do you have to pay for things? Amilo, who had just arrived, stared in shock at the scene. Wei Yuan and the player, separated by the barbecue grill, both looked at her with confusion.
What do you mean? Can't I accept money?
The player scratched his head.
What do you mean, Amilo? Don't you pay when you buy things from my clansmen?
Wei Yuan's gaze sharpened instantly. I did pay, I paid.
Amilo felt a chill run down her neck at the look in Wei Yuan's eyes. As long as you paid. Wei Yuan returned to normal and took a big bite of the roasted chicken leg. The sizzling, oily leg was incredibly delicious. You were looking for me.
Wei Yuan's mouth was greasy, but it didn't diminish his handsomeness. In fact, it added a touch of earthly warmth, making him seem less unapproachable. Amilo gazed at Wei Yuan with a hint of fascination.
Want some? Wei Yuan took even bigger bites, and only after finishing the leg did he turn around. Boss, 2 more chicken legs. Do you eat spicy? Amilo blinked innocently. Senior, I want the same as you. All right, both spicy. Wei Yuan paid another 2 gold coins. Tao Tao watched as Wei Yuan handed 2 gold coins to the player. On its internal display, the similarity between humans and the insect race plummeted sharply.
Even among the insect race, a king insect would never pay a worker insect. Serving the king insect was the worker insect's honor.
SSS.
Amilo took her first bite of the roasted chicken leg and her pale face instantly flushed bright red.
What is this feeling? Could it be poisonous?
She stuck out her tongue slightly, trying to ease the tingling sensation. But at the same time her mouth began to salivate profusely. Though her mouth was in pain, she found herself wanting to eat even more. Take big bites, it won't be spicy once you eat more, Wei Yuan said, chewing heartily. The salty, savory and explosively spicy roasted chicken leg was simply irresistible. Amilo's eyes welled up with tears, but as a high-level gene warrior her constitution was strong. She quickly adapted to the spiciness and became addicted. After 2 or 3 bites she devoured the entire chicken leg. She hadn't expected humans to have not only delicious bloodthirsty toon tree sap but also such wonderful food.
Both stimulating and delicious. Before Amilo could speak, Wei Yuan quickly interjected, "You came looking for me, right? What's the matter?" He could tell this gluttonous girl wanted another chicken leg. As a senior and a host he couldn't appear too stingy.
At least not in front of the players.
So he promptly diverted Amilo's attention from the chicken leg.
Amilo finally remembered that she had come to tell Wei Yuan about her departure.
Senior school is about to start.
I need to return the transport ship, so I came to say goodbye.
After speaking, Amilo looked at Wei Yuan with a hint of anticipation. She wondered if he would feel a little reluctant to see her go.
But she noticed his eyes suddenly brighten.
"Junior, traveling home alone, what if you run into space pirates again? That's too dangerous. Senior, I can use space jump technology to cross directly through the war zone." Wei Yuan shook his head.
"Even with space jump technology I can't let a young lady like you go home alone.
Tell you what'll bring a few clansmen and escort you back." "Senior, you are so nice." Amilo's cheeks flushed even redder.
She secretly glanced at Wei Yuan, her heart racing slightly.
"Ahaha, look. I told you Amilo must like brother Yuan.
I won the bet, hurry up, give me the gold coins."
"Ah.
The twin-tailed girl has fallen, but what a pity, our brother Yuan is an ambitious man, how could he be held back by a girl's whim?"
Sigh. "Amilo, you are such a disappointment to us."
A group of players nearby lamented as they reluctantly handed over their gold coins. The players who had won the bet had faces that were nearly split from grinning.
The ambiguous atmosphere dissipated instantly. Upon hearing their remarks, Amilo covered her face and hurriedly ran away.
Wei Yuan blocked the players collecting the gold coins, extending his hand. "If you want to bet on me, you better hurry, I'll take 70 and you can have 30.
Forced by the pressure, the players took out their gold coins.
"Brother Yuan, you're already a lord, why are you still so stingy?" "Exactly, you're a great lord, a man destined to be a king of the stars."
"A stingy man isn't good for finding a wife."
"I can't help but suspect that what you said about protecting Amilo home was just a cover-up intending to hitch a ride on her space jump."
"What a miser.
You'd stoop so low as to sell your charm just to save a bit of fare, poor silly Amilo."
"Ah, the world is a cold place."
Wei Yuan pointed to the gold coins and glanced at the players. "You should know our human race is quite poor. If we don't manage our resources carefully, how can we support you all, my kin?" He said this and turned to leave, completely ignoring the somewhat disheveled players behind him.
Ridiculous.
Without his meticulous planning, how could he have built such a vast estate for the players while at the Lord Academy?
The weapons in the armory didn't just appear from nowhere, did they?
However, the players were right. He wasn't a fool, and he could tell that Amilo had a slight interest in him. Since she already liked him, it wouldn't be too inconvenient for him to take advantage of her kindness.
Moreover, the players still hadn't registered their identities on the StarNet. Strictly speaking, they were all unregistered. Unregistered individuals cannot log into the official passenger starship. Task triggered provide identity verification for the players. As a Star Lord, how could his kin be unregistered in the stars?
Please ensure each of your kin has identity verification. Task reward, fleet of star cruisers. Damn.
Wei Yuan couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the task details and rewards.
Fortunately, there weren't any players nearby, otherwise he would have been in trouble. However, this sudden task and its rewards were quite outrageous. Getting identity verification for the players. With gene cloning technology and summoned earthlings, that was impossible to accomplish overtly. If the Star Realm found out he could summon powerful souls from another world, they would definitely capture him, forcing him to summon players and compelling them to fight the insect race. Compared to the stars, Wei Yuan still felt like an earthling. He and the players were from the same place. System, this task reward is just tempting me,
Wei Yuan complained.
But a whole fleet of star cruisers. That was 81 star cruisers. Their value would make several military district leaders fight to claim them, even in the central military of the Alliance.
Wei Yuan was excited about the task reward, but thinking about the task's requirements he sighed. Should he do it?
If so, he'd have to try to hack into the Alliance's terminal brain. In the multi-race alliance, technology was rapidly advancing through the collision of various races.
Artificial intelligence was a part of supporting the research of gene technology. Moreover, all identity registrations were uploaded to the cloud.
And all data in the cloud was managed by the terminal intelligence. I don't have the technical skills to hack into Wei's backend to alter data yet. Furthermore, the number of players will definitely increase in the future. I can't just hack into its backend every time I summon. Besides, those on the surface of the Alliance may be incredibly foolish, but those truly in power behind the scenes aren't idiots. If they detect traces of data alteration, they will definitely enhance their defenses. If I repeatedly challenge this thing, wouldn't that be insanity? System, we've become quite familiar with each other. Can you give me a straightforward answer? Is this feasible? Wei Yuan was really reluctant to give up this task. Detected that the task is too difficult for the current host. Searching for solutions. After evaluation, the kin summoned by the host can provide no assistance. Initiating system support. On the technical side, this system can provide assistance. The host only needs an interface that can connect to the terminal intelligence. Although this is simpler than the original operation, obtaining an interface for the terminal intelligence isn't easy. Wei Yuan fell silent for a moment. It seems I still have to return to school. He thought about how the principal would react if he knew he was going back to steal the terminal intelligence interface and hack into Wei's backend. The principal would probably be furious enough to break his legs. No matter, let's go recruit some talents first. At least I need to train the players to be presentable. Just relying on resurrection will only make them fodder even if they survive. 3 days passed in a flash and the morning of departure arrived. The players gathered under Amilo's transport ship with tearful eyes. Woo, Amilo is leaving. After this departure, we don't know if there will be any NPCs to bring energy stones again. Safe travels. Don't forget to record a video for us, oil thief. We were all the same, mining diligently, but you had to roll. Now look, you can follow the Lord to the central star system. I really? Big brother, bring back more energy stones for us. The oil thief secret beggar, wind blowing, but Makabaka and Xingqian stood in the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Secret beggar, hahaha brothers, just wait for our good news. Oil thief, once we reach the new map we will definitely record a video and bring it back to show you. Makabaka, if there's anything good I'll send a message in the group, just private message me when the time comes. Xingqian 6. Wind blowing but looked at the four, unsure if he should say something. Would remaining silent make him seem out of place? Hahaha brothers, look. This is the interior of the transport ship. Even though this is my second time here, every visit still leaves me in awe of the sheer space inside. Look how cool is this door. It's absolutely incredible. This compartment used to house the primary energy saws, and back then it was a breathtaking sight. Now we can only see how vast this place is. Amilo is definitely a super rich heiress. I once overheard her conversation with Brother Yuan. This transport ship belongs to her family. She's the real deal, a true blue-blood beauty. If Brother Yuan can win Amilo over, we'll never have to worry about food or drink, brothers. Tuyupo walked in the group muttering to himself while recording a video. Fengchuipipi, who was following them for the first time, was baffled by Tuyupo's behavior. There wasn't even a live streaming function in the game. What was he doing? Didn't he feel embarrassed? Couldn't he see that even Amilo was feeling awkward? Fengchuipipi turned to see Wei Yuan looking away. Oh no, even the Lord felt ashamed. How mortifying. The habit of feeling embarrassed for others was kicking in. Fengchuipipi blushed and lowered his head. As a rich second-generation heir, this was the first time he experienced what netizens used to describe online, that cringeworthy feeling of wanting to dig a hole with one's toes. Just as Fengchuipipi was about to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, Makabaka's hand landed on his shoulder, feeling super awkward. Haha, Tuyupo is a streamer. You'll get used to it. That's how full immersion games are. When you're deep into it you forget they're all NPCs. Fengchuipipi expressed his thanks, but he wasn't comforted at all. Sister Maka, the immersion is way too strong. I can't ignore it. Fengchuipipi whispered to Makabaka. In the time they had been talking, Amilo had already burst into laughter several times. The Lord's face was practically screaming embarrassment. How could they remain so calm in front of the Lord and Amilo casually talking about them being NPCs? Through the systems processing, the Earth language spoken by players was automatically translated into the Galactic Common Language. However, when it came to words that might expose the game, they automatically reverted to Earth language. So Amilo just felt that Senior Wei Yuan's clansmen always seemed a bit off no matter the situation. I never thought I'd get to ride a spaceship in this lifetime. Are we about to start interstellar travel? Ansonkito pressed his face against the window looking outside. He saw nothing. Curiously he turned to Amilo and asked, Amilo, did you put privacy film on the window? What the hell kind of privacy film was that? Wei Yuan now truly wanted to throw those two embarrassing fools off the transport ship. So shameful, so shameful. Maybe he shouldn't bring these guys along when he went to the academy for the competition. He could find a few more reliable steady players among the rest.
There should still be time, right? Just as Wei Yuan's scalp was tingling, Amilo gave him a knowing look. It's okay, senior. I know they've just become gene warriors and have never been on a transport ship. It's perfectly normal, perfectly normal. Amilo was understanding.
But in her heart she thought. The human race was just as the rumors said. Since the Great War with the Zerg, their racial resources had plummeted. No wonder Senior Wei Yuan was known at the academy for his part-time jobs and frugality. And even after achieving top scores in all subjects at the Lord Academy and being assigned a territory, the human race had only sent this few clansmen, and they were all ordinary humans, not even a single gene warrior. Amilo recalled what her father said. When she was nearing her graduation exam, he would send all the promising gene warriors from the clan directly to her. And she wouldn't have to worry about training resources either. Comparing that, Amilo suddenly felt that Senior Wei Yuan had it really tough. With that thought, Amilo no longer had the mocking attitude toward the players. She spoke gently, explaining because during interstellar travel spatial rifts can appear. For safety, 70 years ago the Alliance upgraded all spacecraft. After the upgrade there are no observation decks. If you want to see the outside, you can look at the real-time monitor from the pilot's seat. As Amilo finished, she tapped her wristband. With a whoosh, the cosmos appeared in 3D around the players. They now felt as if they were floating in space. 3 massive suns appeared as 3 large points of light. Wei Yuan's territory blue star had shrunk to near invisibility. Whoa, we've already escaped gravity. I didn't feel a thing. Toyupo marveled while filming. Amilo smiled. For ordinary travel you wouldn't even feel a vibration. But this time we'll use space jump technology to bypass the war zone, so be prepared. Ha! Prepared for what? Amilo manipulated the transport ship. A mechanical voice sounded above them. Space jump countdown 3, 2, 1. Get ready to vomit. As Amilo's words fell, the players felt their brains expand and contract. Then their entire bodies felt as though they were being squeezed and stretched like rubber. They couldn't even vomit, their whole bodies ached. It wasn't physical pain, it was pain on the soul level. Ugh. When the jump stopped, all the players' faces were pale. Toyupo was on the verge of tears and snot. Vomit bags. Gigioteoto handed out vomit bags. The 5 players collectively hugged the bags and retched violently. That's how space jumps are, very uncomfortable. You'll get used to it. Amilo wasn't feeling well either, so she drank a large gulp of bloodthirsty tree sap to suppress the discomfort. This is awful. Ugh. Amilo, are we at your home? Toyupo finally raised his head after vomiting. He saw Amilo shake her head. Not yet. We've only jumped past the war zone. To get home we need at least 8 more jumps. 8 times. All 5 screamed. Even Xingchen with tear-filled eyes hugged a vomit bag, radiating a death wish. Even though the pain sensation was turned off, the space jumps were still unbearable. It was 100 times worse than motion sickness. 100 times. Brother Yuan, I can't take it. Just throw me out of here. Let me restart. Makabaka raised a hand, weakly pleading. It was just a game, no need to lose her life over it. Makabaka had severe motion sickness back on Earth. She always threw up in vehicles. She had thought nothing could be worse than motion sickness. But now, she had found something. And it was in a game. Just a game, and she was already vomiting like crazy during a dungeon run. Makabaka was now looking at Wei Yuan with genuine pleading. Lord. Brother Yuan, let me go. I can't jump anymore, I really can't. Ugh. As she spoke, she started vomiting again. Wei Yuan pulled up Makabaka's profile and realized this girl had such severe motion sickness. Space jump technology isn't fully perfected yet, so the experience is indeed poor. Senior, should I turn back and drop off your clansmen? Amilo asked. If all these humans got off the transport, then only she and Senior Wei Yuan would be left on board. The thought was thrilling. Amilo's face flushed slightly, her excitement barely contained, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Forget about turning back. You're about to start school soon, it wouldn't be good to delay. Wei Yuan began checking nearby planets where they could dock. He had to take the players on a quest, how could he go without them? The system had specifically instructed him to bring the players to the central galaxy to find suitable mentors. Indeed, this quest wasn't something Wei Yuan had made up on a whim. It was a minor side quest issued by the system. These sudden temporary quests rewarded based on completion. So the players had to come along. And they had no identification, so to reach the central galaxy they would have to stow away.
Fortunately, Blue Star was very far from the central galaxy.
In such remote star systems, as long as you paid enough, you could arrange for stowaways.
But senior, this area is still a war zone between border guards and space pirates. Isn't it unsafe? Amilo was worried.
No, they can take care of themselves.
Don't worry. Find a planet to dock on. Wei Yuan said. Chaos was exactly what he needed.
The more chaotic the war zone, the more stowaway ships there would be.
The war-torn planet was in utter chaos.
All the refugees wore expressions of numbness. Their eyes were filled with desolation.
Following the system's instructions, Makabaka, Tuyupo and the others headed toward the stowaway starship.
Along the way they had already seen many bodies, people torn apart by explosions. A child lay beside their deceased mother waiting for death. A husband had passed and his wife curled up in his arms, her eyes lifeless. There was no wailing. In this war zone, when the cannons fell silent, it could even be called deathly still.
Makabaka glanced briefly and her eyes reddened. Is the artist who made this scene insane?
Why make them suffer so much?
Makabaka's voice was choked with tears.
Just minutes ago she had been vomiting uncontrollably. Now she was witnessing a hell on earth.
Was it necessary to render the game so realistically? Makabaka couldn't help wiping her tears. It's just a game scene. Don't get too immersed. Just don't look into their eyes.
Feng Shuipapi, standing beside Makabaka, patted her shoulder. This time it was his turn to comfort her. But even he felt his nose sting when he saw that scene. The others weren't much better off.
Even Xingqian's eyes were moist. Stop dawdling. Get on the starship. If you want to live, go squat in the kitchen and don't make a sound. Got it.
A purple-skinned man leading them onto the starship wore only a cold expression. Seeing these 5 brats still had the leisure to shed tears, he frowned.
What kind of oddballs were these?
Reduced to stowaways, yet still pitying the civilians.
Hurry up.
He urged impatiently.
The starship heading to the central galaxy would take 2 days.
So the food stored inside was limited. The storage room was relatively spacious. At least Makabaka and the others could huddle together in a corner without feeling cramped. It seems everyone on this starship is a gene warrior. Toyupo saw that the purple-skinned leader had left, so he quietly raised his head to look around. In this storage room there were already 40 or 50 various people huddled together. In the corner near the player's circle, a plump balloon-like person lay on the ground staring blankly at the ceiling. A huge gash ran across his belly. Silver liquid slowly oozed from the wound. Toyupo looked at him and immediately thought of the civilians who didn't even qualify to board the starship. Even gene warriors suffered such heavy casualties.
The civilians could only gamble on luck to survive. Toyupo kept telling himself it was just a game. Just a game.
But still his eyes reddened. As a human living in peacetime, he rarely witnessed such brutal scenes. Even though he constantly reminded himself it was all fake, he couldn't shake off the sorrow.
I'll go gather some intel, find out what happened on this planet. Toyupo sighed, stood up and walked over to the balloon person. A guide streamer had to be this dedicated. Buddy, are you alright? Toyupo sidled up to the balloon person.
Hearing the voice, the balloon person's eyes moved, but his gaze remained vacant.
Hey, you don't look like you're fine either. Toyupo said awkwardly. I wanted to ask what's going on with this planet. Aren't the space pirates fighting on planet M2779?
Why did it spill over here?
Toyupo had overheard Amilo and Wei Yuan talking about this,
but the planet they had boarded the starship on wasn't M2779. He asked sincerely, only to find the balloon person still staring at him with lifeless eyes, and his mouth was wide open as if he wanted to say something but couldn't.
Without a second thought, Toyupo leaned in. Buddy, just whisper to me. Gurgle, gurgle.
A thick liquid sound came from the balloon person's throat.
A faint weak voice came from the other side of Toyupo. I told you it's a war zone.
When the space pirates run low on resources, they attack weaker nearby planets, plunder resources and sustain their war efforts.
Get it? So that's how it is. Toyupo turned to look at the speaker.
He noticed there was another person across from the balloon person. That person seemed in much better condition than the balloon one. Just then he felt a cool sensation on his ear.
He touched it.
There was moisture.
Damn it, buddy, why are you spitting on my ear? Toyupo let out a single shout.
The balloon man trembled all over, then his eyes widened as the last breath left him.
Damn, he's not trying to scam me, is he? Toyupo jolted and took a step back.
The man who had spoken earlier coughed softly in the corner again. He was already barely alive.
Why bother with him? Leaving the corpse here. No problem.
Toyupo wiped the water stains from his ear with his sleeve. His whole body felt wrong. Though it was a game the balloon man had spat at him before dying, somewhat inauspicious.
The other man seemed to know more. Tuyupo moved over to where the speaker lay.
This area of the starship kitchen was used for storing food. The man rested on a pile of woven bags wearing a pale green robe, thin and weak. Pointed ears, a sharp nose and a pair of green eyes. If not for his homely features, Tuyupo might have mistaken him for an elf. "From the look of you, you're not from this planet. What race are you?" The man spoke as if each breath might be his last. His eyes were fixed on Tuyupo. He had obviously noticed the players when they entered the kitchen.
"Human race. Isn't it obvious?" Tuyupo grinned and moved closer. "You already know my race. What about you? What are you?" "Green. Which clan?" "My name is Wakasi." Wakasi smiled. "You're curious about the war zone. You come from somewhere else." The kitchen was full of wounded. Most stared blankly, numb even when they heard the commotion. So finding an NPC willing to chat felt rare to Tuyupo. Wakasi seemed in better shape than the other injured. Tuyupo wondered, could this be the guide NPC? Maybe he had approached the wrong person earlier, failing to trigger dialogue. And now the intelligent NPC had come to him on its own. The more he thought, the more convinced he became. Tuyupo scrutinized Wakasi's face, an ordinary NPC plainly. Not as exquisitely crafted as Amiluo. The skin was rough and parched and the eyes lacked liveliness. A game was a game. The staff would always slip up. Look, a little bug found. Tuyupo could never keep things to himself. From Wakasi's perspective, this human suddenly stared at him for a long time, then broke into a mysterious proud smile that only grew. Was this human defective? Wakasi's dull eyes turned stiffly. It couldn't be that his disguise had been discovered. He had encountered so many Alliance people before and never been exposed. No way he would be found out by a mere level 1 human. Besides, Wakasi glanced at the dead balloon man. That one had no caution at all. Even if something was amiss now, soon enough he would be devoured. Humans! So these were the creatures that had dealt the queen a heavy blow. They didn't seem strong at all. Oi! Tuyupo, what are you doing here? Weren't you going to gather information? Ansankito saw Tuyupo grinning foolishly at a green-skinned man in the corner for ages and sensed something wrong. Didn't the Lord say to stay low on this smuggler ship? If you mess up the mission, you're dead. Ansankito put a hand on Tuyupo's shoulder and whispered, this mission doesn't allow respawns. If you die during it, the mission is over. Speaking, Ansankito began pulling Tuyupo back toward the other players. Wakasi stared intently at him. The look made Ansankito uneasy. It's nothing, just gathering intel. In a game, if you don't understand the background, what's the point of fighting? Tuyupo pushed his hand away. This guy's name is Wakasi, probably an NPC on the ship. You can trigger dialogue with him. Tuyupo spoke softly. The words that reached Wakasi's ears were fragmented, interspersed with incomprehensible beeps. Young man, no need to be tense. I'm already like this, I can't hurt anyone. Besides, on a smuggler ship fighting is forbidden. Wakasi saw the wariness in Ansankito's eyes and became intrigued. From the moment the players boarded and entered the kitchen, he had been watching them. Humans. What a special race to the Zerg. Yes, Wakasi was Zerg. Or rather, the brain gently swaying inside this body's skull, the brain named Wakasi, was Zerg. This body was about to give out. He needed to find another host like his comrades. The people in the war zone were too cautious. The gene warriors they could parasitize were all missing limbs and mentally scattered. Such bodies wouldn't last long. Wakasi glanced at where the players had gathered. Over there, Fengshuipipi, unaware, had already caught someone's eye. He was still bent over untying a large sack. Aren't you curious about the war zone and the space pirates? Wakasi asked Ansankito. I can tell you what I know, but I want to stay with you. In my current state, without company, the administrator might take my belongings. Without resources, even if I reach the central star system, I'll die. According to legend, the human race in the Star Alliance was a compassionate one. They usually helped the weak. Wakasi recalled the information about humans the Queen had shared when he left the Zerg. That administrator does that. What a scumbag. Tuyupo rolled up his sleeves. Beggar, let's help him. Tuyupo winked at Ansankito and sent a private message. This NPC seems off. Ansankito, you know he's off and you still talk to him. Tuyupo, I thought he was a trigger-type NPC. Turns out we're the ones being targeted. Tuyupo, since we're already targets, let's see what he wants. Ansankito, if you screw this up, you're dead. This was a special mission. He really didn't want it to end before it even started.
But it was obvious that Wakazi had ill intentions toward their team of 5.
After a moment Anson replied privately, fine.
If things go wrong, have Shinshin kill him.
Anson and Tuyupo exchanged glances. Tuyupo nodded slowly.
Together they led Wakazi toward Feng Shuipipi and the others. At that moment Feng Shuipipi was spitting in disgust.
Makabaka wore an equally nauseated expression.
Only Shinshin held a test tube-like object, gently swirling it.
What's up? Anson asked curiously. They insisted on seeing what the kitchen food was like, so they opened a sack.
Shinshin amusedly revealed the sack Feng Shuipipi had opened, all filled with test tubes like the one in her hand. Inside was a clear viscous liquid.
What's this? Anson took one out and saw the words nutrient solution printed on it. Tastes awful, but I'm kinda hungry. Should have brought food from the snack street.
Feng Shuipipi recalled the nutrient solution he'd just drunk and wanted to vomit.
This game is too detailed. Even in a game you can feel hungry.
Feng Shuipipi grimaced in pain.
The main problem isn't hunger, staying hungry drops your stats.
Shinshin added flatly, then drank her own test tube without expression.
Not bad. Drinkable, she commented. Makabaka and Feng Shuipipi looked at her with admiration.
A true boss could down even such disgusting stuff in one gulp.
Shinshin was used to it at home, she'd had many bitter tonics. She glanced at Wakazi, whom Tuyupo had brought over. Who's that? An NPC, but seems shady.
He says he wants to travel with us for protection, claiming he's badly injured.
Tuyupo wants to pry for info. Anson summed up. Shinshin nodded.
She was the strongest in the team, but Anson was the real leader.
I'll follow your call. She took 2 more nutrient solutions. She walked over and handed one to Tuyupo, who was currently chatting with Wakazi.
Drawing on the memories from the corpse he'd consumed, Wakazi began telling Tuyupo his story.
When he saw Shinshin approach, he smiled ingratiatingly.
Shinshin nodded expressionlessly at Wakazi. The nutrient solution isn't great, but it fills your stomach and stops hunger from dropping.
Oh, I almost forgot, I haven't eaten yet. Tuyupo chuckled. He popped the cap and gulped it down. Gulp. After one bottle, Tuyupo's stomach growled again. He instinctively looked at the second one. I'm pretty hungry. Let me have this one too. Shinshin had brought 2, one for Tuyupo, one for Wakazi. Wakazi waved his hand. I've already had some, the kitchen has plenty.
This low-grade nutrient solution was hardly enough for a brainworm.
Gene Warrior's cerebrospinal fluid was more to their taste. Tuyupo grinned and took the second bottle, downing it without a hint of distaste. Shinshin watched him silently. Nice. Nice what? Tuyupo smacked his lips, still feeling hungry. Why can't I get full today?
He rubbed his stomach in confusion.
Maybe you're just tired after a long day. Want me to grab more from over there? Tuyupo nodded. Feng Shuipipi and Makabaka had seen him chugging the nutrient solution.
Their eyes went wide.
Holy crap, does Tuyupo have no taste buds?
Did he turn off his sense of taste? Feng Shuipipi exclaimed, then hurriedly opened his menu to check if he'd accidentally disabled some senses.
Makabaka frowned. You can't turn off taste. And Tuyupo is usually picky. Something's wrong. Anson stroked his chin. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The 3 mimicked the same gesture, watching Tuyupo approach like idiots.
Bring your old man a few more bottles.
Tuyupo grinned, reaching for more.
But the next second he seemed to glitch, his eyes darted wildly, then his mouth began to open and close.
Holy crap guys, I'm glitching. Tuyupo yelled in his mind, finding he couldn't speak.
He quickly sent a message in the team chat. Guys, was that nutrient solution spiked?
My body's not obeying me.
Shit, is this a bug? Triggered random quest, new branch of the Zerg. Your summoned people are being attacked by a brainworm. Eliminated immediately. Reward Zerg. Detailed info. Brainworm gene lying in the transport ship like a slob. Wei Yuan's eyes snapped open.
Damn, those idiots have such bad luck.
I just let them take a smuggler ship and they run into Zerg.
Brainworm. New branch. Wei Yuan studied the system notification, his face darkening.
Zerg attack. And it was a bug never seen before.
Brainworm, what was that?
He had studied at the Lord Academy for years, top of every class.
But brainworm appeared in none of the textbooks. Damn. He wasn't there with them. Those idiots facing Zerg would probably only need death. Wei Yuan frowned deeply.
Players could respawn and he could go back to recruit more for the central star system, but the brainworm matter was serious. Triggered quest. Eliminate brainworm. Player Tuyupo's body is being corroded by a brainworm. Players must work together to purge it. Reward brainworm gene.
Brain worm.
Yupo was dumbfounded. When had he been invaded by a brainworm? It must have been the spit from that balloon creature earlier.
Damn it. Yupo exploded.
It's over, brothers, it's all over.
That balloon guy spat right into my ear, damn it, that must be when the worm crawled through my ear into my brain. What do we do now? I don't want to die. I haven't even truly experienced the power of level 2 yet. Wowo, save me. Shingshin, save me. What do we do? What do we do?
Yupo frantically messaged the group, constantly tagging Shingshin.
The barrage of notifications rang incessantly in his mind. Xingshin's expression grew increasingly grim. Wakasi had long been watching from the corner, relishing the scene. Would they realize their comrade was about to be devoured? Hungry. So. Hungry. A stuttering voice emerged from Yupo's mouth.
His eyeballs trembled wildly like a toy being fought over.
Yupo, it's over, it's over. The brainworm is taking control of my body. Yupo, my brain. My brain is being devoured. I can hear it. Yupo, Shingshin. Yupo, Shingshin. Yupo, save me, big shot. Please get that worm out of me. I'm dying. Am I going to have to start over? My money.
Xingshin's brows furrowed tightly as she barked, shut up. She drew a tang saber from her side, its razor-sharp aura instantly filling the area with a bone-chilling presence. Wakasi was utterly bewildered.
What was happening? He's just hungry. What are you doing? Internal fighting is forbidden here. I never said I was going to kill him. Shingshin shot Wakasi an impatient glance. I'm fixing his brain. She typed in the group chat. Yupo, big shot, this is terrifying. Shingshin is being scared useful. How else can I get rid of the worm without opening your skull?
Wait for it to eat your entire brain, so you have to start over.
If you want to live, shut up. Makabaka 6. Fenshuipipi 6. Ansonkido 6. Yupo. 6. Yupo wept in his mind. That Shingshin was definitely doing this on purpose. This petty woman. But there truly was no other treatment now, only a craniotomy would do. Yupo's body continued to stutter and he kept muttering about being hungry. Shingshin wasn't going to indulge him. She raised the tang saber high, aiming it at the top of Yupo's head. A craniotomy, vertical cut or horizontal cut. While Makabaka and Fengshuipipi were still enjoying the spectacle, Ansonkido was the first to snap out of it. Horizontal cut. Horizontal cut. Oh. Shingshin coolly adjusted the position of her tang saber. Don't worry, my hand is fast. Yupo, I really thank you for that.
He's just hungry, surely that's not a reason to kill him.
Wakasi grew more and more uneasy. What were these humans doing?
Hadn't they agreed that humans were peaceful and friendly, full of compassion for the weak?
How could they kill a comrade just because he was hungry? Why wasn't anyone stopping them?
Since joining the Alliance, Wakasi had consumed the brains of many races and had a decent understanding of their basic moral codes. Although he had never encountered humans before, he remembered that Alliance members generally regarded humans as a very kind race. Could it be that having been in seclusion for so long, humans had changed without the Alliance's knowledge? He had to report this to His Majesty. Just as Wakasi was muttering to himself, Yupo's skull had already been opened.
Xingshin's tang saber traced an elegant arc before she sheathed it perfectly.
Ansonkido was quick-witted. He pressed down on the thin line Shingshin had cut and flipped open Yupo's skull.
Yupo, holy crap, my head feels cold. Yupo, Fengshuipipi buddy, take a picture for me. Hurry up. I want to post it on my moments when I log off, ha ha ha. Fengshuipipi, dude, you're truly insane. Fengshuipipi felt like vomiting, but since the patient was in such good spirits, he suppressed his nausea and started recording Yupo. The moment the skull was lifted, his brain tissue quivered like tofu.
Blood began to seep from the cut edges of the skull. Where's the brainworm?
Ansonkido muttered softly.
Yupo, that bastard spat into my right ear, so it must be on the right side.
Look carefully. Yupo, hurry up. My health is dropping. Yupo, did you find it yet?
Ansonkido searched meticulously, but the blood kept flowing, making it impossible to spot anything.
Use your hands to find it. Shingshin pushed Ansonkido aside and reached in herself. Sticky blood coated her fingers. Wakasi watched her movements nervously. He watched as Xingshin's fingers stirred inside Yupo's head, feeling as if his own brain had been opened too. I found it. Wakasi's pupils contracted as if he had heard a demon's whisper.
Then he saw that human woman with one hand yank out his comrade.
It was a worm that looked remarkably like a brain. Fleshy and drenched in blood. When grabbed it didn't even have the strength to turn and bite Xingqian. She held up the worm and examined it closely. The Zerg. This is it. She could crush it with one hand. What was there to fear? Wakasi standing not far away trembled all over.
Zerg communication relied not on language but on brainwaves. At that moment Xingqian's fingers tightened, causing the brainworm to writhe in pain.
Terror, agony. Countless emotions transmitted to Wakasi through the brainwaves. Looking closer, it's kind of disgusting. Yupo, it seems to have eaten part of your brain tissue. Xingqian glanced disdainfully at Yupo's brain.
After the brainworm was pulled out, a large chunk of his brain tissue was missing.
Yupo sis, let's talk later. Help me put my skull back on, it's really cold. And my health is dropping. Yupo's body couldn't recover quickly. So he could only express his feelings through text in the group. Alright. Xingqian replaced Yupo's skull and pressed down with force. Splat.
The brainworm was crushed into pulp.
Blurg. Fengchuipipi and Makabaka both vomited.
Seeing Yupo's brain tissue had already been disgusting enough. Watching Xingqian nonchalantly crush a worm that looked like a brain squeezing out its innards was too much for them.
Blurg. Hey, didn't we already remove the brainworm?
Why isn't there a mission completion prompt?
Anzhongkito asked.
Yes, why is that?
Xingqian calmly wiped the liquid from his hand, then turned his cold gaze toward Ukaz, who was still trembling. Buddy, you must have seen it just now, right?
She drew the Tang saber from her waist again. The first time she had pulled it from the left side with her right hand.
This time she drew two blades.
The twin sabers were so long that other players had to make way for her.
Ukaz's face turned deathly pale. He now deeply regretted choosing this parasitic host, a first-level gene warrior and severely wounded at that.
Our king will not forgive you.
You humans are nothing but rations for the Zerg. Speak to me with your true body first. Xingqian's long blade flashed.
The upper half of the Green Witch's head was cleaved open. His brain had already been completely devoured by Ukaz. Now the brain tissue was entirely occupied by a whole brainworm.
At first glance it looked as if the brain had grown eyes and a mouth. How grotesquely ugly. Xingqian hurled the blade without hesitation.
Ukaz was instantly sliced in half.
At the same time,
in the Zerg nest a massive kingworm opened its eyes. Inside the nest the mature brainworm queen trembled. My king, my king.
Ukaz and the others are dead.
The kingworm's compound eyes opened, gazing at the brainworm queen.
Was there any final message sent back? There was. The queen transmitted Ukaz's last signal to the kingworm.
A young girl with black hair and black eyes holding two long sabers swung them coldly. The message cut off abruptly. But the kingworm's compound eyes widened instantly.
Humans.
The wings on his back quivered slowly.
It's humans.
Back then, after devouring a few humans, he had conceived the idea of creating brainworms. Now, after much effort, he had produced a few independently thinking brainworms and sent them into those food sources. Unexpectedly, at the very start, two had been lost to humans. What a small world indeed. My king, spawning a single independently thinking brainworm requires 1/10 of the nest's energy.
Our reserves are running low.
The brainworm queen spoke slowly. Other Zerg follow the original evolutionary path, endless devouring.
Their swarms are immense. We seem to have fallen behind. Competition among the Zerg was equally fierce. Each kingworm was assigned a nest.
The nest hatched worker worms which sought energy, devoured it and brought it back to sustain the king and the nest. Then more worms were hatched. In such a swarm all thoughts were unified under the kingworm. This was the path the Zerg had followed for millennia, but the kingworm before the brainworm queen was different. After consuming a few humans, he began to choose a different hatching method for the nest. After years of experimentation, the brainworm queen was hatched. Then, absorbing part of the nest's energy, she gave birth to more brainworms. But brainworms were difficult to produce. Over the years she had only spawned 7 with independent thought and intelligence. Ukaz and the one that had just died shortly after appearing were her latest offspring. The youngest brainworm hadn't even had time to name itself. The brainworm queen seemed dim. They still follow the old evolutionary path, a dead end. Kingworm Wu said disdainfully. Every kingworm had intelligence, but not all were clever. Those foolish creatures only knew how to eat, endlessly eating until they consumed all energy and then sought more. Searching for energy across the vast universe, then eating again. If they ran out of energy on the journey, they died. Utterly stupid. Wu pondered, have the ones that successfully infiltrated suppress all news. The Alliance must not discover our evolution. According to reports from the earlier ones, humans had gone into hiding since the Great War. They rarely showed themselves. Unexpectedly, this brainworm strike had encountered humans again. The kingworm licked his lips. Humans, the most troublesome and wisest race among the Alliance. If only such a race could serve him. Thinking of human wisdom and then looking at the brainworm queen he had created with vast resources, Kingworm Wu sighed softly. A counterfeit was still a counterfeit. It fell far short. Come to think of it, his own intelligence seemed to have improved after eating humans. Then, Wu thought of the other kingworms. In that war with humans he hadn't been the only one. All cunning bastards. After saying this, Kingworm Wu closed his enormous compound eyes again. Congratulations, host, for completing the brainworm elimination mission. Reward obtained: detailed Zerg data brainworm gene. Seeing the system's message, Wei Yuan was stunned. A player had killed the brainworm. What was going on? He quickly used the system to check the perspective of Tuyupo and the others. Indeed, a new species. While viewing their visual information, he also absorbed the system's reward. Looking at the various intelligent types the Zerg had differentiated over the years, Wei Yuan was dumbfounded. Damn! Were these Zerg trying to defy heaven? The Zerg's strength had already surpassed the Alliance of 10,000 races. The Alliance had survived all these years solely by relying on technology. But now, seeing the special Zerg types listed in the detailed data, Wei Yuan sighed. The people inside the Alliance probably didn't even know this yet. If he rashly told the principal, they would likely investigate the players he had summoned. And if they found out the players had no registered identities, it would be even more troublesome. So Wei Yuan simply clipped segments from the players' recorded videos isolating the brainworm footage. He directly posted it on the StarNet. On the StarNet, he deliberately used a clickbait title common among players. Shock! Zerg discovered in the war zone. The newest Zerg branch brainworm. After all these years, our technology has advanced. What has the Zerg evolved? A series of titles and videos were posted by Wei Yuan. Videos about Zerg usually go viral. I won't bother boosting it. Wei Yuan calmly closed the payment page for traffic boosting. Back at Tuyupo's side, his skull had been reattached. But his body was still uncoordinated. Am I really this unlucky? Did that brainworm eat the part of my brain that controls coordination? Even if it did, it's fine. I can see the wound on your head starting to heal. Anshang Kito parted Tuyupo's hair. The incision was already fusing shut. I'm sorry, the content you published has been deleted due to a violation. Wei Yuan stared at the notification on the StarNet page, his gaze icy cold. What in the world? Not only had the latest news about the Zerg received no attention, but it had been deleted in seconds. Looks like the Zerg have infiltrated the Alliance. Wei Yuan glanced at Emilio, who was still standing nearby, grinning foolishly at him. The Interstellar Alliance was no longer safe. Everyone's perception of the Zerg was that they were nothing but mindless, voracious monsters. But now these brainless creatures had not only developed intellect but also differentiated. How many people within the Alliance had fallen under their control? Years of relentless warfare and those who had defected from the military. Could the Zerg have had a hand in all of this? Wei Yuan wasn't sure. A force that could directly manipulate StarNet censorship and erase all traces of his post. Such a feat required someone of considerable authority. Who could it be? Senior, we're about to arrive at the Kashgar satellite. Would you like to come to my place? Amiluo gazed at Wei Yuan with adoration. Without those bothersome humans around, even the air seemed sweeter in Senior Wei Yuan's presence. I'll pass on the visit. Just drop me off at the nearest route to the central galaxy, Wei Yuan said with a smile. A visit? What visit? If he delayed any longer, had missed the last starship to the central galaxy. Amiluo watched Wei Yuan leave. He simply walked away without the slightest hesitation. The mech Tao Tao handed her a handkerchief. Master, don't be sad. At least you've earned a bit of goodwill with Lord Wei Yuan. It's just. Senior Wei Yuan's departing silhouette is incredibly handsome. Mech Tao Tao. Forget it, this master was beyond saving. Fengshui Pippi and his 4 companions were carefree. No sooner had they dealt with the brainworm than they had fallen asleep in the cabin. Hey, wake up. Get moving, we've arrived at the central galaxy. The purple-skinned person wrapped a stick near Tuyupa. Tuyupa stirred awake, drool dripping from his mouth. Anzhong Chitao and the others were still sprawled in a heap. We're here already. Fengshui Pippi rubbed his eyes. It felt like only a few hours had passed, yet they had arrived. The 5 of them followed the purple-skinned person off the starship just as they had boarded.
Wei Yuan stood not far from the starship. Whoa! Brother Yuan, you came to pick us up.
Brother Yuan, you have no idea, I almost died on the way.
Brother Yuan. Lord.
Tuyupa slid over and clung to Wei Yuan's leg, tearfully recounting what had happened aboard the starship.
Anjong Chitaumaka Baka and Fengshui Pippi chimed in with additional details. Xingqian seemed to relax, her gaze softened the moment she saw Wei Yuan.
The Zerg are indeed cunning. Glad you're all safe, Wei Yuan said, patting Tuyupa on the shoulder. That kid really had rotten luck. He was always the first to get into trouble. But the guy was tenacious. By the way, Brother Yuan, we killed someone on the starship. That purple-skinned guy won't cause trouble for us, will he? Tuyupa glanced nervously at the purple-skinned administrator who was still watching them from a distance. With me here, there's nothing to worry about. No sooner had Wei Yuan spoken than the administrators scurried over and bowed to Wei Yuan. My lord, these young warriors have been delivered safely. My master says it's an honor to serve a lord of your caliber. We cannot accept the fare. He had waited until the players finished talking to Wei Yuan before approaching. His obsequious demeanor stunned the players. Holy crap, this guy wasn't this fawning when he kicked us onto the starship. So this is what having backing feels like. With Brother Yuan around, we feel so safe. What rank do you think our Brother Yuan is to make even a level 5 purple-skinned person so deferential? Fengshui Pippi and the others trembled with excitement. Xingqian looked at them as if they were fools. A level 5 warrior had personally come to pick them up. They had dawdled and babbled the whole way, yet the purple-skinned person only urged them on without using force. In the kitchen cabin, all the other passengers had been terrified. Even the brainworm had repeatedly stressed that killing was forbidden on the starship. But when Xingqian killed someone, the purple-skinned person simply glanced over and pretended nothing had happened. Would such a powerful being have made an exception for them? Anyone with half a brain could figure it out. It had to be because Lord Wei Yuan was an extremely formidable existence. Xingqian looked at Wei Yuan, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. She wondered just how powerful Lord Wei Yuan truly was. Ah! What was she fangirling? This was a game. Just a game. Xingqian repeatedly reminded herself. But on the surface she remained as aloof as ever. Who is your master? Wei Yuan accepted the bag of fare that the purple-skinned person had returned, the one he had given the players. It was filled with energy, or quite valuable. The purple-skinned person watched as Wei Yuan casually pocketed the bag. His eyes went wide. Was this lord really taking back the fare? For someone of his high rank, shouldn't he have just tossed the energy or as a tip? The purple-skinned person sighed inwardly. He had gotten his hopes up for nothing. Such a stingy lord. Your master has good judgment, worth befriending. Wei Yuan opened his SmartBrain interface. Tell him to add me as a contact. I'll approve it later. The purple-skinned person's gloom instantly turned to joy. He eagerly copied down Wei Yuan's communication code. Even if he hadn't received a reward from the Lord himself, having the Lord's contact information would earn him a nice bonus from his master. Alright, let's move. Wei Yuan waved his hand and led the players straight to the job market. The diversity of interstellar races was no joke. Tuyupa's eyes went wide the moment he stepped into the job market. Races of every bizarre shape and form filled the hall. Some were similar to humans in build, others were utterly unrecognizable as living creatures. There was even a cloud of gas that shouted at Tuyupa as he passed, "Why are you cutting in line?" The players were dazzled by the spectacle. So these are real interstellar races. This is so cool. If we record this and send it back, the others would lose their minds. The players' eyes were glazed over. Tuyupa was recording everything, afraid to miss a single detail. Our interview room is 306. Let's go. Wei Yuan led the way to the corresponding room with the number he had drawn from the job market administration. The interview process was uneventful. The job search was no different from an interview on Earth. In fact, it was less thrilling than when they had encountered the brainworm on the starship. Pick the best candidates. I've given you the list. Screen them carefully. Keep anyone you think suitable to be your teacher. Wei Yuan left the players and headed straight for the Lord Academy. Oh, look who it is. Our Academy's top scholar has returned. Why aren't you out managing your pathetic territory and coming back to the Academy instead? Don't tell me the spatial location was so good that space pirates took a liking to it and now you're back begging for help. The caustic remarks reached Wei Yuan's ears just as he was about to enter the principal's building. He frowned at the speaker, a short figure with rough dark skin. The figure wore a tiger-skin skirt exuding a primitive aura. What is this? Wei Yuan shot a cold glance and stepped forward, intending to bypass. He had no desire to stop and confront every random nuisance that blocked his path.
Wei Yuan lacked even the inclination to exchange a single word with such a person. Damn it, who do you think you are? Humans are just a minor race on the verge of extinction.
Wei Yuan, you single-handedly provoked a war between humans and goblins, do you have no conscience?
Noisy. Wei Yuan only wanted to enter the principal's building, but the man had blocked the entrance. Already pressed for time, Wei Yuan's temper flared. De-jingling. Are you here to avenge the goblins? Wei Yuan stepped forward calmly, looking down at the de-jingling who meant nothing to him. Half-breed, if you want to die at the principal's gate, I can send you to your death right now. Wei Yuan whispered into the de-jingling's ear. You wouldn't dare. See for yourself if I dare. Wei Yuan reached out. Just as he was about to eliminate the nuisance, the principal's door slowly swung open and the principal's voice rang out, "All right, Wei Yuan, what brings you back to the academy?" Wei Yuan shoved the de-jingling aside and strode into the principal's office. The principal, with his silver hair and youthful complexion, looked at Wei Yuan kindly. "Principal, I have a video here that you need to see." Wei Yuan sent the video to the principal. "It's about the Zerg." The Zerg. The principal's expression instantly turned grave. "After I uploaded this to the StarNet, it was deleted promptly." "Principal, you must understand what this implies better than I do." Outside the door, the de-jingling glared at the principal's building with a grim expression. Hateful. So utterly hateful. This Wei Yuan was insufferably arrogant. A mere human dared to provoke him. Both elves and goblins were long-lived races that reproduced with great difficulty. So when a crossbreed of goblin and elf was born, it meant a new developmental path for both races. He was the pride of both races. Yet Wei Yuan had not only audaciously beheaded a goblin and posted it online as a deterrent. He had also openly challenged other races. This attitude infuriated the currently sole de-jingling. His cousin, the elven prince of supreme status, had also been overshadowed by this man named Wei Yuan. He's just a lowly human, even with top grades, so what? In the end, he's nothing but a short-lived piece of trash. And he dares to provoke us goblins on the StarNet. A bunch of incompetents, can't even conquer a level 5 planet. If it were me, I'd have already enslaved all those human scum, the de-jingling muttered, crouching on the ground with a vicious glare. But the next second a large shadow fell over him. And Yedon's cousin. Wei Yuan's voice came from above. The de-jingling snapped his head up, sneering at Wei Yuan. "You're just a human, how dare you provoke us goblins on the StarNet? Since I've run into you today, let me make this clear, the position of Prime Minister belongs to my cousin. Don't you even think about it, trash. Humanity will pay for your arrogance. The goblins you killed were merely the weakest batch, slap." As the de-jingling continued his endless threats, Wei Yuan lost all patience. After leaving the principal's office, he had already overheard the de-jingling muttering. He usually couldn't be bothered with such fools. But today his mood was foul. So when the de-jingling kept blathering, Wei Yuan didn't spare any dignity. He delivered a backhanded slap to the de-jingling's face. The de-jingling exploded. "You dare slap my face? I'll kill you. When my cousin becomes prime minister, he'll have all humans turned into slaves," he roared. Wei Yuan's brow furrowed sharply. Had humanity been absent from the public eye for too long? Even a crossbreed of goblin and elf dared to speak like this. Or were the goblins now so arrogant? Who gave them the courage? The elves. Wei Yuan was furious. He grabbed the de-jingling by the throat and slapped him again, knocking out several teeth. Not far away, and Yedon was watching the scene, unable to suppress a smirk. "Young master, this isn't good," said the elven steward beside him, his eyes anxious. The de-jingling was an idiot. Easily provoked by Yedon's goading, he had charged in and now directly challenged Wei Yuan. He might say something that truly offended Wei Yuan. If Wei Yuan killed him, it would be a mess to handle. What's there to fear? Wei Yuan has always been good-natured. Humans can afford to offend goblins, but not elves. That indeed is just a half-breed. He's not actually my cousin. Let him learn a lesson. And Yedong was brimming with confidence. Wei Yuan is merely a human. Even if he overshadows Feng Yuxing and me, so what? He is not a long-lived species. He doesn't even qualify to be our opponent. After Yedong spoke, the steward who had always attended him wore an expression of ineffable complexity. The young clan leader was truly spoiled rotten. A muffled bang suddenly echoed. Just as Yedong finished his confident declaration, he saw Wei Yuan pull a tissue from his pocket with a look of disgust, meticulously wiping his fingers. Damn it! And Yedong's pupils trembled. The head of the earth spirit had been crushed. Its shattered skull split open like a smashed watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere on the ground. Wei Yuan.
And Yedong was stunned, instantly losing his composure as he rushed out from the corner. Seeing the blood in the earth spirit that had died with its eyes wide open, he trembled with rage.
How dare you?
Why wouldn't I dare? Wei Yuan folded the handkerchief he had used to wipe his hands and put it back in his pocket. Indeed, crushing a fly does wonders for one's mood. In the Lord's Academy, Wei Yuan had merely kept a low profile. It wasn't that he had no temper. Classmate, and if you want to pick a fight with me in the future, it's better to come yourself, since I can't kill you outright just yet.
You. How dare you? And Yedong shook with fury. Idiot. Wei Yuan glanced at him. Is that all you can say? Ha! How dare you? Haven't I already crushed him to death? So what? Are you looking for trouble?
Or do you intend to have your steward here cause me trouble?
Wei Yuan lifted his gaze to the steward beside Yedong.
The steward, who had served the elven royal family for generations, was indeed quite formidable. But at that moment, meeting Wei Yuan's eyes, the steward, who had been with the elven royalty for years, felt a chill run through his entire body. Right, steward, he killed my cousin.
Why don't you avenge him? And Yedong panicked. Things had spiraled out of control. The earth spirit had indeed seemed foolish to the point of death. But his identity was quite exceptional.
The goblin race and the elf race had originally lived on the same planet.
Thus there had always been intermingling between the two races. However, in the interstellar era, all races began attempting to unlock their genetic locks.
Once the genetic lock was unlocked and one became a gene warrior, the ordinarily fertile common races found reproduction difficult. As for the long-lived species, they had never been prolific.
After unlocking the genetic lock, it became even harder. Both the goblin and elf races were long-lived species with very few newborns each year. Let alone after intermarriage.
For centuries no child had ever been born from the union of gene warriors of the two races. It wasn't until Yedong's mother dueled her aunt and won the throne of the Elf King. Then, according to tradition, his aunt married the strongest warrior of the goblin race. Years later, she surprisingly gave birth to a child of interracial union. So although Yedong looked down on this cousin, he had to admit that his cousin's death would bring him trouble. And that trouble was all because of Wei Yuan. Boundless rage filled Yedong's chest. He had to capture Wei Yuan and make him bear the wrath of the goblin race.
Steward, seize Wei Yuan and take him to the goblin race.
He hoped the goblins would simply kill Wei Yuan.
If that happened,
he would only have Feng Yuxing as his rival.
Ha ha ha. Wei Yuan laughed outright at Yedong. What a piece of work.
Did you think I'd been top of the school all these years because of my academic performance?
The air around Wei Yuan suddenly warped.
As he stepped closer to Yedong, his aura grew exponentially. By the time he stood before Yedong, the surrounding air had become thin. Terror instantly flashed across the faces of Yedong and his steward. They even felt their knees begin to ache. Their shoulders seemed weighed down by tens of thousands of tons. This.
Impossible. You're just a student, how could you? How could you have unlocked a 9th level gene lock on your own?
Under the immense pressure, Yedong's speech became halting.
Wei Yuan smiled and patted his cheek.
The elf race, nourished by the world tree, certainly had it good. The skin felt quite soft, but a single slap left a handprint not very resilient.
When Wei Yuan withdrew his hand, Yedong's face was grotesquely swollen.
His once handsome visage now resembled a pig's head.
Going to tattle. Want your steward to arrest me? Wei Yuan smiled as he looked at the steward behind Yedong. The steward's heart skipped a beat. It was over.
The young clan leader had truly bitten off more than he could chew. He breathed heavily. In an instant he knelt on one knee before Wei Yuan and said, "Lord Wei Yuan, we mean no harm. I saw clearly that the young master provoked you first. I will report this truthfully to the king. Our elf race has always believed in peace and friendship, a philosophy similar to that of humanity. Years ago humans and elves established diplomatic relations. We hold no malice toward you, much less would we hand you over to the goblins." Cold sweat dripped from the steward's brow. Good heavens! This young clan lord said whatever came to mind, ordering him an 8th level gene lock warrior to capture a 9th level gene warrior. Did he think this was still the 1st or 2nd level where one could challenge a higher rank? One must understand that while the gap between early levels might be a factor of 1 or 2, from the 3rd and 4th levels onward the difference between each level grew exponentially. On the battlefield, a 7th level gene warrior could instantly annihilate tens of thousands of 6th level warriors. 9th level. That was the top-tier combat strength of the Alliance. Wei Yuan had never publicly revealed his gene level. Everyone assumed he was around the 7th level, similar to Feng Yuxing.
Even that was considered one of the rarest geniuses in the Alliance's history. But who could have guessed? Who could have imagined? Wei Yuan wasn't 7th level at all. He was 9th level. A 9th level gene warrior.
Not even the elf race nor even the divine race would dare to offend him lightly. It seemed the status of the human race was about to undergo a seismic shift.
How is this possible? How?
And Yedong wept, collapsing to his knees with a thud.
He refused to believe it. I have always been a low-key person. Wei Yuan had no intention of killing Yedong here.
The old principal was still keeping watch within the academy.
If he casually killed a student, the old principal would certainly not allow it. Moreover, the elf clan possessed profound foundations.
Within their ranks there were at least 3 9th-level gene warriors.
And every elf king had to be injected with a 10th-level gene lock serum. Only those who neither died nor suffered genetic collapse could survive to become the elf king. So this Yedong, such a perfectly good head, yet he couldn't crush it. Humanity was still too weak.
The players also needed time to grow.
TCH. I have always been a low-key person.
Wei Yuan, hands in his pockets, turned around without the slightest change in his tone.
Yes.
The elf butler instantly grasped Wei Yuan's intent.
He knelt on the ground watching Wei Yuan walk back to the principal's building.
Only after that terrifying aura had completely dissipated did the butler dare to exhale. His body immediately went limp. If Yedong hadn't been nearby, the butler would have collapsed to the ground.
However, Yedong had no such restraint.
With a thud, he fell to his knees, staring despondently at his own hands. His long hair draped to the ground, swaying slightly in the wind.
How is this possible? How could he be a 9th-level gene warrior?
When he first came to the academy, he was only 5th level. Even that 5th level felt fake to me. A human with only a few hundred years of life, how could he possibly rival us long-lived races?
How many years has it been? Young master.
The elf butler, seeing this, trembled all over. He had been about to complain, asking why Yedong dared to provoke Wei Yuan without even knowing his level.
But now, seeing Yedong's expression and hearing his words, this was serious. Yedong was being driven to madness by the blow. Geniuses appear every year. Who at their peak never meets someone more exceptional.
Yedong had enjoyed a smooth life, the only child of the elf. He had always believed he would be the next elf king, unlocking the 10th level gene in a few thousand years.
Even in the Lord Academy,
the only rival he acknowledged was Feng Yuxing of the Divine Clan. But now Wei Yuan had dealt him a harsh slap.
A Wei Yuan he had never respected. A human. He wasn't even a long-lived race. In just a few years,
he rose from 5th level to 9th, remaining so low-key all along. This time he made Yedong understand that if Wei Yuan wished, as long as he didn't care about the humans behind him, he could crush Yedong in the academy just like that, like crushing that foolish earth elf.
He could kill him as easily as swatting a fly. Young master, don't think about it anymore. The butler grabbed Yedong's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Every generation has geniuses.
Some are just geniuses, others are peerless ones. Someone like Wei Yuan, in all the years since the Alliance was founded, there may only be one like him.
Don't be too disheartened.
Except for Wei Yuan, no one else surpasses you.
Believe in your talent, and Wei Yuan isn't a long-lived race. Yedong looked up.
Tears streamed from both eyes. But butler, what if he unlocks the 10th level gene lock? This was madness. Yedong was now nearly crushed into depression. Outside the principal's office, Wei Yuan leaned against the railing, watching the two figures on the ground, and let out a light chuckle. With such a fragile mentality, how did he dare to play mind games?
He didn't even have 1/10 of the resilience of Wei Yuan's players. And that butler was wrong too.
In this world, Wei Yuan was no longer the only one who leveled up quickly. At the very least, there were already 130 people. Isn't it too harsh to hit him this hard? The old principal stroked his beard, smiling warmly at Wei Yuan, the most outstanding student he had seen in all these years. He might appear gentle, but in truth this temper of his. A favored child of heaven needs to have his edge tempered, or he'd truly think our human race has no one.
Wei Yuan leaned against the railing. Principal, you saw the video too.
I suspect the brainworms have infiltrated the Alliance, otherwise my post wouldn't have been deleted so quickly.
I think we need to contact A to handle this. Doesn't our school have an interface to link with the terminal AI? Let me talk to A.
The old principal hesitated.
What use is asking A? Can the terminal AI really distinguish who's been infested by brainworms? The old principal frowned.
From the video Wei Yuan sent, he could also see that this new branch of the Zerg was terrifying. Although the host body was extremely weak,
To the point that even a second-level gene warrior could crush it barehanded once it devoured the brain. The brainworm took over the entire body, becoming the new brain.
It even seemed to retain all the original host's memories.
How long had the brainworm been lurking in the Alliance? How would I know?
But talking to a, as the most advanced AI, it's bound to think more than I do.
Its accuracy in deducing who's been infested would definitely be higher than mine. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow.
Besides, I've never seen what the terminal AI looks like in all these years. I only know from the elders that our school's port was allocated from the human race.
The old principal gave a helpless smile. Alright, they'll take you there.
Wei Yuan's strength was terrifying, and in just a few short years he had unlocked the 9th level gene lock while maintaining an incredibly stable mental state.
The old principal didn't even need to think. Unlocking the 10th level gene lock was just a matter of time.
He just didn't know where Wei Yuan had obtained the means to unlock the gene locks. Perhaps it was the human race's heritage, the old principal mused.
Humanity was going all in. Fortunately, Wei Yuan, this child, was proving worthy.
The old principal saw Wei Yuan as the most promising candidate for the next leader. The moment he saw the terminal interface, Wei Yuan placed his hand on it.
When his virtual form appeared, it flickered. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. The system's melodious voice echoed in Wei Yuan's mind. Hey you, an interviewer, how dare you look down on us? Tu Yupo, enraged, simply fumed. You're unqualified. Call the next candidate.
At the job market room 306.
A towering giant stood before several players, brimming with fury. A few measly second-level gene warriors dare to shout at me.
Tu Yupo wiped the saliva-soaked face.
With a bitter laugh he muttered, damn it. In the offline world I get spat on by interviewers during job hunting, fine. Now even in a game I finally become an interviewer only to be spat on by the interviewee.
And the key point is, good heavens, this mouthful of spit gushes out like a faucet. No, brother, we're recruiting teachers to go to Blue Star to educate our people.
You really don't meet our standards. Wei Yuan had specifically instructed before leaving. The ancient martial arts teachers would be chosen by the human race later.
This time coming to the central galaxy, the positions available for players to choose were Weapon Master, Psychic Controller, Forging Master and Mech Pilot. All would be brought back to Blue Star to train the players. But the Cyclops that Tu Yupo was interviewing had come to apply for Psychic Controller. He started off by claiming that the Cyclops race had a unique innate talent for psychic power. His psychic level was very high and he had unlocked his gene lock to the 5th level, making him extremely powerful. During the interview he was quite smug. But when Tu Yupo asked him how he would train low-level warriors, he retorted, psychic power is innate. Our Cyclops race is naturally strong in it. If psychic power requires training, then those who need it are no better than trash. Hearing this, Tu Yupo realized that this guy had no clue how to teach. Knowing something yourself and being able to teach it are two entirely different things.
No way.
I'm already here and there's no one stronger than me on this stage.
If you don't hire me, humph. The Cyclops clenched his fists. He glared threateningly at Tu Yupo. A few second-level gene warriors had been pulled out to serve as interviewers.
The person who posted this job listing probably wasn't that strong either.
And they were all humans.
The human race had long since fallen.
A weak race with barely any population left, let alone a few peerless experts. The Cyclops knew it well. If the opponent were a strong one he might have shown some restraint. But now he was facing a bunch of mere second-level nobodies. Poof. The Cyclops wasn't unaware that he was entirely unsuited for this position. But the salary was high.
The monthly pay for a psychic trainer was a whopping 200,000 star coins.
200,000. That was more than hunting star beasts in the interstellar abyss.
And it was a job that didn't require risking his life.
Safe as could be.
I'm doing you a favor by even applying.
You'd better not be ungrateful.
Under normal circumstances these second-level gene warriors wouldn't even have the right to speak with him. And now they dared to reject him. Even if he wasn't hired, he'd still get this 200,000 a month job.
Damn, are you trying to force a sale? Tu Yupo was furious.
He slammed his hand on the table. The next second a slap the size of a dustpan sent him flying.
Instantly, Tu Yupo was plastered against the wall.
Blood smeared across his face. Everything before him turned crimson.
Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, my health! He let out a heart-wrenching scream.
His health bar plummeted, losing most of its value. He had already lost some health on the starship. Now his health was nearly bottomed out.
He was going to die. Would the instance kick him out? Tu Yupo trembled all over. This was the opportunity he had earned with his dignity and face. Ha, this is the consequence of defying me.
The Cyclopes after slapping him glanced arrogantly at the other four who had crowded around. The other interviewees upon seeing the commotion had temporarily left. Xingchen furrowed her brows and drew her twin blades.
This guy was strong. Terrifyingly strong.
Her eyes fell on the documents the Cyclops had handed to Tu Yupo.
Level 5. A 5th level Gene Warrior. Are you trying to make enemies of us?
And Zhong Qitao pressed down on the Tang saber in Xingchen's hand. He stepped forward, his expression calm. But inside he was a bit flustered. Brother Yuan had told them to handle this themselves, which meant it shouldn't be too dangerous. Clearly the other party could be reasoned with. And Zhong Qitao frantically racked his brain for a plan.
They definitely couldn't beat this guy in a fight, but if they died here they probably wouldn't be able to continue the instance. Knowing the game designer's habit, if they failed the instance they'd likely never get the same chance again. He winced glancing at Tu Yupo, who was still struggling to peel himself off the wall. But since the mission had started, if they hired such a guy. I didn't go for the kill. He's still hanging on by a thread. The Cyclops said smugly, just hire me and I'll be fine. Otherwise next time I strike I can't guarantee you'll leave anyone alive. Threat. A blatant threat. Now not only Xingchen's face turned cold. All the players looked at the Cyclops with disgust. Damn, an NPC this disgusting.
Villain, this guy's definitely a villain.
We gotta take him down. Makabaka gritted his teeth. Although they knew it was a game, the immersion was too strong. Being threatened like this by an NPC, as a player, could they tolerate it? Is playing a game about taking shit. Even if I can't clear this instance, I've gotta piss on this bastard's face. Tu Yupo limped down from the wall. Fuck this, I can't swallow this anger. He roared and charged with his health in the red. And Zhong Qitao couldn't stop him in time.
Feng Choi Pai Pai and Makabaka had already charged as well. As for Xingchen, that pro had already drawn her twin blades and joined the fray.
I really.
And Zhong Qitao hadn't even finished his sentence before seeing them all rush in.
Could he just stand there and keep talking? Damn it, wait for me.
Seeing the 5 of them charging at him simultaneously, the Cyclops smirked contemptuously.
Ridiculous ants. Even if he stood still and let them attack, these 5 ants couldn't break his defense. Humph, since you're the interviewers, I'll let you have a few minutes of hits first.
He indeed crossed his arms and sneered at Tu Yupo, who was leading the charge.
Trash, if you hurt yourself from the backlash of striking me and die, don't blame me.
This bastard is disgusting, but his taunts are still lacking.
Tu Yupo spat. You said it yourself, stand still and let us hit you.
Tu Yupo unbuttoned his pants.
Sizzle.
The scalding red liquid splattered all over the Cyclops.
His once arrogant demeanor instantly transformed into a blazing fury.
You must die.
Ah. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. This second-rate trash dared to do this. The giant hand seized the cockroach thief's jaw.
The Cyclops' eyes were nearly spitting fire.
You damned human, you must die, you absolutely must die.
The others, though they had already rushed to the Cyclops' side,
all halted in their tracks. Wind farts, boss, awesome, awesome, awesome. Beggar in the shadows, your method of revenge is something I've never seen before.
Makabaka, good grief, I can only exclaim good grief, but it's a pity this game gives you the function to excrete yet still has a health system. All I saw was a blur of pixels.
Star 6. Cough, hey, you dared call me trash and even depleted my health bar. I said even if I have to die, I'll piss a stream of bloody urine on you.
The cockroach thief, choked by the Cyclopes, coughed up blood.
I will kill you, the Cyclops growled through gritted teeth at the cockroach thief. But before I kill you, I'll also slaughter your companions. I want you to witness firsthand how your actions doom your teammates.
The Cyclopes, clenching his teeth, held the cockroach thief with one hand while rapidly swatting at Beggar in the shadows and the others. This was a power completely beyond that of the previous Goblin King. The 4 had braced themselves. Yet in an instant they were sent crashing to the ground by that single slap. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Star's head was the first to be seized. The Cyclops gripped the cockroach thief's head with one hand and yanked Star's head close with the other, forcing the cockroach thief to see clearly. Star felt as if her neck were about to snap.
But after unlocking the second-level gene lock, her Botus resilience was terrifyingly strong.
She only felt an intense pressure in her head, yet her neck refused to break. She wondered just how formidable her body would become at higher levels. Even at this moment she was thinking about injecting several newly acquired genes after resurrection.
Then she would definitely return and make that damned Cyclops understand what suffering meant. See this. This is the consequence of angering me.
I want you to watch your teammates die.
The Cyclops' fingers pressed against Star's head. Cockroach thief, sorry brothers. Star, this isn't something everyone gets to experience. I think it's pretty epic. Beggar in the shadows, no worries, this dungeon is probably a bust. When you edit the footage for us later, remember to make it tragic and add some blurring. While the players communicated mentally, Star's face began to twist and deform. The Cyclops' fingers applied pressure inch by inch. Clearly he intended to torture the players to death, savoring the agony on their faces. Unfortunately, everyone had their pain perception muted. They were calmly facing death. Tisk, gone for just a moment, and my people, you've already run into danger. Put. A laser beam appeared. The hand holding Star was severed instantly at the wrist. As blood gushed out, the Cyclops felt no pain yet. But the next second his other hand also snapped off. Only then did the pain reach his brain. The door to room 306 swung open. Wei Yuan entered with a cold expression. Behind him stood the manager of this talent recruitment market. Ah! The Cyclops let out two agonized roars. He swiftly retreated to a corner of the room. Only after feeling safe did he turn to face the newcomer at the door. At his wounds, flesh buds writhed frantically and his hands regenerated. But his complexion darkened considerably as regrowing flesh required substantial energy. Who are you? He stared at Wei Yuan's face, which bore human features. Are you their master? Was it you who posted the recruitment? The Cyclops was quite intelligent. Wei Yuan glanced at the surviving players and breathed a sigh of relief. So close. His precious players had nearly been killed by some lowlife. Damn it, just one missed instruction. Thinking this, Wei Yuan shot a cold glare at the market manager behind him. The manager was drenched in cold sweat. He was an abyssal race, demonic in appearance, looking utterly ferocious. But now facing an obviously irritated Wei Yuan. The manager's heart raced. Who would have thought Lord Wei Yuan would bring a few second-level gene warriors for an interview? And without any notice. Even in the central galaxy, in the most well-policed areas, the strong bullying the weak was a common sight everywhere. Especially here at the talent market. It wasn't unusual for a powerful interviewee to bully the recruiter. Usually the market authorities would intervene. But this Cyclops was already level 5. The market side didn't want to offend him. Yet, who would have thought this single oversight would offend Wei Yuan? A loss. A terrible loss. The manager felt a chill at his neck. His gaze at the Cyclops was as if looking at a corpse. You are indeed strong, but I attacked your people because they insulted me first. The Cyclops sensed trouble. Instantly his arrogant attitude vanished. He pointed at the bloody urine on himself, saying bitterly, your people, a second-level gene warrior, urinated on me. Now was not the time to worry about losing face. The Cyclops could tell from the manager's expression that the human before him was likely someone he couldn't afford to offend. So he decided to gamble that the man was reasonable. If his own humiliation was greater than the others, then logically the other party would show some respect to the market people. In the eyes of high-level gene warriors, the death of a few low-level clansmen was nothing. So the Cyclops instinctively thought Wei Yuan was only angry because his people were about to be killed, feeling disrespected. Unfortunately, he gambled wrong. My people can urinate on whomever they please. Wei Yuan's icy words suffocated the Cyclops. And you just now truly intended to kill them. So, you deserve to die. Lord Wei Yuan, he is of the Cyclops clan. I care not what clan he belongs to. Since he dared to harm my people, I shall be the one to annihilate him. Wei Yuan cast a cold glance at the person in charge of the talent market. If the Cyclops clan seeks trouble, they are welcome to come and kill me to avenge him. Isn't that fair? The person in charge trembled, wiping cold sweat from his brow as he nodded. In response to Wei Yuan's inquiry, he could only stammer, yes, it's perfectly fair. Fair, my foot. Who would risk offending a confirmed lord for an ordinary clan member, especially when this lord was the most promising candidate to become the next chancellor from the Lord Academy in years? Not everyone was as protective of their own as he was. The Abyss clan's representative muttered inwardly. It seemed that from now on, when venturing outside, one must be more cautious when encountering humans. These humans were utterly insane when it came to protecting their own. At that moment, in a corner, the Cyclopes, whose hands had fully regenerated, glared with bloodshot eyes. He understood now. This human would not let him off. He still intended to kill him. All because he had harmed one of his people. Absurd. How utterly absurd! How could he lose his life over those worthless scum? Though he could not gauge the human's true strength. But now he could not afford to wait idly for death. The Cyclops steeled himself, knowing Wei Yuan would never spare him.
To survive he had to fight for his life.
So be it. Ha!
The Cyclops stomped the ground, leaping high and charging toward Wei Yuan.
But his true target was not Wei Yuan, it was the open space beside him. He had to escape. Once out of this confined space he could summon his mecha.
Then with full speed he would surely. The Cyclops' fleeting thought was cut short. His body froze midair.
Wei Yuan had already appeared behind him. The giant's massive frame made it easy for Wei Yuan standing on his back to land a precise kick on his spine. Crack!
The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. The Cyclops crashed to the ground convulsing. His single eye brimmed with terror.
Please.
Spare.
Spare me.
Wei Yuan stepped off his back and pressed a hand on the giant's head.
But you showed no mercy to my people, did you?
He turned toward the players.
Xingqian's skull had been crushed out of shape. If he had arrived even a few seconds later, this mission would have failed.
His 5 fingers dug into the Cyclops' head. When pain reached its peak, even screaming became impossible.
Bang!
The skull, several times harder than that of an earth elf, shattered under Wei Yuan's grip. Blood and brain tissue splattered everywhere. The player's vision flashed red.
Makabaka, damn brother Yuan. Is this brutal? Yupo, that's freaking awesome. Fengchuipapi Lord is the goat. Anzhankito Woo-woo saved by brother Yuan again, love it.
Xingqian remained silent. Her body slowly recovered, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wei Yuan.
That act of vengeance. Was it for her sake?
Though she kept reminding herself this was just a game. Yet witnessing this scene her heart was deeply stirred.
If only the Lord were real.
Now she finally understood why some fell in love with fictional characters.
Xingqian thought she might be in love. Clean up. The interviews continue. Wei Yuan pulled out the bloodstained handkerchief again. Poor yet maintaining elegance.
Wei Yuan sighed, carefully wiping his fingers with the cloth.
Brother Yuan, we probably can't continue the interviews like this, can we? Yupo's spine was broken. His health was pitifully low.
It would take time to recover. He could only crawl on the ground with his hands.
Wei Yuan almost felt like tossing him a couple of coins. Anzhankito also crawled over, lying beside Yupo. Brother Yuan, could you warn us next time about such dangerous jobs? We almost got wiped out. Wei Yuan suppressed a smile and asked, why didn't you inject the Titan Giant gene serum?
I recall you all obtained plenty of high-quality gene serums.
Those serums don't alter your race or appearance.
They contain the superior talents of the corresponding race.
For example, the Titan Giants possess an invincible physique. Injecting their gene serum would boost your physical attributes at least tenfold.
Then you wouldn't have been beaten so badly by a level 5 Cyclops.
Seeing Yupo and Anzhankito's jaws nearly hit the floor.
Wei Yuan delivered the finishing blow, so why didn't you use them?
Was it because you didn't know how? Invincible physique. Tenfold boost. Did the system explain that? No, damn it, I thought it was just some junk serum. Same here, considering there were insectoid and goblin serums. Actually, I thought injecting it would change my class, so. We only find out after nearly dying.
Damn guys, that idiot developer screwed us again. There's a description. Anzhankito stared at the tiny label on the serums in his inventory, dumbfounded. Wei Yuan rubbed his nose and shot a subtle glance at Anzhankito. Kid, the idiot developer you're cursing is standing right in front of you.
Anzhankito suddenly felt a chill. He shivered. Damn, my health must be too low. Time to inject quick.
Now that they knew what it was, why wouldn't they inject it?
The moment the pale green serum entered their bodies, a wave of warmth surged through the players, followed by a comprehensive boost to all attributes. Their precarious health shot up instantly. Even the health bar expanded. Damn, no wonder it's a top 10 reward. The Titan Giant genes are this amazing. This feels incredible. As the players resumed their interviews, Wei Yuan stepped outside for some fresh air and checked the reward from hacking into the Academy's terminal AI interface.
Congratulations, host, you have received a fleet of flagship vessels.
81 flagship vessels. Jackpot. Wei Yuan couldn't suppress his excitement as he gazed at the fleet in his system inventory. This was amazing.
When would he get to pilot these sleek warships? His grin had yet to fully spread. The system flashed another alert.
Urgent warning. Urgent warning. Your territory is about to be attacked. Lord, return immediately.
According to system calculations, the space pirates' route passes through Blue Star. They will land on Blue Star in 3 days.
Probability 97. Space pirates. Were they the same group encountered at the M2779 star system? Wei Yuan's heart instantly tightened.
When the system had alerted him earlier, he had assessed the warzone situation, estimating it would take at least another month to determine the outcome. He never expected them to return so soon. And they were destined to pass by Blue Star.
Damn. Could it be his own jinx?
He had wanted to test the power of the flagship. Now it seemed he truly had no choice but to deploy it. Otherwise, with the player's current strength, encountering space pirates would be like lambs to the slaughter. The might of space pirates was no mere boast.
The pirate group encountered at M2779 was particularly formidable.
In the interstellar era, besides the Alliance, there were two other factions. One was the scattered pirates plundering resources everywhere. The other was the rebels who had defected from the Alliance. Compared to the rebels, who were former regular troops, space pirates were no different from the pirates of old, even more despicable than those from the Age of Sail. They committed every atrocity, burning, killing, and looting without restraint. Some were even perverted, taking pleasure in torture.
System, can you calculate how many pirates will pass by Blue Star?
Calculation complete. The group passing Blue Star is a detachment of this pirate fleet after being repelled at M2779. The pirates scattered in a fan-shaped pattern to evade the Alliance's regular forces. This detachment possesses 70 warships, 300 high-level gene warriors, including 10 above level 5 and 1 level 7 gene warrior.
There are also 800 low-level gene warriors.
If the host cannot eliminate them quickly, the main pirate force may detect Blue Star's situation.
Wei Yuan's heart sank. A level 5 planet was an invaluable resource for space pirates.
If the main force discovered it, they would likely turn back immediately. Given that this pirate group could command an entire warzone, there must be level 8 or even level 9 gene warriors among them. Although he himself was level 9, the players would undoubtedly be doomed.
His resources couldn't sustain unlimited respawns for them. Moreover, losing territory would seal the system again.
I really did jinx it, Wei Yuan muttered, lightly tapping his lips.
Given the situation, deploying the flagship was unavoidable. Fortunately, the enemy's warship count didn't exceed his own. In a naval battle, he could ignore the gap between low-level soldiers, as long as he intercepted their high-level warriors.
But with just over 100 players, they couldn't possibly control so many warships. You have a new task list, please claim it promptly. Task 1, summon 10000 players within 24 hours.
Task 2, defend the territory, intercept the space pirates passing Blue Star within 3 days. Rewards: level 3 gene lock potion, basic insight. Basic insight. Wei Yuan clicked on the reward details. Basic insight applicable to all players, adds to base attributes.
Increased insight enhances learning speed, even enabling instant absorption of knowledge.
Overpowered. That was Wei Yuan's first thought upon reading the description.
The key difference between his summoning and a real game was precisely this.
Everything had to be learned the hard way.
Now the system was introducing insight.
Damn it. How was this any different from a game? What was the difference?
System, why didn't you develop this feature earlier?
Do you know how much effort I put into studying back in school? Damn it.
If such a boon had existed before, he wouldn't have had to study day and night after crossing over. Host, this ability was unlocked only after your diligent completion of tasks, the system explained.
Wei Yuan wiped away a non-existent tear. The players really had it good now. Wei Yuan finally understood why the elders always said, if we had your opportunities back in our day.
Seeing this reward from the system, he was green with envy. Nevertheless, it was all for his benefit.
He turned and entered room 306. Cockroach, we need 10 more weapon instructors.
Roger.
The process of recruiting instructors was swift.
After a Cyclops had been killed, the instructors who dared to apply were at least competent, and they were also bold. Cockroach had been struggling to choose among the instructors, who all seemed decent.
Then Wei Yuan came and demanded 10. Now all the instructors he favored were selected. Once they finalized the list, Earth's gaming community erupted once more. The Star Human webpage displayed another massive announcement.
The ghosts of the Star Sea, the bandits of the cosmos, a group that commits every atrocity, are about to land on Blue Star. Humanity faces an extremely arduous battle, the clash between the rising human race and space pirates. Fight in the Star Sea battle for the continuation of humanity. Star Human officially summons 10000 players to fight alongside humanity. The Star Sea campaign begins. 10000 first round test slots are now open.
Interested players click the link below.
Selected players will receive a package from our company.
Holy crap, Star Human is finally releasing game accounts again. 10,000 slots this time. Hahaha, I've been waiting so long, I'm finally getting.
Last time over 4,000,000 people fought for 100 slots and I couldn't get one.
This time with 10,000 I must succeed. I want to mine, I want to read, I want to get into Star Human.
The gaming community exploded once more. And this time it was even more intense than the Goblin battle.
Clearly the sudden release of slots was due to the impending war.
And it was against space pirates.
The image Wei Yuan released was of his newly acquired flagship.
The sleek imposing warship picture
was enough to ignite anyone's blood at a single glance. Weapons. The ultimate form of firearms. Absolutely badass. Damn, this game is releasing new slots again.
Since the last time he cursed interstellar human race, Tianwang Liangpa was kicked out of the Hiable Players group chat and he had been holding a grudge ever since. The more he criticized it, the more he paid attention.
Seeing that 10,000 slots were released, Tianwang Liangpa couldn't resist clicking the link to apply. 10,000 slots, this time he must be selected.
Late at night with bloodshot eyes he sat in front of the computer waiting for news.
Ding dong.
Just as he dozed off, a notification popped up on the screen. He clicked and found it wasn't a notification of being selected but that his followed streamer 2Yupo had posted new content.
Tianwang Liangpa angrily opened the latest content from 2Yupo. He remembered this 2Yupo. He was one of the group administrators in the high-level players group. He was also the first one in that group to enter the game.
Poof. Let me see what new stuff you've posted and what this garbage game has come up with. Before even entering the streamer's page, Tianwang Liangpa first sent a bullet comment. TCH, didn't the streamer say he was going to do a special mission? How come you're back after only 5 days? Did you die halfway? Or is that game pod actually a piece of junk? 2Yupo immediately noticed this seemingly unfriendly comment. 2Yupo, the streamer, completed the mission ahead of time. Okay. This mission was accomplished quite beautifully and many unexpected things happened along the way. It was really thrilling. Without further ado, hey, race the video. 2Yupo posted the edited video to his homepage. I have to give credit to the game pod of Interstellar Human Race, it's awesome. I originally thought that after soaking in the game pod for 5 days my body would feel somewhat uncomfortable, right? But guess what, bros? I really didn't expect that. Not only did I not have the usual back pain from gaming, but I also feel that my body has become a bit stronger. 2Yupo flexed his back muscles in front of the camera.
Whoa, the streamer really looks a lot more muscular.
His skin has improved, seriously, he looks really different. His whole demeanor is different.
Streamer, did you really soak in the game pod?
I remember there's scientific proof that when the brain is active, if you keep imagining exercising a certain part of your body, those muscle groups actually get trained.
Are you sure that's not pseudoscience?
No time to watch the streamer. Damn, brothers, 2Yupo's video this time is really something.
I'm blown away. Go watch it. Everyone go watch it, it's absolutely amazing. The sooner you watch the better.
Remember to download it. I suspect the officials might take it down for violence and gore.
Netizens rushed to watch the video in droves. Tianwang Liangpa also went to watch the video with the intention of finding faults. But he didn't expect.
The moment he clicked on the video, it was as if he heard the sound of gunfire.
Everywhere were interstellar people fleeing the war. They looked like humans but had slight differences.
But those eyes filled with a will to survive were deeply moving.
What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get on the starship.
The administrator's voice came from the video and all netizens saw that enormous, incredibly futuristic-looking starship.
Then, following 2Yupo's perspective, they entered the kitchen.
The balloon man spat out a mouthful of saliva containing brainworms.
Xingqian sliced open the skull with one cut and pulled out the brainworm's tactile sensation. The brainworm named Wakasi with facial features on its brain. And finally, the great battle with the Cyclops.
All the netizens watching the video felt as if they were truly following his perspective entering the interstellar world. Especially when 2Yupo's neck was being choked and they saw Xingqian's head about to be crushed. Everyone held their breath, their hearts gradually racing.
Until the moment Wei Yuan appeared. Redemption.
As the netizens watched Wei Yuan's silhouette, they all felt he was suffused with light.
So shocking. It's so immersive. Damn, this game is absolutely incredible.
I almost forgot I was just watching a video recorded by 2Yupo in the game.
It's unimaginable how strong the immersion would be if you actually entered this game.
Whoa, that line from Brother Yuan, my people, made me want to cry. My whole body is covered in goosebumps.
Brother Yuan is the best YYDS. Seriously, so cool.
When I was watching, I thought 2Yupo was going to log off like that.
My heart is still pounding like crazy. Amazing.
The moment I saw Brother Yuan, I felt a sudden urge to cry.
Tianwang Liangpa stared at his computer screen, refreshing it over and over again.
But even after the page showed that all accounts had been fully distributed, he still hadn't received his own account information.
Damn it. Nothing. Again. Why the hell not?
The man sat before the screen going mad, his eyes bloodshot as he quickly opened a small account he had created earlier to trash the game Star Human Race. What a piece of garbage game, starting to hand out accounts in a flash again, must be waiting to harvest the leak's money. A bunch of fools rushing up to be fleeced. Even if I got an account I wouldn't play it. Just a trash game. After venting his frustration, Tianwang Liangpa picked up his phone only to find that as soon as he opened a gaming group, a newbie in the group had already posted a screenshot. Xiaxuela, wow, a complete newbie here. At first I thought the game graphics were from some new sci-fi movie. Never expected it to be such an incredibly popular game, and even more unexpected, I got picked. Xiaxuela image. JPG. This was a large group of 3,000 people, many of whom like Tianwang Liangpa were seasoned players. There weren't many newbies. Tianwang Liangpa had an impression of this Xiaxuela. She was indeed just starting out with games, and it seemed she had only begun exploring them because of Star Human Race. How could she have snatched an account on her first try? Why the hell? Tianwang Liangpa, oh, so you got an account, big deal. What's there to show off? Tianwang Liangpa, there are plenty of people in this group who got accounts, not just you. Who are you showing off to? You stupid bastard, you think you're something special just because you snagged an account. Tianwang Liangpa, you've got no skill at all. Entering the game will only lead to your death. A game this hard isn't something a newbie should touch. The group fell silent for a moment. Everyone quietly watched Tianwang Liangpa lose his mind in the chat. His sour grapes attitude was truly exasperating to behold. Xiaxuela, are you jealous? Xiaxuela, I remember your ID. You said before that Star Human Race is a garbage game and you wouldn't play it even if it was given to you. So why are you so bitter now that I got an account? Xiaxuela, sour grapes. Tianwang Liangpa let out a roar in his rented room. Stupid bastard, damn it. Tianwang Liangpa, what the hell did you say? In this group you have no right to speak. If you've got the guts, give me your offline address and I'll come find you. Xiaxuela, oh sure. Come to S City Jiang Group. Just report my ID and come find me. Xiaxuela image. JPG. She sent a photo taken from a high-rise office window. At that moment, on the top floor of the Jiang Group building, Zhang Shuer tossed her long wavy hair back. She had never been cursed out like this before, even online. She had to call the person out and teach them a harsh lesson for their insolence. But after she sent the message, the other party went silent. Xiaxuela, oh, what's the matter? Too scared to show up? Xiaxuela, even if you don't come to me, I'll find you. Tianwang Liangpa held his phone, staring at Xiaxuela's messages, his hand trembling. Then he swiftly left the group. From that photo he recognized the familiar buildings. He was currently living in S City. The other person's shooting angle was clearly from the top of the Jiang Group building. Zhang Shuer hadn't expected the guy to be such a coward. She let out a scoff, then heard the front desk call saying a strange delivery box had arrived downstairs. Her domineering CEO demeanor vanished instantly as she happily ran downstairs to open the package. Zhang Shuer had never played games before, but she had seen videos recorded by Star Human Race players on the trending headlines. She had been captivated by the visuals and the word star at the time. Virtual reality could be so realistic, and the players all gave unanimous praise. How could this not stir the heart of a sci-fi fan like her? Especially since this battle was primarily fought with warships. It was the very romance of interstellar warfare. Inside the Star Alliance, all commanders sat around a round table. The old principal of the Lord Academy was also present. He looked nervously at the Chancellor who had called the meeting. The Chancellor's expression was grim, and beside him stood a virtual youth. It was the embodiment of a. The reason I called you all here today is that A has calculated the movements of the pirates who attacked planet M2779. As the Chancellor's words fell, some people at the table began to speak. What's there to calculate? Haven't the reinforcements from the 7th Fleet already arrived? As far as I know, they've been beaten and are preparing to flee back into the Starsea. Don't pursue a cornered foe. These space pirates are extremely difficult to capture when navigating the Starsea. The resources spent on catching them outweigh their value, it's not worth it. Exactly. A few muttered below. The Chancellor's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he turned to look at I have built a model. Based on the scale of this battle, the pirates attacking planet M2779 appear to be the Squid Gang, one of the 3 major pirate groups. Considering the scale, even with the 7th Fleet's reinforcements, their sudden retreat is abnormal. Moreover, their retreat route is fan-shaped. It doesn't look like a retreat, it's more like they're conducting a carpet search for something.
A model diagram appeared before everyone. The pirates' departure trajectories were all marked along with the planets they would pass by. When Blue Star appeared,
the old principal could no longer sit still.
Chancellor, we may need to send support.
He pointed at Blue Star's marker.
That human child's assigned territory is right here. The human child. Everyone realized. Principal, are you referring to Wei Yuan?
That's right, I heard before that this child named his territory Blue Star.
Humans. A name we haven't heard in years.
He's the only lord the human race has cultivated in all these years. I heard his strength surpasses Feng Yusheng and the Chancellor's grandson is no match for him.
Shoo.
The room buzzed for a few seconds. The old Chancellor glanced at the last few Alliance members who had spoken.
Everyone fell silent.
Only the old principal's beard trembled slightly.
Chancellor, everyone knows the Squid Gang's strength. Even the First Fleet might not be able to hold them back. Wei Yuan's territory has just begun to develop, it's no match for the Squid Gang.
And he is the descendant of the human race, their last hope. If we don't lend a hand, it will be hard to justify to the human race. The old principal said, turning to look at A. After all, the development of A would not have been possible without the contributions of the human race. Principal, as the Chancellor of the Star Alliance, I will not show favoritism.
I will find ways to help any race in the Alliance, but their location is simply too remote. The Chancellor's meaning was clear. He would help, but only by going through the motions, handling it as a formality.
Moreover, as the diagram shows, Wei Yuan's little planet will at most be passed by a branch of a few thousand pirates.
He is an outstanding student of the Lord Academy, he can certainly hold out until reinforcements arrive.
The old principal's face turned pale instantly.
Everything the Chancellor said was correct, but only if Wei Yuan's planet held no value. A planet without value naturally wouldn't attract attention. However,
his planet was a level 5 planet.
Level 5, that would be enough to attract the attention of the Squid Gang's main force. Wei Yuan could certainly handle the branch units. But could his meager forces withstand the main army?
The old principal's gaze swept across everyone in the room.
They all knew the truth. But now no one spoke. Why?
It was simply because the human race had grown weak. The saying, once the person is gone the tea grows cold, was fully displayed here. The old principal saw. He wasn't worried that Wei Yuan would die at the hands of the Squid Gang.
If the child used his full strength, he could even annihilate the entire gang single-handedly. But if his clansmen suffered heavy casualties as a result, this child, who already held some resentment toward the Alliance, would likely feel even less sense of belonging. Come on, Principal, a genius is just a genius. How many peerless prodigies doesn't our Alliance produce every year? Exactly, didn't we all go through the same thing back in the day? Youngsters always encounter setbacks. Interstellar battles are brutal.
Running into something like this, well, you could say it's the fate of the human race.
We can only say we did our best.
The words of several key Alliance members sent a chill down the old principal's spine. Are you all just going to stand by and watch?
Knock, knock, knock.
A knock sounded at the door. Emilio, who had just been resting, was curled up in the soft blanket, sleeping soundly and dazedly. After several space jumps, she had come home and fallen into a deep sleep. Hearing the knock, she mumbled, "Dad, I'm too tired.
Let me sleep a bit more.
Take the bloodthirsty tune tree sap I brought back for Mom to drink.
I want to eat dinner."
Having said that, she buried her head and continued sleeping. Outside the door, the couple exchanged a glance. The gentle woman sighed, "Maybe we should wait until Amilua wakes up and checks the star network herself. Let her discover it on her own."
"Aren't you afraid she'll recklessly pilot a mecha to Blue Star?"
"This child may seem obedient, but she's actually quite rebellious," Emiluo's father said with a stern face. If he hadn't discovered that a large batch of goods had vanished from home and that she had taken the transport ship, he would never have known that this reckless girl had ventured alone into the war zone. Thank goodness she knew how to perform space jumps and was lucky enough not to be spotted by the main forces of the pirate group. Otherwise they would have been frantic with worry. Even seeing her return safely, Emiluo's father was still shaken with fear. But seeing her resolute expression when she declared she liked Wei Yuan made his heart feel like it was about to explode.
"Emiluo, get up. We need to talk to you about something related to that senior of yours," Emiluo's father said loudly toward the room.
With a slap, the door swung open. Emiluo, her pink hair tousled behind her, looked at her father with sparkling eyes, her voice tinged with excitement. "Dad, have you agreed to intermarriage with humans?"
The veins on Emiluo's father's forehead began to throb.
His fist itched to smash down on Emiluo's head. "Emiluo, what Mom and Dad want to tell you isn't about that. It's that Wei Yuan's territory is about to be attacked by the pirate group and we hope you won't get involved in this matter," Emiluo's mother said gently. Then with quick hands and eyes she grabbed hold of Emilio, who was about to jump up and deploy her mecha.
Mom, let me go, I have to go. Sob.
Emilio's mouth was also sealed shut.
A dose of calming fluid was injected into her body.
Emilio's mother held her, who had closed her eyes and had just let out a sigh when Emilio suddenly snapped her eyes open, leaped into the air and deployed her mecha Taotao.
Goodbye, Mom and Dad.
I'll help Senior evade this attack and then come back. Emilio pressed one hand against her arm where the calming fluid had been injected, then controlled the flow of blood in her body, slowly draining the blood with the highest concentration of the fluid. Taotao full speed ahead to Blue Star.
Master, we can't leave. The mecha Taotao displayed a holographic map of the entire planet of Cash. Your father has activated the airspace barrier net.
What?
Emilio looked down to see her father's face twisted with extreme displeasure. Emilio, get down here. Emilio's father gritted his teeth. This is no joke. Even if the Alliance army went, they might not be able to save them. Going there would be pure disruption. Do you want your senior to have to look after you while trying to escape? Emilio was locked in her room. Originally dead tired, she now couldn't sleep a wink.
She logged onto the Star Network. Students from the academy were all discussing the matter, with most saying that Senior Wei Yuan's territory was surely lost this time.
Opening her communicator. Emilio Senior, are you okay? Wei Yuan en route.
After replying, he added, I'm fine.
Don't worry.
At that moment he was piloting the flagship at full speed. The cockroach and the others had already entered the flagship's hibernation pods and logged off.
Without using space jumps they couldn't make it back to Blue Star. Attention all players, the game version is being updated.
All players must log off within 10 minutes.
During the version update, players will receive a game pod sent by this company. The update time is 1 hour. The game announcement was issued. All players logged off. I haven't even finished mining this ore and I have to log off. There are only so many hours a day to play games. Giving out game pods. To everyone. Wow, that's amazing.
Veteran players were both surprised and delighted.
I heard the announcement said there's a big battle coming. Last time I made a small profit during the big fight. This time there should be good stuff given out too.
That good. This 1 hour server shutdown for the update will probably bring in even more awesome stuff.
After logging off,
all players received their game pods.
During that 1 hour of waiting, the players didn't stay idle.
One by one they started showing off the game pods they'd received online.
The envy made the eyes of netizens who hadn't secured an account turn red.
The trending headlines were perpetually plastered with the tag Interstellar Humans.
It never came down. The hour passed quickly. Inside the rest area, when the green lights on 10130 hibernation pods all lit up simultaneously.
The players climbed out of the pods, and seeing so many people logging in at once was still somewhat awe-inspiring. The cockroach and the others had fallen asleep inside the flagship.
Opening their eyes, they found themselves back in the territory. Over 10,000 people logged in simultaneously. This is what gaming feels like.
The cockroach had long known this game would become popular. But when that day truly arrived, with the player count skyrocketing from a little over 100 to 10,000 and everyone logging in at the same time, he was still stunned.
Dear tribesmen, please gather at the center of the territory. Wei Yuan's voice came over the rest area's broadcast. Is Brother Yuan being so Whoa, I sense a heavy atmosphere. This is going to be a tough battle. So exciting. Let's go, let's head to the central plaza and check it out. The veteran players chattered and laughed as they walked.
The newly logged in players were still marveling at everything around them, feeling this world that was completely identical to reality. By the way, newbies, don't forget to adjust your pain settings. Of course, if you want to level up faster, you can leave it as is. The cockroach shouted loudly to the players as he walked. Among the new players, Zhang Shuer's eyes burst with immense surprise.
This wasn't a game at all. It was clearly a real world.
She reached out to touch her face. It was delicate and smooth, and the air was fresh. There was none of the stuffiness of a big city. It was a freshness that even a new air system couldn't match.
Whoa, Sister Shui, what are you doing here?
Wind blows, but suddenly tapped Zhang Shuer, whose in-game name was It's Snowing, from the side.
Zhang Tao. Xia Shuela turned around and saw Feng Chui Pippi. Are you playing this game too?
Holy crap, Sister Shui, it really is you.
Feng Chui Pippi was also taken aback.
Zhang Shuer was the nightmare of all peers in their circle. Shortly after graduation, she took over the family business and within just a few years led the Jiang Corporation through a bold transformation from a traditional enterprise into an emerging one. She was the epitome of the child from another family. But now he actually encountered this sister in the game.
This game is incredibly popular now. When I saw it I found it interesting and tried to grab a spot. To my surprise I got one right away. I heard it's a space game. Xia Shuela asked. Feng Shui Pippi nodded nervously. Yes Sister Shui, you're really lucky. Very few people can get a spot in this game. I arrived earlier than you, so if you have any questions just ask me. Although he didn't play games before compared to Jiang Shuer, he still had some leisure activities. You know, for the sake of the family business, Jiang Shuer hadn't even attended any gatherings of their peers over the years. Everyone could only see her on important occasions. Such a legendary figure appearing right before his eyes filled Feng Shui Pippi with pride. He had arrived earlier than her. And now he was also playing better. If the old man at home ever used Jiang Shuer to belittle him again, he would tell him that he was the one who guided Jiang Shuer in the game. Sister Shui, come on, I'll take you to the Central Plaza. We just came back from another planet. You have no idea how fun this game is. Besides the amazing virtual reality, the environments and characters are all beautifully made. As he spoke, Feng Shui Pippi led Xia Shuela outside. Buzz. A deafening roar sounded above all the players. A vast dark mass of neatly arranged flagship warships hovered in the air. The mere sight of these steel behemoths exuded an aura of slaughter. When a flagship starts up, it emits a low rumble. With 81 of them together, the sound became immense. The moment Xia Shuela looked up, she was completely captivated by the steel beast. So beautiful. So powerfully violent. What was this? Why was it so dazzling? She had never seen such a perfect war machine, like a work of art. My people, space pirates are approaching. To defend our home we must intercept and eliminate them before they discover launching. These are 81 flagship warships. They will lead you to intercept the space pirates. I have invited some instructors who will teach you how to fight using these warships. You have only 3 days to learn. The players were immersed in the grand beauty of the warships. Space weapons had undergone countless iterations. Warships were heavy weapons, even more powerful than mechas. In major battles, having one extra warship could turn the tide. The instructors brought back by Wei Yuan were also rendered speechless by the sight. 81 of them. These were flagship warships, not ordinary ones. 81 of them. That was equivalent to an entire fleet. Even a medium-sized military district would be considered wealthy if it had one flagship as the main vessel and the rest were ordinary warships. Wei Yuan had a full 81 here. Crazy. All the instructors who came with Wei Yuan felt their minds going numb. They had also arrived on launching aboard a flagship with Wei Yuan. But who could have imagined? He not only had one, but aside from the one that brought them, there were 80 more. I was worried I would die on launching. My God, this is simply astonishing. The human race's reserves are so abundant. It seems those on the StarNet were all wrong. A few instructors gathered and couldn't help but speak. When they first learned that pirates would pass by launching, they had debated whether to resign. After all, for a job there was no need to risk one's life, right? No matter how high the salary, it wasn't worth it. But they also feared that Lord Wei Yuan in his wrath would have them killed before they even reached launching. So they followed Wei Yuan nervously, and when they saw that they were picked up by a flagship, their hearts began to calm. At this moment, upon seeing so many flagships, the dozen or so instructors felt that they would definitely survive this time. After all, these were flagships. If they really couldn't win, they could just start the warship and escape without any problem. Flagships were not just impressive in name. However, Lord Wei Yuan just said, how many days do we have to teach his people the skills? 3 days. 3 days. Several weapon masters were stunned. How could they possibly master operating a warship in just 3 days? Oh no, oh no. Could it be that the first thing we do here is to personally drive a warship and fight space pirates? All the weapon masters' faces turned grim. Their hands trembled slightly. Operating a warship required multiple coordinated efforts. Just the countless number of buttons and the timing in combat were beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Typically, all crew members on a warship had to cooperate for years to fully unleash the ship's potential. Now Lord Wei Yuan wanted them to teach these curious-looking humans to operate a warship within 3 days. Was he crazy? Ha! Was Lord Wei Yuan insane? The 10 weapon masters' faces turned red and white alternately. Yet none of them dared to voice it to Wei Yuan. For no other reason, they feared death. If worst came to worst, they could have the 10 of them operate a single flagship that was plausible. The 10 instructors exchanged glances, their hearts filled with bitterness. But the players erupted in huge cheers. Whoa, are we really going to fight? So cool, so cool. Can I actually operate a warship myself? This is absolutely amazing. This is a real space game. Real operation, just thinking about it gets me excited.
Brother Yuan, when do we start learning?
Yeah, I want to learn right now.
This was the true charm of a real space game.
What's the point of mining every day? We need some gunfire and blood, right?
The players were rubbing their hands together, just seeing the protruding gun muzzles on the warship made them tremble with excitement.
So cool. Absolutely cool. Let's start now. Everyone divide into 10 groups and follow the instructors to learn. Please choose the Weapon Instructors course. Current instructors courses: Gavin 987, 1013, Sophia 326, 1013, Alice 1013, 1013. Each instructor had only 1013 slots available under their name. The players signed up on their own and planned their own time for lessons. However, when the instructors saw the schedule, they were dumbfounded. Lord Wei Yuan, time is so urgent, why not have them all start learning immediately? Exactly, why let them choose their own time? Could it be that the human race is sending reinforcements?
A dozen instructors crowded around Wei Yuan. They were genuinely terrified. When the pirates came, would they care if you were just there working? They were a band of brigands who killed on sight and plundered everything. Their very lives now hung by a thread on these humans. Who could not be afraid? Seeing the instructor's anxiety, Wei Yuan expressed his understanding. Unfortunately, he could only offer reassurance. I apologize, the human race cannot provide reinforcements in such a short time. The only ones capable of fighting are these clansmen right now. Wei Yuan said gently, 3 days is enough for all of them to learn how to operate the Vanguard warships. Do not worry about the teaching. Your task is to select from among my clansmen those with talent for command. I plan to entrust this entire battle to them.
What?
Among the weapon instructors, the most powerful Gavin stiffened entirely.
He stared at Wei Yuan in disbelief.
Lord Wei Yuan, forgive my impertinence, but you are about to face the Kraken pirate crew, the third strongest pirate group in the Starsea. Even if you have 81 Vanguard warships, I doubt you can guarantee victory, especially with such low-level warriors operating them.
Gavin did not dare to mention that among those 10,000 people only about 100 were gene warriors. The rest were all ordinary humans.
Having a group of people who had barely seen a warship in their lives operate Vanguard warships. How was that any different from sending them to their deaths?
Gavin's face flushed red, but he lacked the courage to truly defy Wei Yuan.
Even if you don't trust my clansmen, you should trust me.
Wei Yuan's gaze swept over all the instructors.
Besides the weapon instructors, the faces of the other instructors were also etched with worry. I wouldn't have brought you all this way just for you to die here.
I promise, even if my territory is conquered, you will leave here alive. The instructors exchanged glances and fell silent.
Since Lord Wei Yuan had spoken thus, they could hardly say more. They could only hope that when the time came they would indeed be allowed to leave unscathed.
After all, Blue Star was so far away. There weren't even any established routes.
If they piloted their own mechs, they would run out of energy halfway and die in the Starry Sea.
It was a death sentence either way. A dark cloud hung over all the instructors.
Among the players, most had already finished signing up.
Damn you animals, I saw it.
The only female instructors' slots were snapped up the moment they were released.
Yeah, a bunch of perverts. Not me though, impure. I only signed up for Instructor Alice because I liked her name. But among these instructors, Gavin should be the strongest, he's at the top. Anyway, since I didn't get Alice's class, any other instructor is fine. All players have successfully registered. Activating special attribute basic comprehension. The system's voice echoed in every player's mind. Holy crap, basic comprehension. Let me check it out.
Wind blowing but was taking snowing to meet Oil Thief and the others when the system suddenly announced the new attribute.
He immediately opened his personal details page.
Player Wind blowing but level LV2 gold coins 14759 comprehension 3 skills none. Man, this game's personal page is still so barebones. Oil Thief was also checking his own comprehension. Wind blowing but casually asked, brothers, what's your comprehension score?
Star 6. Wind blowing but boss, and being serious here. I got a 3.
Star, seriously, it's 6.
Oil Thief, I have 5. Doesn't seem too bad. Begging in the dark, am a bit stronger, 7. After everyone had spoken, they all turned to look at Makabaka. What about you? Makabaka's face flushed. 1. Ha ha ha, 1. Ha ha ha, Makabaka, you really are. Pft, ha ha ha. Oil Thief covered his mouth laughing heartily, only to get a slap on the back from Makabaka. Comprehension is an IQ, what are you laughing at? Makabaka's face reddened with anger. She just had trouble understanding the science subjects back in school. But she had never had any issues playing games before. Why did this game have to throw in a comprehension stat? It was ridiculous. Oil Thief grinned at Makabaka. I know it's not about IQ. We were in the same class in high school. You were just a bit weak in math and physics. No worries, big bro's got your back. Got my back, my foot. Can't you see this comprehension can be upgraded? Makabaka viciously stomped on Oil Thief's foot, then opened her gold coin menu to start adding points to comprehension.
Holy shit, 1 point of comprehension costs me 1,000 gold coins.
And after 10 points it's 10,000 per point. Highway robbery.
Even the veteran players were only a week or two ahead of the newcomers.
No one had many gold coins. Makabaka was relatively wealthy, yet even she could only afford to boost her comprehension to 10.
While Oil Thief and the others urgently checked how many points they could afford to add. Wind blowing but sidled up to Snowing and said mischievously, Sister Shui, you just got here and don't have many gold coins.
Want me to lend you some?
You see, gold coins are hard to earn in this game. If you go mining you'd dig all day to get about 50 coins.
I'll lend you some in-game gold and you can transfer some money to me offline. Consider it as you buying my coins. Doesn't your brother give you money? Snowing asked.
He does, hee, but not much.
It's not enough.
Wind blowing but smiled ingratiatingly.
You're glued to the game all day now, what do you even need money for? Snowing showed him her page.
Besides, after you've added points to yourself you probably won't have any spare coins to lend me,
she said with a light laugh. Wind blowing but was still dismissive. Sister Shui, don't underestimate me. My gold is. Holy shit.
The exclamation of astonishment drew the attention of the others who were still bickering. Although Makabaka wasn't particularly sharp, her eyesight was excellent. She immediately spotted the personal profile that Xialexwela had revealed. The massive number 20 displayed before her left her feeling dizzy.
Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Where did you come from, you genius? Isn't it more fun for everyone to stay within single digits? Why would someone have 20 points of comprehension? Tuyupo shouted, spinning in circles. Even Xingqian's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, you're my idol. Could it be that the game's comprehension stat is actually based on a player's real intelligence? That can't be.
As the players wavered in doubt, Wei Yuan was also stunned. He could directly view the player's stats from the back end. He could confirm that the comprehension value was not arbitrarily assigned by the system. Every player's comprehension was calculated after a thorough system evaluation.
Have I summoned a monster?
A comprehension of 20 right from the start.
This woman. Wei Yuan clicked on her identity. The system laid out all of Xialexwela's detailed information before Wei Yuan's eyes. Wow, she really has been a genius since childhood. Wei Yuan swallowed hard. My luck is just incredible, hahaha. Since this battle lacked a qualified commander, he would have to directly confront the high-level gene warriors of the Squid Group. The remaining pirates would have to be dealt with by the players themselves, which had Wei Yuan somewhat worried. Not that he feared they couldn't win, but he was concerned they might fail to hold the line, allowing the pirates to discover Blue Star. Now that this female CEO with such an exceptionally high comprehension had suddenly appeared, letting her temporarily act as a commander should be no problem. Of course, Xialexwela had no idea that Wei Yuan had set his sights on her. She simply found the game quite interesting. Comprehension can be increased with gold coins anyway, so what's there to be surprised about? You guys just need to earn more gold coins to catch up. Xialexwela waved her hand dismissively. Let's hurry up and learn how to pilot the warships. She looked up, her eyes coveting the fleet of hovering lead warships. This company was both powerful and mysterious. Before logging into the game, she had conducted a thorough investigation. The deliveries of the game pods were all made in secret. Even the couriers seemed to be specialists. She couldn't even find any specific information about them. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Xialexwela even suspected that this game was created by some secret organization. Sister Shui is right, let's go learn now. Let me see, my instructor is Gavin. Sister Shui, you also have Gavin. Let's go together. Take me along. Fengchuipapi followed behind Xialexwela, acting like a sycophant. Seeing his demeanor, Xialexwela smiled lightly and didn't refuse. After all, they were from the same circle. That kid Zhang Tao seemed like a reckless second-generation heir. In reality, he was far better than his older brother, who was always scheming with a grim face. Come on, let's go learn. Tuyupo and the others also laughed and headed off to study. As the top veteran players, although their comprehension wasn't as high as Xialexwela's, they agreed with her. After all, this stat could be increased with gold coins later. After a few missions, they'd catch up right. The players added each other as in-game friends and then went their separate ways, leaving Xialexwela somewhat surprised.
In the real world she rarely encountered people like them. What's wrong, Sister Shui?
Fengchuipapi asked curiously when he saw her stop.
Zalexwela said, I just feel that your friends are different from the people we usually meet.
Fengchuipapi immediately understood what she meant. He nodded with a laugh.
Yeah, they're much purer and simpler than the people in our circle.
Since we're all just playing a game, everyone just wants to have fun.
Who would bother scheming against others? Besides, in this game we're defending humanity, we're all the same race. Jiang Shuer suddenly felt she understood why some people loved gaming.
Let's go.
Jiang Shuer's in-game ID sounded soft and cute, but she herself was very much a mature and commanding woman. Tall with long legs and a slender waist, she had curves in all the right places. With a perfect oval face and a pair of sharp, slightly fierce phoenix eyes, her aura alone was exceptionally striking.
Look, Instructor Gavin is over there.
Fengchuipapi spotted Gavin from a distance, who had just come out from seeing Wei Yuan.
He shouted loudly and waved at Gavin. Instructor Gavin, we're here to learn. Take us up to study.
Gavin, already fuming from his earlier conversation with Wei Yuan, looked at these humans coming to him for lessons. A low-level warrior not only failed to show respect to a high-level gene warrior but was also so frivolous.
This was truly. Endure. Hold it in. Gavin, you don't want to die here. Gavin screamed in his mind. He remembered clearly that the Cyclops had been killed by Lord Wei Yuan for attacking these humans during the recruitment. He couldn't get angry over this. He couldn't get angry.
Lord Wei Yuan was very protective of his people, very protective.
Gavin kept brainwashing himself.
But when Fengchuipapi casually placed a hand on Gavin's shoulder, he lost it. A burst of rage flared in his deep purple eyes.
You!
Fengchuipapi, show respect to your instructor. At that moment Zalexwela spoke, telling him to lower his hand. Having spent so much time with Tuyupo, Fengchuipapi had gotten used to not taking these NPCs too seriously. After all, they were just NPCs. But since Sister Shui said so, he didn't dare to act out. He obediently lowered his hand.
Zalexwela addressed Gavin respectfully. Instructor, is it convenient for you to teach now? Gavin was still quite irritated.
He intended to admonish these humans who didn't know their place.
I'm not in a good mood right now, and even if I taught you, you wouldn't be able to learn.
Does the Lord know you're speaking to us like this?
Zalexwela was not one to be trifled with.
She was merely being polite.
And Instructor Gavin, why do you assume we can't learn? Because you're too low level. You're just an ordinary human.
No ordinary Alliance member has ever been able to pilot a lead warship.
If you want to talk to me, at least become a gene warrior first. Gavin snorted coldly. But the Lord didn't say we commoners couldn't learn.
Zalexwela replied calmly, Teacher Gavin, are you dissatisfied with us or with our Lord?
How could I be dissatisfied with Lord Wei Yuan? Gavin quickly denied, don't speak nonsense here.
If you want to learn, then follow along obediently.
He caved. In the human territory. Even if he truly despised these ordinary low-level humans, he had to suppress it. Anyway, the space pirates will be here in 3 days. Let's see how arrogant you can stay then.
Gavin muttered under his breath. His voice was low but loud enough for the two ordinary humans before him to hear. He dared not offend Wei Yuan. Nor did he dare to lay a hand on these low-level warriors now. He could only salvage a shred of pride through words.
But,
Teacher, do you mean you're waiting to see the humans make fools of ourselves in 3 days?
Zalexwela asked loudly. At that moment Wei Yuan happened to approach from not far away. Gavin's face twitched instantly as he hastily shouted, no, no.
I was just mumbling nonsense.
What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to learn? Follow me now. What was wrong with this human woman?
What was her problem?
Gavin felt his heart about to explode.
Already intimidated by Wei Yuan, he nearly got caught speaking ill behind his back.
Gavin looked up and saw Zalexwela raise an eyebrow at him in provocation. Teacher, you'd better be more careful with your words from now on. Damn it, what was wrong with these humans?
Why weren't they afraid of him at all?
What was going on within the human race? Gavin's mind raced and he felt utterly unsettled. Wei Yuan stood in the distance watching it all. He found it somewhat amusing. Gavin, this Alliance man, had decent strength and skill, making him quite suitable as a teacher.
But his personality was bound to clash with the players.
He just hadn't expected his first encounter to be with Zalexwela.
Now please take us up to learn, teacher.
Time is pressing and you wouldn't want the Lord to know you can't teach, would you? Zalexwela said. Gavin's eyes widened. A threat. This was a blatant threat. Fine, I'll teach you now. Gavin ground his teeth, seething with irritation.
He wanted to see just how these humans would manage to master such intricate navigation and starship operations. Wei Yuan had already granted access to the navigation starship. As long as these teachers led the players, they could enter the vessel. Sister Shui, you're the best. Once inside the starship, Wind blows but gave Zyaxuela a thumbs up. Good heavens. He had only been casually slapping the teacher on the back earlier. Sister Shui talked about respecting the teacher, but in reality she was aiming to infuriate him to death. So the NPCs in this game all have their own personalities. Zyaxuela watched Gavin, who was barely suppressing his anger and seemed intent on teaching them a lesson. She suddenly felt a strange wonder. Was this game made too realistically? If she hadn't logged in through the game pod, she might have suspected it was a real world. Even though she had never played games before, Jiang Shuer always did her research before starting. So far a few AIs had indeed passed the Turing test. But could any AI reach this level? Her heart grew heavy. Gavin was just one of many NPCs. Was even such an insignificant character controlled by intelligent AI? She knew that running top-tier AI burned money every second. The game company behind Interstellar Humanity gave away game pods for free, likely as a marketing strategy. After all, every game pod required matching nutrient fluids. This common marketing tactic seemed normal initially. Jiang Shuer thought the game's main profit came from nutrient fluid sales. With high daily activity, game revenue would be substantial. So the game's explosive success meant profit was guaranteed. But wasn't the initial investment a bit too massive? Just then Gavin spoke, his face sour as he faced these unlikable students. Watch closely. He'll only demonstrate every procedure once. He then began showing them. Learning navigation, starship operation procedures, on-site learning in progress, efficiency 100, recording learning video, learning progress 1, 2, 3. Gavin was indeed somewhat arrogant, but his teaching skills were undeniably high. Learning depended not only on the student's comprehension but also on the teacher's instruction. Despite his grudge against these two humans, Gavin taught with utmost seriousness. After finishing a thorough explanation of one small area's operation, Gavin took a break. He looked at these two humans who seemed earnest yet infuriating. He said coldly, just watching won't teach you, you need hands-on practice. Now demonstrate what I just taught. See if you can fire a low-level particle beam to hit the target. Gavin pointed to a barren patch of land on the display. That boulder on the ground, reduce it to powder without any excess energy leakage. Gavin stated seriously, then waited for the show. Don't think operating a low-level particle beam is simple. He thought to himself. He needed to teach these insolent little brats a lesson. That boulder was at the maximum range of the low-level particle beam and they had to prevent energy dispersion while pulverizing it. Poof. This wasn't just about learning the moves. It required extraordinary perception. Or experience. He had to deflate these humans' arrogance, let them fail, and then show off his own skill. He would make them admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Gavin smiled slyly at them. Now begin the operation. Yes, teacher Gavin. Pressure. Zyaxuela felt none at all. Whoa, Sister Shui, wait. My learning progress is stuck at 65. Wind blows but grabbed Zyaxuela. It's fine. At 65 you've probably learned how to aim this part right. Just point the cannon at the target and do as I say. Gavin sneered inwardly. What big talk. An ordinary human thinking she's some kind of prodigy. And this second-level gene warrior was useless, listening to a human who hadn't even unlocked their gene lock. What a disgrace among gene warriors. The cannon has been calibrated, energy at 15, orientation at 37, prepare to strike, press the button in 2. 7 seconds, release. There was not a trace of panic in the command. The snow fell. In just 10 seconds under her command, Feng Shui Pai Pai shattered the distant boulder. What did he see? A human who hadn't even unlocked their genetic lock yet. How long did she take to learn? 17 minutes. How long did her strike task take? 10 seconds. At this very moment, Gavin's mind flashed back to his own smoothest operation from years ago. How long did it take him? Just to calibrate the cannon he used 30 seconds. Let alone accurately stating all the information. The most frustrating part about Xia Shueli wasn't her arrogance or condescension. It was that she was so impressive, yet during conversations or in her gaze, there was a calmness from start to finish. As if this matter was utterly mundane for her. What were his previous operations? A complete joke. Gavin appeared to still be standing in place. In reality he had already shattered for a while. Teacher. Feng Shui Pai Pai patted Gavin's shoulder. Deep inside he was almost laughing out loud. After all, she was someone who emerged from an extremely patriarchal family and managed to take control of it in just a few short years.
Could she not be a tough character? Awesome. Too awesome.
Watching Gavin's expression nearly shatter, Feng Shui Pai Pai was practically bursting with joy.
This was different from the sense of revenge when Yuan Go crushed that Cyclops' head. This kind of joy was the satisfaction of directly slapping those Alliance members in the face.
Pure bliss. Although the teachers were all called in by Feng Shui Pai Pai and her 4 companions,
they could clearly perceive it when interacting with these Alliance members. They feared only Wei Yuan.
In the face of Feng Shui Pai Pai and her low-level genetic warriors, these teachers carried a certain arrogance.
Now. Ha ha ha.
Were they stunned by the genius? Looking at Feng Shui Pai Pai's grinning face, Gavin still felt a bit dazed.
You should give it a try too.
The requirements are the same as before. This time you will command and Xia Shu Li will assist targeting the 3 bloodthirsty camphor trees next to the bull.
Gavin maintained a stern face.
At this moment, standing next to Xia Shu Li made him somewhat uncomfortable.
It felt like being blinded by a genius.
So he simply focused entirely on Feng Shui Pai Pai. Are you treating me like a soft persimmon to be squeezed?
Feng Shui Pai Pai raised an eyebrow at Xia Shu Li. Sister Shui, let's go. Xia Shu Li nodded. 1 minute later,
the low-end particle light wave obliterated the 3 bloodthirsty camphor trees without any excess weight. At the same time, it revealed a player below who was preparing to chop trees. I'm dead. Who's so malicious as to fire at me? The player below, about to gather some bloodthirsty camphor materials, shouted angrily.
Feng Shui Pai Pai shrank her neck. Fortunately, there were others learning on the flagship, so the player below couldn't tell which flagship had fired the cannon. Hey, the technique is still lacking. Haha, took too long calculating the data.
Feng Shui Pai Pai scratched her head and said cheerfully to Gavin.
Seeing his somewhat dazed expression, a mischievous thought sprang to her mind. Teacher, since you're here, how about I call a few more clan members to learn from you?
They all signed up for Teacher Alice's class, but Alice is busy at the moment. What do you think? Gavin returned to the residence arranged for their teacher by Wei Yuan, somewhat dazed. He sat on the bed pondering for several hours without coming to a conclusion.
What on earth was going on?
Was it really because his talent was too poor?
He pressed his hands against his forehead, feeling as if he might curl up completely. Today, all the students, all of them, all learned faster than him. He had only taught those humans once.
Even the slowest among them used only a minute to precisely utilize the low-end particle light wave.
Wasn't that something very simple?
Gavin recalled when he was in school, his teacher even praised him as a rare talented student.
It was really a bit laughable to think back on. Gavin laughed and cried. Goodness, could it be that my Dao heart has collapsed? Wei Yuan clicked his tongue.
Of course, in the interstellar era there was no such concept as Dao heart.
If we had to talk about it, it would probably just be a mental illness.
It's not impossible to break down from being crushed by a genius. Wei Yuan recalled the things Feng Shui Pai Pai had done and he felt like facepalming. He intentionally gathered older players with some gold coins who could maximize their comprehension.
Just a strike at Gavin.
After reaching a comprehension of 10, those players' learning ability would be above average even in the Lord Academy. Newbie players were currently frantically chopping trees and mining to gather more gold coins to enhance their comprehension.
The learning video has been recorded. Thank you for the players' insights. All rewards will be distributed after the newcomers observe and learn. As they descended from the flagship, Xiaxuela received a notification.
She opened the system panel to check when Feng Shuipipi suddenly yelped.
Damn, sis Shui, you recorded the video while learning. Didn't you turn on your camera too?
Feng Shuipipi pursed his lips, stifling a laugh.
He hadn't recorded any teaching footage.
What he had recorded was Gavin's entire facial expression changes.
He planned to share this gem with Toyupo and the others later. He.
Alice was a wood elf with long dark green hair and round glistening eyes. Young as she appeared soft and adorable.
When recruiting teachers, Toyupo had directly taken her in.
As the lowest level and least skilled among all the teachers, Alice had been extremely anxious. She feared that her teaching would dissatisfy Wei Yuan and get her dismissed. Upon arriving at Blue Star, she had even wondered if her first day's trial teaching went poorly, whether Lord Wei Yuan would still pay her for that day. But unexpectedly, on her very first day at Blue Star, as she set up the course registration on the SmartBrain as instructed by Lord Wei Yuan, her slots were instantly filled by Lord Wei Yuan's people.
It seems my people really like you.
When Lord Wei Yuan said this, Alice could hardly believe it.
Was she acknowledged?
Staring at her fully booked slots, Alice felt dizzy.
But the next second panic struck. She had only ever learned about piloting spaceships from textbooks at school. Her practical experience was almost zero. If not for being fresh out of school jobless and unable to earn money, forced to subsist on tasteless nutrient fluids, she would never have dared to apply for a high-salary position. Alice's big eyes were tearful. If she was found to be a fraud, she was doomed. She was only at level 3. She had just unlocked the 3rd gene lock and just graduated. Her family offered no support. Facing the upcoming lessons, her heart raced wildly. Teacher Alice. It's Teacher Alice. I signed up for your class. When do we start? The lecherous old timers swarmed around her. Damn, this game's modeling is incredible, even better than a celebrity. Honestly, the green hair is my thing. I love it. I hereby announce that Teacher Alice is my wife. Protect wife Alice, everyone's duty. Everyone's duty. Alice my wife. Woohoo! The players' unabashed shouts made Alice shrink back in fear. Why did Lord Wei Yuan's people seem oddly enthusiastic? Go circle jerk elsewhere, you perverts. I barely scraped together enough gold to raise my insight to 10. Move aside, let me in to study. I'm panicking without gold. Teacher, hurry up and teach, I still have to mine and chop trees. I nearly got shot by a cannon while logging just to earn gold. Hahaha bro, you're that unlucky bastard who almost got blasted. Shoo. I nearly died of fright and you're laughing. Once I learn how to use a weapon, I'll electrocute you first. Seeing the players about to riot, Alice timidly stepped in to stop them. Classmates, please quiet down. Those who want to learn, come with me to the flagship. I'll teach you the basic operating system. As she spoke, she tapped her smart brain, projecting a document that turned out to be an operating manual. Woohoo! Teacher Alice is actually using an operating manual. Based on my 10 years of teaching exam experience, you're a fresh graduate, aren't you? It's so obvious, first job, so nervous. My heart melts. Alice's face turned pale instantly. She was found out. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared at the player who had just spoken. Would she be fired so soon? Just as tears were about to fall, her emotional buildup was shattered by the player's loud shouts. She's so cute. Go wife Alice. Everyone's first job is like this. Look at her, almost crying, hilarious and adorable. Let's go, take us to learn. If it's too hard, just show us the manual. Yeah. Alice led the players onto the flagship. Dazed throughout the tour, she answered every question they asked. It looked less like a teacher guiding students and more like a group of bosses evaluating an intern. By the end of the tour, all players had reached 100 learning progress. Even after being coaxed back to the teacher's lounge, she was still bewildered. Had today's class actually finished? Just then the door to another cabin opened and a defeated-looking Gavin saw the still oblivious Alice. Alice, how was your first day of teaching? Alice recalled her students' promise never to tell Lord Wei Yuan about her poor teaching and beamed, the students are very easygoing. I meant the teaching aspect. Gavin whispered. Could it be that only he had encountered such abnormal students? And a whole crowd of them. At his question, Alice's brain short-circuited. Teaching. Had she taught today? She had only pointed out what each button did and how to operate certain systems. As for detailed tutorials and hands-on practice, she hadn't taught anything. Her mind whirled in panic. It was over. The students had learned nothing. They knew nothing yet. Seeing Alice's face drain of color as if she might die any second, Gavin sensed something wrong. You didn't by any chance teach them nothing at all? Alice looked up on the verge of tears. I forgot. I just took them for a spin around the flagship. It's okay. You can teach them tomorrow. It should still be in time, Gavin said. But Alice shook her head. There are only 2 days left. No, actually 1. The pirates will arrive on the 3rd day. How can I possibly finish teaching in 1 day? I'm such a useless teacher. I'm doomed. She went into her room murmuring, maybe I should call them tonight. I can't let them die. Gavin watched her close the door and silently withdrew his hand. Perhaps it didn't matter who taught them, the result would be the same. Listening to the commotion outside where players were already carrying basic energy saws to chop trees, he decided to keep his mouth shut. Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, while Alice was still preparing her lesson plan, a fiercely tempting aroma hit her. Gurgle. Ah, it smells so good. Alice lifted her head from the lesson plan. Her green hair was now a chaotic mess tousled from her earlier work. However, at this moment her stomach was growling, nearly pressed against her abdomen, and she completely ignored the state of her hair. In front of a player who was fanning a grill and barbecuing, a large clump of green hair suddenly appeared. From this large clump of green hair a cute little face emerged. Whoa, you scared me, little cutie.
The player was so startled that he nearly dropped the fan in his hand. Once he recognized that it was their beloved teacher Alice, he steadied his trembling hands.
Hey! It's you, classmate.
Alice smiled brightly at the player.
What are you grilling? It smells so fragrant. In truth, she couldn't even remember the player's name. After all, players' names were often quite eclectic.
But the food this little classmate was flipping smelled simply irresistible.
Earlier, while in her room, the aroma had already made her salivate. Now that she was close, it was utterly intoxicating. Drool was about to drip down. Grilled chicken, this is our Yuan guest favorite. He buys one every day. Teacher, would you like one too? Is that possible? Alice's eyes lit up. She noticeably swallowed hard. Are you giving it to me? Then I want to. She extended 2 delicate fingers, looking exceptionally cute.
All right, you go sit over there for a bit and he'll bring them to you shortly. The player was nearly overwhelmed by Alice's adorable demeanor. Seeing the player's enthusiastic acceptance made Alice feel a tad embarrassed. Was it a bit too much to ask for 2 grilled chickens? Alice glanced at the skewers behind the player. In addition to grilled chicken, there were various meat and vegetable skewers. There were also several players sitting nearby, just out of the mine, exhausted after hours of work, coming over to enjoy some barbecue, sip fruit wine and catch a breeze. What a delightful scene. This atmosphere was simply too enjoyable. Alice's little face flushed slightly. The elven tribe had a rather strict hierarchy. What elves were considered to be of lower status among the elven tribe? She had never seen the human race where people of all ranks could gather together to eat, drink and laugh. Here it comes. Here it comes. 2 grilled chickens for my beloved Alice. Teacher. The fragrant grilled chicken was steaming hot, and after swallowing twice, Alice reached out to grab it. With sharp teeth gently biting down, a large chunk of chicken was torn away along with the bone. Mum. So delicious. Fragrant, tender, slightly spicy. So delicious. Alice couldn't stop herself, internally screaming. 2 streams of hot tears slid down the corners of her eyes. The barbecue stall owner was stunned and hurried over to ask, "Did you burn yourself?" "Hey! You can't eat the bones, they'll choke you." Whoa, teacher, spit it out quickly. He had not grilled the chicken with the bones made. This shout attracted several players who had just come out of the mine. "Alice, are you okay? If she's crying while eating, she must have burned herself." "Maybe it's spicy, bro. How much chili did you put in?" "Not much, just a little bit." "Oh man, a little bit. No wonder our beloved Alice is crying." Hearing the commotion around her, Alice opened her eyes in confusion. "What are you all talking about?" The barbecue stall owner's ID was Ituadabi, and he quickly asked Alice, "Why are you crying?" If this wasn't clarified, his stall was probably going to be torn down by some perverts. Alice looked around at the concerned players, shyly lowering her head and softly saying, "I've never eaten anything this delicious before." "Ha!" The players were dumbfounded. "No way, bro. In this interstellar setting, isn't there any good food?" The players exchanged glances. Yuan-gu has always enjoyed eating, but I haven't seen him cry over food. Amilo loves to eat too, but she prefers drinking the sap of the bloodwood tree. Wait, I remember that the oil thief mentioned in a guide before said that those in the Interstellar Alliance are eating some kind of nutritional supplement which is supposedly super awful. Wow, I just remembered the meal replacement powder I had while dieting. It certainly met nutritional needs, but living wasn't very meaningful. So, does that mean there isn't any good food in the stars? Ask around. The players exchanged glances and looked towards Ituadabian. He decided to ask. Ituadabian was also curious. "Alice, do you think what I made is delicious? Did you not have any good food before while living outside?" Alice shook her head. She understood a bit of what the players had said. She suddenly remembered hearing that humans preferred not to go out. Originally thinking it was due to their poor strength and the weakness of their race, they didn't venture out of their gathering place. Now it seemed it was very likely that they found the nutritional supplements too awful. Alice bit down hard on the grilled chicken in her hand. Even in the Central Star System, ordinary gene warriors can only eat nutritional supplements. The more expensive nutritional supplements only provide slightly more energy. Alice's words excited the players. "Isn't this a good way to make money? Ha ha ha, why not? Shall we plan something? Let's plan something, let's plan something." Seeing her students cheer for no apparent reason again made Alice a little speechless. Alice raised her hand and softly said, "The blue star is too far from other planets. The nearest one is still within a war zone. If you don't study hard, I'm afraid. In 2 days we'll all be dead." Ituadabian rubbed his chin. He couldn't open his own shop in the real world, damn it. Even in the stars he had to open one. "Brothers, do you want to make a big score? He looked at a few of his companions. These guys were all hardcore gamers working tirelessly in the mines, clearly lacking gold coins but had plenty of time in the real world.
How do we make a big score?
The players looked over. I carefully observed the paths taken by those veteran players who struck it rich. Like that secretive beggar, he seized the opportunity and made a fortune in gold coins.
Should we give it a try? Are you saying we sneak into the war zone and meet those pirates?
The players exchanged glances.
Done deal.
They were all players who didn't love to stir up trouble.
Mining every day was just like being a beast of burden in real life. But we don't have any gold coins, weapons, or even spacecraft. How can we do anything without money?
A player named Ergo posed a soul-searching question.
Itua Davian looked at Alice. Teacher, can we negotiate something? Ah.
Alice polished off the roast chicken in just a few bites. Hearing Itua Davi say he wanted to discuss something with her, she immediately grew wary. She sat up straight. Classmate, you said it yourself, both roast chickens are a gift for me. In Alice's emerald eyes 2 words were reflected: no money.
Hey teacher, it's not right for you to be on guard against us. Itua Davi pulled up a stool and sat beside Alice.
The other players also gathered around. They all looked at Alice eagerly. 7 or 8 people began speaking to her all at once.
Teacher Alice, look, we're all so familiar now. We really need your help this time.
As they say, it takes 10 years of cultivation to share a boat and 100 years to forge a teacher-student bond. Our fate as teacher and student is a rare connection built over a century. Your beloved students need your help now, won't you assist us? Alice listened to their words completely unmoved. She had already figured it out. Her students were probably planning something dangerous, but they lacked the funds to carry it out. Now it seemed they had set their sights on her. I have no money, she said, shaking her head with unwavering resolve. Itua Davi's eyes darted around. Teacher, if you just lend us a few gold coins this time after we succeed, we'll not only repay you but also split our earnings with you, 30% for you, 70% for us. Most importantly, you'll become the most VIP customer of my barbecue stall from now on.
You can eat as much as you want, whatever you want, for free, how about that?
In that instant, Alice, who had been so steadfast in holding her ground and refusing any conditions her students might propose, hesitated.
She truly hesitated. Those skewers of delicious-looking food, she could indulge in them freely from now on. To be honest. 2 roast chickens. Just a snack.
Barely enough to fill the gaps between her teeth.
Alice swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
After all, when you work away from home, isn't it all for a meal?
But I really have no money.
Right now all I have on me is 1 star coin, Alice said, awkwardly opening her smart device. She showed the balance to the players.
Oh wow, you're really broke.
No wonder I smelled a familiar scent around Alice. Turns out she reeks of poverty just like me.
No wonder she wasn't worried about the pirates.
If Brother Yuan hadn't picked her up, she'd have starved too, right?
Alice's face flushed red. So maybe you should go borrow money from another teacher. No way, Teacher Alice. It's precisely because you're poor that we want to help you.
Itua Davi reached out and patted Alice on the shoulder. Even if you were the god of poverty in the universe, would still save you from the depths of misery.
You may not have money now, but your teacher's salary isn't small each month, right?
Go ahead, ask Brother Yuan for an advance on 1 month's pay, he's easy to deal with.
As if.
Which other teacher would be as easy to fool as Alice?
But.
Alice hesitated, feeling truly embarrassed. How could she with such poor teaching skills dare to ask Lord Wei Yuan for her salary?
And an advance at that. Teacher, don't overthink it.
Itua Davi whispered devilish temptations in Alice's ear. Look, logically a worker gets paid for the work they do, right?
But bosses pay by the month, so that money is essentially held hostage by them.
They tell you to do something and you have to obey, or they dock your pay. But if you advance a month's salary, do you think the boss would dare fire you? Flip the script, you've got the month's pay in hand. If he doesn't let you work the full month, can he really let you go? Alice listened and found herself nodding unconsciously. Right, even if my teaching is terrible, Lord Wei Yuan was the one who summoned me here.
Exactly, it's his own doing.
And you, our dear teacher, have already taught us today.
You're just asking for an advance on 1 month's salary. It doesn't hurt Brother Yuan's interests, right?
Besides, with the pirates coming, if you take a month's salary and spend it all, Brother Yuan can't just let you die over that money, can he?
Right.
Alice's emerald eyes suddenly lit up brilliantly. She had to go ask for the salary. She had already taught for a day. With the salary in hand, she wouldn't fear Lord Wei Yuan firing her.
She had to ask for an advance. 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 Alice marched boldly toward Wei Yuan's resting room.
Watching the once timid elven girl suddenly stride away with the fervor of one possessed, those in the know understood she was off to ask for an advance. Those unaware might think Wei Yuan had been withholding her wages and she was going to collect a debt.
Bro, were you in pyramid schemes before?
Guzi gave Adabi a thumbs up.
That silver tongue is unbeatable. Just average Adabi waved dismissively. Knowing Brother Yuan's personality, he'll definitely give the money. Let's think about what to buy.
The players opened the system shop.
Wei Yuan, who had been watching from a distance all along, couldn't help but find it both amusing and exasperating. Good grief.
These guys were even conning fake NPCs. Alice, such an innocent and lovely girl, had been corrupted by these thrill-seekers.
Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was muttering to himself, Alice came to knock on the door. Wei Yuan opened the door reluctantly.
Oh well, these guys dared to think and act. As their lord, he had to offer this much support. But first had lower the exchange rate between star coins and gold coins a bit.
Consider it a tax. Wei Yuan put on a smiling face and opened the door. Alice, come on in. Lord Wei Yuan is so easy to talk to. Alice walked out of Wei Yuan's resting room in a daze. 200,000 star coins.
It had already arrived. For the first time in her life, she saw so many zeros in her account balance. Staring at the balance, Alice felt a sense of unreality. But the players crowding around her made her feel a pang of loss. The salary she hadn't even had time to warm her hands would be handed over to these little rascals.
Haha, I told you Brother Yuan would give it. Quick, teacher Alice, transfer your salary to us, I'm going to buy gear.
Seeing Alice's reluctancy, Adabi quickly said, once this is done, the money will definitely be returned to you. His 8 teeth flashed in a neat grin as Adabi promptly exchanged the star coins for gold coins in the system and started buying. Renting 6 matched thermal weapons, particle sniper rifles, photon grenades. 20,000 star coins, and all we got was 1,000,000 gold coins. The exchange rate seems to have changed, but this should be enough for us.
Let's gear ourselves up first. We're getting mechs. How awesome.
They were all new players and everything they knew about the game came from videos shared by veteran players like Stealing Oil Grandma. Back when Brother Yuan descended from the sky piloting the Mo-Yun mech, they were utterly envious. Relying on Dabi stared at the gold coins credited to his account, his heart burning with excitement.
Mech. Place the order.
All the weapons appeared before their eyes.
After Wei Yuan completed the summoning mission, the system automatically upgraded.
The upgraded system could directly teleport items from the system shop to the player's hands.
Where's the mech? Looking at the weapons laid out before them,
the players were amazed, but what they really wanted to see was the mech.
Mech. The ultimate romance of men. The mech you ordered is being delivered. Please be ready to receive. The next second after, the system prompt appeared.
6 streaks of light flew from the distant sky. Thud, 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 thud. 6 sleek silver glowing combat mechs stood in a row before the players. The 3 maternal mechs scanned the players with glowing eyes.
Rental customer confirmed. Please accept delivery. A delivery confirmation button appeared on each player's game panel. Is this for real? Relying on Davi's hands trembled.
Had they really rented such towering mechs just like that?
So exciting. So exhilarating. Delivery confirmed.
Allow us to introduce ourselves.
We are the BT series mechs. My designation is Unit 003. Unit 004. Unit 005. Unit 006. Unit 009.
The voices of each mech were similar, but upon closer listening there were subtle differences. When Relying on Dabi heard the mechs say their series was BT, he let out an O. So does that mean your pilots should be called pilots? BT-003 standing opposite Relying on Dabi tilted its head in confusion. Apologies, I don't know what you mean by pilots, but our pilots are typically referred to as masters.
But we're just renters. Temporary masters. No, from now on you call us pilots.
Guzi, standing beside Relying on Dabi, jumped up and shouted excitedly. He was a seasoned Titanfall player.
Pilots. The mechs asked the players.
The other players also howled with excitement.
BT. Don't underestimate the bond between a BT and a pilot. It's getting intense. Sob. Protocol 3, I will not lose my pilot. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me.
As the mechs watched the players cheering and shouting, they exchanged glances. These clansmen of the master seemed
off.
They had an internal communication code. The mechs immediately began conversing. 003, the pilots seem to be discussing sacrificing themselves for us.
006, but the master said that if we encounter a mission we cannot complete, we can abandon his clansmen and leave. 007, they're shouting Protocol 3. 008 Directive unrecognized. Protocol 3 is void. Let's just follow the master's orders.
004 New Protocol 3 We can lose the pilots.
005 Saiku.
005 suddenly gave a thumbs up to the other mechs. That gesture happened to coincide perfectly with the players shouting trust me.
Alright, let's head to the nearest war zone now. Let's go face these fearsome pirates.
Yes.
Let's go. Each mech came with a manual upon purchase. The players took the manuals, entered the cockpits and began studying.
Operating the mechs was much simpler than piloting a command ship.
The main thing was to link one's spirit with the mech.
As the players flipped through the manuals, their mechs opened the cockpits.
We possess autonomous consciousness. Your pilot level is too low. Forcible linking could damage your spirit. You can issue direct commands and we will execute them autonomously.
It wasn't that the mechs looked down on the players. But under normal circumstances level corresponded to spiritual strength.
If the players were truly ordinary humans at their current level, one linking with the mech would likely overwhelm them with data streams, reducing them to idiots. But were they ordinary humans? Relying on Davi chuckled Spirit Link.
Air Guzzi immediately caught on, so well become one with the machine.
Great. Now I know why I can't find a wife.
It's all you perverts' fault thinking about mechs instead of women. Another player slapped, relying on Davies' back hard, speaking with deep regret.
Are your fetishes this twisted now? The mechs couldn't quite understand what the players were saying.
But seeing the mechs' confused looks, all the players immediately straightened up and put on a serious face.
When adults are talking, kids shouldn't eavesdrop. Spirit Link. Are we going to let BT look down on us?
If I can't link successfully, I don't deserve to be your pilot.
Relying on Davi scrambled into the mech cockpit. He grabbed BT-003's Spirit Link cable and pressed it against his temple.
The mechs had prepared to control their data streams. But to their surprise, the next second all their data was received and the players opened their eyes.
Holy crap, this is so cool. Everything is digitized.
Air Guzzi opened his eyes and every object before him had a label. Whenever he focused on something, all its data instantly appeared. And he would remember it immediately. This feeling of having one's brain seemingly unlocked to 100% was utterly awesome.
Let's move out.
Relying on Davi extracted the coordinates of the nearest war zone directly from BT-003's data stream.
Thankfully, they could reach it with the mechs. Go.
6 streaks of dark light flashed. They shot into the sky, breaking free from Blue Star's gravity and entered the Sea of Stars. Alice, holding a large skewer of grilled meat that Relying on Davi had made for her, grew more and more fearful as she ate. It was only now that she began to realize something.
It seemed she had been tricked. What to do?
If Lord Wei Yuan found out, he'd probably skin her alive. Thinking this, she took even bigger bites of the skewers. If she was going to die, she'd rather die with a full stomach. Alice was somewhat bewildered. The barbecue skewers that had been in her hands moments ago had now been transferred to Wei Yuan. Watching the 6 players vanish into the sky, Wei Yuan took a bite of the crispy roasted pork belly. Among our clansmen there are few left who possess such skill in making barbecue. Wei Yuan sighed, eating even faster. Alice watched the barbecue being devoured rapidly, her eyes brimming with tears. Lord Wei Yuan, she said, longing to reclaim her skewers, for whether she faced the blade or shrank from it, death was inevitable. Even if she was about to die, she wanted to savor that last bite before the end. Wei Yuan remained expressionless before Alice, continuing to eat heartily and chewing with leisurely grace. Alice. Chew. I already know why you chew asked for an advance on your salary. Chew. When you get to eat barbecue for free in the future, chew. You must bring me along. Seeing Alice take a deep breath, ready to speak, Wei Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth, raised his hand and showed his smart device. Look at my scatterbrain self, I forgot to check the message from our Lord Academy's principal. Alice, I'm off then, he said, waving the skewer as he spoke. This barbecue is absolutely delicious, thank you. Ha! Alice stared at Wei Yuan's retreating figure, momentarily unable to process what had just happened. Lord Wei Yuan wasn't angry. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, then looked dejectedly at her empty hands. Somehow she felt as though she had been tricked again. Wei Yuan swaggered back to his resting quarters. Speaking of which, the player named Itua Dabi had quite the skill for barbecue. Now that he had gone to the war zone, he wouldn't get to eat any more barbecue. Ha. Good thing he had been clever enough to intercept a batch. He finished the last skewer. Wei Yuan opened the communication request from the old principal. He hadn't been lying to Alice just now. The old principal had indeed tried to call him, though he hadn't answered earlier.
Now that he had some free time he opened it. Instantly the old principal's somewhat haggard expression appeared before Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan. The Alliance may not be able to send reinforcements in time given the tight schedule. Wei Yuan chuckled. I told you before, in the end we have to solve this ourselves. When trouble struck Blue Star, could those Alliance members really offer timely aid? If they didn't come to stab him in the back, that would already count as having a conscience. Wei Yuan had long since abandoned any hope for the Star Alliance. Although Alliance reinforcements won't arrive in time, the Academy can send students to. No, Wei Yuan waved his hand. Old principal, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need to force the students into danger. I'm confident I can hold off these pirates this time. Besides, I never had any expectations for those idiots in the Star Alliance. No hope means no disappointment. You just wouldn't listen to my advice and had to go talk nonsense with them. Seeing you defend me like that, those people might end up hating the human race even more. Wei Yuan lounged casually in front of the video feed. The human race had been so powerful back then, how could they have been completely crippled by the insect race in a single wave? At that time they were hailed as the mightiest race among all the myriad clans. What a pity that the vast resources left behind weren't consumed by the insect race but were instead carved up by those Alliance bastards. Otherwise, having just formed an alliance, how could they have developed so quickly? They had grown by devouring the flesh and blood of the first-generation humans. Of course they feared the resurgence of humanity. And even more so they feared that Wei Yuan, this petty-minded man, would lead that resurgence. They had always wished that Wei Yuan and the human race would perish far away. Now with the pirates on the way, Wei Yuan was in trouble. Those old geezers were probably laughing in their sleep at night. Wei Yuan, the Star Alliance is already unstable. If internal strife erupts, it could collapse entirely. That would be disastrous for both humanity and all other races. The old principal looked at Wei Yuan's expression and sighed inwardly. Once you ascend to the position of supreme leader, humanity will naturally rise again. What matters now is overcoming the immediate crisis before you. You'll get through this crisis too, don't worry. Wei Yuan had lost his patience. He waved at the old principal and ended the communication. The accounts of humanity from those days were long and sordid. When he had first transmigrated, Wei Yuan had no interest in meddling with the affairs of this world's humans. Back then he felt not a shred of belonging toward these humans. But after his transmigration many things had happened. Those events had gradually worn down Wei Yuan's patience and angered him. In the end he had even come to harbor hostility toward those in the Star Alliance. And the old principal still thought that Wei Yuan wanted to become the Alliance's supreme leader. What he had actually been thinking was to find the right time to cut off those old men's heads and hang them on the walls of their respective clans. Meanwhile in the Star Sea, after roaming for over an hour, Davi could barely hold on any longer. BT-003. I'm here, want to chat. No matter how beautiful the Starsea scenery was, after watching it for an hour straight he was getting a bit bored. Were there 001 and 002 before you? Yes, BT-003 replied. But they both fell in battle in the Starsea, dying alongside the Master in combat. That was their honor. Ha! Mechs can die too. Yes, 003 explained slowly. 001 perished when the Master was completing an Academy mission. Its data collapsed after shielding the Master from a fatal blow. 002 died when the Master was hunting a star beast betrayed by a backstabber. Dying to protect the Master, that is the highest honor for us Mechs. Hearing about Wei Yuan's affairs, the players perked up. The previously silent in-game voice channel instantly buzzed with excitement. Brother Dobby, quick, ask your mech what's going on. Why does our Yuan go fall into ambushes so easily? The key point is that the mechs exploded and died, but our Yuan-gu is still alive. That's impressive. He's tougher than his mech. Shouldn't the focus be on why mechs can die? A mech's intelligence is just some programs, right? If the core code or carrier still exists, shouldn't they be able to revive infinitely? The players chattered incessantly in the voice channel. The mechs were mentally linked to the players, so their thoughts were instantly synchronized into the mechs' processors. We can die. The mechs' voices echoed within the cockpit. BT-003 pilot, we can die. After speaking he fell silent. A faint aura of sorrow emanated from the mechs. Mechs were created as weapons, they were never meant to possess souls, but as technology advanced to a certain point even weapons gained souls. Mechs do not fear death. Yet they are not like what players claim, able to live forever as long as their core data is preserved. For mechs, the definition of life is not data preservation. Just as for humans the definition of life is not the immortality of the flesh. I don't know why, but I can feel the mech sorrow, a player suddenly remarked in the group chat. Other players reading this felt a twinge of unease.
Before soul linking they had regarded these mechs as mere emotionless weapons. Now with the data stream linked to their minds as primary controllers, the players could clearly perceive the mech's joys and sorrows. At that moment they realized these mechs possessed terrifyingly genuine emotions. But this was a game after all. Even the NPCs were made of data. How could some mechs possibly be alive? They must be losing their minds over a game. Several players silently urged themselves to snap out of it. Yet by unspoken agreement none spoke in front of the mechs, choosing instead to message in the group chat.
Arguzi, as pilots we can't ignore BT's feelings. I'll protect my BT. Yichuadabian, you were the loudest one shouting Protocol 3 before. Stop chatting, guys. I see something scanning toward us.
Laser beams visible to the naked eye swept across the area where the players were. Inside the mechs the players could even discern the energy range of these lasers.
Pilot, we are entering the combat zone.
Activating stealth mode, preparing for descent. A high-density coating covered the surface of every mech capable of evading scanning machines. On the desolate battlefield 6 mechs landed with heavy thuds one after another. The ground ravaged by gunfire was scorched black. Several large pitch-black masses lay on the earth, their identities indiscernible. The air reeked of gunpowder and a burnt smell.
Having spent years doing barbecue, Yichuadabian caught a familiar scent. He glanced at the large unrecognizable black objects on the ground.
His stomach churned violently.
Ugh. Damn, does this game have to be this realistic? This smell, ugh. BT-003 considerately shut down the external circulation system. What's up? I only smell burnt stuff, nothing too gross.
The other players sniffed the air. None of them detected anything unusual. It's the smell of burned meat.
Those big black lumps on the ground, ugh.
Are carbonized corpses.
Fused together. Ugh.
Yichuadabian was nearly crying from retching. But driven by the thought, since him disgusted, you guys shouldn't have it easy either.
He loudly explained over the mic.
This definitely wasn't caused by artillery fire. After a bombardment the bodies would be scattered. They must have herded the Alliance people together and killed them with high heat. So the outer layer of corpses melted, and inside.
Ugh.
Inside they probably haven't carbonized yet. If you don't believe me, I'll split this lump open and show you the bodies inside that aren't burned black yet.
Holy crap, Yichuadabian, you're really ugh.
You're really
ugh. Oh my god. This game is too realistic. I can actually smell the meat. Can't take it. Ugh. The comm channel was filled with sounds of retching one after another. The players hadn't felt particularly nauseated at first.
Who hasn't encountered disgusting scenes in games? But this game's graphics were incredibly realistic.
And the smell in the air.
Truth be told, if Yichuadabian hadn't explained it in detail, just saying the corpses had carbonized into lumps wouldn't have been so bad. But this jerk was insane.
When we get back, I'm going to hit you with a chicken claw.
Bro, be careful, it might be a boneless chicken claw.
Stop messing around with jokes. Let's see if there are any survivors. We borrowed a huge sum from Alice to come here, we can't go back empty-handed. Arguzi wasn't too affected. The mechs had also shut down their external circulation systems when Yichuadabian gave his detailed explanation. The players who followed Yichuadabian to the war zone had the IDs Kelakela Fenkwangdatuzi Diensai and Yezazeasai. Plus Arguzi, making a team of 6. BT scanned for any survivors nearby. Arguzi was the most adept at utilizing his mech. Scanning.
970 meters ahead, 6 meters underground, a sentient being is alive.
Blue star.
The players' astonishing learning speed nearly frightened the instructors to death. They even began to doubt whether their own skills were simply too poor. One instructor even logged onto the Star Network to check the normal weapon learning speed of Alliance members.
Heavens!
I have never seen such talented students. This learning pace surpasses mine 100-fold. It took me half a month just to master all the operations.
How can they
understand everything just by watching my analysis once?
Why? I'm still a bit dizzy. Are all your students like this?
I never knew humanity was so full of hidden talents.
With this learning speed, any human sent to an Alliance school would be at the top of their class.
So the reason humanity didn't participate in Alliance activities or even show up for years wasn't because they had grown weaker, but because they were afraid of exposing their talents.
I don't know.
There was a famous interstellar influencer who posted that humanity was on the verge of extinction. Looking back now, it's ridiculous. Unable to sleep, the instructors gathered together. Gavin, seeing how easily impressed they were, utterly astonished by Wei Yuan's people, their jaws practically unhinged, felt immensely satisfied.
Yes, that's right.
This was the feeling of shock. Shattered to the point of doubting their own existence.
Ha ha. Gavin scanned the room with a smile. Yet he noticed that the only female instructor, Alice, was huddled in a corner, her face full of anxiety. Alice, what's wrong?
At that moment Alice was worrying whether Wei Yuan would find out she had lent her salary to the students. Gavin's shout made her jump.
Almost instinctively she blurted out, I didn't mean to lend them my salary.
In an instant the entire room fell silent. All the teachers fixed their gazes upon Alice's face. She was the youngest and lowest-ranked person present.
To be honest, Alice was a little afraid of them. Miss Alice, what do you mean by what you just said? Gavin asked. Lending them her salary. Could wages be advanced? Who were they? Could it be those clansmen of Lord Wei Yuan?
Alice's sentence contained a wealth of implications. Although none present were exceptionally brilliant, becoming a weapon master required a level of insight generally higher than that of the average Alliance citizen.
Miss Alice, we're all in the same boat now. We're about to face space pirates. If there's something going on, you should tell us.
Yes, if something goes wrong we might be able to plead your case to Lord Wei Yuan.
Did you lend your salary to Lord Wei Yuan's clansmen?
Those kids are so low level.
What did they need your salary for?
Lord Wei Yuan doesn't know about this, does he?
Everyone started speculating. Cold sweat beaded on Alice's forehead. She couldn't help it.
Her courage was naturally small and she had been scaring herself more the more she thought about it. Now with her colleagues chattering about it she felt even more certain she was doomed. A few students said they wanted to do something big, so they borrowed my salary. They seemed to buy some weapons and headed straight for the enemy stronghold. Alice lowered her head wishing she could curl up into a ball. Yet her words made the teachers present break out in a cold sweat.
Gavin's eyes widened as he stared at the seemingly harmless young girl. Alice. She looked so timid, so weak. How could she dare? You're saying Lord Wei Yuan's clansmen took your wages and headed straight for the space pirates' lair? Not necessarily the lair, maybe just the war zone.
They also took the mechas Lord Wei Yuan built. Alice shrank her neck, her voice growing quieter.
You didn't stop them.
They said if it worked out I'd get a big cut. And free barbecue for life.
Of course Alice dared not mention the last part. She glanced at all the teachers present. Their expressions were grim.
If they get caught, can the pirates trace our location?
I'm not sure. Gavin felt a numb sensation spreading through his mind.
The space pirates' technology was advanced. If Lord Wei Yuan's clansmen were caught, the pirates could easily trace their location to this planet using their neural interface. If that happened, the level 5 planet would be exposed and the pirates' main fleet would join the battle.
Everyone would die. Everyone. Gavin's face remained calm, but his mind was in turmoil.
He wanted to scream and tear his hair out.
What the hell was this? Why was everyone so unreliable?
Why would such low-level guys go looking for a fight? If they had just gone off naked to die, it wouldn't matter.
They'd probably be blasted to dust by a laser cannon. Who could trace them then? But no, they had to take the mechas. And not just any mechas, but Lord Wei Yuan's BT series.
Wasn't that just telling the pirates they had resources?
Sensing the intense negativity radiating from Gavin, Alice shrank into an even smaller ball.
Her voice was barely a whisper.
I haven't dared tell Lord Wei Yuan yet. He probably thinks those students are just out for a walk.
Alice looked down, unable to meet Gavin's eyes.
So scary. Lord Gavin looked like he was about to go mad. Woo-woo. She had really messed up this time.
How could she have let a few students talk her into being an accomplice?
Alice was crying on the inside. Gavin, radiating defeat, looked at his still stunned colleagues. He sighed and walked out of the teacher's lounge.
At that moment the 4 goof-offs were scurrying around outside. Seeing Teacher Gavin heading towards Wei Yuan's restroom, Yupo's eyes lit up. The foreman squad stealthily followed behind Gavin.
Maka Baka, what's up with Teacher Gavin? Did he get traumatized? Anson Kito, that Feng Shuipipi guy is really sly. His CEO sister totally blew Gavin away.
Yupo, no, I saw Brother Yuan go to comfort Gavin this afternoon.
He was cheerful by evening. Something's definitely up. Xingshan glanced at Yupo 6. This guy was really always snooping around for info. Let's go, brothers. Let's eavesdrop. I feel like a plot trigger is coming. Maybe we can even get ahead this time. Seeing Gavin enter the room, Yupo immediately crept to the wall and pressed his ear against it. Maka Baka, dude, you look so sketchy. Hee, this game is all about information asymmetry. My intelligence gathering is super important, okay? Yupo shot Makabaka a look. Now quiet, let me listen. Lord Wei Yuan. Those students. The war zone. The Mecca.
A muffled voice drifted out from inside the room. Yupo's head was nearly wedged into the crack of the door. Wei Yuan shouted excitedly, but the soundproofing of the door was indeed excellent.
What did you hear? Yupo, tell me quickly. What did you hear? Makabaka pressed close behind Yupo, asking incessantly.
Yupo was also so anxious he wanted to scratch his head. He leaned in and whispered, I didn't catch it clearly.
Something about students' mechas and a war zone, it's driving me crazy.
The key is that our Yuan-gu started speaking, but his voice was so soft.
Your ears are bad, let me listen. Did you hear anything? Anjong Chitao also moved in. No, did Yuan-gu say something? I don't know. Just don't talk for a while, I can't hear what's going on inside. At that moment. Inside the room.
Wei Yuan, sweating profusely from anxiety, was baffled by Wei Yuan's silencing gesture.
No way. Wasn't Lord Wei Yuan worried at all? He was about to die from anxiety.
Suddenly the door was pushed open.
Thump. Ah, damn it. Makabaka, get up, you're crushing me. Ow. I'm at the very bottom. Beggar, when you get up, don't use my face as a support.
The three idiots rolled into a heap on the floor. At the doorway, Xingqian found herself locking eyes with Wei Yuan inside. The faint smile on Wei Yuan's face made Xingqian's cheeks flush red.
Xingqian, did you have something to discuss with me? Wei Yuan teased as he looked at her. Xingqian's face instantly turned crimson.
She glanced at the three people still scrambling on the floor. She was speechless inside.
Why though? It was the three of them eavesdropping.
So why was it her who ended up embarrassed? We saw Teacher Wei Yuan come to see you and we wanted to know if something had happened.
Xingqian asked straightforwardly. There was no point in hiding it. Wei Yuan nodded, nothing major. 6 clansmen rented some mechas and went ahead to the war zone on their own. What?
The three idiots still scrambling on the floor simultaneously raised their heads and shouted.
Holy shit. Someone beat us to it. Damn, why didn't I think of that? I was too busy farming gold coins. After studying I planned to rest a bit, chop some trees. Never expected this. Fine.
There are indeed countless heroes in this world.
Damn it, someone got ahead of us.
Wei Yuan, just a moment ago relieved that someone finally took the matter seriously, now watched these humans regretting and thumping their chests in frustration. This hardly looked like they realized the severity of the situation.
Lord Wei Yuan, the important thing now is to get those students back.
If their identities are exposed, the pirates will surely trace them back to us.
No way. Renting a mecha costs 10,000 gold coins. Which newcomer is so rich? Yupo's loud shout interrupted Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan sighed in exasperation. It's because you students are too cunning. You even talked teacher Alisai into advancing them a month's salary.
These humans were utterly lawless. Their levels weren't high, but their cunning schemes were endless. In just a single day, the hierarchy Wei Yuan had built over his years in the stars was shattered by these players on Lanxing.
No one was intimidated by him.
Worse still, they barged in to eavesdrop while the Lord and the teacher were talking and then shamelessly asked about it.
Wei Yuan let out a long sigh.
And Alisai, how could she be so easily talked out of her salary by the students?
Yupo never imagined that these newcomers would be so audacious.
They had actually managed to trick the teacher's salary out of her.
What talents! Why hadn't he thought of such a brilliant idea?
Even Makabaka caught on. Holy shit, there's a real expert among the newcomers.
They really dared to think and act. So we can't fall behind. The first to eat the crab always gets the best bite. Xingqian added. True.
She no longer had time to worry about whether Wei Yuan was mocking them. After all, in the game, players were both kin and competitors for resources. Though the first kill quest wasn't openly declared, players who had participated in the Goblin quest knew clearly that the first to slay an enemy would receive extra rewards. While there's still no news of a player getting the first kill on a pirate, we should pool our resources and get ready to set out. Most of our money has already been spent on comprehension.
To get a large amount of gold coins now.
The 4-member squad turned their gazes in unison toward Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan froze for a moment before being surrounded by the 4. Teacher Wei Yuan, you must be very worried about the safety of those 6, right?
Exactly.
You came to talk to Yuan-gu about it, so you really want them back. You just arrived on Lanxing and may not know our abilities, but do you remember?
We were the ones who interviewed you.
Right, Teacher Wei Yuan, you remember me, don't you? Yupo shoved his face right in front of Wei Yuan.
We have a connection, teacher. We won't ask for much.
Just lend us half your salary and we'll go bring those naughty students back for you.
How about that?
Xingqian maintained her aloof image, standing a little apart while the other three clustered around Gaiwan like flies. Gaiwan's head suddenly fell twice its size. He looked to Wei Yuan for help only to receive a helpless shrug from the Lord. I can't make the same mistake as Alisai.
Don't even think about it. Gaiwan shook his head and began walking out.
Since Lord Wei Yuan wasn't worried, his own fussing was pointless.
But lingering on this issue only made these kids fixate on his wallet. He hadn't even received this month's salary yet. Without a second thought, he hurried off. Wei Yuan enjoyed the temporary peace, though, watching Tu Yupo and the others trail after Gaiwan.
It seemed they wouldn't give up until they got what they wanted. He wondered how long Gaiwan could hold out.
I said I won't lend you my salary. Why are you still pestering me? Wherever Gaiwan went, these four followed like persistent ghosts.
Tu Yupo was especially thick-skinned.
Teacher, you're wrong. We don't necessarily need to borrow money from you.
Exactly.
Back during the interview we took a liking to you at first sight.
Look at your level, your skills, your professionalism. We feel truly blessed to have met you.
We mean no harm.
We're old acquaintances and teacher-student at that. It's our duty to take care of you, teacher.
Yes, yes.
Besides, since you're teaching us, we should at least treat you to a meal on your first day.
Let's not talk about borrowing, we must give you a welcome banquet. Anjong Chitao somehow produced some wine and dishes.
The alcohol was brewed by the players themselves and the food was also made by them.
They weren't just pestering Gaiwan without doing anything else.
After learning that the newcomers had tricked teacher Alis's salary with a barbecue, Tu Yupo quickly brought out fine wine and dishes. These Alliance people had never tasted anything good. Could such fine food and drink fail to win over Gaiwan?
Teacher, rest assured we sincerely want to thank you. Even if you don't lend us your salary, it's fine. Yes, come on, try these.
These are specialties of our human race. Makabaka poured Gaiwan a large cup of alcohol and set out braised meat and peanut. Tu Yupo even thoughtfully served him some meat dishes.
I've never seen a teacher with more sense of responsibility than you. Truly, I must toast you. Tu Yupo stood up and poured Gaiwan a cup.
Exactly, teacher.
You don't know how much we admire you. When we met you at the interview, we were overjoyed.
A moment ago we were rolling around in the Lord's presence. That must have shocked you.
Let me drink a cup as an apology. Anjong Chitao also joined in.
Xingqian raised her glass. No more words, all feelings are in the wine.
This actually made Gaiwan a little embarrassed.
He hadn't expected these students to truly admire him.
Come on, I'll drink to that. A few cups down.
Teacher, I've always had a dream buried deep in my heart.
Today, meeting you, I finally feel there's someone I can talk to.
Anjong Chitao began his performance.
One night passed.
Gaiwan stumbled out of Wei Yuan's resting room still dazed. He never imagined he would be so popular with the students. Tears of old age welled in his eyes. How could a teacher not support the dreams of his students?
The war zone.
Beneath the scorched earth. It reeks of death. In the war zone, children never grow up. Ituadaban watched the child huddled in the corner devouring the nutrient supplement as if it were a delicacy and felt a pang of discomfort. If we leave him here, he definitely won't survive, Kila Kila said as she walked over to Ituadaban.
There were hardly any survivors left in the war zone.
This child was discovered by the mecha scan. When they first saw him, he was already on the brink of death. It was Kila Kila who couldn't bear to see him die, so she spent gold coins to exchange for a healing potion from the in-game store and injected it into the child, saving his life. The nutrient supplement was also provided by the players.
But we're on a mission right now and it's not complete yet. Are you going to bring a child along?
We could leave him here and come back for him later, Guzi chimed in. That child was of the merfolk race. They had already learned from the child that after the interstellar pirates arrived on this planet, they directly drained all the seawater to extract energy from it. All the merfolk gene warriors were killed and the ordinary merfolk were burned to death. He was lucky enough to hide deep enough and the pirates seemed to be in a hurry to leave, so they didn't search thoroughly, allowing him to survive. Hearing the players discussing his fate, the merfolk child, clutching half a nutrient supplement, curled up on the ground and looked at Kila Kila with pleading eyes. He didn't even dare to ask the players to take him away. How pitiful, so young. If we leave him here, he'll surely die. But we came here with debts. If we make Lady Alice lose everything, I'll feel even worse.
None of the six could make a decision.
After all, the players came from a peaceful era and now they were forced to make a decision that could potentially abandon a child's life. It was truly agonizing.
What are they hesitating about? Launching.
Inside Wei Yuan's lounge, several teachers gathered together. On the big screen 7 live streaming windows were opened. 6 of them showed students traveling through the Star Sea. Only the video of Daban and his team who departed earliest was from the war zone. That's right. Besides Gaiwan, several more teachers had been tricked. The teachers, after being roped into becoming angel investors in a daze, suddenly came to their senses. They gathered together originally intending to demand an explanation from Lord Wei Yuan. Unexpectedly, they soon got hooked on the livestream. Because Lord Wei Yuan said, "I have no money to give, take my life instead." Now who would dare to ask Wei Yuan for the money the players had swindled? But what are they hesitating about? This merfolk child is obviously a surveillance device left by the pirates, can't they see? These kids are still too young with no combat experience at all. Lord Wei Yuan, I recall that the BT series mechas you designed all have self-awareness. Why don't they warn these children that this is a trap? Wei Yuan grabbed a handful of melon seeds, leaned back and looked at the screen. Why? These things spits out a seed are for them to experience themselves. He spat out a melon seed shell. Wei Yuan was not surprised at all. Are you kidding? Warn them. For the players, his game was all about exploration. Before they set out, he had specifically instructed the mechas that all actions should prioritize the players. He wanted them to have fun. The sense of experience, they had to experience it themselves. Max it out. At that moment, Daban and his team, completely unaware of this, had made their decision. Leave him more food and water and also give him some self-defense weapons. Daban transferred 30 gold coins from his account. Kid, after we finish our business we'll take you back to our territory, okay? Kila jumped out of the mecha and patted the merfolk child's head. Merfolk juveniles were all very cute. Now the little mermaid, having eaten his fill, looked up. His glazed eyes reflected Kila's gentle face. He looked at the food and water they gave him, his withered body unable even to produce tears. Thank you. Holding the things Kila handed him, he lowered his head and whispered, "Please don't go after those pirates. They'll leave tomorrow. You hide, and after tomorrow you'll be able to survive. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't found you yet. Go quickly. Go now." The little mermaid's body trembled incessantly. All his clansmen were burned to death before his eyes. His little sister was also taken away. As long as these good people didn't trouble the pirates, he wouldn't have to report them. Those pirates wouldn't discover these good people. His sister would be safe too. He just had to wait until the pirates left. The little mermaid prayed that the players wouldn't think of going after the pirate. "Unfortunately, we came specifically to find them, kid. Stay here and wait, we'll take you to a safe place." Kila patted the little mermaid's head. "They're just some pirates. I am about to become the pirate king." Kila put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Uncle, are you really that strong?" The little mermaid looked up at Kila. This uncle looked ordinary and his level seemed even lower than his father's. And his father had died at the hands of those pirates. "Uncle may not be strong right now, but he has a mecha. See that? Such a towering mecha flying over and blowing up those pirates with a single shot." The expression on the little guy's face showed he didn't believe it at all. Kila curled his lip. Was he really being looked down on by a kid? "Then you must come back," the little mermaid said nervously. "I'll wait for you here." "All right, got it. Don't worry." Daban jumped back into the mecha and said to Kila, "Let's go. If they dawdled any longer, the pirates would be gone." The BT mechas exchanged glances but said nothing. They had already detected the pirates' location. After bidding farewell to the little mermaid, they sped off at full speed. After the players disappeared from sight, the little mermaid took out a button. If the pirates found out that people had entered the base from his direction, his sister would be turned into dried meat. I'm sorry. Oh ho, so there really are Alliance troops coming at this time. 6 people. 6 people dare to come and deliver themselves. Ha ha ha. As the players flew close to the ground, the surveillance devices which had been powered off lit up green the moment they flew past. Then they captured the players' images. What series of mechas are those? They don't look like the Alliance's junk. On the pirates' warship, several pirates snickered at the 6 mechas. What's this? Delivering themselves and their mechas to us, hee hee. Although the pirates plundered everywhere, the resources they could keep were not much. Countless lower-ranked pirates had no money or resources, let alone mechas. Only 6 people, and according to the information from Little Fish, they're just low-level gene warriors. No need to report it. The leader of the pirate squad spoke. The ones monitoring here were all from his squad.
With that said, everyone understood.
They could directly confiscate these mechas and the resources these people had.
He got it, Captain.
I've switched the surveillance feed to the old footage the higher-ups won't find out.
After the seawater was drained, the abyss on the seafloor turned into a cliff.
The interstellar pirates' base was enormous. Looking down from the cliff one could see a massive fleet of warships.
Holy shit, so many! Air Guzzi exclaimed.
As far as the eye could see there were warships.
And every single warship at first glance was equipped with top-notch weapons.
The scene was also synchronized to Wei Yuan's location. Wei Yuan, who had been lounging, suddenly sat up straight.
At least 10,000 warships in a fleet. The main battle fleet is actually on this planet. Gaiwan instantly recognized a flag fluttering among the warships. That was a flag only the main battle fleet would hoist. But hadn't everyone predicted that the main battle fleet would take a different route? Gaiwan looked at Wei Yuan in horror.
His voice trembled. Lord Wei Yuan, if we retreat now.
We can't retreat. Wei Yuan's face turned grim instantly. Plans cannot keep up with changes.
All the prediction models had concluded that the pirates' main battle fleet would take another route and would not pass by launching at all. The planet the players had landed on was at the edge of the war zone, the closest one to launching. According to the AI's predictions, there should only be a small group of pirates stationed here.
Tonzi, didn't you predict this either? Wei Yuan asked in his mind.
He frowned slightly.
This was getting a bit troublesome. System mission difficulty increased. The system has automatically upgraded the reward for you. Good grief. Tonzi you. Wei Yuan was speechless, but it wasn't like there was no chance at all. Wei Yuan frowned deeply.
He could escape without any problem, but what about the players?
The highest level among them was only 2.
Player Ituadaban's squad. The latest battle information has been discovered. Attention all players, all players, all players.
Battle escalation.
Player Ituadaban's squad immediately return and leave the war zone.
Protect your mechas, protect your mechas. Specific mission: Ituadaban's squad ensure the mecha's safe departure from the war zone. Mission reward: mech ownership. The system message was sent out.
The players erupted in excitement. Ituadaban and his team hadn't even had time to marvel at the grandeur of the scene below before they were stunned by the system's alarm.
What the hell, what's going on? We actually got a special mission. Holy shit.
Haha, if we leave now we can get the mecha ownership directly.
Fuck yeah, haha, let's go, can't stop even a bit.
Air Guzzi was so excited he jumped up.
Haha, no way, we actually triggered some new storyline. I wonder if triggering a new storyline will give rewards. Let's go while they haven't discovered us yet.
All 5 players were laughing their heads off.
Air Guzzi's mouth was practically splitting from laughing.
But Ituadaban felt something was off. If we could leave so easily, the system wouldn't give such a high reward.
You see. A single mecha in the store costs 1 million gold coins.
Among all the equipment they bought for this trip, the mecha rental fee was the highest.
Would such a high reward come from an easy task?
The moment Ituadaban's words fell, a web of red lines lit up around the players.
Enemies. Boom. A beam cannon exploded among them. 3 massive mechas landed and over a dozen pirates wearing portable auxiliary equipment descended from the sky.
Ooh, let's see which rich boy squad from the Alliance is this.
They even have BT series mechas. Impressive. Haha, looks like we're going to get rich. Little lords, if you want to live, get out of your mechas and hand over your resources.
The pirates closed in with sinister grins. The red lines contracted little by little with their movements. The players were surrounded.
They think we're from the Alliance. Should we bluff and try to escape?
Ituadaban had just asked through the mic when a voice sounded in his mind. It was BT-003 pilot. Am I your partner in battle?
Ituadaban shivered all over. Was BT planning to fight alongside him? BT, rest assured we will take you back safely. Ituadaban replied excitedly.
Then please hand over all your control to me now.
We will take you all out of here together. The BT mechas spoke simultaneously.
After all, although the players had played many games, their real combat experience was practically zero.
So the mechas needed the players to directly hand over control.
Pilot, trust me.
Trust me.
Hearing those 3 words, Air Guzzi's pilot heart blazed with passion.
Good. BT, I trust you.
Air Guzzi was the first to hand over his control.
In an instant,
BT-005's back metal wings spread out, spinning and shooting feather arrows in all directions.
The feather arrows melted the moment they touched the red lines.
Realizing someone was resisting, the three massive heavy mechas strode forward and punched at BT-005. In that fraction of a second, the players also agreed to transfer control. The 6 mechas acted simultaneously. 3 mechas withstood the heavy blows of the heavy mechas. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. BT, you projected us in the wrong direction. Damn it, we're screwed. The 3 players, Crazy Rabbit Order Dish and Grandpa is here, had just been moved by BT's willingness to sacrifice himself. The next second they were ejected from the cockpit and slammed directly into the faces of the pirates charging toward them. Several scorching laser beams sliced through the air to meet them. The 3 players were instantly diced into pieces. Holy shit, not only were the players stunned, but even the pirates were terrified by the sudden turn of events. Since when did mechs eject their pilots? Accompanied by the players' terrified screams before death, the mechs quickly ascended into the sky. Thinking of running now? I'm afraid it's too late. The leader of the pirate squad grinned, pulled out a massive cannon from behind and fired a shot toward the mechs. Ituatabian glanced sideways and laughed, haha, he missed. But the moment his words fell, the shell exploded, forming an energy net in midair. Scatter and run. The mechs with pilots were noticeably slower than the 3 that had already ejected their iron cores. BT-003 charged in one direction, following the escape route calculated by its data. The others also fled without any hesitation. BT. Clara was caught. Ituatabian shouted from inside the cockpit. Sorry, pilot. Our top priority now is to escape. BT-003 didn't even look back. Clara watched her teammates flee without a backward glance and hissed softly, BT, can we make a deal? Don't eject me, okay? The 3 before had died too horribly, sliced into pieces. Although pain was disabled, all other senses remained, and being diced couldn't have felt pleasant. Clara had no desire to experience that. At that moment, the optimal solution was to eject the pilots to create a half-second opening in the enemy's formation for escape. Ejecting you now would be useless. BT-009's voice was cold. The massive mech was entangled by crimson energy threads which scorched fine marks into its armor wherever they touched. BT-009 knew escape was no longer possible. It had to fight to the death. Master BT-009 requests authorization for the self-destruct system. Please grant permission. BT-009's voice echoed from the large screen in the Blue Star Command Center. All the instructors in Wei Yuan's lounge rose to their feet. Once a mech gains self-awareness, it can be considered a member of the machine clan. But because they were artificially created by Wei Yuan, they had remained by his side. Request denied. BT-009 recalculate the survival probability. Assumption: the pirate squad intends to capture and use you unaware that you have gained self-awareness. Now request co-brain mode from your pilot. Wei Yuan gave the order. He would never allow one of his mechs to self-destruct before his eyes again. Players were the fourth calamity capable of infinite resurrection, so there was no concern for them. BT-009 paused. Command received. Pilot, please grant co-brain access. Clara was still dazed, but since her BT had spoken, she nodded instinctively. Go ahead. Co-brain mode activated. Instantly Clara lost control of her body. She could only watch as her limbs moved in a fluid automated sequence. It dodged all attacks with breathtaking precision while simultaneously striking the source of the red energy threads. Every crimson filament was severed in an instant, followed by a frantic escape. The mech moved with a fluidity that defied its mechanical nature. Under a barrage of gunfire, BT-009 seemed to possess precognition, shifting its form to evade each strike. In just a few minutes, BT-009 fled with a near-suicidal abandon. For attacks it couldn't avoid, it chose to take the lighter hit. Then it sped away. Holy shit, BT, you're amazing. Clara was dumbfounded. Now only his eyes and mouth remained under his control. Pilot, I have done my best. After confirming the enemies were shaken off, BT-009 landed heavily and exited co-brain mode. When Clara landed, he realized his health bar was nearly empty. That meant BT-009's damage was also close to crippling it. BT, are you okay? Sorry, pilot. I have a problem, and it's a big one. Their landing spot turned out to be exactly where they had started, the place where they had found the mermaid. BT-009 locked onto the child crawling out from underground. Pilot, the remaining energy I have can only ensure I leave this planet, and even then I cannot guarantee a return to Blue Star. I will drift in the Starsea. Now that messenger mermaid child has appeared. If I waste energy on him, I won't be able to leave, and the enemy will soon locate us here. Ha! The messenger mermaid kid. You mean our whereabouts were leaked by that little bastard? Clara clenched his teeth. What an ungrateful wretch. He wanted to slap his past self for being so soft-hearted.
So BT, what are you going to do? Clara asked pitifully. Damn it, BT was definitely planning to ditch him and run. Wah wah. Clara shed tears of regret. Pilot, as you suspect, please buy me time against the enemy. I will remember you. The cockpit opened. Clara was spat out like a piece of spit, hitting the ground and bouncing once. Well, his health was even lower now. Goodbye, pilot. BT-009 ascended without hesitation. Protected by its coating, the enemy couldn't pinpoint their current position for at least 5 minutes.
But that child, having betrayed them once, would surely do so again.
BT-009 saluted Clara on the ground. Farewell, my pilot. People must take responsibility for their kindness. Everyone faces their own retribution, that's what Master taught us. BT-009 left with absolute finality without a trace of hesitation. Clara looked up, watching BT-009 abandon him.
2 streams of tears hung from his eyes like noodles.
Damn it, Protocol 3 is all lies.
He closed his eyes.
Whatever, let me die. At least I won't be chopped into pieces. Clara consoled himself.
Then he felt himself moving.
Moving. Krokla opened his eyes and saw the little mermaid struggling to drag him away. Oi kid, what are you doing?
He had already prepared himself to die. After all, no other players were watching, so even if he perished at the hands of this little brat, no one would mock him. But what was this child doing? The kid remained silent, stubbornly continuing to drag Krokla away.
Kid, what do you want? Was it you who leaked our whereabouts?
You little ingrate, I thought you were pitiful, but it turns out I'm the one who deserves sympathy.
I'm such a joker.
Krokla felt tears welling up again.
Don't cry, there's no water now.
Seeing Krokla on the verge of tears, the little mermaid immediately stopped him.
Ha! Krokla looked up at the expressionless mermaid and couldn't hold it together. No way. Kid.
Not only did you snitch and nearly get us all wiped out, but now you're dragging me back as emergency rations. The little mermaid's hand trembled, releasing Krokla's collar, and the back of his head slammed onto the ground.
Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap!
His health was down to a sliver. That bump nearly made even that faint trace disappear.
Are you okay?
The little mermaid rushed over anxiously, then spoke timidly. I don't eat people.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
His tears had already dried. Now, no matter how sore and painful his eyes were, they could only show large patches of red blood vessels, unable to secrete even a single tear. But guilt. It was like a knife ruthlessly stabbing into his chest. I didn't want to betray you, but they took my sister. If I didn't report your whereabouts, they would burn her to death and turn her into dried fish.
Ha! Krokla hadn't expected such a hidden story.
He suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. This kid was just unlucky. He himself was nearly dead and his sister had been taken hostage.
The game's scriptwriter was absolutely insane. 3 utterly absurd words: dried fish. Hey, I'm not blaming you. Don't feel bad.
If you don't want to survive by eating my flesh, just toss me by the roadside and I'll die on my own. After all, he had only this much health left. None of his friends on his social feed had ever seen what the seabed looked like after the ocean was drained. It would be better to let the kid leave him aside. He could take some nice photos, then log off and post them on his feed.
The little mermaid's mouth hung open. What was this kind uncle saying?
Had his severe injuries driven him mad? I'll take you to my hiding spot.
Even if they search, they won't find you.
The little mermaid promised. Those pirates are about to leave. Their energy reserves are low, so they won't waste energy on me. Just hide at my place and you'll survive. If only they could wait until tomorrow when the pirates left. Then he and the kind uncle could live together and his sister would join them. The little mermaid's face lit up with a smile at the thought of a beautiful future.
Krokla hummed in agreement.
He thought this kid was pretty pitiful.
After the battle, I'll take you and your sister to our planet. I'll have Yichua Davy and make you some barbecue. Uncle, does your planet have no wars? No wars, life is good. Then can I eat grilled fish? Damn, don't push it.
On Blue Star, Wei Yuan watched Krokla's situation and smiled with pursed lips. His fellow countrymen were just too soft-hearted.
Such compassion was rare in the Interstellar Alliance era. Very rare.
He turned his gaze to Gavin.
Gavin sighed.
Lord Wei Yuan, the entire Alliance has heard that humanity loves peace, but when facing war, shouldn't we caution the students?
Kindness is a shining virtue of humanity, isn't it? Wei Yuan smiled. Mission triggered. BT-007 captured.
All players who have entered the war zone prepare for a rescue operation. Rewards will be based on player performance. On the Star Sea side. Upolo and the others had already retrieved BT-009 floating in the Starsea with depleted energy.
Captain, we only caught one mech.
The squad leader looked at the serial number on BT-007 ecstatic inside. He hadn't expected such luck. It was actually a BT series. This series was said to be from a human genius lord. The mecha company hadn't mass-produced it after getting the design. Instead, it was a high-end combat mech series exclusively used by some high-ranking military officials.
Tisk tisk tisk, the BT series, we rarely even get to see these. Aren't you all tempted?
Besides the 4 that fled fastest, there's another mech that probably ran out of energy and didn't escape this planet. Besides, carrying a pilot into the Starsea requires activating a protective shield, which also consumes a lot of energy. The pirate squad leader calculated in his mind. Even with full energy, the BT series mech would have consumed a lot against their large-scale attack. And it was also carrying a pilot.
But Captain, those earlier ones.
They hadn't forgotten how during the battle those mechs had suddenly ejected their pilots. Those 3 pilots were weak, probably just some rich brat's entourage. Didn't you see how awesome the escaping mech's piloting was?
Can you compare that to ordinary disposable cannon fodder? Forget it, you wouldn't understand.
The squad leader glanced at the pirates and his crew. The various interstellar races all looked different.
But most were far less intelligent than humans.
This pirate squad leader who led them was stronger and slightly smarter.
Alright, let's go search. Hee hee, how about we go to that dried fish place?
You know grilled mermaid is delicious.
Hee hee hee, we're leaving soon anyway. Let's loot one more time before we go.
Maybe those pilots left some goodies with the dried fish. In the pitch-black undersea lair, cold and gloomy, Krokra felt the chill wind seeping into his very bones as he curled up in the corner. This kid living here not afraid of getting rheumatism.
After unlocking the gene lock to the 2nd level, he could make out some things even in the darkness.
Like now, the little mermaid had shrunk into another corner, holding her breath and entering a dormant state.
Really, I'd rather be out there watching the starry seabed. It's so dark here I can't even post on moments. Krokra muttered under his breath. No one spoke.
His health was critically low, teetering on the edge, yet he refused to die.
Being locked at low health was agonizing.
He couldn't live well, nor could he die cleanly.
Krokra simply started spamming messages in the group chat.
Krokra, little cabbage yellow in the field, the Titan pilots abandoned, life and death are sealed. Krokra, good brothers, I've been dumped by BT2. Woo, he's heartless, he's unjust, he's unreasonable.
Krokra could have thought the little mermaid we rescued was the enemy spy. Krokra, anyone still alive? Say something.
The group chat exploded with a flurry of messages.
Itua Dabian looked listless, lying in the mecha cockpit, drifting through the starry sea.
Itua Dabian, bro, if you're gonna die, just die and respawn.
Don't spam the chat, it's annoying.
Air Guzzi, yeah, the 2 of us are floating in the Starsea now, waiting for some passerby to pick us up. Dien Kai, the 3 of us have already respawned.
This time we're probably going to lose everything. BT-007 got caught. I wonder if the mission will be judged a failure. So tragic.
Seeing the group messages, Krokra suddenly perked up.
Krokra, haha, our enterprise failed before it even began.
This wave, we call it a total loss.
Krokra, Itua Dabian, you and Air Guzzi are incredibly lucky.
You have no idea how unlucky I am.
Now I've been brought to the little mermaid's lair. It's pitch black and freezing cold. So boring. Itua Dabian, don't talk about losing everything. I can't face my wife Alice. Air Guzzi, you think you're the only one bored.
We escaped that planet, but BT's energy is running out. It can barely sustain the cockpit's power supply. When we came, I said I was already sick of looking at this Starsea.
And now I have to keep looking at it. Sigh. Krokra, damn, stop yapping. I think I hear footsteps on the seabed coming this way. Damn, it sounds like several people. Someone.
Would it be enemies? Were those big shots coming to clean up our mess?
Itua Dabian, Krokra, what are you waiting for?
Air Guzzi, turn on the video and livestream it for us.
Dien Kai, let's see.
Krokra, but this lair is pitch black. Even as he said that, he opened the group video chat the next second.
The moment it opened, the pitch black lair was illuminated by a blinding light.
A rough voice rang out from a member of the pirate squad. Hey.
Mermaid kid, you still alive?
The little mermaid, who had been curled up in a dormant state, trembled all over.
She staggered out from the corner. Krokra's hiding spot was very secluded. The group of pirates didn't notice him.
They gathered around the little mermaid, laughing.
The information you reported to us was very useful.
A fat green viscous creature squirmed over to the little mermaid. Like a giant glob of green snot.
Is that a slime? Itua Dabian asked while watching the video. I don't know. These pirates all look ugly and bizarre. Humanoid races are much more pleasing to the eye.
A few players chatted in the group video. But the Little Mermaid being interrogated thought these pirates were here to return her sister.
She looked at them hopefully. I've done my part. Can you send my sister back? You're leaving tomorrow. My sister is useless to you.
Without seawater, the Little Mermaid's tail had turned into deformed legs, but scales still covered her face and hands. She looked only 6 or 7 years old, pitiful and helpless. But to the pirates this pitiful sight only made her easier to bully.
Weaklings like this were the most fun to torment.
Her sister had begged the same way before she died.
Send her back. Well, send you to meet your sister. Tisk, you know your sister tasted amazing really. I wonder if you taste good too.
With this tender skin roasted dry you'd probably taste great. 3 or 4 pirates spoke to the Little Mermaid, licking their lips. The Little Mermaid trembled in shock. She couldn't even utter a plea for mercy. Her sister was dead.
And eaten by these bastards. Her muscles tensed.
Her whole body shook. Blood vessels instantly filled her sunken eyes.
I'll kill you.
A childish voice cracked, sharp and piercing, filled with endless hatred. A child unaware that these were pirates. Not a single word from a pirate should be believed.
But alas, a weakling's anger is only ever a joke.
Oh ho ha ha, this little dried fish has some spirit.
Stronger than your sister. Tisk, you have no idea what your sister said.
She begged us to let her brother go and said she'd willingly be roasted.
Actually, it's not our fault.
Before you mermaids unlock the gene lock, you're just food for the mermaid race's gene warriors.
Being eaten is your destiny. A few pirates drew their weapons.
Using gene weapons on a little mermaid who hadn't even unlocked the gene lock was a waste. I heard there's a dish called sashimi. If we slice meat from a living body while it's still fresh, will the flesh still twitch?
A pirate swallowed and asked. We're leaving tomorrow. If we get the chance, we'll catch more mermaid kids to experiment. For now. Let's eat him first.
The frail child struck with all his might, but it was nothing to the pirates.
Haha, still fighting back. We'll eat you right now. Eat.
A pirate grabbed the child by the collar and lifted him up.
Sharp claws tore the skin on the Little Mermaid's chest. Damn, they're really about to gut him. Crocra, do you have any strength left? I've got nothing. I'm at a sliver of health. One move and he'll probably die. I can't watch this, really can't. I have some gold coins here. He'll use them all on healing shots. Bro, save this kid. Crocra is only level 2. He can't save him. But if he focuses on escaping, he might make it.
Goozy, I've already posted Crocra's situation on the public channel.
If those big shots coming to clean up our mess see it, they'll definitely step in. Don't worry.
No one said not to save the Little Mermaid.
Even though it was a game. Even though the Little Mermaid had tricked them before.
But she was just a 6 or 7-year-old kid trying to save her sister. Now her sister had been eaten. Crocra couldn't forget the words the child had said while dragging him back to the lair when he was ready to face death.
"Sigh, no choice.
The Great Master said I'd take you back to Blue Star." As he said this, a needle jabbed into his body. His health fully recovered. In an instant the Little Mermaid was snatched away with force. The pirates, caught off guard, were startled by Crocra's sudden appearance. Crocra hugged the child with a gaping wound in his chest and sprinted at full speed.
"Bro, another shot. 3 shots all for you." Itua Davian clicked to send. 3 shots instantly appeared in Crocra's inventory.
After injecting one into the child, the Little Mermaid slowly opened her eyes.
"Kind uncle. Don't talk. Follow me and let's run for our lives." Wei Yuan stared coldly at the video.
In the footage, BT-007 had malfunctioned. The leader of the pirate squad lay dead beside BT-007. The one who killed him was a member of the main battle team. Red flames cascaded behind his head and crisscrossing patterns marked his face. He was from the Flame Demon clan. Now he held a bloody heart, eating it bite by bite. Thick blood splattered like juice. The Flame Demon gnawed on the heart like an apple, then licked his fingers clean. So greedy, trying to keep the BT series mecha for yourself. The pirates near the squad leader trembled in fear. Beside the Flame Demon appeared a snow demon, pure white with white hair and white eyelashes. The female snow demon glanced disgustedly at her partner, who was licking his fingers.
"Enough, you have to find something to eat wherever you go. Now that we've found the source of the fluctuation, let's go back and report."
She waved her hand, freezing all the surrounding pirates, then muttered, "With this level of strength they managed to take down a BT series mecha and its pilot.
Let's show it to the boss first. Maybe we'll get rich again this time. Every battle ended in defeat most of the time.
But every time they left with overflowing spoils. They were about to pull up stakes and leave, and then they stumbled upon a BT series mecha. Following BT-007's perspective, Wei Yuan saw most of the members of the Squid Pirates. Level 7 warriors 198, level 6 warriors 679, level 5 warriors 8092. The system was also observing and reporting the numbers it had counted.
The number of low-level members is too large to count. No high-level members detected.
Warning, warning, the Interstellar Pirate Group is attempting to access BT-007's core data.
We can't wait any longer. Wei Yuan looked at the screen with a grim expression. These pirates weren't just skilled at looting and killing. Among them were talents adept at terminal data manipulation.
As soon as BT-007 was captured, several technical experts began dismantling it, preparing to breach its firewall and modify the core data.
Great, there's talent everywhere, damn it. Wei Yuan cursed for the first time.
When he built the BT series, he was just a student. The firewall he made wasn't strong enough. If they managed to steal the core data of the BT series, not only would Blue Star be exposed, all the BT series data would fall into the pirates' hands. Then when players used BT series mechas in battle, they would be vulnerable.
We can't wait any longer. Wei Yuan knew at a glance that the firewall could only hold for 10 more hours.
All players gather at the base center. All players gather at the base center. All players gather at the base center. Important announcements were repeated 3 times.
All players without urgent tasks came.
Even the teachers who had only come to watch the excitement arrived. Wei Yuan scanned the remaining 10,000 players with a solemn expression. My people, this time it truly is a matter of life and death. The squad sent to the war zone has lost 1 mecha. The core data of this mecha will be tampered with and accessed in 10 hours. Once the pirate group discovers our existence, they will surely launch a massive attack on Blue Star. Without territory, we will be displaced.
My people, it is time to fight for your homeland.
The mission to intercept the pirates begins now. Main quest: intercept the pirates. This mission is a critical task for survival. Completing the mission will unlock new storylines. Failing the mission will result in the game being taken offline for maintenance. During the mission, all players can respawn infinitely. The game will provide players with low-quality gene potions up to level 5. All players' respawn points will be moved to the flagship for the player's health. Please note that using low-quality gene unlocking potions will cause side effects, making future leveling difficult. Now all players prepare for battle. Head to your respective flagships and set off immediately.
Damn, this mission is this intense. Failing means the game shuts down. Is the game company out of money? No way, it's probably a real test.
Players speculated wildly.
Wei Yuan, however, had already entered Mo Yun's body.
When he activated the video, he hadn't seen the legendary leader of the Squid Pirate Group. He feared the other was also a level 9 gene warrior.
Whoosh! Mo Yun's enormous battle wings spread, carrying Wei Yuan into the sky. In 3 seconds they entered the Starry Sea. Interception mission commence. Hum.
Above, the Blue Star warships hummed lowly.
All players lifted their heads, sensing the impending storm. The battle is about to begin. Haha, is the glory of our human race about to dawn now?
In this great war with me here, victory is assured. No matter when necessary, I shall intervene. The show-offs had already begun their passionate performances. Players were losing their minds everywhere. Mo Yun gazed down at the humans below, still spouting awkward lines, and fell silent for a moment.
Logically speaking,
as the master's strongest battle armor, Mo Yun should unquestioningly support his master's decisions. But as a combat mecha that had awakened its intelligence, he seriously doubted the mental state of his master's kin.
Well then.
Even the term awakened intelligence had been taught to him by his master's kin.
Master, is it really alright to leave the fighting to them? Mo Yun asked.
Wei Yuan, who was interfacing with the data stream, paused in his actions. As he lowered his head, he happened to see several players laughing heartily with their hands on their hips.
Shifting his gaze, he saw another player mimicking Ultraman's laser firing pose.
Whoever witnessed this scene would feel a shiver run down their spine, wouldn't they? Wei Yuan was no exception.
To be honest,
he had originally planned to summon more composed players. And when selecting players to summon, he had indeed followed that principle. In fact, most players preferred strategy games in real life. However, he had never anticipated that among his players there would be troublemakers. By the time he realized it, almost all the players had already been corrupted.
Wei Yuan recalled.
Perhaps roughly the problem had already arisen when the first batch of players was summoned. 2 streams of hot tears silently fell in Wei Yuan's heart. Even if he wanted to return them now, it was impossible. But on the surface Wei Yuan still had to maintain a confident demeanor, nodding faintly and saying,
"They are my kin, they know their limits." Limits. The players would only ask what are limits. All players immediately assemble on the warships. The commander-in-chief for this campaign has been selected. During the battle all players will be placed in the same channel. Please prepare yourselves. Wind-blowing fart muttered a curse upon seeing the system message. The commander-in-chief must be chosen from the original 30 veteran players again. Damn it, they entered the game earlier than me, it's not fair. After a few angry curses the voices of other players rang in his ears. Holy shit, who's so bold as to unmute and openly rant in the public channel? Haha, and this guy didn't even enable anonymous mode. Wind-blowing fart bro, you're a legend. Legendary. Even Xing Chen and the others who had already arrived at the war zone heard wind-blowing fart's clear complaints through the mic. Xing Chen 6. Secret beggar, holy shit, wind-blowing fart, I didn't misjudge you. You're a real man. Maka baka ha ha ha, wind, you're way too bold. The battle hasn't even started and you're already picking a fight with our commander-in-chief. Oil Stealer, I have to say a fair word for the veteran players. We earned our stripes through hard work too. Wind-blowing fart was dumbfounded. What the hell? Why was everyone pulled into the group so quickly? And why was the mic on by default? Isn't this a complete setup? The developers of Interstellar Humanity were as treacherous as ever. He quickly turned off his mic. Then like a frostbitten eggplant he drooped his head in dejection. Seeing wind-blowing fart with his head hanging low, It's Snowing rarely looked up from her own main interface and asked what's wrong. Sister Shui, I think I've offended someone. It's Snowing hadn't been paying attention to the group chat and shifted her gaze over. Tell me about it. I'll help you sort it out. It can't be sorted out. Wind-blowing fart sighed. Offline Sister Shui, your skills are unquestionable, but we're in the game. Ah, it's just my bad luck. Sister Shui, you have no idea. These gaming fanatics are fearless, they'll do anything. My words just now must have offended that commander-in-chief. This game is a trap, letting those veteran players be commanders. Who knows what that mysterious commander will do? He's definitely going to mess with me. Wind-blowing fart hadn't played many games before. In his circle, offending someone with a single careless word was all too common. So the old man at home always nagged him to watch his words and actions. Originally wind-blowing fart hadn't cared at all. In fact, within his own circle he was notorious for his hot temper. But in this game, who cared how much money his family had? They were all here to play, and the players' minds being bad at the game was the only sin. Having said the wrong thing, he was a bit anxious. Would that mysterious veteran player really mess with him? In a few seconds he imagined countless possibilities, each making him more convinced he was doomed. Is that all you're worried about? It's Snowing closed her main interface and cast a calm glance at the Stellema wind-blowing fart. First of all, everyone's just playing in the game. Don't apply the rules of your little circle. No one is that petty. Secondly, It's Snowing chuckled lightly. That mysterious petty commander-in-chief you described is me. Oh, is what? Wind-blowing fart's eyes widened instantly. Holy shit. Sister Shui, you're the commander-in-chief. Wind-blowing fart's mouth hung open, his mind struck by lightning in shock. Holy shit. It's Snowing boarded the flagship and opened the group chat interface. Just as she was about to issue a command, a strange voice echoed in the group. Wind-blowing fart, ha 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 ha. Damn, this guy's gone crazy. Crazy, take him away. Next. Ahem. The moment It's Snowing's voice appeared on the public channel, all other sounds were silenced. All players board the ships immediately. Now the Reliant Shit Squad, report the intelligence you've gathered. Secret Beggar Squad, provide the war zone coordinates. All flagship vessels activate stealth mode and advance toward the coordinates. Ships move in groups of 8. My vessel is the main command ship. Move out. That guy Windblow but cracks me up, ha ha ha. Makabaka laughed heartily in the cockpit of his mech. He's always been lucky, but I never expected the Supreme Commander to be Snowfall. Wow, that beautiful lattice comprehension is at 20 and that's her base stat. What do we have now? I blew all my gold coins and only managed to scrape together 11. This world is truly full of prodigies. By Ningbing, what a buy. Oil stealing granny, you're on the wrong channel. Makabaka interrupted. Xingchen, nice. The 4 mechs had arrived at the planet within the war zone. The exposed seabed always evoked a profound sense of awe. Oil stealing granny instinctively started recording a video. Brothers, we've begun a new war, this time against space pirates. This is their last stronghold.
Look. This must be the seabed exposed after the water was drained, cracked under the scorching sun.
Yet we can still see some seafood on the ground.
Oil-stealing Granny zoomed in from high altitude closer and closer. Well, all that's left of this seafood are the shells. Oh look. On the exposed seabed there's a person sprinting.
Oil-stealing Granny's camera spotted a black dot and immediately zoomed in.
They saw a man in a blue uniform clutching a child under his arm running at full speed.
Oi. Brothers, I'm over here. Come save me. Kella waved frantically at the four mechs as he ran.
There were pursuers behind him.
A player. Oil-stealing Granny exclaimed in surprise. The other three also spotted Kella. Rescue him. Xingqian flew toward Kella first.
As he swooped low past Kella, Xingqian reached out, grasped him in his palm and glided upward.
Laser beams and artillery fire followed. It's a new mech. They have reinforcements. Report immediately. Several pirates who had been pursuing realized it upon seeing Xingqian's mech. He raised his neural interface to transmit the message.
Unfortunately, Xingqian had already heard.
The pirates, only level 3 or 4, stood no chance against the mech.
Xingqian's mech raised its arm and fired at the pirates.
Boom!
A thunderous blast along with a massive cloud of dirt sprayed everywhere.
3 pirates lay in pools of blood, gasping but unable to move.
Only the one that resembled a slime had liquefied and was swiftly slithering across the seabed.
Xingqian, I've activated signal jamming.
Within 5 kilometers he can't contact his main force.
But the mech can't lock on now.
His body seems to seep into the cracks of the seabed.
What do we do?
By then oil-stealing Granny and the others had arrived.
She was still recording from her cockpit. What to do?
Kill him, of course. Xingqian drew the paired tang swords from his waist inside the cockpit.
At the same time he severed his link with the mech. BT, assist me. Affirmative, pilot.
The series of mechs that Wei Yuan had built could assist personnel even without a pilot. As now BT-010 dashed ahead of the slime pirate's path and opened its hatch.
Xingqian leaped out from within, landing directly on the ground.
He thrust both tang swords into the earth.
A pained roar came from underground.
With a stylish pull, Xingqian drew the blades, bringing forth 2 sprays of green blood. The slime pirate emerged from the ground in agony. He was a level 4 gene warrior whose body and experience had reached the threshold for a level 5 gene lock potion. But due to the pirate's scarcity of resources, acquiring a level 5 gene lock potion required purchasing it or earning it through meritorious service. And he was merely a low-level slime.
Let me go. I want to tell them you came for a raid. Please.
The slime's eyes were not small. When he became round and chubby he looked rather adorable. 2 wounds still oozed green blood. Xingqian stood with his long sword planted beside him. The other players had gathered as well. 4 mechs hovered overhead. On the cracked seabed a dark-haired dark-eyed girl held paired tang swords, staring coldly at the green slime before her. You fear death, Xingqian stated. The slime's jelly-like flesh quivered.
Lady, I've already begged for mercy.
Are you sure you're only now realizing I'm scared? The slime hummed in assent. It was embarrassing, but it might save his life. Our mission is to eradicate the pirates. Xingqian frowned, hesitating. She clicked to inspect the slime. Peak level 4 slime with a 5th level gene potion, 100 chance to reach level 5. A genius among slimes, timid by nature, gluttonous, can shapeshift. The slime race is weak even at level 4. They seem to have no offensive abilities, weak in combat but hard to kill due to malleable form. Current lifespan 5 years. Injecting a 5th level gene unlock potion extends lifespan by 50 years. Makabaka clicked his tongue and started muttering.
Damn, Xingqian's weird obsession is kicking in.
You mean her liking for ugly dolls?
Ansonkito eyed the slime pirate on the ground. It looked like a giant green jelly, seemingly able to morph into any form. Liquid, solid, even fluid.
At the moment this slime resembled a solid jelly. Its round eyes stared intently at Xingqian.
Please. The slime pirate flopped prostrate on the ground.
I'm the only one of the slime race who has climbed this high.
I don't want to die.
The slime pirate spoke honestly. I became a pirate because here I can get gene unlock potions.
In the Star Alliance the highest my race can apply for is level 3. I just want to live a little longer. My talent is good. If you spare me I can pledge allegiance to your race.
Xingqian's face remained cold, making the slime tremble inside. Then tell me about this pirate group, the more detailed the better. Xingqian said to the slime, her tone icy. If the intel proves useful I can give you a 5th level gene lock potion. Inside, however, she was already bubbling with excitement.
A jelly-like slime, utterly adorable.
Your race can only apply for 3rd level gene unlock potions.
What blatant discrimination.
What kind of trash Star Alliance is that?
Bah. I can download the information from my brain to you. The slime rolled to Xingqian's feet. With a soft pop it detached its own head. Its hands held the head respectfully, offering it to Xingqian. The chilling memory extractor as it plunged into the slime's head sent a shiver through its entire being. Its verdant jelly-like body rippled with waves. This prodigy of the slime race at this very moment was consumed by a single thought. Could the organization behind these people truly be stronger than the pirate crew? But they said they would give him a level 5 gene unlocking potion. Even a level 2 gene warrior could pilot such an advanced mecha. They must be a very wealthy race. Please do not let your mind wander. I need to extract information regarding the pirate group. BT-010's voice rang out from above the slime's head. The slime rolled its eyes upward only to see the colossal mecha looking down at it. Oh, all right. The slime replied with utmost respect. Stealthy Madam whispered, this slime really knows how to read the room. Knowing when to bend is how you survive longer. The slime race is pitiable enough. Why does the Stellar Alliance still practice racial discrimination? This tech is insane. It can actually extract visual data stored in brain cells. Secret Beggar shuffled over. BT-010 replied, technological progress permeates every field. After the Stellar Alliance was no longer threatened by the Zerg, they ceased obsessing over weapon evolution. While collecting information on the Squid Pirate crew, BT-010 recalled the things he had discovered after being manufactured and linking his brain computer interface to the Starweb. After the human race's power dwindled significantly, the stronger races among the myriad clans each claimed a share of the spoils. This included technologies of every kind. Humans were not the most hedonistic race among the myriad clans, but they were the most technologically advanced, and they never confined their technology solely to weaponry. Thus, after the Great War between humans and the Zerg, the Stellar Alliance suddenly saw an explosion of diverse and novel technologies, including the memory extraction techniques they were using now. As a former leader he had seen on the Starweb's intranet once said, the greatest strength of humanity is their brain. Such a race is truly formidable. Fortunately, they were not a long-lived species. Even better, they always believed they had a duty to sacrifice for their descendants. For the future of humanity they fought the Zerg to the death. Sometimes BT-010 couldn't understand why the myriad clans would still carve up human resources after receiving their benevolence. Seeing this slime now, BT-010 began to grasp it. Humans always sympathize with weaker races. But these weak races only bow their heads when humans are strong. Once they grow powerful themselves, they plunder. BT-010 decided that after extracting the memory he would help Xingqian dispose of the slime. Just then the little mermaid in Krokra's arms also awoke. Opening his eyes, he saw 4 massive mechas standing beside him. He was held by Krokra, and not far away his enemy, that slime pirate, had its head torn off and connected to that mecha. His expression fierce, "I'll kill you." Krokra swiftly scooped up the mermaid child. Don't cause trouble. The commotion from the little mermaid drew the attention of the other players. Secret Beggar, whoa buddy, you even abducted a kid. Makabaka, this is that mermaid kid you guys encountered before, right? Stealthy Madam, tisk tisk tisk, not to criticize, but when you meet a weakling in a game and don't execute them, are you just waiting to be tricked? As a veteran player, Stealthy Madam had seen the information other players brought back and knew immediately that this kid was definitely a spy. Hearing Stealthy Madam's words, the little mermaid trembled all over, looking at her with fear in his eyes. He shrank behind Krokra but couldn't help glaring hatefully at the slime in the distance. Krokra ruffled the little mermaid's head. Can't help it, the kid's pitiful enough. Anyway, it's an exploration game. It's fine if I take him back to raise. He has no other family. Kind uncle, can you kill it for me? The little mermaid clung to Krokra's leg, pointing at the slime in the distance. Those pirates were about to attack kind uncle too. Hell, definitely help me kill those pirates. Definitely. The little mermaid's eyes brimmed with tears, looking utterly pitiful as he gazed at Krokra. Xingqian cast a glance over. Krokra opened his mouth then closed it. Revenge is something you should do yourself. That guy. He's been claimed by our big shot. The little mermaid was stunned. He looked around at the players in confusion. Weren't they kind uncle's friends? If you have the ability, you can take revenge yourself. Krokra coaxed mischievously, don't you want to become a gene warrior too? It'll take you back to the planet I live on. You can work for me and he'll get you gene unlocking potions. When your level is higher than his, you go and get him. He. Directly recruiting a child laborer. I can do that. The little mermaid didn't understand why kind uncle would rather provide him with gene potions than personally kill the slime. Xingqian withdrew his gaze. He rather liked this slime. Since it had already hugged his leg and begged for mercy, he would take it back to keep as a pet. It could also help with mining to earn some gold coins. If you don't interfere in pet matters, I won't interfere in yours. Understood. Xingqian spoke. Stealthy Madam hissed. Damn, Xingqian actually said so much today. Secret beggar, looks like he really does like this slime. It's not just simple liking. Didn't you hear him say pet? Stealthy Madam said. Xingqian is planning to take the guy back to base to raise just like Krokra. Damn, that Xingqian is sharp. I want to catch a pet too. If it helps me mine, I can free up time to chop trees and earn double the money. Krokra the big shot is tough, but boss, what's the use of keeping this guy? If you take it back and it levels up high, what if it turns around and causes trouble? To keep a pet you must first beat it into submission, Xingqian said, coldly glancing at the trembling slime. If it rebels, that's my own fault. The players chattered away, completely missing the shock in BT-010's eyes. Beat a pet into submission before keeping it. If it rebels, that's her own fault. Was this how humans had always thought? They had never cared about the myriad clans plundering their technological creations. Even their master had never complained to them about the things taken by the myriad clans. Instead, he had once said that for so many years the myriad clans were truly useless, their technological progress as slow as a snail's crawl. They truly didn't care about the resources stolen. Instead, they were disappointed in the slow progress. So that was it. It was all because humans had never considered any other race among the myriad clans as their equals. The more BT-010 thought about it, the more he felt it was true. After all, even the so-called mightiest single race, the divine race, had started using technology after that great war. You know, in the past, besides the technology of gene unlocking, those long-lived races had completely scorned such external tools. Download complete, a prompt sounded. BT-010 withdrew his thoughts and packaged all the data, transmitting it to its Snowings database. Secret Beggar Squad, I have received the data you sent. Its Snowings voice rang in the player's ears. The battleship is advancing. The Lord has set out ahead in Moyen. Just wait where you are for a few minutes, the Lord will arrive. After the Lord arrives, follow him into the enemy's stronghold. Once the Lord takes action, proceed to the coordinates I give you and rescue BT-007. Secret Beggar Roger. Xingqian Roger. Stealthy Madam Roger. Makabaka Roger. Krokra Commander, what should I do? BT-009 is being sent back to base for repairs and cannot return. Stay where you are. When the main force arrives, board any leading battleship. Krokra, yes. Perfect. He could stay here and keep an eye on this little mermaid. The kid was still glaring hatefully at the slime in the distance. Krokra could understand the little mermaid's feelings. After all, his little sister had been eaten and he had been deceived. It was only right to hate these enemies. But Krokra wouldn't be impulsive enough to help him take revenge. This was a game. He couldn't afford to offend a big shot like Xingqian for the sake of a rescued mermaid child. Even if it weren't a game, in Krokra's view the child was pitiful, but he had at least survived. As for the sister who was eaten, what difference was there from any other fish devoured in the vast sea? BT-010 glanced at Krokra. When Krokra had streamed his video, the mechas linked to the players had also been able to watch it. Originally he thought Krokra would sympathize with the little mermaid for saving him. Unexpectedly, although Krokra had rescued the little mermaid from the pirates, he had no intention of helping him take revenge. Over the years the mechas had only ever seen one human, Wei Yuan. So they had always been curious about what his clansmen would be like. Now, after making contact, the mechas were even more perplexed. Overflowing with sympathy, yet seemingly not so sympathetic. And they had a rather wicked sense of humor. They could grovel before their master while also speaking to him as equals. They would immediately back down at the slightest threat, but when truly facing death they would charge in without hesitation. Too complex. Too complex. Humans were indeed not easy to study. Far too complex. BT-010 shook his head and retracted the data interface. Pilot, what do you plan to do with your pet? Xingqian glanced at the slime, which had retracted its head and was prostrating on the ground. When the Lord arrives, he'll give you the level 5 gene unlocking potion. But first you need to help us. Be our guide. The slime looked at Xingqian blankly. What did guide mean? Stealthy Madam, explain it to him. Xingqian pointed at Stealthy Madam. Stealthy Madam rolled her eyes. This Xingqian was getting more and more pretentious in the game, putting on this big shot act. Damn it. Did I really want to be his lackey? Stealthy Madam cursed under her breath, then walked up beside Xingqian with a very lackey-like demeanor. A guide means you go back, tell your buddies you've captured us, and then lead us right into your stronghold. Got it.
The slime's brain wasn't very sharp to begin with.
Stealthy Madam's long-winded speech left it confused. How could I possibly capture you all?
Stealthy Madam rubbed his chin back and forth. While I was worried you might betray us earlier, but now it looks like your IQ isn't up to it either.
Listen, you just say whatever I tell you to say. Stealthy Madam fetched a rope. The players had just finished their arrangements.
A gust of wind swept by and the incredibly stylish Wei Yuan descended from the sky.
Wei Yuan was extremely fast, leaving no trace in the air as it appeared beside the players. Whoa, so cool. Seeing Yuan Gu pilot the mecha again is absolutely badass. Will we see Yuan Gu in action today? So exciting. Countless voices rang in the ears of Xingqian and the others.
Even though it was a public channel for tens of thousands, it wasn't noisy when everyone spoke.
The cockpit of Wei Yuan opened halfway and Wei Yuan revealed half his body. Wei Yuan said, "Let's get ready to move out."
Stealthy Madam raised her hand.
"Hold on, Yuan Gu, we've got a traitor here, we've got a traitor." Wei Yuan paused. He asked a huge "huh?" in his mind. What was this guy up to? What traitor? Wei Yuan looked down and saw Stealthy Madam excitedly laying out his plan. "Yuan Gu, will have this slime lead us into the enemy's base. I've noticed these pirates probably can't recruit anyone decent.
They only take on cannon fodder gene warriors with low intelligence. Once we're inside with the slime, we'll create a diversion in one direction, strike in another, and turn the place upside down."
Maka Baka, have you been eating idiom books?
Get lost, doesn't saying it like this sound more cultured?
Stealthy Madam grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Seems plausible. Wei Yuan nodded.
To him it made little difference.
Charging in directly and bombarding the place would eventually force the high-level gene warriors to come out and fight. But that certainly wouldn't be as fun as Stealthy Madam's plan. Wei Yuan hadn't realized it.
The original source of the chaos was right in front of him, and at this moment it had already begun to infect him.
Alright, move out.
If we're going to sneak in, we need to look like we've been through a battle. Tuyupo grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it across his face.
Ha.
His 2 rows of big white teeth gleamed in the light.
No way, isn't this too dirty? And the seabed mud stinks.
Maka Baka crossed her arms, making a rejecting gesture.
A girl should stay fragrant and soft after all.
Then you can't join us for the undercover game.
Tuyupo sidled up to Wei Yuan.
He looked like a fox borrowing the tiger's mite. Even Brother Yuan agreed, and you're still refusing.
Tuyupo planted his hands on his hips. Come on, accept the baptism of seabed mud. Ah, get away. Maka Baka sprinted off with Tuyupo chasing her relentlessly. Anson Kito sighed and rubbed his forehead.
These two were still so immature, unbelievable.
But Tuyupo had a point. Without signs of battle, it would be hard to blend in. Brother Yuan, let's disguise ourselves too, at least so those pirates won't suspect anything. Wei Yuan nodded. Disguise is necessary, but why use seabed mud?
With a mischievous glint, he cast a puzzled look at Tuyupo.
Then he clapped his hands toward Wei Yuan behind him.
A beam of light shot from Wei Yuan's pupils, enveloping everyone except Tuyupo. Instantly, lifelike battle scars appeared on everyone. Even the mechas bore a strong scent of scorching.
Except Tuyupo.
Covered in mud, he stood frozen, his mouth agape. Ha! Brother Yuan, you had this tech, why didn't you tell me earlier?
Tuyupo was dumbfounded. Maka Baka serves you right, in dying of laughter. Xingqian, 666.
Anson Kito also covered his mouth with a snicker. Never thought Brother Yuan could be such a goofball. In dying, Brother Yuan must have suspected you were about to smear mud on him too, so he quickly had Wei Yuan do the disguise.
Anson Kito said with a grin. I don't believe it, it's all illusions. Tuyupo wiped a hand across Anson Kito's face.
The fake wound on his face was a large patch of minor abrasions, extensive but not deep. One glance was enough to tell the scabs were fresh.
As Tuyupo's hand brushed over the skin, stretched and the scab split open, oozing threads of blood.
Even the mud from Tuyupo's hand left streaks on the wound.
Holy crap. So realistic. I don't buy it, this has to be an illusion. Illusion.
Tuyupo shouted to the sky.
Shut up, we need to move. Maka Baka yanked Tuyupo by the collar. Wait, Brother Yuan, give me an illusion shell too. Tuyupo sidled up to Wei Yuan. He wanted to slide in and hug Wei Yuan's thigh like before, but he didn't dare. He was genuinely filthy now.
Wei Yuan suppressed a smile, shook his head and put on a calm and partial tone. Tuyupo, your disguise is perfect, no need to waste energy on another layer. Trust yourself, the most primitive disguises are often the most effective.
Ha! Really? Tuyupo withdrew his hand. Then he whispered to Anson Kito, doomed beggar. What now, you joker? Brother Yuan has been corrupted, he's joking with me now. Toyupo spat bitterly. I wonder which bastard polluted him like this. Our brother Yuan was so cool and bright at the start. Sob, what do we do now? Am I really going in with mud all over my face? If everyone were covered in mud it wouldn't matter. But now everyone else had battle-worn looks. Only he looked like a wild boar that had rolled in a mud pit. Brother Yuan, you're making me look so foolish. If my fans saw us like this they'd definitely mock me again. Toyupo's professional pride remained intact. He still had his camera running. What do I do? How should I know? Maybe go beg Wei Yuan for a battle-worn filter. As soon as Ansankido finished speaking, Toyupo dashed to Wei Yuan's side. Wei Yuan, striding behind Wei Yuan, suddenly felt something sticky clinging to his foot. He was about to shake it off when... Big bro Wei Yuan, don't shake, don't shake. Looking down he saw the mud-smeared clansman. What's your business? Big bro Wei Yuan, give me a disguise too please, it'll look so embarrassing on camera like this. He looked up, his mud-caked face showing two blinking eyes. But... we've already reached the enemy's base. Wei Yuan said bluntly. As he spoke he sensed his master's mood, still connected through their bond, suddenly lift even more. Ha! Ha! Toyupo's grip loosened and he fell to the ground. At that moment, they had arrived at the base of the seabed cliff. In the darkness countless starships lay crouched at the cliff's foot, flickering with dim red lights. Stop moping, come direct the slime for the act. Ansankido grabbed Toyupo and dragged him to the slime. Quick, set up a calm link, then guide it. They hurriedly prepared. Wei Yuan had Wei Yuan conceal himself nearby. The Beat series mechas were formidable enough to attract the mid to high level pirates. Wei Yuan curled his lips. The player's method might even lead them to the captured BT-007. Halt! Just as the players finished their disguises and the slime took the lead toward the outermost ship, several green dots locked onto them. It's me. The slime waved. We went looking for dried fish and happened to run into the same squad as those mechas. Whoa! Good lad, you actually caught them. The green dots vanished. A few space pirates emerged from the gate. Seeing that Toyupo and the others were only second-level gene warriors, they clicked their tongues in amazement. Fancy mechas paired with such trash gene warriors. Isn't this just delivering spoils to us? Ha ha ha, feels great, kid. You might get a 5th-level gene potion this time. By the way, where are your teammates? The gatekeeper clapped a hand on the slime's shoulder. They all died in battle. The slime waves dismissively. I'm taking them to the squad leader now, I'll claim all the credit myself. Hey, don't bother. The gatekeeper stopped the slime and handed him a pack of cigarettes. I heard the squad leader you were with is dead. It was the disciplinary squad, they're still inside. The slime's jelly-like face trembled violently. The captain is dead. Yep, his blood splattered all over the cockpit. If you go back now you'll probably be killed. Seeing the slime quiver in terror, the gatekeeping pirate chuckled and withdrew the cigarette he had offered. He lit one and took a slow, deliberate drag. This is a premium brand I managed to get my hands on. Don't you want a taste? The slime was both horrified and panic-stricken. The inspection squad was specifically tasked with managing low-level pirates like him. They could execute anyone they deemed a troublemaker without any justification. The slime swallowed hard. His blatant betrayal leading the enemy into their stronghold would surely result in him being torn to pieces. But now there was no turning back. The mechs were right behind him. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the slime utterly failed to grasp the other pirate's hint. The gatekeeper pirate, though humanoid, had no skin, his entire body a vivid red. Now he stared at the slime with scarlet eyes, realizing the fool hadn't understood his implication. He said, a little exasperated, what are you standing there for? If you lead those mechs in now, the inspection squad will kill you just like they killed your captain. Brother, let me help you out. I can take them off your hands, he suggested, tapping the cigarette meaningfully. I have connections. Cigarettes had swept the entire galaxy ever since they were introduced from the human race. Pirates, however, were ostracized by the Galactic Alliance due to their status. Only high-ranking pirates with the right connections could get their hands on such luxuries. Low-level pirates like the slime had no way to even purchase goods, let alone enjoy something as fine as cigarettes. So the red guy was trying to tell the slime he had connections by offering him a cigarette. The oil thief's eyes gleamed as he stared fixedly at the red pirate. The red pirate glanced around uneasily and happened to catch the oil thief grinning at him with a wide muddy mouth. Ha! Why is this prisoner covered in mud? His eyes sharpened instantly as he strode toward the oil thief. The mud-covered figure was impossible to miss in the crowd. I was just a bit scared during the fight. So? The oil thief's mind worked quickly. He had an excuse ready in an instant. Unexpectedly the other pirate burst out laughing. What a coward. Strange, how did a second-rate gene warrior like you get such a good mech? What a waste of machinery. The red pirate licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the players and Wei Yuan. Hand over control of the mechs and he'll have the slime release you. We're leaving tomorrow anyway. A fair deal, don't you think? The red pirate's voice was low, just loud enough for the players to hear but not the slime. The players were taken aback. The oil thief was the first to send a message in the group chat. Damn, there are old foxes like this even in space. Makabaka, did the game designer spend years in the real world or something, creating a character like this? Xingchen 6. But should we agree? And Zhong Qitao, if we agree our plan to sneak in is ruined. But if we refuse, he won't let it go. He's a level 4, can we take him? Xingchen, on my own it'd be tough, but with the BT mech no problem. The oil thief coughed softly. He muttered inwardly, no kidding. If they used the mechs they wouldn't have to worry. But they were at the enemy's doorstep. A mech fight would cause such a commotion that it would draw everyone's attention. Just as the players grew anxious, the slime rushed over nervously. They're my prisoners. What do you think you're doing? Humph, what do I think I'm doing? The red pirate sneered, sizing up the slime. Don't you know your place? You're just a slime. Climbing to level 4 is pure luck. Did you really think you mattered in this pirate crew? I offered you a cigarette out of respect, but since you refused to take the hint, don't blame me. I'll be straight with you. The inspection squad is gone, but in taking these mechs. The red pirate flicked his cigarette to the ground, striking a cool pose. If you're smart, you'll have the pilot's hand over the control authority. Otherwise you're all dead. Standard mechs like their AI cores required biological gene authentication to operate. Thus capturing a mech usually involved killing the owner, forcibly resetting the system and then re-authenticating. But there was a simpler method: the original owner voluntarily unbinding the mech. The red pirate clearly wanted the players to do just that. For BT mechs. To these pirates that was a considerable fortune. As for the inspection squad. After all, everyone who became a pirate lived with their life on the line, never knowing when they'd die. Would they really let such a juicy prize slip through their fingers just because they feared the inspection squad? Impossible. The red pirate's triumphant gleam had barely revealed itself when a laser beam sliced him cleanly in half. The extreme heat instantly cauterized the flesh on both severed halves, leaving a charred smell in the air. Can't believe there are still blind fools trying to hoard things at a time like this, a gloomy voice rang out from a distance. A squad of pirates in black robes approached, led by one carrying the weapon that had fired the laser. The slime trembled and whispered to the players, the inspection squad. They're the inspection squad. The oil thief scratched his head. In just a few minutes they had run into the inspection squad. What luck! Maybe this time they would even see BT-007. Just then Xia Shuela's voice came through their earpieces. And Zhong Qitao squad, prepare yourselves. In 30 minutes the flagship fleet will arrive above the battle zone. We've relocated the respawn point inside the ship. On the planet Edith, the Inu clan. The Elven Queen, holding a wooden staff, wore a solemn expression. Before her stood an oval mirror entwined with vines. The surface of the mirror rippled like water. The moment the Queen's finger touched it, a series of ripples spread. In the blurred image, a human named Wei Yuan appeared seemingly in an unknown place, accompanied by several other humans. Is the Tree of Life unable to discern Wei Yuan's whereabouts? The Queen lowered her gaze, a foreboding feeling brewing within her. For many years the human race had been nurturing themselves, completely indifferent to the changes in the outside world. Unexpectedly, a genius youth had suddenly emerged. In a short time he had become a level 9 genetic warrior. This was not good news for the myriad races. Master, the young clan leader, is still completely immersed in the shadows of failure. Wei Yuan seems to have become his inner demon, the steward said earnestly, bowing slightly. In truth, it was not just the young clan leader who felt this way. He too had been intimidated by Wei Yuan's imposing presence that day. However, the old steward had served the elven royal family for nearly 1,000 years. He still possessed some resilience. Yet Inu Dong, who had always been hailed as the pride of the elven race, had never been so utterly crushed. Being properly struck down is a good thing. At least he will understand the meaning of there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. The Elven Queen waved her hand. Her expression was haughty. However, as my son, how can Donger be humiliated by a mere human? Bring him here. The powers granted by the Tree of Life may not provide a clear image of Wei Yuan, but will allow us to see a general outline. Once he witnesses Wei Yuan's failure and demise, he will face his inner fears directly. The Elven Queen sighed softly. The elven race was already difficult to conceive, and she might only have Inu Dong as her child in this lifetime.
If she failed to educate him well and hastily bestowed power upon him, it would be a great blow to the Elven clan. Thus, upon learning that Wei Yuan was facing catastrophic disaster and was battling against the Squid team, the Elven Queen began to wait. She awaited this resurrected human to once again walk towards failure, just as the humans did back in the day.
The Elven Queen quietly contemplated.
In truth, it was not the students in the academy who truly feared Wei Yuan's rise, but those myriad races that had benefited from the resources of the human race. Host, there is a probing gaze from the Elven Queen. A system prompt echoed in Wei Yuan's mind. At that moment he was being led away by the patrol team alongside the players. The internal space of the main battleship was quite large, even bigger than typical technology exhibition halls filled with all sorts of peculiar items. The oil-thieving woman and the others were curiously looking around.
Though it may not be as handsome as our flagship, the internal space is truly vast.
The space is undeniable, but the aesthetic sense of the warship's owner leaves much to be desired. The lighting inside the battleship was primarily green and red. Walking under such lights, the oil-thieving woman and the others felt as though they had stepped onto the path of the underworld. The mechs were left outside, and at this moment they truly felt like they had entered the tiger's den. The slime was trembling all over, imagining countless scenarios of how it might meet its demise just by walking this path.
Aren't you afraid? The slime shrank back, instinctively inching closer to the players. Afraid of what?
This path.
Mother, is what you said true?
And Yedong's eyes, once dull and lifeless, suddenly blazed with renewed brilliance upon hearing the words of the Elf Queen.
Wei Yuan had actually encountered the Kraken pirate fleet. Ha 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 ha.
This was nothing short of splendid news.
And Yedong knew with certainty that Wei Yuan would survive this great battle.
For he was well aware of Wei Yuan's true strength. However, the graduation tournament of the Lord Academy was not a test of individual prowess. What the Academy pitted against one another was the might of the clansmen under their command. If Wei Yuan's planet were to be plundered by pirates, he would surely be unable to rescue many of his clansmen. Given the pirates' nature, even if they could not eliminate Wei Yuan, they would certainly slaughter all mid to high-level gene warriors on his planet. The human race itself had never been numerous. Over the years there had been no word of them purchasing many gene-unlocking serums. Indeed, the elf race held a stake in the company that developed those serums. They controlled every aspect of the Interstellar Alliance. They had long since set their sights on the human race, guarding against any resurgence. Though I know not how this Wei Yuan grew to the 9th level right under our noses, the Elf Queen spoke in a gentle tone, uttering words of cruelty. But since we have discovered him, we must take him seriously.
No race among the myriad dared openly speak of persecuting humanity. After all, this was an era dominated by technology.
The initial developer of the terminal AIA had been a genius from the human race. Though that genius perished in the Great War after humanity's decline and control of the terminal AI fell into the Alliance's hands, none could say whether it still favored humanity. None of the central ruling races of the Interstellar Alliance wished to see humanity rise again.
This Wei Yuan had drawn much attention since entering the Lord Academy.
The Elf Queen gently stroked the scepter in her hand, gazing at Yedong, who was still exulting nearby. Her son had yet to realize that Wei Yuan had long been under the watchful eyes of the ruling race's leaders during his academy days.
Yet through one trial after another he had survived, shielded by the old principal. Everyone had merely been humoring the old principal.
Coupled with the fact that he had only ever displayed the strength of a 6th or 7th level gene warrior, these races had refrained from launching a full-scale assault. Now that this battle was over and Wei Yuan's true strength was exposed, could they remain idle? They would surely make their move. Mother, should we send someone to take advantage of the chaos and try to
dispose of Wei Yuan?
And Yedong spoke excitedly. With Wei Yuan dead, he would once again be the genius he once was, a rarity across the entire Interstellar Alliance. His only rival would then be the equally powerful Feng Yuxing. The Elf Queen chuckled softly and shook her head.
No.
Our elf race has always revered peace.
Even during the resource plunder of humanity we stood aloof. This time you shall not act either.
However, we can dispatch the Dark Elves to the scene as reporters, ensuring the myriad races witness this battle in full.
The skirmish between Yedong and Wei Yuan was merely a spar among peers. The Elf Queen was not yet ready to sever ties with humanity.
Though the elf race had reaped considerable benefits from the division of human resources, they had never acted overtly.
The late king had once decreed that one must not make an enemy of humanity unless absolutely necessary.
Such a race capable of birthing countless brilliant talents in a short time. Who knew what profound strength they had accumulated over the long ages?
In days past, humanity had indeed suppressed the geniuses of all races. Geniuses seemed the most ordinary existence among their kind.
The Elf Queen recalled the golden age of humanity she had witnessed in her youth. A sigh escaped her heart. Had a genius like Wei Yuan been born into any other race, he would have securely ascended to the position of sovereign.
But what a pity. He was human. News that the elf race would dispatch reinforcements soon spread across the star network, even topping its trending list.
The players now had their own identities and could pool funds to buy neural interfaces and log into the star network. A few wealthy ones already connected stared at the pages and howled with glee.
Elves are coming to support us, ha! Will they be as cute as Lady Alice?
They sailed through the starry sea. With 2 hours to spend on the battleship, the players, unwilling to log off for fear of missing plot points, gathered in boredom to chat. Seeing the news pop up on their neural interfaces, they whooped with excitement.
This game is amazing. The Star Network is just like our internet, except there are no games in it.
Tisk, if there were, we could play games within the game, haha, how awesome.
Let's check the news first. Wow, is that the elf queen? She's gorgeous. How old is she? I love mature women. Let me look it up. Holy crap, nearly 500 years old.
The players had their microphones on and their voices clearly reached It's Snowing's ears.
It's Snowing frowned.
The players, suddenly seeing this news at such a critical moment, could it be a hint from the game?
Playing for the first time, It's Snowing was serious, pondering over every piece of information.
Xiao Zhang, when you introduced the game's background earlier, didn't you say humanity was once powerful but declined after fighting the Zerg and then was looked down upon by the myriad races? Wind blows bum, and used to being called by his real name, was startled. Yeah, those myriad races we met before were all so arrogant, don't even get me started.
Disgusting. It's Snowing nodded.
Why was the elf race the first to offer support when no other race had made a move? She opened a communication channel to Wei Yuan. At that moment, Wei Yuan led the players to the location of the inspection squad. The pirates were no saints and the squad members were the worst of the worst.
Seeing the newcomers, they licked their lips and advanced. Ha ha, you've even brought back some tender-looking ones. They looked delicious. Keep one alive for interrogation, later kill the rest. Keep that one covered in mud. The 8 inspection squad members all had octopus heads on human bodies.
Their tentacles were slimy and nauseating. Oil Thief pointed at himself, speechless.
You look down on me.
What was wrong with these pirates?
Why was he always the one being underestimated? Damn it, why do the monsters always look down on me? He was so done.
Oil Thief wiped the mud off his face and roared, today I'll show you pirates what it means to never bully the young. 3 syringes appeared in his hand, a low-grade level 3 gene serum, a low-grade level 4 gene serum, and a low-grade level 5 gene serum. These were rewards the system had provided early, knowing the mission difficulty had increased.
Leveling up on the spot. Is this man insane? An octopus monster from the inspection squad frowned and shouted.
All normal interstellar races knew these serums had to be injected when the body was at its peak, and only when the body had fully adapted to the current gene level.
In the player's terms,
when the experience points were sufficient. Ordinary interstellar races injected gene serums with utmost caution.
Because they lacked the visible experience points players had. If the body couldn't withstand the next level's serum surge, it would explode.
The Alliance had developed instruments to estimate a rough range, but that only reduced the mortality rate somewhat.
Now Oil Thief pulled out 3 gene-unlocking serums and right before the octopus monster's eyes jabbed them into his own arm. Damn dodge.
Or hell, splatter blood all over us, the octopus monster yelled.
Simultaneously Oil Thief roared, ha, just wait till your grandpa reaches level 5. He'll beat you all to death.
Both sides shouted at once. The octopus monsters dodged, but nothing happened.
Oil Thief was even more dumbfounded.
After injecting the serums, his level hadn't increased.
Damn, are these fakes?
His voice was a mix of grievance, pain, distortion, and disbelief. The next second, one of the octopus monsters lashed Oil Thief with its tentacles.
Damn it, you scared us. We thought you were actually injecting gene serums. Turns out they're fakes. Trying to scare us. Psycho. What bad luck.
Don't kill him, idiots like him spill secrets easily.
Hearing their shouts.
Begging in the shadows was almost laughing to death, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes.
Haha, Oil Thief, you moron. I'm dying of laughter.
Even with low-grade gene serums, you need enough experience points to inject them.
Put. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Oil Thief was slammed into a wall by a tentacle, spat out blood, and complained weakly.
How was I supposed to know you didn't know? Begging in the shadows yelled. Quick, use Wind Blows Bum's trick. Max out the pain and accumulate experience.
How dare you exchange tactics right in front of us?
Arg. So arrogant. Do you seek death?
Enraged by the players chatting as if no one else was there, without a trace of fear, the octopus monsters howled furiously.
Pain maxed out.
The cockroach was covered in wounds, lying on the ground, his eyes filled with terror.
Not fear of these NPCs though. It was the damned game designer who for the sake of realism made everyone's pain sensation identical to reality. If he maxed out the pain with his current health. The cockroach glanced at his health bar, less than a third remained. Wouldn't that be excruciatingly painful? A cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Bro, it's just a game, do we have to go this hard? Maxing out the pain after all. In the shadows, Beggar and the cockroach locked eyes. He also gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Not to mention the feeling of being pierced by the bloodthirsty locust tree at the start of the game resurfaced. That really hurt. Hesitation leads to defeat. Prepare for battle. Remember to have medical potions ready or you'll be sent straight back to the ship. Star drew her twin blades. She had already maxed out her pain. 10 medical syringes were stored in her backpack. The moment she drew her blade, she blocked the tentacle thrown by the squid pirate. A squid's tentacles were different from an octopus. They were smooth without suckers. Such immense strength. Star gripped her blades with both hands, her tiger's mouth slightly numb. But with that single move her experience points surged, rising by a notch. Holy shit, that works. The cockroach's eyes lit up. No more words needed. If a little girl dared to max out the pain, how could he be a coward? The next second, holy shit. It hurts so much. That scream startled even the squid pirate attacking him. After seeing his experience points rise, the cockroach immediately turned off the pain sensation. The relief from the pain made him gasp sharply, it felt so damn good. He felt like he was coming back to life. Better use another medical syringe. The cockroach's alternating screams, expressions of bliss and self-injections made the nearby squid pirates twitch their brows. Could this guy have some kind of weird fetish? Damn it, you scared me, I can't take it anymore, let's kill you first. The squid pirates shouted and charged forward. Seeing his experience points skyrocket and his level instantly hit 3, the cockroach wasn't intimidated anymore. Bring it on, whoever chickens out is a coward, go to hell. As long as he was fast enough, the pain couldn't catch up. Instead, his experience points would keep rising, no loss there. Wei Yuan swept his gaze across the room. There was no trace of BT-007, it must be elsewhere. A gust of wind blew toward his face and Wei Yuan raised his hand to grab the squid pirate attacking him. The squid pirate felt an immense force and was yanked forward. The next second his head was in Wei Yuan's grip. How could this be? The squid pirate's eyes bulged wide. He had checked earlier, these people were only level 2. Where was the mech brought back by your kind sent? Wei Yuan lifted his head, forcing the squid to meet his gaze. The moment their eyes locked, the squid pirate's gaze grew dazed and he spoke. The doctor took the mech, he said it wasn't an ordinary BT mech and wanted to study it. Wei Yuan, where is the doctor? Inside the second warship. Before the squid pirate could finish, his head exploded. Wei Yuan frowned. The method of mental interrogation was indeed too crude. Still, he hadn't expected someone in this pirate crew to recognize it. Probably this so-called doctor had dismantled BT-007. What a hassle. Wei Yuan shook his hand, flicking off the bloody tissue. He then pulled out his small handkerchief. Wiped it clean. Truly a thrifty man. I'm heading to the second warship, you all have fun, Wei Yuan announced and left directly. The cockroach had just injected a medical syringe, instantly recovering fully. After several near-death experiences, his level had shot up to 5. Got it, brother Yuan, we'll find you after we finish them off. The squid pirates were horrified to find that those they had easily crushed earlier were now becoming unbeatable. And why did they feel both pain and pleasure when hit? What kind of freaks were these? The mechs had activated signal jammers, ensuring no screams from this small room could escape. The players just needed to level up here. Mo Yun soared into the sky, transmitting all the scenes it saw from above the seabed cliff to Wei Yuan. The second warship was located at the center of the pirate fleet. All cabins blocking Wei Yuan's path were violently torn open. A massive alarm blared abruptly. Starting from the outermost pirate ship, it spread inward. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown enemy detected. Red alarms sounded in the 3 central warships. At that moment, Wei Yuan continued forward. In his ear, the voice of Zyaxuela rang out. Lord, the Elven race has released a news announcement saying they're sending support. Are they friend or foe? The massive explosions around Wei Yuan, along with the screams of pirates he casually killed, made Zyaxuela's brows twitch. The slime's jelly-like face trembled violently. The captain is dead. Yep, his blood splattered all over the cockpit. Even if he had time, he probably wouldn't pay attention. Unexpectedly, Zyaxuela reported it to him. Would the elves be so kind as to come help him? What an absolute joke. Those elves all show and no substance would be lucky if they weren't helping the pirates kick him while he was down. That elf queen was probably up to something else. Wei Yuan didn't stop advancing steadily toward the center of the pirate fleet.
Along the way he killed countless pirates and destroyed dozens of ships.
Finally he halted at the outer edge of the central warship cluster.
It was shielded by an energy barrier. Inside, several interstellar cannons were aimed at him. Outside, countless space pirates surrounded him, weapons in hand. Those elves are no good. I reckon they want to expose our strength so the other powerful races in the galaxy can wipe us out.
Wei Yuan's tone was light. Can't help it, we're too strong, we always attract envy. Commander, what should we do? It was snowing.
Xia Shuela hadn't anticipated that the Lord would ask her such a question. The freedom of this game was truly just as Zhang Tao had described.
I get to decide everything.
A long-lost surge of excitement coursed through Xia Shuela.
Wei Yuan, of course. You are the supreme commander of this war.
All decisions throughout the battle will be yours to make.
Trust those you employ, do not employ those you doubt.
All the players were summoned from his homeland. Naturally, Wei Yuan trusted that his fellow villagers would never betray him. After all, though they were quirky players, they were also genuine humans.
Moreover, even if Xia Shuela made a mistake, he could clean up after them.
A lord's duty was to wipe the messes left by his players. As the leader, how could he not shield his subordinates? In the interstellar space, humanity has no allies. You are the only hope for humanity's rise. Wei Yuan finished speaking.
Countless shells exploded around him.
The roar of artillery thundered in Xia Shuela's ears. Amid the rain of bullets, Wei Yuan strode leisurely toward the central vessels of the pirate fleet.
He fully unleashed his psychic field.
All gunfire veered away from him.
Level 9.
Among the pirates, an advanced Jin warrior perceived Wei Yuan's rank. He screamed in terror. The next second the psychic field twisted his neck and he coughed blood and died. Heavens, a level 9 Jin warrior, could he be from the Interstellar Alliance?
Contact the captain quickly.
His target seems to be our ships.
Launch all vessels immediately. Ascend.
All Jin warriors below level 7 board the ships and lift off. Those above level 7 rally and kill this brat.
We've killed level 9s before, what's the panic? Rally.
The central giant warships, due to their immense size, ascended slowly.
Wei Yuan had already torn through their energy shields. Supreme Commander, I'll stop chatting for now. I'm going to retrieve BT-007. The task of retrieving BT-007 could hardly be accomplished by the players alone. Wei Yuan hadn't expected that among these pirates there were those who recognized valuable things. The second vessel housed the group's scientific research talents.
Their ship was the most cumbersome of all, it held countless research instruments. Pirates drifted from place to place carrying most of their belongings with them. A low-ranking pirate rushed in to alert the scientists to prepare defenses. Doctor, the situation outside is extremely dangerous.
We must lift off immediately. All experiments must be halted. Halted. A one-eyed octopus creature adjusted his monocle with a tentacle.
He frowned and beside him lay the partially disassembled BT-007. I'm on the verge of cracking the core of this unique Beat series mecha and you tell me to stop.
Dr.
Octopus lashed out coldly with his tentacle. The pirate who had come to report was instantly pierced through the neck. His body slumped limply outside the lab door.
Dr.
Octopus didn't spare another glance at the corpse. He opened the video call before him. The face of the Squid Gang's leader appeared on the screen.
Ulyss, this Beat series mecha is extraordinary. Right now I'm at the critical moment of deciphering its core. Nothing must interrupt me. Ulyss, the leader of the Squid Pirate Gang, was also a massive squid creature.
A level 9 Jin warrior has arrived outside, a human heading this way. He's destroyed quite a few ships along the way. He's likely been sent specifically to wreck our vessels. Are you sure you want liftoff and activate the shields?
No, I can't. The core program of this mecha is extremely unique.
I need the ship's energy to support my algorithm's decryption. If I activate the ship, all progress will be lost.
Dr.
Octopus, seeing the projected figure on the other end, felt a twinge of irritation. Why did someone have to appear at this exact moment?
A human, huh? Quite rare. And a level 9 at that. Can the high-ranking leaders of the myriad races tolerate a level 9 human? Ulyss, stop that human. Promise him benefits.
Use whatever method, just stop him.
Ulyss was deeply annoyed.
As the leader of the Squid Pirate Gang, he was the one in charge here.
But the gang couldn't purchase supplies from the Alliance. Advanced weapons and gene unlocking serums were all provided by Dr. Octopus. If they lost Dr. Octopus, their group's strength would plummet. What a predicament. Human, stop. Let's talk.
Ulyss opened the intercom inside the warship and broadcasted to Wei Yuan, who was still advancing. Now the only vessel that hadn't lifted off and activated its shields was the second warship.
Seeing that Wei Yuan completely ignored him, Ulyss roared in fury, "Human! I have no intention of making an enemy of you. Leave now and I'll spare your life. Don't you know how badly humanity has been treated in the Interstellar Alliance? The Alliance army sent you here to die. Stop now. If you don't halt, I'll have to take action."
A towering mecha emerged from the first warship, a squid-shaped machine with mechanical tentacles whipping toward Wei Yuan. It moved with astonishing speed.
Wei Yuan's eyes sharpened and he swiftly dodged.
The spot where he had stood was shattered by the mechanical tentacle.
A deep fissure split the ground.
The tentacle changed direction with incredible agility, showing no sign of clumsiness. This was a top-tier mecha, custom-made undoubtedly by a master artisan.
Wei Yuan could tell at a glance it wasn't built by any master from the Alliance. Did the Squid Gang also have a mecha master? Mo Yun. A pitch-black mecha descended from the sky, its cold mechanical wings spreading open half the size of the squid mecha. Wei Yuan flashed into the cockpit. The two mechas instantly clashed. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus, anxiously awaiting progress, was startled by the enormous commotion outside. He opened the surveillance feed and immediately spotted Mo Yun battling the squid mecha.
"Ulyss! Keep him there, keep that mecha and that human.
I must know who built them. That's a war domain level mecha on par with yours.
But there's no record of it in the Interstellar Alliance.
Keep him."
Ulyss, sweating profusely inside the squid mecha, grew furious at Dr.
Octopus shouts. "You know it's the same level as mine, yet you expect me to capture him. He's also level 9. Even if it's 9th grade, what can you do?" Blue circular patterns emerged on Dr. Octopus' face. "Uris, you've killed 9th grade gene warriors before."
A fervent expression spread across his face. "The star cluster weapon I designed is meant to deal with high-level warriors, Uris.
Seize him. Seize him."
The design's concepts and even the internal programs of these mechas are unique, so unique that they could give rise to a new race.
No.
I should say they could overturn the claim that the machine race is a naturally occurring species. Yes, the machine race must have been created by external forces. They are unlike all other races. The blue circular patterns on Dr. Octopus' face grew more pronounced.
His expression grew increasingly manic, even tinged with reverence and longing.
Seeing the blue patterns on Dr. Octopus' face, Uris let out a long sigh. Whenever the doctor encountered matters related to weaponry, he became exceptionally frenzied, completely deaf to any other suggestions.
Watching the black mecha evade his attacks once more and even sever one of his tentacles, Uris gritted his teeth. He was determined.
After all, they had plundered quite a few resources on this raid. Using the star cluster weapon once would simply mean this trip came to naught.
"All right, Doctor, don't let me suffer too great a loss."
He slammed a bright red button beneath his hand. The first warship, already ascending halfway, suddenly began to transform. As all energy converged, the surrounding air trembled.
Wei Yuan looked up. "Danger."
He raised an eyebrow, gazing at the first warship.
"Good heavens, can't you play fair?
According to interstellar rules, shouldn't we settle the outcome before resorting to energy weapons?"
Wei Yuan asked.
Uris grinned savagely. "We're pirates, we don't follow your rules.
Let me show you the ultimate weapon of the Squid Pirate Gang. You are the second 9th grade gene warrior to witness it." Damn.
It seemed he had overplayed his hand. Wei Yuan manipulated Mo Yun to a halt, realizing that no matter how fast he moved, that energy cannon had locked onto him. By now the ones who had dealt with the squid pirates like Tuyupo had quietly hidden among the peripheral pirates. Star cluster weapon consumes approximately the total energy of 3 7th grade planets in a single use, capable of directly killing 8th grade gene warriors and severely wounding 9th grade gene warriors.
Holy crap, that weapon up there looks pretty badass.
Tuyupo inspected the star cluster weapon.
Anzhonkito's heart pounded. "What grade is Brother Yuan?" 9th grade. Xingchen spoke coldly, twin blades in hand. "NPCs are different from us, they only have one life.
If Brother Yuan gets severely injured here, our battle might be half lost before it even begins,"
Anzhonkito analyzed.
He reported the situation to Zayasuela, who was already advancing at full speed.
10 minutes remained. 10 minutes to reach this ocean planet.
But within those 10 minutes Wei Yuan would surely be wounded by the star cluster weapon.
Healing needles could at most repair the bodies of low-level warriors. For high-level gene warriors, their bodies required too much energy.
The needle's effects were negligible.
So, Zayasuela contacted Wei Yuan, Lord Surrender. Put. Wei Yuan almost laughed. Good heavens. That almost made me chuckle. Lord, we can reach the scene in 10 minutes.
If they use the star cluster weapon, they must channel all their energy into it. You are our team's strongest combatant. Preserve your strength as much as possible. At the same time, you can act as a deterrent, preventing them from withdrawing energy from the star cluster weapon.
Stall for time and launch a surprise attack. Zayasuela's tactics were clear.
But who among the pirates would expect 81 flagship warships to ambush them?
All right. Wei Yuan nodded faintly.
Though their conversation seemed lengthy, in reality only a few seconds had passed on the scene. Before the star cluster weapon's energy fully gathered, Wei Yuan drew a white flag from its waist. The small white banner fluttered in the air. Wei Yuan raised his hands and stepped out of Wei Yuan's cockpit.
Hey buddy, don't be hasty. I surrender.
It's not easy to reach 9th grade, don't just open fire over a disagreement.
Hey, I'm surrendering all right. You're right, the Alliance isn't exactly friendly to us humans. I'm just here to show off I don't intend to die for the Interstellar Alliance. Wei Yuan's ability to bend and stretch left Yuri's dumbfounded. Tayupo and the others quietly gave Wei Yuan a thumbs up. Damn, brother Yuan is truly impressive, so flexible.
Good heavens, I think Zayasuela is even more impressive, she can actually boss brother Yuan around.
She's the battlefield commander, you think that's a joke? Tis Cowan posing commanding brother Yuan.
If I ever become a battlefield commander, I'll make brother Yuan listen to me too.
Dream on.
They were wearing pirate clothes and speaking quite loudly. Several pirates nearby frowned at them, now dressed as pirates. These guys looked strangely unfamiliar. And their speech was odd.
Which squad are you from?
In the shadows, the beggar turned his head and saw several strangely shaped pirates staring at them. A sense of dread filled him. What if these pirates discover us?
All around there were level 4 and 5 pirates.
Cold sweat began to trickle down the beggar's forehead.
Just as he was pondering an excuse, the oil-stealing woman shouted, "Are you blind? We are the inspection team."
She barked at the pirates who had questioned.
Who do you think you are to meddle with the inspection team? Do you want to die?
The oil-stealing woman immediately recognized that these ordinary pirates wore nondescript clothing while the inspection team was dressed in red uniforms. What status did the inspection team hold? From the very beginning, the players had encountered the oil-stealing woman as a game streamer, so she had some information gathering ability.
Aren't all members of the inspection team squid aliens?
The pirate who first questioned her suddenly lost his bravado and shrank back.
How dare you talk back? Do you want to die?
The oil-stealing woman slapped the pirate on the head, creating a loud crack. All being level 5 gene warriors, the oil-stealing woman's arrogance confirmed in the surrounding pirates' minds.
Indeed, this was the real deal. Without a doubt, they were from the inspection team.
Several pirates quickly lowered their heads and scurried away, fearing that their earlier words would bring them trouble. The members of the inspection team were all trusted aides of the leader. They were not to be trifled with.
The surrounding area cleared up. Starshine gave the oil-stealing woman a thumbs up, saying impressive.
At this moment, Wei Yuan was also surrendering, leaving Yuli's in a state of disbelief. However, energy resources were to be conserved whenever possible.
Moreover, weapons had limited uses. There were not many things capable of seriously injuring high-level gene warriors. Alright, as you humans would say, what is it called again?
Those who know the times are wise. Wei Yuan said with a smile, raising his hand as he stood still.
Yulis, I've heard of you.
You have a grudge against the Interstellar Alliance, so we actually don't need to be at odds.
I mean, no harm. Yulis with his squid-like face thought no harm.
You almost wiped out my lower-tier fleet.
Is that what you call no harm?
However, could the other party really be a pawn sent by the Interstellar Alliance? The delicate relationship between humans and other races was known by any significant force. Yet now this mysterious level 9 gene warrior was voluntarily surrendering, and he wouldn't mind taking on another level 9 subordinate.
Good, since you've surrendered, let's meet our second-in-command Dr. Octopus. He has some matters to discuss with you. Yulis did not expect things to go so smoothly.
Someone take him to Dr.
Octopus.
Yet at this shout, no pirates dared to step forward.
That was a level 9 gene warrior.
The lower-level pirates had already been excluded from the fight at the start. They could only remain on the periphery.
Each thought that the high-level gene warriors would handle it. The high-level pirates believed that lower-level pirates would lead the way. Did they really need to lead for such a minor task? Besides, whose life wasn't on the line?
Who knew if this person who seemed to have surrendered was actually planning to wipe them out? Earlier during Wei Yuan's battle with Yulis they had accidentally taken out several level 7 and 8 gene warriors.
The atmosphere became a bit awkward. The oil-stealing woman's eyes brightened.
She wiped some blood from her body across her face and raised her hand to squeeze through the crowd.
"I'll lead the way."
Just as Yulis frowned, a low-level pirate covered in blood stepped forward. Instantly the fire that had just flared up was extinguished. He looked at the blood-soaked pirate walking towards Wei Yuan and nodded in approval.
"Very well, what is your name?"
The oil-stealing woman replied with a flattering smile. Hee, Captain, I am called the oil-stealing woman."
Oil-stealing woman. Not bad, that's a good name.
In truth, he had no idea what oil-stealing woman meant. There were countless interstellar races, each with their unique naming conventions. The oil-stealing woman's bloodied appearance made her seem less like a human and more like a relatively obscure tribe. With thousands of members in the pirate crew, Yulis could not possibly know them all. He merely felt that the pirates who dared to step forward at this moment were brave.
He would make sure to utilize this oil-stealing woman well in the future.
Courage is the hallmark of a good pirate. Take him to the doctor, Yulis said, feeling a bit impatient as he heard Dr. Octopus's incessant chattering and pointed towards the second battleship. The oil-stealing woman chuckled and extended her hand toward Wei Yuan. "After you." This obsequious demeanor almost made Wei Yuan lose his composure. These players really could cause trouble in any situation.
"Let's go," Wei Yuan said, stepping towards the second battleship. The starlight weapon was still active.
The indicator light showing that the energy was charged remained lit.
If Wei Yuan made any reckless moves, the weapon would activate immediately.
At this moment, Dr.
Octopus was trembling with excitement. An undocumented battle mech.
He was determined to acquire this mech.
He had to obtain it. Yulis noticed that the blue ring on Dr. Octopus was slowly turning red and frowned.
"Doctor, you're just researching mechs, right?"
Yes, Dr.
Octopus replied with a smile. "I only want to study mechs." The more normal he appeared, the more abnormal it was. Yulis frowned. "Doctor, he has already decided to submit to us."
"Don't do anything reckless, humans are quite troublesome."
Although there had been no news about them for many years, the reputation of humans remained significant among the myriad races.
For no other reason. Up until now, everyone among the myriad races would tremble at the mention of the Zerg.
For centuries only humans dared to confront the Zerg heathen.
Moreover, they were notorious for being protective.
If such a level 9 gene warrior were to die at their hands, who knows if those humans would wait for an opportunity to retaliate.
Dr.
Octopus waved his tentacles. He had already heard footsteps approaching from outside.
Haha, humans. Just a struggling race.
This level 9 warrior was likely their strongest combatant. The countdown for the BT-007 core program decryption was 30 minutes. There was still time.
Wei Yuan knocked on the laboratory door.
The pure white door was crafted from the rare lace mineral of lace star. The protective level of this laboratory.
Surprisingly, it was level 9. Indeed, surrender was the optimal solution. The judgment of this Commander Snow should not be underestimated.
Wei Yuan squinted his eyes in delight. This was the discerning eye for talent. He had not misjudged the person. There were indeed reliable individuals among these players. Creak creak, the heavy disc lock turned. The dozens of tons of heavy doors slowly opened as the lock turned.
The entire laboratory had pure white walls.
From Wei Yuan's perspective, rows of experimental equipment and unidentifiable soaking substances were visible. Ultimately his gaze fell upon the large octopus at the back, who appeared to have a gentle smile. The blue ring octopus.
"Hello, esteemed human level 9 gene warrior, how should I address you?" Dr.
Octopus raised his appendages, lifting his entire body, towering above humans. His blue edges bore hints of dark red patterns, looking quite splendid.
Before Wei Yuan could speak, the oil-stealing woman shouted, "Holy crap, a blue ring octopus, what a big one!" This was a game.
Even if it was poisonous, surely it could be tasted.
The oil-stealing woman's eyes sparkled.
In the night market, her favorite was grilled octopus tentacles.
TSK.
It was said that the more poisonous an animal was, the more delicious it was. This giant octopus was so large and so toxic.
It would definitely be an exhilarating meal.
Thinking of this, the oil-stealing woman almost drooled.
Dr.
Octopus keenly sensed the disrespect from this pirate.
He cast an annoyed glance at the oil-stealing woman. "Get out."
If it weren't for the need to appear somewhat amicable in front of this level 9 gene warrior, he would have long since disposed of this disrespectful pirate. "Get lost, I'll roast you one day," the oil-stealing woman muttered quietly.
Seeing the oil-stealing woman almost drooling, Wei Yuan thought for a moment.
After this battle he should be cautious about eating any grilled octopus made by the players. These guys. If they were to restart for some honor or dignity, that would be unlikely. But if it were for a bite to eat, then who knows? The oil-stealing woman turned around and left. The heavy door slowly closed again. You can just call me Wei Yuan. Dr. Octopus, I've long heard of your name. The prominent member of the Squid Pirates also had a fair amount of fame in the Alliance. This Dr. Octopus was even a student who came from the Lord Academy. Unfortunately, he wasn't an outstanding graduate but rather a student who was advised to withdraw. Wei Yuan remembered that it was due to serious subject bias and mental issues. Indeed, even in the interstellar realm, mental illness could not be cured. However, some of those who were previously thought to have ordinary mental illnesses were diagnosed as side effects of powerful mental strength. Wei Yuan. Dr. Octopus' expression changed. You are the only human lord from this cohort. Impossible. You haven't graduated yet. How could you possibly become a level 9 gene warrior? Dr. Octopus shook his large head vigorously, mumbling, if a genius like me hasn't reached level 9, how could you possibly achieve it? What were the symptoms of Dr. Octopus' disease? Wei Yuan caught sight of the dismantled remains of BT-007 in the distance, his gaze gradually turning icy. You know, I almost forgot, you were also a student of the Lord Academy Senior. Why were you expelled back then? Wei Yuan watched as the rings on Dr. Octopus' body gradually turned a dark crimson, stepping closer to him. Dr. Octopus furrowed his brow. He still retained his sanity, though the conversation had veered into territory he loathed to recall. Yet he restrained himself. Wei Yuan, don't think being a 9th level gene warrior makes you invincible. I've killed 9th level warriors before. Ha ha ha, those old phobies among the myriad races probably don't know you've reached the 9th level, do they? What do you think will happen when they learn your true strength? Will they spare the human race? Dr. Octopus' eyes widened, staring fixedly at Wei Yuan. Since graduating from the Lord Academy, he hadn't suffered a relapse in a long time. Years had passed. Though the old symptoms lingered, he had striven to suppress them, even refraining from personally committing murder. He still had his wits about him. The moment he learned Wei Yuan's identity, he understood that Wei Yuan would never let the old leaders of the myriad races know his true power. Human. 9th level. Lord. These 3 words combined were enough to terrify those cowardly yet greedy old men. They would be afraid. Afraid that a human had become a lord capable of vying for the position of chancellor. Moreover, a 9th level gene warrior strong enough to challenge those old monsters. Tisk, I remember now. Wei Yuan clapped his hands, utterly indifferent to Dr. Octopus' words. You killed your fellow mecha engineer senior out of jealousy back then, didn't you? Just because his talent surpassed yours. He gave you some pointers on mecha design. TSK. Wei Yuan clapped again. What if I told you that the mecha programs you couldn't even crack were all created by me? Wouldn't you go mad? Wei Yuan pointed at the core program of BT-007 in the distance. It was the same old story. Those admitted to the Lord Academy were never lacking in talent. But geniuses were everywhere. Even if one was chosen from 10,000, the entire galaxy held hundreds of billions of beings. Those sent to the Lord Academy were 1 in a billion. Yet above geniuses there were even greater prodigies. Dr. Octopus, hailing from one of the deep-sea races, boasted a powerful family and innate talent. In a way, he was a slightly weaker version of a Nyedong. However, his brilliance shone in weapon manufacturing. Among interstellar weapons, mechas were the most cutting-edge. Once a mecha was completed, its core level remained fixed. Back then, Dr. Octopus pioneered morphing mechas that integrated the pilot's form with the machines. These were high-end custom mechas. But he had struggled with a core problem until a cousin from his own race offered guidance, allowing him to succeed. Yet who would have guessed? Consumed by envy, he used his newly developed mecha to kill that very cousin. And the entire scene was captured by the Academy's surveillance. Expelled from the Academy and disowned by his family, Dr. Octopus, with nowhere else to turn, finally joined the ranks of the space pirates. Wei Yuan's taunt maximized the hatred. Dr. Octopus' expression shifted instantly. He stared at Wei Yuan with icy malevolence. You made it. You claim you made it. That's right, what can I say? I'm a genius rarely seen in millennia. Wei Yuan poured fuel on the fire. Back at the Lord Academy, I was unrivaled among my peers. Now that I've joined the Squid Pirate crew, I can easily push you out. Dr. Octopus, you still haven't cracked the programs I made, have you? Truly. Useless. The smile vanished from Wei Yuan's face. BT-007, now torn to pieces, was dead.
It had died in the process of being dismantled by Dr. Octopus. The Beat series mechas were built by Wei Yuan years ago. Their consciousness resided within the assembly of all components. Once the core parts were removed, the consciousness would perish. It was like a living person whose consciousness exists even as body parts are replaced. But once the skull is opened and the mind fades, though the body may live, the spirit has died. If Dr. Octopus deciphered Wei Yuan's core program, he could access all of 007's memories. How was that different from desecrating a corpse? Wei Yuan ran his fingers over the remnants of BT-007, finally pressing his hand onto its core component. No. Several of Dr. Octopus' tentacles trembled. I still need to study it. Give me time and I can definitely what? Wei Yuan lifted his head coldly, the part in his palm already reduced to dust. Did you think you could leave here alive? Even a 9th level gene warrior, I can poison you to death. Dr. Octopus lashed out with his tentacles hurtling toward Wei Yuan. His speed was so immense that afterimages were already visible in the air. The venom of the blue-ringed octopus coated his epidermis. With just the slightest contact, he was confident he could kill Wei Yuan. Even if Wei Yuan was a 9th level gene warrior, how could he possibly let Dr. Octopus approach? A mental force field as powerful as if it were corporeal twisted everything around it. Dr. Octopus tentacles stretched toward Wei Yuan, stopping half a meter before him. Yuri's used the star cluster attack. Hurry. He wasn't sent by the Interstellar Alliance, he came on his own. His target has always been me. Dr. Octopus' mind worked swiftly. Almost the instant Wei Yuan made his move, he understood the chain of events. This Wei Yuan had come from the very beginning for the dismantled mech. There must be a greater secret hidden inside the mech. Dr. Octopus' eyes lit up. Though he was only 8th level in this laboratory, he knew many buttons that could instantly erect a shelter for him. Yuri's did not dare delay and pressed the button in his hand. In an instant, the star cluster weapon, already fully charged, fired a scorching blue beam. It shot straight toward Wei Yuan. Dr. Octopus' eyes burned with boundless frenzy. If he killed Wei Yuan, the mech he left behind could still be dismantled. That was a war domain mech, a jackpot. When energy was dense enough, even the air would warp. As the blue energy beam shot out, the environment around the second battleship twisted in a subtle, imperceptible ripple. Overjoyed, Dr. Octopus pressed the button at his side. The ground split open, creating a gap just wide enough for him to drop through. He grinned. Goodbye, genius. Only the living are remembered. Grab. Wei Yuan reached out. He caught Dr. Octopus' tentacle from across the space. Do you have a death wish? Dr. Octopus struggled fiercely, unwilling to die together with Wei Yuan. Yuri's also believed that Wei Yuan was as good as dead. Once he was gravely wounded, killing him would be a cinch. But just then a sudden change occurred. A spatial ripple appeared above Wei Yuan and a pitch-black battleship loomed over the second battleship. The blue energy beam struck the shield, shattering it and causing the shield to vanish. At the same time, the energy from the star cluster weapon was greatly diminished. With a deafening boom, a massive hole was blasted into the second battleship. A searing wave of heat rolled in with the wind. The battleship hull, scorched by the energy beam, dripped with molten metal. Wei Yuan still held Dr. Octopus' tentacle in a loose grip. Dr. Octopus had been knocked unconscious by the blast. Xiaoshuela said, "Lord, we've arrived." 81 flagship vessels. One after another, they appeared in every corner of the sky. First time positioning manual jump, still a bit off in skill. He, Lord, we've come to rescue the damsel in distress. Just watching you show off in the Star Sea made this old man envious. What are you all waiting for? Xiaoshuela grinned. Fire. The commander of the first flagship, Black Tulip, narrowed her eyes with a smile. Her target was the pirate's first battleship's weapon. What was it called? The Star Cluster Weapon. Cool. But soon it would be hers. Men, follow me into battle. It's the Alliance military's lead warship. A knowledgeable pirate among them shouted. In an instant the battle erupted. The pirates who hadn't boarded their ships raised their weapons and fired at the lead warship. Wind Blow's buttocks stood beside Xiaoshuela. The warship's hull was under attack, yet within not even a tremor was felt. Sister Shui, Warship 1 has broken formation. He caught a glimpse of Warship 1 stealthily moving toward the group weapon. Adjust the cannons and target the big boss. Xiaoshuela ignored Wind Blow's buttocks' words. She merely glanced at the warship that had slipped away from the formation. Such a formidable weapon wasn't coveted by Black Tulip alone. Let them steal it.
Once in hand, who could say which warship it would end up on? Xia Shuela was also a schemer. But for now the priority was to pin down the big boss Yuris, allowing the Lord to unleash his fullest potential without worry. The lead warship boasted 37 cannon ports equipped with energy wave weapons, particle wave weapons, and even ion impact shells.
Targeting took only 0.3 seconds. High-end particle wave cannons fired in an instant, hurtling toward Yuris' mecha.
Yuris was only stunned for a moment when the lead warships appeared. Sensing the incoming attack, his 8 mechanical tentacles moved with extreme speed, deftly dodging several wave cannon blasts.
High-end particle waves, even with tracking capabilities. Our core personnel here this time.
Yuris felt a flicker of uncertainty as he maneuvered his mecha to evade. The mole planted within the Alliance had sent him no messages.
Could the mole have been rooted out? No matter, he would destroy these lead warships first.
The pirates' warships were all standard models, incomparable in firepower.
Moreover, the lead warship's shields could absorb a considerable amount of damage.
The 8 massive mechanical tentacles scuttled swiftly, evading the barrage. With a leap, the tentacles slammed heavily onto the shield of a lead warship. The shield lost contact in that instant. The mechanical tentacles coiled around the protruding cannon of the warship. In a flash, he slipped inside the warship. The players screamed in panic, drawing their weapons to attack. Yuris activated his communicator. Protect the warships, engage in mecha combat, dodge enemy fire, charge into these lead warships, kill them and seize the vessels.
Space pirates. They were no pushovers. Yuris' command echoed through the ranks. All pirate warships retreated, and from them descended countless mechas. The players within the lead warship stared wide-eyed at the overwhelming swarm of mechas. What a magnificent sight! Tens of thousands of mechas like locusts soared into the sky. They raced toward the 81 lead warships. Black Tulip, leading the charge, saw the myriad mechas charging fiercely and instinctively shouted, "Damn it, retreat!" Holy crap, why didn't anyone warn us these pirates had so many mechas? Can't retreat now, they're breaking through the shields. Black Tulip checked the monitor and saw the dome shield swarming with mechas outside. Warship 1 was completely surrounded. Countless light spots flickered in the air. They were energy fluctuations from mecha attacks on the lead warships. Is our respawn point set up? Black Tulip's heart pounded wildly. Even in a game, witnessing such a staggering sight made one's heart race and palms sweat. Damn, this is amazing. This is real interstellar warfare. We've already hidden them. The commander had us install all the respawn pods inside the hull. Beside Black Tulip, the player Wu Shixing's eyes burned with fervor. I want to pilot a mecha too. When the time comes, can we pick our own? These mechas closing in were truly cool. Though they were enemies now. Once these pirates were dead, those ownerless mechas would surely be brought back. He had to decide which one to choose in advance. Black Tulip saw right through his buddy's thoughts. Playing an interstellar game. Who wouldn't be into this? Mechas, they'd claim them in advance. They couldn't afford the ones from Brother Yuan, but these spoils, they could definitely pick a few. Ha, damn, you're making me feel the thrill too. Black Tulip took a deep breath. But before the fun, we've got to max out the pain settings. Tell the brothers to get ready. Best to claim the mecha you want before you die, so we don't end up fighting over the loot later. Wu Shixing gave Black Tulip a crisp salute with one hand. Then he opened the open mic. Wu Shixing, this wave the officials are giving out substandard gene agents for free. Brothers, don't be stingy. As soon as your experience is up, inject it right after respawn. Pick your mecha and embrace death. As Wu Shixing's words faded, Black Tulip pressed the button to deactivate the shield. Boom. Countless pirate mechas were baffled by the sudden disappearance of the shield. Several dozen, unable to halt their momentum, plunged directly onto the lead warship's deck. They were met by players wielding grenade launchers. Ha ha ha, take this grenade. This is a battle of abundance, focus fire. 1,000 players, over 200 strong, focused their fire on thousands of mechas. The first few mechas to descend, caught off guard, were blown to pieces. At low levels, a difference of 3 grades among gene warriors could be offset by technological weapons. But once the mecha level increased, ordinary weapons could no longer bridge the gap. They're all just second-level gene warriors. Tank the fire and charge in to kill. The grenade launchers had limited range. The mechas hovered in the air and fired several rockets into the player crowd. A massive explosion echoed. Hundreds of players were instantly disconnected. Damn, it hurt so much. Those who died and logged off were the lucky ones. The worst off were those hit but not killed. The pain was so intense they forgot to turn off the sensation. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Stop screaming. If you're not dead, inject a medical needle, it's cheaper than respawning right. Black Tulip shouted into his headset.
The weapon bay of the lead warship was opening. Those who respawn get to the weapon bay fast. I've unlocked access to level 4 and 5 weapons.
Don't let the enemy get inside. Roger. Eurus' 8 long legs coiled around the cannon of the 7th flagship. The inverted mechanical eyes of the giant squid stared towards the 2nd flagship. After a moment of zooming in, the lens focused on the large brown octopus adorned with blue patterns. Wei Yuan still held it firmly under his mental control. Not killed. Eurus breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the other's intentions, as long as he didn't kill Dr. Octopus on sight, it was fine. But the moment he relaxed, he saw Wei Yuan standing behind Dr. Octopus flash a brilliant 8-toothed smile at him. Eurus' pupils contracted. What did he intend to do? By now the battle had spread to the rear, with swarms of mechs charging straight for the flagships. Except for the first flagship, which was isolated and unsupported in its attempt to steal the stellar weapon, the other flagships followed Snowfall's arrangement, their cannons firmly blocking the approaching warships. Snowfall took a deep breath, watching the surveillance feed as Eurus moved from the 7th flagship's cannon to its underbelly. 7th flagship, come in. 7th flagship commander, heaven-trampling ancestor here. The ID easily conjured the image of a fiery-tempered old sage. But on the screen appeared a handsome middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor. Snowfall was silent for a moment. Indeed, the gaming community was a diverse lot. Besides, not judging by looks, one should not judge by ID either. Eurus is currently clinging to your ship's bottom. He hasn't acted yet, likely because he's wary of the Lord's threat. Number 1 is besieged, it probably can't hold out much longer. I need to send more ships to support. Heaven-trampling ancestor, a veteran gamer himself, had some understanding of tactics. He knew that Eurus underneath was a ticking time bomb for the entire fleet. The other flagships dared not fire at the 7th's bottom. But if Eurus caused trouble and seized the 7th flagship, he would immediately use it to attack the others. The flagships had strong defenses, but they could not withstand their own assault. No matter, I'll inform my men first. This big boss is probably too intimidated by the Lord to act. Let's try to lure him out of the shield. If that fails, I'll have to blow up the 7th. Then I'll need to borrow the brothers' resurrection pods to revive our crew. Saying this, heaven-trampling ancestor frowned. This ship was spectacularly cool, blowing it up would break his heart first. And no need for self-destruction. If Eurus takes the ship, well, be the first to fire on you. Snowfall chuckled. Just giving you a heads up. Good heavens, this commander was ruthless too. Someone so decisive, and he chose the name Snowfall. This time it was heaven-trampling ancestor's turn to be silent. Silence was the Kong bridge of the night. Both silently noted to each other, never judge by appearance nor by ID. I'll immediately send a team to harass the big boss. If things go south, just fire at me. Let me be your Shuqin. Got it. Snowfall ended the communication with a smile. The situation at the 1st flagship seemed even more perilous than the 7th's. Players died, respawned, injected potions, died, respawned, injected potions in endless cycles. Damn it, how can those guys not take a single ship? Eurus hid in the hold of the 7th flagship, waiting for word from his men. He needed at least one flagship to fight alongside him. Alone, even if he seized one flagship, he couldn't guarantee victory against the level 9 human below. Eurus knew this the moment he saw the humans on the ships. These flagships belonged to humanity. Unexpected. The human race, silent for so long, possessed such profound resources. 81 flagships. Even for an interstellar military district, that was a considerable fortune. The old races were truly formidable. Eurus waited. Pirates. Their business was robbery. Since he had encountered so many flagships this time. Even with a level 9 Gene warrior on the other side, he was confident he could take them. After all, they had only brought flagships without matching infantry spacefighters or even mechs in sight. Relying on a few low-level Gene warriors with slightly advanced handheld weapons to fight his squid pirate crew. It was suicide. Eurus swiveled his neck, his senses detecting several armed figures crawling toward him. His squid eyes rotated. In an instant he locked onto 9 targets. Energy weapons carried an energy signature. Eurus' mech used that signature to pinpoint the climber. As handheld energy cannons blasted toward him, Eurus lashed out his tentacles, dodging the blasts and impaling the attacking players. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of piercing strikes rang out in succession. The players were skewered like kebabs stacked together. This is my first time being a kebab and it hurts like hell. Damn glad I was quick. The health drops fast, this big boss is indeed tough. A few players could barely keep their eyes open. Even as blood bubbled from their mouths, they still found the energy to chat. The next second Eurus flicked his tentacles.
The players experienced the joy of a fall from the sky. Hey wait buddy, I'm afraid of heights.
Don't swing, don't swing. Holy sh. Hearing the agonized screams of his teammates, heaven-trampling ancestor patted his chest. Damn.
He hoped their spirits weren't crushed. People said they were scared to death when jumping off buildings. He wondered how they were doing.
Heaven-trampling ancestor was also hanging in a corner, but he hadn't been skewered. Because when he rushed out earlier he was too busy calling for people to fight the boss. He forgot to grab a weapon. He climbed up from the resurrection pod. The experience points of these 9 players were skyrocketing. Ah. Damn, that was terrifying falling from so high. Luckily I logged out before I hit the ground. Dude, were you just scared to death?
My brains were splattered all over the place.
Damn, why are we the only ones revived? Where's heaven-trampling ancestor?
No idea, I didn't count how many of us were skewered when I died. Ah, the old bastard must be hiding and didn't get killed. Just as the players were complaining, a communication from heaven-trampling ancestor came through.
Brothers, bring me a weapon.
I came in such a hurry I didn't bring anything.
The wind was blowing hard at this height. Heaven-trampling ancestor crouched on the cannon mount waiting patiently. He was handed a screwdriver.
Hey, race your weapon charge. The guy afraid of heights shoved the screwdriver into his hand and ran.
Then, another row of human kebabs. Gripping the screwdriver, heaven-trampling ancestor charged. The flagship hovered in midair. The wind was fierce.
The hair of the heaven-stepping Ancient One was blown completely back and the skin on his face tightened slightly. Holding a screwdriver in his hand, he carefully crawled to the edge of the warship. There a mechanical tentacle of Ulysses lay. The tip of the tentacle alone was as thick as a human head. He had just inserted the screwdriver into the gap at the connection point of the mechanical tentacle and started to pry it apart. A sudden squelch sounded in his ear. Warm blood splattered across his face. Turning around, he saw the guy who had brought him the screwdriver moments ago pierced through the chest. He was dangling in midair, waving at him.
Buddy, bring me a decent weapon when you come back. Damn it, how long would it take him to dismantle this with just a screwdriver?
The guy with a gaping mouth like a bloody pit shouted at the heaven-stepping Ancient One, "What did you say?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was dead. Then like trash he was flung away.
The heaven-stepping Ancient One felt the blood on his face dry.
He picked at it and managed to peel off a flake of dried blood. Seriously, since everyone can revive, why doesn't this bastard kill me? I'm waiting to farm experience too, he grumbled angrily, prying at the tentacle's gap with the screwdriver.
Humans truly incomprehensible.
Ulysses sat in the cockpit, his gaze skipping over the heaven-stepping Ancient One.
Who would pay attention to someone trying to dismantle a mech with a screwdriver?
But those who kept charging in with weapons to die were somewhat annoying.
Ulysses frowned. He couldn't distinguish human faces.
And since the players all wore identical uniforms, they looked even more alike to him. For a moment he didn't notice these individuals were recurring. Instead, while skewering them, he felt the strength of these attacking humans seem to increase each time.
Could they be testing my strength? Ulysses looked down.
He found Wei Yuan still staring at him.
Unable to guess the enemy's strategy, he anxiously patched a call to his subordinates. Why haven't we captured another ship yet? Captain, the flagship has only sent out low-level gene warriors so far. We don't need to intervene yet.
Besides, I've observed that there are higher-level warriors inside.
At first only second-level ones died, then third-level ones appeared, and now fourth-level gene warriors have joined the fight. I suspect they even have 7th and 8th level ones. Well, wait until the high-level warriors can't hold back and show themselves before engaging. The 7th and 8th level pirates hadn't joined the battle yet. As elite combatants, they typically appeared last. After all, stamina and energy were limited. Letting cannon fodder exhaust the enemy's strength first gave them a greater chance of victory. Ulysses also found their reasoning sound. Though humans have a decent reputation now, they were notoriously cunning and treacherous in the past. Your consideration is fine, but speed it up. Better yet, hurry. That 9th level gene warrior below is no weaker than me.
Ulysses sat in the mech cockpit, completely oblivious to a small prompt flashing in his blind spot on the mech system.
Outer layer of the mech's armor peeling off. Learning mech disassembly progress 0. 001. 0. 002. 0. 003.
The heaven-stepping Ancient One had just pried open the connecting plate of the mechanical tentacle, ready to see if there were any screws he could remove inside. As he placed the screwdriver on a screw, the game system triggered a prompt. When he moved his hand away, the prompt vanished.
Holy crap, you can do it like that.
Each screw he turned slightly improved his mech disassembly skill.
Ha ha ha, damn, the screwdriver actually worked. The heaven-stepping Ancient One's face nearly split from grinning. This luck. Unmatched. Truly worthy of me. He stylishly twirled the screwdriver and began rapidly disassembling parts from the mechanical tentacle. With his movements, the disassembly progress bar shot up. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host. Side quest triggered. Wei Yuan was about to copy Dr. Octopus' brain memory when he heard the system prompt. His heart leaped with joy. A side quest. View. Congratulations, host. Your player Heaven-Stepping Ancient One learned the mech disassembly skill during combat, triggering the Lord Quest branch, Clan Occupation Specialization. Occupation unlocked, Mech Engineer. System rewards War Domain level Mech Blueprint, Mech Core Energy, top-tier mech repair technology. No top-tier mech repair technology can repair the consciousness of the mechanical race. Wei Yuan's lips curled into a smile at the final note. The system was truly quite impressive. The mechanical race. Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. The mechs he created possessed self-awareness, not an AI-like consciousness but one born purely from the mechanical body. In a sense, the mechs he manufactured could all be considered part of the mechanical race. However, the mechanical race among the myriad clans always claimed they were born naturally, not from the hands of any living being. Thus Wei Yuan had never revealed that his mechs had self-awareness to avoid provoking the mechanical race. Among the myriad clans, the mechanical race was neutral and had always maintained friendly relations with humans. He had thought Unit 007 was truly done for this time. Unexpectedly, the system came through. Wei Yuan felt a surge of emotion. The Beat series mechs were like family to him. Before the players arrived in the Lord Academy with no kin or even a single clansman, only these mechs he built himself had stood by him through life and death. Thanks, system. The system didn't respond to his gratitude but displayed another prompt: side quest activated. System rebate ability unlocked. Please check. Wei Yuan hadn't expected further surprises. Rebate. Just seeing those two words made him tremble with excitement. Could it be what he was thinking? That would be incredibly epic. Rebate experience and skills gained by summoned clansmen during the summoning process will be fed back to the Lord at a rate of 1%. Holy crap. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Wei Yuan still exclaimed holy crap after reading the rebate ability's description. He knew his golden finger was powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. He had summoned players initially simply because he missed his fellow countrymen. Plus, the human race in the interstellar realm was alarmingly sparse. However, after the players arrived, Wei Yuan's strength far surpassed theirs. He had approached the players entirely as a protector. But now, as long as players gained experience and skills, 1% would be fed back to him. Holy crap. Wei Yuan didn't even need to think. Currently only over 10,000 players had been summoned. When the next summoning phase unlocked 100,000 players, he wouldn't need to train for experience at all. And skills, once players developed a profession, he would directly gain an advanced skill. What did that mean? Invincible. Wei Yuan clicked his tongue. System suddenly feeding me this well, I'm not used to it. Host, to unlock the next summoning, the condition is to win first place in the Lord Academy graduation competition. Wei Yuan, not one to easily get carried away, snapped back to reality at the system prompt about the Academy competition. Right. To summon another 100,000 clansmen, he had to win first place in the Academy competition. He could completely dominate the students. But what about the players? The competition wasn't about the students' own strength. It was about the clansmen they had nurtured. Watching the players' carefree behavior, Wei Yuan felt a twinge of worry. During the Academy competition, the players couldn't revive infinitely. Tuyupo emerged from the large hole in the second warship, rubbing his head and letting out a long breath. Didn't expect to pass out even in a game. He muttered. Immediately the voices of Anjong Chitao and the others came through his earpiece. Holy crap, Tuyupo, we've been messaging you forever. Thought you logged off. Yeah, how's it going with Yuan Gu? Even through the earpiece, explosions from Anjong Chitao's end were audible. No idea, I just woke up. Holy crap, with pain turned on, that blast didn't kill me but knocked me out cold. Tuyupo glanced around. He spotted Wei Yuan not far away. Yuan, guess here with me. Where are you guys? Anjong Chitao, you might not believe it, but I'm inside enemy territory. Anjong Chitao turned on the in-game camera. Now he was surrounded by a circle of pirates. Opposite him were rows upon rows of mechs. His job was to assemble the mechs, no different from a line worker. Makabaka were all taken as pirates. Why does beggar bro get to sit at the grown-ups table? Makabaka was miserably loading ammunition. She was utterly speechless. It was all Tuyupo's fault. He insisted they disguise themselves as pirates. Now they were caught inside enemy territory.
A young girl in her prime, powerful and capable, yet assigned to filling bombs.
What about Xingchen?
Tuyupo stroked his chin, feeling things were getting interesting again.
Xingchen Im. Inside a mech.
And him being arranged to charge at the first warship.
Tuyupo boss is awesome. Anzhong Chitao, don't ride the mech I assembled.
I put it together sloppily, it might fall apart mid-flight.
Makabaka, the ammo I loaded is all duds. Xingchen 6.
Now she had to worry about her mech falling apart midair and blowing herself up when firing. Xingchen, thumbs up for you guys. Her icy tone heightened the comedic effect.
Anzhong Chitao let out a snort of laughter.
Anzhong Chitao, I mean, how is this not contributing? As he spoke, the surroundings were eerily quiet. This was the interior of the pirate's warship. Assembly line work akin to factory screw tightening. Several nearby pirates were already annoyed that Anzhong Chitao was piecing parts together so fast.
Hearing his comment, they grew more irritated. What are you pretending for? Think showing off your effort will get you promoted to assemble whole mechs? Yeah, assembling a leg part gives you a sense of superiority. Working so fast trying to step on us to show off. How ridiculous. Don't think anyone's coming to inspect.
Working that fast, are you crazy?
Anzhong Chitao was stunned by the sudden mockery. What's going on? He thought back. Holy crap. Did these pirates think his earlier comment, how is this not contributing, was directed at them? Anzhong Chitao glanced at the other pirates. Everyone was staring at him like he was a scab. He drew in a sharp breath. Oh no, I've become a scab. His haphazard assembly, though following the process, didn't properly lock the parts together.
A slightly vigorous movement could cause them to fall apart. His workload was naturally lighter than the pirate's meticulous fastening.
Anzhong Chitao rubbed his hands, unsure whether to explain. He really hadn't intended to outpace them.
Being a workhorse in the real world was just too ingrained.
Woo-woo.
Just as he was about to slow down, a reprimand echoed behind them. The front lines are in fierce battle and you slack off here mocking a fast worker. A 7th level octopus pirate emerged. You're already lucky not to be sent to the front to die. Do you realize that? His stern gaze swept the crowd. When it landed on Anzhong Chitao, it softened.
You're quite good, fast hands and a good attitude. I heard what you said.
Just now word came down that the mech final assembly unit is short-handed.
Come with me.
Anzhong Chitao looked around blankly before pointing at himself. Me.
Yes, you. The 7th level octopus pirate nodded.
In truth, low-level mechs were typically cobbled together from various salvaged parts.
Parts from mechs shattered in battle were picked up by lower-level pirates.
The battles of lower-tier warriors were frugal like this. Parts were assembled in flow factories into components like hands, feet, and torsos.
Then came the final assembly stage. Anzhong Chitao followed the 7th level octopus pirate to another location.
It was slightly more advanced than the previous flow factory. Mechs in final assembly were everywhere. 1 mech 10 shells.
Assemble the head, shoulders and legs according to this diagram. Damn, these guys are having way too much fun.
Wind-blowing buttocks remarked as he watched the video calls initiated by players in the main group.
Over on the first battleship side, Black Tulip was still leading her crew in a frenzied assault on the mechs boarding the deck. Meanwhile, Wusher Xing had taken on the role of a makeshift war correspondent.
Brothers, what we're seeing now is the situation on the first battleship.
It's holding up for now. The camera was aimed directly at the deck. Just then a battle-worn brown mech charged from midair onto the deck. After a roll, several cannons extended from its back, firing 10 rockets in a burst. Wusher Xing's camera was focused on an incoming rocket.
Perfect timing, brothers on the rear ships. Are any of you still below level 5?
Let me show you what kind of power you get after reaching level 5.
The camera shook slightly, but it still clearly captured his hand slicing through the air.
He actually caught a rocket steadily. The warhead alone was as big as a human head. Holy crap. Even Wusher Xing was stunned, not to mention the other players watching the video. Am I really this awesome now?
The scorching heat in his hands, the heavy weight of the shell. Haha, I can catch shells with my bare hands now.
Wusher Xing shouted and yelled, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Hey brothers, stop messing around, catch all the shells the enemies throw. Maybe we can reuse them later.
No sooner had he spoken than the camera captured several other players heeding his words, failing to dodge the shells and being blown to bits.
Damn you, Wusher Xing. Wusher Xing, you bastard.
A torrent of colorful curses erupted in the main group.
The players who had just been blown up hadn't even turned off their pain settings.
Meanwhile Makabaka, who had been eating snacks and loading explosives, opened his mic. Haha bro, that shell you caught, was it the one I loaded? Was that even possible? Wusher Shing watched the players crawling out of the revival pods, their faces furious, and he felt utterly dumbfounded. Spare me bros. Spare me. No sooner had he begged than a massive metal greatsword descended from the sky, cleaving through a group of players. Ah! Wusher Shing shuddered in agony. He instinctively reached for his waist. Still there. Still there. Gasping for breath, he opened his eyes. Damn, I got kicked offline. What the hell? How did he die? Inside the gaming pod, Wusher Shing wiped the cold sweat from his brow and pushed open the pod door. What greeted his eyes was his wall full of figurines. Several half-human-tall mech models stood in the center of the room. The clock showed he had been in the game for nearly a week. Crap, after this big battle they'll need to buy more nutrient fluid for the pod. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he first grabbed his phone, which was on the bedside. Before entering the game the phone had been fully charged, now it was almost dead. He plugged it in. Wusher Shing messaged his mom, "Mom, send some money, send some money." Then he messaged his dad, "Old man, drop the gold." And his older brother, "Middle-aged man, give me some cash, need to top up for the game." Soon messages came buzzing in non-stop. "Jin Yang, I've sent the money. Don't just play games all the time, remember to go out for a walk. You little brat, you only ask for money when you need it. You're not doing any of the work I arranged for you, are you? Money's sent. You don't care about anything at home anymore." He didn't reply to any of the messages. Seeing that the money had arrived, he simply tossed the phone aside. The intense pain of death would take a few minutes to subside. Wusher Shing opened the game group. "What happened? I died in the blink of an eye. Black Tulip, stop dawdling and get back here. A high-level mech has appeared, piloted by a level 6 gene warrior. Damn it, we can't hold out much longer. Holy crap. It was that dangerous." Wusher Shing didn't dare waste any time. Without a second thought, he returned to the game. The first thing he did upon entering was turn off his pain settings. Instantly he felt refreshed. The devs really don't understand gaming. Why not just let us revive at our original level? Every time I come back I have to inject myself. Wusher Shing injected the gene unlocking potion. Good thing this battle doesn't cost anything, otherwise it'd be a total loss. Wei Yuan was secretly observing the players. Hearing Wusher Shing's complaint, he felt a bit speechless. Was it that he didn't want the players to revive at their original level? But energy and mass were conserved. This wasn't a real game world, he couldn't just conjure them back out of thin air, could he? Detecting host's thoughts. Would the host like to resolve the issue of clan members being unable to maintain their level after being resummoned? Wait, system, you can fix this. Wei Yuan was stunned. Could his system break the principle of mass conservation? It only requires the clan members to retrieve the corpses after death to maintain their original level, but the corpse must be intact. I thought you could really conjure things out of thin air. The original corpse works too. A simple matter extraction technique. Nice, that's a proper cheat. He immediately instructed the players to retrieve corpses. The gold coins given for retrieving corpses would be slightly less than what they needed for reviving at their original level. He'd make a profit from that. Wei Yuan stroked his chin, feeling his pockets getting fatter. Nice. Ding. Attention all players, the player corpse retrieval program is now activated. Corpse retrieval program, all corpses of deceased players can be retrieved. Players may choose to retrieve their own corpse or retrieve others' corpses. Retrieving your own corpse directly offsets the gold coins needed for reviving at original level, or it can be converted into gold coins for personal use. Retrieving others' corpses can only be converted into gold coins for personal use. Only players whose corpses are retrieved can revive at their original level. These messages made every player pause for a second. Wusher Shing's hand holding the needle trembled. Holy crap, did the dev hear my complaint? He looked around. Then he heard a loud thud on the deck. Hey brothers, don't just stare at the system notifications. The first battleship is about to fall. Black Tulip was sent flying by a heavy-matched giant metal sword. She was clutching several corpses in her hands, coughing blood and frantically clicking to retrieve. Don't retrieve yet, you bastard. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. On the command ship, Snowing's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Everyone, don't rush to retrieve your comrades' corpses. If the first battleship falls, we lose this battle, and the consequence of losing is the game shutting down completely. Silence. Wei Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Damn, he almost messed up. The players whose focus had been scattered by the game prompt now felt as if cold water had been poured over them. Yuri's is probably waiting for the first battleship to fall.
He can't defeat the Lord, but I've received new intel. The elves have sent reinforcements to the war zone and they're not allies, they're enemies. Black Tulip. At that moment Black Tulip had already logged off, but the call was still connected. Pale-faced she rose from the gaming pod. Commander, I'm here. Unexpectedly, your warship only houses 5th level warriors. We were worried for nothing. A 6th level humanoid mecha wielding a massive sword swept across the deck of Battleship 1. It seems humanity doesn't have many high-level gene warriors left. Hey, if that's the case, then your warship is ours. This humanoid pirate let out a muffled voice from within the mecha. He disdainfully waved away the surrounding low-level mechas. These 5th level gene warriors didn't even have a decent mecha. He could charge in and slaughter them all alone. It would be as easy as chopping vegetables. This great merit was his for the taking. The players hadn't noticed at first and were instantly cut down in large numbers. The entire deck was strewn with severed limbs and broken remains. Blood flowed across the floor. The surviving players were drenched in blood, their faces and bodies stained crimson. The thick coppery scent of blood made the remaining players tremble. Not from fear. Rather, the sense of reality awakened the ancient genes stirring within them. This game's greatest appeal is its realism. I never imagined a real battlefield could be so thrilling. What a ferocious little monster. Too bad you have a health bar. The players who had crawled up from the pool of blood were no longer joking around. Activating inspection mode, a health bar instantly appeared above the enemy's head. As long as there's a health bar, even a god'll slay it. The players rose one by one from the pile of flesh. The voice of Zyaxwela came through the earpiece. Battleship 1, all players disable pain perception. I will take over direct command from Black Tulip for your battle. 10 players will be responsible for recovering corpses on the field. Another 30 players will collect parts from the fallen mecha. Now we begin to fight while learning to assemble mechas. The peripheral escort warships are also providing support. For players on Battleship 2, a hidden boss beneath the hull can grant class changes. Anyone wanting to become a mecha engineer can go and challenge it. The elven race will arrive on the battlefield in 50 minutes. Your lordship, your strength must not be revealed before the elves. So please resolve Ulysses within these 50 minutes. All players on Battleship 2 coordinate with Brother Yuan. Now disable pain perception and begin our journey through this script. Zyaxwela's voice was calm and decisive. At that moment, inside Battleship 1, all players had disabled their pain perception. The 6th level gene warrior piloting his mecha swiftly swung sideways toward the players. He was astonished to find that these humans who had been missing limbs moments ago suddenly seemed immune to pain, dodging rapidly. Though they still didn't evade completely, somehow the fight felt unsatisfying. The heavy mecha's massive sword was drenched in blood. Humans embrace fear. Brother Yuan, is that Dr. Octopus still alive? Toyopo was on the ground at this moment, unable to board the warship for the time being. He had simply run out. Looking at Dr. Octopus still bearing blue rings, he conceived a plan. He's still alive. Wei Yuan asked, what's up? Toyopo, he's poisonous, right? I want to extract some of his blood. Blue-ringed octopus venom is extremely potent. I think we can use it on the battlefield. As they say, all's fair in war and a gentleman uses poison when necessary. I plan to stage another poisoning incident. In battle, frontal assault is one method, why not poisoning from behind? Besides, their foreman squad had always worked in perfect sync. Wei Yuan moved his fingers. The massive octopus shifted to hover above Toyopo's head. With a wave of his hand, a large gash appeared on Dr. Octopus' tentacle. Pale blue blood dripped down. Toyopo quickly bought several large glass bottles from the shop and collected several full ones. I'm off to deal with Ulysses now. He won't wake up for a while, so do as you please. Wei Yuan leaped up and Moyan opened the cockpit midair, catching him directly. Damn, that's cool, Toyopo thought, sneaking a glance and clicking his tongue. When I get my own mecha, I'll board it like that every day. The massive octopus. Its 8 tentacles hung in midair. Blood from the wounds dripped along the tentacles. Seeing the flow dwindling, Toyopo grabbed a knife to cut again. But the blade couldn't even pierce Dr. Octopus' hide. Damn, is his defense this high? Toyopo opened the squad's channel. Shingshin calling Shingshin. What? She was currently piloting a mecha roaming outside. 5th level mechas couldn't even break through the encirclement. I've got some toxic blood here. Take it to Ansan Kito and Makabaka. Let's raid the pirates' rear. Damn, you're a genius. Where'd you get that toxic blood? Brother Yuan caught that Dr. Octopus, huge and highly venomous. Waste not, want not. Awesome man, you're the best. Highly venomous. Toyopo, send a batch over here too. Whoa, how did the commander's channel get mixed in? What's going on? We don't have a commander in our group. Maybe you're on the public channel too. Toyopo chuckled sheepishly. Almost forgot.
Next time he had a private chat, he'd remember to turn off the public channel.
But this octopus defense is insane. I can't even cut his skin.
The wound Brother Yuan made is almost closed up now.
Wait for me. Her weapon should do it. Xiaxuela am piloting a mecha entering the combat zone. Clear a path for me. The mecha she was piloting was a simple assembly from the backup pirates. If the escort warships blew it up, she'd be toast instantly.
Okay.
Receiving the reply, Xingqian flew straight toward the escort warship group.
The pirates, seeing a battered mecha weaving through gunfire and nearly reaching the warship cluster, were overjoyed.
That mecha made it. We can break through too. Charge. Another wave of mechas surged forward. From the escort warship group, dazzling laser cannons fired. In the Star Sea.
Inside a golden aircraft.
A dark elf with black hair gazed at the war correspondent, chattering endlessly not far away. His expression was somewhat obscure. Greetings, dear audience of the Alliance. We are now heading toward a planet being invaded by the Interstellar Pirate Group.
We have received word that a planet claimed by a young human lord graduate lies on the pirates' inevitable path. The Elf clan has come this time precisely to offer aid to this young human lord graduate. You see, the graduation requirements of the Lord Academy are stringent. A student's territory must remain intact and they must cultivate at least 30,000 gene warriors before the tournament. The instigator of this war is the third largest pirate group in the galaxy, the Squid Pirate Clan. The Squid Pirate Clan is formidable, with their leader being a 9th level gene warrior plus Dr. Octopus, a former student of the Lord Academy. The elf journalist with golden hair cascading like waves behind her was broadcasting live. Her golden eyes revealed her as a member of the Light Elf clan.
Ethan remembered that this light elf named Yuelina was the fiancée of Yedong.
On the Starnet she was a minor celebrity. Ethan watched silently as she performed for the camera. This broadcast was being streamed live to the Starnet.
It was said that many would be watching.
Ethan tightened his grip on his bow. Before boarding the aircraft, the Queen had instructed him to attempt to force Wei Yuan to reveal his true strength.
Wei Yuan. That human prodigy.
The Queen's words still echoed in his ears. Ethan, the status of the Dark Elf clan awaits your elevation. You are the personal guard I specially selected for Donger.
By the time of the Lord Academy tournament you will be Donger's strongest asset. The Dark Elf clan held a very low status among the elf races.
They were not born from nature, they emerged from the shadows cast by the Tree of Life on the ground. For so many years the clansmen had lived in hardship due to their lowly position.
He had to seize this opportunity.
Although he was only a 6th level warrior, he had brought the Dark Elf clan's ultimate weapon. Ethan tightened his grip on his bow. If, as in Yedong had raved back in the clan that day, Wei Yuan was truly a 9th level gene warrior,
then if he actually loosed an arrow he would surely die.
Ethan thought dazedly. At least he had followed the Queen's orders.
The clansmen would surely receive better treatment.
Hey!
Ethan, what are you standing there for? Can't you see I'm parched from talking? Hurry up and get me a glass of water. Once the camera shifted and Yuelina snapped at Ethan.
Ethan raised his head, his black eyes reflecting in Yuelina's haughty expression.
All right.
He silently went to fetch water.
The elf maid beside Yuelina felt uneasy. She whispered, Lord Ethan is a 6th level gene warrior.
For such tasks as fetching water you should assign them to us in the future.
Slap. And Yuelina struck the maid across the face. Her exquisitely perfect face brimmed with arrogance as she coldly glared at the maid. Is it any of your business what I do? Besides, I will soon marry in Yedong.
What's a mere 6th level gene warrior from the Dark Elf clan? Are you saying I can't command him? Her gaze swept over to Ethan. Ethan said nothing and handed her the water. I will be broadcasting live as a war correspondent later and you must ensure my protection.
I only act on the Queen's orders, Miss Lena.
Fetching water for you is merely a sign of my good nature, Ethan said calmly. Just as the clan leader had said, the Light Elf clan had been in power for far too long.
And Yuelina didn't even notice the displeasure on the elf maid's face behind her. You.
And Yuelina was rebuffed by Ethan's words.
Though displeased, she dared not do anything further. As they spoke, several planets in the war zone came into view. That planet seems to be under attack.
I thought the war zone had gone quiet.
And Yuelina exclaimed in surprise. Could we be digging up another news story?
She leaned over the screen, zooming in. As the clouds parted, the battlefield appeared. She immediately shifted the live camera.
Wow, so many flagship vessels. Is that the pirate fleet? Could it be a detachment from the military district?
On the StarNet, viewers had long been waiting, including high-ranking members of powerful races among the myriad clans.
81 flagship vessels were continuously firing weapons.
On the other side, the pirate fleet was slowly retreating, with ships occasionally being shot down. In the air, a large number of mechs dodged the flagship's attacks and charged toward them.
It's the humans.
And Yuelina gasped sharply upon recognizing the figures on the flagship vessels.
These flagship vessels belong to the humans. My god, I thought the humans had already.
Realizing she was on a live broadcast, she quickly covered her mouth.
This is incredible. Let's all see what's happening down there. Meanwhile, the Elf Queen was also watching in Yuelina's broadcast on the StarNet.
Her expression changed instantly upon seeing the 81 flagship vessels. The humans have flagship vessels. Flagship vessels were developed after the human decline, and most were supplied to the military, with only a small portion going to the more dominant races.
As far as she knew, the humans back then couldn't possibly have obtained so many. Could it be that some other race pretending to remain neutral was secretly aiding the humans?
The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The crew on those flagships appeared to be 5th-level gene warriors. And then there was Wei Yuan,
a 9th-level gene warrior.
Where did the humans get so many resources to cultivate talent? If others didn't know, she certainly did. The humans' resources had long been divvied up by several major races among the myriad clans who could be funneling resources to the humans. As the Elf Queen was racking her brains, and Yuelina gasped again in the live feed.
My god, what is that?
As the aircraft broke through the atmosphere, the images became clearer. After a shaky moment, and Yuelina's camera focused on a warship that had been torn open on the ground. Inside, a massive octopus was strikingly vivid, a blue-ringed octopus, and a giant one at that. It was hard not to think of the infamous Dr. Octopus,
one of the core members of the Squid Pirate clan. A prodigy expelled from the Lord Academy.
The disgraced octopus of the blue-ringed octopus clan. At this very moment, that villain crowned with so many titles was hanging in midair. Its 8 tentacles were covered in dense cuts.
A human wearing gloves was mercilessly squeezing the wounds on the tentacles.
As the gloves corroded away by venom, the blood gushing from the wounds filled a glass vessel.
Is that
the formidable Dr.
Octopus from the Squid Pirate group? And Yuelina's eyes were filled with terror. Before coming, she had also researched information about the Squid Pirate group. That Dr.
Octopus was a level 8 gene warrior.
Level 8. Moreover, the captain of the Squid Pirate group was a solid level 9 gene warrior. Who could kidnap Dr.
Octopus right in front of the pirate captain and then torture him like this?
That's right. Torture.
The wounds on Dr.
Octopus' body, to be honest, were not very serious injuries for a level 8 gene warrior.
To put it more simply, they were just superficial flesh wounds. But that human, he was too outrageous.
Even AI fans standing beside Yuelina felt extremely uneasy all over. That human was constantly squeezing those wounds.
There was hardly any blood left on the cut wounds, which were directly turned outward, exposing Dr.
Octopus' pale white flesh tissue. Was he a pervert?
He actually squeezed all the blood out of that area alive.
How terrifying. AI fan inhaled a sharp breath of cold air.
Even the strongest warrior, once all blood is drained from the body, faces only death.
Are all humans so perverse? Wasn't it said that the human race was exceptionally friendly?
Before they could finish being surprised, a mecha clearly looking like it belonged to the pirate group suddenly descended from the sky and landed beside that human who seemed like a demon.
Then out stepped a pirate. Xingqian's disguise was quite good.
She was still wearing the clothes stripped from the Squid pirates earlier, and her body was smeared with blood. As for Tu Yupo, he had already taken off his clothes during the labor process. Constant blood squeezing had exhausted him, leaving him drenched in sweat.
The blood here is all squeezed out. Damn, I'm exhausted.
Thank goodness I turned off the pain sense, otherwise I'd definitely have muscle strain, Tu Yupo said, wiping the sweat off his forehead.
The body didn't feel pain, but the spirit was weary. This Dr. Octopus truly had thick skin and firm flesh.
When squeezing the blood, the muscle fibers of this octopus would actually squirm.
If he didn't use some force, the blood would all flow back. Let me make another cut here. There's no blood left elsewhere, and I need to clamp off the bloodline.
I don't know if Brother Yuan still wants to use this octopus.
If he doesn't, I'll ask you to Adaban to roast me a few skewers later.
This meat is super thick, it must be very elastic to eat.
As he spoke, Tu Yupo's saliva started flowing.
He reached out and wiped the drool off the corner of his mouth. Then he felt his mouth start to go numb.
Ah damn, it's over.
As soon as he finished speaking he collapsed straight down. Xingqian looked at his corpse which was bleeding from 7 orifices. 6. After silently uttering a 6 in complaint she took a photo of Tu Yupo's corpse and sent it to the group chat.
Xingqian 6. Maka Baka, what's going on?
Anzhong Qitao, this guy didn't actually try some of Dr.
Octopus poisonous blood, did he? Ha ha ha. Tu Yupo, what are you laughing at?
I just wanted to eat a bite of grilled octopus tentacle.
He was really unlucky.
How could he forget that his hands were still stained with a bit of poisonous blood?
Woo woo.
That human he poisoned himself, the elf maid exclaimed softly, and Yuelina shot her a glance. What's all the fuss about? It must be that pirate who forced him to commit suicide. I didn't expect there to be a traitor among the human race. This dead human must have been coerced by that pirate.
Forced to drink Dr. Octopus blood and die. What did that pirate intend to do?
Under the puzzled gazes of the elves and the Starnet audience, Xingqian collected all the glass containers on the ground.
She stuffed 17 full jars of poisonous blood into the mecha one by one.
Then she flew back toward the pirate battle fleet. While Yuelina was still in shock, the queen's voice sounded in her ear, don't mind those irrelevant matters. Immediately on the battlefield locate Wei Yuan. Yes, and Yuelina replied in a low voice. She operated the aircraft and quickly headed toward the human direction. Sister Shui, the elves have appeared. Feng Shui Pippi's fingers swiftly swept across the console of the leading warship. The position of the unidentified aircraft was marked. Just by seeing the shape of the aircraft, Xia Shuela was already certain it was the elves. Such a small aircraft, how many people can it bring to support? How ridiculous. Feng Shui Pippi snickered and opened the public channel. Brothers, the elf support has arrived, give them a warm welcome. Xia Shuela did not stop Feng Shui Pippi's childish behavior.
Alright, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? TSK tisk coming to watch the battle without even saying hello beforehand. Wherever Big Brother Yuan points, that's our battlefield. Elves, bring it on. Dude, bring it on might not be appropriate, hahaha. Are new NPCs entering the field?
Could they be as adorable as Teacher Alice?
Then I wouldn't bear to attack them. Brother Yuan hasn't explicitly said they're hostile, but anyway they're not friendly. Should we just start fighting directly? The players chattered noisily in the public channel. Feng Shui Pippi coughed, putting on a bluster. The overall commander has said they are enemies, not friends, so we definitely have to fight.
Besides, if we don't fire a few shots at them, how will we know if they're friend or foe?
Fight.
In the game, if the Lord said they were hostile forces, then they were all to be killed.
Although they hadn't been directly marked as red names yet.
But come to watch our excitement. Then take a couple of cannon shots first. 81 leading warships simultaneously turned a turret.
Even the besieged know. One leading warship took a moment to turn a turret over. Dong 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 dong. 81 cannon blasts reverberated. The battlefield fell silent for half a second.
And Yuelina, who had been searching for Wei Yuan in midair, went black before her eyes.
Under attack, under attack, under attack. Aircraft damage 20. 30. 70. 99. The AI inside the aircraft frantically issued warnings.
The moment the defense system was completely destroyed, an even more violent barrage of artillery fire directly blew up the aircraft.
Ah.
On the first command ship, players died time and again. On the deck, Mechson players were locked in a chaotic melee. The mech piloted by the level 6 octopus pirate was drenched in fresh blood. A faint crimson film clung to its metallic shell. Wu Shixing, crawling out of the revival pod, once more wiped the cold sweat from his brow and leaped directly back onto the...
Indeed, activating the pain sensation accelerated his physical enhancement.
Even without the level 6 gene unlocking potion, he could feel his speed, strength and agility had greatly improved.
Here, a weapon for you.
By the revival pod, a player was distributing arms to the others.
Damn thermal weapons can't penetrate the mech's shell. A magnetic cannon blast only leaves a dent in the armor.
Buddy, give me a cold weapon instead. Wu Shixing had found it strange before. In a spacefaring game, why were there still cold weapons? Shouldn't they have been obsolete long ago? But now he understood.
The mech's defense was utterly unreasonable. A magnetic cannon that could vaporize carbon-based lifeforms from a distance, when faced with a mech, was completely helpless. At best, it left a massive crater on the surface.
And there was something even more unreasonable. Some higher-tier mechs even had special coatings to counter these technological weapons. Wasn't this a direct counter? Wu Shixing recalled his previous attempts charging in eagerly with advanced tech weapons only to die, and felt a pang of bitterness. If this were a real battle, the sheer number of deaths would have drained his wallet. Offline, his parents and brother gave him money. Online, he had to mine for credits himself.
This time killing a level 6 pirate should net me at least a few thousand right.
Taking the short blade tossed by the weapon distributor, Wu Shishing took a deep breath and charged toward the deck. The heavy mech remained there, but the lower tier mechs that had previously held back were now joining the fray. The level 6 octopus pirate's forehead veins bulged with rage. Though his movements were still nimble, he felt his spirit grow weary.
Damn it, why couldn't he kill them all?
Fortunately, no higher level gene warriors had appeared yet, only level 5 gene warriors. If he couldn't capture this ship soon,
higher level pirates would arrive. Truly infuriating.
As he watched the surging humans, once more flames of fury ignited in his eyes.
Just let me kill you obediently, why resist?
Must you wait for others to steal my glory?
You humans are utterly despicable.
He swung his massive sword at the players again. Wu Shishing flipped and leaped, deftly evading the blade.
My speed really has increased.
The moment he landed, Wu Shishing sprang up again. A thin layer of blood grime coated the heavy mech's metallic shell.
Beneath the stains lay the mech's structure.
Wu Shishing had Dark Beggar in the player chat. Dark Beggar buddy, do you have a diagram of this mech's structure? This thing has been slaughtering us on our ship for too long, thermal weapons can't touch it.
Dark Beggar. Dark Beggar. Dark Beggar. On Dark Beggar's end a series of notification chimes rang out. In the midst of his busy work he opened the chat.
During his brief respite the pirates around him breathed a sigh of relief. How did this newcomer catch on so fast?
The boss showed him several mech blueprints.
The point is, he hasn't rested since he arrived, only now taking a short break.
Exactly.
Who knows what race he is?
Looks humanoid but with blood all over his head. Could he be from the demon clan? Demons are notoriously lazy.
Is there such a diligent race among the myriad clans? Dark Beggar pretended not to hear their whispers.
Seriously, was he being mocked as a workhorse by NPCs even in a game? He was just zoning out and assembling parts randomly like during his regular job.
Besides, with the blueprints in hand it was easier than building with Lego. If this were the model building community, you'd all be out of work. After silently cursing the pirates, Dark Beggar glanced at the help request from the player named Wu Shishing.
What a coincidence, I'm just assembling this mech now. Buddy, I'll send you the diagram. Several joints can be disassembled. If you're quick you might even strip it down. Heavy mech diagram JPG Godfather above.
Wu Shishing hadn't expected his gamble to pay off.
He quickly opened the full image. At a glance the mech's structure became clear.
The player community was small.
Anime fans, model enthusiasts, figurine collectors. With some exposure anyone could grasp a mech diagram.
Wu Shishing was among the best. He had built every mech model at home himself, from modeling to failure.
Oh, from modeling to payment.
Wu Shishing twirled the short blade in his hand, instantly locking onto several weak points of the heavy mech.
Brothers, it's time for revenge. Congratulations. You have begun basic mech maintenance training. Your progress 0. 01. 0. 03. Congratulations. You have. Countless mech disassembly learning prompts flickered across the players' panels.
Countless humans climbed tirelessly, charging forward with all sorts of small tools. Eurus, clinging to the underside of the second command ship, watched the dense endless tide of humans and felt a flicker of fear. Even ants, when they swarm by the thousands, can unsettle a person. What's more, these humans showed no fear, only excited laughter as they hurled themselves at his mech with ridiculous tools.
Damn it, die. A tentacle quivered and Eurus pierced through countless humans in one strike. Haha, my health bars really improved. Even after being skewered, it hasn't hit bottom.
The first impaled player, spitting blood profusely, was still grinning widely. Then, before his health drained completely and Eurus could toss him aside, he grabbed his wrench and pried at any visible gap in the mech. Whoa, truly the strong never complain about their circumstances.
You're awesome, bro.
Behind him another player, also skewered through the chest, gave a thumbs up.
Then he followed suit. Ah, you're all insane, utterly insane.
Eurus screamed in the cockpit, flailing wildly to shake off these lunatics. But the death of their comrades seemed invisible to them.
They pressed on relentlessly.
A chill crept up Eurus' spine. He felt a prickling sensation all over, like
ants crawling on his skin. Eurus's eyes were bloodshot.
The creatures before him were unmistakably human.
How could this be?
How could such overwhelming terror grip him?
Interstellar pirates never settled on a single planet.
They had to evade the Alliance's pursuit and strikes. Thus most of their time was spent drifting across the Starsea. Eurus had encountered the Zerg before. They were creatures utterly devoid of fear, their inorganic pupils locking onto you once they set their sights. They would gnaw relentlessly. Eurus trembled all over. Yes. Weren't the humans before him just like those Zerg? They felt no fear whatsoever. Even when it came to their own bodies, they were like the Zerg, utterly indifferent to injuries. They only faithfully executed the commands of the Queen. Devour. Nah. Eurus watched the humans who, even while vomiting blood, still struggled to pry open his mecha. In the depths of his eyes there was nothing but terror. No, they were just humans. Just humans, damn it. Eurus screamed at himself inside. They were only 5th level gene warriors. Even if tens of thousands crawled over, they couldn't hurt me. I just need to kill them all quickly. Kill them quickly. After a shudder, the squid mecha's 8 tentacles thrashed wildly, curling up and crushing all the players crawling over. But it always had to keep 2 tentacles wrapped around the warship to maintain stability. So... Whoa, haha, I guessed right, the 2 mechanical tentacles I'm on didn't move. Damn, why do I always pick the wrong ones? Day ruined. I eliminated the 2 correct answers first. Bro, next time share the tentacle you eliminate first with us. Beneath the second warship, clouds of blood mist burst forth as if a meat grinder were at work. At first glance it was a stunning spectacle. Yet the meat kept plunging itself in endlessly. Wei Yuan lifted Wei Yuan into the air. Watching the squid grindstone that continuously rained down fragments of human limbs, Wei Yuan drew a sharp breath. Only players could do this. Truly awesome. No wonder they say the Fourth Calamity is the most terrifying. It's even more frightening than the Zerg. At least with the Zerg, the Queen's consciousness overrode the individual insects' minds. Those lowly worker drones weren't fearless, they mechanically carried out the Queen's orders. But players were different. They were living humans with strong self-awareness and individuality. Charging to their deaths so eagerly just to grind their learning progress. Wei Yuan felt Eurus's fear. To be honest, if he had to face his own hometown folks directly, he'd be unnerved too. It was hopeless. They were utterly unafraid of death and could revive indefinitely. What was even more terrifying was that these players derived a sense of accomplishment from dying. Wei Yuan took a deep breath. Don't be afraid. These folks were all summoned by me. Turning his gaze to the first warship, the players there had already turned the tide. The mecha disassembly diagrams were out. Their dismantling speed was even faster than assembling models offline. The players' current hand speed was at least 10 times what it was on Earth. Under Woshixing's lead, all players abandoned tech weapons and switched to mecha repair tools. They seemed oddly obsessed with screwdrivers. Most players held screwdrivers in hand. As soon as a mecha landed on the deck, a group of players would rush forward. Their division of labor was exceptionally clear. Some attracted fire, some harassed, some dismantled. Once the mecha was stripped and the pilot appeared. Headshot, instant kill. The only one still holding out was the 6th level gene warrior. Get down here. Woshixing smashed open the cockpit of the heavy mecha with an elbow strike. He grabbed a short blade and hurled it straight into the cockpit. The 6th level squid pirate dodged swiftly, but his hatch was now forced open by Woshixing. Black Tulip, who had been lying in wait from afar, pulled the trigger. A deep blue ray carrying magnetic pulse energy entered the cockpit. The connection between the squid pirate and his mecha snapped instantly. As the mecha became completely inert, the 6th level squid pirate shot out of the cockpit and grabbed Woshixing by the neck. A 5th level gene warrior dares to challenge me. Even if you have 10,000, 1 level lower is still 1 level lower. Crack. The sound of a fractured scapula came from Woshixing's body. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Woshixing wrapped his arms around the squid pirate. Black Tulip. Fire at me. Fire. Damn it, battalion commander. Bring my Italian cannon. Bloody Italian cannon. Bring my battalion commander here. Fire. The players roared as they fired at Woshixing's position. Boom. Flames erupted in all directions. Without the protection of his mecha and entangled by Woshixing, the 6th level squid pirate had no defense and was blown to pieces. To his dying moment, he couldn't understand why the reinforcements from the high-level forces in the rear still hadn't arrived. Yet behind the wave of mecha, Wei Yuan swept through the air and all pirates above level 6 perished without a sound. Wei Yuan's spiritual domain was fully expanded, though thousands of high-level gene warriors were numerous. Killing them was simple. At the far rear of the squid pirate fleet, the first thing Star did upon returning was pour poison into the mecha's ammunition magazines. It's raining. She fired a poison blood bullet at every warship she saw. As the blood mist spread, a sweet foul stench dispersed. The mist turned into gas and seeped into the warship's interiors.
At that moment Makabaka, who was still miserably loading bombs, suddenly caught a foul odor. Damn, who farted?
She covered her nose, about to curse someone for passing gas, when she saw the pirates around her turning pale with white foam oozing from their mouths.
Damn. Did Star unleash poison blood?
She felt the foam on her own lips.
Crap.
Who's going to retrieve my corpse? No one knew which warship exploded first. In any case, flames suddenly erupted across the pirate fleet's rear. The toxic gas rose, with the flames spreading even wider.
Dr. Octopus's toxin could kill even 9th level gene warriors. On another dried up seabed, and Eulina's face was pale as she was held in Ivan's mecha palm. Humans so strong.
Behind them stood 36 dark elf mechas.
Whoa bro, do you even remember where you died?
Under the cannon fire-riddled submarine cliff, a player with the ID Potato Eater Chicken was crouching, rummaging through the silt of the seabed. War was a game for those who craved conquest. Yet some players had little interest in battle, instead eyeing a different path to fortune. Corpse retrieval. New players hadn't been injected with special genes, so they could respawn freely. The official event offered unlimited revivals and free gene unlocking potions. But veteran players who had been injected with special genes couldn't reuse them if their corpses weren't recovered.
Beneath the know.
2 battleship blood and limbs littered the area. For new players, this was far more profitable than mining.
Recovery meant gold coins. Some veterans even posted quests on the public channel, hiring players to gather their remains. Potato Eater Chicken had taken on a corpse retrieval quest from the veteran Cherry Blossom Horseman.
Had found the torso, but the head was missing.
Cherry Blossom Horseman's voice was gruff.
He was a top player who had entered the game alongside Oil Spoonroach.
Forced offline and unable to find his head, he was truly frustrated. Buddy, you don't remember where it dropped before you died.
Potato Eater Chicken's eyes were nearly sore from searching. He could have made money just by collecting the scattered corpses.
What a loss.
Cherry Blossom Horseman scratched his head, knowing the guy was passing up easy money to help him first, pure professionalism. But he couldn't bear to give up the gene head worked so hard to obtain.
Ah, thanks bro. When I died everything spun, I just saw mud everywhere.
This dried seabed is nothing but mud.
Cherry Blossom Horseman, maybe search further out.
It must have been thrown far. Cherry Blossom Horseman, I'll add more money, how about that?
Another 5,000. 5,000.
Potato Eater Chicken was about to tell him to give up, but the offer shoved the words back down his throat.
Good heavens. 5,000. Veterans sure had money. Potato Eater Chicken, what gene did you use, man?
Worth so much.
Cherry Blossom Horseman, hey goblin. Cherry Blossom Horseman, got it from a previous mission. Potato Eater Chicken rummaged through the dirt, clicking his tongue. Goblins are so ugly you can't bear to look at them. You don't get it.
The goblin gene I injected enhances my arms.
My weapon of choice is a hammer. How could I swap such a perfect gene enhancement?
If I can't find my corpse, I'll have to inject a different gene. Who knows what that'll enhance?
Cherry Blossom Horseman's hands itched.
The goblin gene didn't affect appearance, it granted players a portion of goblin abilities. After injection, his arms were strengthened. Since he wielded a hammer, his swings now sparked with force. Head dented Eurus mechanical tentacles before being strangled, his head torn off and flung away.
Recalling his gruesome death, Cherry Blossom Horseman felt a chill.
Though there was no pain, seeing his own headless body still swinging a hammer was surreal.
Potato Eater Chicken clicked his tongue. Had already walked outside the battlefield. Looking up the know.
2 battleship was now the size of a fist.
A bit further and he'll reach the cliff edge. Potato Eater Chicken spotted the precipice. If he didn't find the head, this would be a huge loss. Gurgle.
A creature from the seabed mud waved its 2 pincers, charging at the approaching human.
What an ugly crab. Potato Eater Chicken kicked the blue crab-like creature away. Slap. A dark gray mecha swung its arm, blocking the flying blue water crab. Human. A dark elf's voice came from inside the mecha. Over 30 mechas stared intently at Potato Eater Chicken. Potato Eater Chicken, holy crap. Buddy, finding your corpse isn't the issue anymore.
He opened a live stream. Who's gonna collect my body when I die? In the public channel, players saw his live feed.
Eulina had already woken up.
Her stream was still on. Seeing this human fail to greet them properly, she frowned.
These low-level human gene warriors truly lacked manners. Non-immortal beings were so crude. She gracefully descended from her mecha. A quintessential elven beauty, flawless in appearance.
Her golden hair cascaded down her face, full of pride.
She walked toward Potato Eater Chicken. Human, we are the elven reinforcements. Have your Lord Wei Yuan come see me?
A second before she spoke, Potato Eater Chicken had been thinking how beautiful this NPC was.
The next second, are you stupid?
He raised his middle finger at her.
You dare insult me. How dare you? Anualina raised her hand and the mechas behind her followed suit.
A laser pierced Potato Eater Chicken's forehead.
In an instant he logged off.
As he fell, his gaze landed behind the dark elves.
A head was staring back at him. Buddy, I found your head.
A mere human dares to speak insolently to me.
The human race truly lacks discipline.
Her pale golden leather boots stepped onto the corpse of the chicken that had been eating potatoes. Gazing at the dark hollow wound on his forehead, Anualina sneered, when I see Wei Yuan I must have a good talk with him about how his subordinates know no manners. How can they survive in the central galaxy with such conduct?
Anualina, you've gone too far. Afen frowned.
He did not wish to offend the human race at this moment. For some reason, after seeing that vast expanse of firelight, Afen felt an involuntary dread in his heart. He always felt that the human race was not as the Queen or the Starnet rumors suggested.
What are you worried about? We came precisely to support them, the humans. Anualina glanced at Afen. Shouldn't Wei Yuan come to greet us?
They sent such a foolish human.
It's utterly disappointing.
Dark elves were indeed timid and cowardly, utterly useless. Behind them stood the support of the Elven Queen. Moreover, the Queen had said that this Wei Yuan was immensely powerful, possibly a 9th grade advanced gene warrior, but he surely would not dare to reveal that strength before them. After all, the higher-ups of the 10,000 races were undoubtedly watching her live broadcast. If Wei Yuan displayed the power of a 9th grade gene warrior, he might defeat these pirates, but upon returning he would face suppression from the dominant races among the 10,000 races.
If he did not use his full strength, he would certainly lose to Yuri's. Then these humans would suffer heavy losses. With most of his people gone, he alone could not win the Lord Academy competition.
Anualina smiled with confidence. Afen looked at her expression and remained silent.
Standing behind Anualina was the latest model of light elf mecha equipped with the newest weapons.
Before departing, the energy had been fully charged.
Afen thought that with such equipment escape should be feasible. Little did they know that the chicken eating potatoes had started a live broadcast recording everything about them. Silence. The previously noisy players now watched the scene of Anualina in stillness. As they approached the warship and walked out of the chicken's field of view, the players shifted their gaze. Wow, she wants Boss Yuan to come greet her the moment she arrives. What a nerve. Talking about our Boss Yuan like that. Does she think we're dead? Red name. That NPC must be a red name. Wicked, utterly wicked. Even wind-blowing buttocks standing beside Snowfall ground his teeth and cursed that little elven girl needs a lesson. She's only level 5, isn't she? The mecha behind her is impressive, but with such a big mouth. Snowfall glanced at wind-blowing buttocks. Of course she has a big mouth. The current queen of the elves is from the Light Elf clan. This Anualina is a light elf herself, and she's the queen's future daughter-in-law. See that mecha behind her? It's the elves' self-developed mecha. Its weapons alone can rival our warships. What do you have to compete with? Wind-blowing buttocks sucked in a cold breath. Then his eyes lit up. Damn, if I could steal her mecha. Wouldn't that make him rich? Before he could finish, Snowfall shot him a disdainful look. Attention to all players. A melodious female voice rang in every player's earpiece. Attention to all players, the enemy elf clan has appeared. The information we have currently is as follows. 1. This Anualina of the elves has started a live broadcast on Starnet. 2. The elves hold a hostile attitude toward the human race, but apparently they need to maintain a neutral or even friendly facade on the surface. Reason unknown. 3. On the surface they came to assist us, but in truth they want to probe our strength. The most important thing seems to be the strength of the Lord. Anualina is a light elf, the queen's future daughter-in-law, the fiancée of Anudong. Anudong has been a constant top 3 on the Lord Academy rankings. And our Lord has been number 1 at the Lord Academy for years. So we cannot rule out that she's here to vent for her fiancé. She started a Starnet broadcast before arriving. This act leads me to reasonably suspect that she is seeking allies or intends to expose the human race's strength to make other races take notice. Lord, are you willing to reveal our strength in advance? Snowfall directly switched her mic to Wei Yuan when she said the last sentence. Wei Yuan was startled. He sucked in a cold breath inwardly. This player had real ability. No wonder she had the highest comprehension. Her mind worked fast, she had nearly guessed the truth. Wei Yuan felt a bit pressured. This one was too smart, she might discover the game was fake. But the most urgent matter now was the question Snowfall had raised. Reveal strength.
Those old fellows were surely watching him. Commander-in-Chief, this battle is yours to arrange, so you decide whether to expose our strength. Wei Yuan said with a light smile. Having a smart subordinate was incredibly satisfying. Someone like her surely thought 10 steps ahead.
Maybe her decision would even be better than his. Hearing Wei Yuan's reply, Snowfall's brow twitched. Was this game so open-ended?
All the game's main plots were driven by the players themselves. The arrival of the elves, different responses would lead to completely opposite outcomes.
Snowfall turned her head to glance at wind-blowing buttocks. He was busy mingling in the public chat, cracking jokes with other players.
A vein pulsed on Snowfall's forehead. That guy. She called out loudly to wind-blowing buttocks Xiao Zhang. What are the players' attitudes? Startled by the shout, he quickly looked up.
Ah. Sister Shui, isn't this decision yours to make?
Snowfall cast him a sidelong glance.
This is a game.
What is the ultimate purpose of a game?
Wind-blowing buttocks what?
Snowfall rubbed her forehead. Thank goodness his family wasn't grooming him to inherit. It's to serve the players. Only when players have a good gaming experience will they keep playing and be willing to invest, whether in energy, money or time. This game was built so big, if it were purely a cash grab it would be meaningless. Only when players enjoyed themselves and had a good experience would they spend money, time and effort on the game. A virtuous cycle was most important. So now this decision had to be made by the players. They all think we should slap that female elf hard and then show off something awesome.
About a face-smashing display.
Wind-blowing buttocks felt it was better not to tell Snowfall directly.
So he conveyed the players' opinions euphemistically. Snowfall nodded. Indeed, people play games to have fun. This in Yuelina was far too arrogant.
Being arrogant with players only led to death. Moreover, she had killed a player upon meeting. I announced the final decision, Snowfall said.
Even Wei Yuan couldn't help but pay attention.
He sat inside the Amoyun mecha and listened as Snowfall slowly spoke. I have decided
to support the Dark Elf clan in taking power. What? Wei Yuan's jaw nearly dropped. Not. Was this sister really that reckless? No, Sister Snow.
Wind blows but made a leap and landed beside falling snow, his tone filled with excitement. What we're discussing now is how to take down these elves. Just moments ago Falling Snow was talking about giving the vast player base a thrilling experience. That surely meant wiping out these arrogant elves. How in the blink of an eye did it turn into supporting the Dark Elves?
Exactly, Commander-in-Chief, right now I just want to go back and slap that Inualina across the face.
She dared to curse me while stepping on my corpse, just an NPC, no matter how beautiful, unforgivable.
That's right, red-named ones are all monsters regardless of looks.
Looks do matter a bit, brothers, at least I.
The guy above is already off to work.
Typing with both hands to prove innocence. Don't say nonsense. Typing with both hands to prove innocence.
Watching the players' topic stray so far. Falling Snow was at a loss.
She tried to explain.
But everyone seemed more eager for battle. Truly a bunch of war maniacs. The fight here wasn't even over yet. Brothers, let's stop thinking about unhealthy things and get back on track. Falling Snow opened the all-channel mic.
As you all know now, the elves are against us. But if it comes to a real fight with this ancient race, it'd be a clan versus clan war. The Elf Queen's power surpasses our brother Yuan's.
If we face them, he'd well be the ones to suffer.
So far they haven't made a direct move, which means they're wary of humanity. You all know the name of this game we're playing, Star Human Clan. Brother Yuan as a native human can't be a race by himself. There must be other humans out there. Though we haven't uncovered the full background yet, we can already sense it. The elves hold some fear toward humanity. So let's not overthink it, just assume our backing is formidable. From what I've gathered on the Star Web, there's barely any info on humanity's current state. Wind blows but scratched his head in confusion. Sister Shui, what do you mean? He couldn't follow after listening for so long. Weren't they just talking about elves? How did it shift to humanity? Falling Snow interrupted, realized she might have been too convoluted. Simply put, humanity was once mighty but now seems weakened. Yet the myriad races aren't sure if humanity has truly declined. They fear we're still as powerful as before, and they dread that lingering strength. So they target Brother Yuan while not daring to confront him openly. The Elf Clan leading the charge came to probe his strength under the guise of offering help. In essence, their queen also fears humanity. Thus we players still not strong enough can borrow humanity's prestige to bluff. And pretend our clan's elders hold the Dark Elves in high regard. Falling Snow stroked her chin, as they say to kill the soul, and Yuelina's pride lies in being a light elf, the more esteemed lineage among elves. If we dethrone the light elves and elevate the dark ones, wouldn't she be furious? This time Wind blows but understood.
But he scratched his head, isn't the timeline too long? Sister Shue's approach was clearly a business strategy. A gradual plan. But the players just wanted to slap in Yulena's face right now. Falling Snow saw through Wind Blows But's thoughts at a glance. She sighed in exasperation, pressing her forehead. I didn't say we can't slap her face, we should, and hard to instill fear of humanity in her. After fear comes anxiety and the dread that powerful humanity favors the Dark Elves. Understand. Before Wind Blows But could respond, Eating Potato Chicken jumped in, shouting over the mic, I get it. The Commander-in-Chief means we use an open strategy, make them see our closeness to the Dark Elves. Then they'll fear the Dark Elves, and the more they fear the more hostile they'll become. An open scheme. Wow, Commander, your mind is incredible. Truly our Commander. That's you. From now on, Commander, you are our brain. 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 In an instant. The earpiece was filled with players shouting brain at her. Falling Snow felt no honor in it and wanted to find a crack to hide in. Why such an intense sense of embarrassment? Falling Snow now understood what Wind Blows But had told her. These players were completely different from those in their circle. Good heavens. What shameless nicknames they could come up with. Falling Snow covered her forehead, mortified. But honestly, it felt pretty good. The players' worship of the strong was so straightforward and fervent. Falling Snow's face showed shame, yet her lips curled up involuntarily. I just can't help you all. Falling Snow didn't know why she felt like saying that. And then Wei Yuan was dumbfounded. Wait. Was he being infected right in front of him? His great commander, his serious proper commander, how had she turned into a goofball? Ha! Wei Yuan's eyes widened as he heard Falling Snow speak to his players with affection, uttering that I just can't help you all. He was stunned. It was over, completely over. Even someone like Falling Snow with a starting insight of 20 had fallen. The brainwashing power of Joy Seekers was terrifying. Hiss. Wei Yuan suddenly felt unsafe. Should he still take the players to meet the human elders? Pondering. He really needed to think hard. While Wei Yuan was silenced by Falling Snow's words. Wind Blows But had already found the roaming quartet. Wind Blows But, master's help needed, time for your performance. Maka Baka, speak lackey of our brain. Wind Blows But, being Sister Shue's lackey is my honor. He hoped his flattery would reach her, so after logging off Shed put in a good word with the old man and head get more pocket money. As Wind Blows But and his team set out, Yuri's was utterly enraged. A bunch of ants daring to try to outnumber him and drain his energy. Yuri saw Wei Yuan heading toward the pirate group. He must be going to kill those pirates above level 6. Yuri's breath turned slightly red. Humans were truly cunning, pushing out so many level 5 gene warriors as cannon fodder. Yuri's squid-like eyes couldn't distinguish human faces well. He only relied on their levels to judge. So even now he hadn't realized that these humans rushing forward to die one after another were all the same group. Still, he was growing weary. Anyone piloting a mech for hours would feel exhausted. Especially since these humans kept reappearing. Damn it! His eyes swept outside. The cannons of the other 79 flagship vessels were aimed at the second ship. It seemed everyone was waiting for him to occupy that ship. Once he entered, those 79 ships would surely send a few shells his way. Abandoning this ship left Yuri's reluctant. But now he had no choice. His mechanical tentacles trembled rapidly, flinging off the players swarming up again. Yuri's tentacles climbed quickly, carrying him away from the second ship. The big boss is fleeing, brothers, fire. Countless explosions erupted behind Yuri's. A level 9 gene warrior couldn't be killed by ordinary shells. The reason he didn't occupy the second flagship was that entering it would make him too large a target. A single flagship was too dangerous for him. Easily dodging the players' attacks, Yuri snorted coldly. He wondered what his subordinates were good for. A bunch of idiots unable to handle such trash. Yuri's flashed to the ground, his 8 tentacles propelling him swiftly toward Dr. Octopus. Originally expecting a 300-round battle with Wei Yuan to retrieve the doctor, he found him hanging in midair. Doctor! Yuri's voice rang from within the mech. No response. He extended a mechanical tentacle to touch the doctor's body. The organism you touched shows no vital signs. Time of death 2 hours. Cause of death excessive blood loss, bled to death. Yuri's felt a chill. He wrapped the doctor's corpse with his tentacle, glaring hatefully at the ship above. Wei Yuan, was it? Fine. A human even at level 9, what of it? Torturing a prisoner like this was sheer madness.
He could clearly feel the countless wounds large and small covering the doctor's body. Torture. This was outright torture. Yuri's eyes bulged as his tentacles braced against the ground, sending the doctor's corpse into the cockpit. Never mind, as long as the body was intact he could go to the Dark City and have those eerie beings summon the doctor back. But before that he had to kill Wei Yuan.
That man was far too terrifying. Yuri's had a premonition that if he didn't kill Wei Yuan now he'd face big trouble later. Beep beep beep. The communicator rang.
Yuri's opened it to see a level 6 gene warrior who hadn't been with him long.
Whom?
Yuri's was puzzled.
Why are you calling me?
Though the pirate group had no strict hierarchy. But a level 6 gene warrior contacting him directly. He was the leader of the whole group. How could any random pirate reach him directly? Before Yuri's could voice his question, the level 6 warrior began trembling, his eyes filled with terror.
Captain, the vice captains and others. They've all vanished, even the smart ships can't detect their vital signs.
Yuri's froze. He quickly scrolled through his contact list. The flood of gray avatars made his heart tighten.
How was this possible? Once vital signs were lost, their smart ships automatically turned all avatars black.
The more Yuri's looked, the heavier his breathing grew.
All the levels, even in level 8 gene warriors, had gone black. What the hell is going on?
Yuri's roared. On the other end, the young pirate seemed at a loss for words. He silently lowered his head. Then Yuri saw the level 6 pirate's head slide down from his neck. The cross-section of the pirate's neck sliced cleanly revealed all the blood vessels and tissues.
The next second, blood gushed out. Yuri's gasped, and the next moment Wei Yuan's face appeared in the screen. Oh, what a coincidence, Yuri's. Wei Yuan waved at Yuri's.
Tired, calling it quits. After all, the sky was darkening. Yuri's face darkened. I never thought after such a lesson you humans would still want to fight for the Alliance.
Accepting the elves' help.
Yuri sneered.
Those hypocrites are just fooling you. Wei Yuan, don't tell me you don't know the elves' plans.
They want to expose your strength, making the powerful races fear and plot against you.
Oh, and then? Wei Yuan picked his ear. Done talking. If so, get ready to die. Yun surged forward, the entire mech launching out.
If Yuri's didn't die, the pirates would keep resisting. A headless mob would scatter. Wei Yuan felt too much time had been wasted.
Meanwhile, Oil Thief was sweet-talking in Yuelina.
Ah, the maidens of the Light Elf clan are truly radiant, impossible to look away from. He whispered to Wind Blows, but it seemed like a whisper, but in Yuelina heard it clearly. Her lips curled. The Light Elves were indeed the most beautiful among all elves. And she and Yuelina, due to her exceptional beauty, had long been betrothed to a Yudong. These humans who came this time were somewhat pleasing to her.
Well, except for that woman.
And Yuelina glanced at Xingchen, who followed behind the group. The girl's black hair was silky and lustrous. Now holding a long blade, her demeanor was cold and aloof. And Yuelina frowned at Oil Thief. That woman, I don't like her.
Kill her. Oil Thief was caught off guard.
Xingchen lifted her eyes coldly. Realizing everyone was staring at her with surprise, and Yuelina remembered she was no longer within the Elven realm and that her livestream was still broadcasting. She swiftly shifted her gaze and declared with righteous indignation, she is a traitor to humanity, I saw it. She was piloting a pirate mech earlier. In truth, the distance had been so vast that Yuelina had witnessed nothing. Yet now before the crowd she had to salvage her image. Within the Elven race she would ruthlessly dispose of any female elf surpassing her in beauty. Now stranded in this desolate backwater, humanity was a race the Queen had implied could be exploited. Thus Yuelina had inadvertently voiced her inner thoughts. Little did she know her impromptu justification would stumble upon the truth. In the player chat group, stealing oil lady, damn Xingchen, when did you get exposed to them? Xingchen, when I helped you slice that giant octopus.
Begging in the dark, adapt on the fly. Xingchen, no need. I've been itching to take her down anyway. Isn't she live streaming? Watch me go at her.
The players exchanged glances.
Just as Xingchen prepared to act, Ethan rubbed his temples and snapped at Yuelina. Enough, Yuelina.
This is no time for your nonsense.
Ethan hadn't even caught a clear look at Xingchen's face. How could Yuelina have? As a dark elf living among light elves, Ethan had long known Yuelina's true nature. Barely arrived on human territory and she was already spouting nonsense to provoke them. This female elf was utterly insane.
Ethan, how dare you yell at me? And Yuelina stared at him in disbelief. Athan messaged her directly in Yuelina, if you sabotage the queen's plan, do you think she'll spare you?
And Yedon's betrothed could be in Yuelina or any other elf.
She was merely the most suitable candidate. Athan had no desire to sever ties with humans so soon after contact. He addressed Qingshan, my sincerest apologies.
I apologize on behalf of Yuelina.
She's accustomed to arrogance within our clan. Were dark elves always this blunt? The four wanderers exchanged glances. Begging in the dark was the first to react, beaming no harm done.
Light elves have always been this way. We humans hold your dark elves in high regard, you're sincere and straightforward.
Begging in the dark's words were a clear slight to one side. Any player would have instantly recognized the thick cloying insincerity dripping from his lips. Yet most of these elves were rather naive, especially those in Yuelina had brought along all dark elves. Who doesn't enjoy praise?
Even Athan savored the flattery, especially since it came from a human. What did that signify? It meant the dark elves were genuinely well liked. Not only Athan but every dark elf warrior present began to feel a flicker of goodwill toward humanity.
After all, within the elven race, no matter how strong they were often mocked and bullied by elves of higher status.
Even when those elves were weaker.
And Yuelina trembled with fury but could do nothing. Our lord has been waiting for elven reinforcements.
We never expected you to arrive so swiftly, barely a day and a night into the battle. We need you now more than ever. Please help our lord defeat the enemy's 9th level gene warrior. We implore you.
Begging in the dark bowed to Athan.
A 9th level gene warrior. Athan's heart trembled.
He remembered the queen's instructions.
Gripping his bow tightly, he nodded solemnly. Very well. Let's go now.
Wind Blowsbutt and the others erupted in feigned delight. A torrent of flattery unearned washed over the dark elves.
Truly the elven race. We've heard the dark elves are the most gifted and kind-hearted of all. No wonder all the reinforcements sent are dark elves. How wonderful.
Stealing a lady, a true drama queen, dabbed at the corner of her eye and began shaking hands and bowing to every dark elf, starting with Athan.
We are so grateful. Our lord fighting that 9th level pirate. Alas. I thought humanity had no hope.
But you dark elves are so kind to come to our aid.
Makabaka, facing in Yuelina, or rather her camera, looked as if she were moved to tears. With deep emotion she declared, it seems the Alliance hasn't forgotten us. Yes, they haven't abandoned humanity.
After that great war with the Zerg we were so weakened.
We thought the Alliance would cast us aside.
The group nearly dissolved into a tearful embrace. Watching the livestream, the Elf Queen's expression hardened.
Why hadn't Yuelina turned the camera away? You fool. These humans are acting. They're putting on a show.
And Yuelina's broadcast wasn't just watched by the myriad races rulers who despised humanity.
The Alliance's middle and lower echelons would see it too.
Their foolish populace had always harbored a favorable bias toward humans.
Damn it. The Elf Queen opened a channel to message Yuelina, but Yuelina found herself locked in Makabaka's embrace. Makabaka, with her cute harmless appearance, even blinked innocently at the camera.
These war-focused myriad races hadn't even developed gaming yet.
All their technology was channeled into combat. When it came to entertainment, no one could outshine these players. Makabaka was a famous streamer in gaming circles, knowing exactly which angles and expressions would endear her to the audience.
Now, having injected the 5th level gene unlocking agent, she hugged Yuelina without any malice, her voice thick with emotion. The elven race has always stood with humanity.
We humans will never forget you. And Yuelina struggled but couldn't break free.
Under everyone's gaze, with the livestream still rolling, she couldn't very well shove Makabaka away and declare that the elves hadn't come to help humanity at all. Forced into a smile, she managed. The elven race has always been allied with humanity.
That's why the Queen sent us. Perfect. Let's head over now.
Our lord is struggling against that 9th level pirate.
Hurry and help him.
AI Fan led a group of dark elves following behind the players. They watched the humans ahead, their faces filled with naive joy and cheerfulness, and fell silent. Everyone knew the reason the Queen had sent them this time. They were to destroy the hope of the human race. The hope of humanity that had always overshadowed in Yedong at the school. If Wei Yuan's 9th level strength were exposed, would the races in the Alliance that were hostile to humans stand idly by?
The Dark Elves exchanged glances.
The Dark Elves dispatched this time, apart from AI Fan, were all middle-aged elves over 300 years old. Among the 36 Dark Elves there were 3 8th level gene warriors, 13 7th level gene warriors, and the rest were all 6th level. Such a formidable lineup was not intended to aid the humans.
It was meant to restrain Wei Yuan at the most critical moment.
So that AI Fan could draw that bow and release that arrow.
They don't really think we're here to save them, do they? A middle-aged elf seeing the exhilarated human children felt a pang of unease. The human race.
Years ago their attitude toward the elf race had been far better than that of other races. But now things had come to such a pass.
They still don't know anything.
Once we expose Wei Yuan's true strength, let's just withdraw directly, shall we? The queen didn't specify what to do with the remaining humans.
Let's just leave and give them a way out. Several old elves conversed. And Yuelina overheard everything.
She snorted coldly, the queen will make arrangements in due time.
Are you feeling sympathy for the humans?
Is it because they spoke well of the dark elves just now that you wish to betray the queen's orders?
The heavy accusation hung in the air.
The old elves fell silent. After millennia of racial integration, the younger generation of elves had long been corrupted. Seeing them still ignore her, and Yuelina snorted, brushed past their shoulders and strode forward. Even after millions of years, we light elves remain nobler than you dark elves. You are merely the shadow left by the mother of life. As she spoke, the party arrived at the human camp.
Xia Shuela even specially ordered some idle battleships to descend. She personally walked to the landing bay of the battleship. Thousands of players stood in neat formation.
If it hadn't been hard to muster supplies, they would have prepared a ceremonial guard and fireworks.
That is our supreme commander, Xia Shuela. Tuyupo, beaming with joy, led AI Fan towards Xia Shuela. Although AI Fan didn't understand why humans took such strange names, he still nodded at Xia Shuela. Are we going to support your lord now? Xia Shuela nodded gratefully. You're leaving already. We are truly grateful. The Dark Elves' aid to our human race will never be forgotten by humanity. Never forgotten. Never forgotten. Never forgotten.
The players who had been brought in for this performance shouted at the top of their lungs toward the Dark Elves.
Hundreds of voices in perfect unison declared that humanity would never forget the Dark Elves' help. This feeling. It was truly stirring. AI Fan's face began to flush slightly. Could they really trust us so easily?
His gaze swept across all the humans. Not a single one harbored hostility toward them. Everyone was watching them with excitement. As if these Dark Elves were gods sent to rescue them.
Some even waved enthusiastically at AI Fan. AI Fan's conscience trembled violently. Do they truly see us as heroes?
Such treatment was something he had never enjoyed among the elves.
AI Fan recalled the days he had followed in Yedong.
All the credit went to Yedong, and even the resources AI Fan had seized were taken away by Yedong. Every time they returned to the elf clan, no elf ever welcomed them from the heart.
Instead, everyone only focused on the light elves.
At this moment, listening to the cheers of thousands, the faces of the old elves flushed red.
Let's go now. AI Fan took a deep breath and released his mecha. 36 Dark Elf mechas rose into the air in turn. Aren't you going? Tuyupo asked Yuelina. And Yuelina frowned.
If she entered the battlefield of high-level gene warriors, wouldn't she be caught in the crossfire?
Now she didn't want to go. But the queen required evidence of Wei Yuan's true strength. If she didn't go, it would be hard to report back.
She released her own mecha. Watching the elves disappear into the distance, Tuyupo gave Xia Shuela a thumbs up.
Awesome. Boss, you're incredible. Just a few moves and you've planted guilt in the Dark Elves' hearts. Sis, I wasn't convinced before, but now I have to say you're truly amazing.
And Zhong Qitao also gave Xia Shuela a thumbs up. Xia Shuela smiled lightly and waved her hand.
The really hard part of the performance is still ahead.
She wondered if the Lord would also put on a show.
At that moment, Yulizi had been intercepted by Wei Yuan.
Yulizi carrying Dr. Octopus body, where do you think you're going?
Mo Yun spread its enormous wings. Its metallic feathers razor-sharp reflected a chilling gleam under the light. Wei Yuan had received Xia Zuila's signal.
From the corner of his eye he also spotted the Dark Elf mechas flying toward them. Yulizi was no fool, he had sensed the disturbance in the air from afar. He turned his head and saw more than 30 mechas approaching him.
Human reinforcements. Damn it, you despicable coward. Humans really are treacherous and cunning. You've been hiding a card all along.
Yulizi gritted his teeth. The claim that the battleship only had 5th level gene warriors. The claim that there were no mechas.
All lies.
This human had never revealed his true strength from start to finish.
Mechanical tentacles lashed out like lightning, striking fiercely at Mo Yun's flank.
Mo Yun dodged the tentacle attack with a swift sidestep, but in the next instant several more whipping mechanical tentacles coiled around it.
A deafening clang of metal echoed as the tentacles made contact with Mo Yun.
At the same moment the metallic feathers on Mo Yun's back shot out, aiming straight for the squid mecha's optical sensor.
A colossal squid mecha, its 8 tentacles encircling a humanoid mecha. Through Wei Yuan's earpiece came the voice of Xiaxuela. Lord seized the chance to show weakness, preferably in a dramatic and cliché way. Xiaxuela wasn't sure if the NPC Lord could understand her words, but this game was so incredible it should be fine. No problem. Cliché. Drama. Wei Yuan thought it was a piece of cake. All those cliché dramas had watched over the years weren't for nothing. To make the citizens of the Alliance who still had a shred of conscience remember humanity, they had to see a selfless, kind and giving human race. A persona. Now that was a good thing. There wasn't much information about the human race on the StarNet. So when Anmelina started her live stream announcing she was heading to support the young human lord, her stream's viewer count exploded. If it weren't for seeing the humans, I wouldn't bother following this Anmelina. Who says so? She's not that strong and so arrogant. If she were in our clan, she'd have been eliminated long ago. That human beauty earlier was probably higher level than her, yet she still wanted to kill her. How amusing. I say that young dark elf isn't bad. Humans have such good tempers. If this happened in our clan, a fight would have broken out by now. The elven clan brought quite a few people too, and they're very strong. I just want to see that human lord. Being able to fight Yuri's is quite impressive. I heard he's very powerful. Although there's little info about him on the StarNet, being able to overpower Feng Yuxing and Yudong means his strength is certainly not lacking. Amidst the chatter, Anmelina's stream camera focused on Wei Yuan. The massive squid mecha was nearly half the size of a battleship. The humanoid winged black battle armor dodged somewhat clumsily under the siege of the tentacles. It seemed Yuri's had the upper hand. Is that the elven reinforcements? Wei Yuan asked loudly, his voice sounding anxious. His gaze swept over the elves, finally settling on Anmelina in the distance, who hadn't even entered the combat zone. Mo Yun, the mecha Wei Yuan had personally designed and built, was incredibly cool. The entire frame was made of the extremely rare blackrock ore. From the StarNet stream, the cool battle-ready mecha faced the audience directly. Don't come any closer. Yuri's is incredibly strong. Wei Yuan clumsily dodged a mechanical tentacle from Yuri, still shouting to the elven mechas, go quickly. I wanted to tell you not to come earlier, but our place is too remote, even logging onto the StarNet is slow. He gasped for breath. He sounded completely exhausted, even coughing subconsciously. The elven clans helped the humans, will remember. Thank you, but now while Yuri's can't spare the effort to deal with you, you should leave quickly. The dark elves weren't the only ones who heard these words. Yuri's heard them too. An excited look appeared on his face. So Wei Yuan's earlier ferocity was all an act. Was he trying to buy time for the elves to escape? Oof. Truly foolish humans. No wonder the myriad races still kept them around. These humans were foolishly kind. Hadn't they even seen the elves' true intentions yet? A glint flickered in Yuri's eyes as he looked at Mo Yun. Right, Wei Yuan sitting in that battle mecha was just a 17 or 18-year-old youth. The human race couldn't achieve immortality. Their past strength came from rapid technological development and a wealth of talent, and their fast growth producing a wave of geniuses in just over a decade. But these geniuses had experienced too little. They were somewhat naive and easily brainwashed. This Wei Yuan had probably already been conditioned by the Alliance to be loyal only to them. He probably didn't even remember humanity's fate from back then. The mechanical tentacles flailed wildly, each strike a killing blow, but Wei Yuan would always dodge at the very last perilous moment. Yuri's thought it was just Wei Yuan's exceptional combat talent. Ha, foolish. What a waste of your talent, Wei Yuan. You only reached the 9th level through luck. One of Yuri's tentacles coiled towards Wei Yuan while several others suddenly elongated, shooting towards the Dark Elves' mechas. Run! Wei Yuan, blocked by Yuri's massive frame, shouted loudly to the Dark Elves. By then Yuri's was already in front of elven warriors like Ivan. All here to die. Having failed to kill Wei Yuan for so long, he was already deeply impatient. Now these elves were coming to die and he was delighted. All Dark Elves, ha ha ha. Your queen certainly played a clever game. Mechanical tentacles shot out with a whoosh. The 3 leading 8th level Dark Elves simultaneously moved to shield their kin. Yuri's, we are loyal to our queen. Stop your divisive talk. The 3 Dark Elf mechas dodged Yuri's tentacles with swift movements. Yuri's is too strong. Retreat. Don't come closer. Ivan, you and Anmelina stay far back. The rest of the elves stand by. The 3 strongest mechas drew bows from their backs. These 3 great bows were specially made for the elves. As they drew, pale gray energy arrows materialized on the strings. I was actually quite curious to see what the Dark Elves could do, but it's a pity. Yuri's words trailed off.
Suddenly 3 tentacles shot out from behind the elven mechas. His mechanical tentacles could extend. Whoosh! 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 The tips of the massive mechanical tentacles revealed drill weapons piercing straight through the elven mecha's bodies. Crack! The sharp sound of energy glass shattering was especially jarring. The cockpits were breached. The mechas about to fire their arrows suddenly lost power, their arms falling limply. The mechas and pilots were connected by neural links. Now they were dead. So weak I almost didn't want to bother. But I am in need of some high-level gene warrior corpses. Yuri sneered. These guys were a bit annoying crowding in. For a moment had almost thought the humans had hidden some high-level gene warriors. But it turned out to be the elves. How wonderful. Though these elves possessed higher levels, their combat instincts could not compare with those of humanity. Yuri's began to subconsciously acknowledge the strength of the human race. At least, those humans who kept clambering toward him were terrifying. Finally he had encountered the typical interstellar trash. Yuri's let out a relieved sigh. Manipulating his tentacles he swiftly extracted the corpse. The tip, which had been a drill moments ago, reverted to its normal form. Even the tip of the thick mechanical tentacle was as wide as an elf's waist. With a squelch the tentacle pulled out, dragging the corpse along with it from the mecha. And Yuelina halted in the distance, trembling. A level 8 gene warrior had been killed just like that. These 3 level 8 gene warriors. In the elven race they could have been considered overlords in their own right. Yet, they died so easily. And Yuelina's heart shuddered. Hearing Yuri's words she drew in a sharp breath. The elven race had numerous branches, each with its share of formidable warriors. But the highest tier of gene warriors were all under the Queen's control. This time they had deliberately chosen the Dark Elves. Could it be that the Queen had specifically selected them to be sent to their deaths? And Yuelina's face grew increasingly pale. Even she thought so. What about the other elves? At least Afan's grip on his longbow had already loosened. Those 3 elders had watched Afan grow up. No, don't. Afan watched as Yuri's mechanical tentacle dragged the corpses out of the cockpits. 3 bodies hung limply, blood seeping from their wounds. Streams of blood gushed from the corpses. Yuri shuddered with satisfaction. That was more like it. Whose corpse would chat before dying? The massive penetrating wounds, the torrential blood loss, the fear and pain, all caused the biological instinct to simply faint and die instantly. That was correct. This was how it should be. Those humans were the abnormal ones. Look, even at level 8, once pierced and pulled out with their brains dead, how could they still speak? Sitting inside his mecha, Yuri's felt like reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. He really wanted to smoke one and think things through properly. Why could those humans still chat before dying? And more damnably, when he pulled out these corpses he subconsciously expected to hear them talking. This was madness. Yuri shuddered. Indeed, humans were very abnormal, and they had made him abnormal too. He had already smoked all his cigarettes back under the No. 2 command starship. Now only an empty cigarette pack remained. He tossed it aside and rubbed his cheeks vigorously. If Wei Yuan knew about this state of his, he would surely shout, "Brother, you've been contaminated, you know. You're contaminated." But at this moment Yuri still knew nothing. He only felt that something was slightly off with him. His gaze shifted to the other mechas. With a series of whooshes the mechanical tentacles moved with great speed. They were even faster than before. Many Alliance viewers who had followed the Kraken pirate group noticed the difference. It seems Yuri's has grown stronger. His speed is a few seconds faster than before. Could he have already injected a level 10 gene agent? Although a level 9 gene warrior could definitely crush a level 8 one, it wouldn't be this effortless. Moreover, Yuri's speed had increased. Across the entire interstellar community, any recorded combat footage of high-level gene warriors was downloaded and studied frame by frame. Thus Yuri's increased speed was quickly noticed. Speed, after all, was not something that could be enhanced as simply as strength or physique. Increased speed meant an overall improvement in the body. After reaching level 9, further speed enhancement was no simple feat. The last video recording of Yuri's was from the assault on the M779 star. How much time had passed since that video? Less than a week. Was he about to level up so soon? It seemed this battle held no suspense. The Alliance citizens watching this battle live could not help but sigh. Xiaxuela paid attention to the battlefield while monitoring the attitudes of all the Alliance viewers in the livestream. She watched the comments these Alliance people posted and typed her own. It seems these humans are unlucky to have run into Yuri's Kraken pirate group. But this time the Dark Elves have suffered a heavy loss. Their status among the elven race wasn't high to begin with.
They probably don't have many high-level gene warriors. After this wave is wiped out there won't be many dark elves left, right? Zyaxwela's comment was like a stone thrown into a pond. The discussion originally focused on Yura's growing combat strength suddenly veered into various conspiracy theories. Don't mention it.
From the very beginning of the livestream I sensed the light elves heavy scheming against the dark elves.
Exactly. Now that you mention it I feel it too. The Elven Queen is from the Light Elves, isn't she?
No wonder even Yuri said the Elven Queen had calculated well. The thread grew increasingly off-topic.
Curiosity and gossip were after all instincts of nearly all beings.
They had even begun to suspect why Wei Yuan had been assigned to such a godforsaken place. Back then humanity sacrificed so many for us.
Come to think of it, that's true. Could someone have deliberately arranged this for Wei Yuan?
I remember the planet he's on now isn't far from the star discovered by the Zerg, is it? Once the Zerg devour that star they'll definitely go foraging everywhere.
Wei Yuan and the others. Zyaxwela's eyes lit up abruptly. Could this be the foreshadowing for the next version? Zyaxwela hadn't expected that, coming to the Starnet merely to watch a battle.
In the blink of an eye she had stumbled upon the general content of the next version test.
She quickly took a screenshot.
Since the players called her the brain, Zyaxwela generously forwarded the Starnet comment to the game group.
Holy crap, haha, Zyaxwela, you're awesome. Isn't the pace a bit too fast?
Starting to fight the Zerg this early.
We haven't even finished this wave yet. I need to mine faster.
He'll go back and mine immediately or else I won't be strong enough for the new version test and that'll be awkward. As the players joked among themselves, Aphan high in the sky felt his blood run cold.
All 36 mechas brought by the Dark Elves had been annihilated.
Even their corpses had been strung together by Yuris, who shook them around ostentatiously.
Thump thump thump.
With every beat of AI Fan's heart he felt his eardrums vibrate in resonance.
So formidable. Too formidable.
In the reflection of his pupils the colossal squid mecha opposite was waving its tentacles, playfully slaughtering the remaining 30+ high-level Dark Elves.
Truly it was a massacre.
So effortlessly they were killed without a second thought.
Just like in the elf realm when young elven children casually pluck flowers and grass as they pass by. Casual and indifferent.
Was the suppression of a level 9 gene warrior over lower-level gene warriors really to such an extent? AI Fan trembled all over beside him and Yuelina could no longer control herself and covered her mouth. There are still 2 little flies here. Ulysses' tentacles extracted all the Dark Elf corpses from their mechas.
One of his eyes stared straight at the 2 elves, AI Fan and Yuelina.
The moment Yuelina met his gaze,
she couldn't help but let out a terrified scream. Ah!
The piercing scream rang in his ears and AI Fan shuddered. The Queen's order was to force Wei Yuan to reveal his level 9 identity. But now where was Wei Yuan? AI Fan's pupils shook wildly as he suppressed his fear and looked toward Wei Yuan's direction. The humanoid war domain mecha was entangled in combat with 2 of Ulysses' tentacles. It seemed somewhat difficult.
Why wasn't Wei Yuan coming to save us?
He was also level 9, so why was he trapped by Ulysses? Just as this indignation surged into AI Fan's mind,
his gaze met that of the Mo Yun mecha.
The next moment he heard the slightly breathless voice of the youth run.
You'll hold him off, you 2 go now.
The Dark Elf race has already paid too much, you go.
AI Fan couldn't quite comprehend for a moment.
But in the next second he felt a powerful force from behind. He turned his head and saw in Yuelina's mecha its hand still extended before pulling back. Then she shook her head and screamed in terror, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Die! AI Fan gasped sharply. In that split second he realized Yuelina was pushing him to his death. At that moment Ulysses' tentacle must have been right behind him. Under the shadow of death. AI Fan drew his longbow from the cockpit of the mecha. This bow was crafted by the Dark Elf race from the roots of the Tree of Life. Plain and unassuming. Yet devastatingly powerful. The mecha's hand as he assumed the stance also conjured a brown bow. The moment AI Fan's fingers touched the bowstring, an apparition appeared upon the bow in the mecha's hand. It was a black long arrow. A rare talent of the Dark Elf race. Void arrow. Wow, what's that? 2 Yupo looked up, watching AI Fan's mecha suddenly draw a bow and arrow. Wasn't that incredible? Could it be a stellar weapon? Let's investigate. Holy crap, is it that powerful? 2 Yupo's eyes went wide. He had wondered earlier why, though AI Fan didn't seem that strong, the other Dark Elves still listened to him. Turns out, he was one of the rare elves capable of shooting void arrows. At that moment, as Ulysses' tentacle shot out, AI Fan's void arrow was also released. There was no sound.
Even the exact shape of the arrow couldn't be discerned. Ulysses barely glanced at it before the pitch-black arrow was already upon him. Not bad, kid. You've got some skill. Ulysses sneered, extending a tentacle to block the void arrow. With a squelch, the arrow had pierced through the squid mecha like tofu. Ugh! Ulysses thought he had blocked it. But the next moment he saw the illusory long arrow lodged in his chest. How? How could this be? Ulysses in pain tried to grab the arrow. Yet the next second, the long arrow shattered. It broke into streaks of dark light vanishing from his hand. But the wound remained real. With a spurt, Ulysses coughed up blood. Damn, that arrow is that strong. Wei Yuan was still nearby, barely fighting. He was watching the feed from Ulysses' cockpit relayed by the system. Sure enough, these old races still have some tricks. But it won't kill Ulysses, right? At most it would leave him severely wounded. Ha. But with Ulysses gravely injured, he could take the chance to strike from the shadows. Wei Yuan's brows curved into a smile. Pain doesn't frighten the strong, it only makes them more frenzied. Wounded and feeling the agony racking his body, Ulysses' eyes turned bloodshot and he roared, "What a fine little elf brat. Today I'll send you to die. Join your kin in the afterlife." The tentacles that had been lingering around Wei Yuan, used as mere props in the performance, were instantly retracted. Kill him. Ulysses' 8 mechanical tentacles spread wide simultaneously. Blood gushed from the small hole in his chest. And Yuelina had already fled. After firing that arrow, AI Fan was utterly drained. Staring at the colossal squid mecha that blotted out the sky, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he going to die here today? Before he could even ponder his posthumous affairs, a humanoid mecha suddenly shot out from a nearby corner. Just as Ulysses' tentacle was about to pierce through AI Fan, Wei Yuan swooped in, scooping AI Fan up and carrying him out of Ulysses' encirclement. "Hey brother, you're amazing." A clear youthful voice came from the humanoid mecha. AI Fan was already almost too exhausted to maintain his link with his own mecha. "Is this your elf race's talent? Incredible. You wounded Ulysses. Now you just watch, I can finish him off." Wei Yuan delivered AI Fan directly into the hands of the players. "Take care of our hero. I'm going to kill Ulysses now." Wei Yuan waved at AI Fan, who had already climbed out of his mecha. The Mo Yun spun as it rose into the air, snapping open its metal wings with a swoosh. AI Fan stared at the soaring mecha in the sky, still dazed. When he heard the humans around him chattering excitedly. "That was incredible, brother. You saved humanity from the brink of disaster. That arrow of yours was amazing. Did the elf race send you specifically to shoot that arrow and support us? So powerful, so touching. And you even let all those high-level dark elf gene warriors buy you time to deliver that shot." The humans' praise only deepened the shame surging in AI Fan's heart. They knew nothing. Avon collapsed to the ground after losing that arrow. He was utterly spent. If these humans intended to kill him, it would be effortless, yet they did not. Instead, they regarded him as the savior of their lord. He spread his hands, gazing at the searing sensation left upon his palms. The longbow had sensed his inner turmoil, which was why it had scorched him when he first aimed at Wei Yuan. In ages past, humans and elves had coexisted in harmony. But the elves of today were no longer what they once were. Avon recalled what the chieftain of his dark elf clan had said when he first discovered his exceedingly rare talent. In the days when the world tree could still naturally birth elves, the void arrow talent was not uncommon. Indeed, every elf possessed it. It was only later, after the insect race gnawed at the tree's roots and the elves began experimenting with other means of reproduction, that their innate talents started to vanish. The dark elf chieftain had speculated that their greatest difference lay in kindness. An elf devoid of a kind heart could never unlock the void arrow talent. Yet just now I had been ready to aim my void arrow at Wei Yuan while Eurus attacked him. Avon clutched his head, then recalled that it was the queen's command. But was the queen always right? Why had she sent several high-level gene warriors from the dark elf clan on such a perilous mission? Their clan had so few elves left. Avon wallowed in self-pity, unable to fathom these matters. "Hey, that elf, is he emo? Looks like he's deep in thought. Should we go trick him? Didn't the commander say we need to elevate the dark elf clan? The others are dead, only he's left. And he's got that talent, maybe a genius. Let's pry some info out of him." On the battlefield, the frontline players on the first battleship were locked in a fierce struggle. The rear players had little left to do, merely waiting for the battle to end so they could gather spoils. With time on their hands, the players gathered around Avon. Toyupo also intended to learn more about the elves from him. He quietly sat beside Avon. "Brother, what are you thinking?
Avon looked up only to find himself surrounded by a crowd.
He stared in astonishment at the familiar Tuyupo who approached with ease.
"You're not worried about that elven girl who ran away, are you?"
Tuyupo gestured toward the direction wherein Yuelina had fled.
Now that the danger seemed to have passed, she had come scurrying back.
"I gotta say that girl's got issues. Even if she's pretty, it's no excuse to use you as cannon fodder." Tuyupo clicked his tongue in disapproval.
At his words, Avon remembered that he had nearly died because of an Yuelina.
That female elf. Rage kindled in Avon's eyes. "I almost died. A fellow elf had nearly killed him.
Another, a human whom the Elven Queen had targeted and whom he had almost harmed, had saved him.
How absurd." Avon laughed bitterly.
This trip to the war zone had truly opened his eyes. "She's from the Light Elf clan, more noble than me. It's only natural she pushed me out to shield herself," Avon said, his expression dejected.
The hierarchy among elves seemed etched into his very birth. Even if he was furious, what could he do?
The queen herself was a light elf.
What could he achieve? Anger would only bring more injustice upon his kin.
"Hey brother, that's not right." Tuyupo stood up, his voice passionate and stirring. He pointed to the sky with one hand and placed the other on Avon's shoulder. "We humans have an old saying, kings, dukes, generals and ministers, how could they be born superior?
What makes light elves better than you dark elves apart from their elemental affinity? That girl is a light elf, right? She's about your age, but her level is lower than yours. Isn't she supposed to be impressive? And her character, utter trash.
A light elf stooping to such despicable acts, pushing a comrade into danger mid-battle. If she were among us humans, she'd be sacrificed to the war banner."
Tuyupo's impassioned speech left Avon's mind buzzing.
Yes, why must we elves be divided into high and low? Why are light elves considered nobler when we all originate from the world tree? Especially now when most young elves are born through other means.
What gives them the right? Avon's eyes sparkled as he looked at Tuyupo. No one had ever spoken to him like this before. "You know, among us humans everyone is equal. Even high-level gene warriors are no different from ordinary people," Tuyupo declared with certainty.
"Indeed, everyone digs or chops trees alike, earning no more than anyone else. In fact, higher levels might mean faster mining and logging, inflating the market and driving prices down. Who knows what the game developers were thinking? They don't make money from it, so why make it so realistic?"
Tuyupo fumed silently.
At that moment, Wei Yuan, locked in combat with Eurus, sneezed.
"Who's cursing me?" Wei Yuan frowned, dodging Eurus' attack with increasing speed and fluidity. Eurus grew anxious.
"'Tis killing a few high-level gene warriors and digging up their corpses. Eurus, are you planning to raise a corpse army now that your pirate crew is doomed?"
Wei Yuan taunted. Eurus snarled, "Despicable human, you were faking it all along." No matter how fast his tentacles moved, they couldn't touch Wei Yuan's mecha. Clearly Wei Yuan had been pretending while Eurus massacred the elves. What did this human truly want? What was he after? "What do you want? Tell me. My pirate crew is already destroyed. We're both level 9, you can't kill me. Stop wasting time."
Eurus was on the verge of madness. Wei Yuan had guessed correctly, his crew was finished and holding on was pointless. With all these corpses he could take the high-level gene warriors to the undead race, resurrect them and form an undead legion.
"My goal is simple, to annihilate your entire pirate crew." Moyon's wings suddenly unfurled, sparks shooting from the small holes in the metal wings. In an instant red flames roared from behind the black mecha. "And who said I can't kill you?"
He had merely been searching for Eurus' weakness. A warzone mecha was beyond ordinary ones.
Eurus' mecha boasted even greater defense than Moyun. But now Wei Yuan had discovered a flaw.
Among the 8 tentacles, one had a gap at the wrist. It was small, but it had been pried open by Tian Patriarch. Under Wei Yuan's control, flames surged directly into that negligible breach. When the temperature reached a certain threshold, even the warzone mechs began to melt. The tentacles of the squid mech turned red inch by inch. The temperature inside the cockpit soared rapidly.
3 seconds. The mech's AI in front of Eurus issued an alert. "Alert! Alert! Alert! Mech damage from high heat. 10. 60. 80. Put." The cockpit ejected swiftly and Eurus shot out from the cabin, hurtling straight toward Wei Yuan's mech. "Damn elves, if I get out of here today, I'll kill them all."
As Eurus burst out of the mech, he didn't even have time to bring the bodies of Dr.
Octopus and the others. Humans were simply too cunning and treacherous.
Eurus watched the mech gradually melt, his heart aching as if it were bleeding. But now he was injured, and without his mech there was no way he could be a match for Wei Yuan. If he didn't find a way to escape, he might die today.
Wei Yuan, if you've got guts, come out of that mech and fight me unknown.
Eurus shouted this aloud, but his gaze fell on his first battleship. Inside the ship, corpses lay strewn about. The pirates had all been poisoned to death. Fortunately, the ship's defense system was still active and the humans hadn't boarded yet. He linked his brainwaves to the battleship, using his highest authority to command it to concentrate all energy. The stellar weapon activated in silent mode. Even the energy light was concealed. All of this was completed in an instant.
Eurus continued to taunt. If only Wei Yuan would step out of his mech. The stellar weapon would deliver a fatal blow.
That was all the energy left in the first battleship. Life or death hinged on this one move.
Idiot, I've got the upper hand now. Why would I fight you in person? Wei Yuan sneered. He didn't hesitate for even a second.
Flapping his wings which spewed scorching heat, he flashed behind Eurus. He drew the sword hilt from the weapon slot on his back. The moment Wei Yuan gripped the hilt with both hands, surging energy coalesced into a massive greatsword. He swung it horizontally across Eurus' back.
SSSHHH. Eurus' back split open, energy surged through his body and the greatsword pierced through him. This diagonal slash cleaved him in two. With skills like that you thought you could trick me? Wei Yuan sneered.
The stellar weapon on the first battleship, which had been fully charged, powered down again.
Ha ha ha, your boss is dead. On the first command ship, Wu Shishing laughed heartily at the pirates.
The pirates, who had already lost their will to fight, were terrified when they saw Eurus cut in half. The weapons in their mech's hands dropped.
The pirates surrendered inside their cockpits. Even Afin looked up, staring blankly at Wei Yuan in the distance. Damn, that's so cool. When will I be as awesome as Brother Yuan? Feng Shui Paipi's eyes were almost glued to the sight, such a massive sword.
The technology and weapons in this game truly opened his eyes.
If only I could find this company offline. ID want to spend money. Spend money. Congratulations, host. You have completed the interception mission. Rewards are being calculated. System has unlocked the Advanced Gene Warrior Corpse Recycling Service.
Does the host wish to recycle? The law of conservation of energy holds true everywhere.
The body of a 9th-level Gene Warrior contained immense energy.
Wei Yuan jumped out of Wei Yuan's cockpit and landed directly before Eurus' bisected corpse.
Recycle.
Just as he reached out toward Eurus' body, the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if all the light had been absorbed in an instant.
What's happening? Damn, it's dark. No, why is it suddenly so cold? Endless black clouds churned. Wei Yuan frowned, looking ahead.
Lightning flickered through the thick clouds and faintly numerous corpses could be seen around.
There was even a thick aura of death. SSSHHH. Is it the undead clan? Afin suddenly stood up. Before the players could even ask what it was, the black clouds roiled.
A massive throne slowly appeared before the players. In front of Wei Yuan, on a bone-white staircase that seemed to stretch for thousands of meters. On the white bone throne sat a colossal undead skeleton. In its hollow eye sockets burned cold crimson soul flames. The red soul flames signified the power of this undead skeleton. The moment Afin saw it, his hair stood on end. A 10th level undead, it's the patriarch of the undead clan.
Why is he here?
At that moment, the Alliance viewers watching through in Melina felt a chill run down their spines. The undead clan, though among the myriad races, were not part of the Alliance. 10th level was already the highest known combat power. Everyone speculated about why the patriarch of the undead clan had suddenly appeared.
Damn, is this an illusion? Tuyupa stood beside Afin, surrounded by endless bones.
It looks real, but when I touched it, it wasn't.
Damn, this game is incredible. Can they really make such detailed bones?
An undead monarch, so cool, amazing.
SSSHHH, it looks awesome.
These bones are so white and textured. The undead clan patriarch sat high on his throne, originally waiting for Wei Yuan to speak first. But then he heard whispers.
What was that?
The patriarch glanced sideways and saw some low-level humans gazing at him with fervent eyes,
muttering things like cool and undead monarch. Undead monarch. That name had a certain ring to it. Not bad, it suited this monarch's aura. The red soul flames flickered in his eye sockets. He decided to overlook these low-level humans' disrespect.
Withdrawing his gaze, the undead monarch continued to stare at Wei Yuan. Yet he noticed that this human prodigy, after a brief glance at him, was still bending down to pick up Eurus' corpse.
Wait. The undead monarch could no longer hold back. Eurus' entire pirate crew has already been sold to me.
His deep voice, laced with a chilling aura, swept across the battlefield. The pirates who had just surrendered now felt their hearts turn cold. Their captain had sold them to the undead clan. The undead clan was a cursed race. All the pirates' faces went pale.
So what?
Wei Yuan replied, his hands not pausing for a moment. He fumbled with Yura's corpse, intending to piece the two halves back together for a better appearance.
Human.
The undead monarch was enraged. If he had brows, they would be furrowed tightly now.
What was wrong with this human? Couldn't he understand? A mere 9th level junior.
Did he think he was so formidable that he could challenge the dignity of the undead monarch? The undead monarch's fury blazed. The crimson soul flames in his eye sockets burned fiercely. Wei Yuan, I told you Eurus has already sold himself and the entire squid pirate crew to me in advance. These corpses are mine. Black clouds surged. Countless corpses crawled out from the ground, thousands upon thousands, endless. Just one glance at this scene instilled a profound sense of oppression in the heart. Aphan was already struggling to breathe. He hadn't expected Eurus to have this card up his sleeve. He looked worriedly at the humans around him. They probably had no idea what a terrifying being their lord had provoked. Fortunately, the patriarch of the undead clan was said to be mild-tempered and not fond of slaughter. As long as the corpses were returned to him, everything would be fine.
Surely the human lord wouldn't do anything too rash.
Aphan had just finished this thought when he heard Wei Yuan sneer from not far away. What nonsense are you spouting?
The netherworld star system is millions of light years away. Do you think threatening me like this will work? If you've got the guts, come over here. Wei Yuan looked up calmly and spoke calmly.
But his words were far too provocative.
Haha, Brother Yuan's provocation isn't strong enough. Let me help you. Tuyupa slid over with a smooth motion, scurrying from beside Aphan to Wei Yuan's side.
Aphan tried to reach out and stop him. But he watched as this human friend whom he had only known for less than a day went off to his doom. Tuyupa grinned slyly. Facing the undead monarch, he slapped his own cheeks repeatedly.
Oi, see this.
I'm right here, I'm taking your corpse, ha ha, come at me if you can.
Ha ha ha, you're trash even if you're 10th level. Got the guts. Come on then. Come on. Ah. So infuriating.
The two soul flames in the undead monarch's eyes surged upward suddenly. He was about to explode with rage.
This human. This infuriating human. He absolutely had to kill this irritating human.
The undead monarch trembled with fury. He stood up abruptly, looking down at Tuyupa and Wei Yuan. Fine, fine, just fine. The undead monarch's voice was thunderously loud. It made the players' eardrums itch. The clouds, which had been stable, now churned wildly as if a heavenly punishment was about to descend. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Countless corpses crawled out from the ground. It looked utterly terrifying. The undead monarch descended from his throne and stepped forward one step at a time until he stood before Tuyupa. They faced each other. But in reality they were millions of light years apart. When the undead monarch stood, he was twice as tall as Tuyupa. Tuyupa had to crane his neck to see the two flames in the skeleton's eye sockets. Ha, what's this? Angry enough to come and fight me? Tuyupa knew exactly how to provoke him. He deliberately tilted his head, bringing half his face close to the undead monarch's hand. Hit me, hit me. If you don't, you're a coward. In the group chat. And Zhong Chitao, bro, aren't you actually scared? Tuyupa, you don't get it. Brother Yuan is clearly at odds with this undead monarch. I'm just farming goodwill with Brother Yuan, understand? Tuyupa, besides, don't be fooled by this undead skeleton talking all tough. Tuyupa, it's all an illusion. I tried it earlier, those bones are visible but can't be touched. Touch. And Zhong Chitao looked at Tuyupa with a strange expression. Did this guy have some weird fetish? Makabaka, damn, is this how competitive it gets? Xingchen 6. This time Xingchen genuinely meant to give Tuyupa a 6. After all, who would pay attention to such details when faced with such a grand spectacle? Gotta hand it to Tuyupa, he really was a game streamer. Quick on the uptake. But he miscalculated. After the undead monarch trembled with rage, he directly reached out and grabbed Tuyupa by the neck. The real sensation of touch and Tuyupa being lifted off the ground with his feet dangling stunned him. Wait. Was this guy serious? Did he really project his true form millions of light years to this small planet just to teach me a lesson? Tuyupa's health bar began to plummet. His eyes widened as he stared into the sinister flames in the undead monarch's skull. As if reading Tuyupa's thoughts, the undead monarch sneered, even if I can't truly descend to your little corner of the universe, I have plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. Unable to help, after a burst of static and lag, Tuyupa fell to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently. The great battle was over now. If he died here, it would cost a lot of money. Watching his health bar slowly recover,
Tuyupa breathed a sigh of relief.
Then he saw Brother Yuan holding something in his hand.
The previously lifelike environment began to dissipate bit by bit.
Even the undead monarch standing before Tuyupa, who at that moment wanted nothing more than to kill him, flickered twice and started to lag.
With such little power you come here to show off? Tuyupa muttered while rubbing his neck. Wei Yuan. You. Just. Wait.
The voice was choppy as if choked with phlegm.
Just as my people said.
Wei Yuan smiled as he stepped in front of Tuyupa, his eyes fixed on the undead skeleton.
If you've got the guts, come over and fight me now. Wei Yuan's calm tone combined with these words sent the players into fits of laughter. Brother Yuan was starting to learn how to be mischievous. Haha, exactly. You're so far away, why talk tough? I'm dying of laughter. Can't afford data. Why is it lagging? Yeah, the sound is all choppy. The players jeered and laughed.
Their laughter reached the undead planet millions of light years away without a hitch.
On that planet,
bones were everywhere. The corpses of all kinds of creatures rotted, decayed, and were resurrected.
At the very center,
on a throne identical to what the players had seen, the undead monarch roared in fury, his cries echoing to the heavens.
Wei Yuan, humanity! How utterly detestable!
Pray, you'd better pray that during the Lord competition you don't draw a match here on my turf.
Bang! The transmitter retrieved from Eurus was crushed directly by Wei Yuan. I never expected Eurus to be colluding with the undead. The Nether Galaxy governed by the undead is also one of the locations for the Lord's competition. 7 competition points will be drawn from 400 galaxies.
If we are unfortunate enough to draw the Nether Galaxy, my clansmen, you must be cautious.
Wei Yuan stood in place reciting lines as if reading a script. The players immediately understood.
All right, Brother Yuan, you don't need to explain.
We get it, we get it. Next time it's bound to be the Nether Galaxy anyway. We all know that.
Just tell us, what's the competition about?
I can't even with this game's planners.
The game itself is so well made, but when it comes to advancing the story they always make our Brother Yuan deliver these lines.
It's only during these dialogues that I feel the immersion breaks. I was having a blast, totally fired up.
Come on, Brother Yuan, just tell us what this competition is all about.
The players crowded around Wei Yuan, clamoring loudly. Ivan, witnessing this, could no longer dwell in his melancholy.
How could these humans speak to Lord Wei Yuan with such casualness?
He was a 9th-level gene warrior after all. Such a flippant attitude. A harmony that made Ivan envious.
He was even curious about how Lord Wei Yuan would respond to these humans whose gene locks had only been unlocked to the 5th level.
They weren't even considered high-level gene warriors yet.
Originally I planned to tell you when the 3-month alliance period was nearing its end.
Wei Yuan's demeanor was gentle, a faint smile gracing his face. Perfect timing. Right after this great battle, it would give the players some motivation to speed up their mining.
Otherwise, when it's time for the competition, they wouldn't even be able to afford equipment from special galaxies.
It's fine for me to be poor. But I can't let my clansmen be poor. I truly am a good lord. Wei Yuan mentally gave himself a thumbs up.
Then he began his speech. This is a mandatory competition for students of the Lord's Academy to graduate. The participants are not the lords themselves but the clansmen under their command.
Each graduate can lead 300 clansmen to compete with the main combat team consisting of 8 members. Besides the team competition, there are also squad events.
The specific rules vary with each edition. Before each competition, the graduates must lead their teams to the Lord's Academy grounds in the Central Galaxy awaiting the Academy Dean's draw of the competition galaxies. 7 matches with a point system. Each match is worth a total of 100 points. A total score of 420 points across the 7 matches is required to pass.
Now my clansmen. Wei Yuan looked at all the players.
The more than 10,000 players were all brimming with excitement.
Is this the moment he picks people?
Ha, isn't this just a perfect dungeon?
Damn, if I get to go, it'll be amazing.
So thrilling, so thrilling. Under the players' expectant gazes,
Wei Yuan smiled and said, currently the only one who has obtained a ticket for the special festival event is the clansman's secret beggar. Who? Which big shot is secret beggar? That's incredible. Damn, I remember.
He's one of the veteran players.
No way.
I heard he got a ticket from a battle against the goblins.
So that special event is following Brother Yuan to the competition. He's going to have the time of his life. Oil Thief's eyes blazed with jealousy. That secret beggar sure has some insane luck. Meanwhile in the crowd, secret beggar puffed out his chest. That's right. It is I. If not for fear of getting beaten, Secret Beggar would have burst into laughter. Bliss. Pure bliss. Out of everyone he was the only one with a ticket to accompany Brother Yuan to the competition. He. Battle settlement. Thanks to player It's Snowing for commanding the entire battle.
Congratulations to player It's Snowing for obtaining a special festival event ticket.
The system's public screen scrolled the announcement. All players could see it. Whoa. You can get tickets from this competition too. Haha, I wonder if I can get one.
I wish I had killed more pirates.
What a shame. And here it comes.
Congratulations to player Starry Sky for killing the most pirates in this battle. Reward 1 special festival event ticket.
Congratulations to player Oil Thief for outstanding performance in this battle.
Reward 1 special festival event ticket. 3 banners were pinned at the top. This caught Oil Thief, who had been spewing sour grapes moments before, completely off guard. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh.
Crazy. I thought I'd lost my chance. Oil Thief wiped away a tear. The game planners do know what's right. Wah.
I took such huge risks and did such grueling work this time. I know Starry Sky, she took out a lot of enemies in the rear.
But what did Oil Thief do? A new player asked in confusion.
Oil Thief jumped up and shouted, "How dare you question the game's algorithm?
You're going against the heavens."
While you were all having fun dismantling mechs, I was busy squeezing the venom out of that octopus doctor. Otherwise, where do you think Starry Sky got all that venom?
Oil Thief yelled.
Don't these new players ever watch the videos I post?
They only know about Secret Beggar, not even knowing the name Oil Thief. Damn it.
From now on, when I make guides and videos, I'll make sure to portray myself as noble and grand.
Oil Thief held his head high, standing ramrod straight.
Congratulations to all players for completing the mission to intercept the space pirates. Gold coins are now being distributed based on performance.
First place, It's Snowing.
Reward 100,000,000 gold coins, 1 set of gene unlocking potions for levels 15, the right to exchange for 3 types of interstellar genes from the system shop, and 1 flagship.
Second place, Oil Thief.
Reward 80,000,000 gold coins, 1 set of gene unlocking potions for levels 4 and 5, 1 blue ring giant octopus gene from the Interstellar, and the right to exchange for 1 type of interstellar gene from the shop.
Third place, Starry Sky.
Reward 50,000,000 gold coins, 1 set of gene unlocking potions for levels 4 and 5, and the right to exchange for 1 type of interstellar gene from the shop. The system settled accounts for each player according to their battle performance.
The players celebrated, calculating their earnings. Damn, Sister Shui, your reward is a flagship. Oh my god. Wind on the bot let out an envious scream. It's Snowing glanced at him. What's there to get so worked up about? She was now utterly exhausted, having expended too much mental energy during the battle.
But this wasn't the time to celebrate.
It's Snowing opened the all-channel mic again.
Attention all players, even though the system rewards have been distributed, the battlefield still needs to be cleaned up. The spoils of war are waiting for you to claim them.
Pack up all the pirates' warships and mechs. Who? Cheers rose in waves. Ivan the elf stared in utter disbelief. Is this what humans are like? Anne Molina, hiding in the distance, drew in a sharp breath.
Her livestream was still running. While the players were wildly looting the spoils, the Alliance's star network exploded. All trending hashtags were flooded with the words human race and humanity. It was strange.
Too strange.
The high-level gene warriors of the human race were getting along so harmoniously with the ordinary gene warriors. There was no hierarchy, no survival of the fittest.
Smiles adorned everyone's faces.
They even dared to joke around with Lord Wei Yuan. Now no one in the Alliance cared whether Wei Yuan was a level 9 or where he had obtained the level 9 gene potion.
The Elven Queen's earlier fury had transformed into unease.
The human race had not been crushed into decline.
They must have been developing in secret.
Even now the human race's stronghold had not been connected to the outside world. Even the starships transporting resources could only dock at intermediate stations, waiting for human warriors to receive them. No race had managed to infiltrate us, thus the high-ranking officials of the myriad races still knew nothing about the internal state of the human race.
When Wei Yuan finally emerged, they eagerly sought to pry into his secrets. Some ruthless high-ranking officials had even made covert attempts on Wei Yuan's life. Yet not only did Wei Yuan survive, but he also successfully ascended to level 9.
These self-proclaimed omniscient Alliance leaders, the controllers of the myriad races, did not even know when or where Wei Yuan had obtained the level 9 gene unlock potion. And these clansmen of Wei Yuan, when and how had they traveled from the human race's stronghold to the blue star where Wei Yuan resided? Why had they received no news at all? Were those spies the ones planted in the desolate star system where the human race now lived, all useless? All of them were useless. The Elven Queen tightened her grip on her scepter. Enuelina was also useless, and so were those dark elves. All of them were useless. Enuelina, why haven't you shut down that damned livestream yet? You've thrown away all the dignity of our light elves. The Elven Queen roared for the first time. Enuelina received her voice message and shuddered. Only then did she realize that she had been broadcasting live the entire time. She suddenly recalled the things she had done during the battle, pushing Ivan forward to block the attacks fleeing at the start of the fight. These actions. Had they all been seen? Had all the races in the galaxy witnessed them? Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Enuelina tremblingly shut down the livestream. Her voice tinged with tears, she asked the Elven Queen, "My queen, what should I do? You did something stupid and you still have the nerve to ask me." The Elven Queen snorted coldly. "Bring Ivan back and don't linger with the human race, you fool. In a while it would be time for the Lord's graduation term." The human race was indeed hard to deal with. It seemed she would have to visit the old principal of the Lord Academy. The Netherworld galaxy must become one of the tournament's arenas. She wanted to see just how many tricks the human race had left. Watching the players cheer and celebrate, Wei Yuan felt exhausted. Those guys had boundless energy, but he didn't have a button to shut off his 5 senses. He needed to go back and rest. Just as Wei Yuan was about to return to Blue Star, his communicator vibrated wildly. Phone Yushing Amilo Zua. Scanning the list, Wei Yuan opened the old principal's communication. The old principal said, "Wei Yuan, the Elven Queen contacted me. Wei Yuan asked, she wants you to rig the game." The old principal replied, "Yes, she wants you to go to the Netherworld galaxy." I knew it. A smile curled at the corner of Wei Yuan's lips. His mood improved. This elven race had been rotten ever since their world tree was destroyed. Well, no. Wasn't this just rot from the roots? Wei Yuan said, "Oh dear old principal, look at you. The elven race is a major clan and their queen personally came to you. Won't you do her a favor and rig the game?" The old principal replied. "Speak properly." Wei Yuan said, "The Star Alliance has been around for so many years. Haven't these rulers of the myriad races been secretly interfering with the Lord Academy?" Wei Yuan continued, "As I recall, according to your unspoken rules, they can designate 3 star systems." The old principal said, "The old skeleton of the undead race is no pushover." Wei Yuan said, "Mum, I know. If he were a pushover, how would he dare to steal the remains of our human ancestors?" The old principal replied, "I understand." Inside the Lord Academy, after ending the communication, the old principal sighed. Indeed, this child had never done so much to become a leader. He was here for revenge for the human race. It was strange though. With such formidable talent, having reached level 9 without the Academy's help, he must have relied on the human race's legacy. Then, why hadn't he sought revenge earlier? The old principal rubbed his eyes, feeling weary. But while watching the livestream earlier, he thought he saw those humans appearing endlessly. The old principal frowned. Wei Yuan was becoming more and more mysterious. Back when the child was in school, he could at least be understood. Now, scanned the video from Enuelina's previous livestream. Are those humans appearing repeatedly? Although the myriad races look different from one another, making humans seem similar in appearance, the constant reappearance of the same humans would still raise suspicion. Because they were too alike. As virtual avatar appeared beside every Alliance high-ranking official who harbored doubts. Scan complete. No repetitions. The video Enuelina had uploaded was still a bit far from the players. Host players are appearing repeatedly and being detected. The system suddenly popped up with a warning. "You old fogies, your observational skills are really impressive," Wei Yuan remarked with a click of his tongue. The player's power hadn't fully grown yet. He still needed to lie low for a while. All players offline update in progress. This game has added a new skin selection page with hundreds of skins available for each player. The game has also introduced exquisite appearances like collector's skins and legendary skins. Please check them out. Earth. Every time I log off, it feels like I've traveled through time. It's so disorienting. The oil-stealing woman removed the tubes connecting her to the gamepod and crawled out. She turned on her computer and started the live broadcast. Her streaming room had been closed during the game. Now she abruptly began broadcasting. She initially thought there wouldn't be many viewers, but to her surprise, as soon as she showed her face, the number of viewers began to grow exponentially. In just a few seconds there were thousands of people. What the heck, who bought me zombie fans? The oil-stealing woman's face appeared on the livestream, startled by the sudden popularity. Haha, streamer, don't be so funny. Many players logged off saying the big battle was over, so we came to see if you'd come back to explain. Yes, I've watched all the videos circulating outside. It's boring. We're just waiting for you to explain. The oil-stealing woman chuckled. So you've watched it all and found it boring? I'll upload the battle video shortly, but first let me answer some questions from fans. Later as usual I'll talk about the game's story, background and strategies. Earlier a fan asked if the virtual reality technology in this game is really that good. I can only say one word: absolutely. The virtual reality technology in this game can basically be said to completely surpass all other VR games currently available, with no sense of dizziness at all. To be honest, there are some uncomfortable aspects. At least every time I log off and back on I feel a sense of time travel. The oil-stealing woman laughed at this point. Also, the body in the game is so much stronger than the body in the real world. I must say, after getting used to that body I feel heavy all over when I come back. Sometimes I can't help but want to go for a run, lift some weights and exercise properly. In the game I mine, chop trees and kill monsters every day. Honestly, it's very enjoyable, and after turning off pain perception, doing these things brings a kind of simple joy. Fans also asked about the game's official matters like the gamepad and currency exchange issues. To be honest, I'm not sure, but I can guess a little. The gamepad has a usage time. I wonder if everyone remembers that. As she spoke, the oil-stealing woman directed the livestream camera at the gamepad. It was clear that the nutrient fluid level had noticeably decreased. This nutrient fluid should be purchased from the official source. I feel like they're about to open a microtransaction channel. Moreover, skins are now available for use. Alright, back to the main topic. Let me tell you about my battle, and I'll also outline the world background and main storyline as I... The oil-stealing woman played all the recorded videos from inside the game. The opening scene featured several tall mechas. The BT series mechas were not inferior to the Wei Yuan in appearance. While their shapes were not as elongated and agile as the Wei Yuan, they were extremely large and exuded a powerful sense of combat, captivating the viewers. So cool. This mecha is really handsome. As the comments flew by, the footage began to move, all recorded by the oil-stealing woman. As a result, viewers felt an immersive experience. From discovering Clark and the Little Mermaid to the players following Wei Yuan into the pirate ship. They killed the squid aliens of the inspection team. Finally, a loud cannon sound woke the viewers up, and in an instant the comments flooded in. My god, this is just like a movie, wow. Hahaha, what did I just see? A sponge person. This interstellar setting is so interesting. Other players' footage is all from inside the flagship. Streamer, you truly didn't let me down. The viewers followed the oil-stealing woman's perspective from the start to the appearance of the skeletal throne. Although I've seen the skeletal throne countless times in videos from other players, every time I see it I feel so shocked. Every time I look at it I feel so astonished. Congratulations host for completing the extra task: exterminating the squid pirate group. Task rewards: level 4 gene unlocking potion, level 5 gene unlocking potion, level 6 gene unlocking potion, high quality squid alien genes, high quality blue ring giant octopus genes, high quality abyss catfish genes. Level 9 mecha processing factory, level 6 weapon manufacturing factory, level 6 material processing factory, level 6 intelligent training ground. 80 types of mineral charts from Blue Star. Players were cleaning up the battlefield. Wei Yuan was here to collect the rewards. When he saw the more than 400 genes from various races, he felt he had struck gold. To his surprise, the next second the system rewarded him with a level 9 mecha manufacturing factory. Wei Yuan's breathing became heavier. Good stuff. This is the real deal. He swallowed hard. System, that's impressive. In the Interstellar Alliance, one of the hallmarks of becoming a major race is being able to manufacture weapons within one's own race. Wei Yuan had not yet thought about exploiting resources from the original owner's race. The human race in this world is quite tragic. Wei Yuan shook his head inside, casting aside his previous thoughts. He decided to check the system rewards first. The level 9 mecha processing factory has complete equipment capable of providing Wei Yuan and the players with the ability to manufacture mechas together. The remaining weapon manufacturing would also allow Wei Yuan to avoid the troubles caused by purchasing weapons from elsewhere. Speaking of this, Wei Yuan remembered the pink-haired junior. TSK. The junior who cannot take charge. Even if she could sell him a weapon once, there's no guarantee she could keep supplying him weapons. At the very least, if those major races exerted pressure, the Treyant race would probably not dare to associate with him. Even if the junior wanted to help him, she would be powerless. Thinking of this, Wei Yuan immediately cast aside Amilo and continued to check the system rewards. The material processing factory can refine minerals into raw materials, which is quite good. It also came with a mineral chart from Blue Star. The system is really meticulous. Good. Wei Yuan couldn't help but smile broadly. Finally, what made Wei Yuan the most satisfied was this level 6 intelligent training ground. Players could choose any current interstellar star system environment for training. Inside players just need to input their weapon and mecha data and the system will automatically simulate it.
This is a premium item. Most races really don't have this.
The system even waved its hand and arranged a level 6 training ground for him. Congratulations host for completing the task. Please be prepared to summon the task upgrade. Please summon 100,000 players within 24 hours and within 10 days select players to lead to the Lord Academy.
100,000. Hahaha, now it's my turn to shine.
As expected after the third closed beta they started gradually opening up the slots. 100,000 accounts. I refuse to believe I can't snag one.
This game company is really rolling in it.
Before with 10,000 players each getting a game pod I thought that was already extravagant.
Now they're releasing 100,000. Game pods cost nothing. Actually the RD might be the expensive part. Once it's developed it's just the materials right. Materials aren't cheap either, you know. They're loaded yet they've never made a name for themselves before. Players signed up on the official website and then started chatting in the group. As long as we have fun, right? The streamer 2 Yupo already said.
Eventually the nutrient solution will cost money and so will the skins.
I'm broke but I really want to play this game.
Once the game allows in-app purchases with so many players we can just earn money in-game and sell it to the rich folks at a discount.
Just like the old game A Chinese Odyssey, we might even make some cash in-game.
The netizens were buzzing with excitement.
Xia Shuela back from the battlefield and resting wore a bathrobe while handling the backlog of company documents.
Her slender fingers pressed against her temples as she occasionally glanced at the computer. The special assistant was astonished. The CEO had been saying she was busy with personal matters but he never expected it was playing games. He glanced at Jiang Shuer's computer screen amidst the mountain of work tasks. The most prominent and eye-catching window was the game group chat.
The CEO actually played games too.
And she'd been at it for days.
Geniuses really do balance work and play.
The assistant's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden phone call.
He immediately went to answer. CEO, it's Chairman Zhang of Mayan Group.
Jiang Shuer paused her work without looking up, reaching out her hand.
Uncle Zhang, what's the matter?
Shuer, it's about a project under your Zhang Group. Before Chairman Zhang could finish, Jiang Shuer cut him off.
Uncle, I'm very tight on time.
Have Zhang Tao talk to me later.
Oh.
Have Zhang Tao talk to you.
Alright, they'll go find him right away.
The voice on the other end carried 9 parts of excitement and 1 part of curiosity. Since Jiang Shuer took over, the Zhang Group had grown rapidly, far surpassing the Mayan Group.
Moreover, Jiang Shuer was known for caring only about profits, not old ties. So Zhang Tao's father was very nervous.
A friend had once been rejected by Jiang Shuer and he feared the same.
But she did answer the call.
Yet her words left Zhang Tao's father utterly confused.
What did she mean by busy?
And asking Zhang Tao to contact her. Could it be that his good-for-nothing idle son had caught Jiang Shuer's eye?
Exactly.
His younger son was a mess, but he did have a decent face.
If he could marry into the Zhang family and be Jiang Shuer's supportive husband, it would surely bring some favor to the Mayan Group. TSK. That brat finally has some news. Feng Shui Pippi finished the game and returned to reality, eyes vacant.
Sister Shui was way too amazing.
How could she be so amazing?
She excelled at studying since childhood and now she even crushed him at gaming.
Completely inhuman.
He couldn't match the strength of Tuyupat and the others, and now he couldn't even keep up with Jiang Shuer, who just started playing. Could it be that the 100,000 new players would all surpass him?
No way, I must get a spot in the Lord Academy. That world is way more interesting than this one. No wonder everyone loves gaming. Just as Feng Shui Pippi, Zhang Tao was sighing, his phone, which had been lying on the bedside untouched, suddenly vibrated. Ha! He opened the phone and saw 2 words: father. At the sight, Feng Shui Pippi couldn't help but take a deep breath.
Some wealthy families have open-minded parents who support their children's hobbies and care for them.
But other families, any flaw in their children is seen as a disgrace. Unfortunately, Feng Shui Pippi's family was the latter.
Because of his rebellious ways, he had long been disdained by Chairman Zhang, who only gave him a monthly allowance with little attention. In fact, he received fewer than 10 calls a year, and 9 of those were Chairman Zhang scolding him for scandals or embarrassing the family. So seeing the call, Feng Shui Pippi felt a bit resistant.
He answered, "Hey old man. I mean Dad, what's up?" Feng Shui Pippi's eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down.
Damn, playing too long in the game had made his mouth run wild. Though he thought old man in his mind, he couldn't say it out loud. He straightened his back, fearing his father's wrath. But luckily the other party seemed in a good mood today.
"I just wanted to talk to you about something."
"Are you close with Jiang Shuer?"
Chairman Zhang asked gently.
Today I mentioned a project of ours and she said to have you talk to her.
Oh, Sister Shui. No problem, Dad. Tell me about it. Feng Shui Pippi suddenly felt bold.
If his father had asked him to discuss a project with anyone else, he'd be useless. But with Sister Shui he had no fear. Hearing his younger son's confident tone, Chairman Zhang was certain. Good grief. All these years he thought he'd raised a useless son, but the kid had quietly pulled off something big.
Alright, I'll send you the project proposal later.
Talk it over with Schwer and put in a good word for our family.
Oh, by the way, are you short on money? Want me to send you some more?
Feng Shui Pippi's eyes lit up. He'd need to buy skins and nutrient solution in the game, lots of expenses. He never expected his dad to be so generous.
Yes, thank you, Dad.
Feng Shui Pippi hung up cheerfully and quickly contacted Zhang Schwer.
Game group chat. Feng Shui Pippi, Xia Shuela, Sister Shui, get online.
Xia Shuela, hold on, handling some documents.
I won't be online today. Come to my company this afternoon and have dinner with me.
For this summoning of 100,000 players, let Yutonzi handle the selection.
Exclude those who've been clamoring online about false advertising for our game.
Now Wei Yuan had truly risen. He was no longer the timid soul who had once cowered while summoning just 30 players. Received leaving this matter to the system was far more convenient than doing it himself.
Wei Yuan hummed a tune lying on his bed.
What a pity. If the players hadn't logged off to rest after cleaning up the battlefield, he would have had Ito Adabi grill a few skewers for him. He smacked his lips. There was truly no flavor in his mouth.
No.
Next time before the players log off, he absolutely had to make them prepare some food for him before they left.
Beep beep beep, the special alert tone of the communicator rang out. Wei Yuan abruptly sat up straight.
With a solemn expression he opened the communicator. The words clan leader appeared before him.
Thump thump thump.
His heartbeat accelerated. In this world the human race's experiences before leaving Blue Star were similar to Earth's humanity, yet not entirely the same. Ever since he had transmigrated into the original owner's body, he had rarely contacted the human race. This was as they had instructed when sending him out, unless a matter of life and death arose. Otherwise he was not to reach out. Now the clan leader had personally called him.
Wei Yuan took a deep breath.
He must have seen that live broadcast across the entire alliance. If the clan leader inquired, he truly wouldn't know how to bluff his way through. To outsiders he could spout any nonsense, claiming the players were all selected from the human race and that their non-reappearance was merely a matter of resemblance. But facing true humans, the lie would crumble on its own. Beep beep beep, the alert persisted. The elder clan leader had initiated a video call directly. It carried an air that he wouldn't relent until the call was answered.
Wei Yuan pressed the accept button. An aged figure appeared before him.
The old clan leader's body was stooped, his long hair pure white. Only his eyes shone with startling brilliance. As soon as the video connected, his face flushed with excitement, even bordering on elation.
Wei Yuan.
Ha ha, good lad, cough cough. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. The old clan leader appeared ethereal and otherworldly, but his personality was utterly at odds with his appearance. He even strode over to Wei Yuan and clapped him vigorously on the shoulder.
Clan leader. Wei Yuan was a bit bewildered.
After the old clan leader's coughing subsided, his expression softened and he looked at Wei Yuan with a beaming smile.
Your principal has already told me.
You plan to head to the Netherworld Galaxy, correct?
Wei Yuan nodded. Your parents' remains may not necessarily be in the Netherworld Galaxy.
That battle back then was too chaotic. The old clan leader shook his head as he spoke, reluctant to recall that failed war.
To be honest, I don't really advise you to go to the Netherworld Galaxy.
Since you were born from a frozen embryo, your parents likely hold no emotional significance for you. The old clan leader coughed twice. Even if you find their remains, it's useless. All remains are under the control of the undead clan leader. Even if they wish to return to the human race, that old bones wouldn't agree. The old clan leader frowned, recalling the old bones he had seen during the live broadcast. The undead clan leader held absolute dominion over the entire undead clan. Thus, even if human skeletons were resurrected with their past memories, they were still controlled by the old bones at the soul level.
Moreover, don't you already have those clansmen now?
The old clan leader's eyes lit up again.
He dared not even ask directly during the projected call.
But the uncontrollable twitch of his lips told Wei Yuan that the old clan leader must have misunderstood something.
A stroke of inspiration struck Wei Yuan and he instantly knew how to bluff his way out. It's precisely because I now have those clansmen that I dare to head to the Netherworld Galaxy.
Wei Yuan revealed an inscrutable smile. In truth, he had no idea what the old clan leader thought the players were. But judging by the old man's excitement, he must have filled in the gaps with his own imagination and rationalized it.
Ha ha ha, indeed you have them, you have them.
The old clan leader rubbed his hands together in excitement.
Do you need the clan to provide gene unlocking potions?
If it's them, should we prepare up to level 8 directly? The old clan leader asked softly, speaking of them with a hint of reverence.
Wei Yuan shook his head. No need.
The clan's resources are scarce now, and you know the Alliance's current gene unlocking potions. Besides, the clan's resources are already strained.
With them here, neither technological warfare nor close combat is a problem. Oh right. Clan leader, I need you to arrange for a few ancient martial arts masters to come.
The old clan leader nodded, further confirming the suspicion in his heart.
Alright, they'll send someone in a few days. Don't worry. After ending the communication, Wei Yuan immediately had Tonzi hack into the old clan leader's smart terminal.
The feed from there synced over. Wei Yuan lay on his bed watching the screen as the old clan leader, after ending the call, paced in excitement, slapping his hands together. Ha 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 ha, truly heaven favors our human race, heaven favors our human race. I said our race wasn't destined to perish.
Excellent, truly excellent. This child Wei Yuan is truly remarkable, truly remarkable.
Quietly he's accomplished such a great deed. I knew it, those wastes in the Alliance understand nothing of technology. They pick up scraps from others, studying our techniques into a mess, and still dare to covet our ancestors' genes. This child Wei Yuan went to the Star Alliance indeed for our ancestors' genes. I never expected he actually succeeded in researching them. But I still need to remind him to alter the ancestors' appearances. The old clan leader paced in place for a moment, then stopped. He feared that contacting Wei Yuan again might be monitored. So frowning slightly, he muttered to himself, those old outsiders probably can't recognize human faces, but I still need to remind this little one Wei Yuan. With his intelligence he should understand.
Wei Yuan was stunned. What did this mean? What did the old clan leader mean? What did he mean by the ancestors' genes? Unknowingly Wei Yuan had risen to his feet.
Just then a call from Earth rang within the system. Host Zhang Shuer is calling. The system's voice snapped Wei Yuan back to reality. Meanwhile on Earth, Zhang Tao and Zhang Shuer sat together. In the bustling company cafeteria, employees occasionally glanced at Zhang Tao in shock. Gulp. Feng Shui Pai Pai had lost count of how many glasses of water he had drunk. Sister Shui, you didn't call me here for the collaboration on my dad's project, just for a contact number available on the official website. Feng Shui Pai Pai blinked. In the game he could buddy around with Xia Shuela. But offline, facing the stern Zhang Shuer as she dialed, he felt a bit intimidated. Your family can't handle that project, your qualifications fall short. Tell your dad it's a no-go for collaboration. But I can give him that small project he wanted before, provided the price is reduced by 7%. Zhang Shuer tapped the table with one hand, her gaze fixed on the phone on the surface. Yet her words made Feng Shui Pai Pai feel a tightness in his skin. Sister Shui, you don't have to consider my face. Zhang Shuer lifted her head and shot him a disdainful look. Do you have any face with me? That small project. Our previous partner can't even clean up their own mess, their mistress made a scene in public. They're incompetent in work and lack class in life. Collaborating with people like that carries high risks. Xia Shuela only offered this one explanation to Feng Shui Pai Pai before returning her focus to her phone. She watched the dialed number as it suddenly connected. Xia Shuela tensed up, visibly nervous. Feng Shui Pai Pai, seeing her anxiety, felt like saying, this call had already been made by many players. It was useless. It always connected to a robot. Hello. Wei Yuan's voice came through the phone. Hello, is this the official line for Star Human Race? Zhang Shuer's breathing quickened. Yes. I'm the player Xia Shuela, also the CEO of the Zhang Group. Our company is very interested in collaborating with you. May I ask? If Ms. Zhang is interested, you can add my personal contact. Our company setup isn't domestic, so I can't meet in person. Please forgive me. Xia Shuela's heart raced. All right. Before the call even ended, a text from the game's official had already arrived. Feng Shui Pai Pai's eyes widened. No way. Sister Shui, others called before, but why did they get a robot while you got a real person? Is it just today that it's connectable? After shouting, Feng Shui Pai Pai pulled out his phone and dialed. But the moment it connected, a calm, flat electronic voice answered. Hello, Star Human Race Customer Service is at your service. How may I assist you? Feng Shui Pai Pai, I'd like to discuss collaboration with your company. May I ask what your issue is? Feng Shui Pai Pai, I want to get a contact from your official staff. May I ask what your issue is? May I ask if you have an issue?
Feng Shui Pai Pai abruptly hung up. Damn. Sister Shui, that robot insulted me, ha ha. Xia Shuela was in a great mood. When dealing with such a massive company, they do background checks beforehand. Otherwise, how could they be efficient? It would be absurd to take everyone's calls. Mentioning the game company Star Human Race perked Feng Shui Pai Pai right up. Sister Shui, you have to admit this game company is incredibly generous and bold, he said. They give away tens of thousands of gaming pods without a second thought. At first with just over 100 people I could understand, but now it's 100,000. That was 100,000, not 10. The technology in those pods was far from ordinary. And they haven't charged a single cent yet, but they're giving out that many pods. Though Xia Shuela was puzzled as a businesswoman, she didn't believe anyone would run a charity, especially a game company. Starting a company is about making money. This game company's tech level is terrifying, so it's safe to assume they have deep pockets. There's only one reason they give away so many pods. Xia Shuela raised a finger. They have ample funds, sparing no expense to push this game globally. Their net is just bigger, cast over a longer period. When it's time to reel in, the profits might only be described as terrifying. If they suddenly launched high-priced pods, players might refuse to play due to the cost. With financial backing, they could give away pods for free first, then recoup the money through other means later. The more Xia Shuela thought about it, the more formidable she found this game company. Feng Shui Pai Pai, however, propped his chin on his hand and gazed at her. He thought to himself, Sister Shui clearly doesn't read novels. How could there be only one possibility? There was obviously another. That this game wasn't a game at all, it was a mass isekai event disguised as a game. And they were the glorious Fourth Calamity. Feng Shui Pai Pai didn't usually play games, but he read novels. Thinking that Sister Shui's imagination wasn't as vivid as his, he chuckled. Finish your meal and head back. I have a mountain of work to handle. Having secured the official's contact, Xia Shuela left with a smile. Back with Wei Yuan. He had accepted the friend request from Xia Shuela. Hosts in summoning can be forced. Why do you bother with the pretense? That's humanity for you, Tongzi. You wouldn't understand. The Fourth Calamity needed the summoned to believe they were playing it. Only then could they maintain an eternal fearlessness in their mindset. And the joy of gaming, could anything else compare? He had to make the players believe this was a game. And now he had an ally for operations that were hard to execute on Earth. Xia Shuela, hello. Xia Shuela, I'm Jiang Shuer of the Jiang Group. Xia Shuela, your company's research level is astonishing. Our Jiang Group only wishes to discuss an agency partnership. Do you have time to chat? Xia Shuela, I couldn't find any registration records for your company on domestic sites. So your servers are set up abroad, right? Xia Shuela, the game's details are flawless and the scenes are brutally realistic. Xia Shuela, is it because domestic regulations are too strict that you launched overseas? Xia Shuela, currently all players are from our Huaxia. If you want to open a monetization channel, you'll need a domestic agency. I believe our Jiang Group is fully capable. Please consider it. The smarter a person is, the more they trust their own deductions. Logging in, logging in, logging in. Time to work, time to work. I'm exhausted. I went back to report to my family that I'm safe, and then I returned. Hey, I disappeared for a whole week and no one even contacted me. I logged off, had a bowl of noodles and came back. When I went back, I felt so heavy that I almost wanted to go to a construction site to move bricks and get some exercise. Players crawled out of their hibernation pods in groups of 2s and 3s. At that moment, Wei Yuan, just like when he had tricked the previous batch of players, went over to recite the script to the new 100,000 players. The veteran players who had just gotten up from their pods mischievously scurried to a corner, laughing as they watched the newcomers' astonished expressions. Once Brother Yuan finishes his lines, well, go spread the word, got it. We need to recruit people who know some cooking, said he to Adabi, to Krakra and the others. Alice and the Little Mermaid were also there. This group was exactly the one that had tricked Alice before. Got it, got it. Our Culinary God Alliance will definitely spread delicious food across the entire universe. Alice raised her hand and shouted. Ito Adabi, teacher, keep your voice down. Brother Yuan is reciting his lines. Alice's small face instantly flushed bright red, but she still nodded obediently. She knew her students would definitely make a profit. But she never expected that with only an investment of 200,000 star coins, Ito Adabi and the others had brought her back several 5th grade mechas. Although they weren't branded mechas, they were still made from genuine 5th grade materials. When she had the time to take them to auction, they would sell for at least 500,000 or 600,000. No wonder they said war makes money. Alice's eyes sparkled. She had already made up her mind to stick with Ito Adabi and the others. He. To spread delicious food across the entire universe.
Alice was overjoyed thinking about the endless supply of good food to come. The Little Mermaid on the other hand had even greater confusion in her big eyes. Why were such powerful gene warriors like Uncle Crocker choosing to become chefs? The Little Mermaid recalled the chefs in her own clan. Only the low-level clansmen who couldn't advance would choose to become chefs. And wasn't it just a matter of cleaning the ingredients and plating them? The Little Mermaid truly found it hard to understand. Besides, the Alliance had already produced so many delicious nutrient solutions. Who needs chefs? Alliances like Itoa Davies had already appeared by the dozens in a short time.
Alliances like Wardrobe Home Hunter Alliance Game Extravaganza. Countless alliances were waiting for these eager new players to join. Secret Beggar Tuyupo, what are you doing? Everyone's grabbing new players, aren't you coming? Secret Beggar, our alliance needs to grow, we can't do it without enough people. We have to be the biggest alliance in the whole game. Tuyupo, hahaha, you'll never guess what I'm doing. Tuyupo, brother Yuan gave me a mission. That dark elf's mecha is broken. The elf girl who was with him took all the energy and ran. After we logged off, no one was taking care of him. I'm leading some people back to Blue Star now. Tuyupo, you have no idea. When I got there, that dark elf was lying on the ground utterly hopeless, like he'd been abandoned by the whole world. Tuyupo, I even took a picture. Look. Tuyupo image. JPG. In the picture, Aphan was lying face up on the mud, his eyes dark and hollow. Beside him, the dark elf mecha was severely damaged. Secret Beggar, wow, looks like something happened after we left. Makabaka, an incident. There's gossip. I want to hear it. Shinchan 1. Tuyupo, you guys are so nosy, haha. The spacecraft they had stolen from the pirates rattled and clanked as it flew. Tuyupo glanced back at the dirty dark elf curled up in the corner. Tuyupo, he only told me that the female elf named Inualina took all the energy. But I remember his mecha was fine before we logged off. Makabaka, you mean Inualina destroyed his mecha to leave him here to die? Shinchan, no, Inualina isn't as high level as he is. Tuyupo, isn't it easy to guess? Inualina probably used some trick to make him willingly give her all his energy and weapons. Tuyupo, then when everyone was about to set off, she blasted him and blew up his mecha. Secret Beggar, why gossip so much? Once Tuyupo brings him back, well, just ask him directly. He's an NPC anyway, hell, tell us the story when the plot demands it. Secret Beggar, the real problem now is that everyone's fighting over new players. The few of us can't recruit any newcomers. Tuyupo, no worries. He'll handle it when the time comes. Makabaka, hell, handle making a fool of himself. Ha ha ha. Tuyupo, get lost, get lost. Shinchan 6. Aphan could see the smile on Tuyupo's lips from the corner of his eye. He had felt Tuyupo's gaze just now. This human. He must be curious about why I'm in such a sorry state. He gasped weakly. His entire body ached terribly. He never expected the queen would treat him like this. He never expected that his closest kin would want to kill him to silence him, and that the one who turned back to save him would be the humans he had secretly targeted. Is he taking me to Blue Star? Aphan gasped and closed his eyes. The liquid in the medical pod was warm and moist. Aphan closed his eyes and breathed slowly. So warm. It felt like being wrapped inside the mother tree after she revived. Mother. I told you to come back quickly. Now all the new players are taken. What's the rush? It's not like people can only join one alliance. Who am I? I'm a famous streamer with millions of fans across the entire network. Haha, as soon as I raise my hand, thousands will flock to me. Hey, that hurts. Shinchan, be gentle. Beat him. You came back early but didn't bother to promote us, you went straight to the snack street to buy food. That's so like you, Tuyupo. So noisy. Aphan frowned inside the glass pod. In the warm liquid his jet-black long hair swayed with the ripples. As the noise outside grew louder. Inside the medical pod, the pale-skinned dark elf suddenly opened his eyes wide. In that instant he locked eyes with Tuyupo, who was being pinned to the ground. Whoa, holy crap. Tuyupo let out a deafening yell. It startled Secret Beggar and Makabaka, who were on top of him. Aphan also flinched inside the medical pod. Tuyupo, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Makabaka clutched her racing heart and cursed. Good thing they were playing a game. If this had been her real self, she would have fainted from the shock. Tuyupo got up from the ground and grinned at Aphan in the medical pod. That guy scared me, man. This medical pod while treating is like being pickled in formaldehyde. The moment he opened his eyes, I instantly imagined a zombie apocalypse. Tuyupo was also quite shaken.
He had almost thought it was a corpse coming back to life.
Your body has recovered to 80. The remaining 20 will take half an hour to repair. Would you like to exit? Exit.
Ethan answered telepathically inside the medical pod.
Thank you for using the human medical pod. Have a pleasant day. So this is human technology.
The treatment liquid inside the pod was rapidly drained, and as the pod opened, Ethan realized that even the hidden injuries in his body had been healed. Unlike Ethan's face full of excitement, Tuyupo, who had just rushed to the instrument panel and saw the fee to be paid, immediately grabbed the soft flesh of his cheeks.
Ah. Didn't you say you weren't badly hurt?
Why did it deduct over 170,000 gold coins from me?
Seeing the cost of this treatment, Tuyupo let out a piercing shriek.
Ethan looked confused, tilting his head to watch Tuyupo, who seemed to have gone mad.
Tuyupo had already been charged. Right now he was hopping up and down on the medical payment machine like a monkey. That was my hard-earned money. Hard-earned money. Give it back. Give me back my hard-earned money.
Do you know how many trees I had to cut down to get this little bit of gold coins?
This is outrageous. Enough. Xingqian let out a low growl and grabbed Tuyupo by the collar. Can you not embarrass us in front of the alien?
Tuyupo, with tears and snot streaming down his face, instantly straightened up when he heard Xingqian's words.
He had almost lost face in front of Ethan.
He rubbed his face and signaled Xingqian to put him down.
Hey Ethan, we were just messing around. Brother Yuan told us to show you around Blue Star first. Ethan nodded.
His eyes swept over the players.
Level 3. Back on the Warzone planet, he remembered everyone he saw was at least level 5.
His gaze moved across the players and finally settled back on Tuyupo.
Okay.
He had no energy left. Even if no one was taking care of him, he would have to survive on Blue Star.
Come on, let's take you for a walk first. Tuyupo said with a smile, the moment he stepped out of the medical room. What appeared before Ethan was a vast expanse of forest.
Everywhere was the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of vegetation. As an elf, he naturally preferred nature. Blue Star was still undeveloped, with only one mine so far.
So the entire planet was exceptionally pristine. Ethan didn't even have time to fully appreciate the environment before Tuyupo led him towards the snack street. As soon as they arrived, there was an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Humans were everywhere. Ethan looked at these humans in amazement. So many ordinary humans who hadn't been injected with gene-unlocking serums.
They were also looking at him with great curiosity and novelty. Boss, give me 5 chicken wings brushed with honey and no spice.
Come on, several new shops open today.
I heard there are quite a few chefs among the newcomers.
That Ituadabi kid is really lucky. Ethan followed Tuyupo and the others, eating and drinking all the way. From initially feeling a bit uncomfortable being curiously stared at and pointed at by ordinary humans, to later being conquered by the delicious food and walking around with a full belly, no longer caring how the humans looked at him. It only took Ethan half a day. He simply couldn't understand. Why could humans live together in such harmony? It was simple, unlike any race in the Interstellar Alliance. It was too incredible. And their cooking was really good. Ethan licked the corner of his mouth.
Even though they were all very common ingredients, they tasted so amazing when combined.
Ethan let out a burp.
His communicator kept ringing. It was full of messages from the humans he had added today. This was the first time he had been so popular.
Buddy had your fill. Tuyupo grinned. We've got something good to share with you. Want a taste? Ethan nodded. Tuyupo cheerfully brought out a few bottles of the players' homemade wine.
He ordered a few plates of peanuts and cold dishes and led Ethan to a corner of the barbecue stall. After a few rounds, Ethan's face was flushed red and his eyes looked a bit dazed.
Secret Beggar Makabaka and Xingqian exchanged glances.
Then Secret Beggar spoke first. Ethan, the truth is, from the first moment we saw you, we felt you were a good elf.
A good elf like you with such great strength, how could you let an Inualina harm you?
We know the Dark Elves have a rough time among the elves, but we never thought an Inualina who isn't even as high level as you would dare.
Hey brother. The four of them took turns plying Ethan with drinks.
After a few glasses of wine, the grievances he had planned to forget suddenly burst forth under the concerned questioning of Tuyupo and the others. Tears streamed down Ethan's face as he raised his glass with one hand and poured the liquor into his mouth.
Actually, I don't even know why.
Why can't the Queen see the contributions of our Dark Elf clan? Back in the day my talent was unmatched among the elves, but the Queen gave all the resources to Inyedon. Those were the clan's resources. What right did they have to take it all in one go? The children of our Dark Elf clan got nothing.
At Inyedon's graduation match I even had to go. Ugh. I'm dizzy. What I hate most is. I obeyed the queen so well, but she still demanded I give all my energy to Wei Yuan. She wanted me to wait to die on the war zone. Ha ha. Why? What right does she have? Thud. Ethan's head hit the table. He was clearly dead drunk. But even so, he kept mumbling about all the grievances he had suffered over the years. Even players at the nearby tables squeezed in, raising their eyebrows. What's going on? They asked with their eyes. Just digging for info on the elves. Didn't expect this guy to have suffered so much, but hey, he's definitely got the makings of a main character. Hey, this guy actually got drunk. Tuyupo pointed her thumb backward at Ivan. This elf, after just a few cups of wine, hugged the bottle and fell asleep. Tuyupo raised his glass with a grin. The surrounding players also raised their glasses, cheers, bottoms up. In the game, players could truly say that they only die from drinking, never get drunk. So at this moment everyone drank cup after cup, experiencing the pleasure of alcohol numbing the body while the mind remained clear. This guy, he's really pitiful. That's right. If our commander hadn't said he wanted to support the Dark Elves to rise, this branch of the race probably wouldn't have a future. The players weren't fools. This game was all about realism. Everything in the interstellar world happened simultaneously as the players played the game. The most interesting aspect of this game was that the final direction changed based on their choices. If at the very beginning Zyaxwela had said they wanted to send the Dark Elves to power, the players had only regarded it as a game mission. But now, hearing the grievances Ivan spilled out after drinking, everyone felt a bit sympathetic. This guy was really just like the protagonist of a novel suppressed in the early stages. The race he was born into was the lowest ranked branch within the clan. Yet he possessed extremely strong talent, even surpassing the children of the current queen. Such high talent, however, received no support from the clan's resources, simply because he was born into the Dark Elf clan. If the grievances ended there, it would be tolerable. But the queen also made him serve as a subordinate to Nyadon. Being a subordinate to someone of lesser talent was understandably frustrating. But this wasn't enough. The exploitation was endless. To probe Wei Yuan's strength, their queen, knowing full well how dangerous it was, still sent out the Dark Elves, the weakest branch of the elf race. The players even speculated whether those high-level Dark Elf warriors killed by the pirate boss were the only decent advanced gene warriors the Dark Elf clan had. TSK Tisk. Anjong Chitao shook his head. He probably never imagined that their queen didn't even want him to return alive. Tuyupo tossed a few peanuts into his mouth. Exactly. When I went to pick him up, he looked utterly despondent. I saw his mech. If that female elf hadn't had poor aim and missed, he would have died with his mech on the warzone planet. Miserable. He was truly miserable. If the players hadn't made the decision to support the Dark Elves, then Ivan, this unlucky fellow, would have only had the protagonist's background but not the protagonist's future. Although I know this is just a game, I really don't like that elf queen. Tuyupo pouted. Are you going to start a war yourself to fight the elf queen? Makabaka, while eating cold dishes, asked. How could I? Tuyupo opened his smart brain. Look, I'll post a long essay to diss this elf queen. Makabaka, ha, are you crazy? This is a game, are you really that invested? Cyberbullying a boss. You're the first I've seen. Tuyupo, there wasn't any before, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. This game is so realistic in just testing the game's completeness. What do you know? Anjong Chitao, since we're going to cyberbully, what's the use of just posting essays? That and you, Alina, is doing a live stream. Let's also start a live stream, make a video and twist the truth. Anjong Chitao, don't forget, brothers, what I did to make my fortune when I was broke. Makabaka, ha. What did Anjong Chitao do to get rich? Tuyupo, hee, this guy used to run a marketing account. Shingshin 6. When Ivan woke up, the sky was completely dark. But not far away there was still a hubbub of voices. After getting up, Ivan felt his head still a bit dizzy. He had heard that the wine brewed by humans themselves was stronger than what was sold in the interstellar market. Indeed, it was very strong. But the taste was also better than what was sold in space. Suddenly an idea popped into Ivan's mind. If he could sell these fine wines, they would probably sell like hotcakes. He shook his head again. Never mind. The humans had always lived in seclusion, probably not wanting to be disturbed by other races. A strong, overpowering aroma came from the noisy direction. Ivan instinctively lifted his head and sniffed. So fragrant. Gulp, he was drooling. But now he didn't have a single star coin in his hand. Ivan thought to himself that he shouldn't go. But his feet disobeyed and walked toward that direction. By the time he came to his senses, he had already arrived at the snack street. Earlier when he followed Tuyupo and the others, it was just a quick glance.
At that time the main forces were all busy recruiting new players. Now the barbecue stalls were also opening.
Steaming noodle stalls were also set up.
There were stinky tofu fried skewers, grilled cold noodles, fooding meat slices. The players had even made small carts.
The entire street was so lively that it didn't seem like it belonged in the interstellar era. Ivan had never seen so many gene warriors busy with food. He looked around. A long street with humans coming and going in the middle, sampling food everywhere. Most of those humans were ordinary humans.
And the ones cooking on both sides were actually gene warriors.
Ivan's jaw nearly dropped. What was he seeing? Ha! A gene warrior was trying to please an ordinary human. Hey, try this. My fried skewers are super delicious.
Little brother, as long as you join our alliance you can eat all the fried skewers you want.
Don't listen to him. Come check us out. I have the most authentic manhwa beef noodles. I'm from International Zhuang. My ID starts with 1301.
As long as you join our alliance, forget about food, I can make our alliance leader serve you like a beast of burden.
Our alliance leader can be a beast of burden 247.
Our alliance leader can be a beast of burden 247 and willingly.
Being a beast of burden is nothing. Our alliance leader can eat shit. If you come, I'll have our alliance leader perform for you.
Then our alliance leader is even more amazing, he can eat 10 pounds of shit. At that moment a roar came from afar, I can't.
Dabian was dumbfounded.
He just told them to recruit people. How did it turn into someone saying they dared to eat 10 pounds of shit?
Don't I have any face? Dabian ran over quickly.
Looking at the alliance leader of the beef noodle stall, who was also sweating profusely as he came over.
Authentic beef noodles, hahaha, damn, I was wondering how the topic of food turned to shit. It's you indeed. Authentic beef noodles, Dabian. I bow to your superiority, I bow. You're the one who can eat shit, you can. Dabian was sweating profusely.
Damn, he lost because of his ID.
Dabian, stop talking nonsense.
You're a food maker shouting about shit all the time.
The food you make must be unclean. Authentic beef noodles, you're the one who's unclean. Dabian, you're unclean. You're unclean. You're unclean. Slap. The beef noodle side initiated the attack first. A glob of dough was thrown over.
As a third-level gene warrior, his strength was not to be underestimated. The dough flew rapidly through the air.
Dabian quickly dodged. Behind him the barbecue gang also took out skewers. Poke, 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 poke. You threw dough wasting food. And you recycle skewers unhygienic.
The battle between the two sides was about to erupt. Ivan watched the scene, still not understanding why they suddenly started fighting. Then he saw the humans who had been eating and drinking everywhere all crowded around.
Yes, all of them. Within a few seconds hundreds of people had gathered. What's happening? What's going on? Hey, they're fighting. Haha, so lively.
Ivan, dazed, watched these humans who hadn't even reached level 1 swarming over to watch the excitement.
He even wanted to step back. But stuck. He turned his head. Saw a sea of people. What's going on? Is there a fight ahead?
Yes, it said they're arguing about who can eat more shit.
Wow, you really can't let them get too full. Now they're competing over who can eat more poop. What's going on ahead?
A competition to eat poop. They say someone can eat 10 pounds they're eating right now.
Holy shit, that's awesome. I want to go see.
Don't push, let me get to the front to record a video.
Oh my god, it seems there's more than one person. It's an alliance, how rare.
Such a perverted hobby, and they can form an alliance out of it. It's two alliances. It seems they're fighting over who can eat 10 pounds of poop.
Are they fighting over it? Haha, so awesome, I'm going to report it. Dear friends, welcome to Approaching Science.
Why does the sow scream at night? Why can't the octogenarian close her eyes?
Today's strange news: a snack street witnesses two alliances battling all for this.
Ivan widened his eyes watching the humans nearby who had already started talking nonsense.
Shocking. Too shocking. Ivan felt he needed to calm down. This was the human race. Was this the human race that the Alliance had always described as peace-loving, gentle, restrained, and low-key? This couldn't be the same race he had heard about. Hey Ivan, what are you doing here? Toyupo, carrying a huge basket, walked up to Ivan. He even deliberately turned the basket toward Ivan.
Inside it was a huge energy ore.
I woke up and came out for a stroll. What's this? The huge energy ore was almost bending Toyupo's back so he couldn't straighten up. Ha ha ha, how did you know I dug up a king energy ore? I'm just lucky. I've only been mining for a short time.
I just reached out, dug a couple of times and got this huge energy ore.
My fellow miners say this is the king energy ore. You know these guys are just too modest. Toyupo's face was almost splitting from smiling. Cut it. Exchange it with the system. No way. This is the king energy ore. 8 cubic meters.
Toyupo carried it out from the bottom of the mine and paraded it through the streets. He had specifically come carrying the ore because he saw the crowd here. Before Ivan could grasp his intention, he saw the human who had been reporting on the front earlier. At this moment, the human had already set his sights on Toyupo's energy ore.
Dear viewers, we interrupt with breaking news.
In the snack street, another shocking news emerges simultaneously. We have seen a huge energy ore.
That human directly approached Toyupo's side. Wow, the owner of this ore is actually the famous Toyupo. Toyupo's back instantly straightened.
Ivan felt his mind buzzing chaos. He needed to find a place to sit down and calm himself. 300 meters outside the snack street, Alice, Gavin and several other teachers had also gathered here. They were sitting on the ground watching the commotion in the distance. They looked at each other, confusion in their eyes.
Are our students really okay in the head? Maybe this is what real humans are like. Can't figure it out. I can't figure it out either. Alice, Gavin, aren't you familiar with these students? A teacher looked at them.
Alice shook her head. They told me to sit at the kids' table.
Gavin, they said I'm too old to keep up with the trends.
Another figure joined the confused little group.
Ivan sat down.
The teachers squeezed together to make room for him. To be honest, if we just look at their strength, I have no hope that Lord Wei Yuan can become the president.
Gavin looked at the players causing chaos in the distance.
But now I think if Lord Wei Yuan doesn't become president, these humans might run around everywhere and the harm would be worse than the Zerg.
Gavin still couldn't understand why he had so easily lent out his salary back then. Sigh, Ivan sighed. Immediately dozens of sighs sounded. Lord Wei Yuan, isn't he going to control this? Ivan asked.
Alice pointed toward the periphery of the crowd. Ivan looked in the direction she pointed and saw Wei Yuan struggling to make his way through the crowd. Where is the competition to eat poop?
Where? Well. All the same. Ivan only dared to think this.
He looked up and exchanged glances with the other teachers.
Indeed. Everyone thought the same.
Alice covered her mouth and burst out laughing.
Haha, although it's not good, their human race is really fun.
Haha, yes, since coming here I feel that life isn't just about earning star coins.
To be honest, I think so too.
I'm even considering whether to bring my whole family over.
No wonder the older generation always said that humans are really a good race. Now I believe it. Damn.
Who the hell said there's a competition to eat poop inside?
This is pure deception. Wei Yuan struggled out of the crowd again.
These guys had nothing better to do. All players, please note the Lord has issued a new mission.
Please claim it in time. Task 1, construct a level 9 mecha processing plant. Task 2, construct a level 6 weapon manufacturing facility. Task 3, construct a level 6 material processing plant. Task 4, construct a level 6 intelligent training ground. Task details. Construction tasks can be undertaken as a team or individually. The tasks are substantial with generous rewards.
Basic reward 80 gold coins per hour. Advanced reward after completing the daily 3-hour basic tasks. Every extra hour of work can be exchanged for half an hour of training time in the intelligent training ground.
After the system's task announcement appeared,
the players who had been clamoring just moments ago fell silent.
Damn, are we really about to start bricklaying?
A level 9 mecha processing plant.
That's awesome. Haha, does this mean we can build our own mechas now? Wow, isn't this developing a bit too fast?
I feel like just a while ago we were living a primitive life and now we've suddenly advanced to crafting mechas with our own hands.
And it's level 9. Cool, so cool.
Who cares if those idiots actually eat crap?
Tasks. Accept.
According to basic game values, the rewards for team tasks are definitely higher than those for solo tasks. So the new players who had been begging to join alliances just moments ago were now frantically searching the public channel for an alliance to join. Seeing this, Stealing Oil Granny quickly exchanged the enormous energy mine on his back with the system. After converting it into gold coins, he didn't even have time to check how much he got. He rushed to the public channel, opened his mic and started rallying people. Stealing Oil Granny, brothers, I'm stealing oil granny, I'm stealing oil granny.
Stealing Oil Granny, our Burning Legion welcomes all players to join.
I'm not bragging, but right now the strongest players in the entire server are all in our team. As he shouted, he messaged begging in the dark and star in the group chat.
In the group chat. Maka Baka. Am I not worthy? Stealing oil granny fine. Maka baka. Maka baka even angrier.
She stomped her feet in fury.
But in the next second, the Alliance applications for Burning Legion instantly exceeded 99. Maka baka was startled by the constant stream of application notifications ringing in her mind. Maka baka, damn, what's going on? Holy crap, I'm lagging.
The sound of ding 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 ding
rang wildly in the minds of the wandering quartet. Stealing oil granny, haha, I'm a genius.
At this moment new players were desperate to find alliances. Even if they weren't his fans, by being the first to advertise on the public channel and directly posting the application link, he could immediately reap the benefits of the first wave of newcomers.
After all, the essence of humanity is being a thoughtless repeater. He had already thrown out the link, just click it to apply.
Wasn't this much more convenient than those idiots who went to the public channel shouting for players to search for their alliance names? If they're here to play games, who's going to be a hard worker?
The more convenient the better.
Stealing oil granny secretly put his hands on his hips.
Ha ha ha. He was so proud of himself. Maka baka, you're really a damn genius. Begging in the dark when it comes to quick thinking, you're the best. Star 6. Star was frantically approving player applications. Amidst the busyness, she still popped into the group chat and typed a 6. Approve, 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 approve. Burning Legion. 4 admins.
Only Star was diligently clicking approve. Stealing oil granny, with this move we're straight to the top.
Beggar, see, you've got to look to me. Begging in the dark, you're awesome, you're awesome. Maka baka, this task description is so rough. I'm going to ask Brother Yuan how to do it.
Star was still in the corner clicking approve for players who apply to join. The other alliances weren't stupid either. Seeing what Stealing Oil Granny did, they immediately followed suit, posting links and rallying people everywhere. The crowd that had gathered just moments ago scattered like birds and beasts. Wei Yuan, is this lord, I've got so much to worry about. All the factories rewarded by the system came with materials and required self-assembly.
However, it wasn't actually about moving bricks as the players imagined.
Instead, they had to control printing machines for 3D printing.
Interstellar 3D printing was vastly different from Earth's crude printing technology. Players would need to handle many tedious tasks. But
these would only enhance the player's gaming experience. Once the factories were built, when players used the processing plants, he could make a tidy profit again.
Wei Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter.
While Blue Star was developing rapidly, millions of light-years away in the Elven star system, the Elven Queen stared at Inualina. The beautiful Elven maiden knelt on the ground, trembling all over.
Didn't I already tell you?
In the war zone, find a chance to kill AI Fan.
He had no energy left, you useless fool.
The Elven Queen was now nearly mad with rage. A useless failure who could not accomplish anything but ruin everything. She had wasted so many years of resources on her. To think she had raised such a waste with Elven resources. She looked at Inualina with deep venom in her eyes. Those resources would have been better spent on Inuadon. If this failure weren't a light elf, she would have torn her limb from limb and tortured her to death right here.
The Elven Queen's knuckles tightened bit by bit.
Yet her expression remained serene, though her tone turned cold.
Inualina looked up and flinched.
It seemed the queen was truly furious. My queen, it was my fault, but the situation was urgent and my strength was lower than AI Fan's. I aimed, but he dodged.
When I tried to fire again, the human spaceship had already arrived and I didn't dare. She spoke the truth, hoping only to earn the queen's forgiveness. But
in the next second, an Elven maid rushed up, panting heavily, clearly bearing urgent news. She glanced at Inualina, still kneeling on the ground, then quickly leaned in to whisper in the Elven Queen's ear. As she spoke, she looked up at Inualina again.
That look sent a chill down Inualina's spine, unsure of what was happening. But even kneeling, she could clearly see the queen's expression darken bit by bit.
The Elven maiden who had just reported standing beside the queen also shrank back.
Bastard! Are these humans insane?
How dare they spread rumors about me on the Starnet?
I will annihilate humanity, wipe them out. A low growl emitted from the Elven Queen's mouth. In an instant,
the Elven Queen's elegance and dignity vanished, replaced by a ferocious expression on her face.
Faint purple veins surfaced on her cheeks.
Inualina gasped in shock. My queen. The maid behind the Elven Queen immediately injected a syringe of medication into her body.
Only then did she recover.
After the veins on her face disappeared, the Elven Queen's complexion turned pale.
Weakly she waved Inualina away. You may go back first. Once Anualina tremblingly left the palace.
The Elven Queen held her forehead and sank back onto her throne.
Is my time running out?
She turned to ask her maid. The maid bowed her head. Inside, my queen, you must not be provoked again.
If your genes collapse you will instantly become.
The maid dared not continue. Does the pharmaceutical company still have no solution? The maid shook her head. They are all useless.
The Elven Queen sighed.
She continued to rub her temples.
Once her genes collapsed,
she would instantly degenerate into a mad creature driven solely by the lust for slaughter.
That cannot happen.
She must remain on the throne for 10,000 years.
4 eons.
She was a long-lived species.
She absolutely would not and could not become a monster like the previous Elven King.
The mere memory of the monster she had seen sent a shiver down the Elven Queen's spine. Go ask the pharmaceutical company what materials they still need. Why, after we gave them everything they asked for, can they only produce these suppressants? The Elven Queen crushed the empty syringe in her hand. All the fragments turned to powder under her immense psychic power. The maid immediately shrank back, bowing her head for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Fortunately, the suppressant had taken effect and the Elven Queen's rationality had returned. She did nothing to the maid. Instead, she waved her hand. Go and ask thoroughly what is going on.
Yes. The maid hurried away. Anualina looked back at the resplendent queen's palace. She had finally made it out.
Anualina looked around and seeing no elves following let out a sigh of relief. She had witnessed something extraordinary.
It was truly terrifying. Having discovered the queen's secret, would she be secretly executed? Anualina swallowed hard.
Suddenly her own transgressions seemed trivial.
The queen's behavior just now.
Was she on the verge of genetic collapse? Anualina lowered her head and clenched her hands. If the queen's genes collapsed, then the elves would have to elect a new Elven King. Now that AI Fan was waiting for death in the war zone, the most promising in the clan was Anualina.
And he was the queen's biological son.
But if the queen truly suffered genetic collapse and at level 10 no less, the elven race would be in grave danger.
Hey, what are you doing?
Suddenly a hand landed on Anualina's back.
Ah! Anualina screamed.
She had just been wondering if the queen would kill her. And in the next second a hand was placed on her shoulder. It nearly scared her to death.
Fortunately, she looked closely and saw it was her fiancé, Anualina. What are you screaming about? What are you thinking?
Anualina frowned, looking at Anualina's suddenly pitiful expression with some disdain. It was just a pat on the shoulder. And she started screaming.
She didn't seem fit to be a good partner at all. And her gene level. TSK. So useless, still stuck at level 4.
Anualina, your gene level is improving far too slowly. Anualina said with disgust. With such a pace, how can you be worthy of the resources my mother provided you? He forgot that he too had relied on the queen's resources to level up so quickly. Anualina lowered her head meekly and whispered, do you have time now?
I have something to tell you.
Toward other elven races she was aggressive.
But faced with Anualina she became gentle and demure.
However, Anualina enjoyed being flattered by a beautiful woman.
Speak.
Anualina cautiously leaned close to Anualina's ear and recounted what had happened in the queen's palace.
Anualina looked up in shock.
Seeing Anualina's confident expression, he believed most of it.
No wonder.
No wonder his mother had been increasingly irritable lately. No wonder she had been urging him to study hard and reach level 9 within 3 years of graduation.
So that's what it was all about. The corners of Anualina's mouth curled up, unable to contain his joy.
He had thought his mother would sit on the throne for 1,000 years like the previous Elven King. But now his mother was on the verge of genetic collapse.
Anualina could barely suppress the grin spreading across his face.
When the time came, he would send his mother to fight the Zerg just like other high-level gene-collapsed creatures from other races.
However,
it would be best if she removed his obstacles before he took over. Ideally, she would kill Wei Yuan as well.
Anualina also saw the lust for power in Anualina's eyes.
Based on the normal rate of collapse with the gene veins appearing, my mother probably has only 5 years left. Anualina stroked his chin. Then I don't have much time. No, your highness, perhaps you still have some time. I saw the maid beside the queen inject her with a syringe of medicine and the veins receded.
Anualina spoke. Anualina was taken aback. Genetic collapse accompanied the use of gene-unlocking potions. In theory, all creatures injected with gene-unlocking potions could experience genetic collapse.
But the lower the level, the smaller the probability of collapse. And over the years all creatures on the verge of collapse would develop veins starting from a few faint ones to covering their entire bodies. But in this process almost no one could conceal them. Where did his mother get a potion that could hide the veins? A flicker of panic arose in Yue Dong's heart. He didn't want to forever be known just as the Queen's son. He would have to find time to investigate. You did so many stupid things in the war zone and mother let you off so easily. Yue Dong glanced at Inuelina. This woman though beautiful was utterly foolish. Inuelina shook her head. The maid said something about the star net. I didn't catch it clearly. The star net. Yue Dong opened the star net. Shock. The Elven Queen's secret exposed. What a beautifully shocking title. It instantly captivated Yue Dong's attention. The popular topics on StarNet have long been dominated by hardcore discussions on battle techniques, solutions for star beasts, and how to enhance mechas. Now amidst all the pragmatic topics suddenly emerged such a colossal word shock. Coupled with the secret of the level 10 genetic warrior, the Elf Queen, that everyone could only look up to. Wasn't that just like throwing a stone into a calm lake? With a thud. Even Yue Dong felt a thrill. There was a hidden curiosity. What secret did his mother have? Who was the one posting this? What did he know? Click view. A heavy and eerie music emanated from the screen. Before Yue Dong appeared a dark elf mecha that had been damaged to the point of being unable to move. The figure beside was blurred. However, Yue Dong recognized it at a glance. That figure was his former guard Aphan. Wasn't Aphan already sent by his mother to the combat zone? He hadn't had time to think deeper when a heavy voice came from the screen. Everyone must have already seen the battles between humans and interstellar pirates in the combat zone, right? Now what I'm about to talk about is not the story of humans and interstellar pirates, but another race that appeared on the battlefield this time. The famous longevity race, the Elf Clan. Speaking of the Elf Clan, one cannot avoid mentioning their queen, the level 10 genetic warrior in Yushinjian. For many years the Elf Clan has been portraying an image of kindness and world peace, but this time during the great war between humans and pirates we saw the true face of the Elf Clan. A flurry of comments appeared on the screen. What true face? Didn't the Elf Clan help in the past? So many high-level genetic warriors died. Yes, why is it said to be a facade? Our Elf Clan has always been good and the Queen is also good. What does this blogger really want to express? Isn't it about the Elf Queen? Why are we talking about the Elf Clan? As the comments floated by, a male voice sounded again. What I'm saying is that the Elf Clan of the past might have indeed been quite good, but the current Elf Clan is about to be led into the abyss by an Yushinjian. This time the Elf Clan, or rather the Elf Queen, specifically sent this team of elf warriors. Was it really to rescue humans? Why are they all from the weakest and lowest ranked dark elves in the Elf Clan? Also, this elf in the picture, even though I have blurred the identity of the elf involved, I believe many people have already recognized who he is. He is the only one who survived in Inuelina's footage, the dark elf boy rescued by Lord Wei Yuan. StarNet users, surely among you there are weapon masters who can identify the origin of weapons from their marks, right? Can't you tell where those marks on the dark elf boy's mecha came from? A series of questions made Yue Dong's heart sink. As a top student of the Lord Academy, he naturally studied weaponry. With just a few more looks he could figure it out. Among the numerous scars on Aphan's mecha there was a particularly unique weapon mark. Standard electric particle cannon. This is a weapon that is not commonly used on the battlefield because once a mecha activates its shield, this weapon becomes nearly useless. Its main function is to short-circuit all internal circuits of the mecha without activating the shield. Just one strike can incapacitate the mecha. Thus mechas that frequently engage in battle are reluctant to connect their limited weapon ports to this weapon. It can even be said that at that time on the battlefield neither humans nor interstellar pirates had this weapon. And on sight the only one with this weapon that was not particularly useful but looked quite good when fired was Inuelina. Wow, I just went back to watch Inuelina's video replay again. That cannon was probably fired by Inuelina. Why? They are all from the Elf Clan, why would she attack Aphan? Hahaha, could it be that the Elf Clan has started infighting? Is this the Queen's secret? The Elf Queen belongs to the Light Elf Clan, they must be planning to hold on to the position of the Elf King for a long time. Watching the drifting comments, Yue Dong frowned at Inuelina. Did you do this? Inuelina hesitated for a moment before nodding pitifully. At that time Aphan had given her all his energy. He was unprepared. Under those circumstances using the electric particle cannon on him would be the most energy-efficient choice. Moreover, after firing the electric particle cannon the entire mecha would flicker with small arcs of electricity. How beautiful. That mecha was rendered immobile in an instant. Being unable to move was precisely convenient for her to take action later.
The nuclear cannon she added was aimed at Aphen's cockpit. Who would have thought that the damned Aphen in such a seemingly doomed situation could still operate the cockpit and eject himself? If it weren't for fearing the humans. At that moment she would have gone down and directly cut the neck of that annoying dark elf. A mere dark elf dared to look down on her. And Yuelina recalled that when she first saw Aphen beside Yedong, no matter how she flirted, that Aphen remained as indifferent as a fool. Later he even dared to scold her. Truly infuriating. And Yedong could never have imagined that Yuelina would have so many thoughts. He only felt that Yuelina was simply foolish. Smack. He raised his hand and slapped Yuelina on the face. You fool, if you want to kill him, do it cleanly. It's one thing not to kill the elf, but leaving traces is simply incredibly foolish. And Yedong pointed at Yuelina, gritting his teeth in anger. In the Light Elf clan, female elves are exceedingly rare. Thus he had no choice but to select the most beautiful Yuelina from among these few female elves. But now it seems that merely looking at her face isn't enough. If he wants to become the elf king in the future, he cannot have such a foolish queen. Too foolish. And Yedong could guess, could the Starnet users not be able to guess? The queen's secret is not merely that she had Yuelina kill Aphen. The blogger's voice continued to slowly emerge. After I unraveled the entire incident from the very beginning, I discovered an even more astonishing conspiracy. This war is a thorough conspiracy orchestrated by the Elf Queen targeting humans, the Dark Elf clan, and Aphen. The vlogger's voice carried a tone of having uncovered an earth-shattering secret, compelling the audience to listen on. How could it be targeting the human race? Weren't they supposed to be rescuing humans? And what about the Dark Elves, weren't they also part of the elven race? Vlogger, hurry up and spill it. I think I've already figured it out. If you don't think about it carefully, you really can't analyze it. What on earth is it? The human race hasn't had any news for years, and now they suddenly appear going head-to-head with the elves. The Elf Queen has been on the throne for quite some time. The elven race's ancient rule has always been to pass the crown to the strongest elf, regardless of which branch they belong to. But now, as everyone knows, the Elf Queen's son in Yedong is considered the most promising elf. However, is that really the case? Not to mention that he's always ranked third at the Lord Academy, but even within the elven race itself, is he truly the most promising elf? As far as I know, the elven race has a deep foundation built over millennia, but in recent years the number of prodigies has dwindled significantly. Some branches have been complaining that the Light Elf clan receives too few resources. The Light Elves also lament their plight, producing few gifted elves. Among the youngest generation, aside from Yedong, the strongest is merely a 4th-level gene warrior in Yuelina. Isn't this obvious enough? It can't be that after Yedong's birth the elven race suddenly stopped producing geniuses, can it? Ladies and gentlemen, which scenario do you find more likely, that Yeshengin siphoned off most of the elven race's resources to funnel them into Yedong, boosting his chances of being hailed a genius, or that the elven race has genuinely seen few prodigies born in the past century? Shock. And Yedong's pupils trembled. How could this be? Who exactly is this vlogger? He must be silenced, killed immediately. He must be. And Yedong breathed heavily while Yuelina beside him covered her mouth, staring at him in astonishment. What are you looking at? Get lost. It couldn't be discovered. Cold sweat beaded on Yedong's forehead. Those resources were all his mother's own. The clan's resources were already scarce. That's why so little was distributed to each branch. The bulk of what he used was given to him by his mother alone. It had nothing to do with the clan. Lies. Everything this vlogger said was lies. Quick, block this vlogger. Everything he says is false. He's talking nonsense. And Yedong roared. And Yuelina stepped back, shaking her head. He's already been live for almost 4 hours. It's far too late. Moreover, the Queen's loyal followers who first saw it would have surely tried to shut down the post the moment they noticed the trend. Yet it still hangs in the most prominent spot on the Star Network. What that implies is obvious. Has the elven race recently offended some major faction? And Yedong took a few deep breaths. The voice in the video continued. Everyone knows that no matter how gifted an elf is, without gene unlocking potions, even unparalleled talent is useless. But under such harsh conditions, the Dark Elf clan managed to nurture the prodigy Aphen. It can be said that Aphen's talent far surpasses Yedong's. After all, Aphen doesn't have a queen for a mother, and his gene unlocking potions were all earned through his own efforts from an ordinary gene warrior academy. In a normal major clan, as long as one contributes to the clan, these resources should in principle be provided by the clan right. A single right. Left endless room for speculation. Isn't that the truth? I know Aphen were classmates. According to our supervising teacher, Aphen has already reached the peak of level 6. With just a level 7 gene unlocking potion, had easily stabilized at level 7. Good heavens! Such a young elf with such remarkable talent, yet It's clear the elf queen is paving the way for her son.
And Yedong, this genius manufactured by his mother, harbors a dark and twisted heart. Within the clan, out of jealousy for Aphan, he forced Aphan to serve as his attendant, constantly humiliating him and stealing his achievements. At the Lord Academy, unable to defeat Feng Yuxing of the divine race, he turned his attention to Wei Yuan, a member of the weaker human race. Do you all truly believe that Inualina's live broadcast this time was merely to show the entire alliance how the elven race rescues humans?
Remember, they only dispatched high-level gene warriors from the Dark Elf clan. Those 30-odd Dark Elf high-level gene warriors, I believe, that already drained the Dark Elf lineage of all its high-level gene warriors.
The moment those words were spoken, a weight settled in the hearts of all netizens.
Indeed.
Though the elven race is mighty, what about the Dark Elf lineage?
How many high-level gene warriors could that small branch have? All 36 high-level gene warriors perished in this battle. Even Aphan, whom everyone thought had been saved by Wei Yuan, was nearly killed by Inualina. A shadow of conspiracy instantly enveloped the hearts of all who watched this post. Those of you who watched the live broadcast also know that Wei Yuan, the human lord graduate, is a level 9 gene warrior. He is an existence and Yedong can never surpass, but the human race's position in the alliance is awkward.
I'll say it boldly this time, even if my post gets blocked afterward, I must still speak out. How many races among the alliance's high council actually want to see the human race rise?
Back when the elves exposed Lord Wei Yuan's strength, could he truly grow safely to level 10?
So I say this battle is a conspiracy orchestrated by the Elf Queen and Yuxing, targeting the human race, the Dark Elf lineage, and Aphan.
My mind just exploded. Good heavens, it's hard to imagine such a scheme, such a profound conspiracy.
Too terrifying, too terrifying.
The key point is everything this vlogger says is plausible, all of it is reasonable. The human race's contributions to the alliance cannot be erased, but back then. The vlogger can talk nonsense, but don't you go spouting off or you'll get doxxed.
The most terrifying part is that Lord Wei Yuan is so strong yet has to keep it hidden precisely because he fears. The elves clearly knew his true strength, otherwise why would they send only those 30-odd Dark Elf high-level gene warriors? Exactly knowing full well that Yuri's was a level 9 gene warrior, sending those Dark Elves was nothing but a suicide mission. Exposing Lord Wei Yuan's strength, wiping out the Dark Elf clan's high-level forces, and then killing Aphan, the greatest threat to her son, terrifying, absolutely terrifying. And in the end she still gets a good reputation out of it. Amidst the somber music the vlogger finally spoke. I reveal these truths because we humans still believe in one, that the Alliance has not forgotten our human race's contributions. We humans don't seek to have Lord Wei Yuan ascend to the position of Chancellor, we only want him to live well. If any high-ranking members of the Alliance secretly move against our Lord Wei Yuan, then the human race will directly secede from the Alliance.
Think carefully.
Finally, I am the vlogger Steel Granny and I stand with the human race.
3 stars revolved in the void.
Their energy radiated down to the blue planet, scorching the players until they were as dark as pitch. Beneath the grove of bloodthirsty toon trees the players sat cross-legged on the ground.
Unidentified interstellar insects screeched at the top of their lungs. Slap. A woven rattan flip-flop struck with brutal force.
Splatters of dark green juice sprayed across a small patch of ground. The bloodthirsty toon tree slowly retracted its roots, absorbing the insect's juices.
It paid no heed to the humans seated beneath it. Damn, it's so hot even Brother Chun won't move.
Tu Yupo bent over to pick up his shoe, his butt sticking out. Beside him lay an unfinished woven bat. The last one had been crushed by that chunk of energy or king.
He's still active, but lately too many players have been tapping him.
Everyone's afraid of draining Brother Chun dry, so they carefully control the health threshold when extracting sap.
Anjong Chitao sighed. Newbies sure have it good.
Back in the day, who among us old players hadn't been speared by Brother Chun?
Ya gotta say, interstellar stuff is awesome. Plants have consciousness.
Tu Yupo chuckled. Speaking of those days, beggar, you were the first to get speared.
He, I even made a video of it, gonna post it as a bonus later. Holy crap, you bastard.
Anjong Chitao leaped and pinned Tu Yupo beneath him, ready to teach him a lesson. Ever since becoming vice leader, this guy spent all his time editing hilarious videos of guild members.
You're famous on the Star Network, now trying to overthrow the boss. Taste my great might, celestial dragon. Grand Dharma mantra. Anjong Chitao's slap knocked off a third of Tu Yupo's health bar.
Tu Yupo was dumbfounded. Damn, you're serious? He tried to flip over,
but couldn't. Twisting his body, he ended up fully trapped under Anjong Chitao.
He squealed and begged for mercy.
Wrong bro, I'm wrong. Let me go.
After you injected that Titan gene, your grip is insane, I can't take it. Tu Yupo wailed, thrashing like a fish on a hook. Amid his struggles he noticed 2 players crouching under the bloodthirsty toon tree staring at something. A younger player glanced over, then quickly looked away as if seeing something filthy. The older player started to turn his head, but the young one grabbed him.
Teacher, don't look.
Kids these days are wild, I'm afraid your worldview might get shaken. Tu Yupo's ears were sharp now.
He instantly caught the young player's implication. Damn it man, we're not doing anything gay. His roar drew countless stares. Holy crap. Anjong Chitao froze too.
He turned to see all the players staring at them in unison.
Damn broad daylight and you bros are getting this wild. One thumb went up then countless more followed.
Even the older player who had just been turned away by the young one leaned in. A huge thumb was shoved right into Yupo's face.
Kid, you have guts. Back in my day comrades like you wouldn't dare. The old player named Nang Changzu hadn't finished before the young one ID Yu yanked him back. Yu whispered to Nang Changzu, teacher. They obviously don't want to be found out. Why be so blunt?
They're top players in this game. The old man nodded quickly and prepared to slip away with Yu. Anjong Chito had already jumped off to Yupo, catching the knowing smirks from other players. Plus the thumbs occasionally pointed in his direction.
Anjong Chito was thoroughly exasperated.
But he still needed to stop the two who actually believed it.
Everyone else was just joking around.
These two, one looked like a clueless naive college student, the other
an elderly man of considerable age. Don't go young friend. We're really not gay. Anjong Chito stretched out a hand in a dramatic plea.
Tu Yupo, even more dramatic, crawled on the ground and grabbed the old man's pant leg.
Whoa.
The unexpected grab made Nang Changzu jump.
What are you doing? Get up. Don't scare an old man like me.
He old teamer, if you don't explain what you meant by comrades, they'll crawl after you every day. Tu Yupo said with a sly grin, his face twisted into a yellow-faced emoji.
He watched Nang Changzu's expression shift from 30% confusion to 70% shock. Tu Yupo almost died laughing. Ha 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 ha.
Who knew there were still normal people among the players?
This was too rare.
He looked up at the old man with a perverted grin and licked his lips. Old man,
spit it out.
Oh my heart, my poor heart can't take this.
Nang Changzu clutched his chest.
Under Tu Yupo's stunned gaze he slowly sat down, then lay flat on the ground.
Boo-hoo, my teacher is 64 years old, just 1 year away from retirement. Teacher, boo-hoo, teacher. Yu reacted instantly, dropping beside Nang Changzu and wailing. What the hell, you're faking an injury in a game. Tu Yupo leaped far away from Nang Changzu.
You don't think you can run, Tu Yupo? You're a big shot in this game, you can run today but not forever.
Nang Changzu lay on the ground squinting to sneak a peek at the dumbfounded Tu Yupo.
This old man has never been so scared.
Heart attack coming on. He stretched a trembling hand toward Tu Yupo.
I urgently need 3,888 gold coins to start a farm alliance.
Tu Yupo. I must be insane to think there were normal people in this game. He gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll give it now. Old man, you play the game but you also con people. No sooner had he spoken than Nang Changzu sprang up from the ground in one smooth motion.
He grinned and rubbed his hands, first time doing this, a bit rusty.
Sorry if it showed. Tu Yupo laughed in exasperation. No, your acting could win an Oscar. Aw, little bro, don't be mad. Truth is enforced into this.
The old man brushed the dirt off his clothes.
Actually, I have a dream. At those 8 words, Anjong Chitao and Tu Yupo exchanged glances.
They shouted in unison, stop.
Just send the money. Right now. Earth. Military compound.
An old man emerged from the gaming pod. A faint flush still lingered on his aged face. He hadn't expected that he would actually trick children out of their money in a game. But for a small personal dream, well, what was done was done. The old man wiped his face. He felt the familiar heaviness, decrepitude, and decay of this body.
This game is truly fascinating.
After entering, he felt his body grow younger. Whether it was running around freely during research or rolling onto the ground to deceive those 2 kids just now. The movements were all so nostalgically smooth. However, he was old. This body was useless. The farmer was a bit afraid that if he played too long he might die right in the gaming pod. If such a wonderful game were to be shut down because he died in the pod, that would be such a pity. As the farmer thought of this, he began to cough incessantly. Downstairs his family heard the coughing and immediately rushed upstairs.
Dad, are you okay?
A middle-aged man in a white coat ran up. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked worried. He looked at the high-tech gaming pod on the floor and frowned. Dad, at your age, why are you playing games like the young folks? And this gaming pod is only being released and used by one company so far, who knows if it's safe?
This old bones of mine might drop dead any second.
The farmer waved his hand.
This game is incredibly fun.
I feel that my greatest dream in this life might actually come true within this game. Remembering choosing a skin in the game, the farmer thought he was already old. Using a young skin felt a bit strange to him. But his students said every skin felt different, so he wanted to see if he could use a younger one. Unexpectedly, he chose a slightly older body, yet it turned out to be much stronger than his real one. And so his long-held dream of starting a farm might actually come true in the game. Dad, what farm are you thinking of starting? Do you even have the energy for that now? The middle-aged man clutched his forehead in distress. He should have never let his old father be rehired by the school. He should have retired long ago and enjoyed his leisure at home, instead of going to school and playing games with those young kids. You think you can boss me around? The farmer snorted. And after all these years I raised you, it's all a waste, you're this old and still can't accept new things. The farmer couldn't be bothered to argue with his stubborn son. Things inside this game are simply unimaginable unless you've truly entered it. The farmer himself only stumbled upon it when he returned to school and overheard a few young students whispering about snatching accounts. He went over curiously, and to his surprise only one little girl among the students had managed to snatch one. Seeing his curiosity, they urged him to try as well. He tried. Hey! He actually got one. Thinking of his luck, the farmer cast a proud glance at his old-fashioned son. Lame. Sigh. You're my dear dad, stop learning those weird phrases from kids. In your living daddy. The farmer chuckled and scolded, take me to the hospital. Ha! Dad. Do you feel unwell anywhere? No. I'm just afraid that if I die in the pod, you'll go pick a fight with the game company with that stubborn head of yours and ruin this fine game so no one can play it. The middle-aged man was speechless. But he still took the farmer to the hospital. The results surprisingly showed everything normal. And his previous data on the 3 highs, hypertension, hyperglycemia, hyperlipidemia, had even improved. This game is something. The farmer was even happier seeing the result. From now on, don't call me for meals. This pod can keep your dad alive for months. The farmer happily returned to the game. With no more worries, he could now make good use of his final days to fulfill his dream. At least, before he died, he wanted his own farm. At that moment inside the game, players were working with great fervor. Huge printing machines were continuously printing in the area cleared by players. The players were responsible for assembling the printed components one by one. The massive mecha processing plant covered an area nearly as large as 30 football fields. The components numbered in the millions. Fortunately, the printing speed was fast. The players followed the machines, constantly transporting components to their correct positions according to system prompts. Such monotonous work has to be left to the players. Wei Yuan was supervising from a corner. Or rather, he came to enjoy himself. Some genius had said that raising NPC favor could earn special rewards. And so the newbies started coming to raise Wei Yuan's favor whenever they had free time. Wei Yuan lay on a hand-woven lounger made by players. He enjoyed the breeze, ate iced fruit, and supervised in comfort. From time to time a newbie would come over and ask, Lord, do you need anything? This was the life a lord should have. Wei Yuan squinted his eyes and hummed a tune. Judging by the players' progress, the factories would be built in about 2 days. At the beginning, the dozen or so teachers and Ivan were also in the ranks. But soon they couldn't keep up. Even high-level gene warriors needed rest. The constant moving and tedious assembly, the players could still chat and laugh with companions. It was terrifying. What was the difference from insectoid worker drones? Wei Yuan had no idea about the teacher's silent complaints. He was still humming his tune. Then he saw a small old man coming toward him. Lord! Lord! Behind the old man was a drag. You. Teacher, slow down. I was just shooting my mouth off. I don't even know if we can claim land from the Lord. Let me go, just let me move bricks, I'm so poor I haven't even reached level 1. If this kept up, she would never snatch one of the 300 slots to the Lord Academy competition. How many gold coins can you earn moving bricks? Starting a farm is the real moneymaker, kid, you're missing the point. The farmer ran up to Wei Yuan. He straightened his clothes. Lord, I'd like to claim a piece of land in our territory to build a farm. What do you think? Ha! Wei Yuan, holding a melon, looked up in confusion. Wei Yuan set down the melon. He wiped his mouth, about to ask the farmer what kind of farm he wanted to establish, when he noticed Yu already crouching beside the lounge chair he had just vacated. She reached out and grabbed a piece of melon from the table, bringing it to her lips. The Lord sure knows how to enjoy life. On a scorching day like this, eating ice-cold watermelon is simply heavenly, she murmured softly. Crouching in the corner, she even turned her back to them, afraid Wei Yuan might see her.
Here comes the NPC's script again. While the teacher listens to the lines, "I'll go mining. Damn, and so broke. I shouldn't have dragged the teacher into this fight," she muttered under her breath. Wei Yuan was completely taken aback. He had been about to tell the farmer, "Dear clansman, one of our race's rare talents is farming." But before he could speak, his words were anticipated. Were all these gamers this sharp? No way. As the Lord, didn't he need to maintain some dignity? Wei Yuan turned to the farmer with a serious expression. According to Blue Star's size, only 4 locations can currently be developed into farms. Wei Yuan raised his hand and a topographic map of the entire Blue Star appeared before the farmer. As he swiped his finger, countless green dots of various sizes emerged on the sphere. Clansman farmer, all the green dots here are places that can be turned into farms. If you want to directly lease land for breeding and planting, then sell the products. I have contact information for Interstellar Farm turnkey services. Wei Yuan spoke with a smile. The farmer was still processing. Can I pick any of these places? The old man's eyes were dazzled. He hadn't expected to be so close to his dream. Lord, what exactly is this Interstellar Farm turnkey service you mentioned? Oh, let me show you a promotional video. Wei Yuan pulled up a display from his smart device. In an instant, the small resting area around them was completely transformed. The originally brown and hard earth turned into a lush green farm. Large interstellar herbivores strolled over from a distance. Yu, who was eating melon, found herself locking eyes with a massive bovine. The cow's eyes were as large as her fists. Holy crap! The melon rind slipped from her hand and she fell flat on her back. What a colossal cow! An ordinary yak's shoulder height already exceeds 2 meters, but now the interstellar yak facing Yu was twice the size of an earth yak. Its sheer scale was terrifying. Suddenly stared down by such a massive creature, Yu's heart trembled. The interstellar yak swished its tail, trotted over slowly, and gobbled up the watermelon rind on the ground. Its rough, thick tongue licked across Yu's face. Brother ox. Don't eat me. Her voice trembled as she clasped her hands together, bowing to the interstellar yak. Wei Yuan led the farmer past Yu. The farmer stared wide-eyed at the enormous interstellar yak. This. Can I have it directly? Wei Yuan replied, "You're dreaming. This is a virtual projection and AI illusion from the advertisement." Wei Yuan reached out and the interstellar yak's body vanished instantly. Then several more figures appeared across the grassy field. Seeing this, Yu quickly scurried behind Wei Yuan. Oh my god, that scared me. Teacher, what was that all about? She had been too engrossed in her melon and was startled by the sudden interstellar yak. Even after the danger passed, she couldn't help but shiver. My god, are these interstellar animals all this huge? It scared me half to death. Why did it come after me? I thought it was going to eat me. Yu pressed her chest, feeling her heart nearly leap out. Wei Yuan gave her a knowing, half-smiling glance. An AI wouldn't deliberately scare her, but an AI controlled by someone else certainly would. Interstellar yaks are just one of the farm products. There are many more domesticated crops and animals. A diversified ecological farm produces goods that sell very well. Wei Yuan explained to the farmer with a cheerful smile. On the surface he appeared calm, but inwardly he was already bursting with laughter. Wei Yuan had been considering whether to assign tasks to the players to try farming, given the Chinese players' natural affinity for it. Selling agricultural products in interstellar markets seemed feasible. But importing crops and livestock in the early stages required a huge investment, which Wei Yuan was reluctant to spend. He hadn't expected a player to want to start a farm so soon. A pillow came just when he was feeling sleepy. The elderly truly love farming. Wei Yuan quickly introduced the farmer and Yu to the various farm types featured in the Interstellar Farm turnkey advertisement. The farmer was completely overwhelmed. The Interstellar Farm turnkey service is very mature. Once we pay the fee, they'll deliver all the plants and animal offspring. Then you just plant and raise them yourself. The farmer nodded vigorously like a sprouting garlic shoot. Great. I want the second plan. For livestock I need a full set: chickens, dogs, pigs, ducks, fish, cattle and sheep, everything. And the planting area should be sizable. Before the farmer could finish, a prompt box popped up on his system interface confirming your order. Processing your payment. Insufficient coins. The Interstellar Farm turnkey service you wish to purchase cannot be initiated. It costs money. The farmer was dumbfounded. Wei Yuan nodded. The Interstellar Farm turnkey service costs 67 million star coins per year. The farmer's eyes went wide. Behind him Yu clicked her tongue in amazement. Did the teacher really think starting a farm wouldn't cost anything? Playing a game without spending money. Dream on. The game designer's harvesting sickle is already hanging over the teacher's neck. What if
I don't go with the full package? The old farmer's face trembled. Looking at the Lord's smiling face, he felt like he had fallen into a trap. Wei Yuan replied, without the full package you only need to pay the land rent.
As my clansman, I'll give you a discount. Wei Yuan added a special price: 8 million gold coins per year. It's the most unbeatable deal. 8 million.
The farmer gasped. He had swindled and cheated, throwing away all his dignity to earn just 3,800 gold coins.
8 million.
How many years of slave labor in this game would it take to earn that much?
Wah!
Lord, my teacher is over 60, nearly 70, about to turn 80 and die.
Do you really have the heart to let him never realize his dream? Yu burst into fake sobs, clutching Wei Yuan's sleeve and wailing dryly. Don't cry yet, don't cry.
There's still another service I haven't introduced.
Wei Yuan pulled Yu's hand away and a beam of light appeared before them. Lord's loan, you deserve it. A loan of 30 million and you teacher want half.
Yu lamented as if she had lost 15 million.
The farmer said the interest is too high.
For this 15 million alone I'd have to pay 3 million in interest a year.
Is there no justice here?
Interstellar loan sharks are this ruthless. Yu replied, in the game no one cares about what's reasonable or not.
The Lord has the final say. The farmer said, let's not talk about that now. Let's hurry to the chosen farm site. Xiao Yu, you'll help your teacher, right?
Yu said, no, I want to go to war.
Mech girls are the best.
Star Wars. Star Wars. Star Wars. The farmer said, you're such a coward you'd probably desert in battle. Yu was speechless. The farmer added, don't make me beg you on my knees.
Yu said, is that a warning about betraying the master?
Then she added, teacher, please don't pick up bad habits from them.
I'm begging you.
Watching the old and young walk away slowly, Wei Yuan only laughed after ensuring no one was watching.
Indeed. Indeed.
Harvesting players was still the most satisfying. He had also seen the farmer's identity from the system. A titan of Chinese agriculture, one of the first agricultural doctors in China, who served in the military in his youth but later taught at an agricultural college due to his physical limitations. After retirement, unable to bear the leisure, he was rehired to teach. This old man specialized in agriculture. No wonder he was so obsessed with starting his own farm. If it were an ordinary player wanting to open a farm for fun, Wei Yuan wouldn't have given out so many gold coins. He planned to procure some already domesticated younglings and seeds from the market for the farmer.
Wei Yuan mused.
Despite the vast number of species in the interstellar realm, very few could actually be raised.
Moreover, in space, besides the insect race, all races had another threat to deal with.
That was the star beasts.
Wei Yuan rubbed his chin.
Although he had occupied Earth, he had yet to see its native species.
Every planet had native star beasts, usually matching the planet's level.
That meant Earth still harbored a level 5 star beast that had never shown itself.
Wei Yuan guessed that its presence kept the native species at bay. When he led higher-level players to the Lord Academy, those native species might attack. But that was a problem for the players later. Time flew by. The news of the farmer loaning money to lease land had already spread far and wide.
However, most players were more interested in the mech factory. Several factories had been built.
Tuyapu and their allies, being the largest alliance, earned the most gold coins.
Thus they were the first players to start building their own mechs. With excited hearts and trembling hands, the players stood before the vast towering mech assembly platform, momentarily unsure of what to do. Players, please connect the brink computer interface and prepare to construct the mech model in your mind. Tuyapa's mind was a jumble and the interface displayed nothing but a mess of pixels.
Damn, I can't do it, Tuyapu cried in agony. The process of mech construction involved first placing all materials into the assembly slot.
Then the player connected the brink computer interface to outline the mech's form in their mind, gradually refining the details. This
required immense talent.
At the very least, one needed a strong imagination and the ability to mentally depict fine details. Although AI could assist, its role was limited to making adjustments to the foundation the players had built. To use a house-building analogy, the players were laying the foundation, building the walls and framework, while the AI handled the painting and decoration.
But Tuyapu faced an embarrassing predicament.
After connecting the interface, his mind was a tangled mess.
Unable to identify your mental image, please try again. Ansonkito peeked over from the side. Seeing the bizarre, indescribable shapes constantly shifting on the interface, Ansonkito laughed. Ah, damn, Tuyapu, what are you thinking?
The moment Tuyapu heard Anshankito's voice, the panel before him flashed an image of Anshankito with a massive pile of feces on his head.
Makabaka laughed, haha, that image actually came through. Shinshin said 6. Tuyapu wailed, no way, why can't I focus on imagining a mech?
Tuyapu said, I tried to think of Mo Yun's image but I could only recall her appearance, not any details.
Useless. Done for.
Was he about to lose his long-held status as a top player?
Tuyapu removed the brink computer interface.
He dropped to his knees with a thud, hands on the ground, tears streaming down his face.
Just as he was about to wallow in self-pity the next second. Please construct the mech. Your mind is blank, no valid information can be read. The announcement from the console instantly revived Tuyapu. He turned around in surprise to see Anshankito staring blankly. Ha 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 ha. A burst of wild laughter made Anshankito flinch. You're insane.
Anshankito's face flushed with embarrassment as he angrily stepped forward and punched Tuyapu several times.
Seeing Anshankito was even worse off, Tuyapu didn't mind the hits.
His face was splitting with laughter.
Hilarious, you're even worse than me. Hurry up, Makabaka, Shinshin, both of you go. Makabaka stepped forward nervously. Please construct the mech. Do not play inappropriate content in your mind. Whoosh. Makabaka's face turned red. What the heck? I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate, damn it. Oh yeah. What were you thinking then? Tuyapu leaned in, pointing at Makabaka. Makabaka admitted, fine, I was just thinking about Amilos Peachy. I want a mech with big boobs too. Pervert, get lost. Mechs are weapons of war, you're defiling them. Anshankito chimed in.
Only Xingshin's result was somewhat normal.
But Shinshin, isn't this just the junk mech you used before? Anshankito was speechless.
When he had connected the interface earlier, he had frozen up, forgetting he could recall the mechs he had assembled while with the pirates. As someone who had assembled mechs, he immediately recognized that Shinshin had reconstructed the patchwork mech the pirates had salvaged.
Mech score 13. Proceed with construction. No. Shinshin didn't want to waste his materials. Shinshin, if you're not going, let me try again.
I remember dismantling some powerful mechs back with the pirates.
Anshankito wanted another Tuyapu didn't want Anshankito to surpass him, but he was curious. Unfortunately.
Construction chaotic, please rebuild.
Ha! What's going on? Anshankito was baffled.
A crowd of players who couldn't afford materials had gathered to watch, and now they were getting rowdy. Since the materials are here and you can't build, why not let everyone have a try?
Yeah, big shots, give us a chance. Maybe it takes talent. I'm an expert at mechs. Let me.
Wushixing raised his hand and jumped out of the crowd. He could tell at a glance that these big shots, despite having encountered mechs in the game, knew nothing about the core internals.
Building this was just like assembling a Gundam. Alright, give it a try.
The Blue Star base had always been a cacophony of noise. The children of humanity were like perpetual motion machines, endlessly brimming with energy and words. But today it was eerily silent.
So quiet that even Alice, the slowest to react, sensed something amiss.
She groggily pulled open her door, her long green hair emerged first, followed by her small head.
Ha! Did the students go off to battle? Why wasn't I notified?
In Alice's memory, the base was only this empty when the players had gone out to fight. But how long had it been since the last major battle?
Just a few days.
Why had it suddenly become so quiet?
She usually woke up to the ruckus outside and the aromas wafting from the snack street.
Today there was nothing. Alice's pupils dilated slightly. Could they have left? If all the students were gone, what would she do? She dashed out of the base where 3 suns hung in the sky. The scorching stellar energy radiated incessantly, bleaching the ground white. Even the nearby bloodthirsty Toon forest seemed to have wilted a bit. The insect chirps were piercingly loud. But Alice felt a chill run through her. Where were the students? Her many boisterous and ridiculous students.
Ah!
Alice was plunged into deep terror.
Would she never get to eat delicious food again? Her entire body trembled.
Plunged into profound fear. When Gavin pushed open the door and stepped out, he saw a large clump of green fluff huddled in a corner, trembling slightly. Suddenly catching sight of such a thing, Gavin thought it was some new species of starbeast.
Whoa! You startled me, Alice, what are you doing?
Having spent so much time with the players, the once serious Gavin had begun to adopt their colloquialisms. Alice's little face peeked out from the mass of hair. Her big eyes were moist with a shimmer of tears.
Gavin, the students are gone, they've disappeared.
Alice pointed outside.
No one was under the trees, no one at the mines.
Even the vendors on Snack Street had vanished.
Gavin was speechless. This Alice. Didn't your students ever tell you they were going to try building mecha?
Both were teachers. Gavin had long started teaching mech-related knowledge before the players began constructing those massive factories.
Though they hadn't gotten to practical work yet.
He truly hadn't expected that Alice
didn't even know about this. What have you been doing all this time? Gavin frowned.
He felt he might need to help Lord Wei Yuan inspect the teaching staff.
After all, if the students were too outstanding, the teachers could easily become lazy. Take the one before him for instance.
Alice hung her head in shame.
I've been conducting research on Snack Street lately. Quite the research it was. Gavin drew in a sharp breath.
His gaze turned stern. Alice quickly added, their learning efficiency is high, I'll catch up with the progress soon.
Gavin rubbed his forehead.
This girl. Alice's head was nearly buried under her skirt.
Could she be blamed? Those students had terrifyingly strong learning abilities. They could memorize all taught knowledge in one go and even draw inferences.
Alice was even considering handing over her teacher account to the students for self-study.
Wait. Alice suddenly realized. What Gavin just said meant the students hadn't left.
She jerked her head up, tears still not wiped away, and looked at Gavin with delight.
They're still on Blue Star, right?
Gavin nodded. Come on, let's go see how these prodigies handle
Gavin chuckled.
Oof. Those guys were surely dejected this time.
Prodigies had the worst mental fortitude.
In his experience, no one had ever succeeded in building a mecha on their first try.
Gavin recalled the geniuses from his academy days.
Even the most talented students who entered the Lord Academy were clumsy when building mecha, their minds going blank when connecting the neural interface.
Sigh.
It was time for him to step in and offer some comfort to these gifted students. A faint smile played on Gavin's lips. He had already rehearsed what to say when he saw the students with their heads down.
Come on, Alice, let's go see them together.
The mecha factory was quite far from the base, as the machinery's roar would be too loud. So when Wei Yuan divided the land, he moved several factories to the other end of the bloodthirsty Toon Forest. Even flying a small aircraft, it would take Gavin and Alice over 10 minutes. On the way, Alice was still worried.
Gavin, building mecha requires immense talent. What if some students don't have it?
Piloting the aircraft, Gavin was unusually talkative, comfort them when needed. After all, mecha are the hardest weapons to build, from the exterior to the internal weapon systems. Even the basic frame construction will give these students a headache. I just hope they don't get discouraged. My students are fine, especially that one named It Snowing. I feel she might complete the mecha frame within 100 tries.
Within 100 tries? Alice exclaimed. Gavin, you have that much confidence in your student?
Alice was deeply envious.
Mecha manufacturing was the hardest among all weapon crafting. Even now, mecha engineers were highly sought after. She and teachers like Gavin could only be called weaponsmiths, as they hadn't yet built a mecha independently. Yet even so, they could list on their resumes for the Star Alliance completed intermediate mecha manufacturing with AI assistance. And that skill could be placed at the top of their abilities list. But I heard that students from the Lord Academy can independently build basic mecha within 20 tries, scoring 60. That's the Lord Academy for you, Gavin said as he began to descend.
Below the aircraft was a colossal mecha manufacturing plant. Inside the vast factory, tens of thousands of people were scattered, hardly making it seem crowded. Alice's mouth fell open at the sight of the enormous facility. Such a huge mecha factory.
What level is it? 9. What? 9.
Watching Alice's excited demeanor, Gavin chuckled softly. Indeed, this was just like the time he came to visit with the students.
A level 9. This is a level 9 mech processing factory. Gavin's heart roared in excitement.
Seeing Alice like this filled him with pride, surging from the depths of his being.
Ha ha ha. This is the strength of humanity. Lord Wei Yuan is truly remarkable. A level 9 mech processing factory is a more terrifying existence than an entire fleet's flagship.
This signifies that humanity possesses the capability to manufacture their own mech squads.
And they are level 9. Mechs come with different levels. Higher level mechs require materials and technology far exceeding that of ordinary mechs. Mechs below level 5 are classified as beginner mechs. Above level 5 and below level 8 are classified as intermediate mechs.
Level 8 to 10 mechs are considered advanced mechs.
Anything above level 10 is a battle domain mech. Wei Yuan's Mo Yun is a battle domain mech. The remaining early BT series mechs are still just intermediate mechs.
But for the players, As long as it is made by themselves, even if it's a piece of junk, it is still their beloved treasure.
Just like now at the brain-machine interface.
Thousands of players gathered there to watch. Gavin and Alice immediately spotted the crowd and hurried over. Before they could reach, they heard excited gasps from within.
Wow, wow. It has taken shape. Damn brother, you are amazing. Ah. Cool. It's definitely a handmade master. This skill makes me bow in admiration.
Whoa, I always thought that the only difference between me and the rubber ring master was just a pair of hands.
Now you tell me even the brains are different. Shh, don't make noise, don't let that kid get too comfortable.
At this moment Wu Shishing was feeling quite pleased.
He had a brain-machine interface inserted on his head. Clearly there were chairs, yet he insisted on standing straight.
Furthermore, he kept a distance from the display screen to ensure the surrounding players could see how he constructed the mech bit by bit. The gasps from the surrounding players filled his ears, almost overwhelming him with joy. As he constructed the mech in his mind, the process became even smoother. A humanoid mech was gradually sketched out from the framework to the finer details. Even the final color spray was completed in the brain-machine interface. Congratulations Wu Shishing, your mech has been completed and is being evaluated for its capabilities. A score will be given within 30 seconds. Beep beep beep. The mech model constructed by Wu Shishing appeared on the screen. Dominated by blue, the rugged and handsome mech design complemented by a gigantic sword-shaped weapon on its back ignited excitement in the hearts of onlookers.
Is it a Gundam? Damn, this guy must be a rubber ring master. Whoa, plastic modified iron welding.
It's too extreme, this guy.
So cool. The crowd continued to express their astonishment.
The players' eyes were about to pop out.
Gavin and Alice squeezed through from the back, finally poking their heads out from the crowd.
Then they heard the AI at the control panel speak in a sweet voice. Evaluation complete. The mech you constructed is level 5, score 70. Would you like to manufacture it?
70 points. 70 points.
Just as Gavin let out a terrified exclamation, Wu Shishing frowned in silence and said, only 70 points? Wu Shishing, damn, I thought it would at least score 90 points. This is the Snow White's wings. His tone was full of disdain. With a pout, his expression showed no hesitation. No, 70 points is simply a waste of materials.
Gavin just popped out. He glanced at it.
The model of the level 5 mech scoring 70 points disappeared from his view.
Ah. What a waste. You. Gavin let out a loud cry.
It was only at this moment that the players noticed the two teachers emerging from the crowd. Although Alice usually appeared clueless and dazed. At this moment she was the one who understood Gavin the most in the entire venue. Alice widened her eyes, standing behind Gavin and holding his shoulder. Teacher Gavin, please don't faint.
I can't handle you. Is this really the time to say that? Gavin was on the verge of tears. Why can't Alice focus on the main point?
Wu Shishing, could you show me the mech you just created again?
Gavin shamelessly inquired.
In the Galactic Alliance, mech artisans each have their own unique secrets, and when they manufacture mechs they have some intricate designs, so generally they wouldn't let others observe their original design drafts. But now these students were all gathered together watching closely. That's why Gavin put aside his pride to ask.
Moreover, based on his experience dealing with these kids, these humans were quite generous.
At least in this regard, the descriptions of humanity in the Galactic Alliance could be matched.
Just a 70-point work and you're still interested, teacher?
Wu Shishing scratched his head.
To be honest, he was not very satisfied. Gavin felt his heart pierced by that sincere remark of 70 points.
And Alice beside him added a knife. Teacher Gavin is the best mech maker among us teachers. His famous work is a level 6 mech with a score of 69 points. What the players heard was a level 6 mech. What pained Gavin was the mention of 69 points.
Damn, is our teacher really that amazing?
I always thought that Brother Yuan recruited such a few teachers just to save money.
Don't talk nonsense, maybe we can see the teacher operating and manufacturing a mech. So exciting. Listening to the students, Gavin took a deep breath.
The level of mech manufacturing is related to the spiritual energy of the mech artisans and the materials used.
Only the score genuinely assesses the intricacy and completion of a mech's construction. Forget it. Better not tell them. Otherwise these kids might really think he is just a fraud. Gavin felt tears streaming down his heart. These students are simply too abnormal. After contemplating, Gavin looked at the panel on the mech control station.
He saw the data displayed. Wu Shishing won, his lips trembled slightly.
To construct a mech for the first time and achieve a score of 70 points. This talent is simply astonishing. Gavin's pupils shook violently.
There were indeed geniuses in the Galactic Alliance who could construct mechs on their first attempt. But those geniuses were all able to freely dismantle mechs as children under the guidance of teachers.
As for these humans,
Gavin thought about how since he arrived on this planet these students were all bouncing around appearing quite impoverished. If they had money to play with mechs freely, would they need to trick him into giving them wages to rent mechs?
Gaiwan originally thought that a construction diagram scoring 70 would already be enough to astonish him. But now when the complete construction diagram appeared before his eyes,
his breath caught in his throat. His hands trembled. His entire body quaked. Even when he lifted his head to question Wu Shixing, he couldn't help but shudder.
Did you complete this entirely on your own?
The look of astonishment in his eyes. The way his eyes sparkled.
Gaiwan's expression stirred the players into commotion.
Holy crap, no way is Wu Shixing about to show off in front of everyone.
Damn teacher Gaiwan, don't say anymore.
It's going to be bad. Teacher Gaiwan is about to start praising him. Damn. Praise from an NPC, isn't that going to make Wu Shixing feel amazing? Wow, did Wu Shixing pay for this? Although showing off in front of an NPC feels great, if it's not me doing it then I'm not happy. Just a moment ago Wu Shixing was lamenting that the Gundam he built had such a low score, but now once again his eyes sparkled. He puffed out his chest. Under the jealous gazes of other players he stepped forward and grasped Gaiwan's hand. Teacher, whatever you have to say, just say it.
Praise me. Praise me, come on, praise me.
The smile on Wu Shixing's face was about to overflow. Under the system's intervention all the players' words about the game would be automatically blurred and transformed. So even though Gaiwan heard their jabbering he didn't pay much attention.
He just calmed down.
Gaiwan took a deep breath, his eyes still full of admiration as he looked at Wu Shixing.
There are two ways to build a mecha. One is through a brain-computer interface, constructing the design in the mind and then letting AI assist in fabrication.
The advantage of this method is that it's convenient for mass production and the grade and score of the mecha can be determined during the design phase.
This is the product of the Star Alliance's mecha entering mass production. But before that,
the players pricked up their ears. Wu Shixing's expression became even more serious.
Inside he was thrilled. Here it comes, here it comes. I knew it, I knew. How could Bai Shuiji only have 70 points?
But before that every mecha in the Alliance was personally crafted by the mecha master themselves.
And your diagram here is a very standard handcrafted mecha diagram.
After saying this, Gaiwan let out a long sigh. He truly never expected that he would be fortunate enough to witness the birth of a mecha master.
That's right.
Those who can build mechas by hand in the Star Alliance number less than 100. The reason Dr. Octopus is famous across the Alliance as an 8th level master is not because of what he did in the Lord Academy. It's because he is also someone who can personally build mechas.
The mechas he creates have every detail that is irreplicable.
And now Gaiwan glanced sideways. Wu Shixing's mouth corners were harder to suppress than an AK. He grinned widely, laughing cheaply.
Aha, I knew it, I'm a damn genius. No aura of a master at all. How could someone like this independently complete a handcrafted mecha diagram? There are too many details inside that are not suitable for mass production. So the AI gave him a relatively low score.
If he could actually build it with materials himself,
this mecha's score would be at least 90.
Because no handcrafted mecha has a score below 85.
And humanoid mechas are even more difficult. Holy crap, does the teacher mean we have to build mechas by hand? This time we really need to shape, modify, glue and weld. Awesome, there really is a big shot among the crowd. Modelers. Assemble. Modelers. Charge. Coach, I want to learn to play basketball. Oh no teacher, we want to learn to build mechas by hand. Handcraft mecha, handcraft mecha. Damn, if that's the case, can we also handcraft a flagship? Holy crap, self-sufficiency totally no problem.
Gaiwan listened to the players' howls and shook his head.
Manufacturing weapons and using weapons are completely two different things.
When it comes to learning to use weapons, your skills indeed surprised me, but manufacturing weapons requires unparalleled talent. Wu Shixing, who was personally endorsed by Gaiwan as having unparalleled talent, puffed out his chest and walked out.
Ahem, let this genius say a word.
The few players around Wu Shixing immediately got his meaning, stood up in unison, and then with a whoosh cleared a path for him.
Make way, he's about to show off.
Wu Shixing has arrived, everyone move aside. Wu Shixing proudly tugged at his collar, which had no bow tie. Ahem, dear players, from today onward I, Master Wu Shixing, can craft mechas for you for a fee 30 gold coins per diagram, 30 gold coins per diagram.
No cheating the old or the young.
Don't miss it, if you pass by you won't lose money, you won't be cheated.
Gaiwan, wait child.
Before he could finish his words of objection, a player beside him already let out a strange shout. Hey! Old scoundrel, you just started testing and you're already planning to jack up the price.
30 gold coins, are you trying to rob us? Damn it, even though I haven't tested yet whether I have mecha master talent, but let me just say I'll do it for 20. 20. I'll do it for 10 gold coins. Fight, just fight, will you die if you don't fight? Scab. I'll do it for 8 gold coins. Stop yapping, brothers, let me test too.
A muscular arm was raised. Ing Luo Mazong, whose build was larger than the average player, squeezed out from the crowd. Those who were big in the real world would also be bigger than other players in the game. Plus he particularly liked warhammers and had a special fondness for large builds. So when choosing his avatar he unhesitatingly picked a robust physique. And he also injected the genes of a titan giant. With multiple layers of buffs stacked, Ing Luo Mazong's figure was as large as 2 ordinary players. Male mommy. So big. Love it, this one looks like a great support. Quick, please test. The players swiftly cleared a space for Ing Luo Mazong. Ing Luo Mazong looked dark and burly with a face of authority and bravery. In reality he was an extreme shootin'. The kind who stays home lifting weights every day and never goes out to meet people. At this moment, treated like this by the players, his dark face instantly turned red. Luckily he was dark enough that it was completely impossible to tell he had blushed. The rugged mecha design gradually unfolded before the players, and gave a stark contrast to the exquisite and sacred Snow White crafted by Wushixing. The rough-hewn mecha exuded a violent aesthetic. At a single glance some players instantly recognized it. Astartes. So cool, Warhammer players assemble. Astartes for humanity. For humanity. Gavin had no idea why these students suddenly became so fervent. But here was yet another born mecha pilot. With no reference material and no prior experience, he had drawn it straight out of thin air. Compared to Snow White, the Astartes mecha was even more rugged and simplistic. It was a pure war machine. Every component was forged for slaughter. Thus the mecha blueprint by Ing Luo Mazong scored even higher than Wushixing's. Level 578 points, the AI gave its final evaluation. Ing Luo Mazong also rejected the AI's suggestion to manufacture the mecha. He gazed at the machine he had built within his own mind. Ing Luo Mazong's eyes grew moist. Finally he could embark on his path of war with unrestrained passion. This was a true man's mecha. No regrets. Ing Luo Mazong removed the brink computer interface, saved the mecha blueprint, and prepared to leave. Oi, big shot. Don't go just yet. Several veteran Warhammer players rushed over, their eyes sparkling as they surrounded Ing Luo Mazong with praise. Bro, your muscles are incredible. You're a veteran Warhammer player too, right? How about we form an Astartes squad? Isn't a man's romance about charging to become the strongest? We've all tried but failed to build Warhammer mechas. But I want to be a space marine. Let's team up. Yeah, let's team up. 17 players stared intently at Ing Luo Mazong. Astartes for humanity. Ing Luo Mazong nodded, his voice rough and resolute. All right. Let's team up. For humanity. He roared in his heart. Though it felt a bit cringy, his blood boiled in an instant. The Astartes were humanity's last defenders, and they could also be a miracle strike force for humanity's survival. Crafting mechas by hand was way cooler than relying on AI assistance, wasn't it? The players quickly realized that any brain computer interface could be used. Since they weren't planning to build mechas right away, any interface would do. In no time all the online players rushed to the interfaces to start testing. The model enthusiasts stole the spotlight. Players like Ing Luo Mazong, who were obsessed with a specific type of mecha and knew every detail, were rare. Most others relied on their talents as model enthusiasts. In just half a day Gavin's worldview was shattered and Alice began to doubt her own existence. She watched dumbfounded as so many players began designing their own mecha blueprints right before her eyes. Back in the day, Alice herself had been one of those who connected to the interface and instantly drew a blank. She retreated to a corner and posted a question on the Star Alliance teacher forum: what would happen if a race had nearly 1/3 of its population as mecha masters? The question was barely posted when a master from the Star Alliance replied, basically impossible. If it were true, that race could easily dominate the Alliance. Did the asker have an incredible dream? If the race had only 3 members, then maybe it's possible. Thanks for the invite, just got off the Alliance transport. 1/3 of a race being mecha masters. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Trash question, a complete waste of time. Alice kept refreshing. So far every reply insisted she was dreaming. But what she was witnessing was real. Moreover, some players were a complete mess when they first started building mechas. But after watching a few successful attempts, they went back to test and succeeded. Any Star citizen would be utterly bewildered by this scene. Even Alice couldn't help but pinch her own cheek.
Ouch ouch ouch. It was real.
Hiss. In the god race's cat's eye nebula, a six-winged archangel with completely white hair and beard appeared. This old angel sneered at the latest question on the star net. These young teachers nowadays don't focus on teaching their students, they just indulge in daydreams.
Still, the premise was quite bold. As the god race's war forced, the holy archangels also had a particular fondness for mechas. What would happen if 1/3 of a race's population were mecha masters? Pulleys pondered. It would undoubtedly be an immensely powerful race.
He opened the reply page. While the question is virtually impossible, it doesn't stop us from speculating. As everyone knows, the Alliance's myriad races have only nurtured 97 mecha masters capable of independently building mechas. If the asker's mecha master refers to the common definition, someone who can build low-level mechas with AI assistance, then that race could rank among the top 300 in the Alliance. After all, building mechas requires vast resources. It's not just about having a master and an AI. They would also need mineral-rich star systems as support, otherwise buying or from outside could easily lead to sanctions. Furthermore, mecha masters typically spend enormous time and energy on building and designing mechas, so their combat capability is usually lacking.
With less combat, their level progression slows down, making them weaker. If 1/3 of the race were mecha masters, the number of high-level gene warriors would be limited. Without high-level gene warriors, a large group of mecha masters wouldn't be very useful. Qlis' account had a master certification. As soon as his reply appeared, it was flooded with likes. After reading it, Alice asked under his comment, what if that 1/3 of mecha masters could independently build mecha? Pulleys was enraged by this question. Who is this asker?
Asking such a stupid question.
It's a complete waste of my time. Pulleys blocked and deleted Alice's question.
As a certified master, he had the authority to lock her out entirely.
The old angel was furious.
A youthful voice came from behind him.
Why is the Grand Archangel so angry?
A stunningly beautiful youth with long golden hair emerged from the palace.
Feng Yushing's narrow phoenix eyes held neither joy nor sorrow in their golden pupils. He wore a pure white gauze robe. His beauty transcended gender.
Just his presence was enough to captivate all who beheld him.
Even after dwelling in the divine realm for millennia, Grand Archangel Pulleys couldn't help but sigh. Feng Yushing was a born deity.
A foolish question.
Pulleys waved his hand.
I wonder which apprentice came up with such a stupid question, a true waste of my time.
Feng Yushing frowned.
For the Archangel to be so angered, it must be an intriguing question.
Could you share it?
Pulleys was somewhat surprised.
Ordinarily, this son of the gods was extremely taciturn. He rarely even appeared among the divine race.
How that questioner asked whether it was possible for a race to have 1/3 of its members be mecha engineers capable of independently designing mechas.
Isn't that a fantasy? Feng Yushing nodded. Indeed, a fantasy.
Something so essentially impossible, yet someone still came to ask, truly irritatingly stupid.
Pulleys continued. But Feng Yushing no longer responded. He turned and left.
Feng Yushing recalled what had happened when he had just met his father.
Can things that are impossible truly never happen?
A trace of unease flickered in Feng Yushing's indifferent gaze. The myriad races.
The Alliance.
Could they endure much longer? In his agitation, he unconsciously thought of one person. He wondered what that person would do if faced with such a situation.
Far away on Blue Star, Wei Yuan suddenly sneezed loudly. What the hell? How can I still catch a cold when in this strong?
Wei Yuan rubbed his nose. If it really was a cold, he'd have to extract the virus quickly. Then he could poison those old bastards in the Star Alliance one by one. He hadn't yet figured out how to have the players deliver the poison to the Alliance. His communicator rang.
Feng Yushing, I miss you. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan looked left and right, confirming that the message was indeed from Feng Yushing.
Recalling that perpetually indifferent and calm face, Wei Yuan rubbed his arms and sent another message.
Wei Yuan, no homo thanks. Feng Yushing. Feng Yushing didn't understand. What did no homo mean?
He simply genuinely missed Wei Yuan.
What was Wei Yuan talking about?
Feng Yushing had originally planned to express mere classmate nostalgia and then close the communication. But inexplicably he remembered the only words Wei Yuan had ever said to him from the moment they met until now: being polite is a good habit. Although Wei Yuan had never spoken another word to him since Feng Yushing thought they should be friends.
Feng Yushing, there's something I can't figure out.
He stared at the communicator. It showed Wei Yuan continuously typing, but no message had come through.
Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan can't figure it out. Go figure at home.
Then Wei Yuan's message window closed. At that moment on Blue Star, Wei Yuan closed the communication interface speechlessly.
Feng Yushing.
The son of that old bastard from the god race. And he really was born from an egg. What a nuisance. Wei Yuan was speechless, recalling how he had almost been ambushed by a war angel of the god race back then. After escaping the ambush, he killed the attacker. Then Feng Yuxing appeared and asked him to show some face.
Wei Yuan was severely injured at the time. If Feng Yuxing had acted, he would have died for sure.
But that guy probably had a screw loose naturally. He didn't kill Wei Yuan, the human most feared by the god race, but instead let him go. At that time Wei Yuan found this poser so irritating that he cursed him for being impolite. Then he fled. He never expected that this guy would now send these inexplicable messages. Psycho. System detected unknown danger highly suspected to be related to the god race. Host is advised to investigate when available. The system suddenly popped up while Wei Yuan was grumbling.
Wei Yuan's expression instantly turned cold.
So something really was wrong with the god race.
Wei Yuan opened the communication again.
Wei Yuan, if you still can't figure it out at home, you can talk to me. After all, we're friends, right?
Feng Yuxing's eyes lit up. But then they dimmed again. Wei Yuan. Just a human, no matter how talented.
Even though he had already reached level 9, he ultimately couldn't help him.
Feng Yuxing, I already figured it out at home. Wei Yuan saw this mess.
He curled his lips.
The god race truly remained as annoying as ever.
But since the system said to investigate when there's time, it probably wasn't urgent. Had better focus on distributing the players' class changes first.
Wei Yuan lay down in his restroom watching the players' commotion inside. Game design was truly a thankless job.
Ding ding ding, global announcement. Due to players independently developing the Mecha Engineer class, the game version will be updated. Early update contents as follows. Update 1. Occupation mode. In interstellar battles, mechas serve as the main force of warfare, with occupations divided into 3 types: Commander, Mech Soldier, and Mech Engineer. Each occupation emphasizes different aspects. Players must choose their occupation with careful consideration. For class changes, players must apply to the Lord, with the final decision made by Lord Wei Yuan. Update 2. Player squad mode. Only players who form a squad can activate teleportation mode. Once squad mode is enabled, squad members can teleport to designated teammates regardless of their location. Update 3. Save and revival. After logging off, players can choose to revive on the spot or from a revival pod. Update 4. Teleportation mode. Update 5. Land leasing. Human territories are all divided by the Lord. Players wishing to develop their own forces in the later stages can lease land from the Lord. Note: when enslaving members of other races, the Interstellar Alliance's slave law clickable for details must be followed. Hereby. Warning to player Xingqian: your slave slime clan member Waligulu has repeatedly reported that his working hours have severely exceeded the limit. Please rearrange the working hours of slime clan member Waligulu within 3 hours of this announcement. If not changed, the slave will be forcibly transferred to the Lord's name. Update 5. Commercial landscape. This game does not restrict players' personal development. The Interstellar Alliance offers numerous business opportunities. Players are encouraged to explore gameplay on their own. Once the game update announcement was released, the players who had been excitedly preparing to start building mechas by hand were all stunned. Gavin and Alice watched as these students suddenly seemed to be frozen for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later.
Aha!
This is so awesome! Ha 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 ha! The players were either shouting wildly or thumping their chests and stomping their feet. Some had even begun to go into a frenzy. Waving arms and dancing legs were mild cases. A few took off their shirts and started twisting to a rhythm. Oh! Haha, to celebrate the game version update, I am hosting a food feast. Tonight all barbecue is half price. Count me in. Stinky tofu 1 gold coin a box. Beef pulled noodles. The scene was filled with revelry. Only Xingqian's face was ashen. The 3 members of the 4-person squad were all covering their mouths.
Put. Ha. Xingqian, how many hours a day are you making that slime work?
It's been driven to complain to the Lord.
Toyupo laughed so hard tears were nearly streaming down.
Xingqian 6. Ansankito also laughed with tears streaming. Xingqian, this isn't that viral clip from online recently, is it?
Maka baka. Pft.
Ha ha ha, I am at a loss for words. I have to pout my lips. Moi, am utterly speechless.
Xingqian's temples throbbed with bulging veins.
Enough was enough. There was no need to endure further. She whipped out the twin blades from her back and pointed them at the trio frenemies.
Fight to the death.
The 3 immediately bolted in different directions. Toyupo reacted fast as slipping away like oil on the ground, running while making OK signs with both hands and pursing his lips. I'm at a loss for words.
When I catch you, you're dead.
Xingqian returned the tang sword to its sheath and clenched her fists. Toyupo darted back and forth across the field, weaving through crowds of players. But soon he sensed something wrong. Turning back he saw Xingqian had closed in to just a few meters away.
Damn!
Toyupo shouted, his voice trembling, "Why are you chasing me?
I don't have any emergency cough syrup. Still daring to meme me now."
In just these few minutes Xingqian had spoken nearly her weekly quota of words.
Thump! Toyupo was caught, and then came the familiar foot stomp on his back.
He sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed, still trying to struggle.
I'm wrong. Whoa, spare me.
The once great streamer curled up on the ground, clutching his head and begging for mercy. Only after several large lumps had formed on his head did Xingqian go after the other two. 10 minutes later, as other players had already begun their carnival party and food festival, Toyupo, Enzhankito and Makabaka with lumps on their heads crouched in a corner, wondering why despite all being level 5 Xingqian's strength surpassed theirs. Whoosh! Bang! Under the pitch-black night sky a massive firework bloomed.
Then came the crackling sound of firecrackers, so lively. Afen breathed in the smell of gunpowder in the air.
He stood on a deserted hill, envying the clamor that wasn't his. Even from this distance his keen senses as a high-level gene warrior allowed him to hear the jubilant laughter of those humans. The smell of saltpeter from the fireworks dissipated, soon replaced by the aroma drifting from the food street. Sigh. Afen let out a sigh, wiping the saliva that had slightly escaped from the corner of his mouth. At a moment like this he should be feeling melancholy, but the drool was ill-timed. Later he'd see if any human would lend him some gold coins to buy a bit of food. Damn you, Alina, she had destroyed his brink computer interface before leaving. The star coins he had saved were now useless, leaving him to rely on scrounging around. Fortunately humans were friendly and kind. Most would mutter something about NPCs while pulling gold coins from their pockets to give him. Though he didn't know exactly what NPC meant, he guessed it was a general term for non-humans. Under the system's blurring effect, everything players said about the game was in Earth's language. Although Blue Star was very similar to Earth, their languages were not mutually intelligible. Even Blue Star natives couldn't understand Earth's language, let alone members of other races. Moreover, since the Interstellar Alliance, most people spoke the Federal Common Language. When players talked about other things, interstellar beings heard standard Federal Common Language. Thus to this day no interstellar being had found anything odd about what players said, they just seemed to occasionally speak in dialects. Afen stood in the wind thinking about how to scrounge more food later at the food street when he sensed a presence suddenly emerge behind him.
Afen homesick. Wei Yuan stood beside Afen. Down there it's so lively. Standing here alone is too desolate.
You carry the hopes of the entire dark elf lineage.
Don't worry too much, my people like you and we will support you.
His hand rested on Afen's shoulder. Wei Yuan gazed at the players below, a gentle smile curling at the corner of his lips. Haha, the poor Afen burdened with a blood feud, wallowing in sorrow while a powerful lord from another race offers help and comfort.
He must be deeply moved. Afen looked at the gentle expression on Lord Wei Yuan's face, warmth filling his heart.
Only with such a warm and kind lord could there be such optimistic and joyful people. Afen thought of his own race.
On the barren planet where the Dark Elves lived, the newborn elves were timid and sensitive. Ordinary Dark Elf clansmen were shrouded in gloom every day. Outsiders even said that the Dark Elves were meant to be so lifeless. But Afen knew it shouldn't be this way.
His clan elders had never resigned themselves to fate, they had nurtured him, telling him stories of the past. But now those elders who still held hope for the Dark Elves were all dead.
Lord Wei Yuan, thank you. Afen's gratitude was heartfelt.
Yet at the same time he was well aware that the Elf Queen was not someone to be dealt with easily. As an elf he had a natural subservience to their king. Otherwise, with resources dwindling year after year, the larger branches would have long rebelled. Afen, among us humans there is an old saying, is it fate that makes kings and nobles, or is it in their blood?
Wei Yuan turned around.
The wind tousled his hair and in the darkness his bright eyes gleamed brilliantly. At that moment another massive firework burst open in the sky behind him.
Is being born this way necessarily right?
Afen's heart was deeply stirred.
Choose to pledge your loyalty and our human race will surely grant you protection. Even a 10th level elf queen, we humans have never feared her. Don't you want to turn the elf race into one as peaceful and beautiful as ours? All clansmen living in harmony with no distinctions of high or low, only the unity of kin. Afen, think it over carefully. I hope to have your answer after we return victorious from the Lord Academy Championship. Wei Yuan left.
But Afen's mind still echoed with those words.
Did he want his people to live the same life as humans?
He didn't know when he had wandered onto the food street. What had been just a few stalls was now lined with food stands everywhere. Everywhere humans were holding food and drinks, laughing loudly. Even the captives brought back by the humans, including goblins, interstellar pirates, and even the slime that had reported being overworked, were now raising bottles and swaying to the human songs. Could they really win first place in the Lord Academy graduation competition?
Among the first place rewards was a 10th level gene unlocking potion.
Ethan could barely recall how he had gotten drunk. All he remembered was meeting Stealthy Roach, who then dragged him along for drinks and skewers running here and there. Then he had blissfully fallen into slumber. Before sleeping, Stealthy Roach seemed to have asked him many questions.
Ethan lay in bed dazed and drowsy. Stealthy Roach downed the last glass of beer and let out a burp.
Outside the door, the heads of Dark Beggar and Makabaka peeked out, stacked one above the other.
Makabaka, how is it? Done.
Stealthy Roach curled his lips and gave himself a thumbs up. Such a trivial matter handled with ease. Shinshin stood behind them with his arms crossed, and the four of them stealthily slipped into a corner. It was already night and most players had logged off to sleep. Everyone adhered to the principle that since no nutritional supplement ads were out yet, they should save as much game pod time as possible. After all, not every family was wealthy. Wind blows but saw Stealthy Roach from afar, crouching with his rear in the air, whispering with a few others in the corner. He craned his neck and crept over. He saw Stealthy Roach logging into a website via the Star Network.
Why are you using Ethan's account?
Wind blows but suddenly spoke. It startled Stealthy Roach so much that he flinched.
Should keep it down. This is top secret intel.
I'm going to compile it later and stun all the players. Hearing this, Wind blows but grew even more curious and squeezed in. 5 heads huddled together, staring at the video playing on Stealthy Roach's smart device. In the video was a recorded segment of the Lord Academy competition preserved by the elves.
Damn, that's incredible. How did you come up with the idea to dig this up?
Wind blows but was instantly captivated by the scene in the video.
Snow and ice stretched endlessly and several massive mechs were coated with frost. We've been running this factory for so long.
It can't be that all the other facilities are useful while that smart training ground is useless.
Stealthy Roach swiftly began downloading the video.
I went to the smart training ground earlier and asked the AI. It told me that to simulate the Lord Academy competition I'd need the corresponding videos.
But I found out. No human had ever entered the Lord Academy before. Are you on Goo? Stealthy Roach opened one video after another.
These elves really live up to being a long-lived race. They have so many competition videos.
Impressive, hee hee. In truth, Stealthy Roach hadn't expected that Ethan, once drunk, would answer whatever he was asked.
As in Yedong's personal guard, Ethan had originally been assigned to accompany in Yedong to the Lord Academy competition.
He could also access the Elven database. Remembering this, Stealthy Roach quickly sought out Ethan and downed several glasses of liquor with him. Ethan ended up revealing even the color of his underwear. Stop gawking and start downloading. Get as many as you can before the elves catch on. Stealthy Roach's hands were flying.
A page displayed over 80 videos, all downloading at once. Just as the third video finished, Ethan's account was kicked out.
Your account no longer has permission to view. Please report to the Queen.
The website flashed this message.
Hey, how stingy can they? Stealthy Roach cursed loudly.
The moment he did, the Elven Queen's face appeared on his smart device screen.
Hearing a voice that didn't belong to Ethan, the Elven Queen was taken aback.
Then she saw several humans before her.
Humans! The Queen exclaimed in shock.
The image vanished, and as it faded, a muttered voice echoed, "Damn, caught red-handed.
Good thing I'm quick."
The voice reverberated through the Elven Queen's palace.
An icy aura emanated from the Queen. The oppressive pressure forced all the elves present to kneel. Humans! How did humans breach our internal network? What are you good for? The Elven Queen roared. The elves below trembled in fear, thinking to themselves. It was all because Ethan had gone missing. After Anuelina ambushed him, he had even lost his smart device. They had no other way to contact Ethan, yet the Queen still wanted him to steal intelligence from the human race. Several elves managing the internal network noticed Ethan's account logging in and rushed to report it. The Queen then said she would use her authority to communicate with Ethan. Now discovering it was humans logging in, she was berating them. Though disgruntled, the elves managing the internal network maintained a loyal facade. The Elven Queen gripped her scepter tightly, her gaze sweeping over them. Is there a way to trace the device that logged in through that last communication? These humans were utterly detestable, stealing their videos. The Queen gritted her teeth. Ethan must have defected to the human race. Fine, just fine, you dark elves. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Noticing that none of the elves had answered her question, she snapped, "Q Queen. We can't do it. Useless. Wind blows, but Sister Shwe calling Sister Shwe. Snow falls, what's the matter? Wind blows, but it's a big deal, hurry up Sister Shwe, we got the videos of past competitions from the Lord Academy, come quickly. Snow falls, it'll be there soon.
Jiang Shuer closed her notebook and handed it to her assistant. You handle the remaining small matters. I'm going to play games first.
The assistant looked bewildered, thinking he must have heard wrong. Playing games.
Since when did the young lady become so obsessed with gaming? Under the terrified gaze of the assistant, Jiang Shuer went straight upstairs into her room.
The company's current projects have mostly stabilized.
If she wants to make more money, the quickest and most profitable way is to open new sources. To seek more business opportunities. Since she was fortunate enough to obtain internal testing qualifications, she must manage her identity well. As of now, Wei Yuan has not given Snowfalls a clear response. After all, the players' nutrient solutions have not run out and the money earned on Earth cannot be spent by Wei Yuan. However, this delay in Jiang Shuer's eyes indicates that the other party still has a lot of options to choose from.
The Jiang Group is not the optimal choice for the agency distribution of the game Interstellar Human Race.
After all, the Jiang Group originally made its fortune through building materials, and its transformation in the internet era has been a bit slow.
However, competitiveness is multifaceted.
Since this game primarily emphasizes exploration and creative freedom, even the progression of the game's plot relies on the players to drive it. Jiang Shuer feels that if she can contribute to the game company would somewhat consider her value. Closing the game capsule, Jiang Shuer closed her eyes.
The content of the game update also appeared on her panel. This update is quite interesting.
Snowfalls checked a few items of the update, focusing her gaze on the commercial model and land renting. However, her page quickly popped up with a team invitation from Wind Blows but. Join Wind Blows but invites you to teleport directly. Without any discomfort, as the screen went black and then brightened again, she found herself transported to the intelligence simulation training ground.
So this is the teleportation effect, super cool.
As Snowfalls just appeared, Thief-Oil Lady and others gathered around to watch.
Wei Yuan made sure the teleportation looked exactly like those in the games to convince the players that this is indeed a game.
Before players teleport, they also need to mark a green circle on the ground, but this is only visible to the players. Otherwise, if a battle breaks out, teleporting directly could land them in an ambush, which wouldn't be good. Wind Blows but recounted everything that had happened previously.
Sister Shui, you are clever. Analyze for us what we should do now.
The four-person team nodded vigorously.
Thief-Oil Lady bluntly stated to Sister Shui, I just want to know how to maximize our benefits.
In reality, among them, Wind Blows but is the richest second generation. Being good at gaming does not mean the decisions they make are the best. After obtaining these 3 videos, they began discussing what to do.
Should they choose to directly contribute the videos?
Or should they let Thief-Oil Lady disclose it during a live broadcast, using it as one of their trump cards to attract newcomers while making some money? Snowfalls pondered for a moment. From the various rewards at the beginning, it's clear that the game encourages racial unity. If you share this video with all players, the rewards will certainly be very generous. However, the most important thing right now is whether your stealing of the video will violate the laws of the Interstellar Alliance. What I am concerned about is that the elves might use this as a reason to attack the human race. Snowfalls opened her intelligent brain. Although she knows this is just a game, she instinctively treats this place as a complete world.
A complete interstellar world under the premise of perfect cosmic laws. The Interstellar Alliance will certainly enact laws. No. It can't be.
Thief-Oil Lady just realized.
This is just a game.
In the game, stealing things from the enemy's camp, where does the concept of law come from? Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Snowfalls, then how can the weak races still exist?
Game bug.
Thief-Oil Lady tilted her head.
Snowfalls facepalmed. It's safer to ask the Lord first.
Within the interstellar human race community surrounded by mountains,
an elderly man sat on a mat.
The old patriarch, who had originally been closing his eyes, slowly opened them upon hearing the sound from the intelligent brain. Wei Shirshan, according to the Alliance laws, we highly suspect that your human race has participated in a theft and need to communicate with you immediately. Please open communications and activate virtual mode for easy searching.
The message was sent directly from the Alliance Enforcement official website. The old patriarch hadn't even had time to check what the notification was about.
He saw his intelligent brain light up and read. This means his rights were directly revoked. The virtual image of the Queen appeared instantly in this somewhat shabby room. Also appearing were the interstellar enforcers. The old patriarch silently watched them. The Elf Queen's sharp gaze swept over the old man before her. Wei Shirshan, it has been decades since we last met.
How did you become so old? Non-long-lived species have pitifully short lifespans. Someone who used to look young has suddenly transformed into an old and frail figure. The human race is that fragile.
Just relying on endurance is enough for them to extinguish the human race. But now a Wei Yuan has emerged. The Elf Queen has to reassess the human race. Her gaze swept across the entire scene, including the places where those humans lived outside. Though the green mountains and waters look nice, the technological feel is very low. There are also very few advanced genetic warriors. It seems to be just as everyone speculated. The human race has sent most of their combat power into Wei Yuan's hands. Are they really preparing to compete for the champion position of the Lord Academy? It's truly laughable. The Elf Queen's sarcastic expression is all too evident. The old patriarch snorted coldly and simply closed his eyes again. The enforcers came this time just to make the actions of the Elf Queen somewhat legal. In other words, they are just a decoration. So seeing Wei Shishan's expression, they did not. I advise you to open your eyes, Wei Shishan. Do you know why I am here? The Elf Queen leaned down threateningly, looking at the old patriarch. Your humans have a few scoundrels who used AI fans account to infiltrate our elf race's intranet and download some videos. Those videos are rare footage recorded by our elf race. They are all related to the competitions of the Lord Academy. Moreover, these people must be those you sent to Wei Yuan's side. Now I demand that you summon those tribesmen back to your home planet for trial. Wei Shishan suddenly opened his eyes wide. What did you say? His fury could no longer be suppressed. Wei Shishan's gaze fell on the enforcer beside him, who had no presence at all. Is this also the Alliance's intention? The enforcer avoided Wei Shishan's gaze. After technical inspection, there are indeed signs of intrusion in the elf race's internal network, and the login address is also from the Blue Star. However, we currently cannot connect to Blue Star's communications, so we can only contact you. So you mean you have no solid evidence proving that our people stole your videos, but rather that your own kind AI fan provided the account, logged in together, and then downloaded the videos, right? With less than 5 days left until Wei Yuan brings people to the Lord Academy, if I summon them back now, Wei Yuan won't be able to participate in the competition. And Yu Shengyin, how could you be so shameless? And Yu Shengyin smiled. She truly thought so. After all, as long as the goal is achieved, it doesn't matter how many loopholes there are. Even those videos aren't that big of a deal. But as long as she gives this excuse to the high-ranking officials of the Alliance, they would agree to this ridiculous excuse just to make sure Wei Yuan cannot compete. Hold back Wei Yuan's tribesmen. Let's see how he competes. Wei Yuan should submit the list of participants for the competition today, right? And Yu Shengjian's lips curled up. Then we will wait until tomorrow to forcibly summon the human race's tribesmen and search through their intelligent brains to see who exactly stole our elf race's videos. Tu Yupo looked utterly innocent, straining to widen his eyes and blinking rapidly in a feeble attempt to bluff his way through a sight that nearly made Wei Yuan burst into laughter. But then he recalled what they had done. His smile vanished. Good heavens! Who would have thought that players were not only masters of destruction but also adept at crime? The laws of the Interstellar Alliance, though mere ornaments in the eyes of the upper echelons, would certainly be invoked when necessary. Just like now, the 3 videos that Tu Yupo and his crew had stolen from the elves would at most serve as a novelty for the players. After all, the rules of the Lord Academy's graduation tournament changed every year. The old match videos could only offer a glimpse of the possible environments they might encounter during the tournament in this galaxy. Moreover, the videos you downloaded are centuries old. The Kale galaxy 50 years ago, due to shifts in its surrounding stars, transformed from an extreme cold star to a temperate one. Now when competing, their antifreeze coatings are unnecessary and you needn't bring cold weather gear. Wei Yuan didn't know whether Tu Yupo's luck was good or bad. On one hand, he had managed to pull out Kale from countless videos, the very galaxy the old principal had said was designated by the Alliance's High Council. On the other hand, Kale's climate had long since changed, rendering the video utterly useless. Ever since Kale's climate improved, the planet was acquired by the Shueli clan of the Alliance. What was once a lifeless world had transformed into a habitable one. Now the Shueli clan wanted to develop Kale into a tourist planet, spending a fortune to bribe the High Council and hitch a ride on the upcoming event. After all, the Lord Academy's tournament was of paramount importance across the entire Interstellar Alliance. When the time came, all interstellar citizens would be watching, and there would even be massive betting pools on the rankings. Wei Yuan was already planning to contact a few wealthy bigwigs in his address book to raise funds and go all in on the human race taking first place. But before he could even start borrowing money, the players had already stirred up trouble. Wei Yuan sighed, looking at the expectant expressions on the players' faces. These guys were all waiting for his answer. These videos you. Before Wei Yuan could finish, the old chief's communication came through. Ha! Wei Yuan opened his smart brain. The players' eyes lit up instantly. The human old chief. Yay! So far they had seen several races but never any humans besides Yuan Gu. So they all craned their necks to get a look. But Wei Yuan sensed something off. The old chief wouldn't call him twice in such a short time. He glanced at the oblivious players and raised his hand to answer. A beam of projected light swept across. The old chief, the elf queen, and the enforcer appeared before the players.
Wei Yuan.
The Elf Queen didn't even spare a glance at the players beside her. She strode straight toward Wei Yuan. Though she was nearly 1500 years old, being a long-lived race, her age was utterly imperceptible.
At first glance she looked like a young woman in her 20s. Yet her aura was extraordinarily noble.
Her golden pupils scanned Wei Yuan, revealing both amazement and more prominently wariness.
So young yet already level 9. In any race this is a prodigious feat. Do you know that your people have stolen information from the elves?
She intended to survey Blue Star's environment and gauge the strength of the humans under Wei Yuan. But as her spiritual energy was about to leave the room, it was blocked and repelled.
The Elf Queen frowned. What was happening?
Was it because of the distance?
Malicious surveillance detected from the Elf Queen, interception activated.
The system's voice echoed in Wei Yuan's mind.
Wei Yuan snorted coldly.
This hypocritical woman was utterly repulsive.
What theft? I have no idea about that.
He spread his hands and looked at Tu Yupo and the others beside him.
Do you know anyone who stole something from the elves?
The Elf Queen and the Enforcer also turned their gazes toward the players. All the players shook their heads in unison.
No idea. What elf tribe? Never seen them.
How could we steal anything from your elves from so far away?
That's not how framing works, you know.
The players stuck to the same story. However, Xiaozuila's gaze first swept over Wei Sishan, who was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, then glanced at the grim-faced Enforcer not far away.
Hey!
Xiaozuila raised her hand.
I have some knowledge of Alliance law. Elf Queen, isn't this coercion of our old chief without evidence? You seem to be enforcing the law improperly, don't you? No sooner had Xiaozuila spoken than the Elf Queen's brow furrowed instantly.
She cast a chilling glance at Xiaozuila, and an immensely powerful pressure descended upon Wei Yuan and the others. The Elf Queen was no half-baked undead monarch who merely possessed a level 10 rank without corresponding strength.
Under her pressure, even Wei Yuan couldn't lift his hand to disconnect the communication.
Xiaozuila felt as though her throat was being gripped. She had disabled the connection between her soul and the Bodhi's pain receptors, but her physical reactions were undeniably real. She couldn't breathe and her body twitched slightly. Her face gradually turned purple. Xiaozuila couldn't even control her own body, she could only experience the Bodhi's death moment by moment.
Even without pain it was terrifying.
Xiaozuila heard a crack. She opened her eyes in the game pod.
Dead.
She sat up, her clothes drenched in cold sweat. It was her first death in the game. But she had heard Feng Shui Pippi talk about the sensation of dying in the game before.
Wasn't it supposed to be completely painless? Why had it felt so horrifying just now?
Her very soul trembled, too terrifying. Even after climbing out of the game pod, Xiaozuila was still shaking all over. She sat on the sofa, arms wrapped around herself, shivering. This game.
Something's not right. Not right at all. Messages kept popping up on her game account.
She took a deep breath and opened them.
Feng Shui Pippi, Sister Shui. Sister Shui. So terrifying, boo-hoo, I die too. Damn, why is it so scary this time?
I had already turned off the pain link, but it was still terrifying. Xiaozuila, I had also disabled pain, but the sensation of being killed by the Elf Queen from a distance must have come from both mental and physical levels.
Xiaozuila, so terrifying. Just now I really felt like I was about to be killed.
She even recalled the fear of being kidnapped with her half-brother as a child, the knife pressed against her neck, the imminent death, the suffocating terror. That was true fear of death. And she had experienced it in a game.
Feng Shui Pippi, ah. So this game is really amazing. Boo-hoo, it scared me to death.
Feng Shui Pippi, but it feels so good. At this very moment on Earth, Feng Shui Pippi emerged from the game pod. The thrill of fear made his whole body tremble.
Ecstasy. Pure ecstasy.
Even more exhilarating than his first death without disabling pain. This sensation was utterly sublime.
Again, that feeling of being alive. He. Xiaozuila, you have a masochistic streak. You might as well never disable pain. Feng Shui Pippi, Sister Shui, you understand me, he. Xiaozuila. Feng Shui Pippi, so should we go back to the game now and fight that damn big boss? Xiaozuila, I need to take a moment.
Though Feng Shui Pippi's words had calmed her fear somewhat, she was now genuinely worried about the game's safety. This was only an internal test.
Accidents during beta tests weren't unheard of. Moreover, this game touted virtual reality as its selling point.
Even VR games far inferior to Interstellar Humanity commonly had side effects. Prolonged play inevitably caused dizziness, nausea, and vomiting. After being killed by the Elf Queen, Xiaozuila began to fear that this game might damage her brainstem.
I need to get a physical checkup first. In the interstellar space. In Yu Shangyin. A furious roar erupted from beside the Elf Queen.
The old chief Wei Sishan, who had been relatively calm until then, trembled when he saw Xia Shuela and Feng Shui Pipi collapse limply.
He rose with a roar. You've gone too far. I will file a complaint with the Alliance Committee and the Alliance Court will send you a subpoena.
Our human race, though no longer what it once was, will never be bullied by you in Yu Shangyin. The old chief roared, veins bulging on his forehead.
Even his aged body shook with fury.
His eyes were wide with rage. Staring at the two corpses on the ground, his anger was so intense that a faint ringing began in his ears. His eyes reddened and murderous intent surged. He had never seen the humans Wei Yuan had brought. They showed no fear of the Elf Queen or the Enforcer, and toward him, the old chief, they displayed only curiosity without any reverence. All these signs told Wei Sishan that these people must be the ancestors revived by Wei Yuan through secret techniques. Yet he could not charge forward.
He could not slap in Yu Shangyi's face. He lacked even the strength to fight her.
All he could do was threaten her with the committee and the court. Nor could he expose the matter of the ancestors. They were humanity's hope, the last trump card of the human race.
Wait.
Wei Sishan lowered his head, hiding his murderous intent.
Just wait.
Once the ancestors recovered to level 8, he would procure gene potions for them.
An entire human race at level 9 would make the entire alliance tremble. And Yu Shangyin just wait to die.
Wei Sishan suppressed the redness in his eyes, unable to bear looking at the two corpses again.
Yet his unusual behavior did not escape Yu Shangyi's notice. Just two reckless level 5 gene warriors, and Yu Shangyin snorted contemptuously. She spared the remaining players, including two Yupo.
If she truly angered Wei Sishan into taking the case to the Alliance Court and the mechanical clan's rigid-minded officials got involved, it would be troublesome for her. With that in mind, the Elf Queen turned her gaze to Wei Yuan, who had remained silent all along. She tapped her scepter on the ground.
The elves are not to be defiled. I, the Elf Queen, will not tolerate slander from any race.
Wei Yuan, I have said that your humans stole from us first, which is why I have come.
So? Wei Yuan looked up at the Elf Queen. What do you want?
Take your people back to the human homeworld. I will conduct a thorough search. And if you find nothing?
Wei Yuan asked calmly, though the fire in his heart burned no less fiercely than the old chief's.
Those were his players. That madwoman in Yu Shangyin had remotely controlled his hand from tens of millions of light years away and killed two of his players right before his eyes.
Yet Wei Yuan was powerless.
Because in Yu Shangyin was no undead monarch. She had millennia of experience as a level 10 gene warrior and the vast resources of the elf race as her foundation. Even among level 10 gene warriors in Yu Shangyin was among the elite, far surpassing the undead monarch. He was still no match for her.
But an enemy was not invincible.
What he possessed was the Fourth Calamity. Wei Yuan pressed his lips together, a faint smile playing on his face as he looked at Yu Shangyin. Elf Queen, you wouldn't slander my people and then refuse to offer any compensation, would you?
And Yu Shangyin sneered. Name your price.
As long as the video had been recorded, even if the downloaded files were deleted, she had ways to retrieve them. For fairness, I will apply to the Alliance for the AI Terminal A to search for evidence, the Elf Queen added with a smile. But now you must bring all your people back to the homeworld within 3 days.
Wei Yuan, 3 days. Impossible.
No money, no spacecraft, no fuel. Wei Yuan's blunt facts, however, were interpreted differently by Yu Shangyin.
She thought he was using the lack of funds and transport as an excuse to delay and sneak off to the Lord Academy. Our elves will open a temporary passage for you. Wei Yuan, you should know that high-level gene warriors are fully within their rights to kill ordinary unawakened clansmen without breaking any laws. So you had better follow my orders and bring back every human under your command.
On the human homeworld there happened to be a large batch of children. They were all like Wei Yuan, revived from frozen embryos. This was a blatant threat. She intended to prevent Wei Yuan from even attending the competition. Though the human homeworld was closer to the Lord Academy, if these humans were under her control they would never leave the homeworld. When that happened, Wei Yuan would never have the chance to become a candidate for leader. Without first place, where could he find a level 10 gene unlocking potion?
From the humans. How laughable.
And Yu Shangyin glanced at the human homeworld, poor and devoid of decent mineral veins.
High-level gene unlocking potions were all in their hands.
That Wei Yuan had reached level 9 was only because the old principal of the Lord Academy had provided him with gene potions.
Genius as he was, let him be stuck here. Wei Yuan said, well, thank you so much. President Jiang, your medical report is ready. The private hospital.
The director holding Jiang Shuer's physical examination report said with a smile, President Jiang, your health has improved significantly compared to last month.
The lumbar problems caused by long hours of desk work are all gone now.
Zhang Shuer had some medical knowledge, so she was quite surprised after receiving the report.
Could playing a game actually improve one's health?
Over the years struggling for power and managing the enterprise, Zhang Shuer appeared young but suffered from numerous occupational diseases. Whether it was her lumbar spine, cervical spine or liver, all had damage.
Previous medical reports always indicated high risk.
Now everything had returned to normal.
Alright, thank you, Director.
Zhang Shuer took back the report and decided to visit the psychiatry department. Right after the game she was so frightened she almost dared not enter again, but in a short while the fear had vanished. Strangely, at this moment she actually wanted to log back in and check the situation.
She must be insane. Indeed, she needed to see a psychiatrist.
After Zhang Shuer left the director's side, deeply returned to his office and took off his mask. At that moment in his office, a young man with long black hair wearing a white coat was holding 2 medical reports and frowning.
Are these the medical data of the same person? Nonsense, would I fool someone with fake data? The young director tossed the mask into the trash bin.
You're a forensic pathologist, why are you looking at?
Just marveling at the wonder of the human body.
In just 1 month it has returned to its peak state.
What does this woman do? An entrepreneur.
The director took a sip of water. Rich people have all sorts of strange ways to maintain their health.
Don't dwell on it. Go back to your work. Aren't you forensic pathologists busy? The young forensic pathologist silently put down the 2 reports. I might be fired. The deceased's family accused me of desecrating the corpse.
Actually, I was just looking for clues about the death and incidentally removed some of the contracted nerves after death. The director was left speechless.
His junior was indeed a born forensic pathologist. But honestly, that research method was something most families of the deceased couldn't accept. You have to understand the family's feelings. The young forensic pathologist nodded, his soft black hair contrasting with his pale, almost translucent skin.
Senior, could I have the contact information of the owner of this report? He was now very interested in this lady who had completely transformed her body in just 1 month.
No.
The director refused without hesitation. You should take a good rest. It's fine to play games or read novels in your free time. The young forensic pathologist nodded. His mother had warned him not to do anything illegal.
But he really wanted to study it.
The pale young forensic pathologist reluctantly glanced at the name on the report.
Zhang Shuer. Go home. But what to do at home?
He opened his contacts and found his best friend from high school.
Wang Yang, what game have you been playing recently?
At that moment the communicator of Ingluo Mazong, who was being teleported with all the players on the spaceship, rang. Verily, Wang Yang, what game have you been playing recently?
Ingluo Mazong's eyes widened. Buddy, you want to play games?
Yes.
The opening of interstellar routes was not difficult. What was truly challenging was the maintenance required after the passage was established. Some star beasts capable of traversing the cosmic sea would actively destroy the routes.
However, this time the routes opened by the elven race were only for temporary use, so they had no intention of maintaining them. They released a wormhole at a fixed coordinate and simply waited for the humans to board the spaceship. As for Athan, the teachers and the other interstellar people captured as slaves by the players, they were left behind. After a brief scan of the scene with a life detector, the high-ranking elf said no more. Before closing the spaceship hatch, the high-ranking elf cast a deep glance at Athan, who stood in the distance.
The unmaintained route was extremely dangerous.
The energy of the wormhole dissipated every moment, and the dispersed energy would attract a large number of star beasts. If they were not quick to return or were unlucky, their spaceship would be attacked by star beasts.
If they were even more unfortunate, they might encounter the Zerg.
Thus only the low-ranking elves were dispatched for such perilous missions.
Athan felt a pang of unease at the elf's final gaze. Athan, don't look anymore. Let's go back.
Alice tugged at Athan's clothes. Both being low-ranking elves, Alice and Athan had gotten along well since they met. At this moment she thought Athan was blaming himself for not managing his account properly.
No one expected those kids to actually hack your account. Athan shook his head. Those videos are not important at all.
He had been by Nyedon's side for many years. He understood far better than Alice the dirty thoughts among the high-ranking officials. Even if those cockroaches hadn't used my account to take down the videos, the Queen would have found other ways to stop Lord Wei Yuan from participating in the competition. After all, the first place in this competition would receive a level 10 gene unlocking potion. Athan watched the purple flame tail of the spaceship. Alice scratched her head, puzzled.
But isn't Nyedon only at level 7?
Besides, could the Queen possibly be short of a level 10 gene unlocking potion? She couldn't figure it out. She even felt that Afen might be biased due to his resentment toward the queen. Although Yedong doesn't need it now, Lord Wei Yuan does.
Afen said. Moreover,
I heard that this gene unlocking potion was made according to an ancient formula, not a new one from the Gene Potion Company.
Alice still hadn't reacted. Gavin standing nearby widened his eyes and looked at Afen. Could the rumors be true? Ha! Alice turned to Gavin. No way. What was this? She couldn't understand. And Gavin wasn't even an elf.
Why did Gavin seem to know more about the elven affairs than she, a pure-blooded elf, did?
Alice looked at them in confusion.
Gavin coughed, covering his mouth with his fist, and whispered, I once read a piece of gossip and thought it was fake. It said that your elven race had invested in the Gene Unlocking Potion Company, but before the company made it big, the gene potions were all created by a genius who defected from the human race. That genius made the Gene Unlocking Potion using the bloodline of the Queen Zerg as the main ingredient mixed with some special substances. But later, for some reason, this human genius turned traitor and sided with the Zerg. He only made a few level 10 Gene Unlocking Potions, and they are all held by the Terminal AI. They are only released before each change of the Supreme Leader. The Gene Unlocking Potions later produced by the company were improved versions based on the one obtained from the elves. Unfortunately, the modifications were poor, and using them later leads to genetic collapse. Your current elven queen used the new potion, and she is probably on the verge of collapse. What Afen means is that the queen neither wants Lord Wei Yuan to get the potion nor wants to obtain it herself, because if she injects it, it might suppress the collapse. Alice listened, her eyes wide. How had she never heard of these things?
She looked to Afen for confirmation. Afen nodded.
Hundreds of years ago there were still interstellar people daring to report such matters, but now there are basically none.
Alice took several deep breaths.
She felt that these dark matters were not something she should have heard.
I'm a bit sleepy. I'll go back to sleep. Was the queen really like this? How many elves knew about these things?
Was Lord Wei Yuan in danger? Alice's mind was in turmoil, and she really wanted to call back those little rascals. Would her beloved students die in these conspiracies? Alice, with a pale face, walked dazedly toward her restroom. Just then a few newly logged in players crawled out of their hibernation pods.
The player named Eat Potato Chicken stared at the empty base dumbfounded. Holy crap. I didn't get the date wrong, did I? Is today still a school day? He quickly opened his homepage in panic.
Seeing the clear Saturday on the calendar, his heart finally calmed down.
What are you yelling about?
A girl with a ponytail standing beside him slapped him hard.
If today were a school day, would I have dragged you online? Hurry up, didn't you promise to craft me a mecha today?
The girl's ID was Cold Heart Silver. Eat Potato Chicken's eyes were unfocused, and he held his head in his hands.
No, cousin, first look, this base is completely empty. Ha!
Cold Heart Silver was one of the newest players. She hadn't reacted yet, but Eat Potato Chicken had already sprinted back to the hibernation. The hibernation pods stretched as far as the eye could see, neatly arranged.
Eat Potato Chicken ran over to check each one. The pods used by registered players would have their IDs displayed.
And when a player was online, they would leave. He looked through row after row. The big shots he remembered were all gone.
Why, I only went to school for 5 days and the game has abandoned me. Eat Potato Chicken sat down slowly, leaning against Fish's pod, holding his head. I must have missed some plot. He quickly opened his game interface, hoping to see a hint or find an old player to ask. At that moment, Cold Heart Silver let out a scream. Because
she had been staring at the hibernation pods like her cousin, and she happened to see a living person inside one. Just as she was about to marvel at how realistic the game's modeling was, the girl who looked like a corpse opened her eyes. They stared at each other. Cold Heart Silver's mind flashed with countless horror movie scenes. She was petrified, screamed, and then froze, her face pressed against the pod's transparent panel. Shadow Moon stared back at the little girl looking at her. Her heart also skipped a beat. Who wouldn't be scared when they logged into the game only to find a face pressed against the glass right in front of them? After a moment to recover, she tapped on the pod's lid. A muffled voice came through the pod's external speaker. Girl, you can kill me or whatever, but please don't scare me like that. If it weren't in the game, her heart would have exploded by now. Scaring people to death is real. Ha 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 ha, sorry woo woo, sorry I. Cold Heart Silver was both scared and realized she had made a mistake. She was terrified and embarrassed, and she burst into laughter. After laughing, she wanted to cry. She covered her face and curled up in a corner. She whispered to herself, so embarrassing. Eat Potato Chicken's face peeked out from beside hers, and he said lazily, you know it's embarrassing. Ah. Cold Heart Silver was startled again, and seeing it was the annoying Eat Potato Chicken, she jumped up and grabbed his neck. She shook him wildly.
It's all your fault. You said you'd craft me a mecha. Why did you run back? Cough cough Shoin cough I'm sorry let go let me explain.
While they were making a ruckus, several hibernation pods opened one after another. Judging by their ages, the players in these pods were all still students.
Cough. Eat Potato Chicken pushed Zioyan's hand away and looked at the young players.
I just observed that you all are the newest batch of players and you probably only have time on weekends like us, right?
They nodded. Eat Potato Chicken as a veteran player felt a heavy responsibility.
I asked a few big shots and confirmed the current situation.
Let me give you a quick rundown.
While we were offline, the game plot advanced a bit. The Elven Queen forced the Lord to take all his people to the human homeworld. Since we logged in late, we missed it. So we can try to carve out a different path.
Eat Potato Chicken grinned brightly.
Brothers, since we're all fated to be here and can only play on weekends, let's form an alliance and overtake on the curve.
Ha! What do you mean?
Cold Heart Silver was confused.
The players who hadn't received the notification were mostly the newest batch student players with limited time. The Lord took the main force to the homeworld, so there are no NPCs to control us. Eat Potato Chicken opened his homepage. Don't you want to go mess around in other star systems? Entering the wormhole. Currently entering the wormhole. All passengers please prepare for safety as we are about to enter a turbulent state.
The spaceship trembled rapidly after entering the wormhole. Wei Yuan was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly felt his hands tremble violently.
This doesn't feel like turbulence from the spaceship. He opened his eyes. The smart brain was flashing information rapidly as if in a frenzy.
Wei Yuan was a bit confused. Who is sending so many messages crazily?
Alice, Lord Wei Yuan.
We're going to die, we're going to die, we're going to die.
Alice, some students haven't followed you to the human home planet. What should we do?
Alice, it's bad, they've discovered me.
Alice, oh no, they want me to take them to the mecha processing plant to learn how to make mechas.
My goodness, may the mother tree bless us, I hope these kids won't be able to make mechas.
Alice, great. The mechas made by the potato-eating chickens seem to have limited weaponry, they weren't made for war. No. I was wrong.
Why do they love to attach cannons all over their bodies?
Alice, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said anything about innovating technological weapons.
Can someone tell me why there are weapon masters among them? What is this sheath called Chiron about?
Lord Wei Yuan, why didn't you take them all away? Alice, they've finished making the mechas and are now studying the spaceship.
Fortunately, no one knows how to make spaceships, so these kids might quietly stay on Blue Star.
I will keep an eye on them for you. Alice, Lord Wei Yuan, why did you leave a flagship on Blue Star? Alice. Alice, was this all part of your plan? Why has the battleship been activated? Alice, are we all doomed? Alice, fortunately they don't have the energy to power the battleship.
Alice, they want to borrow money from me. Alice, all the teachers have been called out by them.
Gavin, Lord Wei Yuan, they might be planning a rebellion. Alice, I don't want to be a pirate. Gavin, they said we're all in the same boat now. If we don't board the flagship with them, they'll self-destruct and claim that humans are on Blue Star and prepare to frame us for hiding them.
Alice, I swear to the mother tree it has nothing to do with me. Ivan, Lord Wei Yuan, there are still bad people among humans, right?
Wei Yuan.
Sitting in the spaceship Calamity has struck from the sky.
What flagship? I didn't give them anything. Wei Yuan knew that some players would log in late and would definitely miss this plot after all.
With 100,000 players, how could he make all of them log in at the same time? But those players aren't they supposed to be going to school or work?
Don't they only have weekends to play games? Shouldn't they have little money to level up? What is going on? Wei Yuan nervously opened the players' group chat. The topics in front of him made Wei Yuan's vision go dark. Potato-eating chicken crowdfunding, brothers crowdfunding.
You need to participate in the human home planet activities. We're going to develop a new dungeon in the Starsea and we're starting to raise investments now. We've formed a garbage-picking alliance named the Interstellar Hunters. Potato-eating chicken grand opening, all shareholders, as long as you invest 100 gold coins now you will receive one item from our garbage-picking alliance's first expedition regardless of size or value.
Potato-eating chicken, the more shareholders invest early the greater the discount we can offer in our alliance.
Potato-eating chicken, now our commander has invested in a flagship for us in the garbage-picking alliance. Potato-eating chicken, the great thief, invested 3 tons of mecha manufacturing materials.
Potato-eating chicken, the great beggar, invested.
As the potato-eating chicken continued to report in the group, Wei Yuan's anger kept rising.
Good heavens! This is truly unbelievable. He raised his eyes and looked at the serious-looking players sitting in the spaceship. No wonder they all look so serious.
I thought it was just the turbulence making them a bit uncomfortable.
Indeed.
The players being quiet must mean they are up to no good.
Wei Yuan pursed his lips, feeling helpless for the first time.
These guys without making a sound have pulled off a big mess. And they unexpectedly crowdfunded an interstellar pirate group.
Wei Yuan couldn't imagine how desperate and frightened the teachers and Ivan along with those slaves who had been taken to the flagship must feel. Wei Yuan thought about pinching his acupoint to calm himself down. Stay composed. Stay composed.
At worst, when they cause a huge disaster, he can just say they defected from humanity.
Wei Yuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead.
These players appeared calm on the surface. In reality, they were chatting like crazy in the group chat and public screen.
Arriving at the destination, all passengers please prepare for landing. The AI voice of the spaceship suddenly sounded. A high-ranking elf sent by the elf race to supervise sighed in relief.
When he came to pick up these humans, he was thinking that with Lord Wei Yuan's level 9 Gene Warrior's aura, the probability of those star beasts attacking would be low. Plus they set off immediately after opening the wormhole, so the external dangers on the way were not terrifying.
What he feared was the humans going wild.
After all, a level 9 Gene Warrior could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. And although these humans were not high level, their numbers were overwhelming. Thus on the way to pick them up he imagined many terrifying scenarios. But unexpectedly Lord Wei Yuan was very gentle, and these humans were remarkably disciplined, quietly sitting in their seats the entire time. Now that they have arrived at the destination, the high-ranking elf's face broke into a smile, and even as he opened the hatch he said to Wei Yuan, "Lord Wei Yuan, you humans are indeed as organized and disciplined as the rumors say."
Wei Yuan's face instantly darkened. A ruthless stab in the back. Damn it. And this high-ranking elf was genuinely and sincerely praising him. This made him even angrier. Wei Yuan forced a smile, feeling infuriated.
The high-ranking elf felt a chill all over, wondering why it felt a bit dangerous just now.
He opened the hatch unaware of anything.
Outside, the humans from the human home planet led by Wei Sea Mountain were eagerly waiting. The Elf Queen and the enforcers stood beside Wei Sea Mountain, watching the spaceship's cabin slowly open.
This is my first time meeting my kin in the game. I'm oddly nervous, haha. Tuyupo straightened his clothes. Ansankito straightened his back and whispered, "Don't speak. Well, chat in the group later." Didn't the commander say so?
We need to give Brother Yuan a surprise.
Do you know what face means? Ansankito's words were broadcast in the public channel. All players silently puffed out their chests. Solemn, reverent, orderly, and utterly silent. The players stood straight and walked with dignity, row upon row, column upon column. They appeared exceptionally neat, almost as disciplined as an army. Today they were not here to search for the Elf Queen. Today they were here to show Brother Yuan respect. Do you know what face means?
Tuyupo, standing at the very front, looked almost straight-laced, but the moment his eyes met Wei Yuan's, his lecherous demeanor involuntarily seeped through.
He winked at Wei Yuan. "Brother Yuan, see this. This is the respect your brothers have for you.
Brothers are in our hearts." He longed to raise his hand and thump his chest in loyalty to Wei Yuan.
Wei Yuan ignored him, for the resources Tuyupo had funneled to eat potato chicken were second only to those from its snowing.
A single command ship might be impressive, but 3 tons of raw materials were no less significant. The aid this fellow provided to the trash-picking alliance was in terms of harm no less than its snowing's command ship.
He had to face life with a smile. Wei Yuan spotted Wei Sishan below. The old man appeared even more aged than in their communications.
The old clan leader's grand birthday was approaching. Yet from the memories of his original body, Wei Yuan recalled the clan leader as he was when he left the human home planet. Back then the old clan leader, though not as visibly aged as now, had eyes full of lifeless ash. Now the light in the old man's eyes shone much brighter. Though his age had increased, he seemed destined to live longer. Wei Yuan nodded inwardly. Indeed, as long as people have hope, they possess the will to live.
Little did Wei Yuan know that at that very moment the old clan leader, watching the players descending behind Wei Yuan, wished he could leap 3 feet high and kowtow to them repeatedly. The ancestors must have returned. The ancestors must have returned.
Tears flowed silently in his heart. Clones were somewhat dull, for they lacked souls. Yet human souls were slightly stronger than those of other races, so this child Wei Yuan must have hatched clones of the ancestors with lingering consciousness.
Excellent. Even as clones, fragments of memory would reside in their genes. As long as they could recall the most mysterious ingredient of the gene-unlocking potion, that would suffice.
Then no matter the race, even a 10th level Elf Queen, they would grovel at humanity's feet.
The Elf Queen frowned. As a 10th level Gene Warrior, she could sense the aura of all living beings around her. Wei Sishan seemed very agitated. Was it because of Wei Yuan's return?
No, Wei Yuan's return was hardly a cause for joy for Wei Sishan.
An Yue Shengyin stared at the ethereal chi invisible to others in the void. Those humans were all clones, their souls murky and indistinct.
Sishan seemed more concerned with those clones. As a queen, Anue Shenjian's mind raced, countless possibilities flashing through her thoughts. Suddenly she felt she had grasped a clue.
Humanity clones.
These clones appeared soulless, merely executing commands. Even their movements were perfectly synchronized.
Yet she recalled the video recorded by Anuelina. Those humans had been quite agile, but also somewhat rigid, endlessly attacking Eurus with crude tools.
What normal interstellar warrior would choose crude tools over highly destructive interstellar weapons?
Who would? Anue Shenjian's heart skipped a beat. She knew who would. Clones created from active genes bearing fragments of the original's memories would do so.
And when humanity first ventured into the cosmos and encountered the elves, their weapons had not yet advanced to their current level. They were poor, so in battles with other races they loved to equip their mechas with repair tools, using battle lulls to strip weapons armor limbs from enemy mechas. That could be considered humanity's early history of rising.
Anue Shengyin shuddered.
Could it be that these clone humans were actually cloned from the genes of the earliest generation of humans stolen by Wei Yuan from somewhere? At that moment Anue Shengyin forcibly suppressed her urge to annihilate all the humans behind Wei Yuan.
Without evidence she could not act.
Otherwise she would face judgment.
If those old bastards were indeed involved, those madmen from the machine race would also come charging back. Damn it. This is more troublesome than I thought.
No wonder humanity had suddenly stopped being Loki and Wei Yuan had dared to reveal he was a 9th level gene warrior. So it was because he had obtained the genes of those old fellows.
No. Weren't the remaining active cells all held by the gene company? Could it be that old thing from the Lord Academy? Anue Shengyin could barely contain her racing thoughts. Calm down, calm down. Elf Queen, didn't you want to see me? Wei Yuan pursed his lips into a smile.
Given your strength as a 10th level gene warrior, it shouldn't be hard to see what's going on with my kinsmen behind me, right?
Do you still think they could autonomously infiltrate the elves' internal network?
Ding ding ding, attention all players. The Lord has a new quest.
For all players who followed the Lord to the human home planet, mandatory quest act. This quest is mandatory.
Players must act as clones of the first generation of humans before all interstellar races present.
Traits of the first generation: innocence, peace, friendliness. They were the heroes who led humanity into the cosmos.
They were the heroes who fought against the insect race to uphold the Interstellar Alliance.
They were simple and cared deeply for their descendants. All players, begin your performance. Performance rewards: rank rewards based on performance results.
In order of rank, prizes include tickets to compete in the Lord Academy Tournament, substitute tickets for the Lord Academy Tournament, and tickets to observe the Lord Academy Tournament.
Fog. 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 Ah, could it be that we're about to start uncovering the game's background? Role-playing is too easy, it's practically a done deal. As an Earthling, this is the first time I felt the game's goodwill. The planner finally acted like a proper human.
I might be useless at other things, but playing a rustic interstellar bumpkin?
No problem at all. Kindness. Peace. Greatness. Isn't that describing me? Ha ha ha. Brave folks first, let's try some sweet talk. Wait for me, I'll go ahead and test the waters with these interstellar humans.
Without Wei Yuan speaking, everyone just spammed the public chat with wild banter. After all, they had agreed to give Source Brother some face this time. But they felt they were standing quietly and neatly. From Wei Yuan's perspective, however, he could see their trembling bodies and the expressions they tried hard to make mysterious and unfathomable.
Wei Yuan now deeply regretted issuing that game quest. Great. These guys weren't going to mess it up, were they? He desperately wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. If they couldn't act, they could at least maintain the same solemnity and gravity as before. But now what the hell were those twisted faces supposed to mean? What on earth were they thinking in their heads? These guys. On the surface, Wei Yuan remained as calm and gentle as before, even managing to flash a slightly provocative smile at Anue Shengyin. Haven't the elves always claimed to be very friendly toward us humans? Well then, is this how you treat your friendly race? Wei Yuan pointed at the closed protective shield above the human homestar. An 8th level energy shield, originally invisible, but when Wei Yuan raised his hand it immediately glowed with blue light. The players also looked up. Seeing this, who among them couldn't understand? Setting up this protective shield, are you planning to trap us all here? I bet it's to buy time so her son can snatch the ranking. God, that's disgusting. This boss hasn't turned hostile yet, but she's already earned a death sentence. The players whispered among themselves, their gazes toward the elf queen turning sour. We can take her, we can take her. This boss looks hit exactly my taste. Traitor, die.
The player's words stung the Elf Queen's ears. Her eyes sharpened as she swept her gaze over them. With just one glance, blood instantly gushed from the players' noses and mouths. Holy crap, my health bar is almost zero. So strong. A few players close to Anhua Shangyin had already fainted. Wei Yuan's eyes turned cold. He sidestepped and directly blocked Anhua Shangyi's attack. Anhua Shangyin. Wei Yuan bellowed, and the players behind him finally caught their breath. But those who had fallen in the front row were on the verge of stopping breathing. Damn brothers, I can't control my body. What's going on? Did we pull aggro from the boss just by talking smack? I can move my eyes, but nothing else. Feels like all meridians are severed. Hiss. So this is the power of a level 10 Gene warrior. This Elf Queen is terrifying. The players lying on the ground could only move their eyeballs. But even in such a state, they kept rolling their eyes to see what was happening. After a wave of players fell, the rest wanted to come over and check. Thus tens of thousands of players stood behind Wei Yuan, directly facing the Elf Queen and the Enforcer. The Enforcer frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Anhua Shangyin to try to kill someone without a word. Anhua Shangyin, if you came today to slaughter the human race, by all means try. Wei Yuan was no coward. Under the players' repeated quests, his strength had long surpassed level 9. Only without a level 10 Gene unlocking potion did he have some limitations. But facing a level 10 Elf Queen, he was no longer as hesitant as before. Yet the players' hearts skipped a beat when they heard these words. No, don't. Hey, Source Brother looks angry. Don't do it. Brothers can take a beating, but don't fight her, you can't win. Forget it, Source Brother, don't get mad. The players whispered behind Wei Yuan. Human dignity cannot be trampled. My people. Is the elf race stronger than the bug race back then? Wei Yuan roared, and the players felt a surge of heat in their hearts. That's right. Damn it, it's just a game. Can't I even talk back to an NPC? You're nothing but an NPC. Player dignity shall not be trampled. The players' blood boiled, and with those words their momentum shifted to a determination to fight. That's right, even if our human race is weak now, you, an Elf Queen, cannot kill us at will. Even if I die, I'll splash you with my... As long as it has a health bar, well, grind it to death. Protect the Lord, prepare for battle. Call the commander, start the war. 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 Under the horrified gaze of all the interstellar beings before Wei Yuan could even react, the players, crippled by Anhua Shangyi's gaze, bit their tongues and killed themselves. In such a crowded area, even Anhua Shangyin couldn't detect that the players had respawned on the spot. Nearly 90,000 players surged like a tide, their first move being to shield Wei Yuan behind them. Source Brother, stay hidden. When the time comes, look for a chance to escape. We brothers will hold off this damn queen. How dare she disrespect you? Exactly. Even if she's a god, we can kill her. If worst comes to worst, well, skip this quest. They've gone too far. Protect Source Brother. After mining for so long, even if I can't afford high-end weapons, can't I afford revived coins? I'll drown this damned boss with my level 0 body. Source Brother, hide well. Run as soon as the battle starts, got it. There were too many voices around. Wei Yuan was surrounded by players, unable to tell which voice came from which player. He only saw familiar and unfamiliar figures, all casting concerned looks at him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. A warmth surged in Wei Yuan's heart. It really only takes your own hometown folks to know how to care for you. This time, however, he only intended to make Anhua Shangyin wary not to start a full-scale war. Little did he expect that after a few words he would see no reaction from Anhua Shangyin, but instead ignite the fervor of the players. I forgot, these are the Fourth Calamity. Wei Yuan silently repented, realizing he shouldn't have felt embarrassed by the players just moments ago. These beings. They are the only ones in this world who would wholeheartedly help him ascend to the peak. Wei Yuan smiled, standing amidst the players, facing Anhua Shangyin without a trace of fear. Over 90,000 players. Their fearless momentum would make anyone's heart tremble. Even the Enforcer drew a sharp breath at the sight. Could humanity still be this unyielding? Anhua Shangyin pressed her lips together as the Enforcer beside her spoke. Elven Queen, this time you have indeed overstepped. Even if they are merely low-level Gene warriors, you should not have acted so rashly. If this sparked a racial war, even he might face ruin. A 10th level Gene warrior could annihilate an entire race with ease. Even though humanity now had a 9th level Wei Yuan, their position in the Star Alliance remained somewhat unique. Their strength was not great. Yet in the past, when all races were weak and could only tremble before the Zerg, praying not to be discovered, it was humanity who launched the first suicidal assault, slaughtering the Zerg Queen that had already discovered them. Whether that queen managed to send word back to the Zerg hive remained unknown. But humanity had indeed granted the alliance of all races this extended period of safety.
Moreover, not all races had forgotten humanity's debt of gratitude.
The enforcer spoke, then advising Yin Yushengyin to take a step back for peace.
At least for now humanity cannot be destroyed,
he whispered telepathically to Yin Yushengyin. She cast a cold glance at the enforcer. Foolish man. Was she stupid enough not to know that humanity could not be touched for the time being? But those lowly humans dared to gaze at her with such disgusting eyes. They were nothing but base creatures, yet they dared to stare so blatantly.
Even if they were clones of the first generation of humanity, so what? This was no longer the era of humanity's glory.
And Yushengyin recalled her childhood when humans before the advent of gene-unlocking serums had looked upon all other races with the eyes of a collector appraising objects.
And back then humanity was terrifyingly strong. But now, that era was over.
And Yushengyin roared inwardly, and these clones were merely replicas of the original humans.
Damn it.
And Yushengyi's fingers gripping her scepter began to turn white at the knuckles from the sheer force of her suppressed rage. Feeling the ache return to her forehead, and Yushengyin calmed herself.
She raised her scepter and stamped it on the ground. Enough. I have no intention of starting a war, humans.
She was addressing the players. From the very beginning, Yin Yushengyin had treated them as if they didn't exist.
A bunch of contemptible things.
But now she had no choice but to lower her head. With icy eyes and a haughty expression, she spoke words she believed to be an olive branch. I mean no harm. There is no need for such agitation. The elven race has always been on good terms with humanity. The 8th level energy shield is merely to prevent the energy leaking from the wormhole from attracting star beasts which would bring trouble to your people.
An excuse. Who couldn't see through it?
Yet the old chieftain understood that this was as close to a concession as Yin Yushengyin would get.
It was better for everyone to take a step back,
so Wei Sishan shot Wei Yuan a meaningful look.
How now you remember our generations of friendship? How ridiculous.
Wei Yuan let out a scoff but still raised his hand and gestured to the players. My people, there is no need for war. If this were on Blue Star, the players would have charged in without a second thought. But before this trip, the leaders of the various alliances had already instructed them.
When necessary, give Brother Yuan face. What does face mean? It meant absolute obedience. Whatever Brother Yuan said, they would follow.
So now the players fell silent.
Like a receding tide, they stepped back, revealing Wei Yuan. Tisk look at Brother Yuan's expression. Ha, he must be thrilled. This wave, our reputation with Brother Yuan is bound to skyrocket, right? Center stage, Brother Yuan is definitely in the spotlight. So satisfying.
At least that Yin Yushengyin has some sense. The players continued to murmur among themselves.
But now every star being present knew that this group was Wei Yuan's most loyal weapon. Alright, my people are tired from the long spaceship ride.
Elven Queen, you may conduct your investigation as you wish and my people will cooperate. But for now we need to rest.
Wei Sishan also smiled.
In their first confrontation it was clear that Wei Yuan had won.
He stepped forward, now playing the peacemaker. They are indeed weary from the journey.
And Yushengyin, you can't expect our young ones to travel all this way only to be interrogated the moment they arrive, can you? Besides, you've already had your show of force. And Yushengyin gripped her scepter, a vein pulsing on her forehead.
This old man was utterly infuriating.
When had she ever put on a show of force?
Humanity. Just you wait.
Once we've figured out your true strength, all of you will be sent to the pharmaceutical companies as raw materials.
And Yushengyin looked at the players.
Clones were even more convenient for extracting materials. Humanity truly thought it was still the humanity of old.
Dream on.
And Yushengyin snorted and turned to leave. The enforcer, seeing no point in staying, also returned to the resting area arranged by the human.
Wahahaha, that felt so good.
The adrenaline was pumping. Wind on the butt said, walking alongside Oil Thief and the others. Oil Thief was also buzzing with excitement, rubbing his arms and laughing heartily. You said it.
It was awesome. In a game, when it's time to fight, you fight. Even if you can't win, you have to show your spirit. That NPC was way too arrogant.
Begging in the shadows, exactly. But Brother Yuan must have had the best time, right?
Haha, he must be so moved by us.
Maka baka hee, maybe he's about to hide in his room crying tears of joy.
Xingchen 6. I don't know if the Lord is moved, but I think we might not get a chance to perform. Following Xingchen's gaze.
The over 90,000 players had indeed scattered like stars across the sky. Without even resting, they ran off to explore the human territory, immediately engaging the native humans in friendly conversation.
Hello, fellow countrymen. Need any help?
Don't be shy, we're all human, one big family. Ah, this child has such a lively look.
I like him instantly. It feels like he's my own. Damn, how are these guys reacting so fast? Let's hurry and build good relations with the locals. Maka Baka couldn't stand it anymore. If they didn't hurry they wouldn't get the mission rewards. She called out for a while before realizing that the point-grinding maniacs beside her hadn't moved at all. Maka Baka looked back in confusion. She saw Tuyupa huddled with Feng Shui Pai Pai and in Zhongqi Tao. What are you guys doing? If we don't hurry we won't find suitable performance targets. Xingchen patted Maka Baka on the shoulder. They're looking for the commander-in-chief. Ha! Maka Baka was puzzled. But Xia Shuela isn't online, is she? Speaking of which, if Xia Shuela hadn't reminded them not to use those videos they might have been caught by now. Isn't my sister Shui amazing? Feng Shui Pai Pai opened a communication channel proudly snorting. If Sister Shui hadn't warned us we'd probably have been caught by that elf queen as soon as we got off the spaceship. This interstellar tech is incredible. Hey, we know you're the commander-in-chief's lackey alright. Hurry up and contact her, get a move on. Tuyupa rolled her eyes. If they didn't have Xia Shuela's offline contact info they would definitely beat Feng Shui Pai Pai up. At first the kids seemed normal, so humble when they first cooperated to fight monsters, but damn it, after Xia Shuela came online this bastard became arrogant straight away. He keeps saying my sister Shui all day. Anyone would think he's as awesome as Xia Shuela. Tuyupa curled her lip. Once the commander-in-chief is online I'm definitely adding her on WeChat. You're too annoying. Feng Shui Pai Pai, my sister Shui is a busy person offline, not just anyone can add her on WeChat. As he spoke, Feng Shui Pai Pai had already contacted Xia Shuela. Xia Shuela, who had just walked out of the psychiatry department, rubbed her temples and opened the message. Zhang Jiaxiaozi, Sister Shui calling Sister Shui. There's a new situation in the game, need support, remote support possible. Jiang Shuier. Zhang Jiaxiaozi, wow Sister Shui, you have no idea how crazy the plot has gotten. There's a mandatory mission now, we're on the human home planet. Jiang Shuier, I just finished my checkup, nothing wrong. You'll be back in the game soon. Have Tuyupa tell me what happened. Feng Shui Pai Pai got so excited that his speech became incoherent. He thought he had explained things clearly, but Xia Shuela felt exhausted reading his messages. It was better to let Tuyupa, a veteran streamer, explain things. Feng Shui Pai Pai, who had just been bragging, had a dark look on his face. Tuyupa, however, found it amusing. Haha kid, the commander-in-chief doesn't even know what's happening. You just blurted out bits and pieces, of course she'd be confused. Your teammate Xia Shuela has requested teleportation. Agree. Tuyupa nodded. A green light appeared. Xia Shuela opened her eyes and saw a lush green landscape. It wasn't the bloodthirsty Toon Tree. She looked up. In the sky there was only one star different from the sun. The star around which the human home planet orbited emitted green light waves. The trees here were exceptionally dense. As far as the eye could see there were giant trees that would take 30 or 40 people to encircle. These non-aggressive giant trees blocked most of the light, so while it was very green here it was also somewhat dim. Xia Shuela scanned the area. Is this the human home planet? She was facing what appeared to be a vast mountain range. Human dwellings were quite futuristic. Every house had an eggshell-shaped energy shield. Most of the shields were currently activated. It was evident that the native humans were very welcoming to the players brought back by Wei Yuan. Yeah, Sister Shui, isn't it interesting? It seems like the development and changes of humans here aren't that big. Feng Shui Pai Pai came closer. Xia Shuela smiled and shook her head. That's not how you judge whether the changes are big or not. Although she didn't know the game's setting yet, humans have always preferred to live in groups. Whether in rural areas or cities, houses are usually close together to ensure mutual help in the fastest time during danger. But now Xia Shuela saw that these humans lived kilometers apart from each other. She also wondered if it was because their dwellings were built on the mountains. The most residents were at the foot of the mountain, and the higher up the fewer houses. What did this mean? Before Xia Shuela could figure it out, in Zhongqi Tao standing beside her rubbed his chin. Hey, you know what? Even though this is the interstellar age, the way these humans live looks more and more like the cave dwellings described in cultivation novels. The stronger the cultivator, the more spiritual energy they need. Usually their dwellings are built on mountain ranges. Look, aren't they all on the mountains? The eggshell houses on the peaks look bigger than the ones below. What kind of game do you think this is? Interstellar humans. Not mortal. Didn't you see those native humans? They're all gene warriors. Maka Baka retorted. Xia Shuela waved her hand. It's not important. First tell me what happened. In Xia Shuela's view. And Zhongqi Tao wasn't wrong either. Injecting gene potions to forcibly unlock the genetic locks in the body wasn't that different from what was described in cultivation novels.
Both became extraordinary beings, just that gene warriors weren't as powerful as the cultivators in cultivation novels. Tuyupa quickly recounted everything that had happened since Xiaoshuela went offline. After finishing, she didn't forget to flatter, "Hehe, you're really something, Commander-in-Chief. You said it was illegal and it turned out to be illegal. Good thing I was smart and uploaded the video directly to my personal page. After going offline, you'll share it with netizens." Xiaoshuela, lucky, just a correct guess. She opened the latest mission panel. All players who had arrived on the human home planet had the role-playing mission automatically accepted. Xiaoshuela read files extremely quickly and her ability to extract textual information was outstanding. The mission details provided by the game were certainly not baseless. She thought she might have already touched upon some hidden information the game hadn't told players before. "So Sister Shui, should we go big and find the Elder Chief to put on an act?" Feng Shui Pai Pai had just finished speaking when he saw Xiaoshuela looking at him with a knowing smile. Her red lips parted. "No, we should go directly to the Elf Queen." "What?" Feng Shui Pippi's jaw nearly hit the floor. "Go find the Elf Queen now. That boss hasn't even turned red yet. Going after her this early seemed too premature. And Yuan Gu didn't seem ready to confront this boss either. If he followed Shui Jia on this wild goose chase now, would the NPCs blacklist him later?" Feng Shui Pippi frowned deeply. Was this how the game was meant to be played? Wouldn't they end up GG? But the suggestion came from Shui Jia. Maybe he should give it a shot. Seeing Feng Shui Pippi's expression, Zueshila knew the fool had misunderstood. She looked at the Leoda 4 and said, "Feng Shui Pippi and I have never played games before, so would like to hear your opinions too." "Ah." Tuyupo scratched his head. "In an open-world game everyone just plays however they want. The point is to have fun. Commander, if you really want to start a war now, it's fine. Worst case our clan gets wiped out, but we can always respawn." Zueshila said, "I don't plan to fight the boss." She wasn't stupid. Going after a max-level boss now would crank the difficulty to hell mode. The quest says it's a forced roleplay with rewards based on the consequences of our actions. Zueshila opened her profile. It says we need to convince the humans, but what if the Elf Queen herself believes we're the original human race? Wouldn't the native humans believe it too? Holy crap. That brain of hers really is different from theirs. The Leoda 4 exchanged glances. Makabaka swallowed hard, wanting nothing more than to become the commander's fangirl right then. Xingqian asked, "So how do we make her truly believe?" Zueshila replied, "First find people who might know inside info and gather intel. The more we know the better our chances." Feng Shui Pippi, contact teacher Gavin. Tuyupo, go ask Afin for information. After giving orders, Zueshila directly called Chitadudaji. "Chitadudaji. Commander, you need me." He was the big financier of their Lajaleo alliance. Standing on the flagship, Chitadudaji felt a surge of ambition. Today was supposed to be his first day conquering the stars. Zueshila said, "The organization needs you." "Well, conquering the stars could wait till tomorrow." Chitadudaji, go on. Zueshila, take the flagship and have Athan lead you to the Elf Clan's base. March to war. Chitadudaji. You want me to take down Sun Wukong and Shubeiji and bring you Tang Sanzang? Wait, she just wanted to borrow the flagship, but the commander was sending him on a suicide mission. Die before the first battle. Zueshila said, just a little remote harassment bluffing. Don't reveal you're human. And disguise the ship so the Star Alliance doesn't recognize it. Chitadudaji was already considering turning back and building his own ship from scratch. The flagship was nice, but building one by hand offered better cost effectiveness. Zueshila added, after it's done 50 million gold coins. Zueshila continued, don't you trust the flagship's escape speed? The star weapons we salvaged from pirates are still in the warehouse. Chitadudaji laughed, haha, Commander, you're too kind. Dying for the organization is my honor. Players had always been skilled at wheedling information out of NPCs. Athan and Gavin didn't hold back. Once they heard it was about humanity's survival, they immediately explained the Alliance's genetic serums to the players. Wow, the original humans were that badass. So the inferior gene serums the system mentioned are exactly this. I wonder what the missing key ingredient is. Could it be something ridiculous? Get lost, not everyone's as boring as you. Toyupo said, turns out there was a human traitor back then, huh? If the game allowed it, I'd love to switch factions. Anzhan Kito added body and Chao Camp Heart in Han. Toyupo, don't forget you got infested by a brain bug before. If you go to the bug race now, maybe the elders would appreciate you. Don't forget your bro when you make it big. Toyupo replied, you're not wrong. If I had the chance, I'd definitely try. We've only seen a brain bug so far, it's getting boring.
Listening to them, a plan formed in Zueshala's mind. Alright, we've gathered enough intel. Let's go see the Elf Queen. Fingchue Pippi laughed. Queen 8. Ha ha ha.
The Elf Queen's original body was still in the life star system.
But after projecting, she couldn't shut it off.
Sitting in the room arranged by the humans, and Yushingyin closed her eyes, sensing all life on this human planet.
Humanity had truly fallen into a pitiful state. There were so few high-level gene warriors.
Excluding those brought back by Wei Yuan, the population here was even smaller than the Dark Elf clans. In the life star system, the handmaiden who had once calmed her riots arrived silently.
She massaged in Yushingyian's temples and whispered, "My queen, should we inform the pharmaceutical company about humanity's current state?"
A few days ago they said the stored human primordial cells were starting to decay and would soon be unusable. The 73rd clone batch has fully degenerated into monsters and is unusable.
Don't tell them for now. And Yushingyin took a deep breath. Only a few of the pharmaceutical company's top brass are our people.
Those old geezers are all waiting for a chance to capture more human high-level gene warriors, and their main target now is Wei Yuan. Everyone wants to snatch him. I don't need to share intel. Just like none of those old geezers told me that Wei Yuan had obtained the primordial genes. My queen, is it possible that the cloned humans Wei Yuan brought back aren't actually cloned from the original? The handmaiden frowned. She felt that if such a big incident had truly occurred, the pharmaceutical company's shareholders couldn't possibly be sitting so calmly. Perhaps. And Yushengyin waved her hand, signaling the handmaiden to stop.
Maybe I should find a chance to test them properly.
If they truly are clones of the original humans, it might present a new opportunity for the Alliance. As she finished speaking, she sensed 6 uninvited guests outside.
Knock knock knock.
The living environment of the human race on this planet, although not transformed, is filled with traces of technology. Inside the egg-shaped houses, everything follows a mimetic pattern.
The oil-stealing woman just knocked on the door. A gap appeared on the egg, creating a pathway.
Wow, I don't know if this door is high-end or not, but it definitely looks impressive. The oil-stealing woman paid no attention to the boss and Yushengyin standing across from her. She leaned against the milky white door, feeling around. It started to snow and she cleared her throat.
Makabaka said, "Don't do anything embarrassing."
Hee. The oil-stealing woman returned to her senses, secretly glancing at the begging figure. I couldn't help myself, but this is really cool. Is there really not a trace left?
None, it just vanished like that. Tisk tisk tisk, I'll study this technology later. What is it?
The 2 tang knives of Xingchen were pressed against the backsides of the 2 sand sculptures. Xingchen said, "If you say another word, a white knife goes in and a yellow knife comes out." At this moment it dawned on the snow that players are the hardest group to manage. These guys are just like children in kindergarten, only caring about their own curiosities, showing no fear even in front of the boss. Worst case, they could just restart. The snow thought to herself that in the future she must find obedient teammates. Her gaze fell on Feng Chue Pai Pai, who still solemnly followed behind her.
This kid from the Zheng family is quite good.
Feng Chue Pai Pai's expression was serious, staring intently into the door, still holding his staff with a proud look on. And Yusheng, tisk tisk tisk, this boss has a really nice figure but is dressed a bit conservatively.
In a money-making game, why would they portray the boss so conservatively?
Next time I should call customer service too. I wonder if they would make any improvements. Why is Sister Shui looking at me like that? Feng Chue Pai Pai straightened his back a bit.
The strolling quartet said, "What a sycophant."
In just a few seconds, and Yushengyin had already observed the various reactions of the players.
After her gaze swept over the oil-stealing woman and the others, it landed on Shui Shui. "It's you."
She remembered that she had killed her once. No, this girl seemed to have subtle differences from the one she spoke to at that time. And Yushengyi's gaze shifted. Her hair was whiter, her skin even fairer, and the shape of her eyes slightly different.
Twins. Clones should be identical.
Shui Shui said, "The Elven King is passed down through generations, each one powerful, tolerant, kind, and benevolent.
How come in your generation the aura has become so chaotic?"
Wow, sis, are you going this big right from the start? Feng Chue Pai Pai's palms were sweating. He hadn't turned off the pain sensation this time. I hope the boss gives a quick resolution.
Give a quick resolution.
The oil-stealing woman and the others gasped in their hearts. The sister really does not follow the rules.
What is happening? What does she want to do?
In the group chat, several people frantically inquired.
The oil-stealing woman asked, "Commander, what is your strategy?" Begging in secret said, "Sister, don't tell me this is to intimidate the big boss. You've intimidated me too. This isn't how the game is played." Makabaka asked, "Teach me how to do things, Sister Shui."
Shui Shui replied, "Don't worry, just observe the changes. You can maintain your original state. What you did at the door was good.
Appropriate silliness and indifference towards the boss can confuse the enemy.
After all, according to what Shui had learned among the races in the galaxy, those old folks who survived after that great war were very wary of the human race. Shui didn't know exactly what they feared, but the player's perception that their opponent was just a boss and worst case they could just die matched these old folks' stereotypes.
There is a sense of daring, yes, that's the feeling.
Shui smiled, her expression even more arrogant than that of the Elven Queen. She also didn't turn off the pain sensation. After all, she had checked it offline and it didn't affect her body or mind. The pain actually enhanced her immersion in the game. This point was learned from Feng Shui Pai Pai.
This attitude.
And Yu Shengyin stared hard at Shui.
She couldn't see through her. This woman she couldn't see through.
Clearly looking like a 20-something human, why can't she read what she's thinking?
She couldn't even sense good and evil. After reaching level 10, the original genetic talent of the Gene Warriors would manifest. Besides some combat talents, the Elven race also possesses extremely powerful perception and spiritual sensing. Spiritual sensing can perceive the good and evil of others. If the level gap is significant, elves can even predict what the opponent is thinking.
But now, apart from the two humans who entered the room earlier appearing completely inexperienced and showing clear emotions, for the rest of the time she could not sense anything. Human, you are provoking me, and Yu Shengyin approached Shui. Her height was nearly 2 meters. Standing in front of the 1 meter 6 to 7 Shui, she could completely look down on this human girl. Yet the girl merely raised her eyelids fearlessly and chuckled softly. But little one, from the first time we met until now, everything you've done has been a provocation against my race. I didn't expect after 1,000 years of peace in the galaxy you were already prepared to exhaust the last bit of value from humanity. And Yu Shengyin's eyes widened slightly. She didn't even realize she had lost her composure.
Little one. Does this count as an acknowledgement?
They truly are clones of the original human race.
It is even very likely the first generation of clones.
Otherwise their actions and memories wouldn't be so complete. And Yu Shengyin gritted her teeth. Where did Wei Yuan obtain the active cells of the original humans?
You are just clones. Do you really think you are the originals? And Yu Shengyin sneered. Even if the original humans were resurrected, it is no longer your impoverished era.
The human race no longer possesses the glory of the past. Modern humans are merely meat on the chopping block. I warn you once more, do not provoke the Elven race or else.
Ha ha ha.
Shui raised her hand to cover her mouth, mocking loudly. Or else what? Little one, I know I will inevitably die on the battlefield, but we died for the human race back then, not for you cowards who only dare to hide in dark corners and tremble.
Are you threatening me now?
Shui directly reached out and grabbed Yu Shengyin's collar. Kill me.
Do you dare? So what if you're level 10?
And Yu Shengyin, you are no different from your ancestors, always weighing pros and cons, forever feeling that without absolute certainty you wouldn't dare take action, even now that you're level 10 and I'm only level 5.
You want to kill me without even needing to exert extra effort, yet you still don't dare to. Haha, let me take a guess.
Shui released Yu Shengyin's clothing, stepped back with a smile and clapped her hands. She looked at Yu Shengyin defiantly as if she were the level 10 Gene Warrior. All these years you only dared to wear down the human race, not daring to take action to seize all resources, not even daring to openly oppose the human race.
Isn't our former kin still strong?
I'm afraid that after we return we might contact them.
No, not entirely for that reason. She shook her head as if whispering like a demon. It's the genetic agents, right? Inferior genetic agents that are about to ruin your body.
That's why you emit such a foul odor. I can smell it and it's extremely disgusting, truly nauseating, O Elven Queen. The inferior genetic agents you used, the mixed materials, are really so revolting. Shui turned her head and her eyes suddenly became fierce.
Silence. The entire room fell into silence.
The players' breathing became heavier.
In the group chat, the oil-stealing woman and the others couldn't calm down at all.
The oil-stealing woman exclaimed, "Ah!
Sister Shui, you are my goddess."
Feng Shui Pai Pai said, "Sister Shui, when did you take up acting?"
It's so amazing. I feel weak in the knees just watching you. Makabaka said, "Such a powerful performance, but what on earth is Sister Shui talking about?" I'm a bit confused.
Xingchen replied, "She has been enraged."
Indeed.
The Elven Queen was enraged. Her greatest fear was the collapse of her genes, turning into a terrifying monster. Before her body collapsed, her mind would first shatter. Just the thought of becoming that kind of monster made Yu Shengyin want to hysterically destroy the world.
This matter was her inner landmine. The longer lived the species, the higher the probability of genetic collapse.
At this moment, this human in front of her had just torn away her fig leaf. She ruthlessly stated that her body emitted a foul odor.
And Yu Shengyin's beautiful face instantly twisted.
She bared her crimson lips, roaring as she pressed down on Shui's shoulders, giggling.
Do you think the mechanical race can threaten me? Do you think those races that signed agreements with you would abide by them after your deaths? They have long found loopholes watching us divide and devour humanity. Giggling. Your main body level should be quite high, right? They listen to you while giggling. Such rationality. I really like this, I truly appreciate it. You brought this upon yourselves, you opened my door and I merely accepted the gift humanity offered. And Yu Shengyin leaned down, resting her head against Shueishue's neck. Her low growl resonated in Shueishue's mind. Information. The content of these words was explosive. Shueishue instantly captured the most critical point. At this moment escape seemed hopeless. So she had no thought of exchanging items but instead leaned in to whisper in Yu Shengyin's ear, the active cells of humans cannot extract that most crucial material. You are truly foolish, making me feel pity for you. Child, you are being delusional. Bang. 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 The sound of successive head explosions rang out. The heads of 6 bodies exploded. And Yu Shengyin licked the blood from the corner of her mouth while Shueishue's corpse had a bull-sized hole blown into her temple. Yet her face still bore a smile as if mocking in Yu Shengyin's foolishness. Who? Waking up from the game pod, several people were drenched in sweat. Although they all knew it was just a game. But this was too thrilling. It was even more exhilarating than fighting with real weapons on the battlefield. Wow! The oil-stealing woman exclaimed, screaming, rolling, crawling in dark corners. Wow! Commander, you are so handsome. Begging in secret said, damn, just watching made my heart race. So cool, total domination. Haha, that stupid elven queen must be furious. Makabaka said she must be furious, truly furious. That old hag broke her defenses and revealed her true form. Xingchen said it was exhilarating. Even Xingchen, who usually likes to fight, couldn't help but give Shueishue a thumbs up after watching the entire performance. It was truly satisfying. It was indeed impressive. Facing such a boss breaking her defenses with just a few words was incredibly refreshing. Zhang Shuer crawled out of the game pod and seeing their praises couldn't help but smile. In her 20s she only appeared to be older than her age. In reality, hearing compliments from her peers made her just as happy. The reason she played like this time was to see if the game's planners would notice her. She had to sign a contract. She must secure the agency for interstellar human race. This time she aimed to create a special route, believing it would catch the staff's attention. At the very least, the important NPC lord who was fully intelligent would pay attention to her. Wei Yuan expressed that they would have to pay attention. At this moment Wei Yuan's heart was pounding. He could choose to view the player's perspective, so when Shueishue and the others went to Yu Shengyin's room he immediately switched views to watch the whole process. This Shueishue is too smart, she can't really see through the true nature of the game, right? While Wei Yuan bit his finger. The information exposed by the Elven Queen earlier was something he hadn't investigated much. This time he was directly driven to collapse by Shueishue to the point of revealing secrets. Compared to the information he learned from the Elven Queen's mouth, he was now more worried about this person discovering that the game was fake and that the crossing was real, which would be truly disastrous. He initially planned to dangle the agency game carrot in front of Zhang Shuer. But now it seemed. Not having a game company outside Earth would likely be unfeasible. If he didn't create a shell when the players riot, they would forcibly summon him and leave him flat. That would be truly disastrous. But those old folks are truly disgusting, utterly disgusting. Wei Yuan thought again about the information exposed by Yu Shengyin. She must believe that as long as she quickly blows their heads off, these clones won't be able to back up memories and those messages won't be able to spread. That's why she was so bold in saying those things. Wei Yuan's gaze instantly turned cold. Setting up a game company was merely a means to appease internally. He needed to uncover the secrets those bugs in the Interstellar Alliance were hiding. That was the main task. Ding. System task. Task 1: Host must lead the clan to successfully participate in the Lord Academy competition and secure first place. Task 2: Find information about the lost clan members. Reward: complete version of level 10 gene potion primordial king insect gene life tree cultivation fluid. Upon seeing the reward, Wei Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. Was the level 10 gene unlocking potion, the prize for first place in the Lord Academy competition, also incomplete? No, that wasn't it. The system had never before mentioned that the original version of the gene unlocking potion developed by humanity was the same as the one produced by the system. In other words, neither the potions originally developed by the human race nor the fake gene unlocking potions developed by the Alliance after the formula was lost were complete versions. Moreover, the task said to smoothly participate in the competition. Could there be variables? But the reward was the king insect gene. The king insect. That was in existence beyond level 10 gene warriors. In truth, without the king insect gene, none of the current Alliance gene warriors would exist.
Because the original gene potions were made from materials extracted from the king insect.
That thing.
How much human and material resources had been spent on it back then? Now the system was saying it would give it as a reward.
Wei Yuan swallowed hard, feeling something was off.
But for now the biggest obstacle to his task progress was only in Yushengyin. Her true body was still in the life star system. Although she had projected a part of herself to the human home planet, she could easily bring the players and leave. Just as Wei Yuan was thinking this, the room wherein Yushengyin was located suddenly exploded. The loud noise startled everyone.
What's happening? The Alliance enforcement officer closest to Yushengyin opened the door upon hearing the sound.
Then he saw a massive figure standing in the haze of dust. A constant clack-clack sound came from within the shadow.
Queen of the Elves, is that you? The enforcement officer drew his weapon, the barrel aimed at the figure in the grey mist.
Clack-clack. The stiff sound of bones came from inside.
It was an ominous noise.
The enforcement officer, a veteran of the interstellar battlefield, instinctively fired at the figure.
Whatever it was, strike first. Zzz. A massive yellow energy wave shot out.
All the dust was dispersed. The attack struck the tall figure but failed to even break its skin. Instead it revealed who the figure was. Half of its body was still elven while the other half had collapsed into viscous tentacles.
Rigid grey skin was covered in bulging pustules.
And Yushengyin appeared to be embedded within a giant monster, or as if she and a giant monster had been split in half and then stitched together.
The sight was horrifying and bizarre. Even the seasoned enforcement officer couldn't help but gasp.
And Yushengyin, your genes are collapsing.
Why didn't you report this?
The officer's voice was almost a scream. At this moment in the central star system, the enforcement officer's true body was frantically trying to disconnect. A level 10 gene warrior was suffering from gene collapse and had never reported it. What was even more terrifying was that when he had interacted with Yushengyin before, he had sensed no signs of collapse. This was almost as dire as another bug invasion. Because it meant that level 10 gene warriors could hide their collapse, only revealing it when they could no longer conceal it. A level 10 gene warrior. According to regulations, they should report at the first sign of collapse and be sent to the interstellar battlefield to burn out their last strength. And now Yushengyin was already nearly half collapsed.
The elven race was doomed. That was the enforcement officer's first thought. Then came an even more terrifying thought: he might be doomed too.
Though he didn't know why Yushengyin was collapsing, she hadn't fully transformed yet and still had consciousness. She had been hiding it all along, which meant she didn't want to be sent to the interstellar battlefield to become a forbidden zone. And now she was exposed. What would a level 10 gene warrior do? She would kill everyone who had discovered her secret.
Disconnect, I need to go back. The enforcement officer frantically called his AI in his mind. But no network connection.
Please wait.
The AI's voice echoed in his head.
The officer's face turned pale. It was over.
There were two ways to project oneself during a video call. One was the old method, simply projecting one's image to the other location. The projection could do very little there.
Essentially the same as what the undead lord had done last time, just a visual. If it were that kind of projection, the officer felt he could survive and report the situation.
Unfortunately,
when Yushengyin had found him, she had specifically stated that to enforce the law they would use mental projection to carry out criminal sanctions against humans. And he had obediently performed a mental projection. But now Yushengyin had blocked the network.
He couldn't leave the human home planet.
As the officer stood there pale and trembling, and Yushengyi's half-beautiful face broke into a smile, "Enforcement officer, what are you trying to do?"
Clack. Didn't we agree to carry out mandatory punishment on human criminals? Clack clack. Do you want to back out now? She moved slowly.
Beneath her body was a pool of blood, the mangled remains of Xiaoshuela and the others.
"I'm sorry you had to see such an ugly sight." And Yushengyi's face showed madness.
Her eyes were already hazy. The ground was covered in flesh. After killing Xiaoshuela and the others, she had lost control. Her sanity, pushed by Xiaoshuela's relentless provocations, had snapped, leaving only the desire to bathe in a rain of blood and flesh. At least to vent all her inner rage. These humans, what was the point of their desperate struggle?
Kill them. Kill them all. Ha 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 ha.
She laughed maniacally, her bright red lips like roses soaked in blood. But the other half of her face was completely expressionless.
I didn't really want to kill you. I don't even know your name, enforcement officer. But unfortunately you unlucky bastard happened to see me like this. And Yushengyi's normal half was lifted by her fully monstrous body.
She looked down at the officer, who was now kneeling on the ground, his legs weak with terror. She licked her lips. "Trust me, I won't let you die quickly. It'll devour every bit of your flesh and blood and then see how your true body is affected when your spirit is consumed. Before the officer could even speak, tentacles from Yushenjian's monstrous half grabbed him. The tentacles covered in pustules had a thick gray skin like a leech's. But on them pustules rose and fell as if breathing.
Disgusting beyond measure. Don't kill me. I can pretend I saw nothing. And Yusheng and I followed you to the human home planet. If you kill me, the Alliance will send someone to investigate. Please don't kill me. I can keep your secret. I don't trust you. And Yusheng licked the corner of her mouth. The pustules on the tentacle holding the officer burst open, releasing sticky yellow-green liquid. Then tongues lined with sharp teeth began licking the officer's body. Rip rip. Blood and flesh. And Yusheng relished the officer's screams and pleas, from begging to cursing until he finally fell silent. And Yusheng felt a deep satisfaction. Not enough, still not enough. Her once normal pupils had turned crimson. After rolling around several times, they fixed on the humans approaching her. The young man at the front had dozens of mechs deployed behind him. Wei Yuan. A voice both charming and deranged came from Yushenjian's mouth. Ha ha ha, didn't you say I didn't dare to slaughter your human race? Hee hee ha ha ha. I was indeed afraid before, but now I dare. After releasing some pressure, I feel so good. Come on, Wei Yuan, let me see how strong you are. Swish. The moment her voice faded, dozens of tentacles shot toward Wei Yuan. Danger came too fast. Wei Yuan could only barely dodge. But behind him the BT series mechs were all pierced. What the hell? The players also came out upon hearing the commotion. They had been trying to convince the native humans that they were the first generation, but now they were dumbfounded. Holy crap, that's one ugly boss. They could see the half of Yushenjian's body that had undergone gene collapse. A figure as tall as the Goblin King that had appeared on launching, with even more disgusting tentacles, pustules and tongues sticking out of them. And those tongues had sharp teeth. So ugly. Damn, this game's art team is terrifying. How could they design such an ugly monster? Seeing the monster in person, the players felt their buttholes clench and goosebumps erupt. The dense pustules triggered their trypophobia. Brother Yuan is fighting that monster. What is this thing? What's going on? I don't know. I came out and saw this monster. Hey, isn't that the enforcement officer on the tentacle? Record it. Record it. Holy crap, what an awesome monster. Some players started recording, zooming in and out. Ah. Holy crap. Is that the Elf Queen? What the hell? Which Elf Queen? Which one? And Yusheng. Damn, she's fighting Brother Yuan and he's only level 9. Stop gawking and fight. Charge. Where's my mech? Charge. Earlier the player's view was too low to see what the monster was. They only knew Brother Yuan was fighting it. Following the principle that without a system task the monster might not drop a treasure chest, and since the monster looked tough they didn't move. But now they saw clearly. It was the Elf Queen. What were they waiting for? Your worthless clan members are charging in, haha, how ridiculous. But they'll just fill the void of my craving for blood and flesh. I really want to grab you, chew you up and devour you. Supported by tentacles, Yusheng rushed straight at Wei Yuan. Her crimson lips were already close to him. One arm was white like a lotus root, the other black and gray. Both reached out as if to embrace Wei Yuan. If she could hold him, she would savor his taste. Slap. Wei Yuan didn't dodge. Instead he backhanded Yusheng across her normal face, sending her flying several meters. Using a mech now would only limit his abilities. He hadn't struck immediately earlier because he was assessing Yushenjian's combat power. But upon contact, Wei Yuan realized that at his current strength he wasn't afraid of her. Still, she was utterly disgusting. Wei Yuan clenched his fists. After the cracking sound of bones, he flashed to where Yusheng had landed after being knocked away. That slap had swollen her fair face. Ah! A sharp scream tore from Yushenjian's throat. The tentacles beneath her spun rapidly, and even her relatively normal half began to ulcerate, producing terrifying tissue like the serpent of Pharaoh. Wei Yuan, I'll grind you to pieces and sprinkle you all over my body. You sure know how to talk big. Wei Yuan leaped again. From his system space he drew a sword hilt. This was the main body of the giant sword once used by Wei Yuan. When energy was infused, a blue broadsword formed. Wei Yuan swung it horizontally, severing the tentacle that lashed at him. The severed tentacle fell to the ground and began to bounce like insects scattered on the floor. The pustules writhed, emitting chirping sounds. The players were showered with the pieces. Ugh, so disgusting.
What is this? A player poked at the ground. When a pustule burst, a half-formed monster emerged.
Face hugger. Is this a xenomorph? Looks different but feels similar. So gross. Quick, stomp them all. Too late, guys. These pustules are growing so fast.
Before the players shaking cameras, all the pustules on the ground burst open. Tiny monsters jumped out, gulped down the outer skin, and then swarmed toward the players.
Urgent mission. Urgent mission. Urgent mission. An anomaly has occurred in the game world. The boss, the Elf Queen, has undergone a transmutation. All players beware. All players beware. After the Elf Queen's transmutation, the aberrant eggs she spawns possess limitless evolutionary capabilities. If they spread, they will deliver a devastating blow to humanity's home planet. Therefore, the most urgent mission is now issued: protect humanity's home planet. After the Elf Queen's spiritual energy entered humanity's home planet, her spirit underwent transmutation, reducing her strength to only 70% of her original. However, the aberrant insects hatched from her eggs are utterly repulsive alien bugs. Player mission: annihilate all alien bugs, protect the native humans, and minimize human casualties.
Note: aberrant bugs are weakest at birth. Once they begin to devour, they will grow rapidly.
The rewards for the urgent mission will be settled upon completion.
Mission failure, game over.
What the hell? Ha!
Failure means game over.
Damn, aren't these just the Zerg? Splat!
The players screamed and scrambled.
The aberrant eggs fell like raindrops, crackling and popping.
When they landed on the players' heads, they made a thudding sound. Yu yanked the still-dazed farmer aside, shouting at the old man, who had been terrified by the bugs on the screen and the colossal Elf Queen in the distance.
Teacher, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and kill these bugs. It's insane, I'm getting goosebumps.
As she spoke, she had already stomped several aberrant bugs to death.
The slime was sticky like thick gray snot.
At that moment, she couldn't help but want to criticize the game's art design. Seriously, they had nothing better to do. Why draw the bugs in such detail? She could even see with one glance the fist-sized bug's crimson elongated tongue. The tubular tongue had a ring of teeth protruding from it. Why couldn't the artists make the ordinary interstellar humans look better? Damn, could it be that the game's artists can't draw anything good, but when it comes to these terrifying things they nail it every time? Yu as a girl was originally most afraid of bugs. But with a mission at hand, she had to close her eyes and stomp fiercely. Luckily, this initial wave of aberrant bugs was extremely fragile when first hatched. They couldn't even make a sound before being killed. Pulled back to reality by Yu, the farmer quickly joined in exterminating the bugs. Oh my, this old man is really suffering. Even when I went to war back in the day, I never encountered anything this disgusting. The old man grumbled while deftly using his feet. No good, they're starting to get harder to kill. A scream came from the distance. A player had been counterattacked by the bugs. Yu turned her head just in time to see the unlucky player slip and fall. Then a swarm of aberrant bugs surged over him. His skin was bitten through, and in an instant the player's corpse vanished. The next second, the freshly respawned player charged forward in tears. Fuck you all. Why spent a fortune building this body and you bastards didn't even leave a single hair behind? He had planned to rush back quickly to reclaim his corpse. Yu gasped. This round. Damn, if I die here it's a total loss. I can't even recover the corpse. Teacher, don't. Before she could finish, she heard the farmer cry out in pain. An aberrant bug on the ground had lashed out with its long tongue, attacking the farmer. But the bug, which a moment ago could be killed with a single stomp, now had a hardened carapace. Its skin is like a leech's after dehydration, tough and elastic. Hard to break through. The farmer drew the whip he had crafted earlier in the weapon factory. Having witnessed the fate of that other player, he dared not be careless. The tip of the whip extended with a blade of energy. When it touched the bug, the creature's skin was sliced open. The farmer flicked his whip and the slightly evolved bug died. But soon they realized the first wave of easily killed bugs was... They seemed to have grown stronger collectively. Arg. It's pissing me off. I'll fight you stinking bugs to the death. Another player's body was devoured before it could be recovered. The enraged player directly summoned the mech he had built. He snarled at the bugs on the ground. Today I'm going to bully the weak. Mech merge. An Ultraman-like mech was deployed. The player jumped in and began a large-scale energy weapon massacre of the bugs on the ground. Ha, check out my dynamic light beam. Pew pew pew. Players started using mechs. The initial effect was remarkably significant. But, ha, your people. He. Are so stupid. How could they think of using energy weapons against the Zerg? The half-insane Elf Queen's lower body had completely mutated. Although the tentacles Wei Yuan had shattered with his energy broadsword hadn't regrown, her power was greater than before. Her aura grew more repulsive.
As long as I take you down, the bugs below will be nothing to fear.
Wei Yuan tightened his grip on his sword hilt. In a short time he had already severed half of the Elf Queen's tentacles. But with each of his moves more eggs fell to the ground. Moreover, the players had no prior experience fighting the Zerg. The bugs would grow stronger by absorbing energy from the increasingly powerful weapons used against them. If delayed long enough, they could even spawn another bug as powerful as the Elf Queen. Fortunately, these worker bugs lacked the guidance of a queen bug's consciousness. They only charged mindlessly, devouring flesh and blood.
Kill me.
And Yushangyin laughed as if hearing a particularly hilarious joke, smiling at Wei Yuan.
You've forgotten my true body isn't here. Partial genetic collapse was still controllable.
She had made arrangements before channeling all her spiritual energy here. Her handmaiden would inject her with a suppressant at the critical moment, restoring her to normal.
And these dead humans couldn't inform the Interstellar Alliance.
She could simply claim that this enforcer was killed in a human uprising. And Yushangyi's deranged mind regained a sliver of rationality at that moment.
Your schemes must succeed first.
To kill me, you'd have to fully transform into a Forbidden Zone body.
Then forget killing me, you'd be offering humanity's home planet as a Forbidden Zone. Wei Yuan let out a fierce roar, swiftly turning and charging toward the Elf Queen's head.
But with that strike, the intact half of an Yushangyi's skull only cracked open. The white bone beneath was visible.
Unfortunately, such an injury couldn't kill her.
At that moment, the players truly realized why the Zerg were so feared by the Interstellar Alliance.
Holy shit.
The bugs have evolved.
The vast sticky pile of bug corpses on the ground was shrinking. Visibly shrinking.
The bugs that had devoured their kin's bodies began to grow larger, from fist size to the length of an arm.
They even started growing legs.
They hissed, flicking their tongues, looking up at the players in the sky.
Dense and terrifying.
They could be killed but not finished off. The dead bodies became nutrients, fueling the growth of those that followed. The players now truly felt the crisis.
Calling. Calling. Calling the Commander-in-Chief. Shuela's eardrums nearly exploded.
She had been monitoring the in-game developments intently, but she dared not re-enter the game. The scene was nothing but a dense swarm of insects. Merely listening to the players' descriptions made her skin crawl with goosebumps. The most terrifying part was that although she hadn't orchestrated this calamity, she had inadvertently set it in motion. Recalling the system's earlier quest, Shuela broke out in a cold sweat.
This game was far too intelligent.
The main quest was vague, leaving all possible paths for players to forge on their own. Shuela felt like crying now. She had pushed them into a dead end. If the players lost this battle, the game would be over and her hopes of becoming a game agent would vanish. This was the first time Shuela had felt such tension since she grew up.
Sister Shui, come back quickly. It's an emergency, an absolute emergency. Drop whatever you're doing at the company.
Feng Shui Pai was also on the verge of panic. He bombarded Shuela with countless messages through every communication channel.
It was a relentless barrage.
At that moment, every player sensed the impending crisis. Yuan Go was locked in an epic battle with the Elf Queen above, completely unable to attend to them. As for the rest, they felt utterly helpless against these alien insects. Some bugs have already evolved wings.
What do we do? Woo, I almost got hit by one just now. Shuela answered the call. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm at the company now, and though I have some work to handle, I can still command remotely.
Feng Shui Pai patch me into the public channel.
I'll take over.
She really did have documents to process at the office, not because she was afraid of bugs, not because she was afraid of bugs.
Shuela took a deep breath.
She could already hear the cacophony of players' voices.
Everyone stay calm. I can see your current situation.
For now, I'll temporarily take over Feng Shui Pai's account.
Everyone immediately take any defenseless humans and lift off.
The primary objective now is to protect the local population. Then maintain distance, ensuring you're out of the insect's attack range. I need to observe their habits and evolution patterns. Furthermore, please cooperate with me.
We might need some bait later.
Shuela's crisp, decisive voice carried an extraordinary strength. It silenced the players who had been shouting wildly in complete chaos, starting about everywhere.
Those who could create distance immediately did so.
Only after Shuela's reminder did they remember the local humans waiting for rescue inside the houses. They had been in those homes earlier, trying to impress the natives by pretending to be first generation. But when the quest arrived, everyone rushed out to kill the bugs, forgetting the civilians behind. Yu turned and saw that the humans had already activated their house's shield. As the players ascended beyond the insects reach, some winged bugs attempted to fly after them.
Meanwhile those without wings yet to evolve further began to disperse toward the surroundings. The protective shields raised by the native humans were now crawling with insects. When deprived of flesh and blood, their first choice isn't the soil rocks or trees but the shields. Shui La frowned. Crunch 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 crunch. The energy shields emitted a grating dense sound of chewing that set one's teeth on edge. It was the swarm using their mouthparts to gnaw at the energy shields. The energy shields of the interstellar humans were designed only to protect their dwellings. Thus their energy level was low. Each layer of shielding was powered by energy stones. As the bugs devoured a portion, the humans had to immediately replenish the stones. At that moment the players could already see the energy shield over one eggshell-like house on the verge of collapse. Inside were two trembling children, not yet gene warriors. Damn, their parents went out today and aren't home. A player hovering in midair suddenly cursed. His ID was Happy Star. He knew this because he had previously targeted those two kids thinking they'd be easier to fool, so he had visited their home. The two children held energy stones standing by the slot ready to refill at any moment. But the older one was only 7 and the younger just 3.5. Their hands and feet trembled. The older child tried to comfort the younger, pulling him close and shielding his eyes from the terrifying bugs outside. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Charge! Let's save the humans in front first. Happy Star shouted and dashed toward the house with the two children. The homes of ordinary humans were at the foot of the mountain, exactly where the bugs had scattered. How many energy stones could common people afford? The players didn't hesitate, they followed Happy Star's lead. After all, death meant respawn and losing the mech was a small price. If the battle was lost, the game would be over. Happy Star piloted his mech straight to the house with the two children and bellowed at the bugs on the shield, "Stupid bugs, come fight your grandpa. Damn it, bullying the weak is for cowards." He shouted wildly, but the bugs completely ignored him. Damn, they're immune to insults. Shuela's voice came through his earpiece. Happy Star, can you hear me? Loud and clear, Commander. They don't take aggro. Shuela, bleed a little. Shuela, according to the insect race's profile, they're like programs immune to external interference, only following their genetic code. Shuela, I theorize that the allure of flesh is stronger than energy. So to save those children you need to bleed and preferably leave your mech. Flesh as bait. Happy Star's eyes widened. You want me to be the bait? Shuela, it's a trial. Are you game? Happy Star, hell yeah, what's there to fear? Let's do it. With that he leaped out of his mech and stowed it back into the system. Shuela, don't use energy weapons, they'll only make the bugs more excited. Happy Star, got it, I know what to use. Happy Star, firefighters use axes, so we'll cosplay as old Pangu. Happy Star pulled out his massive axe and slashed a deep gash across his own palm with a single horizontal swing. The sight of it startled Snowfall. Hiss, I thought you were about to chop off your own hand, Snowfall said. Happy Star chuckled. Rough, but precise. Truly this player was a talent. The thought had barely crossed Snowfall's mind when the insects that had been diligently gnawing at the energy shield suddenly stopped moving, all of them the instant they caught the scent of blood. Then in unison they turned their heads. A shudder ran through Snowfall as the gazes of countless insects fixed upon her, and she immediately severed her connection with Happy Star. Happy Star, however, was unafraid of the bugs. Seeing this, he grew even more exhilarated. Ha 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 ha. So you stupid bugs don't give a damn about insults, but you love flesh and blood. Come on, here, follow your grandpa. He raised his bleeding hand and sprinted toward the open wilderness. The physical prowess of a 5th-tier gene warrior was not to be underestimated. As he ran, he let his blood drip onto the ground. The insects swarmed, devouring the falling droplets before chasing after him. Soon Happy Star had kite a massive swarm of bugs, drawing more and more of them with each passing moment. Seeing this, the other players immediately joined the kiting brigade. After all, they couldn't just fire cannons at the human dwellings. What if they ended up killing their own people before the bugs? And so the scene became one of desperate players sprinting everywhere, kiting with raised hands. The unlucky ones collided and fell together, meeting their ends. Though chaotic, it bought precious time for the remaining players to rescue others. Above, Wei Yuan was still locked in a fierce battle with the Elf Queen, unable to be caught by her. Yet Wei Yuan also realized that even when his attacks landed on Yushingin, she could slowly repair herself, the only consequence being an increase in the proportion of her mutation. Damn it, just as Yushingin had said. She could simply sever her connection and return to the life star system. How many more old relics in the Star Alliance had already begun to undergo genetic collapse? The fact that they had remained undetected for so long meant they must have used something special. The Elf Queen and Yushingin could not be the only one. Even if they survived, she could use that same thing to return to normal and then accuse the humans of killing the Enforcer. Whose words the higher-ups would believe was obvious. Damn it.
Meanwhile, amidst the vast sea of stars, an avant-garde battleship sped toward the Life Star system.
Onboard players lounged haphazardly on the rest area benches.
Sigh, they're having so much fun fighting the Zerg.
Cousin, why don't we skip the Life Star system? It's the weekend and I really want to use my mech. Let me go fight the bugs.
Lunku Xiaoyin tugged at Chi Todo Deji, shaking him left and right.
Dizzy, he quickly pulled her hand away.
Then he looked at the other players. Kairin De Chao, gripping his newly crafted weapon, coughed and said, "My blade is already thirsting for battle." Among this batch of players, Chi Todo Deji felt Kairin De Chao had the most high-level gamer aura. No other reason, upon entering the weapon factory he immediately forged 4 5th-tier weapons, while the rest of them could barely make anything. Moreover, he had also crafted a blade that the weapon AI called a growth-type weapon. The other players all nodded in agreement.
Yeah, it's a rare weekend. Why don't we turn back to the human homeworld? It might be too late to take the battleship there now. How about we join some squads and teleport over?
Lunku Xiaoyin added, "Yeah, cousin, don't you have a friend in the Astartes squad? Join them, flash over to fight the bugs, then pull us in." Seeing that most wanted to go, she flipped up from her lounge chair with a swift motion. Those were Zerg and they came from the Elf Queen herself. How fun was that? Seeing the majority agree, Chi Todo Deji hesitated. It wasn't about what he wanted, it was that the mission came from the commander-in-chief.
Just then, from a corner,
a quiet, introverted little girl raised her hand.
Chi Todo Deji, maybe we should report to the commander first.
Chi Todo Deji looked at the girl with the ID by Yu and felt a surge of relief. At least there was still one sensible player. These guys only thought about having fun without considering the future of their trash alliance.
Damn it. Especially Xiaoyin, who only ever wanted to fight.
Fine, let her charge ahead and be your solo mech pilot. Chi Todo Deji said, "Wait for me to report to the commander first."
Hold on. Opening the public channel, Chi Todo Deji at Feng Shui Pai Pai. Bro, help me connect to the commander. I'm the leader of the Trash Alliance.
Feng Shui Pai Pai replied over. Snowfall said, "Speak." Chi Todo Deji said, "Commander, the brothers all want to go back and fight. How about we flash to the Human Alliance and have Ivan and the others take the battleship to the Life Star system?"
No.
At that moment, in an office building on Earth, Snowfall stood up so abruptly she knocked over her chair. She knew how to break the deadlock.
Ha 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 ha. Ha, don't move. None of you come back.
You're the most crucial part of this game.
Now Chi Todo Deji, form a squad with me. Chi Todo Deji said, "Huh." Feng Shui Pai Pai asked, "Sister Shui, you can come online again?" Snowfall replied, "I've handled things.
As the commander, how could I desert?"
Snowfall said, "The human homeworld has all its communication links sealed by a new Shengyin. The AI has no signal at all."
Snowfall said, "So now we're going to exploit a game bug, use player accounts to record the screen and dump it to the AI."
Snowfall said, "Since this game is so open, let's go all out."
I don't know if the devs will patch this bug later, but forget it.
Chi Todo Deji, accept my request.
Chi Todo Deji said yes. Though he didn't understand what the commander meant, it was thrilling.
A dark light appeared on the speeding battleship. Snowfall in her high heels arrived outside Ivan's resting quarters. Knock knock knock.
The image was crystal clear. Despite the cacophony of human shouts and the tremors from their frantic running, AI fan could still discern who was locked in battle with Lord Wei Yuan in the video. A massive bloated body covered in black tumorous growths, constantly shedding countless insect eggs. This was a gene warrior on the verge of becoming a forbidden zone. When the footage shifted to the front, revealing the face of that gene warrior, AI fan trembled uncontrollably. He could not suppress the urge to bend over, fall to his knees and
The Queen. The Queen has already undergone genetic collapse. How could she?
Was the elven race doomed? AI fan's face turned pale as he dry-heaved, but nothing came up. The admiration he once held for the Queen now turned into sheer disgust. Judging by the degree of genetic collapse in a high-level gene warrior, the Queen had been in this state for at least 50 years. And for 50 years no one had discovered it. She had been hiding it all along. After all, her position was at the very heart of the Life Star system. That is the lifeline of the elven race.
A forbidden zone.
Does she intend to make the entire elven race food for the zone?
AI fan's voice trembled as he spoke.
Xia Shuela crouched down and patted AI fan on the back. "Bro, this is no time for self-pity.
Look how crazy things have gotten. She definitely wants to drag all the elves down with her before she dies. After all, you are her subjects. By the way, what is a forbidden zone?" Xia Shuela had never seen the term forbidden zone on the StarNet.
It sounded impressive. AI fan hung his head and muttered, "It's useless. We're all doomed."
He looked at the humans who were still concerned about him and said quickly, you can still escape now. With the flagship's interstellar speed the Queen won't find you. You can preserve the seeds of humanity. Before AI Fan could finish, Chi Todo slapped him hard on the back. What a waste you are, AI Fan. We thought you were the male underdog with a protagonist template, but it turns out you're a real loser. Chi Todo, our commander told you to answer what was asked. We're here to save your elven race, so stop spouting defeatist nonsense. Chi Todo, you look like you've eaten dog shit, it's unlucky. Now tell us, what is a forbidden zone? AI Fan's back was being pounded noisily by Chi Todo. Xia Shuela understood that his sudden collapse of faith had left him dazed, but as Chi Todo had said, such a self-pitying attitude could save no one. AI Fan, after a gene warrior's collapse and mutation, their body produces those eggs. Each warrior's mutated insects are different, but they all share a common trait: they keep devouring and mutating until they grow into a bug as strong as the collapsed warrior and finally consume the host. AI Fan, however, before the bugs mature they always stay with the host. AI Fan, the Alliance has had a few such cases before, all involving level 9 or higher gene warriors who underwent genetic collapse. AI Fan, according to Alliance regulations, upon discovering genetic collapse they must immediately head to the interstellar battlefield to fight powerful star beasts, expanding the Alliance's living space. AI Fan, when the collapsed warrior loses all reason, that is the day they become a forbidden zone. At that point they will indiscriminately kill and devour every living being in sight, creating a lifeless zone on the battlefield. AI Fan, that area is called a forbidden zone. The bugs and the host will fight to the death within the zone until both sides are dead. When the zone disappears the Alliance gains a vast territory. AI Fan, with luck some planets might survive. Chi Todo, damn, no wonder she hid. So when they collapse they're just used as tools. AI Fan, that is the mission of high-level gene warriors. As long as they don't suffer genetic collapse they enjoy the highest privileges and resources in the Alliance. Xia Shuela nodded, now understanding the gist. So the Elven Queen had been enjoying the benefits from the elves and the Alliance without wanting to fight in the war zone, so she found a way to hide herself. This time he had provoked her into breaking her composure, exposing her. Then we can just post the video on the Star Net. The Alliance must have countermeasures, right? AI Fan shook his head. Once the Queen uses her method to hide the mutation again the Alliance will only think you're lying. Besides, an enforcer has already died in human territory. AI Fan, so run. Run now while you still can. He meant it sincerely, knowing far more than the players did. If the Queen could hide this long, were the other high-level gene warriors clean? And who had provided her with the method to hide? These were things that humanity in its current state could not investigate. Moreover, humanity was already a thorn in the side of many races. They had only been spared because of reasons everyone understood. If they exposed this now the Alliance high-ups would likely cover it up and make an example of humanity. Hey bro, you're holding the script of the main character. Lunku Xiaoyin had also walked in at some point. She stood at the door, arms crossed coolly. On the other side by Yu nodded as if echoing Lunku Xiaoyin, but then she said, yeah, man can't say he can't. Afan was fraught with anxiety. The players were brimming with excitement. The flagship surged straight toward the Life Star system. During the interstellar voyage most of the scenery along the way was monotonous and tedious. Even encountering some meteor clusters could elicit cheers from the players. Now before them lay the Life Star system. A colossal tree of life glowing with a radiant halo. Although the players had already learned from Afan that the tree of life had been devoured by the Zerg and had lost its vitality, now standing as nothing but a dead tree. Yet on the deck of the flagship seeing such a magnificent tree for the first time still made the players involuntarily gasp in awe. Holy crap, a tree that is an entire star system, this is way too surreal. Seriously, this interstellar game sometimes feels less like a sci-fi game and more like a fantasy one. I'd even believe we've been transported to a magical world. A tree this huge. From tens of thousands of light-years away the players could still discern its massive silhouette. The tree's shadow shimmered with a vitreous luster and upon it countless planets revolved in orbit. There was no eternal star radiating energy like the blue star here. The main energy source of the Life Star system was the Tree of Life itself. How beautiful. The players sighed in unison. Only Bayu Yu huddled in a corner murmured in a very soft voice, so beautiful. Such a gorgeous star system should be offered to the Lord. Afan. He had already been startled by this young girl's words earlier and now he found himself even more puzzled. What was wrong with this child? Before he could delve deeper he heard Xiaxuela also sigh. How could such a wonderful place be allowed to be destroyed by the Elf Queen? Afan, let's set out. We're going to save your people. From now on this Life Star system will be under the protection of humanity. The Hall of Light Elves. At this moment the Great Hall was empty. Within the hall, which should have been bathed in radiance, a sinister aura now seeped forth.
Even though the lingering glow of the mother tree of life still diffused, it could no longer dispel the darkness that clung to the hall. For Yushengyin sat at the highest point of the hall at this very moment. Her body had already transformed to a state similar to that on the human homeworld. The aberration had reached the lower abdomen of her normal half. Viscous strands of flesh quivered incessantly, the pustules upon them twitching rapidly. However, since all her mental energy had been transferred to the human homeworld, they were all in a state of slumber. The handmaiden cowering in the corner was pale and bloodless. In her hand she clutched 3 syringes of suppressants. She was to administer the injection once the queen's aberration reached her chest. But at this moment she was truly terrified. It was utterly horrifying. When the queen closed her eyes, those pustules seemed to be asleep as well. Yet their movements were far more pronounced than the queen's. They appeared as if on the verge of awakening. As she trembled in fear and waited, the AI suddenly transmitted a message. Lady Attendant Athan has returned. He says he has important matters to report to the queen.
Is he the only elf?
The senior handmaiden frowned. Now was not the time to let this fellow see the queen.
The queen is currently confronting humanity on the Blue Star. Detain Athan first and wait for the queen to awaken.
Before the handmaiden could finish, she saw the tentacle beneath Yushengyian's feet slithering toward her. The highly swollen pustules on it began to quiver violently, then before her very eyes split open into tiny fissures.
Lady Attendant, what's wrong?
The subordinate's voice was tinged with confusion. The senior handmaiden felt like crying at that moment, but she still clung to the queen's words.
These aberrations posed no threat to them until she completely broke down.
The queen was the queen of the elves. The queen would not harm her people.
It's nothing.
Keep an eye on Athan and wait for the queen to awaken before speaking with him.
For now no one is to be allowed into the Radiant Sanctum.
Understood. The handmaiden trembled, fighting through her fear, yet she couldn't help but step past the tentacle and move toward Yushengyin.
But the moment she moved, dozens of tentacles began to stir. The rough leech-like skin upon touching the delicate skin of the handmaiden sent goosebumps erupting all over her.
Queen, she whispered softly.
Alas, at this moment Yushengyin was still locked in battle with Wei Yuan.
The bodies that had awakened in the sanctum now were the very insects that had been severed by Wei Yuan on the battlefield and slain by the players. Rustle, rustle, rustle.
A faint grating sound came from underfoot.
The handmaiden's legs gave way as she looked down to see countless tiny tongues extending from the fissures and the tentacles trying to bite her.
Ah!
Unable to bear it any longer, the handmaiden screamed and leaped over these instinct-driven tentacles, then plunged 3 syringes fiercely into Yushengyian's neck.
At this very moment, on the human homeworld,
Yushengyin, who had just smiled mockingly at Wei Yuan's attacks as being no more than a tickle,
suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck.
At the same time, Wei Yuan's broadsword came slashing horizontally toward her chest.
These bastards are too hard to kill. Damn it, they're devouring their own kin's corpses to evolve. Brothers, I can't hold on much longer.
The blood on Happy Star Man's hands had already dried. His palms gripped the fire axe, the dried blood fusing with the handle. With every swing, the nerves in his hand were tugged and sweat continuously seeped into the wound. If not for the pain being turned off, Happy Star Man would have collapsed by now. Yet even so, before him the few bugs he had just hacked to death were quickly devoured by the newly arrived ones. Then right before Happy Star Man's eyes these bugs grew again. They had still resembled bugs moments ago, crawling toward them on the ground. Now they stood upright on their hind legs, their round heads elongating and splitting open in the middle. A long bright red tubular tongue shot out, darting toward Happy Star Man's face. Fuck! Happy Star Man swung his fire axe again.
Clang!
The harsh metallic clash grated on the ears.
This is too fucking insane, way too insane.
Happy Star Man watched in disbelief as the tongue collided with his axe, even sparking on impact. What kind of absurdity was this?
A tongue as hard as metal.
This was beyond the scope of anything he'd seen. I can't hold on, my stamina's almost gone, damn it. Brothers, I'll die first this round.
I'll come back to save you later. Happy Star Man's hands were numb.
Even without pain his body still responded, muscles trembling from exhaustion, unable to lift again. He watched as the bug's tongue curled around his fire axe, yanking it away and swallowing it whole before starting to feast. Happy Star Man wasn't just numb in the hands, now his whole body felt tingly. The other players who had been kiting bugs with him weren't much better off. One by one they began uttering their last words.
Say no more and dead too. I'm convinced. This thing is impossible to clear out. No wonder the Star Alliance marked it as the ultimate boss.
At least the others have already evacuated the people. We've done our part.
Don't talk about doing our part.
I'm worried this mission will cost me. All my gear is lost here.
I can't go on.
I'm just lying here waiting to die. I'm starting a recording so everyone can see what it's like to be eaten alive in first person. Happy Starman felt more exhausted than if he'd been chopping trees all day. He gave up, rolled his eyes back, lay on the ground and started recording. He spread his arms wide. Come on you scum, eat your grandpa. The next second countless oval bugheads filled his vision, their bright red tongues darting toward his brain.
Damn, this is thrilling.
To capture the footage, Happy Starman kept his eyes wide open. The scene was enough to make anyone's adrenaline spike. But just as he was about to meet his heroic end for the sake of video material, a piercing, shrill, twisted scream suddenly echoed from the horizon. The sound sent a chill down the players' spines. Before Happy Starman could ask what was happening, the tongues that had been thrusting toward him like steel needles all went limp. The oval heads also drooped and fell. Holy shit! Thud thud thud. These upright alien bugs, now nearly 1.7 meters tall, had heads as hard as iron ingots. They collapsed one after another, crashing down and making Happy Starman see stars.
Damn it, even in death I have to be humiliated by bugs. Happy Starman roared as he scrambled to his feet.
When he stood up, he realized something was off on the battlefield. It wasn't just the bugs near him that had lost their strength. All the bugs across the entire battlefield had gone limp. Happy Starman kicked one aside and ran toward the corpses of the other players.
Ha ha ha, collecting.
The players who had just respawned had no idea what was happening, only to see Happy Starman picking up their bodies.
Stop. You beast, that's my corpse. Ah.
The battlefield erupted in howls. Meanwhile, Inyushin, whose abdomen had been sliced open, blood spilling everywhere, stared wide-eyed in disbelief as she clutched her stomach. Her body, which had been in a mutated state moments ago, had reverted to normal. But now her body was far less resilient. Through her fingers she felt the sticky warmth of her own organs. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she quickly distanced herself from Wei Yuan.
Was something wrong with her body?
It had to be the inhibitor the maid had injected her with. It must have gone wrong.
Trying to run.
Wei Yuan's eyes swept over her coldly, giving her no chance. He launched a relentless assault, this time turning the tables as he attacked, and Inyushin dodged. She barely evaded several of Wei Yuan's strikes, panting heavily, and without hesitation she deactivated the holographic projection. In an instant the protective shield above the human home planet vanished. At the same time, in the Central Star System's law enforcement department, the enforcer's corpse crashed to the floor with a thud.
Alarms blared throughout the department.
Host, collect the live bugs on the ground to exchange for substantial resources.
Arrange for the players to collect them. It'll take a 70 cut and the remaining 30 will go into a lucky draw for them. Wei Yuan sheathed his energy broadsword.
He had seen it in that slash, when the mutation hadn't fully faded and Yushenjian's sliced open body had no internal organs.
Only thick blood vessels remained, seemingly designed to transport tumor-like sacs.
He had seen countless pink sacs rolling through her veins. It was utterly disgusting. But when the mutation faded, her organs had reappeared inside the wound.
It seems my earlier assumptions were wrong. Wei Yuan gritted his teeth.
I thought the final result of the Forbidden Zone was becoming a king bug, or a low-level mutated king bug. But I never expected it wasn't a king bug but a bug nest.
What is the gene pharmaceutical company researching? Is there really no organization that can step in?
Even a level 10 gene potion could lead to this.
Wei Yuan's head ached.
Thankfully the players were reliable enough. Xia Shuela had even directed Eat Potatoes Chicken to charge toward the life star system. That had shattered the inevitable death trap. Now all that was left was to see how they would deal with Inyushin.
Wei Yuan rubbed his neck.
Congratulations, players, on completing the survival mission and eliminating a large number of alien bugs.
Now, based on kill scores, gold coins will be distributed. Additionally, the recycling lottery system is now activated.
Recycling the alien bugs grants one lottery chance. The higher the bug's grade, the greater the reward. Players who had been lying still awaiting death moments before instantly sprang up to begin recycling the bug carcasses. Happy Star, chased by several players recycling the corpses, saw this notification and promptly purchased a mechanical cart from the system. While fleeing, he frantically scooped up corpses from the ground.
Naya, come catch me, ahahaha, catch me and I'll give you hee.
You son of a...
Arg, this beast is too vile.
Forget it, don't chase him, recycle the bug corpses first, recycle the bug corpses. Happy Star, noticing they had stopped pursuing, immediately hummed a little tune and tossed the bugs onto his cart. The plump squirming bugs landed on the cart with a dull thud accompanied by a faint tremor. As seasoned gamers, no one wasted time recycling and picking up bugs simultaneously. Thus, by mutual understanding, everyone pushed their carts, piling the bugs high. When it was safe, they would recycle everything in one go and draw the lottery. At this moment, watching the players on the human homestar gleefully collecting bugs, Chicken eating potatoes' eyes turned red with envy.
He bit his collar ferociously, tilted his head back and roared in impotent fury, I want to collect bugs too. What do I do? The urge to scavenge is overwhelming, it's overwhelming. He desperately wanted to crawl onto the human homestar and sweep up every last bug from the ground. Those were all money. The lottery would surely be more profitable than direct conversion. But the next second he caught a glance from Zyaxuela sweeping toward him. Instantly his mouth went slack and his collar fell back. He lowered his head, fell silent and began drawing circles. The commander was bullying him. When he got back he would tattle to the Lord. How utterly despicable, forcing him, a scavenging maniac, to watch other players gleefully sweep up trash. Absolutely infuriating. It's okay. Since that elf queen could transform into a bug and lay eggs once, she can definitely do it again. When the next wave comes, all those bugs scattered on the ground will be mine. Chicken-eating potatoes muttered to himself. His words sent a shiver down Zyaxuela's spine, raising goosebumps all over her. Commander, what's wrong? Cold Silver asked softly. Zyaxuela, her face noticeably pale, shook her head. Nothing, just remembered there's still some work to handle. If the bugs came again, she must stay calm. Then the players behind her saw goosebumps ripple across Zyaxuela's skin in waves. The commander looks just like I did yesterday when I had to run to the bathroom, but the teacher kept droning on. Shush, keep it down. Does the commander have no dignity left? You think everyone's still in school like you? The commander's already working at a company now, pretty impressive. I want to work at a company like the commander too someday. As a workhorse. The players' chatter grew more and more off topic and Zyaxuela's fists clenched tighter. She really wanted to bash a big lump on each of their heads. Zyaxuela. You must hold back. They're just a bunch of kids. Damn it, suddenly I'm not afraid of bugs anymore. Zyaxuela gritted her teeth. She was on a voice call with Evan, who had now arrived at the Light Elf's homestar Lightstar. Zyaxuela, Evan, we tried to start an Interstellar livestream but all of them were shut down without exception. Evan, that's normal. The Alliance's livestream platforms also involve the elves and almost all platforms are controlled by the higher-ups. Perhaps it would be better if I started the stream. After all, if humans started the stream, all the advanced Alliance races would be enemies. But if he Evan did it, other races would just want to see the elves make fools of themselves. Even the elves themselves couldn't shut down his stream. Zyaxuela, wait, don't just start it randomly. Have Tuyupo come up with a clickbait title for the stream. Evan, Will that work? Zyaxuela, it will, trust me. Tuyupo is a pro. Evan, oh okay, great. I've added their group chat before. Zyaxuela had seen the stream that Inuelina started earlier. The title was utterly lackluster, relying solely on the word human to draw viewers. To the players it was like the early days of the internet, a pristine era without marketing accounts. The titles were painfully simple. At that moment Tuyupo, happily collecting bugs on the human homestar, was suddenly pinged in the group chat. Evan, Tuyupo, help me come up with a title. We're on Lightstar and planning to start a stream to reveal the Queen's true form. Tuyupo. Tuyupo, we're fighting the boss, folks. Tuyupo, I want to kill bugs. 100 times. Tuyupo suddenly jumped up and screamed. Xingqian grabbed Tuyupo with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. Ansankido, this guy got torn apart by bugs nearly 100 times while fighting them, he's a bit crazy. Give me a moment, let Xingqian calm him down. Evan, Okay. During the half-minute Evan obediently waited, Tuyupo was nearly strangled by Xingqian. Xingqian, calm down. Tuyupo patted Xingqian's arm, foaming at the mouth, and nodded frantically. Xingqian, let go. Makabaka, seeing this, shrank his neck in fear. Did the bugs drive Tuyupo crazy? Tuyupo wiped the foam from his mouth and rolled his eyes at Makabaka. Do you think your bro too is that fragile? I just have an obsession. Xingqian, name it. Tuyupo, okay. Tuyupo, Evan, make your stream title shocking. So this is the Elf Queen's true form. Evan, Even Evan felt an urge to click into a stream with that title. But the moment he remembered he was the one streaming, he sucked in a cold breath. Tuyupo, so strong. Evan, is this your talent, Tuyupo? Tuyupo, you flatter me, he. This is how I make a living. If you're in streaming and can't come up with titles, how do you draw traffic? Evan, unaware of the intricacies, only felt that this title was so fitting, so bold and so captivating. Tuyupo, brother, if you trust me, I can actually make your livestream dramatic and exciting. AI fan, I trust you. AI fan had now been completely captivated by the player's personal charisma, their swagger. Although he had indeed been like other interstellar beings before, looking down on low-level gene warriors. But after spending some time with the players, he was truly convinced.
These humans each had their own unique tricks up their sleeves. Whether it was food, drink or entertainment, each piece made him feel like he had opened the door to a new world. The most impressive of all was naturally Tu Yupo, who had come to comfort him from the very beginning. In his view, although Tu Yupo was rather silly, he was also sincere and warm-hearted. So he nodded instinctively in trust. Then when Wei Yuan opened the StarNet and clicked into the live stream room that AI Fan had started, he felt as if he had returned to Earth, to that era when clickbait accounts dared to post anything. Shock. So this is what the Elven Queen really looks like. If this isn't the handiwork of players, I won't believe it. Although he already knew what they planned to livestream, Wei Yuan still couldn't resist clicking in. The picture was shaky and from within came AI Fan's heavy panting as if he had been running for a while. When AI Fan's face appeared in the video, his handsome dark elven features bore several scratches. Hello everyone, I am AI Fan, the dark elf abandoned by the elven race. I have discovered something terrifying. Our elven race may be facing extinction. These few words had an explosive effect no less powerful than the title of the live stream room. The interstellar beings who had just been drawn in by the title were stunned and countless question marks floated across the barrage. What the hell? The elven race is facing extinction. Weren't you going to show us the true form of the Elven Queen? I smell a conspiracy. That title is just sensationalism. Following Tu Yupo's instructions, AI Fan completely ignored all the barrage. His handsome face was full of grief, forbearance, pain and conflict. All of it finally coalesced into a kind of determination. Seeing this performance, even Wei Yuan felt like applauding him. My title wasn't thrown together randomly, everyone. What I'm about to reveal today is a matter concerning the entire alliance. I'm actually very scared, truly I've never been this scared before. If the authorities close down my livestream room later, that will prove that what I'm about to say is definitely true. Just the day before yesterday I was still on launching. As you all know, after the humans on launching fought against the pirates, I was sent to deal with the humans. Not only did I fail, I was nearly killed by the light elf and Yelena. My own kin wanted to kill me, yet I was saved by humans. Even then I was already somewhat shaken. I began to doubt whether the queen was still the same queen she once was. Until just now I received a video from the human race. It was very short, but it told me that our elven queen's genes have collapsed. Dong 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 dong. The words AI Fan spoke hadn't even taken a minute. But his last sentence made every audience member in the live stream room explode. Explosive in every sense of the word. Gene collapse. That was a threat no less grave than the insect race. How could it be? How is that possible? Don't spout nonsense here. When the Elven Queen appeared last time, we all saw her. There wasn't a single sign of mutation on her. I think this AI Fan, because of some friction with that in Yelena, is deliberately slandering the Elven Queen. A livestream room full of nonsense should be shut down. Call the authorities to shut it down. But what if what he says is true? Yeah, if the livestream room gets shut down but the Elven Queen truly has gene collapse and hasn't reported it, what then? If the authorities shut down this livestream room, then there really is a problem. Enforcer Alliance, no. One has entered the livestream room. Alliance First Army has entered the livestream room. Alliance Garrison Corps has entered the livestream room. Several IDs with dazzling golden sparkle effects entered the livestream room. Seeing those titles, AI Fan's heartbeat quickened. Indeed. The true interstellar big shots had appeared. The Enforcer Alliance had several experts who specialized in handling high-level gene warriors with gene collapse. The Alliance Corps was a team composed of high-level gene warriors from various races. They had all come. AI Fan felt more confident. In that instant, the barrage in the livestream room became much cleaner. If you don't believe me, I will livestream the entire process. And I've also posted the video the humans captured in the comments section of my livestream room. You can all take a look and confirm whether it's been photoshopped. I swear by the Mother Tree of Life, I have never thought of betraying my race, nor would I fabricate lies to slander our queen. Just as AI Fan was saying these words, the soldiers who had previously shut him out and driven him away found him again. AI Fan, you're lucky. The queen has agreed to see you. The soldiers sneered at AI Fan. Although they couldn't access the StarNet while on duty, the title of AI Fan's livestream was too explosive. It was immediately noticed by the elves monitoring the elven race and reported up the chain. As the soldiers escorted AI Fan, one of them sneered, "And you dare to swear by the Mother Tree of Life, you fool. The Mother Tree of Life is cursed and damaged precisely because of scum like you who swear by it. Go on, take a look. Let everyone in the Alliance see your ugly face, you idiot. The Queen is so noble and holy, and you dare to accuse her of gene collapse. Traitor too." Cursing all the way, the soldiers delivered AI Fan to the Guangming Holy Temple. Inside the Great Hall, Yixingyin with her long golden hair wore a white lace dress, her ruby scepter held at a slight angle. Her holy and elegant face showed not a single crack. Her skin was fair and smooth. Even though she was over 1,000 years old, she was still so beautiful that people couldn't tear their eyes away. In that moment the livestream audience was captivated by her beauty. That AI fan really ought to be sent to the underworld galaxy. I knew he was talking nonsense. My heavens, is this the Elven Queen? Your Majesty's appearance truly enchants me. Although that scum AI fan deserves to die by starting this livestream, I am fortunate to have seen your Majesty's face. It's an absolute honor. And Yu Xingyi's eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. Beneath her enormous skirt several long tongues pierced into a maidservant's body, sucking on her flesh and blood. The once beautiful maidservant stared, wide-eyed, tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes, only to be plunged into by two crimson tongues which swallowed even her eyeballs along with the sockets, and Yu Xingyin slowly smiled. Indeed, feeding this way was safer and quieter. Those stinking bugs only knew how to gnaw, and gnaw so noisy. AI fan, my child, you have finally returned. Facing the Queen, Evan still trembled with an instinctive fear. Cold sweat had already begun to trickle from his temples, but the voices of Tiapuo and the others in his earpiece lent him courage. Tiapuo, whoa, gotta say this boss is kinda hot, go for it. Anson Kito, bro, what are you waiting for? Strike while the iron is hot, go give her a kiss first. Tiapuo, man, I almost didn't recognize her, she's a far cry from that on Wei Yuan earlier. Don't wait, bro, it's worth a shot even if you die. Makabaka, Evan, don't listen to their nonsense. You're still live streaming. Let's take down the boss and give those pervs the half that's been monsterfied. Xiaxuela, no foul language allowed. Xingchen 6. Chitadudaji, wow, such a luxurious palace, I want to pack it all up. Chitadudaji, I've got my eye on that ruby too, it's gorgeous. Chitadudaji, Evan, hurry up and piss her off so she reveals her true form. Chitadudaji, bring on the bugs, lots of bugs. Evan broke out in even more cold sweat. Something was off, Tiapuo and the others weren't acting right. In mere seconds the maidservant beneath on Wei Yuan was devoured clean. She saw that Evan was live streaming. She even knew that her earlier appearance in her true form on Blue Star had been recorded. But so what? Evan, though I am not your mother, is your queen, I may still call you my child. Wei Yuan glided down the steps, her movements graceful, and reached out to pat Evan on the shoulder. Her sacred, noble and elegant aura was dizzying, making it impossible to connect her with the monster in the video. My child, you have been deceived by the human race. I had intended not to speak of this, but as everyone knows, the elves and humans have always been allies even when their kind was dwindling. Wei Yuan's eyes were filled with pity. Maintaining a large race in the interstellar realm required more than brute force. How could a lone warrior ever rival one backed by the resources of an entire race? She had to admit that Evan was clever, smarter than her own son. But he was still too young. To borrow a human saying, she had eaten more salt than he had rice. Evan wanted to expose her true nature through his livestream, so she would use that very stream to whitewash herself, at the very least shifting the blame for killing the enforcer onto the humans. However, the damned Wei Yuan had still injured her origin. One maidservant wasn't enough to satisfy her hunger. She felt a pang of hunger. Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Since you're back, just stay by Donger's side and accompany him to the Lord Academy competition. I won't blame you for letting humans peek at your account. After all, humans have always been so cunning, they excel at buying loyalty. Aboard the spaceship, Chitadudaji yawned, widely bored by the Elf Queen's formal speech. Damn, this Elf Queen's got some culture, talking all fancy like our principal's opening address. It's putting me to sleep. Can Evan get his act together? I just want to open fire. Lengquaxium Yan 2 Commander, I can't take it anymore. This dragging battle isn't fun at all. Let's just open fire, aim at Wei Yuan and blast her back to her original form, yeah. Xiaxuela turned her head and saw that all the players agreed with Xiaoyin. She had originally planned to play it cool and pull off a face-slapping act. She wanted to wait until everyone in the alliance believed Wei Yuan was kind and just then have the players make a grand entrance. Then she would step forward and trash-talk Wei Yuan, finally provoking her into a rampage that would kill her. The setup would be complete, the face-slapping would happen and they'd reap the audience's emotions. A textbook face-slapping story. Don't you want to play the face-slapping routine? The players shook their heads frantically. We won. War. 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 Fire. 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 Plunder. 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 Snatch the girls. Snatch the girls. Snatch the girls. Scavenge. 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 Haha, Commander, you weren't actually waiting for those Alliance folks to believe this, flip that and then drag it out back and forth, were you? Chiron Dichiao raised two newly crafted composite weapons high and waved them. Haha, I can't wait that long. I've already upgraded the Star Cluster weapon. I don't know if it can blow Wei Yuan to bits in one shot, but it should be enough to shatter her disguise.
You can handle interstellar weapons. Xiaxuela was stunned. Was this player just blowing smoke? Chiron de Chiao, you don't believe me. Try it yourself. The players clamored and dragged Xiaxuela straight to the armory. Holy shit.
Standing before the massive star cluster weapon, Xiaxuela was dumbfounded. After the first command ship was awarded to her by the system, she had memorized all its weapons and capabilities. But she didn't recall the star cluster weapon's cannon having been upgraded to 3 barrels. Was it set for burst fire? A sniper turned into a machine gun. What are you waiting for? Give it a try. I worked so hard to create the weapon I imagined. Sure, the energy consumption is higher, but the caliber, the rate of fire, the firepower, everyone who's used it sings its praises. Chiron de Chiao gave himself a thumbs up. At that moment he was ecstatic, absolutely thrilled. Back on Earth, Chiron de Chiao was a military hardware enthusiast. He had studied artillery since childhood and could recite every weapon ever unveiled, but his body wouldn't allow him to enlist. Even with theoretical support for his wild ideas, there was no special energy source on Earth to fuel him. He never expected his dream to come true here. The day he touched the star cluster weapon, his whole body trembled. His first major act was to modify it. This was a weapon that could breach a level 9 Gene warrior's defenses and nearly blast a lord. What fun was there in firing single shots? Sweeping like a machine gun, that was real deterrence. Meanwhile, Evan was still listening to Anhua Shingyi's lecture while the livestream audience had already overwhelmingly branded him a traitor to the elves. Evan is a level 10 Gene warrior. I should ignore your ignorant provocation, but you are a genius of our race. I can make an exception and swear by the tree of life that I have absolutely not suffered genetic collapse. Thump. Thump 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 thump. What is happening? And Yu Shengyin looked up in astonishment. The energy shield, which was supposed to be transparent, now showed ripples in a spherical shape above. That was an attack blocked by the shield. The Star of Light, as the main star of the elven race, had its shield at the highest defense level. A level 10 shield can withstand a full force strike from a level 10 Gene warrior. After blocking one strike, energy stones must be replenished immediately or it will be breached. Queen, we are under an unknown attack. The shield has been raised, but it seems unable to stop the enemy. Boom. Queen, the enemy is concentrating their fire, all hitting one point, and the shield's energy supply is running low. Requesting support. Have the resource department immediately send all energy stones to refill the shield and dispatch the mech combat team to locate the enemy warship. Damn it, of all times now. And Yu Shengyin cursed under her breath. Such terrifying firepower could only come from a fleet. With such dense cannon fire, there must be a considerable number of warships arriving. She had just recalled her mental energy from the human race's home planet, and the injury she sustained in Wei Yuan's hands had not fully healed. Although her body was fine, her mental energy had been significantly depleted. If she were to be attacked by enemies at this moment, she would be in grave danger. Several adversaries' images flashed through in Yu Shengyi's mind. But those old fellows were either without clans or had long refrained from provocations for the clan's sake. Why would they suddenly come to war with a fleet today? And Yu Shengyin even considered the possibility of a mechanical legion arriving, but she quickly dismissed that idea. If the mechanical legion were to arrive, it wouldn't just be a few cannon shots, they typically unleashed a torrent of steel. Boom 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 boom. The booming cannon fire echoed throughout the skies of the Star of Light, and the traces left by the shells became increasingly unified, even fixed to a single point. The energy shield's protection was derived from extracting energy from the energy stones woven together and evenly distributed. Thus, when the cannon fire from the stars struck a single point, the energy from other directions couldn't compensate, resulting in a large hole being blasted open. Ha ha, it's breached. Brothers, get ready to tear open the gap and rush through it. The blade-wielding scabbard shouted. The players aboard the flagship were all ecstatic. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. When Wu Shixing was the first to create a mech, he immediately uploaded the video online. The weekend warriors had long been rubbing their hands in anticipation. With Wu Shixing's teaching, players not only began searching for mech component diagrams online but also started to manufacture mechs on their own. So, when the elven mech warriors penetrated their shield, they were greeted by several black dots flying towards them. What is that? Among the mech team dispatched by the elven race, the leading golden mech scanned with its eyes locking onto the black dots they discovered. The view kept getting closer and closer. At first they couldn't tell what those things were. They just felt they didn't resemble warships. But when those 5 black dots turned around and charged towards them, all the mechs froze. It's the Zerg. Sharp screams echoed within the mech team, and in an instant all the dispatched elves panicked. Calm down, Captain. Stay calm. There are no new wormholes in the Life Star system, and the Zerg cannot breach our defenses to come here. Most importantly, the Zerg do not use energy weapons.
The vice captain's mech charged forward, restraining the captain, who was already frightened. Vice captain, detect the object ahead. A class insectoid mech detected ahead, mech level 5. Hearing what their mech AI announced, the elven warriors felt their hearts finally settle down. The fear all races have towards the Zerg feels as if it's carved into their DNA. Who would have thought that those things which look like Zerg at first glance would actually be mechs? This is simply heresy. What on earth are they? What race could create Zerg mechs? It's utterly despicable. They must be some extremists. Eliminate them. After the fear subsided, extreme anger took its place. That guy is truly talented. To think of creating such a mech is simply extraordinary. So cool. This mech gliding through the star sea is different from others. It exudes dominance. This game is so awesome, but unfortunately there are so many of us and only the 5 of us made it in. This thing relies on luck. Let's go. Didn't the commander say so? We can play freely. I've made plans since we're just scavenging. Let's use this disguise to snatch some good stuff. These 5 players were all from the same class, grinning and preparing to cause some trouble. Suddenly they were surrounded by the mech team charging towards them. Commander, all bait has been deployed. The potato-eating chicken returned joyfully to report. The flagship has entered stealth mode. Under intelligence scanning, it could hide thanks to its coating. However, the elven mech team searching for them would surely find it easily. So Shweshwa directly instructed the potato-eating chicken to send some strangely shaped mechs that obviously draw aggro down. To have them scout ahead. Once they lead away the searching mech team, the flagship would slip through the gap blasted open. At the moment the massive warship appeared above the Star of Light, and Yushingin, standing next to AI Fan, immediately recognized it. Her anger flared up instantly as she shouted at AI Fan, "You have indeed betrayed me. The human race truly wishes to be enemies with my elven race. Bring Wei Sishan out." She yelled angrily at the flagship above. "The old patriarch is too busy to see you in Yushingin. I am here to bring you warmth again." The voice of Shweshwe came from the flagship. In the next second the cannon of the stars was aimed at Yushingin, giving her no breathing space. The cannon fire from the stars rained down on Yushingin. "Brothers, it's time for us to make our appearance." Lunku Xiaoing took out his mech and leaped off the warship's deck. All players gathered. They spiraled down the direction of the cannon fire, presenting a unique beauty. The potato-eating chicken turned on its music during the rush. An exhilarating BGM echoed in the ears of all players. "Charge! Charge! You think you can stop us? Ridiculous!" And Yushengin stomped her staff on the ground and silver armor instantly enveloped her body. "Then let me play with you." The cannon fire from the stars exploded around Yushingin, and her dodging movements were exceptionally graceful while she charged towards the flagship. On the home planet of the human race, although the players were still collecting the corpses of the insects, they no longer laughed and joked as they had before. Because when the tide of insects receded, what emerged was the heavy toll of casualties among the human race despite the players' earnest efforts to rescue. However, humans were still too scattered across the planet. After the list of the deceased was announced by the Wei Sea Mountain, the 2 children rescued by the Happy Star people curled up in their home weeping bitterly. Death was hard for children to understand, but they comprehended that their parents would never return. Their mournful cries weighed heavily on the hearts of the players, even those who had achieved something. At that moment, standing on the battlefield and surveying the ravaged home planet of the human race, Wei Yuan's expression darkened to the point where the players dared not disturb him. Commander broadcast the battle situation from Lightstar to all planets in the Interstellar Alliance in real time. He did not even ask if the system could accomplish this. And the system tacitly refrained from responding with any further words. ZZZZ. Across thousands of star systems and millions of planets in the Interstellar Alliance. All devices with projection capabilities flickered to life at that moment, from the central building of the Alliance's central star to the trash planet reduced to a garbage recycling station. After the flickering, the images gradually became clear. At this point in the central star system of the Interstellar Alliance, quickly report. An anomaly has appeared with a. An anomaly has appeared with a. All normally deployed devices are displaying images from the Elf Clan. What's going on? Is it from that Athens live broadcast room? No. It seems to be a perspective from some device called by a what's happening. Information has already been synchronized and sent to all high-level officials. Now we wait for their reply. Could I have developed emotions? Don't speculate. The terminal intelligence only serves the Alliance. It cannot develop self-awareness. But, wait for upper-level orders. Understood. The high-level has transmitted information. They want to restart a. There is strong suspicion that A has developed self-awareness. How is that possible? Report. Unable to restart. Unable to restart.
All the chaos was contained within that building in the central star system. The higher-ups were more focused on the terminal intelligence while the lower-level populace was concerned about this battle that had already been deemed a foregone conclusion. PFF. The cold little silver lay on the ground, her chest already pierced by the staff of Yu Shengyin. A massive hole extended from the mecha's chest all the way through to her body. She lowered her head and saw her empty chest cavity devoid of anything. She could even see the mecha organization behind the large hole in her chest. Really? Damn. PFF. Intense. Blood continued to pour from her mouth, yet she couldn't help but speak. At this moment, Yu Shengyin had already ascended to a higher level. All players who jumped down were no match for her in a single encounter. It could be said to be a complete instant kill. The potato-eating chicken said, "Brothers, compress her flight space and provoke her to attack. The commander's cannon is already aimed at you." Received. 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 Countless players fearless of death rushed towards Yu Shengyin. The artillery of the stars followed behind them, heading straight for Yu Shengyin. Xiaoshui stood in the command room of the flagship, her gaze locked onto Yu Shengyin. Recon. Yu Shengyin Elf Queen weakness left abdomen suffered a soul injury. Damage has transitioned from the soul level to the physical level. Health 68. Xiaoshui said, "As long as we hit her once, we can determine how many shots could take her life. Everyone hold on. If we can't force out her true form, then today we'll end her here." End her. End her. The players shouted as they charged forward only to be killed. They fell to the ground like discarded garbage. The artillery fire descending with them directly bombarded the surface of Light Star. The bright holy temple had already turned into ruins. Afen looked up and drew his longbow. "Afen, stop. Do you want to die?" Yu Dong rushed out from a corner and threw himself at Afen. Afen swiftly dodged and kicked Yu Dong in the chest. Yu Dong was no slouch either. He instantly evaded Afen's attack and seized Afen's ankle. "You really have betrayed us. The Queen's genes have truly collapsed." Nonsense. The battle on the ground was about to erupt. Amidst the continuous bombardment, Afen and Yu Dong engaged in close combat. "I can't take it anymore, brothers. This boss is completely beyond our capabilities. Damn, I can't even touch her edge." Instantly killed without any sense of game experience, I had my pain receptors turned on and barely felt the pain before dying. I'm much worse off. I bled out completely before dying. It hurt like hell. Revive, revive, revive. I'm heading back to the deck. Let's not lose out on this wave. My mecha materials can be considered completely lost. This wave was a blood loss. This is what it's like in dungeons. There's nothing we can do. Damn, the guy is almost at the flagship commander run. Xiaoshui said, "I think I'm about to get a GG again." I really didn't expect that the star weapons capable of bombarding level 9 gene warriors are practically nothing before level 10. Xiaoshui said, "But we still have one last chance to turn the tide. Brothers, it's best to turn off all your pain receptors." Xiaoshui said, "I'm about to start my mouth cannon performance. Now. Please welcome Panzhoudan." The players ultimately could not stop Yu Shengyin. Like a specter, she began to strangle the players who had just revived on the deck one by one. She finally arrived in the command room of the flagship. The sight of the girl with short white hair made her pause for a moment. "You again? It's me." Xiaoshui smirked. Yu Shengyin, "It's been just one day and your stench has become even stronger." The slender neck of the human girl was gripped tightly and Yu Shengyin's bony fingers sinking into Xiaoshui's neck. The human jugular was vigorously pumping blood beneath her fingertips. But because she was being choked, the blood flow was hindered, causing Xiaoshui's head to turn red in a short time. Yet she showed no signs of fear and instead smiled even more brilliantly. "What's this? Want to kill me again? Do you plan to shatter me into blood mist and cover yourself with it? And Yu Shengyin, you really enjoy the feeling of bathing in blood? Tell me, is it more pleasurable when the warm blood is showering down or when you're devouring blood and flesh in large bites? Is that more comfortable?" Her slender neck warmed flesh and the pulsating rhythm of a heartbeat. And Yu Shengyin swallowed hard. The voice within her clamored incessantly. She needed it. Desperately. The flesh of humans was sweeter than that of any other race. Among the myriad species, carbon-based lifeforms were plentiful, yet only human flesh regardless of rank tasted exceptionally delicious. Why was that? When Yu Shengyin heard Xiaoxuela's words, she instinctively yearned to experience it once more. But the flashing messages on her wristband jolted her back to reality. Channeling her psychic energy into the smart device, a spiritual imprint was transmitted within an anonymous group chat. It was a group composed of all members who had tried the suppressant from the Genetic Corporation. Until today, no group member had ever sent a message. The instant she finished reading the imprint, clarity returned to Yu Shengyi's eyes. She coldly regarded Xiaoxuela, who awaited death.
The infatuated expression vanished in an instant. The same trick used repeatedly. Is that all the human commander is capable of? Zyaxuela gasped inwardly. The boss had fallen for it no longer. Damn, had the game's AI updated again. Last time provoking her had been ridiculously easy. The players had watched the whole spectacle. Now even Feng Choi Pi far away in human territory grew anxious. Feng Choi Pi wo shuijia, what now? Chi tu do de ji, commander, the boss isn't taking the bait. Should we launch another charge? Zyaxuela, no need, I have plan B. Feng Choi Pi, what's a plan B? Chi tu do de ji told you to read more, it means the second plan.
The players' exchange was fleeting. In Yu Shenjian's eyes she saw a flicker of surprise in Zyaxuela's gaze and let out a soft derisive laugh. This despicable human, truly insidious and cunning, she had nearly fallen for her ploy. She had thought only that traitor AI fan was broadcasting live. But it turned out the humans had left a backup. Within AS body another backdoor had been planted by the humans. Now her battle against them was broadcast live across the entire Interstellar Alliance. Thankfully she had just injected the suppressant and its effects were at their peak. As long as she didn't actually touch fresh blood, that maddening frenzy wouldn't be triggered. Little did they expect humans all your schemes. And Yu Shenjian's smugness lasted barely 2 seconds before she saw Zyaxuela, whom she had nearly choked to death, unhesitatingly draw a dagger and plunge it into her own neck. With a squelch the carotid artery ruptured and blood spurted like a high-pressure water jet, drenching in Yu Shenjian's face and hair. Fresh. Scalding. Sweet. The newly spilled human blood carried a fragrant sweetness. Blood splattered into Yu Shenjian's eyes, reflecting Zyaxuela's pale face. She was smiling brilliantly, then she cut a larger wound with force. This is the second time I've given you a gift in Yu Shengyin. Ha 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 ha. Zyaxuela laughed loudly, even trembling from excessive blood loss. She seemed to be shaking with laughter, utterly manic. And Yu Shengyin felt that her madness rivaled her own during her mutation. Madman. Madman. Pain and fear surged in Yu Shenjian's eyes. She released her grip, wanting to flee the blood-soaked command room immediately. Chi tu do de jia. Commander, have you lost your mind? Lung Ku Xiaoing, holy crap. Commander, you scared us to death, are you crazy? Kairen de Xiao, even though it's a game, this is terrifying, holy crap. The impact on the players was no less than what Yu Shengyin experienced. Suicide attacks weren't unheard of, but stabbing straight into the carotid. That was horrifying. Chi tu do de ji, kids absolutely don't learn this. There aren't any kids in our game, right? Lung Ku Xiaoing, we're not idiots, we won't die in the game. But actually learn that in real life, damn it. Chi tu do de ji, damn, the video can't leak out. If kids see and imitate it, this game is done for. Zyaxuela, I didn't think it through, but this is the most effective method. I speculate that although Yu Shengyin can suppress her mutation, she can't resist the craving for flesh and blood. Zyaxuela, that stuff must be addictive, so. Chi tu do de ji, got it, commander, no need to explain. Instant respawn and teleport. Before Yu Shengyin could stumble away, Chi tu do de ji with his basic character rushed to her side. Stabbing into the carotid was too brutal. He had brought a grenade. The moment he ran out, he pulled the pin and charged straight ahead, embracing it. Boom! Flesh and remains scattered everywhere, drenching Yu Shengyin again in blood and gore. Trembling, she reached out and caught some fragments. No. 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 I need to leave, I need to leave. Her formidable willpower dragged her body, slowly moving outward. Elegance tinged with madness. In the game's public chat, cool. So cool, brothers, Suicide Squad assemble. Chi tu do de ji, brothers, join this bloody storm. Coming. 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 The short distance was agonizing for Yu Shengyin. Dazed, she shuffled toward the warship's exit. Almost there, just get out, just get out. Boom. Something exploded nearby. Boom. Another blast. Boom, boom, boom. The scent of blood grew stronger. So fragrant. She lifted her head and took a deep breath. Her exquisite face was now streaked with blood, appearing eerily beautiful. Ha! Ha! Giggle. At the flagship's exit, Yu Shengyin stepped into the void and slowly descended toward Guangming Star. At that moment, all the interstellar citizens of the Alliance watched the scene. It was madness. They saw humans charging at Yu Shengyin, one after another, blowing themselves to pieces midway. They also saw Yu Shengyin moving inch by inch as if terrified. What's going on? I didn't hear about a war between humans and elves. Have these humans all gone mad? They don't seem like mindless clones. Are they really this unafraid of death?
Heavens, what's wrong with the elf queen? Just kill them, the queen is too merciful.
Look at these lowly civilians not even injected with gene serums daring to charge at the queen to their deaths.
The elf queen is falling. Heavens! The radiant star. There was no night.
This was the domain guarded by the light elves who for generations had basked in the radiance of the Tree of Life. Watching in Yushangyin fall from the flagship, Wei Yuan's gaze turned icy as he spoke softly. Today the light falls.
It is Her Majesty.
What have those humans done to the queen?
Wage war. We shall declare war on humanity. Muster the army. On the radiant star, every elf witnessed the scene of Yushangyi's fall.
Their hearts were filled with rage. The mecha squad captured all the players who had been used as bait. The mechas of these few young players were all battered and broken. Their faces were bruised and swollen.
How humiliating, so humiliating, woo-woo.
Captured right at the start.
Tianji, didn't you say using bugs as mecha models would scare them to death?
Tianji, with dark circles under her eyes, pouted. The teachers were terrified when they saw my mecha woo-woo. Who knew these elf warriors would act like they had a courage buff when they saw us?
It hurts so much, woo-woo.
Even my parents' double-team beatdown when I scored 13 on my math test didn't hurt this much.
It's too painful. Then why didn't you turn off the pain?
But there were rumors that turning on pain increases experience. I wanted to level up quickly. These kids were all newcomers to the game, only able to play on weekends. To level up, they couldn't bear to turn off the pain sensation. Now captured by the elf warriors, they huddled in a corner with their heads down.
Their first thought was to claim they forgot to record the game footage when they got back.
Their classmates had eagerly awaited but failed to secure a spot. If they found out these kids got beaten on their first day in the game, they'd be laughed to death. Tianji wiped her tears, grumbling hatefully, these elves are pretty to look at, but their hearts are too vicious.
They even hit kids, woo-woo.
The elf mecha warriors who captured them were at a loss for words. Who would have thought that the bug-type mechas that nearly scared them out of their wits were made by a few children?
Though they couldn't fully understand what the kids said, the words hitting kids were clear enough. The mecha squad leader kicked Tianji's rear. If not for your impressive mecha talent, your lives would have been taken just now.
Hitting kids. They'd be lucky to be killed.
Damn humans.
The queen had fallen and sacred officials from the Radiant Temple had gone to search for her. Humanity was doomed to extinction. These kids were detestable, but their talent was rare. He felt a twinge of admiration for their skill. After today, humanity will likely be annihilated by our elf race. You kids can stay by my side as my slaves and I'll spare your lives. The five little ones huddled together and turned away, ignoring this delusional NPC.
This NPC has a big mouth.
The point is, he dared to kick me.
Damn it, when the commander takes down the elves later, he'll kick his rear to pieces.
Tianji snarled fiercely.
Take them back as slaves. I want the female warriors outside. Damn it, there are only a few female warriors and you want them all. Share them, share them. They could be old enough to be your grandparents. The male warriors are stronger.
They'll take the loss and let you have the males, they'll just take the females. The mecha squad that had just captured them all clenched their fists.
The five little ones got another beating. But as they were being beaten, a mournful scream echoed from within the elf army.
The mecha squad members stopped immediately and rushed out in terror. As they burst out of the prisoner cage, a mist of blood splattered across their faces. The screams of elves filled the air. Elves were fleeing everywhere. The once bright and holy Radiant Temple was now stained a piercing red.
Run! Flee! Flee!
Help, the queen has gone mad. The cries filled their ears. For a moment the mecha squad elves stood frozen in shock. All the elves rushed past them.
Until one elf collided with them.
What's happening? The vice captain grabbed the elf's arm.
The elf's face was etched with deep terror, eyes trembling, lips quivering as he said, the queen's genes are collapsing. Even if they collapse, it shouldn't be this fast.
Before the vice captain could finish, he saw what was happening. From the blood mist, a towering figure slowly rose into the air. Below, thick tentacles like tree roots hoisted the beautiful queen aloft. Her eyes had transformed from beautiful golden elf orbs into lifeless pure black insect eyes. Half her face had disappeared, bulging and swollen.
She looked utterly terrifying and grotesque. My subjects, why run? Isn't it better to become my nourishment? We shall be forever one, never to part. I am the elf race itself. Ha ha ha! Under the pressure of their own race's queen, no elf thought to oppose in Yushangyin. They only thought of fleeing.
Thus the countless eggs desperate to be born from Yushangyi's body kept rolling, searching for the nearest elf within her mutated form to extend their proboscis-like tongues.
The queen is collapsing.
If the army gathers, they'll become her nourishment. Now immediately go find an Yudong and take him off the Radiant Star. The mecha squad leader roared at his team behind him.
The situation wasn't at its worst yet.
They had to take an Yudong and escape the Radiant Star.
Flee. Go now.
His roar jolted the team awake. They all knew the terror of a gene warrior at the 10th level whose genes had collapsed. At this moment they only prayed that their race wouldn't be wiped out. But in the chaos, who could find an Yudong? Blood was everywhere. And Yusheng-Yin's roots kept spreading the entire elf race, serving as soil for her to take root.
The planet's energy shield opened and countless elves fled like mad. The forgotten players quietly activated their flagship and escaped.
Whoa, I feel like this in Yusheng-Yin's mutation is even more terrifying here than back in our world. This boss had clearly been buffed.
Too terrifying.
Ling Ku Shaoyin hadn't yet recovered from the shocking scene.
I don't know either. But luckily I recorded it all. The internet is going to be flooded with this clip. I'll log off and upload it soon. Damn, this is so thrilling.
Those who didn't get accounts are going to be so jealous, ha ha ha.
Selective deafness, I see. Hey, I observed earlier. With that health bar we couldn't kill it even if we hacked at it for a lifetime. Someone stronger in the game will have to deal with it.
And Yusheng-Yin's level is way too high for us.
Ding! Congratulations player for unlocking a new chapter. A dungeon quest has been issued. Dungeon quest contained in Yusheng-Yin.
As the Astarte squad was recovering the corpses, a new mission notification appeared before them.
Dungeon quest stop in Yusheng-Yin. When a 10th level gene warrior collapses, the forbidden zone formed is immensely vast.
The star system where the elves reside lies in the central region of the Interstellar Alliance. Once an Yusheng-Yin completely loses her sanity, interstellar life will suffer a devastating blow. Upon accepting the quest, players will be teleported directly to Radiant Star to confront an Yusheng-Yin. All items dropped on the battlefield will belong to the players. Ingluo Mazong suddenly felt that the insect corpse he held in his hand had lost its appeal. He recycled all the insects on the cart. Player Ingluo Mazong recycle 3764 insect corpses, obtained 2800 primary lottery draws, 888 intermediate lottery draws, 76 advanced lottery draws and 0 supreme lottery draws.
Not drawing yet, not drawing yet.
Ingluo Mazong found a pool to clean the insect juice off his hands.
He directly opened the Astarte squad's group chat. Astarte assemble. Pu Xian Pusa, the merciful Bodhisattva of the Barret, is here. I shall bring the Buddha's compassion gun to deliver in Yusheng-Yin from suffering. He song received. Coming right away.
Sakaban Shark Old Song and I are together.
Yongheng Xingyu, my mecha maintenance equipment is also fully constructed. You charge ahead and I will provide logistical support. Tang Tianlo, I'm right behind you all. I'm still drawing. The constant barrage of messages in the group did not disrupt Tang Tianlo's rhythm at all. The finest assassin must possess a dagger of their own. Squad members arrived one after another. Ingluo Mazong, old Tang. Tang Tianlo, you go ahead.
I have 100 advanced lottery draws, I must get a suitable weapon.
Ingluo Mazong, alright. Host, I don't understand.
Even for a fourth calamity, this is not how it's played. And Yusheng-Yin's level far surpassed the players. Even an endless army of players charging at her would only serve as nourishment for her. Wouldn't it be better to let the high-ranking officials of the Interstellar Alliance handle this themselves? The number of players was merely 100,000.
Moreover, not many players had reached level 5 through injections. Another 100,000 players were newcomers who couldn't afford level 5 gene agents.
Sending players who had yet to grow to face in Yusheng-Yin directly was hardly a wise choice. Isn't it interesting for newbie village players to take on a top-tier boss?
Wei Yuan spoke with a smile.
Besides, we have to reveal some of the players' traits openly.
Keeping them hidden forever would only make those old geezers suspicious. Now that I'm generously showing that players can teleport and resurrect infinitely, what do you think they will rationalize in their minds? The characteristics of the players would become apparent after a few interactions with them. Even if their appearance has changed slightly after each resurrection, players could customize their skins. That wouldn't stop those cunning foxes from harboring doubts. It was better to use this full-scale broadcast to unveil some of their traits. Whatever those beings would imagine later was none of Wei Yuan's concern. Besides, always being looked down upon by the myriad races, was that acceptable? To grow stronger, the first step was to roll up one's sleeves and show the myriad races whether humanity had muscle or not. Otherwise, when a single punch knocked out their teeth, they would scream that there was foul play. The system fell silent, then finally said it has been rebooted. This broadcast can last approximately 0.5 hours. Got it. Thanks, little system. Wei Yuan had actually wanted to probe the system's origin before. He had guessed the system was A, but from this incident it wasn't. The system had simply hacked into through the little task he had done just to open a backdoor for the players. Hey little system, did the antivirus kick you out this time? No. Their reboot method only forcibly shut down the subsystem for me. Once it restarts, the intrusion remains. This system has forcibly altered A's code. Host need not worry. What a beast. The system's prestige hadn't diminished at all. Seeing the system so capable, Wei Yuan felt considerably reassured. Meanwhile, the battle on Radiant Star remained a one-sided massacre. Blood was everywhere. Discovering that her subjects were trying to flee, and Yusheng directly activated a mental barrier encasing the entire Radiant Star. The Alliance fleet was advancing toward Radiant Star, but before losing her mind, Yusheng had remembered to use her authority to close the space lanes leading to the Life Star system. This greatly delayed the arrival of the Interstellar Alliance fleet. Wei Yuan had to admit that in Yusheng's mind was still functional given that her collapse index had reached 88%. It is said that after the collapse mutation begins, gene warriors fall into frenzy, taking pleasure in slaughter and pursuing it for life. I didn't expect Yusheng to hold out this long. It's quite terrifying, isn't it? Wei Yuan understood clearly. If not for the coincidence in Yusheng having already collapsed plus the players' unrestricted attacks of flesh and blood, she might have managed to survive until the end of the Lord Academy competition and forcefully seized the 10th level gene agent. However, if she hadn't suffered gene collapse, she would never have thought to persecute humanity to obtain the 10th level gene agent for the elves. As they say, every cause has its effect. Who can explain it clearly? Besides, even if she obtained the agent, the 10th level gene agent used in the Lord Academy competition would probably be useless to her now. On the battlefield, players had begun appearing in droves. 100,000 players on the battlefield were like a drop in the ocean. No one noticed them, because the area around the Holy Light Temple alone held nearly 1 million elves. After the elves fled in panic, the players arrived. Tuyupa and the others were still bewildered by the chaotic elf crowd. Tuyupa brothers, look for yourselves. On the ground and in the air, these elves, let alone levels 4 and 5, even levels 6 and 7, are fleeing. What are we going there for? Anjong Chitao going to die. Xingchen 6. Makabaka, everyone don't speak yet. Let's hear what the commander says. We can't really just go deliver food. An impossible mission is no fun to fight. They weren't even as high level as these fleeing elves. When a boss was too strong, players' interest in challenging it plummeted. Of course, some players loved climbing the highest peaks, like the Astarte squad, who had already entered their mechs and were heading straight for Yusheng. Zyaxwela, everyone, can you hear me? Zyaxwela's voice suddenly reached every player through the earpiece. Zyaxwela, no need to report your status. I'm here to share my thoughts on this mission. I believe the purpose is to help new players accumulate wealth quickly. Ha! What does the commander mean? Quickly accumulate wealth? Brothers, seriously, when I saw this mission to fight the big boss, I glanced at in Yusheng's HP bar, so many zeros it nearly stretched beyond my field of vision. Ha ha ha, me too. I almost forgot what zero looks like. It's the uncanny valley effect. Stop blabbering. Let's hear what the commander says. I'm a newbie, I need money desperately. That's right, that's right. Commander, tell us what you think. I can't even afford a level 2 gene agent right now. Boo-hoo. Players chattered endlessly. Zyaxwela, this mission is clearly to delay in Yusheng's growth until the Alliance's high-level fleet arrives. Zyaxwela, our main task is not to grind down her HP but to prevent her growth. Growth requires flesh and blood. Zyaxwela, even when being preyed upon, these elves did not attack in Yusheng. There must be a reason they cannot attack. Zyaxwela, I speculate that what they truly fear are the eggs inside in Yusheng's body. According to data I retrieved from the Star Net, when a collapsed warrior is attacked, more eggs are spawned. Zyaxwela, however, breaking the eggs requires external force. Someone must attack the collapsed warrior's main body to dislodge these eggs. Zyaxwela, so Astarte squad, be careful not to rupture her body. Understood. Ingluo Mazong received. Zyaxwela, secondly, I said this battle is a welfare for new players. Did you see the mission note? All drop items on the battlefield belong to players? Zyaxwela, go new players. Sweep everything clean on Radiant Star. As soon as Zyaxwela finished speaking, the players cheered. What was there not to understand now? Ha ha ha. This was a full-blown outright looting. Chitado de G, ha ha ha, I'm good at kiting, but I'm even better at looting the battlefield. The moment they teleported to Radiant Star, players immediately began dashing across the ground, recycling everything in sight. Ding. Recycled a broken door panel. Ding. Recycled a sheet of iron. Ding.
Recycled a level 3 elf corpse. A player quick as lightning pounced and jumped to recycle an elf just as Ying's tentacle was about to kill it. He was merely a blank slate warrior. Just as the level 3 Gene Warrior Elf's corpse was about to be devoured, all the awakened eggs on that tentacle let out furious screams. Then at astonishing speed they pierced through the blank slate player's body. Ha ha, I'm rich. Haha, this is awesome. A huge profit. The player's chest was punctured. While his flesh was being rapidly consumed, he was still laughing heartily. A blank slate trading for a level 3, so satisfying. One elf corpse directly dropped 3000 gold coins for him, pure joy. Ding. 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 Wei Yuan was stunned by the ceaseless crisp sounds. Not. Ha. That wasn't what he meant. He genuinely just wanted the players to show themselves in front of the Interstellar Alliance. What kind of top-tier game interpretation was this? In the last half hour the entire Alliance witnessed a bizarre sight. These humans had actually brought in a large number of ordinary humans. And these ordinary humans dared to rush in while the tentacles were devouring elves, snatching food from the very mouths of the creatures. Just as the whole interstellar community was waiting to see what these humans were up to. The screen went dark. The advertisement that had been playing earlier returned and the giant screen resumed its normal broadcast. In an instant every Alliance member who could log into the StarNet rushed into Aphan's livestream. They wanted to see what in the world was going on with these humans. But when they entered the live stream they saw Aphan being captured by elves who had escaped, led by An Yudong. On An Yudong's face besides fear and shock there was a flicker of excitement. He mother has collapsed, doesn't that mean I should be king? Your Highness, we must leave Radiant Star now. If we delay any longer, once the queen completely collapses she will devour the whole star. In the frame a male elf shouted. An Yudong nodded. I know. But before we leave we must take more subjects with us. A king without subjects, can he still be called a king? How many warships have you prepared? How many elves can they carry? In the weapon storage the highest grade weapons are under the queen's authority. Most of the elders are also dead. Your Highness, your authority should allow you to open half of the weapons and warships. Only half. Never mind. Let's go first. We'll retrieve the weapons and warships, then take the subjects away, as many as we can. But for now we need them to stall Mother. An Yudong performed a sorrowful act. Aphan was tied up behind him along with the 5 little ones. Tianji Zhang's head appeared in Aphan's live. Viewers heard this human child mercilessly gossip this. An Yudong clearly wants to run away himself, but he's putting on a persona. Such a green tea. Honestly, why did these guys have to bring us along? I wanted to fight too. Woohoo, so jealous. I'm too poor to even buy a gene agent. Don't even mention it. I can't afford to resurrect. Last time I only came back thanks to the 24-hour auto-revive. Sigh. 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 The 5 little ones sighed in unison. Aphan reached out and rubbed their heads. Don't worry. I'll protect you and get you out of here. As long as we board the warship with An Yudong, Lord Wei Yuan will surely save you. You must survive, understand? Tianji Jian looked up at Aphan thinking this NPC is surprisingly warm. But too bad. They weren't afraid of dying. They were poor, painfully poor. Can the warships they take really escape? I don't know. Aphan shook his head. After the queen collapses her strength will soar. The mental barrier she has erected will be extremely hard to break. Probably the first warship to hit the barrier would be discovered. Then it would be shattered. So it will be shattered, right? Tianji Zhang's eyes suddenly sparkled. The other 4 little ones also grew excited. Holy cow, that means. Wow, kaka, if they all die we can loot their ownerless stuff. We'll hit the jackpot. We're going to be rich. Central Star. On top of the towering skyscrapers several large characters hover. Gene Pharmaceutical Company. There isn't even a proper logo. However, various interstellar creatures come and go inside the company. Some are there to make purchases while others are there for work. The usually silent beings have suddenly become chatty today. Have you heard about the incident between the elf clan and the human clan? Who doesn't know now? The humans are probably going to completely sever ties with the elves and prepare for war. Sigh, mainly because the elf queen directly collapsed due to genetic failure and her mutated form filled the screen at that time. Many races speculate that she has been collapsing for quite some time. I wonder what method she used to conceal it. Sigh, who knows about these high-level matters? The Star Network is saying all kinds of things. Previously the officials wanted to silence it, but now they probably realize they can't contain it anymore. The Interstellar Alliance has been shaky for thousands of years, only recently stabilizing in the last few hundred years. Back in the early days the Star Network prioritized war information, and even now it still upholds that habit.
Any news online related to combat, even slightly hinting at battle, becomes sensational.
This time the genetic failure of the Elf Queen has also stirred up a huge uproar on the Star Network. All members of the Alliance are astonished that the Elf Queen could hide her collapse.
Many clever interstellar beings are speculating that since the Elf Queen could conceal the traces of her mutation,
could other high-ranking races also be in such a situation? It's a pity that suspicion remains just suspicion. The strength and authority of a level 10 genetic warrior are not something these small fries can challenge. Below the gene pharmaceutical building there is a cacophony of gossip about Yu Shengyin. At the very top of the skyscraper in a conference room, a shadow too ethereal to discern its appearance spoke in a voice obscured. Yu Shengyin can no longer be contacted. I suspect she has completely collapsed. Another shadow appeared. The First Legion has already dispatched suppression teams. It won't be long before she is sent to the battlefield.
Is that also our future? When we chose to take the medication back then, didn't we already say that?
We can only delay the collapse once the mutated spirit overtakes reason. The suppressants will completely fail. But clearly the suppressants are not infallible. Does Yu Shengyin not know how to use this suppressant? Several shadows fell silent.
Indeed.
They had all understood the effects of the suppressants before injecting them.
Everyone is a high-level genetic warrior. No one would joke with their life.
And Yu Shengyin has lived for so many years it is unlikely she would not adhere to safe usage guidelines at this point.
So is the issue with the suppressant itself?
One shadow spoke trembling. Having fought for the Alliance and their kin all their lives, they were now to become terrifying monsters abandoned by the Alliance and sent to the battlefield as tools.
Everyone would feel uncomfortable.
Seeing Yu Shengyin in the video, her gaze completely devoid of reason. Everyone felt a sense of sorrow for the fallen rabbit. So should we continue to inject the suppressant?
The pharmaceutical company hasn't produced anything better so far. Yes, and they sent so many.
Although he didn't say it, the words human clan hung heavy in the air. But the shadows present all trembled at the thought.
What's there to be afraid of saying? Isn't it just the human clan? Haven't we dealt with them before? Are we starting to be afraid now?
The shadow closest to the glass window sneered. Actually, I want to ask who handed over the active cells of the first-generation humans to Wei Yuan. Those who forced Yu Shengyin to that extent, I can tell at a glance they must be the first generation of human clones.
Their calm yet insane state is truly shocking every time I see.
This shadow clearly recalled that moment when Xia Shui confronted Yu Shengyin and then smiled as she slit her own throat. It was simply terrifying.
These guys must have become even crazier after cloning, right? Anyway, it wasn't me. I'm terrified of those fakes. When I first saw the insect race, those madmen's first thought was to try them.
It was too terrifying.
Who knows? The active cells we obtained back then were all handed over to the gene pharmaceutical company. It can't be that Wei Yuan stole them from the company, right? Impossible.
The cells from the gene pharmaceutical company have been cultivated and cloned over several generations. They have long since mutated.
What is being produced now doesn't even count as human anymore.
As the shadows debated heatedly, the door of the conference room swung open. A tall figure stepped out. He wore smooth golden-rimmed glasses, scanning the several shadows present. With a slender finger adjusting his glasses, he addressed the shadows. Are you doubting me?
We wouldn't dare, Dr. Zhao.
We have no intention of doubting you. After all, you have long since separated from the human clan. The shadows that had been clamoring just now appeared much more obedient.
But now everyone sees the outcome of Yu Shengyin. That was her own doing.
According to the suppressants I configured for you, they can maintain your normal form for 500 years. Yet that fool Yu Shengyin injected the amount prepared for 300 years within just 50 years.
Overdosage will cause the effectiveness of the medication to plummet.
But doctor, didn't you previously say you would develop a medication that could reverse the effects, eliminating the problem once and for all?
Dr.
Zhao replied, that requires more human cells.
The ones I have now are all used up.
A silent atmosphere spread among the shadows. The human clan has remained closed off for so many years. We
have no way to proceed.
Wei Yuan has captured a few, but they all failed.
Isn't this competition just right? Dr.
Zhao's eyes behind the golden-rimmed glasses emitted a sharp glint.
During the competition, it's quite normal for one or two participants to disappear, right? If you want to suppress it completely, bring me what I need.
After saying this, Dr.
Zhao pushed the door and left.
Once he confirmed the other party was gone, the shadows collectively sighed in relief. In this conference room, most shadows no longer dared to speak. However, someone bold enough, while everyone else was silent, slammed the table hard. That Jiayu has been plotting against the human clan ever since he betrayed them. I now suspect whether the active cells of the human clan can really suppress mutations. After he finished speaking, the other shadows dared not reply and quickly changed the topic. They weren't the first batch to inject the suppressants. Many shadows had joined later. The shadow that mocked Dr. Zhao would likely not last long. Hee everyone, I have things to attend to, so I want to discuss this with you here. I need to find a way to capture some humans. Yes, those lists Wei Yuan submitted, you should have all seen them, right? They are all some strange names. It seems they are indeed the first generation of human clones. According to Dr. Zhao's intention, he should be most eager to obtain the first generation of clones. I will arrange that. The shadows gradually left, disappearing from the conference room. The shadow that had previously questioned Dr. Zhao was the last to leave. Watching the departing shadows, he couldn't help but chuckle. These guys are truly timid. Zhao, who betrayed humanity back then, now doesn't even dare to show his face before the human clan and wants to rely on their means to capture humans. He is just a rat in a drain. At this moment, Bright Star and Yu Shengyin's half-normal face was completely devoid of expression. She opened her eyes, murmuring, I am the Elf Queen, the Elf Queen. I am the Elf Queen. I am the Elf Queen. Who am I? Her lifeless eyes stared at the ground. At this time, Yu Shengyin's mutated body had grown to hundreds of meters tall, towering into the clouds. She could no longer see those elves. The larvae writhing within her body clamored to escape. They craved slaughter. She longed to battle someone to unleash all the larvae that annoyed her from her body. It was unbearable. Too unbearable. And Yu Shengyin's half-beautiful, astonishing face suddenly lifted. A silent scream. More. Slaughter. Slaughter, Her mutated body moved slowly across the ground. All the fleeing, hiding and panicking elves were engulfed by the overwhelming mutated tentacles. Wow, this is truly a carpet search, I can't believe it. A potato-eating chicken digging for treasures in the ruins just poked its head out from the basement and was immediately hit. Hidden. Show your face and be eliminated, brothers, let's change places to scavenge. The potato-eating chicken shouted in panic at Gong Mai. Then it quickly chose a location with fewer tentacles to respawn. Here the respawn point assigned to him was by the cold and ruthless Xiaoyin. At this moment Xiaoyin was rummaging through something in the room. Looking at the metallic doorframe and the exquisitely crafted room, the potato-eating chicken was stunned. Wow, sister, you don't want this. This is an unowned house, hey. The elf's house is amazing. The house of the elves is actually made of luminous stone. Selling it to the system could earn several thousand gold coins. The potato-eating chicken was almost drooling. He touched the house where the luminous elves lived. The owner of the house had long since vanished, and whether they were alive or dead was unknown. Cold and ruthless Xiaoyin curled her lip. I'm looking for something more important here. You can reclaim whatever you want, but don't touch the bookshelf here. I'm collecting it all. The potato-eating chicken immediately caught the scent of treasure and no longer touched the big door, darting over to Xiaoyin's side. He saw Xiaoyin holding a map made from the skin of an unknown animal. It marked the location of the Holy Temple of Light and several mineral zones, and finally marked a corner in red. It said Elf Armory. Hiss. Treasure. Treasure map. The potato-eating chicken's eyes sparkled. Brothers, hold on, I can soon climb to where Yu Shengyin hasn't mutated yet. A furious roar came from the tall monster. If one doesn't look closely, it's hard to see that within these ugly folds there is actually a rugged mech hanging at the mutated position of Yu Shengyin's waist. Sweat dripped from Ing Luo Mazon's face, forming a small puddle inside the mech. He song shouted, Captain. Huff. Keep it up, I estimate I can only live for a few more seconds. Eternity, wait until this wave of tentacles passes before coming to repair my mech. On the ground. Hisong's mech was shattered into pieces by the tentacles. He was completely wrapped by the tentacles with mouths and tongues all around. Blood was drained within seconds. Flesh was rapidly devoured. This feeling of death was too frequent. Hisong had grown numb to it. As a psychologist, he had never felt so exhilarated before. Looking up, waiting for his body to be completely consumed, he heard the sound of his brain being devoured and returned to Earth. He opened his eyes. Hisong found himself back in his psychological counseling room. The door hung a sign that read closed for business. After gulping down some water, he felt a sense of joy. He had previously only heard that colleagues would choose to relieve their inner pressure through games. He had scoffed at it before. After all, as a psychologist, listening to patients recount their psychological journeys day in and day out had made Hisong increasingly morose. Now in the game, constantly dying and experiencing the most genuine death felt quite exhilarating. Truth be told, it was quite refreshing. Just that his skills were too low, he was killed by monsters every time with no sense of counterattack. Even if he fought back, it would probably still be a dead end. Hisong thought he would have to ask other veteran players whether the game had always been like this. One couldn't just keep fighting bosses. Just as he finished his last sip of water, the voice of Eternal Divine Feather rang in his headset. Old son, your mech has been repaired, damn.
I have no money to respawn, brothers, I'm broke.
Obviously Eternal Divine Feather had just finished repairing his mech before dying. Hisong chuckled awkwardly and quickly said, ha, wait a moment Eternal, I'll recharge some gold coins for you. He set down his cup and quickly returned to the game. Puxian Bodhisattva, I recharged 10,000 to our squad's account, it should be enough for us to respawn a few more times. Now it just depends on how far the captain can climb. My machine gun is already eager to go. According to what Xiaoshuela analyzed for us later, she believes that the mutated position of Inyushengyin cannot be attacked, but the area that hasn't mutated yet can be attacked. Furthermore, those locations should be where her weaknesses lie. Thus the task assigned to the Astartes squad is to provide all players with an anchor point. That's right. Using the teleportation skill provided by the game, players need a place to land on Inyushengyin. The tentacles of Inyushengyin split from her legs and left hand. At the torso, the skin is rough, resembling segments of a leech. One by one the Astartes squad members began to climb upward. As soon as they landed, they immediately marked the spot and then teleported back to continue climbing. Now Luo Mazon had climbed to the side of Inyushengyin's waist. He could already see what seemed to be normal skin on Inyushengyin. But it was right here. Inyushengyin's elbow was also in this area. The tentacles that split from her fingers waved in the air seeking flesh. Luo Mazon gasped, first marking the fold of skin beneath his feet, then redeeming a medical potion from the system. He was too weak to inject it. Instead he bit open the bottle, swallowing it along with the glass shards inside. In a moment his earlier lost stamina was restored. Luo Mazon continued to climb. He seemed to sense movement at his waist. Inyushengyin's numb face slightly turned towards her waist. Inyushengyin waved her hand. A fierce gale blew Luo Mazon's mech with a clattering sound. Having been shattered countless times before, it was all repaired by Eternal Divine Feather. This patched-up mech, no matter how it was used, still had flaws. For instance, right now the cold wind was seeping through the seams of the mech into the cockpit, causing the veins on Luo Mazon's forehead to bulge. Damn, it seems like I'm about to lose my grip. This position was calculated. Inyushengyin's normal hand couldn't scratch here and her mutated hand couldn't fold back. But now an unexpected event occurred. The skin fold that had felt particularly firm just moments ago began to squirm little by little. What the hell, is it really a leech? As the skin fold continued to writhe, Luo Mazon's mech was unexpectedly swallowed directly. The immense force made the mech's shell emit a teeth-grinding creak. After cursing, Luo Mazon could no longer speak. He was directly squeezed and his teammates saw blood slowly ooze from the gap in Inyushengyin's skin. Finally it was licked clean by the tongue revealed by the tentacle. Damn my mech. Before Luo Mazon had even respawned, he yelled out. This time his mech was completely scrapped, even Eternal Divine Feather couldn't repair it. Puxian Bodhisattva shouted, I will come. The respawn point was exactly where Luo Mazon had just died. Following a perfect leap, Puxian Bodhisattva pulled out a self-made gigantic cannon and began to shoot at Inyushengyin's normal body and face. Thud 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 thud. The rotary cannon spun rapidly. The long stream of bullets spilling out resembled a chain spinning quickly. A sudden booming sound echoed from above. All players raised their heads. It wasn't that they didn't want to keep scavenging below, but because it had grown dark. The planet known as the Eternal Day had half of its sky darkened at this moment. Wow, what is that? Tu Yupo looked up, staring at the massive churning black cloud that had suddenly appeared in the sky. Air currents rolled, and as the rumbling began, the swirling clouds gradually expanded, growing larger and larger. Tu Yupo tilted his head back, watching with great interest. This special effect was absolutely awesome, right? Wow, looks like some big shot is about to appear. Are they the regular army? Xingqian said. According to the Star Net, they are the Alliance Legion, the Suppression Squad. Very formidable. Even the combat ace of the Wandering Four said they were formidable, so they must be truly impressive. Tu Yupo, seeing that the thing in the vortex hadn't emerged yet, quickly turned to Xingqian to ask for information about the Suppression Squad. Tu Yupo, we're all busy scavenging and you still have time to browse the Star Net. Xingqian, the Star Net has a lot of stuff, she said, and forwarded the information she downloaded from the Star Net to the small group. Suppression Squad, all members are level 9 gene warriors normally active in the Starsea region. Achievements: repelled level 10 star beast tides 3 times, captured 5 level 9 gene warriors who had gone berserk and ventured into restricted zones to collect data 76 times. Tu Yupo, damn, just a few lines. Anjong Cheetah, just a few lines is enough to make people feel impressed. All members are level 9 Gene Warriors, oh my god.
Maka Baka ABA. So awesome. The game's introduction to NPCs was so concise and straightforward.
Tu Yupo's eyes sparkled with greed. When the battle ended, he would definitely go up and have a good talk with these NPCs. When he logged off later, he would obtain first-hand resources and go back to educate his fans. Indeed, information was the primary driving force of production. He cast a surprised glance at Xingqian, not expecting that Xingqian, who only thought about slashing and killing, would be one step ahead of him and searching for in-game information.
No.
I, Tu Yupo, cannot let my position as the scout and the wandering four be shaken.
Tu Yupo Xingqian, don't do things like this in the future. You're shaking my foundation. Thump. The moment he finished speaking, Xingqian's fist struck his head. Should I open your skull again? I feel like brainworms are breeding in your head. Tu Yupo was silent. Anjong Cheetah and Maka Bakapft. Ha 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 ha.
During their horseplay, the churning clouds above had already been parted. A large group of warships that looked very old emerged from the clouds. Tu Yupo raised his hand to form a telescope shape, and after carefully looking he shouted, "Oh my god, that doesn't seem to be rust." Just looking at the mottled marks on the warships, most people's first impression was rust.
But in reality,
after careful inspection, Tu Yupo gasped, "It's dried blood, and how much blood must there be?" The warships all had hydrophobic coatings. Blood splashed on them would slide off with even a slight movement.
Yet the warships that emerged from the clouds were densely covered with dried bloodstains. A fierce aura could be discerned from the warships.
And Yu Xingyin, who had been continuously searching for flesh and blood to consume from the ground, now also stopped moving. All the tentacles began to retract, lifting Yu Xingyin up and slowly elevating her. Even in Yu Xingyin, who had lost her mind since the arrival of danger. Instinctively she moved her steps toward the direction from which the warships were coming.
At the same time,
the Astatet tactical squad began shouting in the public channel.
"Brothers, I've set the coordinates right on Yu Xingyian's waist. Brothers, charge."
The Astatet team has opened private coordinates for all players. Congratulations to the Astatet team for triggering a special reward, selfless dedication. Reward all team members with tickets to participate in the Lord Academy competition.
Ingluo Mazong, damn, that actually works. Ingluo Mazong Lao Song, you're awesome. How did you think of that?
When they heard Xiaxuela shout at them to leave immediately, they had retreated. But everyone was regretful, having spent so much time and effort setting up the markers. They had thought that this wave would be a total loss, and they planned to wait until the task was completed and the system distributed rewards to minimize their loss. Unexpectedly, that guy Hisong, after resurrecting, directly told Ingluo Mazong to share the markers, saying that they might be able to make up some of the loss.
Every team's marked point was private.
If the team was unwilling to share, other players had no way to use that marker.
Ingluo Mazong thought that since they couldn't defeat it anyway, sharing the markers wouldn't be a loss.
So he listened to Hisong and shared them directly.
Unexpectedly, there was actually a reward.
Hisong, the commander, told us to retreat, surely because a battle group had arrived and could fight in Yu Xingyin. Hisong, when the two sides fight, I figure us small fries will get beaten up if we mix in, but while getting beaten we might grab a lot of good stuff. Hisong, anyway, the few of us can't grab everything.
I thought let everyone join in. At least if we suffer losses it won't be just us, right?
Hisong, hahaha, but I didn't expect to trigger a wave of system rewards.
Ingluo Mazong, so do we teleport over now?
Hisong, no. Let's rest first and see what happens to other players. We've lost too much in this wave.
As it stands, what we can get is most likely the eggs dropped from the queen. Hisong, I'll let the impulsive little kids go ahead and feed first.
Ingluo Mazong, looking at the smiling Hisong, suddenly got goosebumps all over.
This guy. Ingluo Mazong, you and a friend of mine will definitely have a lot to talk about in the future. Lunku showing speechless. This map is actually fake. FK wasted my time. Lunku Xiaoyan's little face was covered in dirt.
She followed the weapons depot marked on the treasure map all the way, only to end up seeing a big dirt mound. And then she dug non-stop.
Whenever she thought about soon owning an entire weapons depot, she trembled with excitement.
What legion had come from the sky?
Could it be more awesome than a weapons depot?
She happily dug until eventually her mech ran out of energy.
She didn't manage to dig out anything.
Instead, when she turned around, she saw Chi Tudo Deji dismantling those houses, laughing until his face was practically broken.
Arg, damn it.
Lunku Xiaoyin refilled her mech with energy and then threw down the shovel.
Damn elves actually daring to mess with me.
She tore at the treasure map a few times but didn't tear it, making her even angrier.
Xiaoyin, don't be mad. Look, a player has shared the marker on Yu Xingyian's body.
They directly got the competition reward.
Damn, I'm so jealous. Shi Ji was yelling. Markers on a Yu Shenjian's body.
Xiaoyin exclaimed, looking up to see that the two sides' battle seemed about to begin.
Damn, then I'm going to check it out. If I hurry now I should be able to watch up close.
Teleport. Hey! Shi Ji didn't even have time to reach out his hand before seeing Xiaoyin disappear rapidly. The treasure map which she had thrown out like trash fluttered down. Earlier, because Xiaoyin had taken the treasure map first, Shi Ji had been too embarrassed to ask to look together.
But now he glanced at it. Good heavens, isn't this map tech-based? Xiaoyin Yu. See, you should eat more brain tonic. He pressed down on the red spot marking the weapons depot. The map instantly became three-dimensional. I never imagined that this mission would involve capturing the Elven Queen herself, Alec.
If you're uncomfortable, you don't have to participate. Inside the warship of the Star Alliance Legion, the captain of the suppression squad let out a sigh as he gazed at the projection of an Yu Shenjian's appearance.
The once breathtakingly beautiful Elven Queen had now degenerated into this grotesque form. The entire planet was filled with elves fleeing in all directions.
Their team happened to include a key member who was an elf. Returning to their homeland only to witness their former mentor's genetic collapse and the destruction of their home, it was easy to imagine the bitterness weighing on that individual's heart. The captain of the suppression squad turned his head toward the long-haired youth crouching in the corner. The youth's greasy tangled green hair hung loosely, giving off an unkempt appearance. His elongated ears were adorned with numerous earrings, and at that moment he was frantically sending messages on his communicator.
Alec, the captain is talking to you.
The teammate standing beside Alec quickly nudged him, trying to get his attention.
Ha!
Pushing aside his greasy, slightly matted hair, Alec looked up to see the captain gazing at him with concern.
Damn it!
What had the captain just said? He had been too busy messaging Alice, trying to scrounge up some credits to buy food after finally returning from the war zone. A few days ago, Alice had sent him a message saying she'd found a high-paying job among the humans with room and board included. Alec had been thrilled upon seeing the news, eagerly awaiting his return home from the war zone to hit up his sister for some cash and enjoy a good meal. So he had been glued to his messages and missed everything his squad captain said. But now, judging by the captain's expression, he probably thought Alec was deeply distressed. If the captain found out what he was really doing, that would be disastrous. He'd definitely get thrown into the Star Beast horde. Thinking of this, Alec's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Captain Boohoo, I was messaging my sister but she won't reply.
Is she dead?
Though Alec looked a bit unkempt, he was still an elf and his pitiful expression softened the hearts of the entire squad.
Sigh. Alec, don't worry. Your sister might just be busy with something and couldn't reply.
Or maybe she lost her brain chip while fleeing.
Yeah, there are so many elves scattering around.
Once we drag your mentor to the uncharted Starsea, you'll have logistics tally up the surviving green elves and let you know.
Alec nodded with tearful eyes. Alright, enough talk, Captain. Let's get to work. Even if it's my mentor, I can still strike. Alec held no real teacher-student bond with Yu Shengyin.
Back when the suppression squad had recruited him, she had merely placed his name under her tutelage as a formality.
He had no reverence for the queen.
Having grown accustomed to high-level gene warriors in the Starsea war zone, even level 10 was nothing special. When they had breached the Forbidden Zone, they encountered gene warriors who had gone completely mad, their power far surpassing level 10.
Good, as long as you're fine.
Meanwhile, Alice, who had followed the lead warship under snow to a safe zone, let out a huge sneeze.
That Alec must be cursing me again.
Alice felt a surge of annoyance as she saw the string of messages on her brainchip communicator. The urge to open them.
None.
After confirming the messages were from her troublesome brother, her habit of clearing red notification dots vanished entirely. Driven by instinct, Yu Shenjian's body lunged toward the warships with the highest energy readings.
Flesh. Energy.
In Yu Shenjian's vision, the energy of the suppression squad members blazed like clusters of sparks, glaringly bright in the darkness. The elves that had escaped were mere fireflies in comparison. As for the players, each one was so stingy that after dying once they refused to spend another coin on healing, thus their blank powerless forms were completely ignored. Each suppression squad consisted of 13 members from various races, but their roles were clearly defined. Once inside their warzone mechs, all squad members split up and flew in different directions. Hey! I thought at our arrival speed Yu Shengyin would have at least completed her first stage of transformation, but she hasn't fully changed yet.
She probably hasn't consumed enough flesh. I see quite a few elves getting away. Alec felt surprised as he glanced toward the ground.
Hey! Where's the Radiant Sanctum? Where'd our huge Radiant Sanctum go? And the surrounding buildings, the residents' houses, they're all gone.
Could the queen still have some lingering sanity?
So instead of eating elves, she started demolishing buildings.
Ha, what nonsense are you spouting? Even if she had any sanity left, she wouldn't crave those things. Maybe your elven tribe moved without telling you.
His teammates' merciless taunts echoed through the earpiece and Alec rolled his eyes.
How could the Radiant Sanctum possibly move? It had probably been leveled, but he just hadn't noticed. Still, this is good.
I thought it would be a tough battle, but since she hasn't fully transformed, well, use the freeze net.
Yes, sir. First Legion brothers, no need to engage, just stand guard on the perimeter.
The suppression squad captain issued orders to the warships trailing behind them. Then along with the other 12 mechs he flew toward Inyushingin. The freeze net required them to activate it simultaneously and completely envelop, so they had to dodge her attacks while securing their positions.
Alec's position was right at Inyushinjian's left arm. Captain Im in position. Alec's mech weaved rapidly to evade her strikes, minimizing damage as much as possible.
This time they should be able to capture Inyushingin without a scratch. Alec grinned at the thought, planning to convert some of the mission rewards into star coins to show his stingy sister how much easier it was for him to earn money. Before he could even laugh, he suddenly spotted a tiny mech appearing at Inyushinjian's waist.
What? Captain, there's an unknown situation. Cool Silver, whoa, the wind is crazy strong.
Right after teleporting, she felt an insane gust of wind. If she hadn't grabbed onto the skin folds on Inyushinjian's waist in the nick of time, she would have fallen straight to the ground. Cool Silver buddies, watch out when you come, the wind's fierce.
Coming, almost there. Cool Silver, as they say, fortune favors the bold. Let me see what I can scavenge this time.
She hooked one hand into the creases of Inyushinjian's skin, which had become large enough to serve as handholds. As she looked around,
Alec of the suppression squad is attempting to contact you. Accept the call. Suppression squad on duty. All unrelated personnel must leave immediately.
As soon as the communication connected, Alec shouted into the microphone of Lunku Shaoin. In the next second he saw that where there had been only one mecha moments ago, suddenly hundreds or even thousands of mechas appeared. Instantly Inyushingin, who had been attacking him, redirected her assault toward the mechas clustered around her waist and abdomen.
What's going on?
This.
Alec was momentarily stunned. It turned out that the players summoned by Lunku Shaoin had all arrived. Holy crap, wasn't this big boss just attacking the suppression squad?
Why is she coming after us now? Whoa, the wind is so strong I can't control myself. Why did this boss suddenly go berserk? Could it be because there are too many of us, so she's turning to fight us?
Help, help. This mecha is my last asset. Bro, you're not that poor.
The players stumbled around, spouting nonsense with cries filling the air.
Alec was dumbfounded.
In less than a second, how had so many strange mechas suddenly barged in? But fortunately, with their presence, Inyushinjian's primary target shifted to them. At this moment, Inyushingin, as if infested with bugs, began scratching and lunged toward the players. Unlucky players were grabbed and crushed at the waist. Those luckier hid in the folds of her skin, taking cover.
Don't hide, you'll all be squeezed into her skin folds eventually.
Look for cracks at the junctions of her skin. If you tear along them, you can peel off parts and wrap yourselves with the loose skin.
Alec communicated with the players through the channel.
This was survival experience they had gained in the Star Sea battlefield.
On a fully transformed Forbidden Zone, there was little skin that could be torn off.
But Inyushingin had not fully transformed, so there were many fissures at the junctions between normal and mutated skin.
Holy shit, the NPC gave a hint. Find them quickly. A single sentence from Lunku Shaoin exploded the public chat. To Yupo, damn, these rookies actually found something good. Ansan Kito, then we won't hold back. Star Charge. Makabaka, go go go. Shinchan, 666.
As the players rushed in, chaos erupted instantly. Inyushingin kept reaching out to grab these mechas, but the players only grew more numerous.
Alec trembled at the bizarre sight. Damn, I'm getting trypophobia.
If not for the fact that the dense swarm was all mechas, he would have thought the Zerg had come to devour Inyushingin. Detect her race and level.
With the access permission granted by Lunku Shaoin, Alec immediately checked her race.
Race human, gene level 00.
Alec gasped and transmitted the scene to every member of the suppression squad's neural interface. Holy crap.
What is this?
Inyushingin isn't laying insect eggs, she's spawning mechas.
How terrifying, why are there more and more?
I'm getting goosebumps. Get it away. It reminds me of those bugs.
This looks more like an alien swarm than the real thing. What the hell is this?
Alec human race level 0 gene warriors and all piloting mechas. My god, no wonder they say humans are crazy. This is truly an eye-opener.
At this moment, those clinging to Inyushingin were merely 0-level humans.
In other words, ordinary humans who didn't even qualify as cannon fodder on the battlefield. How dare they? They're frantically searching for something. I feel like they're following some kind of instruction.
A teammate's remark made Alec recall what he had said earlier.
Could they be trying to grab some fragments of Inyushenjian's skin?
But besides offering protection, what use was that stuff? On the player side, however, everyone had gone wild.
Holy crap.
The mutated skin of the Elf Queen can be used for protection.
Chetaduji, hahaha, I know how to raise bugs now.
Brothers gather at the Rubbish Alliance now.
Find the Queen's skin. Let's tear off big pieces. Hurry up. Xiaolin asked the NPC when they plan to capture the Elf Queen. How much time do we have? Lunku Xiaolin on it. Hey kind-hearted person, how are you going to capture Inyushenjin? How much longer do we have? Lunku Zioyan's voice sounded young. Alec didn't hold back, this fight was easier probably because the humans had intervened. Since these little ones needed info, he didn't mind sharing some non-classified details. 70 more seconds until the frozen grid is fully deployed. What are you all up to? Wow bro, can't you see?
We're dead broke. All we want now is to get some materials to recoup our losses. Cold Silver clawed at a crack with both hands and feet, shouting to the players nearby, come help me, I found a patch. Then she rambled nonsense to Alec. The mutated skin of the Elf Queen will definitely sell like hotcakes. Might even be made into anti-Zerg materials. For humanity. We must do our part without hesitation. She screamed while pulling hard. Several players who had been climbing barehanded to spare their mechs now pulled out their mechs again. Simple reason: humans couldn't tear off the mutated skin fragments of Inyushenjin with bare hands. They worked together, gripping the edges, hundreds of mechs as one. Dozens of players were grabbed and crushed by Inyushenjin at any moment, but that didn't faze the rest. This scene. Not only did it shock Alec, but even their squad leader, known for his cold severity, was moved. So this is humanity, he murmured. Legion warriors who fought in the Starsea Warzone grew into level 9 gene warriors through slaughter and forged themselves with blood and flesh. Meng Qi, the suppression squad leader, once had a small clan, but it had been annihilated in the river of history. He was the only one left of his entire clan. As for the enemy, naturally it was the Zerg. So when he saw these humans desperately searching for materials, even fearless enough to charge forward just to get some fragments of the Elf Queen's skin, Meng Qi uncharacteristically did not let Alec drive these reckless ordinary humans away. The players' mechs had been ravaged by tentacles during the earlier sweep. The mechs they used now were cobbled together, patched up, barely functional. Even a slight movement caused parts to fall off. They looked utterly destitute. Meng Qi joined the comms. Then hurry up. Well, take your elite to the Lord Academy competition later. Ha! You're here to pick us up. Silver had already torn off a large fragment. Chi Todo de Ji quickly took it, slid down from Inyushenjian's waist along her leg, marking his spot just before being pierced by tentacles. Crouched in the mech cockpit, Chi Todo de Ji was already bound by several egg tongues. But with health not yet depleted, he stayed in the game. So with nothing else to do, he started calculating. I'm such a genius. Listening to the eggs sucking his blood, Chi Todo de Ji looked down to count which eggs they were. Wait till you're frozen, then Grandpa will take you home, he. Tentacles squeezed through the mech's breeches. Counting roughly, there were 7 or 8 eggs. Before darkness claimed him, Chi Todo de Ji had counted 9. Time's up, everyone leave. Alec commanded. Instantly the players teleported from Inyushenjin to various places. Congratulations players for completing this delaying mission. The top 900 players will receive tickets to the Lord Academy competition. Substitute tickets or spectator tickets based on ranking. Players who receive rewards must immediately restore their strength to peak condition. All players participating in this dungeon game will receive the Lord's gift. Your mechs have been rebuilt for free. Check your backpack. All gains from this dungeon belong to the players. Note: since all participants and spectators at the Central Star System competition are real name registered, squad teleportation is unavailable at the venue, but players can purchase Alliance teleportation scrolls from the Lord. Each scroll teleports one person. Wei Yuan cheerfully sent this long message to the players. He mentally patted himself on the back. Truly a good lord. The teleportation skill was now practically public knowledge. If anyone suspected, he'd just say it was a new talent humans developed during evolution. After all, every race had its strange talents. But the players didn't know that. They had struck it rich this time. Wei Yuan looked at the barren scene on Bright Star and felt a deep craving. However, as a qualified lord, he had to ensure his people ate first. He should have set the recycling tax at 80%. But could these guys resist going out to play during the Lord Academy competition? 100,000 players, only 300 competitors, 300 spectators, 300 substitutes. The rest wouldn't want to visit the Central Star System. Wei Yuan was overjoyed. The system gave the teleportation skill and players bought scrolls from him. A no-cost business.
Pure profit. Xiao Yuan, what's got you so happy?
Wei Sishan stood beside him puzzled. The battlefield on humanity's home planet was clear of Zerg corpses, but the tribesmen had vanished too. The elder clan leader was a bit confused.
He saw Wei Yuan grinning at the empty field, chuckling now and then. This kid. Haha, I never expected you to know Meng Qi, elder.
With their suppression squad escorting us, well, definitely make it to the competition. Ah, child, it's what I should do as clan leader. All these years you've grown without using clan resources.
Don't say that. Wei Yuan patted the elder's shoulder.
Elder, the new talents developed by the cloned ancestors will need you to announce to the Alliance. I'm afraid if we win too easily they'll accuse us of cheating.
Alright, alright. The elder's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum.
Then you'd better hurry or you'll be late.
Wei Yuan nodded. Mo Yun appeared behind him in a flash. The war domain mech auto-opened spacetime and Wei Yuan leaned back into the wormhole.
Now the players had legal identities in interstellar space. Earth players had become the resurrected ancestors of the interstellar human race. So let this competition open the eyes of the entire Star Alliance to the players.
At that moment, Alec watched 900 well-dressed spirited level 5 human gene warriors surrounded by a crowd of level 0 ordinary humans. Wow, Alliance leader, please get us a ticket.
Get a ticket.
I want to visit the central star system too. Buy tickets, don't forget to buy us tickets. Got it, got it. Well, strike it rich this time.
Once we're settled there, we'll bring you all for a team trip. The freezing grid operated with extreme efficiency. In an instant, Yu Shengyin found herself utterly immobilized. An icy blue radiance emanated from her entire body, and then energy ropes bound her to the rear of the warship.
Humans heading to the Lord's Academy for the competition, don't linger any longer.
Board the ship quickly.
Alec lowered the boarding ramp.
The players ranked in the top 900 walked with their heads held high, frequently waving back at those who couldn't board. With every 2 steps they would turn and wave again.
No one knew who started it.
At first they sang softly, "Farewell my brother, tonight I set sail. Don't worry about me, I have joy and wisdom as my oars." When you wake up, the originally melancholic melody was transformed into a cheerful tune by these exuberant players.
Human nature is indeed that of a repeater. Who started it? No one knew.
But in the end almost all players began humming that tune.
Even Xingchen couldn't help but hum along.
Only when she stepped onto the warship did she realize that she had unconsciously joined these mischievous fools standing on the deck waving at the other players. It truly looked like a farewell journey. Munchie watched these humans' actions, his eyes growing warm, such an enviable sight.
Among the myriad races I've seen, only humans are so harmonious. Just then a piece of paper was handed to Mingqi.
Tu Yupo's sly little face leaned in. "Sir, your eyes are about to pee." He grinned at Mingqi, whose fur was yellow. Munchie stood about 2 meters tall, strikingly resembling Stitch from Lilo Stitch, though his fur was yellow and he had 6 arms. Seeing the tissue offered by Tu Yupo, Mingqi accepted it politely. "Thank you, little one.
Won't you say goodbye to your companions?" Tu Yupo shook his head nonchalantly. "It's not like we won't see each other again. We'll meet after the competition. Child, the Lord's Academy competition will claim many lives." Munchie placed one of his hands on Tu Yupo's head and gently patted it. What an adorable little human. Oi.
Tu Yupo's eyes lit up.
He slapped his hand onto Menki's. "You touched my Tian Pusa." Ha! Munchie was bewildered. What is Tian Pusa? Oh, never mind, you touched my Tian Pusa.
Brothers, he touched my Tian Pusa. Tu Yupo shouted toward the others. Instantly the players who had been wandering around looking around excitedly all gathered over.
Wow, you dare to touch our big shot Tu Yupo's Tian Pusa. Anzhong Chito, being Tu Yupo's perfect partner, instantly grasped his intention. This was a scheme to swindle this obviously impressive NPC. The methods to build rapport were indeed creative. Anzhong Chito secretly gave Tu Yupo a thumbs up. This guy really. Sir, you touched my Tian Pusa. In our human tradition, only family can touch the Tian Pusa.
If an outsider does, it must be a fight to the death.
Tu Yupo reverently pressed Menki's hand back onto his own head. But I definitely can't beat you, and I don't want to die.
So if you don't mind, I could recognize you as my adoptive father. Of course it would be even better if he could recognize me as his adoptive son, Tu Yupo thought to himself. He sounded so convincing.
Mengqi was stunned. He looked around at the humans. Meanwhile, Tu Yupo was frantically spamming the player chat channel. Tu Yupo, all brothers, it's time for your performance.
Tu Yupo, we investigated earlier, this squad is incredibly awesome.
Tu Yupo, if we get in with them, we'll be living the high life in the central galaxy, walking sideways.
Tu Yupo, cooperate, cooperate.
Among these few hundred players hardly any were not thrill-seekers. At this moment seeing a golden opportunity to mess with an NPC who would expose the ruse. Moreover many were fans of 2 Yupo. Right now 2 Yupo needed them. Chi todo de G big shot in trouble help from all sides. Brothers support you. Con this NPC over to our side. Maka baka 2 Yupo you're still the most impressive. Is this a human tradition? Menki's remaining 5 hands didn't know where to put them. He looked awkwardly at his team members. As the captain of the suppression squad Mengchi had always been quite serious. But the team members knew that Mengchi had always carried a deep guilt over the disappearance of his race. Because when his race was discovered by the insect race he was fighting in the Qinghai war domain. He had received a message from his family but couldn't answer it in time. When he tried to call back the news was that his entire race had been wiped out. That mighty Mengchi sank into a decade-long depression. Can I Mengchi truly form a kinship bond with you? He worried that these humans didn't understand the stakes involved. I Mengchi have no race left. I am a lone suppression squad member stationed in the Qinghai war domain. Once you become my kin if I die in battle you will be forced to become my replacement and go to the Qinghai war domain. That place was the most grueling posting in the entire Star Alliance. In the centuries of peace the Qinghai war domain was the last place any legion wanted to go. But for the players that was a different story entirely. 2 Yupo's eyes weren't the only ones that lit up. The other players also suddenly looked as if they had discovered a new dungeon entrance. They stared at Menki's other hands. Mengchi instinctively retracted all 6 hands behind his back. Ha ha ha, I am not afraid adoptive father. Tell me when do you plan to retire from the Qinghai war domain? I can take over any time. 2 Yupo hadn't expected that a simple attempt to gain an NPC's favor would reveal a hidden dungeon. Ha ha ha, he could rest on his laurels. In the Qinghai war domain warriors never retire, they only fall. Mengchi was overjoyed. He had longed for family for centuries. He never thought he would meet a child willing to be his kin. Even though the child sometimes spoke oddly. But he was delighted. Ha ha ha, when we reached the Lord's Academy he'll announce that you are my adopted son. Ah, my adopted son, what is your name? 2 Yupo. 2 Yupo shouted. My name is 2 Yupo. Ha ha ha, good 2 Yupo. I'm so happy today. Alake have the kitchen bring up my most precious nutrient supplements. 2 Yupo and all you human children come taste my treasured delicious nutrients. Nutrients supplements. No no no, I'm not touching that stuff. The oil thief immediately waved his hands in refusal, a triple rejection. He even stepped back 3 paces in resistance. Don't be polite with your godfather. Monty waved his hand grandly and Alake scurried off to the kitchen. His remaining 5 hands reached out and pulled the oil thief into his embrace. Although those nutrient supplements are precious to me today, I have gained something even more treasured. Ha! The oil thief's head poked out from Monty's golden fur. Listening to the heartbeat within Monty's chest, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar emotion. Damn, it felt like his eyes were about to leak. The oil thief secretly wiped away a tear. Was he really getting so sentimental in his old age? After all these years of gaming, how could he still be moved by an NPC? Sob. Godfather, don't say that. I just genuinely dislike nutrient supplements. One of my teammates can cook, just wait. The oil thief struggled out of Monty's embrace and shouted to the players who were being lectured by wind blows but about how awful nutrient supplements tasted. Brothers, today's on me. Let's treat our godfather and the suppression squad members to something delicious. He waved his hand grandly, scattering thousands of gold coins. Ha ha ha, perfect. I was just planning to open a restaurant in the stars. Let's see if the interstellar folks can adapt to our flavors. Big shot, no need to splash the cash. My ingredients are already itching to be used. Someone set up the stove. Get the wok ready. Today I'll show you all my skills. I'm a graduate of the new Oriental cooking school. In an instant the already bustling cabin erupted in a flurry of activity. But just as Alake returned with a case of nutrient supplements, he was hit by an overwhelmingly rich and domineering aroma. The other suppression squad members who had previously shown no interest in the humans now gathered around. They sniffed the air, inhaling the fragrance, and found themselves drooling uncontrollably. What is that smell? Heavens, I can actually feel my stomach rumbling. So fragrant. It smells amazing. Monty's eyes widened in shock. Fighting in the Starsea battlefield, all members risked their lives. Aside from killing enemies, their only way to relieve stress was to enjoy good food. Thus most suppression squad members had a strong craving for tasty food, buying nutrient supplements of various flavors. The better the taste of the supplement, the higher the price. But now compared to these aromas, the case of supplements Alake brought up held no appeal for them.
These seemingly frail humans skillfully wielded fire using a black wok to stir-fry, even tossing the fragrant meat chunks into the air and catching them again. With each toss the aroma grew richer. Eat Potato Chicken watched the suppression squad members all practically drooling. He leaned toward Little Silver beside him and whispered PSSST. A cautious glance. The two of them stealthily slipped into a corner. Damn cousin, are you sure this will work? Why wouldn't it? We've already got the Elf Queen's skin fragment, haven't we? Eat Potato Chicken pulled out the skin fragment he and Little Silver had torn off earlier from his backpack. Nearly a meter wide and 2 meters long, the brown patch looked thin but was incredibly tough. Eat Potato Chicken had tested it. Even as a level 5 gene warrior he couldn't tear it apart. Eat Potato Chicken, just follow my lead later. Have you got the rope ready? Little Silver, all set. Eat Potato Chicken had. We've got the oil thief to thank. In the video he leaked offline of us sneaking stuff from the elves. It was all ice and snow. I figured then that we needed some antifreeze spray. There are no useless clues in the game. See? You all said I was wasting money back then, but now it's paying off. Cold Little Silver, but what use are those insect eggs to you? She couldn't imagine any use for those mutated eggs besides selling them to the system. Eat Potato Chicken, you're too young, you wouldn't understand. Truth be told, he didn't know what use they were either. But since the opportunity was right in front of him, how could he not dig them up? Who knew what they could train into later? Raising these bugs was like nurturing a nest of venomous creatures. Eat Potato Chicken, let's go. While they're all busy eating, well, sneak off. If we hurry we might still catch a hot meal when we get back. Cold Little Silver pursed her lips, feeling that Eat Potato Chicken was unreliable. She'd rather stay and eat. But Eat Potato Chicken paid her no mind, spraying both of them with antifreeze. He selected the previous mech landing point and initiated teleportation. And Yu Shenjian's frozen body trembled slightly. Her eyeballs shifted faintly. Far away in the wormhole, Wei Yuan suddenly felt a sharp twitch in his eyelid. The few seconds when Eat Potato Chicken died were when the freezing grid activated. So his mech had been frozen inside as well. As soon as they landed in the shattered cockpit, Cold Little Silver hugged her arms. Damn, it's freezing. Rubbing vigorously. Geez, it's so cold even with the antifreeze. Eat Potato Chicken shivered. In the center of the cockpit his previous clothes were draped over the tentacles. Eat Potato Chicken yanked the clothes aside. He, you bastards dared to eat me. Now let Grandpa dig you out. He. His icy fingers, separated by an Yushenjian skin, dug into the gaps between the eggs and tentacles. A sticky sound accompanied by the tearing of ice shards rang out. One insect egg was pried loose. Cold Little Silver stood nearby, rubbing her hands and exhaling white mist. Aha, I thought since Yu Shengyin was frozen solid these eggs would be rock hard too. But the connecting mucus just tore apart like that. Eat Potato Chicken cradled the extracted egg and felt something was off. Yeah, why isn't this egg as hard as I imagined? He rubbed the egg through the skin fragment. It felt a bit soft. Did I forget something? Eat Potato Chicken pondered, then a bright red long tongue flashed into his view. Damn. My mech was sprayed with antifreeze too. Lunku Xiaoyin let out a sharp piercing scream. The head of Chi Tudo De Ji exploded right before her eyes. Caught completely off guard, blood splattered across her face. Even after playing the game for so long, Lunku Xiaoyin was utterly stunned by the sudden gruesome scene. The next second she heard a rustling sound. On the ground, tentacles and round insect eggs were slowly creeping toward the corpse of Chi Tudo De Ji. The alien insect that had extended its tongue earlier also revealed its true form. It had been hiding on the cockpit wall all along, evidently a creature that had thawed from cryostasis inside the mecha and couldn't find a way out. It had grown and transformed by feeding on the metal inside the cockpit. To the naked eye its skin shimmered with a faint metallic luster. Perhaps due to lingering effects of the cryostasis its movements were somewhat sluggish. After killing Chi Tudo De Ji it slowly crawled toward his corpse. Once this alien insect descended, the tentacles among the eggs dared not extend their tongues anymore. Meanwhile its black compound eyes positioned on either side of its head occasionally swiveled to glance at Lunku Xiaoyin. Even an alien insect knew to replenish its strength before dealing with other prey. Chi Tudo De Ji ah. Xiaoyin, avenge me quick. Lunku Xiaoyin, still shaken, was jolted back to her senses by the screeching voice in her ear. Sorry cousin, your blood splattered all over my face and totally stunned me. I'll get revenge for you right now. Damn it, a mere bug dares to scare me. Laser weapons were ineffective here. In the extreme cold the power of energy weapons dropped significantly. So Xiaoyin pulled out a screwdriver. Clink, clink, clink. After a few strikes with the screwdriver the alien insect in the middle of feeding swiveled its compound eyes to glance at Xiaoyin, then stopped eating and hissed at her in a threatening manner.
It couldn't let the other eggs eat the prey it had hunted.
In those few seconds it spent threatening Xiaoyin, the eggs it had scolded away quietly extended their tongues again.
Hiss hiss. The alien insect scolded the eggs. Xiaoyin stabbed at the insect with her screwdriver.
The base of her thumb ached from the effort, but it was useless. Lunku Xiaoyin, cousin, maybe you should handle this yourself.
This thing is completely impenetrable. It's so hard and its back is slippery from the cold. Chi Tudo did GM on it. A faint blue light appeared beside Xiaoyin.
His corpse had already been devoured more than half, leaving only the upper body with its belly hollowed out.
Gruesome, utterly gruesome. And that damned alien insect was wriggling on his stomach, still eating his entrails, crunching on the frozen bits with a crisp sound.
Perhaps because it had been feeding on the mecha's metal components since birth, this alien insect looked different from the ones Chi Tudo de Ji had seen before. It was more beetle-like. Its back was round and gleamed with a silvery metallic sheen. Chi Tudo de Ji immediately realized it had likely consumed parts of the mecha coated with antifreeze spray, granting it superior cold resistance.
Incredible.
If he hadn't sneaked over to collect the eggs, such a cold-resistant insect would have crawled out and descended directly onto the battlefield of the Lord's Academy.
That would have been a real disaster. Just thinking about that possibility sent a chill down Chi Tudo de Ji's spine.
Or maybe it was just the freezing temperature.
Lunku Xiaoyin, cousin, I can't kill it. How about we just blow up your mecha and freeze it to death? Chi Tudo de Ji, it probably won't freeze now. Look at the steel patterns on its back, it must have absorbed the antifreeze. Lunku Xiaoyin, huh? Then what do we do now? She was dumbfounded.
But the next second she saw Chi Tudo de Ji pick up the piece of skin fragment from the ground. On that large skin fragment, the egg he had just pried out was still securely bound inside. The remaining part, when spread out, was still quite large. Chi Tudo de Ji realized that these bugs were single-minded. When eating, they did nothing else. Without any hesitation, he scooped up the skin fragment and draped it over the insect. Then with nimble hands he wrapped up the head-sized bug and tied it with a rope. A big round ball, motionless. Because before being wrapped up, the bug had been holding a piece of intestine and it was still chewing inside the skin fragment.
This actually works. Lunku Xiaoyin was stunned. This actually works. Seriously.
The shock on her face was impossible to hide. She had expected a fierce back-and-forth battle, maybe even dying a few dozen times.
But just scooping it up with a skin fragment was enough.
Chi Tudo de Ji put the skin fragment containing both the large and small bugs into his backpack.
Ah, you just haven't played enough games. Every level has some clever trick to clear it. Chi Tudo de Ji waved his hand.
Seeing the eggs on the ground still extending their tongues, he flew into a rage. How dare you covet your grandfather's corpse? He quickly retrieved his mangled corpse with one hand and pulled out a small hammer with the other. The special material hammer struck the unformed eggs. Each blow made them shudder. The tentacle that had burrowed into the mecha began to tremble.
Oh ho, getting ready to unleash a skill.
Chi Tudo de Ji had already figured out how to clear this mini-level when he logged off earlier. He pulled Lunku Xiaoyin along and swung the hammer at the patches he had previously welded onto the mecha. Instantly the mecha, which had looked intact on the outside, shattered into pieces. The true polar storm swept in. And Yushingyin, who had been on the verge of reviving midway, was completely frozen this time. The two of them at the very last moment returned to the warship.
Phew, so warm. Oh man, I'm freezing to death. Chi Tudo de Ji shuddered as the warm air of the warship hit him.
Lunku Xiaoyin was shivering even more, extending her hand. I've got frostbite on my hands. The body of a 5th-level gene warrior was utterly useless against the power of the freezing grid. They had only survived thanks to the antifreeze. Now they truly realized how valuable the suppression team's equipment was.
I never thought our boss Yuan was poor before, but now comparing. TSK.
Chi Tudo de Ji recalled the items in his shop.
Everything displayed there came from Wei Yuan's personal treasury.
The players had already figured that out.
When they first saw so many interstellar weapons, everyone was thrilled.
But now, after witnessing the wealth of the suppression team, the contrast made it clear that Wei Yuan's treasury had little of value.
Poor, right? If our boss Yuan weren't poor, would he have started us off mining and chopping trees?
Lunku Xiaoyin rubbed her hands, the frostbite itching unbearably.
Unable to resist, she bought a medical injector and gave herself a shot. He's so frugal.
Last time I watched that video edited by Big Boss Tuyupa, I felt that when he took Tuyupa and the others to the Central Star, he said he was sending Emilo off just to hitch a ride. And look, when the suppression team's warship performed a space jump, there was no discomfort at all, which means that NPC Emilo isn't some wealthy woman either.
Xiaoyin sighed, feeling the Lord's poverty.
Chi Tudo de Ji thought about it too and felt sorry for Wei Yuan. Our Lord has always been frugal.
Speaking of which, people in the Interstellar live on nutrient fluids. Only our boss Yuan can't even afford nutrient fluids. The warehouse only has some of the lowest grade ones, and the taste. Chi-Todo-Digi didn't want to say more about the one he had redeemed. It tasted like rubber cement mixed with water. So awful, he shook his head. My god, do you humans usually eat this? Munchie had skewers, noodles, and even small cakes in his 6 hands. These bizarre foods were incredibly delicious. Humans must be really wealthy. My god, if these delicacies were sold, nutrient fluid companies would go bankrupt. They're so good. Alec was almost in tears from joy. Humans are so fortunate. The savory grilled meat sizzled with oil. Alec never imagined that the star pigs, whose meat usually smelled foul, could be made so delicious. And these noodles were made from wheat. The Interstellar Alliance did sell these raw materials. The nutrient fluids they consumed were manufactured from these farm products. In terms of energy provision, nutrient fluids might indeed be more efficient. But in terms of taste, nutrient fluids were crap. Et toi de bien, hee as long as it's tasty. We're planning to set up a small stall outside and sell food during the Lord's Academy competition. A small stall. Alec's face was greasy as he devoured his food. You'd make a fortune. Seriously, anyone who can afford to watch the Lord's Academy competition is loaded elites from all races, filthy rich. Alec downed 3 more skewers in one go, chewing. You could sell each skewer for 50 star coins, no problem. How much? How much did you say? All the players turned their heads. Alec, still chewing, blinked in confusion, not understanding why these humans were reacting so strongly. 50 star coins. But if you want to sell them for 100, you could, though business might be a bit slower. Munchie also nodded. If it were 100 star coins, I'd still buy it. It's so good. See the crate of nutrient fluids over there. 10,000 star coins per tube. So expensive. Et toi de bien rushed over, opened one, and chugged it down. Gulp. His eyes widened. Damn guys, I think I could dominate the Interstellar. It was just ordinary fruit juice flavor. And a bit overly sweet, like the cheap 50-cent bottles of artificial juice sold at school gates as a kid. This stuff. 10,000 per tube. Damn, let me calculate. My skewers were 1 gold coin each, with a gold toaster coin exchange rate of 100 to 1. Just this thing. 10,000 each. Damn, let me calculate. My previous skewers were 1 gold coin each, with 100 to an exchange rate between gold coins and star coins. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to be rich. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be rich. Tisk one's gone mad, brothers, carry him away and give him a grand burial. Holy crap, can we competitor players open shops outside? Hey hey hey. Damn yeah, I wouldn't mind setting up some skewers, no problem. Would Interstellar folks love spicy potato wedges? Wah, missed out on a fortune. I don't want to compete anymore, brother Yuan, let me go sell some street food outside. Manchi and his team watched helplessly as these few hundred humans suddenly went berserk. They quietly opened their squad channel. Manchi, so this is humanity. Alec, completely different from the reserved, peaceful and quiet nature they're rumored to have. Probably because they never made much money within their own race. Damn, with all this delicious food they can make, humanity never thought to profit from it. The suppression squad members were munching away noisily. The players wailed in their own way, some calculating how much money they had missed out on by laboriously grilling skewers back on Earth. Other players howled in despair they had received substitute tickets, unable to compete or set up stalls outside. What a mess. Lunku Xiaoyin had just barely managed to avert a major disaster, cleaned up the huge problem, and was savoring the thrill of vanishing without a trace when he heard the players' lamentations. Ahaha, I've got a spectator ticket. I can set up a stall outside. Chitadudaji, no way cousin, we still have school. You'd only have time to game in the evenings at best, and the stalls will probably be all taken. Lunku Xiaoyin. At that moment Wei Yuan received another proxy application from Xiaxuela. Looks like there's no choice but to open the monetization channel. Wei Yuan scratched his head. He didn't know how to handle this, for Black Tech had have to rely on Tongzi. Tongzi. Understood, Tongzi was truly getting smarter. Wei Yuan smiled and walked toward the gates of the Lord Academy. Their countless academy students were already waiting for the arrival of the graduates. The pink-haired twin-tailed girl stood at the outermost edge, and upon seeing Wei Yuan she jumped up. Senior. Over here. Amilo's little face was flushed red. Whether from the heat or from seeing the senior she had been longing for was unclear. The shyness from their previous meetings had faded. She was absolutely thrilled. Senior Wei Yuan was terrifyingly strong. He had overcome so many dangers. She was overjoyed.
Amid her excitement, Amilo also looked behind Wei Yuan, secretly missing those chattering humans. She had already finished her supply of bloodthirsty banyan tree sap and needed to restock quickly.
Amilo. Wei Yuan greeted his junior. Ha! Senior, where are your team members? Amilo tilted her head, looking around but failing to spot any of Wei Yuan's clansmen. Wei Yuan looked up. They should be here soon.
At that moment the entrance to the Lord Academy was crowded with various races. Though no one dared to openly stare at Wei Yuan, everyone was curious about the humans who had recently made such a splash.
Especially Wei Yuan, who had actively provoked the elves.
When he looked up, the members of various races at the entrance all raised their heads as well. Just then a wormhole twisted open above the Lord Academy. Clatter! From the wormhole some mecha parts fell out first.
Damn, what the hell, it hit me, said an Eagle clan member, clutching his head as he ran away.
The phrase damn was something even the Alliance people had picked up from watching the players' early raids on the elves. After the mecha parts had fallen, a domineering battleship slowly emerged from the wormhole.
Dragged along with it was the frozen body of the elf queen.
In a corner, Yedong watched his mother's body, clenching his fists and trembling all over. His mother had been captured. After all, it seemed the elves would need a new ruler. His breathing grew heavy with excitement. Behind Yedong, among the 900 elves, only about 30 were light elves. The light elves were deeply worried. If Yedong failed to achieve a good ranking in the Lord Academy competition, the throne of the Elf King would likely pass to another elf. And who knew how other races would plunder the elves?
Haha, all eyes are on us now. Time for the protagonists to take the stage. Tuyupo shouted from inside the battleship.
He excitedly straightened his clothes, then turned to Manshi and said, "Farewell, Godfather." He executed a stylish leap of faith from the battleship's hatch. Midair, he opened his screen recording to capture the moment for his fans back on Earth.
Brothers in recording now. We're finally entering the game's main storyline, participating in the Lord Academy competition. I'm just as excited as you are. I'll record this entire competition.
Wei Yuan watched as a player leaped down from the sky. Then, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, players began to jump down one after another.
He couldn't help but open his mouth, wanting to shout, "Don't embarrass me."
But if he shouted now, it would probably be even more embarrassing.
He fell silent. But Amilo, standing beside him, could not remain silent.
Amilo tugged at Wei Yuan's arm and whispered, "Senior, did you forget to tell your clansmen that flying is prohibited near the academy gates? The no-fly zone extends 3,000 meters high. Jumping down like this will surely leave them crippled." As soon as Amilo finished speaking, he saw the first jumper Tuyupo land headfirst with a loud thud, bouncing twice on the ground. Wei Yuan pressed his forehead and muttered, "Even if I told them about the no-fly zone, those guys would still do something like this." Could he control the players' mischief?
The moment he said not to jump, they would all leap down the next second. As long as they landed fast enough, they could pretend they never heard his words. Ouch, damn.
It was only thanks to his level 5 Gene Warrior physique that Tuyupo heard a loud crack.
His health bar dropped by 90%.
He didn't die, but his lower body was paralyzed. His eyes darted around and he saw his dear Yuan-gu covering his face, silently turning away.
"Hey Yuan-gu, listen to me."
Tuyupo reached out his hand, but the moment he opened his mouth, a gush of blood poured out. Trembling, he pulled a healing syringe from his backpack and injected himself.
"Ah, I'm alive."
Watching his health bar slowly recover, Tuyupo grinned and lay flat on the ground, gazing at the sky. But then he saw hundreds of players falling like cannonballs, all heading straight for him.
"Damn it, can't you guys stop copying everything I do?"
Was the leap of faith something you could just imitate casually?
Tuyupo scrambled to escape the impact zone. "Wow, I'm so cool.
This feeling of flying, my heart is about to explode, ha ha ha. It's just like that time we fought the giant squid and got whipped into the air, so thrilling.
This is way more fun than parachuting in Peaceful Elite. I'm a happy paratrooper. Woohoo!" The players' joyful shouts soon turned into the thuds of their landings. Everyone's physique was decent enough. They didn't stay in the ground. But some unlucky ones broke their necks and went offline immediately, while others like Tuyupo ended up with broken limbs. The survivors wriggled on the ground, begging teammates to inject them. The dead called out for friends to collect their corpses. The contestants from various races collectively cleared a large open space. High above, Manchi and his teammates holding landing equipment watched as the players had already plummeted down en masse. I had prepared landing gear for you." Manchi was utterly stunned. He stood at the drop hatch trying to peer downward. Would the newly acquired little one end up killing himself from that jump?
Xingshan took the landing gear from his hands.
"Don't worry, he's still bouncing around down there." Manchi felt somewhat reassured. He spotted Tuyupo injecting his teammates. "This kid is really tough. Tough is good, easy to raise."
Xingqian couldn't help but stroke the soft fur on the back of Manchi's hand.
Honestly, Tuyupo's ridiculously thick skin had its advantages. Child, you should go down now too. Manchi looked at Xingqian with paternal affection.
The few players still on the battleship were all somewhat afraid of heights.
Xingqian nodded and leaped down.
The other acrophobic players waved at Manchi.
Uncle Manchi, don't worry about us. We have other ways to get there.
Xian Di is a wolf purchased a teleportation scroll. Melameo purchased a teleportation scroll. Bobby Xian purchased a teleportation scroll. Tonli Bayue purchased a teleportation scroll. Firekiran purchased a teleportation scroll. Zhiguan Luiying purchased a teleportation scroll. Wow, so many rich people. Standing on the deck, a player named Yabushu watched the wealthy few disappear, sighing with envy. The remaining players were all short on funds.
Is this a racial talent of your human race? Manchi asked in amazement.
He had never seen a spatial teleportation ability outside of the Spatial Cloud Clan.
Yabushu nodded. Yeah, it's a talent, but it's an expensive one. Thank you, Uncle Manchi.
He took the landing gear Manchi handed him.
Free equipment was always the best.
He strapped the device to his waist and jumped. The energy stored in the landing gear was just enough for one descent. Yabushu floated in the air. The device slowed his fall much like a parachute in the real world. Looking down from the sky was truly exhilarating. Yabushu had never seen such a beautiful landscape. This must be what it's like to look out of an airplane window.
Holding his breath, Yabushu instinctively recorded the view to show his grandfather when he went offline. He wondered when the game would open a cash shop.
Then he could sell all the gold coins and items he had accumulated in the game to other players. Given the game's popularity, he might be able to cover his grandfather's hospital bills.
If he got lucky, he could also sell some braised snacks. He just didn't know the exchange rate between in-game gold and real money. Setting the price a bit lower than the official rate should make it sell.
He hadn't yet figured out how to make a fortune in the game when the landing gear began signaling an imminent landing.
Phew! All 800+ players had arrived.
The reason it was 800+ was that Monday had come.
Some players had to go to school.
Others, like the high-level players, held 2 tickets. Xingqian, for instance, had 1 competition ticket and 1 substitute ticket. Tuyupo sidled up to Xingqian and nudged her with his shoulder.
Sis, got a favor to ask.
Xingqian turned her head.
Whom? Tuyupo said you know your buddy here is kind of a small streamer, right? I've got a couple of fans in the game. He winked at Xingqian.
Sell me that substitute ticket of yours.
Xingqian shook her head. Why not, he asked. You don't have anyone to give it to.
Xingqian replied, according to the timeline, the game should open its next test in a few days, releasing more accounts.
I want to bring someone in. Tuyupo exclaimed, holy crap, you're pulling strings. Big sis Xingqian. Tell me the truth, do you know someone at the game company? Xingqian said. No, I don't. If Ji can bring his cousin into the game, then I can definitely bring my cousin too. Tuyupo screamed, no way. He clutched his head. That was pure luck, sis. Lunku Xiaoying got lucky. Xingqian said, oh really? I don't believe it. Dong dong dong. All contestants, please follow your lords and enter the venue in an orderly manner. Countless colorful balloons descended from the sky. Cheers erupted one after another.
The plaza of the Lord Academy was like a coliseum surrounded by tiered spectator stands with a giant light screen in the center. On the screen, the images of all the graduating contestants and their clans were being projected. The players were truly amazed. Different races occupied different sections. Looking around, the players realized that humanoid races were not the majority. There were all kinds of strange races. What surprised the players most was the race seated next to the human spectator zone. They looked like clumps of gray storm clouds, but within those clouds patches of iridescent light flickered at their cores.
What race is that? They look so awesome. I don't know.
Let's ask if we can touch them. I've never seen such a magical race.
Later, let's set up our stall and give them some skewers to try. We can strike up a conversation.
The game modeling is incredible too, they managed to create such abstract creatures.
Don't talk nonsense, we don't even know if they're living beings.
A few players whispered among themselves. Watching the competition was secondary, their real goal was to set up a food stall on the spectator stands later. A player named Qingchaluasi, sitting next to Ituadabi, kept glancing at the cloud-like beings beside him. I wonder if they eat stir-fried snails. I just bought 2 teleportation scrolls from Brother Yuan.
I'll go back later to grab some snails. Ituadabi said stir-fried snails are too niche, I tell you. If you want to go big, you have to go with grilled skewers.
Look how hot my skewers are selling.
Later I'll try to take 2 skewers, touch a cloud, and it'll be fine.
The Space Clan only had about 30 members, not enough to even participate in the competition. So they could only stay in the stands. Over the years during the Lord Academy's competition they had never seen any clan discuss so openly about wanting to touch them. They communicated with their spiritual consciousness. To the players this appeared as the flickering of their luminous core spots. It was truly beautiful. If they could hang a cloud like that as a lamp at home it would be incredibly cool. Sensing the gazes of the players, the core light of the spatial clan member flickered even more intensely.
What do these humans want?
The Star Network has spread the news. They claim to have acquired the talent of spatial teleportation during their evolution.
Utter nonsense. The spatial clan's talent is innate.
Never has it been heard of any race gaining spatial abilities through evolution.
Humans once captured some of our clansmen, didn't they? Perhaps their so-called evolution came from devouring our kin. Stay away from them, they're a bunch of madmen. The ceaselessly flickering light spots made it even harder to look away.
The smallest cloud within the dark mass, upon locking eyes with Chung Chaoluo, contracted its gaps, nearly shrinking into a ball.
Don't worry, little P. Once the match begins, we'll activate the energy barrier and separate ourselves from the humans. A larger cloud drifted closer to the smaller one.
At that moment the participants displayed on the light screen had already lined up in order.
All the clansmen under other lords stood ready with solemn vigilance.
Only the humans appeared to stand neatly, and indeed they did stand in perfect formation, but their eyes darted around restlessly. In the game's public chat, messages scrolled so fast that even Wei Yuan could barely keep up. Fortunately these fellows still knew to save him some face. When they got excited they only posted in the chat instead of jumping up and shouting.
Wei Yuan almost felt touched.
Then he thought again and realized he might be suffering from some kind of PTSD. He had already forgotten the embarrassing entrance they made earlier. He had no choice but to forget every time he recalled those players spinning 360 degrees in midair before crashing to the ground and bouncing twice. Wei Yuan felt as if the gazes of other students were boring into him, making him wish for a crack in the ground to hide.
For 3 or 4 years at the academy, even when he was destitute and mocked by ignorant classmates.
Even when suppressed by other races in the shadows, Wei Yuan never once furrowed his brow.
But the stunt the players pulled during their entrance made him feel utterly humiliated. Now please send a representative from the human clan to draw lots. At the center of the screen the virtual AI bowed toward the human delegation. Wow brothers, it's our turn to draw. Tu Yupo was still recording. Quick Yuan, go look at me. I want to go up. I want to go up. Those who draw lots get on the big screen. I want on. On TV, on TV, on TV. Watching the players whose faces were brimming with excitement, Wei Yuan directly eliminated these thrill seekers. If these guys went up, who knew what antics they'd pull? It was just a simple trivial lot drawing ceremony. It was to draw the equipment provided by the academy for the contestants before entering the arena. Normal clan members would step up, draw their lot and leave. Wei Yuan really didn't want to see a goofball like Tu Yupo bouncing up there. Wherever his gaze swept, the players in that area began to stir. Their faces flushed with excitement, eyes gleaming bright. The moment Wei Yuan locked eyes with such a player, he immediately looked away. He couldn't afford the shame. Soon he spotted a bald-headed player among the crowd gripping an axe. His expression was calm, and even when he met Wei Yuan's gaze he remained silent. You're the one, Happy Star. Wei Yuan remembered this guy. During the battle against the Zerg on the human clan's home planet, he had unhesitatingly slashed his palm to kite the bugs. Even Xia Shuela had praised Happy Star for being rough but meticulous. Surely this one was a normal player. Happy Star, please step forward to draw. Wei Yuan's voice reached every player clearly. Happy Star jolted, snapping back to reality. He had been wondering whether to sharpen his axe. After all, he'd be chopping people soon, a dull blade wouldn't do. The next second he heard Wei Yuan calling him. Bewildered Happy Star appeared on the big screen with a blank look. Go up. Yuan Go wants you on stage. Standing beside Happy Star, Tatian Laozu nudged him quietly with his elbow. He probably wants you to say a few words. Just spout some nonsense, these NPCs are just going through the motions. It's a pain that game scenes can't be skipped. It was Tatian Laozu who had just been explaining the importance of weapon sharpness, which led Happy Star to ponder whether to grind his axe. At this moment neither of them had clearly heard what Wei Yuan had said earlier. All they knew was that an NPC had called him on stage. Happy Star, seeing the envious looks from the surrounding players, straightened his back. The burden of being the destined hero was unavoidable. Might as well go up and say a few words. Wei Yuan suddenly sensed trouble, but before he could stop him, Happy Star had already stepped onto the central stage. The light screen reflected his confident face. Ahem. Just one sentence. Everyone here is trash. All of you seated here are nothing but trash. The voice of Happy Shingren, piercingly clear through the venue's equipment, reached the ears of every creature. Wei Yuan felt his vision darken. Meanwhile, the other graduates from the Lord Academy who had come to compete all perceived this as a provocation. A blatant provocation. The human race was utterly detestable, so arrogant. Before the competition had even begun, they dared to issue a challenge during the draw. Wei Yuan, don't be too arrogant. That brat is dead meat on the battlefield. Indeed, the human race is far from its former glory. We, the Giant Eagle clan, will also claim that kid's head. Even if you, Wei Yuan, consistently topped the academy rankings, that doesn't guarantee your victory in this competition. Exactly. In clan battles, it's wiser to stay humble. Such arrogance will only lead to a miserable death. The graduates from various clans shouted not far from Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, a human, had consistently held the top spot in the Lord Academy, yet those mere 5th-level gene warriors dared to boast so arrogantly on such an occasion. It was utterly insolent. Among the participants sent by the larger clans, there were at least 36th-level gene warriors. When they saw that all the players Wei Yuan brought were only 5th level, they had already calculated in their minds. The human race's performance would likely be in the middle to lower ranks. Unexpectedly, they were so lacking in self-awareness. Wei Yuan cast a cold glance at the clans that had just threatened him. Giant Eagle clan, Red Lizard clan, Abyss Demon clan. Wei Yuan planning to ambush my people on the battlefield. He chuckled. A bunch of trash worthy of being compared to the human race. Was there anything wrong with what my clansmen said? Trash. Indeed, Happy Shingren's words were extremely arrogant. But Wei Yuan's vision darkened only because he felt the statement was too melodramatic and brash. Yet that didn't mean he thought there was anything wrong with it. The human race had the right to be this arrogant. Was it wrong to call these worthless clans trash? Seeing that a few still wanted to retort, Wei Yuan said coolly, what, not convinced? He had never killed a classmate at the Lord Academy. But that didn't mean he dared not kill. After leaving the academy, everyone who crossed him would die. Wei Yuan smiled faintly as he glanced at an Yedong who was huddled in a corner pretending not to exist. Look at that. How obedient that elf clan kid was. Staying obedient meant staying alive, didn't it? You. When the graduates from several clans locked eyes with Wei Yuan, they all cowered. Who didn't know that Wei Yuan had torn apart an Yedong's cousin with his bare hands in front of the principal's office? And who hadn't heard that Wei Yuan not only survived the space pirate attack but also annihilated the squid pirate group? Fear of death was an instinct of all living beings. As for the players, they were an exception. After his speech, Happy Shingren looked down at Wei Yuan on the stage. Brother Yuan, should I say a few more words? Wei Yuan, no, just draw the lots. Pick one from the small box in front of you. The venue for the first match was the Green Shade star system. This star system's main products were fern plants, and the planet's atmospheres were primarily nitrogen. Though the air composition was similar to that of the blue star, the oxygen content was abysmally low. Thus, for the players to compete up there, they would need equipment provided by the Lord Academy. This drawing was to determine the order of equipment collection. The teams with lower rankings would inevitably secure fewer than 300 devices. The higher the ranking, the greater the early advantage. Happy Shingren reached out with confidence. When I draw a prize, it's always a grand prize from the start. Behold my divine right hand. He touched the lottery box. Congratulations to humanity for obtaining the 8th equipment chest. Oh, unlucky, unlucky. This guy's luck is ridiculously bad, even the 8th one could be drawn. 8 means prosperity, isn't that good? Maybe the items in this chest are quite valuable. Other racial teams waited in silence for their leaders to step forward and open the chests for equipment. The players' side was as lively as a bustling marketplace. Never had any competition seen participants like this. Even the old principal couldn't help but glance over a few times. Wei Yuan retrieved the equipment. 37 gas conversion devices, 79 mecha protective shields, 66 nutrient solutions, and 3 map fragments. Among the 300 players, the main force consisted of 30 individuals. It snowing was still the commander with the strolling quartet and wind blowing, but as core members, 30 heads crowded around Wei Yuan, picking and choosing from the open chest's contents. With 300 players, we should need 300 mecha shields. We're quite short. The maps are also fragmented. These 3 pieces can't be pieced together. It seems other fragments are held by other teams. As for the missing equipment, we'll see if we can snatch them from other teams later. The competition rules haven't specified. We probably need to wait until the map is assembled to find out. It's snowing stored the 3 map fragments and distributed the equipment. Let's open the team channel first. Are you all ready? Ready.
The players shouted in unison. All the teleportation wormholes on the field lit up.
Wow, going on an adventure to a new planet, how exciting.
Honestly, I haven't even gotten tired of the Central Galaxy map yet. I wanted to explore more, but now we're heading to a new map. It's a bit dizzying. The artists deserve extra chicken legs.
Extra chicken legs.
This wormhole effect is so cool. The players and the participants from other races showed completely different spirits.
The giant eagle clan departing ninth, all war expressions of grim determination.
Watching the humans laugh and joke, they felt the dark clouds overhead grow heavier. These humans have no idea how terrifying the Green Shade Galaxy is. If they teleport to the swamp star right away, they probably won't even know how they died. The giant eagle commander cast a cold glance at those who disrespected the competition and then looked away. After all, the Green Shade Galaxy, besides its deceptively safe name, held no safe places. 300 players vanished before the wormholes. The large screen on the field instantly split into several smaller screens, each corresponding to a competing team.
Wow, the humans landed on the swamp star. Their equipment is only enough for the main force, the rest.
And with only that little nutrient solution, many will starve. There are no wild fruits in the swamp.
It seems the humans who boasted so boldly are about to be annihilated. The equipment they got is terrible. Ha ha ha.
If the divine race or other major races had appeared on the swamp star, they might have had a higher chance of clearing it.
Wei Yuan couldn't be bothered to listen to the whispers on the field.
He took a VIP seat and planned to secretly peek at the players' group chat messages. Suddenly sensing energy approaching, he frowned and reached out to block the approaching phone yushing.
Hey buddy, didn't I say I'm not into guys? This guy.
If he hadn't noticed him getting too close, he would have rested his head on his shoulder. This guy was good-looking, but he had no interest in males. Wei Yuan glared coldly at phone yushing.
If you piss me off, I'll beat you up. Phone yushing's unusually pale golden eyelashes cast a shadow beneath his eyes. I just wanted to ask, do your people need help?
He was a bit puzzled. After hearing Wei Yuan mention gay, he had looked it up and learned it referred to love between males. But the divine race had no concept of gender. Meanwhile, on the viewing stand, the board players scanning around immediately noticed their adorable leader was in a situation. Holy crap!
Who is that? So handsome. Wow, this guy's looks are no less than Brother Yuan's. Holy cow, Secretary Wang, I need this hottie's full info in 3 minutes. Tisk I read his lips. That hottie asked Brother Yuan if he needed help.
The unchanging principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange.
What does this guy want? Ha ha ha. It's Brother Yuan. No need. Wei Yuan waved his hand.
He still had a minor quest concerning the divine race from the system to investigate, so it wasn't the right time to sour his relationship with phone yushing.
Just keep an eye on your own team. Are they on the swamp planet too? Phone yushing nodded. The divine race were born to fly.
On the swamp planet, they only needed to seize the map fragments and locate the race's checkpoint. This star system had a total of 4 planets as deployment points: the swamp planet, the moss planet, the giant fern planet, and the fruit planet. The competition rules were exactly as Snowfall had guessed. They simply needed to assemble the map assigned to their planet and enter the red zone.
It wasn't an elimination system but a points system. Rankings were determined by the order in which teams entered the red zone.
Among them, the swamp planet was the most perilous with the scarcest food. The teams entering the swamp planet included the human race, the divine race, and the rainy night race. On the swamp planet, the rainy night race has the greatest advantage.
If the human race needs anything, I will inform my people. Wei Yuan waved his hand. Let them compete. My people have their own ideas. Splash. The swamp planet.
Players plummeted from the sky, crashing into the mud with successive splashes.
Whoa.
Is this the swamp planet we saw on the StarNet?
It smells like a toilet. What a stench. Dozens of heads emerged from the mire.
Snowfall was prepared. She had entered her mecha right after passing through the wormhole.
Her mecha was extremely plain, not even painted. Amidst the other players' flashy and bizarre mechas, it appeared utterly unremarkable. As the commander, let me just say this: the map is incomplete.
We'll need to seize maps from other teams and piece them together to find the key. Our objective for this round is to find other teams and grab their maps.
That's our mission for this competition.
Snowfall opened her private messages. But I've taken on a few big jobs today. Folks, 100 million gold coin contract, 100 million. Those players who had initially ignored the mission and were just seeking entertainment immediately pricked up their ears at the mention of 100 million gold coins. Snowfall's voice from the battlefield simultaneously transmitted to the light screen of the Lord Academy. At this moment her face was flushed with excitement, completely devoid of the calm she had shown when battling the Elf Queen. Wind blows, but muttered Sister Shwe, aren't you losing your cool by being this excited?
People might think we've never seen so much money before.
Jiang Shuer's family business dealt with sums ranging from small millions to tens of millions, and even hundreds of millions were not uncommon. In Wind Blows But's view, his sister Shui was undoubtedly the richest woman in the game. Why did her voice tremble over a mere 100 million gold coins? Snowfall took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, but the smile at the corners of her mouth was impossible to hide. This fool thought she was thrilled about the in-game gold coins. Her eyes curved like crescent moons as her gaze swept over the Interstellar Human Race Cooperation Agreement in her private messages. During the speech by the representative of the Happy Planet, she had been signing the agency contract. Although she didn't know why all contracts for interstellar human race were only in electronic form. But since the contract was transmitted within the game by the game company, it couldn't be fake. Was she excited about 100 million gold coins? She was excited about the prospect of trillions in future value.
Ahem, enough nonsense. I'm about to make an announcement.
The dull, even ordinary mecha suddenly soared to the highest position among the crowd. The Gourmet Alliance invests 100 million gold coins to launch a gourmet challenge. Participating members need only use the limited field ingredients to create delicious food, with judges being members of other races. The other race members will judge and rewards will be based on rankings.
Now let's put up an ad. As the CEO, Snowfall wasn't used to handling such arrangements.
So when the plane mecha suddenly pulled out a huge billboard for the Gourmet Alliance, it was a bit flustered. On the central screen, amidst scenes of green or brown, a splash of color suddenly appeared.
Extreme culinary colors.
The four large characters Gourmet Alliance occupied the center, surrounded by various food images. The mere sight of the colors made one's mouth water. For some reason, the surveillance video of the arena gave a close-up of the billboard in Snowfall's hands.
Ha ha ha. Look, it's my family's beef noodle soup. Stinky tofu, my family's stinky tofu, fragrant and pungent. Oh, this ad is worth it. Everyone, we are the Gourmet Alliance. Today's grand opening special, all races watching the competition can taste for free. The spokesperson for the Gourmet Alliance was Yichuo Dabian.
Qingchao Luosi beside him sprang up as if his tail was on fire. Damn, how did the ad come so fast?
I haven't even fished out my snails yet. I'm going to get some snails first.
He crushed a teleportation scroll, instantly returning to Blue Star. The space race members were all stunned.
It really is spatial talent.
A talent never seen in any other race, yet it appears in the human race.
Oh my wee.
The core of the space clan kept flickering. When had the people of the Stellar Alliance ever witnessed such a spectacle? Even Feng Yuxing was stunned. He stared at the huge advertisement on the big screen, his flawless face expressing pure astonishment.
Impact.
Whether for the divine race or for the myriad races, it was an extraordinary shock. The atmosphere of the entire Stellar Alliance remained relatively solemn. After all internal strife and external threats persisted, the myriad races oppressed one another while the Zerg and space pirates lurked outside.
The High Council advocated war, so the entire alliance revered combat. Even their technology was strained, forging ahead relentlessly toward warfare. Yet now at this grand competition held to select the future leader. Just as they stepped onto the field, the humans declared such an arrogant phrase, "You're all trash." To the contestants of all races, that was blatant provocation. The audience also thought, let's see how strong the humans can be after being in obscurity for so many years. But now,
the competition had just begun and everyone had already braced themselves for a heavy death toll on the swamp planet. Several humans had been seen falling into the mire, and the crowd was waiting to see how those trapped would save themselves, or how they would die.
And then you suddenly start advertising. You're advertising. And it's the human spectators in the stands who are doing it. An indescribable feeling suddenly lingered in the hearts of the audience. All eyes fell upon Wei Yuan.
Was this young lord of the human race truly not going to intervene?
Entertainment was utterly incompatible with their combative atmosphere.
This lord must be furious as well.
Wei Yuan looked up at the entire arena filled with millions of beings from all races. Wei Yuan, your clansman. Before Feng Yuxing could finish, he saw Wei Yuan burst out laughing. Hey, they've got quite a business sense, haven't they? Whoever thought of advertising here is a goddamn genius.
Of course, if the players messed up and lost the very first match, the human race would become the laughingstock of all races. But the chances of that messing up?
Almost none.
Wei Yuan stroked his chin and called out to the old principal, "Principal, there's no rule against eating in the venue, right?" How could the old principal not understand his intention? But was now the right time? The old principal cleared his throat.
There's no such rule. And is there a rule against cooking in the venue? No, there isn't.
What was this guy planning?
Sometimes the old principal truly couldn't fathom Wei Yuan's moves. Mainly these humans seemed a bit abnormal.
At that moment his grandson stood beside the old principal frowning deeply.
Grandpa, what exactly is he trying to do?
This is a place to watch the competition, are we supposed to let the humans mess around here?
Damn it, they're such show-offs. Kaishi Wei Yuan hasn't violated any rules.
The old principal kindly raised his hand to cut off his young grandson's complaints. This child completely failed to understand that a mindset like the humans was the most terrifying. Only the strong could act without restraint in such a solemn environment, even laughing and chatting freely. All beings would instinctively follow rules that might or might not exist in an inexplicable order. But these humans completely ignored it, even more joyful than Wei Yuan himself. Kaishi, if you want to get along with the humans in the future, you must change these flaws of yours. While the old principal was saying this, the bigwigs of the Cuisine Alliance who had been preparing all along were already ready. The Space Clan members were few, but they occupied a large area. So Qingzhao Luosher, having brought back the soaked snails, shyly scurried over to those clouds. He spotted at once a small cloud that seemed easy to talk to. Young kids are always too shy to refuse. He. Little one, could you talk to the adults in your clan and see if they can spare us some space? Later we'll give you a portion of the delicious food first. The Space Clan kid Little P looked startled. Its core flickered with colorful light, only to realize that these humans couldn't understand what it said. Then it pulled out a small device. After pressing a button, a three-dimensional tiny figure appeared. Hello, I'm Little P of the Space Clan. You want some space, right? The little cloud flickered toward the larger clouds beside it, and then the tiny figure spoke again. The chieftain says it's fine, but we want to know how your teleportation talent came about. No problem, he. Let's be friends. My name is Qingzhao Luosher. He'll bring you a serving of snails to try. A scroll cost only 100 gold coins. By seizing this opportunity he could cozy up to a few big shots. How satisfying. The observation deck was bustling with activity. On the swamp planet, however, the players were extremely uncomfortable. The first to suffer were those who had fallen into the mud. So stinky, ugh, this mud is even worse than the septic tank back home. Why can't I turn off my sense of smell completely? Ugh. Pinch your nose, dive straight in and thrash around in the mud. In a while you'll sink and die, then you won't smell it anymore. I surpass you. Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. A player only caught half of the sentence before sinking into the mire. The other players struggling in the mud saw this scene and burst into laughter, only to have their stomachs filled with mud, unable to vomit. Their struggling strength diminished and they gradually slid into the swamp. After taking down the advertisement board, it began to observe the death time of the players. Public screen, while brothers, the feeling of drowning in this swamp is so exhilarating, come and try it, it's really enjoyable. My body feels so soft, gentle land. I feel like an eel slipping right down, it's fantastic, hurry up brothers, come and try it out. Hey, the brothers upstairs, your intentions are too obvious, even a water ghost wouldn't drag people like this. That's not true, my friend treats you as a brother but you treat your friends as water ghosts. The players chatted gleefully in the group. Xiaoshuela, the players who died, bring up the data graphs of your body changes at the time of death. I will analyze and the other members should find suitable positions and prepare. It's getting dark soon. Although they entered the Swamp Star at noon, the daytime on the Swamp Star is very short. During the advertisement the sky was still bright, but it has already begun to darken. Moreover, the humidity in the air started to increase. Xiaoshuela suspected it was going to rain. Their mecha shields were completely insufficient, so the raindrops that fell could be problematic. Xiaoshuela, we need some players with outdoor survival experience as guides for this competition. Anyone? After Xiaoshuela spoke, the players stopped joking. The players who had previously died brought up their body data graphs. Happy Star, I worked as a lumberjack in the mountains for a while and have experience in rainforest survival. My grandfather was a hunter and we lived in Qingbai Mountain for a while. I know a bit about outdoor survival. Oil Thief, does watching Bear Grylls count? I have 10 years of outdoor camping experience, Commander. I can build shelters. Elder Titan, I have done carpentry. If there are materials I can build a house. Xiaoshuela's words attracted quite a few players. Xiaoshuela, Happy Star, Knight doesn't collect. Elder Titan, you three each take 20 people and bring the mecha shield. Happy Star will find materials to build shelters. Knight doesn't collect, will look for food, and Elder Titan will make a temporary refuge with the materials brought back by Happy Star. The remaining players will begin to explore this swamp area. The Swamp Star has more than just swamp mud, there will definitely be other dangers. One life cannot win, so we will experiment one life at a time. I will cover the revival costs for this part. Happy Star, yes. Elder Titan, yes. Knight doesn't collect, understood. The three teams equipped with people and mecha protective suits charged towards the periphery of the swamp where they had landed. The remaining players began their reckless journey. On the Star Net there was no detailed information about the Swamp Star. The data of such hazardous mindless creatures ruling the star system is typically privately held by certain races.
Let alone the data, even what this planet has ordinary interstellar beings do not know.
Thus the watching interstellar beings, although captivated by the delicious food made by the players, were still shaking their heads upon seeing Xiaoxuelas arrangements. Humans are definitely doomed. They might not even reach the red point area before being completely wiped out. They have no idea how dangerous this planet is. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The mud emitted a sticky sound as it was trampled. Even if it wasn't a swamp, the ground here was never dry. Happy Star wielding an axe cleared the path ahead while the remaining players followed behind, glancing around as they walked. On this damp planet, aside from the brown swamp pools, there were only lush green plants. Dewdrops continuously dripped from the broad leaves of giant ferns. My god, this scene is absolutely incredible. Though I spend every day in this game, every time I change maps it feels like I'm not playing the same game. This green impact is so exhilarating, my soul feels cleansed. The player following Happy Star spread his arms and took a deep breath. In areas with more vegetation the swamp smell was much weaker. Instead there was more oxygen from photosynthesis. Each breath truly felt like cleansing the lungs. Isn't this a natural oxygen bar? Once this game launches, those rich folks will flock in. We need to stockpile gold coins so we can cash in big when the premium channel opens. Who knows when the premium channel will open, but we're definitely getting an advantage. Let's stop talking and find some leaves with thicker stems to cut. It doesn't look like there are trees here. Happy Star scratched his head. He had originally planned to find trees to chop for wood to build a shelter, but after searching for a while there was no sign of any. Hey, do you even need an axe for these big leaves? The player behind Happy Star named Qianli Tayo Tayo reached out with a chuckle. I'll snap it. Snap. Ha. Can't break it. Just as Qianli Tayo Tayo sensed something was off, he saw the giant fern leaf he was reaching for suddenly curl toward him. Whoa, damn. Is this thing the same species as Brother Chun? There's no place for MMPH. He was about to say there was nowhere for a brain to grow on this big leaf when the leaf rolled him up, sealing his mouth shut. Then the giant fern leaf slammed the rolled up player hard against the ground. Thud splat. Mud splattered all over the player. The surrounding players had no time to dodge as mud sprayed everywhere. Happy Star now. Watch my wild tornado slash. Qianli Tayo Tayo rolled up MMPH. After a flurry of chops, Happy Star finally severed the stem of the giant fern. Pale green sap oozed out. Damn, this stem is so tough. It'd probably be chewy to eat. Happy Star felt himself breaking a sweat. He was now a level 5 gene warrior. Level 5. Among players that was definitely high tier. Back on Blue Star he could chop down Brother Chun with his axe, unstoppable wherever he went. And now just cutting a single fern leaf had him sweating. Could this giant fern be terrifyingly high level? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Happy Star cast a scan on the leaf. Giant whipleafier fern level 4. Due to genetic limitations of fern plants it cannot become a sapient being, but its gene level can increase with the planet's level. Once cut, the fern leaf lost its strength and Qianli Tayo Tayo, who had been rolled up, was freed. His face was covered in blood and mud. He got up from the ground spitting repeatedly. Damn, this thing was persistent. Even after being chopped to death it wouldn't let go. Mud mixed with blood dripped down. Qianli Tayo Tayo wiped the mud from his face to clear his eyes. Happy Star, it's about to rain. We need to cut these ferns quickly. Around here there are only giant whipleafier ferns. Now pair up. One person distracts the fern while the other waits for the right moment to cut. Qianli Tayo Tayo, wait for me a sec. I got so scared I need to take a dump. Happy Star, go ahead. Qianli Tayo Tayo trotted off holding his rear. The swamp planet was full of bogs of various sizes. To the players it seemed like a natural toilet planet. I'm so civilized and refined. Qianli Tayo Tayo found a hidden swamp pool. The small half-meter wide bog hole was bubbling with marsh gas. Qianli Tayo Tayo dropped his pants, his pale rear aimed at the bog hole and let loose. Raindrops began to fall. On the Central Galaxy's big screen all team feeds followed the main group of contestants. So for the human race everyone was still watching Snowfall, continuously pushing players to test the dangers of their surroundings. When Snowfall heard a faint sizzling sound on the mech's armor, she looked up. Raindrops were falling. It's raining. Her voice carried into the audience. The viewers previously immersed in the food all looked up upon hearing this. As Stir-Fried Snails was delivering snails to the tiny space clan being Little PS virtual avatar showed a surprised expression. It's raining. The Rain Knight clan is about to appear. Stir-Fried Snails, what? Haven't you noticed? On that screen all clans were shown, but the Rain Knight clan was in a void state before. Stir-Fried Snails didn't pay attention. What is it?
That.
The little figure pointed at the Rain Knight clan's screen. On that screen, as the rain increased, the previously shifting empty scene began to blur, revealing many slender dark humanoid figures.
Black cloth hoods covered their heads. Pale ghostly faces flickered in and out of the rain.
The Rain Knight clan's appearance grew more similar to the hanging ghosts in Stir-Fried Snail's imagination.
Stir-fried snails, holy crap.
They looked just like ghosts. As his words fell, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the Rain Knight clan's feed.
Ah. Ghost. Damn, a ghost.
A splash was heard.
A flash of a pale rear followed by two legs sticking straight up in the swamp hole.
After a couple of flounders, the screaming figure slowly sank. A Rain Knight clan member whose face had just appeared in the frame trembled violently and shouted to his kinna.
A ghost. Aha.
Clutching his elongated corpse-like face in terror, he sprinted toward where more of his clan gathered.
Stir-fried snail, still stunned by the appearance of the Rainy Knight clan, widened his eyes. Holy crap, who's the unlucky bastard? How was this dude just taking a dump?
The players on the field burst into laughter.
The group chat was going wild with mentions.
In the audience, potato-eating chicken who had just returned from class to watch the battle asked which brother got scared by a ghost.
What a pale butt.
Though it was just a flash, that butt was indeed fair and plump.
Was this guy taking a dump? Case closed, he came here to take a dump.
What bad luck, a swamp pit in front and another behind him. Shenli Tayo, just recovering from his fright, opened the group chat to tell his buddies that the swamp planet was haunted by a damned hanging ghost. Then he saw the video sent by the players in the audience.
Holy shit.
Luckily, when he got scared, he fell forward. There was poop in the back pit but none in the front.
Otherwise his lifelong reputation would have been ruined. Damn it, whose contestant looks that freaky?
Shenli Tayo rubbed his face in frustration, relieved that only his butt was exposed and no one had seen his face.
He hadn't even been happy for 3 seconds. Happy-go-lucky WTF. The dude taking a dump. That's Shenli Tayo. Happy-go-lucky, Shenli Tayo. Shenli Tayo, don't recognize, not me.
He quickly denied it 3 times, then hurriedly changed to a darker skin tone before logging into the game.
Shenli Tayo didn't even choose to respawn at the original point.
He directly bought a teleport scroll and teleported from Blue Star, even going so far as to switch to a yellow-black skinny skin. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the destination, his 20 teammates were already looking at him with knowing gazes. Happy-go-lucky sighed and patted Shenli Tayo on the shoulder. Hey bro, no worries. Your butt's pale and well, keep it a secret for you. Haha dude, what did that ghost look like to scare you to death?
Shenli Tayo in a fit of rage could only rage. I wasn't scared to death.
It was freaking low blood sugar. I stood up after taking a dump, my vision went black, I fell forward and then I suffocated in the swamp.
Happy-go-lucky, haha, see, I told you it was him. Shenli Tayo. Damn it.
The guys in the audience sent intel. The thing that scared you was a contestant from another race called the Rainy Knight clan. Now that gathering materials is mostly done, whole, send the supplies back. I'm planning a surprise attack to mess with that Rainy Knight clan.
What do you guys think? Happy-go-lucky looked at his squad. Silence.
The players exchanged glances. Finally Shenli Tayo spoke up. So who's sending the stuff back?
Happy-go-lucky, that's indeed a problem. Slap.
He clapped his hands.
Decision made.
I'll message Tian Patriarch to come get the materials. After all, they don't know where Shenli Tayo took his dump.
Well, sneak in quietly. No shooting, understand?
The 20 players nodded vigorously.
Meanwhile, Tian Patriarch was directing players to find a suitable location for a shelter.
A slightly elevated spot, at least somewhat safe, and they cleared out the surrounding grass. Without fire-starting materials, let's just exchange some liquid fuel from the shop to dry the ground, then use mud to build a foundation. They got to work. No sooner had a few players tossed sparks into the fuel than the ground began to writhe, countless venomous insects crawling out while thick smoke billowed. The rising gas met the flames and with a whoosh a sharp crack echoed in the air.
Tian Patriarch, oh crap.
I forgot the ground here spews swamp gas.
Damn bros. Boom.
A massive explosion made the contestants in 3 live feeds turn their heads. Tian Patriarch's players weren't dead, but their clothes were tattered and their hair all singed and curled. Tian Patriarch opened his mouth to speak only to exhale a thick puff of black smoke.
Bro, you freaking.
Another player with an afro pointed at Tian Patriarch, barely able to speak.
Tian Patriarch, well, tell me, is this place dry or not?
He pointed at the spot that had turned into a blast crater.
Damn, you're not wrong.
I shouldn't have trusted my dumb teammate. Tian Patriarch knew had screwed his teammates over, but at least the place was dry now. And all those venomous bugs on the ground.
Totally cleared out. Win some, lose some. Nothing ever goes perfectly smoothly. He was just giving his teammates some experience. Just as Tian Patriarch was feeling a bit embarrassed, he received a message from Happy-Go-Lucky.
Holy crap brothers, I'm about to make up for my mistake.
No, I'm taking you all to glory.
Haha, that Happy-Go-Lucky punk plans to sneak off and catch the Rainy Night clan members. He even tried to trick me saying they'd leave the cut materials behind and go find new ones. Haha, such a shoddy lie, and he thought it could fool my sharp eyes. Tian Patriarch pointed at his eyes with his index and ring fingers, waving at his teammates. These eyes are the measure.
Teammate Good One deserves a reward.
Using teleport scrolls, if we actually catch those Rainy Night clan members, it's a huge merit.
That old fox Happy-Go-Lucky was trying to hog all the credit. Not cool. Yeah, not cool. Tian Patriarch, let's go quietly. No shooting, understand?
The 20 players smirked slyly and nodded in unison.
He Happy-Go-Lucky probably didn't expect them to splurge on scrolls.
Meanwhile, it's snowing. After confirming that the pale but belonged to Happy-Go-Lucky's squad member asked Happy-Go-Lucky, have you finished gathering materials?
Happy-Go-Lucky, Commander, we've finished cutting down this giant fern patch.
We're planning to head farther to get more.
I've already sent the coordinates to Tian Patriarch to take back first. It's snowing, okay? It's snowing, Tian Patriarch. Tian Patriarch heading to the coordinates Happy-Go-Lucky sent. Rest assured, Commander, mission will be completed.
It's snowing, closed the communication. He said to the players still struggling for survival below, everyone stop.
Get ready to follow me. Wind on, but ha. Where to?
It's snowing, to follow Happy-Go-Lucky and Tian Patriarch and capture some Rainy Night clan members. Those two old rascals were lying through their teeth. It's snowing had only suspected Happy-Go-Lucky might stir trouble.
But after this question,
he confirmed it. Both old foxes were up to no good, planning to pull off something big on the sly. Meanwhile, the Night Harvest squad, still with their butts in the air searching the forest for edible food, continued their hunt. At the observation deck of the Lord Academy within the highest grade viewing suite, several figures formed from streams of data sat together, gazing at an even clearer light. The human race's footage was magnified to its fullest. It's confirmed, they're all clones. The human who has been resurrected the most times has reached 7, and although his appearance has changed, it hasn't become deformed.
Do the humans have a solution for mutation from multiple cloning? This is only a few times, what's the issue?
Our cloning experiments only began to show significant mutation after 100 iterations.
This time it seems the humans are willing to go to any lengths regardless of cost to ensure Wei Yuan's victory. Is it worth it? How could it not be? If Wei Yuan wins, humanity will regain a 10th level gene warrior, granting them greater influence in the alliance.
It's merely a sacrifice of 300 primary cells. But those 300 clones cultivated from primary cells have already reached level 5.
That's why I say they're unscrupulous. I just never imagined they'd actually mastered biological spatial technology. Isn't it a talent?
Do you believe everything that old fool Wei Sisan says?
Dr. Zhao wants them alive.
Then those on the competition field want to. Their gazes fell upon the observation deck. At that moment on the arena, all the samples the players had given out had been completely consumed. Around the players' cooking utensils, a large crowd of little creatures had gathered.
Indeed, such viewing arenas always attracted wealthy high-level gene warriors bringing their children along. These oddly shaped little beings chattered noisily around the humans' area.
Little P scurried over to Qing Chao Luosi, whining pitifully. Uncle Qing Chao Luosi, you said we're friends. Please get me some more cotton candy, it's so delicious, just a little more.
I want skewers too. I want skewers. I want skewers, why?
Another round rolling little creature tumbled to the feet of Yi Chua de Bien.
The children's cries nearly drowned out the arena's screen.
The old principal, seated high above, was finishing his last skewer, placing the cleanly licked stick, with not a trace of sauce left, into a bundle of others. Beside him, his grandson Casey let out a loud burp.
Grandfather, you're right, the humans are indeed worth befriending.
As he spoke, saliva welled up again. His gaze toward the humans below had shifted. Previously had found them far too noisy. Wei Yuan was such a show-off, bringing this rabble that seemed intent only on disrupting the competition. But now, he felt that since they could create such delicious things, everything these humans brought by Wei Yuan did was justified. What was this called? Showing off. This was their generosity in sharing culinary delights with all races.
Humanity was truly warm and hospitable. These things are still as exquisite as ever. That fearsome human race is truly returning.
The old principal cleared his throat, softly swallowing his saliva.
Grandfather, what do you mean? Casey asked in astonishment. Are the rumors true?
After Wei Yuan's great battle with the elves, many rumors had circulated that he had found active cells of the original humans and cloned them. Though the current interstellar populace had never witnessed the power of the original humans, history books recorded it. That was an era of brilliant stars, an age governed by humanity's iron fist. Back then the Alliance was merely in its infancy and all races trembled under humanity's iron rule. I was fortunate enough to taste the delicacies created by humans back then. They were heavenly. Now what I'm eating is even more delicious. Logically, memory is softened by time. When the old principal agreed to let these humans prepare food on the observation deck, he had done so with a veiled expectation. He had thought he would taste the same delicacies from the past. Unexpectedly this time it was even more delectable. He even suspected that the clones of this human batch weren't derived from the original fighters but from cells preserved before humanity left the primordial blue star. Perhaps they were cells from a group solely dedicated to culinary arts. So delicious. Ha ha, hey ladies and gentlemen. Itua de Bien forcefully peeled off the children clinging to him, shouting at the interstellar beings on the field. We're just here to spectate, and hogging public resources isn't quite right, so I'm announcing this. He stood up. The myriad races of the interstellar realm frowned in confusion. Why was the chef so brazenly stepping forward to speak, bypassing Wei Yuan? Though his food was excellent, he was merely a level 5 gene warrior. The players couldn't care less about what the interstellar beings thought. Itua de Bien shouted later, well, set up a stall at the Lord Academy's gate selling food even more abundant than today's samples. Feel free to drop by when you're free. With that, Itua de Bien teleported away. Most of the chefs from the Culinary Alliance on the field left as well, heading back to Blue Star to gather ingredients. At that moment the arena's screen hadn't yet shown any thrilling scenes, so everyone's attention was naturally on the food. Want to go try some later? Let's go, my kids are crying to go. It's just food made by level 5 gene warriors. We could hire a few back as family chefs, though their levels are a bit low. As long as it's tasty, our family doesn't care about the chef's level. By now Wei Yuan had found a place to sit. Several top graduates of the Lord Academy gathered around him. Initially they were wary of Wei Yuan, but the players had sent so much food to him. The aroma was irresistible, so they edged closer. Wei Yuan didn't mind and invited them over. Over the years at the Lord Academy, Wei Yuan had always been a low-key student with remarkably high-achieving results. They'd once thought him too arrogant. Now they felt he was exceptionally good-natured. Brother Wei, if your people set up a stall outside, those guys might bully them. A Casclan lord gestured, chewing stinky tofu toward the whispering crowd outside. Most of those invited to spectate were powerful gene warriors from various races. Level 7 or 8 were common and many were at level 9. They were accustomed to being domineering and overbearing in their own clans. Wei Yuan waved his hand with a smile. Small matter, small matter. The players were full of wild tricks. As a qualified lord, his task now was to figure out how to harvest the star coins they were about to earn. The exchange rate between star coins and gold coins had already been set and couldn't be changed. But money corrupts the soul, so as a proper lord he must purify his people's hearts. Ding ding ding. New items in the system shop. Limited time sale: inferior level 6 gene potion, inferior level 7 gene potion, inferior level 8 gene potion, inferior level 9 gene potion. Crawling silently in the muddy water, the players as they parted a patch of fern leaves were not startled by the Rain Knight clansmen, but first startled by a system prompt, clenching their buttocks in fright. Happy Shingren covered his mouth, a gleam shining in his eyes. Woo-woo, can I experience the power of a high-level gene warrior again? Happy Shingren excitedly opened the system shop. The moment he saw the long string of zeros he closed it. Damn it, am I getting old and my eyesight failing? He opened it again. Another long string of zeros. A fake level 6 gene potion costs me 1,000,000,000 gold coins. 10 million gold coins. Calculating it, isn't that the same price as a real gene potion? Wow, it's not just the fake level 6 that's outrageous. Look at these ridiculous level 7 and level 8. I've basically stopped looking at the price for level 9. What is the game designer trying to do? Drive us poor folks to death. I never see this much money in the real world anyway. Damn, even in a game I'm shocked by the in-game currency. So many zeros, it's going to scare me to death. No, wait, someone must have caused inflation. Isn't this forcing us not to casually commit suicide when we reach high levels? How annoying. In the muddy water several players wore sorrowful expressions. They had originally thought that this time they could again get free gene potions. Unexpectedly they had to buy it themselves. I remember the system previously warned that this inferior gene potion cannot be used long-term. After some time you must commit suicide and switch bodies. Happy Shingren reluctantly opened the shop, closed it, and opened it again. The money he had saved was just slightly over 10 million. What to do?
By one. It's agonizing. His teammates also clicked their tongues in hesitation. The designer is a dog.
They've clearly peaked at our balance. The level 6 inferior gene potion is just within reach if we stretch a bit.
How worrisome. If I inject the gene potion and then die instantly if I don't recycle quickly, it's a huge loss. Even quick recycling deducts 30%.
It must be because the pay-to-win channel is about to open, so the dog designer does this.
While everyone was furiously cursing the designer, Happy Shingren parted the damp fern leaves.
A large group of dark figures appeared in his vision. Then a game prompt appeared on all players' interfaces.
Ding!
Discovered competition hostile forces. To demonstrate human strength before the Alliance, a side quest has been issued. Side quest: capture Rain Knight Clansman. Reward 1 level 5 Rain Knight Clansman 500,000 gold coins. 1 level 6 Rain Knight Clansman 500,000 gold coins. Happy Shingren covered his mouth, lying prone in the mud. His body trembled slightly. Behind him the accompanying players also used various means to suppress their laughter.
This. The designer is truly amazing. 1 second they offer a shop discount, the next they provide a way to earn money. Love it.
A level 5 Rain Knight Clansman is 500,000, level 6 is 500,000.
There are also 300 contestants, right? With 20 level 5s we can piece together one level 6 inferior gene potion.
Then after we produce level 6 players we can go catch level 6 Rain Knight Clansman.
Happy Shingren did a quick mental calculation, his mouth nearly splitting to his ears. And this is just the Rain Knight clan.
Perhaps other races have even higher prices. What's more, Happy Shingren's eyes stealthily scanned the Rain Knight clan members walking in the rain. They must have star coins.
Then we can rob them, sweet. Indeed, quick ways to make money are all in the penal code.
The Rain Knight clansmen were all clustered together, moving quickly. Among them a young man with a face paler than the others suddenly shivered. For some unknown reason he felt a chill all over his body. Strange, was I scared by that weird sound just now? Why do I feel a bit chilly? The young man reached out and touched his cold cheek.
Meanwhile, Happy Shingren and his team threw a reconnaissance skill at the Rain Knight clan. Clan Rain Knight, special race, ghost type, an independent race born in the Netherworld galaxy, only visible in rain. Humanoid, average height 2.5 meters. Attack methods: mental impact, piercing, scream, fear attack. Only able to use mechas in physical form, so this race dislikes using mechas. Usually they focus on mental attacks when fighting. Weakness to be discovered: Happy Shingren. This Rain Knight clan is actually creatures born from the Netherworld galaxy, an independent branch. Holy cow, brothers, it's a ghost type creature. How do we catch them? Right, if it stops raining won't we be unable to catch them? Happy Shingren and his teammates crawled behind the Rain Knight clansmen in the shallow mud, completely unaware that behind them Patriarch Tian and his men were also following them. This Happy Shingren definitely didn't expect that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Once they act we won't be polite either, just go and steal the monsters, understand? Understood. Patriarch Tian and his group tracked the path based on some bloodstains left by the corrosive rain on Happy Shingren's party. The rain on this swamp planet is acidic. The players were reluctant to use mechas at this moment, so they simply endured it with their bare bodies. Happy Shingren's squad completely failed to notice that their skin had been corroded into pockmarks. Though they spoke about Happy Shingren like that, Patriarch Tian and his group were no better off. Even because they hadn't rolled in the mud, they could clearly see on their teammates' faces the trails left by the rain and the strips of corroded skin. Let the heavy rain wash away these foolish memories. Sadness does not speak. Yibaso hummed a little tune, donned a raincoat made from the dismantled armor of a mech, and jogged along with his team members. This time we brought back all the wild vegetables we could find on the hill. Later we'll have some delicious wild vegetable soup. Let me take a look. Where did the ancestor of Tian steps to set up camp? The rain grew heavier, and in this star system where the swamp star is located the stellar energy is quite low, making the stars invisible in the night sky. The visibility is quite poor. Yibaso and his teammates dismantled a mech's protective suit to make 21 raincoats, weaving through the darkness. Every now and then a teammate would step into a swamp pool. Although the environment was harsh, the players found it novel and fun. That little bug I just ate after removing its head and tail was crispy and poisoned me in one bite. Wow, brother, that's impressive. To be honest, there's some in the wild vegetables too. I accidentally burst a poison sac into the snake meat. Deadly delicious. The small red berries that grew on the tips of the fern leaves I just ate were so sweet, I ate 10 and then I died. It's fun, but the rain is getting colder and colder. Even with the raincoat on, I'm shivering. Once we get back to the shelter they'll definitely start a fire. In such a damp place, warming up by the fire would be bliss. The methane is so strong, won't starting a fire cause an explosion? Then let's blow it up first to clear out the methane in that area.
Hey, when it rains the methane sinks, so starting a fire is fine, at worst we die. The players wearing somewhat makeshift raincoats chatted as they walked in the heavy rain. Ibaso was also filled with joy looking at the wild vegetables and fruits in his basket with a constant smile on his face. In the past, to earn money for his grandfather's medical bills, he had to grind for hours online, straining his eyes until he became nearsighted. It had been a long time since he experienced such carefree joy. Today he was able to lead other players to find food using the methods his grandfather had taught him.
That sense of fulfillment is truly extraordinary. It's a pity though.
While searching for wild vegetables, they did not encounter the people called the Rainy Night Clan.
Otherwise it would have been even better. Plus they could earn some gold coins.
However, as long as he completed the tasks at hand, the final reward tally would surely not skimp on his gold coins. While thinking, he opened the communication. Ibasha Tian Step Ancestor brother, we've gathered food. How's the shelter construction going on your end? In the group chat it was eerily quiet. When Tian Step Ancestor saw the message, he briefly froze.
Oh no. I forgot to complete the task. If the commander finds out I was tracking the happy aliens, I'm definitely going to get scolded.
Tian Step Ancestor, the foundation is all set, that place is dry, but we still haven't found the spot for the construction materials that the happy aliens mentioned.
Tian Step Ancestor, happy aliens brother, where did you guys run off to? The happy aliens felt a pang of anxiety. Happy alien the signal here is bad. Ibaso scratched his head. What are these guys doing?
Fortunately, Tian Step Ancestor wasn't too much of a burden. He sent Ibaso the location of the land he had previously blown up.
The land after being steamed would not be completely wet right away. Knowing he might not return for a while, Tian Step Ancestor simply covered the dried area with some fern leaves. Ibashu, oh good.
He obediently led his team toward the marked point. In the rainy night, the warm bonfire was particularly eye-catching.
Look! The camp.
A player named Davarishi pointed toward the bonfire, waving a half-meter-long small sword he had drawn from a lottery.
Wow, everyone did a great job on their tasks.
I was worried they would be useless, but it turns out Tian Step Ancestor is quite reliable. In the area that Tian Step Ancestor dried and blew up, several mechs stood in four corners with protective gear provided by the arena stitched together to form a temporary camp. In the center of the camp, the bonfire emitted an orange glow.
Within the temporary camp, several shadows were moving. Ibasho, let's go. The rain is dripping on us, it's unbearable. Let's get into the camp to warm up. They did so well, let's quickly prepare food for everyone to taste our cooking. No problem. We'll definitely complete the task.
In the Divine Realms screen, several angels with bloodstains on their wings were tending to their wounds. Under the firelight, the cold-faced six-winged angel Akali spoke heavily. In this competition we should only be able to secure second place.
The rain is too corrosive. Swamp Star is likely going to upgrade again.
Without intelligent life forms, all the energy in the star system can be used to supply the planet itself. As the base planet of this star system, Swamp Star's rain has begun to carry dark attributes.
The Rainy Night Clan is completely unaffected by the rain and can even draw energy from it. If we encounter them, our chances of winning are probably not high.
While one of the four-winged angel teammates was cleaning wounds on her wing, she looked up at Akali. Didn't the Lord say for us to take care of the humans? That's only if they can survive the rain and miasma attacks on the first night.
Humans are simply too fragile, even a single swamp pool could take their lives. Not to mention,
those humans entering Swamp Star are all only level 5, not a single level 6 genetic warrior among them. Just as Akali finished speaking, their tent was lifted.
Whoa brothers, impressive.
You knew we'd be cold in the rain. Wow, this fire is really amazing. Warm, let me warm up by the fire. If only there was hot water for a bath. Ibaso lifted his raincoat, placed the basket of food on the ground, then dashed to the bonfire, extending his hands to warm them. Before the angels could react to what was happening, 42 delicate little hands had already gathered around the fire. 300 angels all turned to look at the 21 humans seriously warming themselves by the fire.
Humans! You guys!
Under the orange glow of the campfire, the angelic maiden's figure was strikingly alluring, her wings folded behind her, perfectly mirroring the game character he adored.
Holy Mother Sacred Kesha, who can resist this? Wow! They're all angels, every single one of them. Buddy, wipe your drool, it's dripping on my foot.
Hearing Akali's voice, the players all looked up.
Awe. An overwhelming awe.
Among the biological races of the interstellar cosmos, one of the most aesthetically pleasing to human eyes was undoubtedly the divine race. Before attaining a divine title, all genetic warriors of the divine race manifested primarily in an angelic form. Though genderless, they appeared distinctly feminine. Clad in golden battle armor, their snow-white wings folded behind them, even this single glance was enough to make the players' mouths water. As the saying goes, beauty is justice.
Wei Yuan, well versed in the peculiar tastes of these goofy netizens, couldn't be bothered to issue any capture missions.
These guys would probably end up drooling and following them back to the divine race's star system. And they expected them to make arrests.
Reality aligned closely with Wei Yuan's predictions.
These 21 players, their eyes gleaming with golden light, hadn't even fully warmed up before their faces began to flush.
Oh, you're here for the competition too, right?
We didn't see you at the Lord's Academy Square earlier.
Yeah, what are your names? Are you hungry or thirsty? Let me get you something to eat.
Oh, your wing is injured.
I've got some healing injectors here. The players were enthusiastic and attentive.
Akali's expression turned serious. She hadn't expected that while discussing the humans with her teammates, these very humans would walk in. But she had seen no trace of any humans earlier. How did they find this place? Akali looked at Nightstop, who seemed to be the leader. I am Akali, the divine race commander for this competition. Nightstop coughed, rubbed his chilly hands and extended one toward Akali. Hello, I'm Nightstop, the human race commander for this competition. His words ignited the group chat. The players behind him exchanged winks and smirks. Some even felt like giving him a couple of hits.
Dude, are you rebelling? Xiaxuela, Commander-in-Chief Nightstop, is bluffing his ass off here. This guy's been seduced by beauty.
Nightstop, you make your own identity when you're out.
Don't blame me, bros.
This Akali.
You can't handle her, let me take the lead. She looks just like Sacred Kesha. How dare you? Nightstop, there are plenty more angels here, bros. Divide them among yourselves. What a scumbag, an absolute scumbag. I'm filing a complaint. Xiaxuela, Commander-in-Chief, come expose this bastard. Nightstop, the Commander-in-Chief, put me in charge when he left, right? So I'm the commander. No problem there, our squad's commander, he.
While the players chatted away merrily, Akali watched Nightstop's outstretched hand and mimicked his gesture, reaching out her own.
Human customs seemed numerous. But was he really the human commander?
Akali never thought the slightly shy-looking young man before her would be fooling her.
She nodded solemnly. Before entering the competition, my lord instructed us to assist you.
Are these 21 contestants all that remain of the human race?
Nightstop, huh? No.
Meanwhile, Xiaxuela, trailing behind the sky-stepping ancestor, watched the group chat messages.
Nightstop, he, Commander, these angels are pretty friendly toward us. When are you coming back? Nightstop, could you let me say I'm the Commander-in-Chief? Please, pretty please. Nightstop, after the match ends, I'll kowtow to every one of you. Nightstop, I beg you.
Oil thief, damn, this guy's even more shameless than me, haha.
Goes out for one trip and gives himself a new title.
Beggar in the shadows, kid's got potential. But if you're gonna play it like that, well, I'll start doing it too, side-eye smirk.
Xiaxuela, we've got some business to handle. Nightstop, stall the angel squad and try to get their map. Though lacking the keen elemental perception of the angels, Xiaxuela still sensed something off about this planet.
The rain grew heavier, the pitch-black night bitingly cold. Even inside her mech she shivered. The other players were even worse off.
The squad led by Happy Star was barely holding on.
Tracking all the way, the silhouettes of the Rain Knight clan grew clearer.
Can't take it anymore, man. I wanna log off and get some hot water. I'm done.
Who knows how long we'll have to keep following. Might as well rush in and grab a walking 50,000.
I'm going in. Before Happy Star could react, several mud-caked players behind him leaped out.
Hey. Happy Star reached out a helpless hand. They charged into the rain, howling a woe.
Rain Knight clan. Come fight.
The roar twisted by the rain reached the Rain Knight clan's ears as a bizarre, indescribable sound.
What's that noise? Over there.
The tall black elongated shadows turned their pale terrified faces, revealing two pitch-black swiveling eyes. The mud on the players who had rushed out was washed clean by the rain. But along with the mud, their skin was also stripped away. So when the howling players came face-to-face with the Rain Knight clan members at the rear who had turned to look, those Rain Knight clan members gasped sharply. Their pale, grotesque faces, now twisted with terror, became even more horrifying. The two sides locked eyes and screamed simultaneously.
Ea Eowa. Ea Eowa. Thump thump thump.
The players who had charged out, seized by extreme terror, felt their hearts clench and instantly logged off.
Happy Star was dumbfounded. Wow, youth is great, just drop and sleep.
Behind him, the hearts of Sky-stepping Ancestor and his group also pounded wildly. In the game group chat, the players who had just been scared to death finally came to their senses and started spamming messages before even respawning.
Holy crap, guys, this Rain Knight clan looks even uglier. Scared me to death, boo-hoo. There's a bug in the game.
I've played so many games and this Rain Knight clan isn't even in the top 100 scariest. At most, that sudden turn gave me a jump scare, so why did I die?
The amber flames of the campfire flickered with an almost intimate glow. At least in the eyes of the players it was unbearably intimate. How embarrassing, they had actually touched her hand. Akali watched the player named Yibushu who had been fidgeting awkwardly ever since that brief handshake and felt a wave of confusion. The human commander. Was this how he was supposed to act? He seemed somewhat off. The angels behind her grew hesitant. One of them leaned closer to Akali and whispered, "Commander, could these humans have been corrupted by the darkness after being caught in the rain?" They stared straight at the angels, their eyes occasionally glinting with a strange light. Then they would shout things like, "They're so lifelike. And isn't the game worried about copyright? What a blessing. The divine race is forever supreme." Had humanity after so many years of isolation evolved into something unfathomable? Or had the rain somehow damaged their minds? A short-haired angel beside Akali pointed at her temple and made a circling motion with her finger. The Lord had commanded them to aid humanity, but these humans now seemed beyond help. Akali raised a hand to silence her team's rash remarks. Perhaps these humans were simply drenched from the rain. After all, they were under surveillance, everything they did was seen by the Lord. Even if the humans seemed strange, they must not show overt disdain, instead they should express goodwill. As for how? Akali looked at Yibushu, who was still fidgeting, and cleared her throat lightly. This was the first time Akali had spoken so gently to a 5th-level Gene warrior. "Yibushu, our Lord Fengmushing is a friend of your Lord Wei Yuan. Before we departed he instructed us to assist you. If you need any help that is reasonable, feel free to ask." With that, Akali glanced at the baskets the players had brought. The baskets were filled with all sorts of things: various venomous insects with their heads and tails, removed snakes native to the swamp, and even 3 or 4 marsh star crocodiles. But most of the contents were plants. It seemed that humanity had drawn no nutrient fluids in this lottery, so they intended to survive the entire competition in the swamp star by eating these things. The divine race has little need for food. We can provide you with nutrient fluids. You should avoid trying to eat these plants, many are poisonous. After Akali spoke, the short-haired angel who had earlier doubted the player's sanity nodded in agreement. Your human bodies are fragile. It's better not to consume these things. Even some of us in the divine race cannot digest them. The players collectively erupted in ecstasy. Are they worried about us? Woo-woo, my wife from the 2D world appears in 3D and she's actually caring about me. Woo-woo. At this moment I can die without regret. Ha ha ha. No regrets. One player in a fit of frenzy began cramming all sorts of sweet little fruits from his grass basket into his mouth. Sweet. So sweet. No regrets, brothers. I've been a bachelor all these years and now I finally meet my wife. If I don't log off to take care of some business, I won't be able to hold on. Alright, I'm off, don't miss me too much. With his mouth stained red, he raised a hand in a permanent farewell gesture to the angel who had just warned him. Then, thud. The next second his body went stiff. The thud startled even Yibushu. No way. Is this guy love-struck? Bro, you're love-struck. Whoa bro, no need for that, no need. It's just some angels. But since you're dead, I won't hold back on your corpse. Xiaoshu alad Yibushu, what's going on over there? Yibushu, after reaching the camp, these angels said they wanted to help us, like Yuan Gu sold himself to get us some aid. By you bullshit. Yuan Gu would never sell himself. To you put the Yuan sect stands forever. And Zhong Chi Tao, what do the divine race look like? From your talk these angels must be stunning. Yibushu, you haven't seen them, you wouldn't understand. It's not about looks, it's the shock of having your longtime fantasy wife appear right in front of you. Ah, you're too young to get it. Xia Shuela, focus on the game. Once we smash the Interstellar Alliance, the Lord will reward you with a few angels and you can all enjoy a happy married life with children by the fire. Xia Shuela, now go ask your wife about this rain nightfolk. Happy star, huh? Tatian, old ancestor, huh? Xia Shuela, stop pretending, you bunch of scammers. I'm right behind you. You didn't even clean up your mess, blood everywhere. Happy Star's squad had crawled a long trail and dark red bloodstains marked every inch of the ground they passed. Tatian, old ancestor, and the others had some basic anti-surveillance knowledge, knowing not to leave blood on the ground, but they never realized their own blood was dripping onto the ferns lining the path. The blood-soaked ferns twisted madly out of shape. Wasn't that a clear sign of their route to the enemy? Luckily this time there were only 3 factions. They were tracking the Rain Nightfolk while the divine race remained at their own base. After the initial deaths, Happy Star and the others had charged again. Without exception, every player who charged still had half health, but as soon as they met a Rain Nightfolk member they screamed and died instantly. Later even Tatian, old ancestor, tried the same. It was utterly hopeless. With such a one-way outcome, the players on Xiaozuila's side were still itching to try.
If Xiaoshuela hadn't called a halt, those guys would have undoubtedly suffered a total wipeout.
Is that how you play the game? Just mindlessly grinding down health with waves of attacks?
Xiaoshuela was speechless. Fortunately, it seemed the divine race was not hostile. The players had too little information, but the divine race surely had plenty. When else would they gather intelligence if not now? Xiaoshuela Yibushu, sacrifice your charm and get us some first-hand intel. Wind blows, but Sister Shui, you're getting corrupted. Since when do you talk dirty like Tuyupa?
Xiaoshuela, I can tell you're pretty eager to come back and sacrifice your charm too.
Wind blows, but hee, you caught me. Sister Shui, those guys like Yibuso are clearly shooting nerds who've probably never even touched a girl's hand.
What can they find out? Let me go back and I'll finish the mission in 3 to 5 minutes.
Tuyupa, if that's the case, I think I can go back too. And Zhong Qitao raise hand.
Xiaoshuela denied. Have any of you ever been in love? Can you match Yi Bushouse innocence? The divine race were angels, they needed purity.
Yi Bushouse old face flushed red.
Well, that felt like an insult. Whoosh. Is this what humans are?
The human race wasn't like this before, was it? It's utterly absurd, they just ate those fruits and died.
I remember humans from the past weren't like this.
In the spectator stands, all the audience was baffled by the player's act of gulping down sweet fruits to commit suicide.
Not to mention the spectators on the periphery, even Wei Yuan nearly choked on his own saliva. The players were indeed performing just as consistently as ever.
With such a serious competition, having these goofballs around made it hard to maintain the previous tone. At this moment, across the numerous screens, all viewers were drawn to the 3 screens on the swamp planet. After all, who could have imagined that these interstellar beings who had never left their homes for years and only heard legendary tales of humans without truly encountering them would witness such a spectacle upon their first meeting with the human race?
Other competitions were all about solemnity, caution, and desperate survival.
When it came to humans, they died and revived and died over and over. It wasn't just a disregard for life anymore. It was as if they were treating the competition like a game, as if they were in a simulation drill.
It was too absurd.
Brother Wei, aren't your clansmen afraid of turning into monsters with all this repeated self-cloning? Several other lords who had gathered were also dumbfounded. Earlier, when chatting with Wei Yuan about taking a few humans who cooked, well, he had nonchalantly said they could take them away if they wanted. At that time they thought it was great, they'd bring them back to cook for them every day.
But now they hesitated.
The lords were all a bit hesitant.
With minds that seemed a bit off and a complete disregard for life and death, they hesitated. If they brought them back, wouldn't they cause trouble?
They seemed quite unstable.
Wei Yuan waved his hand. These guys had only seen a fraction of it. The Fourth Calamity's repertoire of tricks was far more extensive.
This was nothing, yet it was just a case of love-struck foolishness.
They really hadn't encountered many thrill-seekers. Actually, this is one of the flaws of our human race. Wei Yuan sighed, took a sip of water and said with concern, after too many clones the side effects gradually emerge. Side effects.
The lords pricked up their ears.
Even Feng Yuxing was curious. These humans indeed seemed abnormal, yet a few appeared normal. That was rather strange. Wei Yuan sighed. As you know, our human population dwindled to near extinction back then.
So apart from humans like me cultivated through frozen embryos and artificial wombs, there are those directly cloned.
This matter, you'll find out eventually anyway, so I won't hide it. The truth is, these clansmen I brought aren't gene warriors.
The consequence of their repeated self-cloning isn't mutation but memory confusion and a tendency to ramble.
In other words, their minds are a bit off. Feng Yuxing nodded with a semblance of understanding. I thought they were all first-generation clones. After all, first-generation clones had all been injected with gene-unlocking agents.
All gene warriors injected with the gene-unlocking agent would have their clones directly mutate after 100 clones.
However, such mutated clones wouldn't suffer from memory confusion.
At most, they'd experience fragmented memory flashbacks lacking the complete memories of the original. Feng Yuxing hadn't expected Wei Yuan to reveal such information to them.
Wei Yuan, isn't this a secret of the human race?
What secret is that?
The angels like Akali are quite popular with my clansmen. If they ask, my people will tell them themselves. Wei Yuan waved his hand. The lords could sense his helplessness. So that was it.
The lords nodded.
It seemed Wei Yuan's role as a lord was no easy task.
Though his subordinates were still human and possessed a kind of immortality, their state was akin to the chaotic races rejected by the Alliance.
They might be just a bit more obedient. Moreover, my clansmen aren't truly unkillable. Wei Yuan confessed, after a certain number of deaths they can't revive. He wasn't lying. If the players ran out of gold coins, they couldn't revive for a while,
but his words set the lords guessing.
Wei Yuan dared to reveal this here, meaning this information would be exposed during their viewing of the competition.
In other words, these humans might indeed become unable to revive.
Alas, Wei Yuan, don't be too disheartened.
At least the first few matches are ranked by score. Even if you don't enter the red zone in time, you can still earn some points based on performance. In later matches you can redeem items with points.
With a bit of luck you might even make the top 10. Wei Yuan glanced at the Lord Academy classmate who had spoken. He didn't look very bright. Slight traces of beast transformation.
So he was from the Beastman race.
Ah, right. Wei Yuan nodded with a smile.
Feng Yuxing also looked at the Beastman Lord with some confusion. What nonsense was he spouting? With such formidable resurrection abilities and space travel talents, these humans had a better chance of winning than even his divine race, didn't they?
But since Wei Yuan didn't speak up, Feng Yuxing didn't bother to correct him. He was more curious. Wei Yuan, you said my clansmen are very popular with the human race, is that true?
Yes, basically among all races your divine race is the most beloved by my clansmen.
Wei Yuan nodded.
Cosplay was best with winged beings, they had the most flavor. That sense of sanctity would drive the players wild.
Feng Yuxing frowned, but there's racial segregation. Wei Yuan hadn't expected Feng Yuxing to bring that up and choked. His game didn't allow anything explicit. Let's first see if your subordinates will follow your orders and help my clansmen.
The Rainy Night clan they were up against was no pushover.
Without the divine race's help, the players might have to retreat in defeat. Wei Yuan leaned back in his recliner, quietly watching the big screen.
At that moment on the divine race's screen, Akali fell into deep thought upon hearing Nightless question. The weakness of the Rainy Night clan. She lowered her eyes for dozens of seconds before slowly speaking.
The divine race possessed the most comprehensive alliance knowledge library.
It was a library more advanced than Ivana. It existed independently in the hands of the divine race, a knowledge library completely closed to outsiders. Within it descriptions of myriad races were extremely detailed, and it was even said they had analyzed and described the Zerg. But such a library required access permissions. Fortunately, Akali had a portion of those permissions.
Now faced with Nightless inquiry, Akali didn't know if she should access the library for this human.
The Rainy Night clan wasn't very strong, but it was exceptionally mysterious, even more so than the long-secluded human race.
Coincidentally, the divine race's library contained a scroll describing the Rainy Night clan. To the players like Nightless, Akali's hesitation looked like the NPC's affinity wasn't high enough yet. Probably the affinity is too low, so we can't get what we want. Right, think back to Amiro and Evan back then, we only got good stuff after raising their affinity.
But what do we have to raise affinity? Use these. The players winked and gestured at Nightless. Nightless caught on instantly and said to Akali with a smile, forget it, the divine race's core information is too important.
If it's really inconvenient to check, don't bother.
It would be terrible if another Rinyu Shengyin showed up. I see you have injured teammates who probably haven't eaten yet.
Wait while whip up something hot to fill your stomachs. Just a moment.
Akali had expected these humans to react negatively to her hesitation. Instead, they started pulling out pots, pans and seasonings from their space devices and began cooking.
The group chat was lively. I like the angels too, but they're not giving the right info. Maybe we should just poison them all. What did they do to you? The divine race's knowledge library can't be accessed casually. Maybe Akali doesn't have permission. But you should have gone to dig wild vegetables alone. Love-struck fools are cute, now get lost. We need to find a way to make these angels talk. Nightless, think of something. Nightless, I already asked directly. No way.
Xiaxuela, the rain seems to be getting heavier, Nightless.
Inside the mech, Xiaxuela wasn't surprised by Nightless' lack of results.
After all, though the divine race seemed friendly with the human race, it was only on the surface. They were still competitors in the match. It would be strange if the angels revealed such crucial information just because Nightless was a pure young man.
Tuyupa, I should have gone. With just a shake of my tiger-like presence, those angels would obediently spill the info.
And Zhong Chi Tao, you're the most shameless. The problem now is the rain's getting heavier. The brothers outside in the rain seem to be struggling.
Ma Kabaka was currently showering in the rain.
The raindrops hit her face with increasing force. Before she knew it, it felt like small pebbles striking her forehead. She reached up and scratched her head only to pull out a handful of hair mixed with blood.
Oh damn, what now? Indeed, what now?
The players were at a loss. This competition was too tough. Xiaxuela's calm voice came through the earpiece to every player.
Everyone, don't worry. Though I haven't figured out why everyone dies upon encountering the Rainy Night clan, we still have time to test. The mech had already recorded the current weather data.
The storm will arrive at dawn.
The mech shield's protective capability will decrease in the storm. Driver, be advised, 37 minutes until the storm hits. 37 minutes she needed to experiment.
Xiaxuela Xingchen Tang Tianlu start squad get ready. Xiaxuela Xingchen is the fastest and Tang Tianlu as an assassin has good stealth skills. You two put on protective raincoats. After the Astarte squad launches a frontal assault, slip in from the side and try to mark the Rainy Night clan members. Xiaxuela, the current tactic is simple: mark the Rainy Night clan before the storm hits. Tomorrow well land directly on the markers and kill them.
It might still require everyone to risk their lives. Xingchen no problem. Tang Tianlu always ready. Astarte squad for the Human Union.
They had been following Xiaxuela all along. The Mech's shield was large enough to cut out over 30 rain capes. Xiaxuela, Wu Shixing, bring out that thing you made a few days ago. Suddenly called out. Wu Shixing was a bit stunned. He had only planned to watch from the sidelines, having heard from the fallen players. Facing the Rainy Night clan triggered intense fear like watching a horror movie alone at home in the dark. Wu Shixing was precisely terrified of horror movies. Now called out by Xiaxuela, he shook his head without thinking. Commander, I'm not playing, I'm not playing.
Didn't you make a head cannon last time?
I didn't say you'd charge in yourself. Xiaxuela said, half laughing, half crying.
Tuyupa and Inzhongqi Tao wanna go right. Relying only on Xingchen and the others might not be enough, so I've decided.
Use your head cannon to shoot Tuyupa and Inzhongqi Tao one by one like cannonballs, sending them spinning at high speed onto the Rainy Night clan members to mark them.
Got it, brothers. Head cannon. That crappy thing is useful now.
Makabakaha, don't just let Tuyupa and Inzhongqi Tao have fun.
I want to try too.
Wu Shixing chuckled. He didn't have to face it himself.
As for the head cannon, he had made it on a whim.
At first some players were intrigued and came to ask, but later they found that the cannon, true to its name, just shot players out. It packed quite a punch, launching players so hard they shattered on impact.
That's right. Heads exploded, hence the name head cannon. Thump. Thump. Here it comes again.
The moment Sakura Fallen Mani's gaze landed on the faces of those Rainy Night clan members, his heart clenched violently. He was already accustomed to their ghostly appearances, so why did fear surge so intensely every time he saw them?
Damn it. Sakura Fallen Mane abruptly sat up from the gamepod. Sweat dripped from his forehead, one bead after another. How terrifying. This is too strange, bros. I died again. I need a moment.
He crawled out of the pod and gulped down a mouthful of hot water.
Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, the Bodhisattva's machine gun just fired not even 2 bullets out and I kicked the bucket.
Crane Song, I dare not go back in, bros. If any of you still dare to revive on the spot, please collect my corpse.
Thanks. Damn. Sakura Fallen Mane, let me drink some water, then he'll go in for another round. I just checked the distance. If I revive just a few more times, I should be able to get close to them. Sakura Fallen Mane, this time the monsters we encountered, could they be using some kind of conceptual divine attack? Why do I feel like I did nothing but sprint toward them and then I just died? Crane Song, maybe you should try closing your eyes next time. Eternal Divine Feather, it's useless. I tried it. When we all charged toward them, I closed my eyes. At first I felt nothing. But as their numbers gathered, the faces of the Rainy Night clan automatically popped into my mind. Eternal Divine Feather, and the fear was even stronger. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. I have to log off to recover. Even though I didn't feel that scared, my body is still trembling offline. Crane Song, it's somatic fear, bro. We need to bask in the sun a bit, warm our backs. Sakura Fallen Mane, Crane Song, you're well read. Think of a solution quick. Crane Song, how can I come up with a solution on the spot? I don't even know the principle behind it. He scratched his head in frustration. Crane Song, a doctor himself, naturally didn't believe they were ghosts, especially since this game was set in a futuristic interstellar world. It couldn't suddenly turn from sci-fi into supernatural horror. Crane Song scratched his head. But now going back into the game to experience the Rainy Night clan's fear. He dared not. He was genuinely scared. Only a guy like Sakura Fallen Mane remained completely unfazed. Crane Song, holding a cup of hot water, crouched on the balcony soaking up the sun. It was so comfortable when the sun was strong. In the game it was pouring rain, gloomy and cold, utterly unpleasant. And those Rainy Night clan members only made his heart uneasy. Sakura Fallen Mane sighed. No choice, bros. If you're too scared, I'll charge in alone. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, as they say, if I don't enter hell, who will? The Bodhisattva will follow you, bro. At least I can collect your corpse. The members of the Astarte squad started a live stream in the game. As long as the camera wasn't aimed at the Rainy Night clan, the viewers wouldn't be affected. Crane Song, sipping hot water and basking in the sun, spoke in the group chat, bro, we've logged off.
Just point the video at those rainy night clan faces.
Let me see if this fear is some damn trick by the devs. Damn bro, don't do that.
If you get scared to death offline, you'll have to rot in jail. The player streaming said this while turning the camera toward the rainy night clan's faces. Not only did he aim the camera, but he also looked away from the screen himself. In that instant, the players who had only been watching the stream hoping to witness the heroic deeds of the two Astartes badasses saw the true visage of the rainy night clan.
Over 300 pale dead faces, their hollow eyes brimming with terror.
Crane Song's eyes widened as he stared at the video posted by the player. Even now watching it still felt a bit frightening, but this fear was entirely different from the one in the game. Watching this video now felt like looking at an illustration from a horror story in his spare time.
So it's just a game after all.
That fear was definitely a game mechanic set by the devs.
Damn, devs must be secretly tweaking the data behind the scenes. Crane Song spat, then opened the group chat. Crane Song, it's confirmed. It's the devs doing. Watching it offline, I hardly feel a thing.
His message was barely sent before it was buried.
Aw bro, why didn't you warn us?
Where's the dog head emoji for protection? Damn you, filming the rainy night clan, you. A rapid barrage of curses flashed by.
Crane Song realized that in that moment many players had fallen into the trap. Many players still in the game were also watching the video.
Caught off guard by the rainy night clan's appearance, they logged off abruptly.
Crane Song's jaw dropped. Wow. So the rainy night clan is some kind of causality weapon in the game. If they're that OP, why bother fighting?
They could just hold a watering can over their heads and stroll to victory.
The sudden mass death of human players shocked even Snowfall.
Back at the camp, while someone was stirring a pot of stew, a player silently slumped and fell headfirst into the fire.
Whoa bro, you just passed out like that.
The player beside him reacted swiftly, grabbing the corpse, and before anyone could notice clicked to recycle it.
This scene shocked the angels.
They stood up in surprise, their wings slightly spread.
What are you doing? Ha! The quick reacting player looked blankly at the wives.
My bro here thought the fire was dying, so he decided to offer himself as fuel.
I'm just pulling chestnuts from the fire, quickly grabbing the relic he left behind after being burned. Look.
He opened his palm, revealing a bright red poisonous fruit, answering nonsense with nonsense.
Are they insane? Is this human really insane? Akali was stunned. The other angels behind her linked their minds instantly.
My lord, are we truly to help humanity?
Commander, these humans are off. I suspect they might be undergoing genetic collapse.
The first thing to go is probably their brains, with mutations occurring inside.
This is too absurd. I've never seen such a bizarre race. Could my lord be deceived by Wei Yuan?
Humanity has been hiding in their homestar all these years. Maybe their people are afflicted with this strange disease.
A few humans talking nonsense is one thing, but now.
The angels were at a loss for words to describe their feelings.
Holy crap.
A living person just stirring the pot with a spoon a moment ago suddenly went limp as if dead.
Even the angels couldn't figure out what happened to that human.
Yet the human beside him immediately grabbed and absorbed him.
No, if he was absorbed there should have been some energy overflow.
But they sensed nothing, he simply vanished. Akali had already spread her wings, her expression grave as she stared at the awkward Night No Retreat.
Human, I think our cooperation requires transparency.
Night No Retreat raised his hands. I surrender.
No, you should say I confess. I'm meek. Ask away.
Akali pressed her lips together. They weren't afraid of her at all.
What kind of creatures are these?
Wei Yuan, your people truly have the traits of a chaotic race. Watching the complex expression on Akali's face through the screen, Feng Yuxing remarked. He had only ever seen one chaotic race on the day his father returned to the Divine Clan. Even with only a head left, that chaotic race could chat and laugh with him.
Amidst their ramblings one could glimpse that they were actually lucid.
But Feng Yuxing's father told him to stay away from that chaotic being. It was said that even their language could corrupt normal beings. At this moment, the humans Wei Yuan had sent into the competition made Feng Yuxing feel they were just like chaotic beings.
What chaotic beings? Don't slander us humans.
They're really like this because they've been cloned too many times. Wei Yuan sighed, cutting off Feng Yuxing's train of thought.
You just said your people would take good care of mine.
Is this your idea of care?
Wei Yuan pointed a skewer at the six-winged angel on the screen.
The six-winged angel Akali was close to being a level 7 gene warrior. With just one gene unlocking potion, she could instantly reach the peak of level 7.
Feng Yuxing looked a bit embarrassed, but recalling Wei Yuan's earlier words he chuckled and shook his head. I can only offer verbal advice.
In actual combat they will naturally prioritize the Divine Clan's interests. After all, what Wei Yuan's people said and did was too bizarre. From the audience's perspective, a large number of humans suddenly died. Then they gradually reappeared, cursing under their breath. Not only did Akali and her angels suspect the players had been corrupted by darkness, even the audience in the stands had their doubts. Wei Yuan coughed and secretly sent a message to the Elder Patriarch via his smart brain. Wei Yuan Patriarch, it's time for you to step in and prove our people's identity. Crane Song held his empty cup, feeling warm all over. The game wouldn't create an impossible situation. Brothers, I feel like I've caught onto something. The Rainy Night Clan's weakness should be something simple. Otherwise, with this killing method in the game, they could dominate the entire Interstellar Alliance. They might even scare the bugs to death. Sakura Fallen Mane had died countless times. He felt the fear coming faster and faster. Before, there was a buffer of a few seconds. Now, as soon as he revived and took a step forward, he died. Thank goodness the last big battle had earned him a hefty pile of gold coins, or he wouldn't have been able to afford this. He kept dying and logging off, still finding time to message Cranesong. Doc, you've got the brains. Think of something quick. I'm barely catching my breath between logging on and off. And Xiao Tang, when are you guys making a move? Tang Tianluo just drew the dagger I wanted. About to move now. Boss, can you feel if their attention is all on you? Sakura Fallen Mane, don't make it hard for me. I die just by lifting an eyelid. Let me check. Just lifting his eyelids cost him 2 deaths, but he actually noticed something. Those 300 plus Rainy Night Clan members were all huddled together, staring at him in terror. Their terrified expressions reflected in Sakura Fallen Mane's pupils. The fear magnified infinitely. His heart burst with a single thump. Sakura Fallen Mane, they're all on me. Don't know why, but they're all staring at me, hee hee. Sakura Fallen Mane, guess they're impressed by my persistent, indomitable spirit. Sakura Fallen Mane, hee hee. Cranesong, your gold coins are impressed too. Sakura Fallen Mane, not hee hee. Tang Tianluo, alright, we're setting off. In the players' simple minds, as long as they didn't look at those dead faces, they wouldn't be afraid. So Xingqian and Tang Tianlu blindfolded themselves with black cloth. They knew the general location anyway. Once they landed on the Rainy Night Clan members and marked the spot, the players could directly teleport to their side without damage. As for how to capture them, that was up to Snowfall the commander. Wind and rain raged. The black cloth wrapped around Xingqian's pale face. 2 cold glinting Tang swords reflected her elegant jawline in the rain. Makabaka, Xingqian, the big shot is so damn cool. Toyupo, soon I'll catch up to Xingqian's pace. Watch me explode into a blood mist above them. The cannon barrel of the head cannon opened. Wu Shixing, stop chatting. Get in. I'm about to fire. SSS, it's freezing, bro. Toyupo recoiled at the cold touch of the barrel. But he still obediently crawled into the cannon, his head sticking out. Cold, 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 bro. Light the fuse and warm my butt. Wu Shixing, don't you dare crap in my cannon, you filthy thing. Ignition. Boom. A massive cannon blast rang out. The Rainy Night Clan members all shuddered in unison. Seizing the moment, Xingqian leaped up and charged toward them. Under the cover of night, Tang Tianlu's figure moved like a ghost, silent and invisible. So terrifying. A young child among the Rainy Night Clan, face full of fear, screamed. Instantly the fear radiated from him, amplified 100-fold by his kin's collective energy. Night No Retreat raised his hands to Akali. Akali were really not bad people. That teammate of mine just got scared to death by the Rainy Night Clan. It's true. Believe me, boo-hoo. Impossible. The short-haired angel also spread her wings. The Rainy Night Clan's attack method is simply to amplify the fear they feel 100-fold and release it back at the target that frightens them. This clan member of yours is right here. How could he possibly make the Rainy Night Clan feel fear? Wu Shixing. The voice of Yi Busso in the earpiece was so tragic. Stop. You can't fire that head cannon. Ha! Wu Shixing responded in bewilderment. Then without a second's hesitation he pressed the launch button beneath his hand. What would happen if it gets launched? The Tuyupa, whose head was the only thing visible from the cannon barrel, also craned his neck to look back. Yeah, why can't we fire? Yi Busso heard the sound of the button, you pressed it. Wu Shixing picked his nose. Yep. Oh, then it's nothing. All of you get ready to restart. Boom. While flying through the air, Tuyupa intended to ask more questions, but soon he felt his bottom burning, then his head. After feeling dizzy, the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was the 300 Rainy Night Clan members below, staring up at him in terror. Ah! The scream spread like a sonic wave. Even the raindrops were distorted by its force. Slap. Tuyupa's head exploded like a watermelon the instant after he was scared to death. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud.
The once lively viewing platform fell into absolute silence the moment Chu Yupa's body hit the ground. The spiritual attack range of the Rainy Night clan was limited.
The Lord Academy had already set up corresponding defenses so the audience watching the video feed were not affected. But at this moment they found the humans' method of attack far more terrifying than the Rainy Night clan's abilities. The audience could already see that among the previously calm Rainy Night clan members over a dozen of the younger ones were clutching their hearts, gasping for air.
This is a human.
The few lords beside Wei Yuan dared not even chew the food in their mouths. They turned their heads stiffly to look at him. Their fingers trembled slightly.
Brother Wei, are those your people?
At that moment in the video everyone could see that most of the participating humans had been killed by the mental assault. The ground was littered with corpses, which was somewhat horrifying, but it was nothing compared to what they had just done. Though the Rainy Night clan members seemed timid using fear feedback to kill their enemies, they could actually withstand an extremely high level of terror. But now in the instant that the head burst open and midair spun out and still wore a smile as it exploded with a pop right before them. Several Rainy Night clan members were scared into a mental freeze. The humans who had their emotions bounced back were truly twisted enough to even terrify the Rainy Night clan into a standstill. Brother Wei, if you keep playing like this your people might get scared into lunatics.
Can they still be resurrected? The original clone would carry the memories of death. Would those humans dare to revive after enduring such a horrifying mental shock?
The lords were all astonished. Regardless of actual strength, the Rainy Night clan's best record was a level 4 gene warrior using fear feedback to scare off a level 7 interstellar pirate.
These humans had suffered from not knowing the Rainy Night clan's abilities.
But now those angels of the divine race had already informed them of the skills.
Would these humans dare to come back online? Wei Yuan knew what all the Interstellar Alliance audience was anticipating.
He also wondered if the players would need his help. After all, mental attacks were indeed troublesome. Wasting resources on the Rainy Night clan was pointless, they might as well go after the divine race.
Wei Yuan pondered inwardly, maybe he should issue a quest for the players to capture those chicken-winged girls of the divine race.
Even a love-struck fool wouldn't hesitate when gold coins were involved. After all, if romance blocked the path to wealth, even if what appeared before them was a succubus, these players would not hesitate to capture the beauties they cried out for as wives. Gold coins, they were all walking gold coins.
Being a lord was sometimes truly troublesome. Wei Yuan stroked his chin.
If not to balance the assets of these players outside, he would have been reluctant to distribute so many gold coins. Who would have thought that inflation was caused by the players setting up stalls at the Lord Academy's entrance?
Just as Wei Yuan was about to issue new quests,
the player group chat exploded. Wind blows, but woo-woo, I'm going to go broke, brothers.
My gold coins are almost gone. In Luoma Zone, I haven't even spoken yet, bro. Damn.
In Luoma Zone, I was wondering why every time I died died again and revived, the closer I got to them the faster they killed me.
Hisang, hahaha, who wouldn't be scared seeing you like that? I'm dying of laughter.
To you, but don't mention it, I still feel both my head and butt are warm.
Begging in the dark, but what do we do now?
If we can't deal with these guys, well, lose money on this run.
Tang Tianlu, bro, I was about to make a cool entrance, but I got killed by indiscriminate attacks. My dagger is still out there.
Xing Chen, my Tang sword is also.
Makabaka, the commander hasn't spoken yet. Commander.
Makabaka, commander, it's snowing, have you figured out how to deal with them?
Happy alien, I revived, bros.
I just used another appraisal skill, useless. There's still nothing in the weak spot.
So shall we go revive one more time? Honestly, I need to bask in the sun right now to warm up my corpse. Me too, I need the sun. It's snowing. Who had just moved his gaming pod under the sunlight reconnected to the group chat.
Seeing that someone had already mentioned him.
It's snowing, although I haven't found their weakness yet, I've thought of a way.
Brothers, it might require everyone to move their gaming pods into the sun. It's snowing, forget about the heavy rain for now, we at least need to catch a few Rainy Night clan members to fill our coffers. It's snowing, we're already in this mess, everyone's heart should be a bit tougher by now. When It's Snowing's message appeared in the group chat, the others stopped talking. But immediately the players saw a devilish statement. It's snowing, even the Rainy Night clan must have a limit to the fear they can endure. It's snowing, they've scared us to death so many times.
This time let's show them what Chinese-style horror really is. It's snowing, forget the money, it's not about that.
It's the principle of the thing.
I just can't swallow this. Agreed.
Agreed one, after basking in the sun I feel much better.
I've moved the gaming pod under the sun, brothers, I'm ready.
Let's give it one hell of a fight, can't just swallow this humiliation.
Wei Yuan stared at the messages in the group chat.
Then looking at the battle plan deployed by Xiaxuela, he was utterly stunned.
Damn.
Are these guys going to mess with the Rainy Night clan? The rain was falling harder. A faint mist rose over the swamp planet. Amid the rainy fog, the few Rainy Night clan members who had been trembling and unable to stand earlier were gradually recovering. They were relatively young clan members with lower gene levels. The Rainy Night clan commander standing at the front still bore terror on his pallid face. The rain washed the blood off their bodies. The Rainy Night clan commander covered his face with both claws. Are they all recovered? The few Rainy Night clan members beside the commander shook their heads. After enduring such a horrifying scene, everyone was still trying to regain their composure. The people of the Star Alliance only knew that the Rainy Night clan could reflect fear. They did not know that the Rainy Night clan themselves were also very timid. It was precisely because of their timidity that they could amplify fear to such an extent. The Great Lich King still wants us to suppress humanity severely. Why can't they be killed? Woo-woo, that scared me to death. That one guy kept reviving and dying over and over, it terrified me. Stop it. Humans are truly terrifying. Once they've been scared to death like this, won't they dare to revive again? Maybe their clones won't dare to return to the battlefield now. We should be safe. Then let's go collect the human corpses. The Great Lich King said to bring them back to him. Then, let's carry the corpses together and piece the map together. A storm is coming and the true danger of this planet is about to awaken. We must reach the red zone quickly. Let's go, let's go. The voices of the Rainy Night clan members sounded like the patter of rain. But if one listened closely, they could still be understood. Xiaxuela, retrieve your corpses, then play dead and start your performance. Once their positions are confirmed, Wushixing your head cannon can begin its work. Roger. 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 All players returned to where they had died and lay back down in their original positions. After injecting the gene serum, they could regulate their bodily reactions. Their blood flow slowed to an extreme crawl, their heartbeats decelerated. Their breathing even diminished gradually. The rain was too heavy. The Rainy Night clan could not rely on hearing to determine if the players were truly dead. They thought that after such a fierce attack of fear, these clones, even if recloned from the originals, would probably not dare to return. After all, even many of their own clansmen had been half scared to death. The Rainy Night clan members stood over 2 meters tall, pitch black all over, with only a face resembling a long dead human. They groped forward, nervously heading toward where the humans had fallen. Ingluomazon lay there with utter serenity among the players. He was the closest to these creatures. Hidden beneath a piece of sheet metal, he couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. Soon he would spring up, scare the Rainy Night clan witless, then quickly revive and grab them. Just imagining those deadpan faces letting out earth-shattering screams filled him with delight. Even if he got reflected and scared to death again, it would still be worth it. As Ingluomazon was lost in his fantasy, the tall ghostly shadows swiftly swept past him one after another. You go pick up that corpse. I'm not going, you go. You go. No, it's bad luck. Ingluomazon, meow meow meow. In the end, among the 300 Rainy Night clan members, not even their commander came to pick up Ingluomazon's corpse. All the dark figures instinctively moved away from him. In the game group, Hisong laughed loudly. Hisong, ha 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 ha, the despised Ingluomazon. Pushin Pusa Amitbach, Captain, it seems your fearsome reputation has been firmly established in the hearts of these Rainy Night clan members. Pushin Pusa, now it's the Bodhisattva's turn to take the stage. This kind-hearted Bodhisattva is about to follow in the footsteps of Earthstore, isn't he? Pushin Pusa, as they say, if I don't enter hell, who will? Gurgle gurgle. Happy alien, huh? Bodhisattva, what's that sound from your side? Pushin Pusa, I'm sinking into the swamp. Dark figures appeared one after another. Even lying on the ground, the players could catch glimpses of them from the corners of their eyes. As long as they didn't startle them, the Rainy Night clan were just like ordinary gene war. Pushin Pusa revealed only half his head from the swamp pool, stealthily peeping at the Rainy Night clan members like a crocodile. They lifted the players who were playing dead off the ground. The players had deliberately scattered their death positions. Even when some were close, the Rainy Night clan could only gather in groups of 2 or 3 at most. Once the players were hoisted up and sure there were no more Rainy Night around, they immediately patted the shoulder of the clansman carrying them. The Rainy Night clan member looked down and met the eyes of the player who had ended their feigned death. With a kindly 8-tooth grin, the player stiffly twisted their body, then rapidly rotated their head, wrapping their arms and legs around the Rainy Night clan member. Give me back my life, give me back my life, give me back my life, the repeated cries delivered in deliberately eerie voices echoed endlessly. In the dead of night, under the heavy rain, the humans twisted their bodies like pretzels and crawled wildly over the Rainy Night. Screams burst from the Rainy Night clan member's mouth. Before dying, the player grinned, then quickly revived and teleported instantly to the point marked by Wushixing. Press. Wushixing numbly slammed the button beneath his hand. Whenever he sensed a player revive at that spot, he immediately pressed the key.
Countless head cannons fired off.
The Rainy Night clan, who had just digested their fears, suddenly heard that ghostly voice again.
Give me back my life.
Where did the sound come from? The members of the Rainy Night clan were already a bit dazed. The moment they looked up, they found themselves locked in a gaze with a head that seemed disconnected from their body. It was a very familiar head. The smile on that head was so recognizable. They heard it slowly speak, "Return my life." Blood exploded, splattering all over the face of the Rainy Night clan member. He shuddered all over. His tall body even began to tremble. Even though he managed to reflect the fear back, he was still frightened himself. The member of the Rainy Night clan scrambled and crawled away, wanting to find the main force. He couldn't stay here alone as a member of the Rainy Night clan.
Crawl. Run. Run. An eerie sound of a swona suddenly echoed in the night.
The sound of heavy rain could not drown out the swona. It was mournful and chilling. An indescribable sense of horror enveloped the players hiding in the corner, who struggled to put on the mourning clothes made of white cloth by the logistics team. The smart brain played the classic swona sound from Mr. Zombie. Coupled with the rainy and foggy weather, it was a perfect kill.
The wide robe enveloped the player's feet. He stood on tiptoe, quickly maneuvering with his calves. He appeared to float.
With both hands dangling and his neckband, he gigglingly rushed towards the Rainy Night clan member, who was already terrified and wide-eyed.
Return my life. Return my life. Return my life.
Before he finished his words, he was hit by the passive attack from the Rainy Night clan member. However, death was merely a new beginning. Just as he died, he quickly revived and changed into a set of red robes. Thud. Beside Wei Yuan, the Orc clan leader swallowed hard and silently crossed his arms.
The attacks of the Rainy Night clan were intangible. The frenzied actions of humans, however, were very tangible.
He watched on the screen as several members of the Rainy Night clan appeared, trembling in fear and frozen in place. Then those humans, while shouting "Return my life," raced past and covered them with a large black box. Next, several humans crawled out from who knows where, quickly lifted the black box and happily ran away. How perverse. The Orc clan leader didn't even want to watch the match of his own family members.
His entire focus was on the human side of the screen.
These guys are too outrageous, right? What use is it to capture members of the Rainy Night clan? Wei Yuan felt a slight pang in his teeth. Red and white rush mournful melodies of the swona rain and fog, 100 ghosts carrying coffins. 6.
Can these operations really be conceived by humans?
What are the weaknesses of the Rainy Night clan members? They didn't even bother to try. They merely relied on infinite respawns, terrifying those members of the Rainy Night clan into a stupor.
Ding.
Congratulations to the Astartes team for capturing a level 5 member of the Rainy Night clan. Reward 500,000 gold coins.
Ding.
Congratulations to the Happy Alien team for capturing a level 5 member of the Rainy Night clan. Reward 500,000 gold coins.
Ding.
Congratulations to the Snowfall team for capturing a level 5 member of the Rainy Night clan. Reward 500,000 gold coins.
Ding. Ding.
After several dinging system notifications, the members of the Rainy Night clan finally reacted. They quickly gathered together. Although they were frightened half to death, these clan members still maintained a relatively good mindset. They weren't completely scared out of their wits. So they were able to escape. Even so, everyone was already shaken to their core. The commander leading the Rainy Night clan looked like a corpse, tears streaming down his face. "Let's go, the heavy rain is coming, we must leave, we can't endure this, we can't endure this. Run, Sob, it's too terrifying." Just as they were fleeing, the heavy rain began to pour. In just a split second, Snowfall was still contemplating whether to continue the chase. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and in an instant a torrential downpour struck. As the raindrops hit the exposed skin of the players, their skin began to corrode. "Sister Snow, my health is dropping, it's dropping."
Congratulations to the player for completing the capture mission, activating the branding system.
The player or player team can slave brand the captured object. Once branded, it can be stored in the game backpack. As soon as Snowfall thought about what to do if the captured members of the Rainy Night clan escaped, the system popped up with the branding system.
What a timely rain.
Quick, let's brand these members of the Rainy Night clan first, then we'll teleport directly to the camp of Yibu Shou. This heavy rain is probably just the prelude, something even more terrifying is bound to appear. Snowfall's judgment was spot on. Just as they finished branding these members of the Rainy Night clan, the mist on the ground began to slowly condense with the constant dripping of. With the mist rising, the players hadn't even reacted before they were dead. "Hurry, we'll collect the corpses later." A single phrase from Snowfall.
Xingchen picked up his dropped dual blades at the last moment and with a flicker appeared at the angel camp. Yibuso was raising his hands high. The angels after spreading their wings stood coldly in midair, their judgment bearing a holy aura. White wings indescribably beautiful. Answer me, have you been corrupted by darkness? The divine race had always held a dominant position within the Star Alliance. Even in the era when humanity struck back fiercely, they were never severely defeated. Since the founding of the Star Alliance, the divine race had always occupied a high position transcendent above all other races. They did not meddle in alliance affairs, but they absolutely forbade chaotic races from entering the alliance. In the eyes of the divine race, a dark invasion was no less harmful than an invasion of the insect race. At this moment, the anomalies of the players had already aroused the vigilance of this six-winged angel. Although you do share many similarities with the first generation of that era. Akali's pupils blazed with dazzling golden light. But their fearlessness of death is completely different from yours. You mock death. Akali unfurled her 6 wings and hovered in the air, her golden gaze pressing down on the players below. The 20 players were now somewhat bewildered. No way, why did this NPC suddenly go berserk? Mock death. When the hell did I mock death? Yibusho, quick, persuade your wife to stop. Stop, Akali, there are humans everywhere. No sir, we have to pay to die, you know. The players' chatter made the angels present even more alert. They were starting to speak nonsense. After humanity vanished, many races had forgotten what the original first-generation humans were like. However, the divine race had experience cooperating with them. Coincidentally, in her childhood, Akali had also fought alongside humanity. She greatly admired the heroic leaders of the first-generation humans. They were fearless and valued kinship. On the battlefield, no matter how severe their private quarrels, once on the field those humans would still die for their comrades. But now, Akali looked at these humans before her who completely disregarded death. They would suddenly eat poisonous fruits, and even after a teammate died without knowing the cause, they would immediately absorb him. Confused, thinking, speaking nonsense. They were invaded. Even though their language had no infectious power, Akali still felt that they must have been invaded. Chaotic dark invasion must be eradicated. Even if they can continuously revive, the divine race still has the duty to purge the invasion. Even if they are humans. Akali could still recall the voices and faces of the first-generation humans. Who would have thought that the descendants you swore to protect would turn out like this? Since they are only 5th-level gene warriors, then Yen, you go and judge. Akali gave the order. The short-haired angel on the right, her eyes slowly blooming with golden light. This angel named Yen reached out and grasped the air. A weapon wreathed in endless flames was drawn as she moved her arm. Spatial technology. This was the divine race's own technology, more advanced than the Alliance's spatial tech. At this moment, the audience erupted in exclamations. They hadn't expected to see it in the first match. But when their gazes fell on the players, those kids widened their eyes and shouted awesome with excitement. The special effects are absolutely amazing. It feels like the 3D version is better than the 2D. I could play this game forever. So cool, even though I don't know why these waifus suddenly went berserk, hee hee. Getting beaten by angels only costs 1 healing potion, hee hee hee, such a small price worth it. Wei Yuan listened to the player's irreverent words and rubbed his forehead. These idiots, did they really think the angels were joking? These angels were extremely persistent in their work. As long as the players had gold coins to revive, they would keep hunting them down. Trouble. Wei Yuan glanced at Feng Yuxing, who sat beside him with a suddenly serious expression. Feng Yuxing was born after humanity. He was a completely new deity. He was formed from the bloodline extending from the heart of the God King when he sensed the need for a successor. So he had never seen the first-generation humans. But from the oral traditions of the divine race, he held a great fondness for humans. However, Akali believed that those humans had been invaded by chaotic darkness. Wei Yuan, I can't help you. Feng Yuxing knew what Wei Yuan wanted to say when he looked at him. Chaotic darkness is the mortal enemy of the divine race. The myriad races might not care, but it is a terrible virus. Once it invades, not just humans but the entire alliance will be in danger. Wei Yuan, you should investigate as soon as possible how many of your people have shown this phenomenon of speaking nonsense and suddenly going mad. They might all have been invaded. Feng Yuxing said with a heavy tone, this is indeed a great blow to humanity, but Wei Yuan, for safety. I know it's hard. Wei Yuan. No, you don't know anything. Wei Yuan closed his eyes in pain. My people are like this, they are chaotic jokers, not chaotic darkness. The divine race is done for. They could even detect this. System. Wei Yuan called out to the system in his mind system, what's going on?
Can the divine race detect otherworldly invasions? The chaotic darkness the divine race speaks of is not the existence summoned from another world like the player's chaotic darkness has always existed in this universe. It just shares some characteristics with what the players show. The divine race cannot sense the system summoning chaotic darkness is not even fit to polish the player's shoes. The system was also speechless.
Chaotic darkness trying to frame the fourth calamity. This is a cross-universe frame-up. Wei Yuan was also silent. So there are just too many jokes.
They actually thought they were carriers of the chaotic darkness virus.
Absolutely ridiculous. Wei Yuan roared inwardly. That's why I always told them to be more steady.
The things they do, each one seems like something no normal carbon-based creature could think of.
Now even I, the Lord, can't enter the competition venue to help you.
Sigh. Wei Yuan let out a low sigh. Feng Yuxing thought he was a bit sad. After all, after so many years humanity had finally created a clone of the original, and it had only been cloned not long ago.
Probably this competition was meant to be its debut.
It was detected that chaotic darkness had invaded.
Feng Yuxing put himself in Wei Yuan's shoes and couldn't help but sympathize with him.
If the human race needs help, they can truly seek refuge from my divine race. Many of the divine race's people still harbor feelings for humanity. After all, the divine race had lived long enough. The bonds from the first generation of humanity still existed. Sheltering them was entirely feasible.
Wei Yuan waved his hand and said, "It's a bit noisy, brother. Stop talking.
What nonsense about seeking refuge?
Once humans actually go under the divine race's banner for protection, they'll become a subordinate race." Was he joking? Feng Yuxing, upon closer inspection, was also a black-hearted schemer.
Wei Yuan only cared about when his players would realize the angels genuinely intended to kill them. And it was the kind that slays upon resurrection. This group of love-struck fools indeed deserved a harsh lesson. Just as Yan's flaming weapon was fully drawn, the player who had just retrieved his comrade's corpse lost his head.
Judgment. Yan's weapon cleaved through his neck.
A fleeting sensation of scorching heat passed.
The remaining 19 players stood stunned. No way, are they serious? Weren't we supposed to be a friendly faction? Damn, she's coming again.
Yan effortlessly killed a player and immediately swept her gaze over the others. Her wings fully spread as she flew toward the players. Yibuso quickly dodged with a swift maneuver, but the flaming weapon she held grazed him with its flames. Instantly his skin cracked and blistered from the burns.
What a damn overpowered weapon, brothers. These angels really want us dead. What do we do? What else can we do? With just the 20 of us here, we can only wait to die. Calling the commander. Calling for backup. Hello, SOS. SOS. Calling for help now. I'm afraid it's too late.
Akali raised a protective barrier. The nature of chaotic darkness made her cautious.
My barrier is already activated. Your teammates won't make it now.
The moment her words fell, a pale blue teleportation square, a mosaic of light only visible to players, appeared.
A black-haired girl's dual blades gleamed with biting cold, blocking the flame weapon about to slash Yi Bushao's neck. Crackle.
The harsh clash of weapons echoed in Yi Bushao's ears.
Xingchen's cool profile, her long black hair and the gleaming tang swords made Yi Bushao's eyes sparkle with admiration. After blocking Yan's strike, Xingchen glanced sideways and saw Yi Bushao still standing there dumbfounded.
She immediately raised her leg and kicked the fool flying. Rolling far into a corner, Yi Bushao looked up and watched Xingchen execute a graceful turn, her tang sword slicing horizontally, instantly turning the tables. So this is a top-tier player. Yi Bushao marveled. He used to play games only to make money as a booster. Though had heard that players worshipped elite gamers. He had always scoffed at that. Weren't top players just gamers themselves? What made them different from him? They all played the same game, who was superior to whom?
After entering Star Humans, many players from his cohort joined the alliance led by Tu Yupo. All because of one reason. Xingchen was there.
At the time he found it unbelievable and asked a few players he was close with. The unanimous reply was, because we want to be Xingchen's dog. The shock he felt back then, Yi Bushao cursed them as idiots in his heart and went off to mine. Even now, weren't they all at the same level? All at level 5. Was there really a need to worship another player that much?
Now.
He gazed at Xingchen's figure.
Yi Bushao couldn't help but murmur, "Xingchen, I want to be your dog." Want to be a dog. Beside Yi Bushu, more blue teleportation mosaics appeared.
Tu Yupo lowered his head, demonically leaning close to Yi Bushao's ear, and whispered, "Want to be Xingchen's dog?
You have to queue up.
Young man, join our alliance and it'll give you a chance to be a dog." And Zhong Qitao, standing beside Tu Yupo, covered his face and chuckled softly. Alas, Xingchen was simply an off-the-charts player. Even though everyone had reached level 5, they had only attained the physical constitution. They hadn't yet begun learning actual combat techniques. Thus when facing the angel wielding a flaming weapon they were still caught off guard. But Xingqian was different. Among all players her overall strength was arguably the highest.
Moreover, the two weapons Wei Yuan had given her were in no way inferior to the angel's armament. Under fierce combat Yan's previously calm expression could barely hold. She stared in shock at the black-haired girl before her. So strong. The two Tang swords danced without the slightest hesitation. Yan was already losing ground. Each time she parried one sword strike she had to dodge the other's assault. But asking for help now would be too shameful. Seeing her comrades seemed about to intervene, Yan bellowed, "Let me handle this myself." Akali also raised a hand to stop the other angels. She watched the human girl in awe. Amid the flashing blade light, Yan's defenses crumbled piece by piece. Finally she even activated the energy within her weapon. The scorching heat raised the temperature of the entire camp. Yet even so Xingqian still sliced through her weapon's defense and cut open Yan's wing. Wincing in pain, Yan twisted to block with her flaming armament. But Xingqian's other Tang sword had already swung horizontally. This time she tried to channel the energy a level 5 Gene warrior could wield. A third of the energy flowed from her palm into the blade. As the sword's patterns lit up, a crack sounded, the flaming weapon snapped cleanly. Seeing the Tang sword aimed at her neck, Yan despaired. For the first time she felt death so close. "Stop!" Akali shot out several feathers. Xingqian used one Tang sword to block them while the other blade pierced through Yan's spine without hesitation. Then, like discarding trash, she threw Yan aside. Yan fell gravely wounded. When she tried to get up she realized she could no longer move. At the same time a pitch-black dagger was pressed against her neck. A grinning youth crouched beside her. "If you don't want your kin to die right now, Akali, you can keep attacking." Xia Shuela slowly appeared within the camp amid the mosaic of light. Is this the mental shield activated by a level 6 Gene warrior? The Hi-Pi alien playfully lifted the membrane covering the camp. The membrane used by the angels was in fact the mecha shield distributed during the Lord Academy competition. Outside the mecha shield's membrane there was an additional layer of faint mental protection. As the heavy rain fell upon the mental shield it surprisingly seemed to encounter resistance sliding down along the edges. Akali's expression instantly turned extremely grim. When it started snowing she entered the camp in high heels, but she didn't sense anything at all. Moreover, the hundreds of players following her all appeared. The human contestants. All of them appeared. Akali quickly scanned the crowd and counted them. Not a single one was missing. Her golden pupils constricted slightly. Even the human who had just died while cooking appeared. Cloning. What kind of cloning technology is this strong? It seemed that the secrets hidden by the human race were a bit too many. Were they really not invaded by chaos? Stepping in high heels she walked step by step in front of the crowd. When facing the angels the little CEO from Earth Snow actually had no advantage in momentum. Furthermore, Akali had now spread her wings hovering in midair. And Snow had to look up at her. However, Snow's face caused countless audience members to gasp in shock. This is the human right. I remember it was this little girl who crazily cut open her own neck to lure out the transformation of the Elven Queen in Yushingyin with blood and flesh. Are humans really such ruthless characters now? It's simply too insane. To be honest, I'm a bit worried that my people might encounter these lunatics during the competition. Exactly. Now the Lords of the Alliance have started to think of humans as a group of madmen. The kind that is terrifyingly organized and disciplined. They really do things with an air of disregard. Even if they are high-level it can be a bit intimidating. At this moment Akali's feelings were quite similar to those of the audience outside. Akali, it was you humans who suddenly intruded into our camp. Before the old ancestor of the sky treading could even see the hint in Snow's eyes he tightened his buttocks and dashed forward. You're talking nonsense. The base of this camp was captured by me. We were just taking a nap and you shameless angels came to occupy the camp I had just cleaned up. They almost blew themselves up back then. How could these angels be so shameless? What do you mean it's their camp? Bah! Just because they look good doesn't mean they can spout nonsense and steal his achievements. The old ancestor even used his smart brain to play the video that recorded the events at that time. He stared wide-eyed, looking as if he had truly been wrong, yet inwardly he was wiping sweat off his brow. Fortunately he had been afraid that the Hi-Pi alien would run around, and after following the commander said he hadn't done any work. So he told his teammates to definitely record videos as evidence. He didn't expect it would come in handy here. In the video the old ancestor and his teammates were clearly seen driving away poisonous insects amidst black smoke. The angels of the divine race also felt a bit embarrassed.
After all, they initially chose this place because it was situated high with thin bog gas and there were even no poisonous insects. They had considered that this might be a foothold for the human race, but they never expected them to be so crazy. They directly used fire to burn the bog gas. Akali, although we arrived late, there was no one guarding this place at that time. She didn't want to argue over such trivial matters and shifted her gaze to the smiling boy.
Akali, let Yan go, we can have a talk.
Your race's behavior is too similar to that of the chaotic dark invasions carriers, so I can't help but suspect that you have already been invaded by the chaotic darkness. Akali looked at Snow. Although the latter had shown a very frenzied state while confronting Anya Shengyin, she could tell the moment she saw Snow that she had not been invaded. Those eyes were absurdly calm.
No.
To be precise, they were eyes filled with indifference, quite different from the cold face of the black-haired girl who had wielded twin blades earlier. Snow seemed not to care much about the surrounding world. Akali suppressed her mild discomfort. She was just a level 5 gene warrior. Why did these humans look at her with various emotions but not a shred of respect? At least Akali could still feel that the initial humans who came to the tent had goodwill towards them, angels, but now she had to admit that although these humans were different from the first generation in many aspects, when it came to coordinating against outsiders they indeed showed a ghostly demeanor. When it came to turning against each other, everyone immediately flipped together. From the moment the players appeared in the tent, various weapons appeared in their hands.
Akali even saw a few humans picking up high-end particle cannons.
If the chaotic dark invasion occurs, the impact on the Interstellar Alliance is no less than that of the insect race, so we must treat it with caution.
Chaotic invasion. Snow tilted her head. She didn't often play games and was unfamiliar with the term.
The oil thief saw the commander's confused expression and immediately slipped to her side, whispering in Snow's ear, "Commander, according to the gaming community we really are a chaotic invasion." As the oil thief spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up.
This game is so exciting. Ha!
Snow turned her head in surprise. She was stunned when she made eye contact with her oil thief. What the heck, are they really a chaotic invasion?
Does that mean they can't coexist peacefully with these angels?
The oil thief nodded. This can also be considered a little tip from the gaming community. Some large-scale online games are so realistic that players feel that it is another universe where all NPCs truly exist. And we as game players entering the game, isn't that an external invasion? Everyone jokingly calls themselves the Fourth Calamity, but for the NPCs in the game that is a chaotic invasion. The playful players call themselves chaotic clowns. Snow felt a sense of enlightenment.
Right.
This game is so well made, it must be different from other games. For those artificial intelligences that might not have even passed the Turing test, they might really be a complete real world. Then aren't the players a chaotic invasion?
Chaos represents a lack of stance.
In the game, players don't truly have good or evil. It's quite common to do good one second and mess things up the next.
This could be troublesome. Snow exchanged a glance with the oil thief. Pooh.
Ha ha ha, Wei Gu, your clan members. I'm going to die laughing. They can't possibly be the vessels for the chaotic darkness invasion. Why is it so Aren't they aware that this match would be broadcasted? No, they must have forgotten. Whispering does no good. With this logic, what was the name of that human from the clan?
What was it?
Oil Stealer. Right, the Oil Stealer. Let's give a big thumbs up. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculously funny chain of logic. Because the chaotic invasion likes to talk nonsense, they've been deemed as chaotic invaders.
Wei Gu. Ha ha ha.
Your clan members still need to learn a lot of basic common sense. That's right, even if they are clones of original humans, they should learn some basic knowledge of the current interstellar era. Wei Yuan was laughing heartily, patted on the shoulder by a few relatively close lords. At this moment he really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The system had replaced all the comments made by players regarding the game. For the races of the Interstellar Alliance, what the players discussed translated to them as being original clones. Thus the memories were considered to have entered their bodies without reason, which was no different from the chaotic invasion. And that Oil Stealer fellow
clearly isn't using his brain properly, right? It's snowing, don't believe him.
Wei Yuan despairingly closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly back. His tears must not fall. Despair. Utter despair. Although he really wanted the interstellar races to misunderstand the identity of the players. What the players were demonstrating now indeed cleared them of the suspicion of being vessels for the chaotic darkness invasion. Because after the chaotic invasion, not only was there rambling and spreading rumors, but also a lack of logic. The logic displayed by the players at this moment had no flaws whatsoever. But it was truly embarrassing. The Oil Stealer knew nothing. He even tilted the corners of his mouth, embodying the Dragon King. Commander, trust me. A small fist thumped against his chest. This round of analysis, the Oil Stealer deserves a perfect score. Gaga, when he logs off, he must promote this game well to his fans. This game is just too cool. It truly heightened the sense of immersion. He never expected to hear the words chaotic invasion from an NPC's mouth.
He must give the planner a bonus.
All players suddenly appeared in this world using the identity of humans, yet their true identity was in fact a chaotic invasion.
Sai Gao.
The oil stealer could no longer contain his speculation and sent it to the group chat.
Wow, is this real? Are we really that awesome in the game world?
Yes, yes. Zaya Actuil quickly asked Holy Kaisha if what the oil stealer said is correct.
Zaya Actuil was overwhelmed by the multitude of mentions in the group chat.
She coughed lightly. The previously tense atmosphere had vanished.
Zaya Actuil smiled faintly. We seem to have not heard of a chaotic darkness, and Akali fell into deep thought.
The divine race was superior to all other races in terms of basic body structure and abilities,
including the 5 senses.
So the things that the oil stealer whispered,
she actually heard them.
It was precisely because she heard them that she was more certain these humans were not vessels of chaotic darkness invasion but simply had some issues in their minds. She hadn't expected that the seemingly rational girl in front of her would also.
Akali glanced at the oil stealer and simply folded her wings.
I do not wish to explain, you are not vessels of chaotic darkness invasion.
Akali sighed.
After being tense for so long, even reminding them had drained so much energy and caused losses. Unexpectedly, the ones they were so tense about were a group of humans with poor mental faculties.
What a loss.
Akali's words, however, displeased the players.
They went wild in the group chat. Hey! Why are we saying we're not again? Is this a game bug?
I see if we admit to the player's identity, then this game won't be playable anymore, so the backend must have directly altered all NPC data.
If that's the case, it seems correct.
These angels of the divine race are the first NPCs we've encountered who suspect our identity. She wouldn't be close to passing the Turing test, would she? The oil stealer's identity as a game-up master
is quite well known in the game circle.
Since he said so, everyone felt it was reasonable. Upon further scrutiny, the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was correct. Just a moment ago this Akali wanted to kill them desperately. In the blink of an eye, hey, the name that was about to become popular suddenly turned green. Oil stealer, what a thrilling to go for. After all, we are still in beta testing and maybe this bug will be fixed immediately after it's discovered.
Tang Tianlu twirled the dagger in his hand, eyes sparkling as he looked at Zaya Actuil. But Commander, what do we do about this angel?
Just return it.
His dagger hadn't even tasted blood yet. Commander. Akali then sensed something was off, looking towards Yubushu.
Yubushu puffed out his chest, tilting his head back. What's wrong? I'm leading the team, so I count as the commander of our squad.
Don't underestimate a squad of 20 people.
Akali should have known better than to speak truly played for a fool.
These humans are really something.
The angels have no intention of being enemies with humans, and you have suffered little loss. Rather, my clansmen are heavily injured, and if not treated they will be in danger of death. Therefore, Zaya Actuil, please release my clansmen.
Zaya Actuil nodded sure.
After saying that, she extended her hand, rubbing her index finger and thumb together. 50 million star coins.
50 million star coins. Wei Yuan stood up from his seat. Akali thought Zaya Actuil would demand a sky-high price.
Unexpectedly, she asked for only 50 million star coins.
But it was just for a small mine. She frowned slightly. Is it really only this little? During the silence,
the players were celebrating in the group.
Wow, Commander, you're my god. They won't be unable to pay, right? Indeed, woo robbing is the most profitable, right?
Zaya Actuil, in business you must give the other party some room for negotiation.
She wore a faint smile. Calm and composed.
In the marketplace, negotiating prices requires an attitude that keeps the other party unclear about the details. 50 million was just a casual mention. If Akali wanted to negotiate, there was plenty of room for bargaining. As long as the initial price is high, there's no fear of the other party bargaining. Even if it were negotiated down to 5 million star coins, that would still equate to 500 million in gold.
Akali, alright, 50 million star coins. Zaya Actuil was stunned. Oh no. The price was set too low. Can it be? Zuexuela couldn't contain her expression for the first time in the game.
She even trembled slightly as she rubbed her cheeks.
At that moment,
the players' group chat exploded.
Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, did we underbid? Looks like we definitely underbid.
Is it too late to raise the price now?
Definitely not, damn it.
Maybe we should pull another job and snag a few angels for cash. Don't say it, but I've already thought of a path to riches. Tang Tianlo, who had been grinning moments ago, felt the dagger in his hand tremble.
He looked down. Yan's face had lost all color, appearing utterly pitiful. She was barely hanging on by a thread. Whoa. Bro, don't shake, damn it, this is our money tree. Yu Yunpo rushed over, moved Tang Tianla's dagger aside and eagerly pulled a medical syringe from his backpack.
If we send this angel back without healing her, we won't feel right taking the 50 million star coins. Just as Yu Yunpo finished speaking, the other players nodded in agreement. Right.
Is one enough? Well, chip in two. The medical syringes in the game backpack were system-made.
The exchange cost was low for players. They had stocked up during the last mission's discount period. Now they all wanted to curry favor with these angelic rich ladies. Gahahaha, they were all rich ladies.
One is enough, one is enough. Yu Yunpo chuckled as he injected the syringe into the angel's body.
Yen closed her eyes, initially about to tell these humans that ordinary healing syringes were useless on her. But then she felt pure energy flow from the injection site into her pulse. Life force. Yen opened her eyes in shock and looked down at where Yu Yunpo had injected her.
On her forearm under the angel's gaze, a pale green liquid brimming with life energy coursed through her meridians, repairing them with astonishing efficacy.
What is this?
Yu Yunpo looked up in confusion. It's a healing syringe. Is it exclusive to the human race?
Yeah, rich lady.
No, Yen, how do you feel?
Good.
Yen nodded.
I feel much recovered.
I'll pay you the reward. Thank you.
Although Yen had been on the brink of death, she had heard what the players said to Akali. As a member of the divine race sent to compete, her personal resources were already incredibly abundant. The divine race had owned countless planets before the formation of the Star Alliance. Their accumulated wealth over the years was naturally beyond comparison to the fallen human race.
50 million yen could produce it herself right now.
This is a star coin card with 60 million. It covers not only my life but also the healing syringe from earlier.
Yen tossed out a card. Zuexuela caught it between her fingers and took a deep breath. So it really is a miscalculation.
Makabaka, holy crap, Yu Yunpo, you made a killing. 10 million star coins for one syringe.
Anshankido, share the wealth, bro.
The guy who eats potatoes with chicken gathered a garbage collecting alliance and I invested some. I'm still short on gold coins for a level 6 gene potion.
Transfer some to me later. Yu Yunpo, no problem.
Xingchen 6. Xingchen, send some to me too.
Yu Yunpo, sure thing boss, no problem boss, he.
What was this called?
It was called good karma, he.
Yu Yunpo grinned, unable to contain his excitement. But just then a fierce wind swept through and large raindrops pelted the tent with a crackling sound.
Akali suddenly let out a muffled groan.
She looked outside the tent. My psychic barrier has been attacked. A star beast has appeared.
What?
The players turned around. A massive bloodshot eye peering through the tent fabric swiveled a few times before locking onto the players inside.
A gaping maw exhaled a foul stench.
Level 6.
Look. What I've found. An eerie tone. A putrid breath.
And a set of gleaming razor-sharp fangs.
Food. A colossal claw tore through the membrane.
Only then did the players see what had come charging at them. A giant star beast resembling a brown bear.
Can interstellar bears talk? Muttered Yu Yunpo.
The players raised their weapons and opened fire on the bear-like star beast.
Well, this defense is insane, bros, can't break through. I. Damn.
This. Bear.
Can't. Break. Through. Ha.
Puxianpuza, clutching his blue light Gatling gun, fired away with a trembling face while still glancing at the brown bear's health bar. Star beasts come in different types, some have high defense, others high attack.
Akali spread her wings and took flight.
And this bear-type star beast happens to be high in both defense and attack. And it was a level 6 star beast. Before Akali could finish, Puxianpuza, who stood at the front and looked especially conspicuous, was sent flying by a single swipe from the bear. He fell to the ground but still clutched his Gatling gun, firing at the bear's mouth and eyes. But it was useless. The brown bear was clever, it covered its eyes and snout with one paw, charged to Puxianpuza's side and struck again.
After logging out, Puxianpuza opened his game pod with a serene expression. What the hell? Time for some tea. The Bodhisattva was tired. He hadn't rested a few minutes before a video call from his teammates came through. Yingluo Maison, bro, look. Damn, does that bear's voice sound exactly like yours? After answering the call, Puxianpuza saw Yingluo Maison, now clad in Astartes armor, sprinting for his life. The brown bear was chasing him. Rainwater dripped from its fur as it ran. Its wide-open mouth still held half of Puxianpuza's Gatling gun.
Even more terrifying, the brown bear spoke in human words.
Bodhisattva, I'll deliver you to the afterlife. Holy SHT. Puxy and Pusa spilled his chrysanthemum tea.
What the hell was this brown bear?
Why was it using his voice and saying Bodhisattva, I'll deliver you to the afterlife? Ha! So eerie. Captain, never mind what it's shouting, look beside you.
Through the camera, Puxy and Pusa saw the tent fabric fully ripped away, revealing a dense horde of star beasts of all kinds.
A beast tide.
Swamp Star, shouldn't there be no beast tides at this time?
Not just Swamp Star. Beast tides have appeared on all the other planets too.
This batch of contestants is in for a tough time. The audience erupted in uproar. The faces of several participating Lord graduates suddenly turned grim. Although star beast tides are not common in the Green Shade star system, they are not entirely unheard of.
Their appearance this time can only be attributed to the misfortune of these participants.
Indeed, it seems this batch of students will lose a large number of their core strength. In the audience, many observing races were chattering.
Warning! 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 Abnormal star beast tide outbreak in the Green Shade star system. All lords, please contact your participating clansmen and ensure your own safety before rescue arrives. Rescue is on its way. Rescue is on its way. Repeat.
The old principal's voice suddenly sounded from the large screen in the audience.
It echoed throughout the entire square. On the screen, the images flickered and began to fail one by one.
Starting from Fruit Star, which had the largest number of participants, the screen flickered, the picture trembled and finally went dark. Then came Arbor Star, Green Bush Star,
Swamp Star. One after another.
The lords' expressions changed. They were not only graduates of the academy but also about to become lords themselves. Every lord had subordinates they had trained themselves. These geniuses selected from the clans were all quite formidable and their future growth was foreseeable. These were the capital for these lords to rise in the future.
But now. Problems with the competition. On the first round,
the Orc Lord was the first to have his face turn ugly. He raised his head, his beast transformation becoming more pronounced. Can't get through. Green Shade Star is too far, after the passage closed, my signal can't reach.
His clansmen, when encountering star beasts, would not be treated as kin.
I'm going to beg the principal to open the passage and let the competing clansmen come back first. The Orc Lord stood up but was held down by Yushing. Yushing, even if the passage were opened, it would be scattered by the impact of the star beasts.
Moreover, even the Academy's monitoring equipment has been destroyed. Do you think? The passage is probably already unreachable.
Instead of bothering the old principal now, you'd better go to your clan first and pressure the Alliance to speed up the support. Wei Yuan also said a word. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the observation room where the old principal was. Yushing watched Wei Yuan's back, frowning slightly. He seemed not too surprised by this star beast assault.
Perhaps it was because his clansmen could escape at any time. Yushing's gaze swept over the surrounding lords.
Each of them was so worried. A star beast tide that could make even the old principal issue a notice. The instigating star beast behind it must be at least level 8.
No one knew if they could return alive. The electronic camera scanned Wei Yuan's face and the electronic door opened automatically.
The old principal wore a cold expression, clearly having just finished a conversation with someone from the Alliance military region. He was rubbing his temples.
Seeing Wei Yuan arrive, he waved his hand. Something's happened.
The star beasts in the Green Shade star system came too early.
The old principal nodded.
According to the model given by a star beast tide was indeed supposed to appear as a challenge for the participants. After all, if they only had to piece together the map and then enter the redline zone, the competition would be too easy. So the Alliance High Command deployed some bait to lure a portion of the star beasts to the Green Shade star system. But they just reported that all the bait sent was killed.
Wei Yuan let out a sneer. As expected.
These Alliance high-ups never wanted the students of the Lord Academy to become stronger. Among this year's batch of students, many came from powerful races. Besides him, Wei Yuan, there were several other students who were strong candidates for the presidency. So he was not at all surprised that they would cause trouble. However, if these guys messed up, then what level will this star beast tide be?
Level 9.
The old principal rubbed his brow. The passage cannot be opened now, so all support needs to go from the nearest White Moon Star system to the Green Shade star system. But from White Moon Star to Green Shade Star, even by warship, it would take 2 days. In 2 days the participating members will probably...
They would surely all die. We can't contact the participating clansmen.
Old principal, a level 9 beast tide must contain a level 9 star beast, right?
Wei Yuan asked.
The old principal's face darkened.
You must not go. We still have no clue what their conspiracy is. Their target might be you. Can't your clansmen use spatial technology? Tell them to return to the human race immediately. As for the clansmen of other students, we can only resign to fate now. Wei Yuan sneered, shaking his head at the old principal. If we truly resign to fate, they will become even more fearless in the future. Principal, they have already dared to openly interfere in the competition and even messed it up. If we don't teach them a harsh lesson, the Lord Academy will truly exist in name only. Wei Yuan came here actually just to confirm one thing with the principal. That was, this beast tide was not an accident. Now it seemed indeed it was not an accident. The Lord Academy had cultivated too many talents. Generations of talents, though most could not ascend to power. But there would always be a few who were born into high-level races and were exceptionally talented. They could, with the support of their clan affinities, challenge the positions of the older generation while maintaining goodwill toward the Lord Academy. Such existences were also a threat to those who had steadfastly held high positions. The Green Shade star system was far from the Alliance and its surroundings due to the suitable environment harbored many star beasts. Especially Fruit Star, which was frequently visited by star beasts. But previously no high-level star beast had initiated a beast tide. The Lord Academy's first round of competition chose the Green Shade star system. Those shady fellows were probably overjoyed on the spot. So they didn't even notify the Academy and directly arranged for bait to be sent to the Green Shade star system. They specifically avoided the Academy's surveillance. Then successfully lured a level 9 star beast. Their excuse to the old principal must have been that they messed up. But in reality at this moment they were extremely delighted. But I can't do anything either. The old principal sighed and shook his head. Wei Yuan, the Alliance High Command is in collusion. The Lord Academy has long become a thorn in their side. The old principal looked down at his hands. Old age not only represented physical decline, but also the waning of his strength. In the Alliance, survival of the fittest was the hard truth. Old principal, don't forget how your previously chosen successor died. Do you still want to see those old fellows sit firmly in high positions without moving an inch? Wei Yuan leaned against the door, a smile not reaching his eyes. Those old fellows have been throwing their weight around in the Alliance for too long. I think it's time to reshuffle and send them to the border war zones. Attention all players. Game story update. A new mission is about to appear. Please all players prepare. System, initiate a new round of player summoning. I think it's time for all races to witness the true strength of humanity. Wei Yuan strode away, closing the door behind him. The old principal had aged and his ambitions had long since faded. When Wei Yuan first arrived at the Lord Academy, he had believed it to be the only sanctuary within the Star Alliance that could ensure his safe growth. Yet after just a few short years, the old principal had lost his nerve. During Wei Yuan's time at the Academy, aside from the ambushes orchestrated by those hidden adversaries, they had committed a heinous act. The old principal's son, returning from the battlefield to assume the position of principal, was ambushed and killed on the spot. The scene of his death was said to be horrific. The old principal couldn't even retrieve his son's full remains. This tragedy forged the alliance between Wei Yuan and the old principal. Wei Yuan curled his lips. As one ages, one develops vulnerabilities. He glanced at the old principal's grandson standing outside the door, still ignorant of the truth. Since the principal dared not act, he would take matters into his own hands. Summoning task: summon 100000001 million players within 24 hours. Task rewards: complete level 6 gene potion, complete level 7 gene potion, complete level 8 gene potion, divine gene talent, insight talent, spacetime shifting ability, Lord exclusive. Summon immediately. Having spoken these 4 words, Wei Yuan returned to the central plaza. By then all the screens in the plaza had gone dark. The audience murmured among themselves and the StarNet was in an uproar. The Lord Academy's competition had barely begun before such a massive incident erupted. If all participants in this competition perished, the Lord Academy would be indefensible. As the lords fretted with anxiety, Wei Yuan strode confidently to the podium where the old principal had previously spoken. I am Wei Yuan. The crisis in this competition is no accident. Since the Lord Academy recruits from all races, they have the right to know the truth. Boom. The old principal, sitting in his office, could hear Wei Yuan's words. He sat bolt upright, his mind a blank as if struck by a bomb. Has that boy Wei Yuan lost his mind? Just as he rose to stop, Wei Yuan, his grandson who had just entered, reached out and pressed a hand on the old principal's shoulder. Casey. The old principal turned to look at his young grandson. The child's face, bearing a striking resemblance to his son, now carried an expression that mirrored his father's exactly. Grandfather, you were right. Humanity is truly different, and so is Wei Yuan. Don't you truly want to avenge my father? Casey stared intently at his grandfather.
He had never realized that unknowingly he had become his grandfather's weakness. No wonder his grandfather had always urged him to befriend humanity and specifically to build a good relationship with Wei Yuan. Since you know that those people dared to kill my father, you should understand that they haven't touched me only because the timing isn't right. The Lord Academy is undoubtedly a thorn in their side. Constant compromise is useless. The old principal slumped back into his seat. He watched Casey stand before him, his face solemn, while Wei Yuan's clear, resolute declaration of war rang in his ears. But humanity is not as strong as it once was. He sighed inwardly. Wei Yuan's voice, amplified by the speakers, reached the scene and the entire central galaxy. I am Wei Yuan, Lord of Humanity. Since the Lord Academy recruits from all races, we must disclose everything to the citizens of all races. The level 9 beast tied in the first competition was not due to poor investigation by the Academy, nor was it an accident. It was deliberately orchestrated by certain high-ranking members of the Alliance. His voice was clear and cold. I don't know which individual or individuals are responsible, but I will request a trial by the mechanical race. As for the competition crisis, I now apply to the Academy for Humanity to intervene. I will teleport 10 million of my people to the Green Shade star system to rescue the participants. Please grant approval, Principal. The old principal looked at the amplifier Casey pushed toward him. He sighed. The new world belonged to the young. Application from Wei Yuan, Lord of Humanity, approved. As the words of approval left the old principal's mouth, Wei Yuan smiled. In the audience, countless races had already broadcast the entire incident to the StarNet. The hidden conspirators behind this must be eliminated. But for now, the most common question on the StarNet was 10 million people. Does humanity still have that many? Are they planning to recall their clansmen from the Star Sea battlefield? Even if they did, it probably wouldn't be enough. Besides, aren't those human clansmen on the Star Sea battlefield already too deep inside? How could they be recalled? The Alliance's communicators can't even reach them. The lost cosmic void has no signal penetrating it. Is humanity planning to mass-produce clones? Do they have enough gene potions for that? Who knows? Meanwhile, the players were ecstatic. The new quests that popped up in the game were absolutely explosive. Epic Quest Turmoil in Green Shade. The Lord Academy competition was sabotaged by unknown forces, triggering a level 9 Star Beast tied player quests. Quest 1: Kill and recycle Star Beasts. All Star Beasts killed during the quest will be automatically recycled, no manual operation needed. Star Beasts will be evaluated based on their real-world strength and grant players gold coin rewards. Note: killed Star Beasts can be exchanged for gold coins or consumed directly as food. The system can process the ingredients for a fee. Quest 2: Protect participants. This is a random quest. If players gain participants' consent and form a protection agreement, they can temporarily store the participants in their pet storage space. Successful storage grants a chance to obtain 1 gene and 1 random ability from the participant apart from the ecstatic participating players. All players also received another message: all players can participate in this quest. Accept the quest to be directly teleported to the Green Shade star system. For this quest, new players revive for free. Veteran players revive at half price. Additionally, the game initiates a new round of testing, opening 1 million slots. Veteran players can purchase slots with in-game currency. The game's recharge system is now officially open. Please check the details. The Swamp Star. The tents were completely torn apart. The angels were covered in wounds. Hardly any trace of humans could be seen on the ground. Akali's eye was slashed open by a levels even eagle-type star beast, and scorching hot blood dripped down, attracting even more terrifying star beasts. The flesh and blood of high-level gene warriors were highly alluring to the star beasts. They could achieve a different kind of gene unlocking by devouring the flesh and blood of high-level gene warriors. Akali had already injected the levels even gene potion into her body. With a single sword strike, she obliterated the star beast that had nearly killed her moments before. The massive beast's body crashed to the ground. More star beasts were still scrambling for the flesh and blood on the ground. Eat? These star beasts had grown so large precisely by eating. Akali, all signals are down, even the internal signals of our divine race are cut off. It seems all interstellar channels and communications have been severed. Yen, who had just been healed at the cost of 50 million star coins, was also in a wretched state. What about the humans? Akali cleared out a large area where star beasts could not cross. Protect them. Humans are fragile. Faced with such an onslaught, they will surely die. No sooner had Akali spoken than she caught sight of the place where the giant eagle she had just killed had fallen. There a pitch-black human figure covered in mud wriggled like a maggot amidst the horde of beasts. He was stealthily picking up fallen chunks of meat and feathers. Toyupo Hihi brothers, smearing swamp mud and star beast dung all over your body really does dodge some beast's detection. I've scavenged quite a bit of giant eagle meat. Ansonkido game streamers sure have sharp minds, pulling off all kinds of crazy stunts.
Incoming. Makabaka, incoming too. Many players had been slaughtered and even Zayasuela had been devoured down to the bone in the initial wave of star beast attacks. But Tuyupo was crafty. The moment he sensed something was off with those star beasts, he plunged headfirst into the swamp mud. Then by sheer luck he found some dung. He secretly smuggled some to a few of his friends. This outrageous maneuver left other players dizzy with disbelief. Haha, that's just my cleverness. But these star beasts are truly terrifying. After eating people they even mimic human speech. How bizarre. Are all interstellar star beasts this horrifying?
It reminds me of a horror movie I saw. Some monsters after devouring their prey obtain fragments of their genetic code, severing and reconnecting the DNA.
As the group chatted, Makabaka was the first to notice something was wrong. Ha! Where's Big Shot Shinshin? He was here just a moment ago. Toyupo, could it be that the show-off Big Shot doesn't want to smear himself with beast dung and plans to go heathen only to die in the beast horde? He only dared to talk tough when Shinshin wasn't around. But the next second he felt a weight land on his head. Instinctively he hugged his head and cowered in the corner. Sorry Shinshin, I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, look how scared you are. Shinshin logged off. She sent a message in the group chat. Anzonkito withdrew his hand from Tuyupo's head. He knew this coward was utterly spineless. Ha! Why did she log off? Why isn't she farming gold coins at a time like this? At that moment the player group chat was in chaos. Zayasuela went offline and immediately began interfacing with the in-game currency exchange system of interstellar human race. Wei Yuan had the system handle the entire matter. Following his instructions, the system opened a pay-to-win channel and set up an offline store specifically selling nutrient fluids. Meanwhile, more players logged off to recruit their friends into the game. Just like Shinshin. The moment she opened her eyes inside the game pod, she rushed out. The Wu family martial arts school still had a few students. Shinshin lived on the second floor of the school. She clattered down the stairs. She saw her father teaching some techniques to the students. With a single glance she noticed something was off. Dad, in actual combat you should twist your wrist with this move and aim straight for the opponent's throat. Otherwise it's easy for them to reverse and gain the upper hand. After saying this she rushed out in a flurry. In the game she played a character outside the game. Shinshin wasn't cold-hearted, in fact she was quite outgoing. Hey kid, why are you undermining me like that? Her father called out, but he saw Shinshin hop onto her bicycle without looking back. Where are you going? Playing games and then rushing out. You finally log off and you're not even going to eat. No time to eat. I'm going to get cousin Xiaobei, it's urgent. This kid. What could be so urgent? Going to get Xiaobei. Xingshin's father was puzzled. The martial arts disciples beside him had already started trying out the move Xingshin suggested. Wow, master, your daughter is right. Damn, this move is actually smoother to use. But if you aim directly for the throat without controlling the force it could be dangerous. Master, your daughter hasn't like actually. Xingshin's father saw the disciples' expressions and gave each of them a flick on the forehead. Nonsense. My daughter is a martial arts prodigy, that's why she can spot the flaw at a glance. But don't go learning this move recklessly. Just practice the techniques I taught you. After dismissing the disciples, Xingshin's father wiped his hands and went upstairs. His wife had just come out of Xingshin's room. They exchanged glances. Xingshin's mother looked worried. Old Wu, this child. She said she was going to get Xiaobei. I don't know what it's about either. Going to get Xiaobei. Xingshin's mother was baffled. What's so important about Xiaobei? A self. Before she could finish saying autistic kid, Xingshin's father shot her a cold glare. Ziobia's martial arts talent is no less than our daughter's. Don't go calling him autistic all the time. If our daughter hears you, she'll be upset again. Meanwhile, Xingshin had already ridden her bicycle to a graceful stop. The bike's momentum carried her across a cement road until she reached a large tree in front of a rural brick house. She put down the kickstand and knocked on the wooden door of the brick house. Xiaobei, open up. It's your sister. After a long pause, a boy dressed in somewhat shabby and dirty clothes slowly opened the wooden door. The boy looked up blankly at Xingshin. After a long moment he finally spoke. Sis. After saying that single word he looked down at the ground, retreating back into his own world. Xiaochen. What brings you to Grandma's place? An elderly woman emerged from the kitchen. Didn't your dad say you were playing games? You're a grown woman now. Stop playing games and find yourself a boyfriend. That's the real business. Grandma, I don't have time to chat. I'm taking Xiaobei to my place. With that, Xingshin pulled Xiaobei outside. Hey. What are you taking him for? Can't you at least stay for a meal? Xingchen was already speeding away and taking Xiao Bei to play a game. I'll come back to eat later. What?
By the time Xingchen's grandmother had processed what she said, Xingchen had already settled Xiao Bei onto the back seat of the bike, stood up and started pedaling furiously, disappearing in an instant. This child, why is she always so impatient?
Xingchen parked her bicycle and pulled Xiao Bei up the stairs with a clatter. Xingchen's mother looked up from downstairs, watching them go straight into Xingchen's gaming room without even turning back, and couldn't help muttering. This girl, she's even dragging Xiao Bei into her gaming.
Our daughter, who can control her? But why take Xiao Bei to the game room?
It can't be to play games with Xiao Bei, right? Xingchen's father and mother exchanged a glance and followed upstairs.
Immediately after they heard Xingchen's voice from the room, player ID Xingbeichen. Game license purchased successfully. Can the gaming device be shipped to my current residence? Yes, the sounds from the room were quite loud.
Both parents were bewildered. What did this mean?
Before they could ask, they heard Xingchen shout from the room, data device from the game company will be delivered later.
Please bring it up for me. This girl, are you really planning to play games with Xiao Bei? Master.
A package has arrived.
Xingchen's father hadn't finished speaking.
The disciples downstairs started shouting. Xingchen's mother frowned as she watched her husband go downstairs to retrieve the package. She pushed open the door and saw Xingchen sitting beside Xiao Bei, teaching him how to lie down in the game pod.
Xingchen's mother sighed and patted Xingchen's shoulder. Daughter, come here, I want to talk to you.
Xingchen glanced at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, sit still and don't run around.
Once they were out of Xiaobia's sight, Xingchen's mother frowned and said with slight anger, Xingchen, are you planning to take Xiao Bei to play games? Do I need to remind you of Xiaobia's family situation?
You can follow your father to competitions and win prize money now. You earn your own money to play games and buy equipment, and I won't say anything about that.
But Xiaobia's family. Forget it, you don't understand yet. Xingchen's mother sighed. I know you mean well and want Xiao Bei to experience more things, but Xingchen, many things aren't as simple as you think.
Mom, I know you're worried that uncle will try to give me money later, but that's just some in-game gold coins.
I have plenty and I can afford the equipment.
I feel this game might help Xiao Bei recover somewhat.
Xingchen didn't know how to explain to her mother.
Her cousin had only been diagnosed with autism at the age of 3, already past the time for early intervention. Her uncle and aunt worked away from home to earn money for Xiaobia's rehabilitation, but the treatment for autism was lengthy, expensive, and showed little effect. After more than a decade, her uncle's family was living beyond their means, yet he stubbornly refused financial help from Xingchen's family. Previously, Xingchen's father would take Xiao Bei to martial arts competitions, because Xiao Bei was very talented. But after the organizers discovered Xiaobia's condition, he was banned from competing.
Xingchen had long wanted to try bringing her cousin into the game.
Now that she had the chance, how could she not try?
But your uncle.
Mom, don't worry, I have a plan. And now the game has opened a cash shop.
If Xiao Bei can play, maybe he can earn more money than uncle and aunt do. Now you're just saying anything to fool your mother. How much money can you make from playing games?
Xingchen's mother rolled her eyes at her. Anyway, don't go overboard.
This game device doesn't look cheap. She wasn't so old as to be blind.
She had seen this game pod before when Xingchen was gaming, and it looked expensive.
A person lying inside could go without eating or drinking.
The device looked costly at first glance. This child was still lying.
Really, look it up online if you don't believe me.
Seeing her father carrying the new device upstairs, Xingchen quickly pushed her mother out and connected the device for the day's Xiao Bei, then helped him into the game pod.
Welcome to Star Human Race. Xingbeichen opened his eyes in the hibernation pod.
Countless sounds, images, smells, and vibrations he had never noticed before rushed into his brain. Xingbeichen stared in shock, his eyes wide. Around him were all the new players entering the game. The chattering of the players was exceptionally clear. No longer like before when he could hear sounds, but they were blurry and he couldn't understand their meaning.
It was so novel.
A feeling he had never experienced before made him both afraid and trembling with excitement. He looked around in slight panic. He wanted to find a familiar figure, but the players, all smiling and laughing, ran past him. Soon they caught Xingbeichen's attention. One moment he was thinking of finding his sister, and the next he was running around with the players.
Little buddy, you're a newbie too, right? You look like a blank slate. Want to join our alliance? Hey, look, there's a kid. Add friend, add friend. This game is amazing.
They released 1 million accounts this time.
It's probably about to launch officially. Probably.
They've opened the cash shop now, but the in-game gold coins are so expensive. Damn, I thought it would be at least 100 gold for 1 yuan, but it's only 10 gold for 1 yuan.
You're obviously a newbie. Find an alliance and trade with top players there. It's much better than the game's exchange system. Doesn't the game restrict this? No idea.
They haven't announced any restrictions yet. I've already exchanged 3,000 yuan worth of gold coins with that streamer I follow to Yupo.
Leveling up is the priority. I'll take the latest quest too. Newbies get free resurrection anyway. This is a huge win.
Information flooded into his mind like water into a sponge. Xing Beichen felt that the words he couldn't understand before were suddenly all comprehensible. Standing among the players, he smiled politely at the few who had tried to recruit him and waved his hand. Brothers and sisters, I won't join your alliance for now.
I'm waiting for my sister.
Who's your sister?
Oh, did your sister bring you into the game?
Yichuo Dabi chuckled. He had picked up this kid because his ID looked familiar.
Xing Beichen. Ha! Just one more character than the big shot Xingchen. Probably one of Xingchen's fans. Kids these days, they love chasing stars.
But Xingchen was indeed awesome. Xing Beichen thought back to what his sister had said before entering the game.
He hadn't understood it then.
Now recalling what had his sister said. My ID is Xingchen, so we'll name you Xing Beichen.
Shobei, when you get into the game, just mention my name and you should find me.
With 1 million players online at once, thousands of hibernation pods had been opened on Blue Star.
Finding someone was a bit troublesome. Xing Beichen didn't have a communicator before entering the game. Xing Beichen, my sister is Xingchen.
Brother, she said if I mention her ID in the game I can find her.
Can you help me look?
Yichuo Dabi, oh, your sister is Xingchen.
Ah.
Yichuo Dabi's voice changed. His eyes lit up as he looked at Xing Beichen. Little brother, what did you say? What's your sister's name?
Xing Beichen said innocently.
Yeah. Brothers, I found the little brother of the big shot Xingchen.
I found Xingchen's little brother. Rain poured down. The swamp star became even more humid.
The star beasts that came to besiege them this time were only those of the dark attribute.
Raindrops fell on their wings, causing great discomfort. The angels no longer had the strength to activate mental barriers to avoid the rain.
Poisonous insects native to the swamp star occasionally rolled in the sticky mud.
Akali led the severely battered angels in a swift retreat.
The neural computer had no signal.
They couldn't contact anyone. Akali, are we going to die here?
Several angels walking with Akali were fiddling with their neural computers. After repeated attempts to connect, they received no response.
They couldn't even access the internal network of the divine race.
They were on the verge of breaking down. The wings of several four-winged angels were torn. Through the torn wounds, white bones could be seen. Rainwater hitting the wounds caused even more intense pain. But all this paled in comparison to watching their friends being torn apart and devoured by star beasts on the battlefield until they vanished completely.
They couldn't even take a single feather away. Akali's face was also pale. The swamp star's harsh environment made even star beasts reluctant to choose it.
But a few dark attributes 7th level star beasts had come. She had only escaped from them by relying on her foresight. Hearing her teammates' laments, despair flickered in Akali's eyes. Even with a 7th level gene unlock injection, she couldn't handle 3 7th level star beasts at once. First, find a safe spot and assess our remaining equipment and mecha damage. Akali knew that if she gave up now they would never leave this planet alive. The Lord Academy will definitely notice the problem and send someone to rescue us. Besides, the main force of the star beasts is attacking the Rainy Night clan. We just need to hold out until the Academy's rescue arrives. Akali wiped away the tears of the angel beside her. But you and Maya. The young angel trembled, unable to face her teammates' deaths. They were little angels born in the same batch, training and growing together from birth. They had been selected for the competition because they were the most talented. Everyone had prepared for casualties during the competition. But they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. So brutally. Akali, this is an indispensable trial before you become true warriors. I wonder how those humans are doing. They can be cloned after death, so they've probably left already. Several other severely injured angels supported each other, changing the subject. At first they had seen a few humans fighting star beasts. Later they saw them rolling in mud and feces, scavenging among the star beasts. The last time they saw them, those scavenging humans were being devoured. At least they can be cloned. If they bring back the memories from here, they'll surely report to the Academy. Yes, they will. So we must hold on. Akali's face grew paler. The star beasts hadn't detected them thanks to the mental interference Akali was constantly emitting. Under normal circumstances she wouldn't feel pressured, but now she was too badly injured. Let's find a safe spot first. The main force is at the Rainy Night clan, so there shouldn't be many star beasts on this half of the planet. As soon as she finished speaking she sensed the fluctuation of a star beast.
6th level. It seemed to be fighting something.
Akali swayed. She could handle a 6th level star beast with her current strength. But if she didn't activate her mental interference, her flesh as a 7th level gene warrior would instantly attract those high-level beasts.
Let's go.
We can't go around the angel beside her side. Not far away 3 pairs of cold gleaming eyes fixed on them. A hoarse voice came from the mouth of a brown bear. Buddha bless you.
All for the Empire. Look what I've found.
A group of angels. As it spoke it changed voices several times. 2 other beasts emerged.
Gaga angels. Human flesh is tender and delicious, but angelic energy is even more abundant.
The faces of Akali's wounded squad changed. Genetically mutated star beasts all at 6th level.
Were they promoted by devouring human flesh?
Akali took a deep breath.
A pure white angel mecha was deployed with a gash running from its shoulder to its abdomen.
It had nearly split open the cockpit at the heart.
Apparently Akali's mecha had been on the verge of destruction during the battle. Commander, if we continue fighting the wings will be completely destroyed. Let us handle it. Our mechas can still fight.
Akali entered the mecha. You all escape first. She drew a weapon formed from the mecha's wing feathers. The tip was already shattered. She was confident she could kill all 3 star beasts. At worst she would lose the interference, but at least she would buy her teammates a chance to survive.
Whoa. Buddy, spare it. This is the bear I want. Don't attack yet. With a shriek, Happy Planet Man rolled out from a corner in his dung beetle mecha.
Bug.
Akali and the 3 star beasts shuddered simultaneously. Fortunately several humanoid figures followed the dung beetle mecha.
Akali, you and your friends rest.
These 3 star beasts are ours first. Anson Kito emerged from the darkness.
Beside him the highest level players appeared one by one.
Xingshan, talk later.
Take care of my brother.
Xingshan held twin blades standing by Happy Planet Man's giant insect mecha. Deal. I'm only helping you catch that bear. He, thank you, big shot. Xingshan raised an eyebrow.
She had to earn money to support her brother in the game.
Bodhisattva. I am. Bodhisattva.
The brown bear monster roared up to the sky.
Though its tiny mind could not comprehend what a bodhisattva truly meant. Yet it simply felt that the word bodhisattva muttered by that human before his death sounded incredibly cool. Yes. Incredibly cool.
Ever since it devoured the human who had charged at it with a weapon, it had absorbed a fragment of the man's memories.
Quite intriguing. More intriguing than the star beasts it had consumed before.
In the player's words, this brown bear monster had finally wised up. Among all the star beasts only this brown bear had developed a taste for human flesh. The other star beasts preferred hunting the more powerful angels. These 2 star beasts had followed the brown bear, tracking the scent of humans. Now with the brown bear at the forefront, the other 2 flanked its sides. Their target had shifted from the angels to the humans. The happy star people's insectoid mechas lurked in the corner. The player group, each clad in rain gear, stood in the downpour. Leading them was Xingshan. Xingshan was not particularly fond of using mechas as they lacked the proper dual blades to match her style. As for the other players, they simply followed the lead of the big shot. Yet there were those who did not follow. The members of the Asatata squad positioned themselves behind the Tuyupo Alliance to provide support. Puxian Bodhisattva, who had just been resurrected, listened to the words the brown bear was shouting, his expression one of utter dismay.
Brother Bear, don't tell me. You're really doing this.
He did not spare a glance at the surrounding players.
Because he knew without looking.
These guys were laughing at him.
Damn it, why? We were all devoured the same way.
Why does this bear have to fixate on me, the Bodhisattva?
Puxian Bodhisattva ground his teeth in fury.
The Bodhisattva's got a counterfeit version of himself now, feeling a bit sour, huh? He song jabbed Puxian's shoulder mischievously.
Puxian Bodhisattva's eyes went vacant, his face blank, and he pressed his palms together. Bodhisattva, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Hisong exchanged a glance with Engluo Mazong and the others, stifling their laughter. If it really doesn't matter, why are you trembling with rage? Later, when Boss Xingshan goes after the bear version of the Bodhisattva, well, sneak in an attack and get some payback for you.
Hisong had always been one to relish in chaos, but he had held back a bit because of his doctor's facade. Now that the happy star people seemed to want to follow in Xingshan's footsteps by keeping a pet, specifically the brown bear that had devoured their squad, he felt a strong urge to sabotage.
Puxian Bodhisattva's eyes lit up.
But he still had to appear indifferent.
He'll follow the captain's lead. Engluo Mazong, if we're going to do it, let's do it.
We have a personal grudge against this bear.
This meant agreement. All squad members nodded.
Simply put, they had been devoured by the bear right from the start, and some players had even watched their own bellies torn open while they were still alive.
That feeling.
Even without pain, it was deeply unsettling.
So, everyone agreed.
And at that moment, the happy star person, unaware of the imminent betrayal by his beloved players, was grinning at the brown bear. If I had a pair of bears, I'd get the system to customize a bald, stronger skin. He. They'll have to save up for a good saw and axe.
So many things to spend on.
So you're sure you only want this bear? Xingqian drew her twin blades. The two tang swords traced a graceful arc through the rain. Due to their special material, the corrosive rainwater left no trace on the blades.
Happy star person, yeah, just this bear.
Anzhong Qitao, this bear has already eaten humans.
Is it still suitable as a pet? Toyupo Alu, we're now using the entire alliance's strength to complete a bounty. Ask Chitadadeji when he takes a mission, does he ever question whether the client's request is reasonable? Makabaka, it's not the entire alliance, Toyupo.
Xingqian just took a level 6 gene potion. She means to go solo to take on the bear alone.
The rest of us will handle the two behind it.
Xingqian, correct. Anzhong Qitao, alright, since you're the main fighter, I'll take command of this battle.
Xingqian takes the lead on the brown bear. The black wolf in the back, Toyupo, you take Makabaka and 30 rookies to deal with it. Fenshui, Pippi and I will handle the other one. Move out.
Roger. Fenshui, Pippi, hey, I'm not even part of your alliance.
But Commander Rinchef isn't here, right?
If you don't follow us, are you going to charge in alone? Anzhong Qitao grabbed Fenshui Pippi by the collar and dashed forward.
This setup might seem like it took a long time. But in reality it was only a few seconds.
From the perspective of the star beasts and angels, it was as if the angels' mechas had just been deployed to intimidate the star beasts.
Then the humans appeared.
The brown bear let out a roar.
Then the humans charged. They don't stand a chance without mechas. Just as the angel beside Akali said this,
they saw Xingqian leap into the air, her twin blades spread wide, slicing toward the brown bear's hide. Her speed was so extreme that it was almost impossible to see her movements clearly.
Impossible. Even a level 6 gene warrior couldn't move that fast. Akali frowned deeply.
The damaged mecha wings AI flickered with a faint blue light, scanning the star beasts and the humans. All humans have been upgraded to level 6 gene warriors. The AI's words made Akali's expression change.
She had been uncertain a moment ago. But that didn't add up.
Even normal level 6 gene warriors couldn't overpower a star beast of the same rank. Because from the very beginning, star beasts had stronger physiques than the allied races. The evolution of higher intelligence among the myriad races came with the drawback of weaker physiques compared to non-intelligent creatures.
Among the races, humans had initially averageable average physiques.
This is too strange. Akali found it odd, but for now they had to rely on the humans to kill these 3 star beasts.
So she dared not make any small moves. Xingqian's ultra-fast slashes repeatedly struck the same points.
The brown bear charged, trying to catch her. But each time it only grabbed at her shadow.
Its fury was immense. In its extreme rage, it somehow managed to speak. Bodhisattva will eat you, human. Xingqian. Eat you. Xingqian, hey, you can say a few words and think you're human now.
Xingqian slashed at the brown bear's throat.
If I cut out your throat bone, you won't be able to speak anymore. Happy star person boss. No. If you do that, I'll die. Ha!
Xingqian turned her wrist, switching the blade to the hilt, and the brown bear was knocked back several steps. Its wounds were fine and dense, covering its entire body. Now struck at the throat again, it grew even more enraged. After charging a few steps, it opened its massive maw toward the happy star person and roared.
It's summoning other star beasts. Kill it now. The angel's shout hadn't even faded completely. Asatata squad now.
The Asatata squad seized the moment. They had been waiting for this opening since the brown bear was distracted by Xingqian's attack. With a coordinated burst of speed, they closed in on the beast, their weapons gleaming with a cold, deadly light. The brown bear, sensing the new threat, whipped its massive head around, its eyes blazing with primal fury. It let out another earth-shaking roar, but this time there was a hint of desperation in its voice.
It's now or never. Xingqian yelled, her twin blades flashing as she executed a devastating combo. The bear's thick hide, already battered by her earlier strikes, finally gave way under the relentless assault. With a final guttural cry, the brown beast collapsed to the ground, its body twitching before falling still. The rain continued to pour, washing away the blood and marking the end of the battle. Quick! Big shot, knock it out and he'll brand it with a slave contract.
The happy alien was so excited it felt like jumping for joy. The dung beetle mecha's front claws were already rubbing together. Its remaining claws scrambled up at lightning speed. Just as Xingqian was about to strike the brown bear's back with the flat of his blade to subdue it completely, the brown bear turned its head and swatted Xingqian's Tang Dao away with one claw. It then seized the other Tang Dao in its grasp. The brown bear grinned menacingly, speaking in a strange halting tone. Want to eat? Bodhisattva. Want to eat? Star. Eat your mother's ass. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva couldn't take it anymore. This creature. It was defaming him. How dare it? And it kept calling itself Bodhisattva. How infuriating, how utterly infuriating. The Bodhisattva will deliver you, you dead bear. You're nothing but a dead brown bear. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva roared in fury, charging toward the bear. At the same time, the other members of the Astartes squad swiftly followed. Sakuramochi, burdened by the heavy steel mecha, executed a wide-sweeping chokehold. Tang Tianlu wedged his beloved dagger between the bear's teeth. The remaining players rushed forward, simultaneously pinning all four of the bear's limbs. Yes, yes, yes. Let yours truly contract it. The happy alien thought the Astartes squad members were his reinforcements. Excitedly he leaped off the mecha. Ha ha. Little bear, here I come. He ran joyfully. Then he felt a gust of wind rush past his side. Turning his head, he saw Samantabhadra Bodhisattva charging past, carrying a Gatling cannon barrel nearly as large as a person. Hey bro. What are you doing? Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, whose face was usually serene and kind, now twisted into a ferocious and insane expression. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. 6 roots pure depleted uranium shells. 3,600 revolutions per breath. Great compassion and mercy, deliver the brown bear. Deliver what? The happy alien was stunned by Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's terrifying appearance. You. Mother. No. The happy alien's eyes widened in horror as he watched Samantabhadra Bodhisattva laughing maniacally with a twisted face shove that thick barrel into the brown bear's mouth. The blue light from the Gatling gun illuminated the area in that instant. 3,600 revolutions shook Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's face into a blurry tremor. But he was reveling in it. Ha 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 ha, vile beast. This is the Bodhisattva delivering you. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-tat. Bodhisattva, Bodhisattva. That's revenge enough. He saw him looking at the brown bear, now riddled like a beehive, couldn't help but pat the still laughing Bodhisattva on the shoulder. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva usually seems so gentle in the team. Sigh. Indeed. One shouldn't suppress oneself. Too much suppression leads to madness. The Gatling gun in Bodhisattva's hands had run out of bullets. The blue light flickered no more. Only then did he, feeling relieved, stow the Gatling away into his space, chuckling as he rubbed his face. Then he reverted to his usual calm demeanor, pressing his palms together. Ah, a good deed a day. Today is another day full of merit. Bodhisattva turned with a smile. On the scene, the players, the angels, even the 2 black wolves that had been snarling and fighting moments before, were all frozen in shock. The black wolf let out a howl and prepared to flee. Oil thief and beggar in the dark snapped back to reality and dashed over to capture the wolves. Only the happy alien was in tears. Not cool, bros. You're not human. Not human. Sakuramochi had interacted with the happy alien back on the human home planet and had a decent relationship with him. He walked over with heavy thudding steps. He patted the happy alien on the shoulder. Bro, it's all good. You wanted a bear, right? In this green shadow crisis, stellar beasts are everywhere. Our squad might not have much money, but we can still manage to get you another bear. The happy alien looked up with tearful eyes. But this bear could talk. Then he'll compensate you with 2. Sakuramochi held up 2 fingers. The happy alien finally beamed with joy. Hee hee bro, you're solid. Then I want 2 bears and they have to look like briar and bramble. Deal, deal, deal. Sakuramochi said while placing an order on the chat page of potato-eating chicken. Bro, get me 2 bear-type stellar beasts tamed and they need to look like briar and bramble. Roger that. Potato-eating chicken, who had just finished class, immediately took the order. Congratulations to player Samantabhadra Bodhisattva for killing a level 6 mutated stellar beast. Recovery successful. Gold coins obtained. 600,000 convert into ingredients. Yes, 10,000 gold coins. No. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva glanced at the brown bear, now nearly blasted into a pulp, and felt no appetite at all. Not far away, Oil Thief and the others had already carried back the 2 wolves. The angels didn't know why they had followed these humans so mindlessly. By the time Akali and the others came to their senses, They had already arrived at an underground lair. A human campfire blazed inside the cave, and every now and then local swamp planet venomous insects would tumble out only to be caught by the humans. They laughed raucously. Like some kind of unevolved demon shouting, "Cut off the head and tail, crunch crunch, tastes like chicken." Then they unhesitatingly devoured the venomous insects. They looked quite serene even in death. Don't stare, those are the latest arrivals. Newbies just aren't steady enough. Oil Thief sat beside Akali, handing her a freshly grilled skewer sprinkled with spices. Want some chili? Akali shook her head blankly. Taking the skewer Oil Thief offered, Akali said instinctively thanks. Beggar in the Dark also sidled over, holding some grilled ferns. They were generously coated in sauce. Akali is an angel, so she must love vegetarian food. Oil Thief: idiot, angels from the West aren't vegetarians. Beggar in the Dark: how would you know, you scoundrel? Aren't you just trying to sign a contract with Akali? Oil Thief: oh, and you're not. Beggar in the Dark: I just want to be friends with her. Oil Thief: you're shameless. Beggar in the Dark: you're lusting after her body. Oil Thief: you don't lust. If you didn't, why would you grovel for sauce from that pile of crap? Oil Thief: you scoundrel, using sauce, you've got no shame. The two put down their skewers and started fighting. Maka Baka: stop fighting, you two. She said this while quietly pulling them both away from Akali. When they were locked in a fierce brawl about to knock each other's brains out, Maka Baka picked up two skewers from the ground and handed them to Akali. They're always like this. Don't mind them. She blinked, her eyes pure and clear. Thank you. Accepting the food that Maka Baka had brought, Akali did not hesitate much before bringing it to her lips. The taste indeed was exquisite. Upon tasting such delicious food, Akali began to believe that these humans who looked like children were indeed cloned from the cells of the original humans. Hee, no need to thank me. Just sign a contract with me, Akali. If you agree, I can take you away from here. Maka Baka blinked her large eyes and spoke with a cheerful grin. The divine race had indeed captured the hearts of the players. Even though Akali was severely injured, her breathtaking beauty remained undeniable. The more Maka Baka looked, the more she adored her, as if beholding a perfectly adorned ball-jointed doll. The divine race was simply flawless. No wonder the male players howled and called them their wives. The divine race truly lived up to its reputation. Maka Baka was lost in Akali's divine countenance. Beneath the orange glow of the fire, Maka Baka propped her chin on her hand. How about it, Akali? If you sign a contract with me, I can cook delicious meals for you every day. Akali smiled gently at Maka Baka. What kind of contract? A friendly contract. Once you sign it, I can put you inside my space. Then I'll buy a scroll from the Lord and take you directly to a safe place where you won't get hurt. Akali's tender expression remained unchanged, but her heart sank. Her tone, however, stayed soft. You mean humans can take us away safely? Yes, that's exactly it. If you're willing, it's possible. If not, then there's no choice. Maka Baka blinked her eyes. She carefully observed Akali's gaze. The NPCs in this game were incredibly sophisticated, they even knew how to fish for information. Luckily, she had always played character-oriented games. Little angel, just wait until I win you over. Akali frowned. Instinctively, she found herself somewhat trusting this little girl's words. The first-generation humans, though clever and cunning, had no real ill intent. But these cloned humans from the very first encounter seemed a bit dim-witted. As this thought crossed her mind, Akali's gaze swept to the side where Tu Yupo and Anjong Chitao were still locked in a heated brawl. As for the other humans, some were still foolishly messing around, while others, like the little girl before her, were trying to gain the angel's consent. In Akali's team channel, an angel asked, how strange, there seem to be more humans than before. It's not just the numbers. Their attitude toward us seems too kind. Something feels off. I've already asked. They say that as long as we sign some agreement with them, we can enter their space. That sycophant didn't tell you that once you enter their space they might gain access to our angelic abilities, did they? So that's how they acquire their powers. Commander, did the first-generation humans have such abilities? Akali replied no. So were these newfound human abilities all obtained by trading with the myriad races? Space jumping came from the space race. Then, where did the means of continuous cloning and memory storage come from? Akali took a deep breath. Among all the races of the Star Alliance, none possessed such capabilities. The only thing she could think of was the Zerg. The Zerg's shared memory. The Zerg's cloning production. The Zerg's mindless worker insects. Tiny goosebumps prickled Akali's arm. But it was only a suspicion. Don't agree to anything just yet. The Star Alliance was now as riddled with holes as a sieve. Akali dared not gamble.
The rise of humanity was too abrupt, too uncanny. Still, if these cloned humans were as simple-minded as worker insects, perhaps they could be used to extract useful information.
She thought her disguise was flawless. In Akali's eyes, these humans were mere infants in age compared to her.
Naturally, they would be incredibly easy to fool. Akali asked, "What is your name?" Maka Baka. Maka Baka, how many humans are there now?
Are you all cloned from the cells of the original humans?
About 1 million or so. As for cloning, I don't know. Maka Baka shook her head. Actually, I can't remember.
But every time we die, we wake up from a hibernation pod.
Do you remember everything before death? Maka Baka blinked and smiled sweetly. No idea.
If I truly forgot, I certainly wouldn't recall what I'd forgotten when I woke up.
That actually made some sense.
Akali lowered her head in thought. So, Angel Sister, will you sign a contract with me?
Maka Baka tilted her head and looked up at Akali from below.
Meanwhile, Tu Yupo and Anjong Chitao, who had fought their way out of the cave, found a large fern leaf to shelter from the rain. Each held a skewer of grilled meat. Tu Yupo asked, "Beggar, do you think this plan will work?"
"Why wouldn't it?" Anjong Chitao took a big bite, choking as he swallowed. Don't underestimate Maka Baka.
Sure, her gaming skills seem average, but she's way better than us at observing NPCs.
This game is really different from others. Don't you want to create a more epic outcome?
Tu Yupo said, "I'm just worried that if we stir things up too much, the game server won't be able to handle it." With this wave of monetization channels, the game company has plenty of ways to make money.
Anjong Chitao tossed the skewer into the swamp.
He stood up, spread his arms, and breathed in the toxic air. According to the game lore, the divine race is only neutral. Otherwise, with how powerful they are, would they have stood by while humans fell? Don't forget, when we first met these angels, they were almost red-named. Besides, it's hard to rob friends, but if they become enemies, well, then we can rob them without guilt. Tu Yupo said, "You're a bad guy." He finished eating and wiped his greasy hands on his clothes. "But hey, we're brothers, so we'll be a bad guy too." Compared to these sacred-looking beauties like angels, I'd pick a succubus, one with a big butt. The two old lechers curled their eyes in unison. At the same time, on the main battlefield of the swamp planet, wave after wave of star beasts were swept by a wave of terror. Some died while a large number stood frozen in place. At the very center, the members of the Rain Knight clan wore pale faces. "There's no bear-type star beast here. What do we do?" In a corner, a novice player scanned the quest board posted by the garbage-picking alliance squad, examining each task one by one. When star beasts hunt for food, they never consume metallic materials. The angels' mechas are damaged, yet they still carry some protective shields. The bare-bones players couldn't withstand the rain, but they could scavenge. Once the star beasts departed, the newly logged in players like diligent ants gathered everything usable. Thus everyone now wore raincoats. Since they had just entered the game and had no gold coins, they could even wander before the star beasts without being eaten. The energy expended for a single movement outweighed the gain from devouring them. After consuming a few bare-bones humans, the star beasts, lacking peculiar tastes, ignored these chattering beings. They focused instead on the manifested Rain Knight tribe. Players lingered at the edges just outside the attack range of the Rain Knight people. Though star beasts also feared death. Powerful star beasts in the rear urged them forward. Aside from waiting for the assault to end and looting, the players occupied themselves with live streaming. Earth's internet was now flooded with entries about interstellar humans. Zhang Shuer remained offline, but she managed the collection of earthly wealth. On other competition planets, countless players surged forth. Newcomers with money paid to win, those without paid with their lives. For a time, all players were overjoyed. "You have a new message from farm owner, beep beep beep, potato eating chicken. Are you taking capture missions?" "Farm owner, I see many star beasts seem tameable. Can you catch some?" "Potato eating chicken, no problem. What kind do you want?" "Any ideas?" Farm owner list. JPG. Farm owner sent a long handwritten list. Potato eating chicken clicked the image and forwarded it to the Scavenger Alliance group chat. Indeed, the Scavenger Alliance had grown large. With millions of new players entering the game and potato eating chicken not participating in the competition. Newcomers were promptly recruited into his alliance. However, it was no longer called Scavenger Collective. Now it was the Interstellar Bounty Hunter Alliance. Such a lofty name made newcomers fantasize about being space rangers, and they eagerly signed up. After all, joining any alliance required no fees, and some even offered benefits. Interstellar Bounty Hunter Alliance group chat, group owner potato eating chicken, new mission brothers. This one's big. The task list is in the group. Whoever captures the corresponding star beast, send a photo for settlement. After sending the message, potato-eating chicken bent low and quietly slipped away from the spectator seats. Despite the commotion, most viewers in the central galaxy were merely interested in gossip. Since none of their clans were competing, there was no need to panic. They'd rather head to the entrance for some human delicacies. At the entrance, potato-eating chicken shuffled out among the crowd heading for food. The snack street was bustling. Players had adopted their Blue Star-style hanging cloth banners. The previous gold coin prices were crudely crossed out with black markers replaced by star coin prices. As potato-eating chicken walked and observed, he marveled, damn, how can anyone out-earn these cooks? No, I must get my mom a game account. Let her open a restaurant in the game, she'll rake it in. He continued strolling and looking around. A tall race clad entirely in black robes collided with him. Potato-eating chicken crashed into their embrace. Instinctively the other wrapped an arm around him. Potato-eating chicken. He looked up. Before seeing the face, he noticed a fair jawline. Sorry, came a gentle voice. Wow, a stunning beauty. Potato-eating chicken's eyes sparkled as he gazed upward. The woman in the black cloak chuckled softly and stepped back. This little one couldn't even see her face yet called her beautiful. Just as adorable as Manchi had said. But now wasn't the time to pet these little ones. She had other matters to attend to. Little one, I want to eat something delicious. Which stall is the best? Her gentle, mature voice enchanted potato-eating chicken into a fool. He pointed at Yuchuadabian's stall. Sister, that one's good. Want some? My treat. As he spoke, he spotted the price list Yuchuadabian had hung up. His fingers trembled. No need, I'll eat on my own. The towering beauty smiled and walked away. Potato-eating chicken sighed as he watched her leave. Forgot to ask for her contact. I really want to see what that big-sized sister looks like. Lunku Xiaoyin emerged from a corner and hooked an arm around his neck. Whatcha doing? Checking out the beauty in the black cloak. Potato-eating chicken sighed again. Poverty's my downfall. I wanted her contact. A beauty in a black cloak. Lunku Xiaoyin scanned the area. She noticed several black-cloaked figures on the snack street. Who are they? So many masked cloaks, did the game artists run out of ideas? Many covered face races have appeared, potato-eating chicken realized. At the stalls 2 or 3 tightly wrapped unknown races mingled. Never mind. Hey Xiaoyin, you didn't call many people, did you? No. What do you want? I only invited our old group friends Bayu Yu and them. What's your plan? Potato-eating chicken smiled mysteriously and quietly led Xiaoyin to a corner. After ensuring no one was around, he pulled out the treasure map had obtained from the life star system. Lunku Xiaoyin didn't recognize it at first. Once she saw it clearly, she scoffed, cousin, this map must be from some stupid elf. Before she finished, potato-eating chicken pressed his hand on the map's markings. Instantly a projected map appeared. Gahaha, let's raid while the elves' defenses are weak. Damn this. Xiaoyin was dumbfounded. Wei Yuan, this kid is playing with fire, the old principal said, sitting dejectedly on the bench. He had originally thought that this child had been behaving himself in the academy all these years. His talent was exceptional if he only developed quietly, and after reaching level 10 challenged those old-timers, he would surely lead the human race to rise again. Perhaps he could even purge the higher-ups. But now it was just a simple competition at the Lord Academy. How could he have taken such a radical action? Even those old-timers, if they wanted to severely damage these newly ascended lords, would only wipe out 300 mid to high-level gene warriors from the clan. Don't they still have reserve members? The old principal remained silent. He did not favor Wei Yuan's such radical behavior this time. Kaishi looked at her grandfather sighing and said with a light laugh, Grandfather, didn't you say that this new world belongs to us young people? And I also feel that what you said is not wrong. Wei Yuan is indeed very suitable to follow. After chatting with him, I think what he said makes a lot of sense. If we keep yielding and retreating, it will only make the enemy strike even more fiercely, and in the process they will devour our flesh and blood. Since we've already torn off the mask, why not just flip the game table? Those old-timers should have left the table long ago. The old principal listened to Kaishi and shook his head. Of course that's true in the face of absolute power. But this time Wei Yuan is very likely to hit a snag. Take a look at the news on the Star Net, and today he was too arrogant and will suffer a blow. The fairness and justice of the Star Alliance are not truly fair and just. Without absolute power, even if the other side was initially a bit wary seeing Wei Yuan so provocative, they will certainly make a move. Once those old-timers make a move, Wei Yuan will die. The old principal didn't want to talk about these cruel unspoken rules. A child's growth still has to rely on his own understanding. Young people being bold and daring is a good thing. But letting blood rush to the head and daring to do anything is not a good thing. Kaishi frowned. Grandfather, do you mean they will strike at Wei Yuan? This is the Lord Academy. Are they still planning to strike at Wei Yuan on the competition grounds of the Lord Academy?
Kaishi didn't even believe it.
But just as his words fell, a huge roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Above the central screen of the Lord Academy, a huge crack appeared. What is that? All the messages we posted on the star net have been blocked.
The human race this time, could it be? Shoo! Wei Yuan is too strong and too arrogant. He's probably being targeted. He spoke so blatantly, naming which high-level officials did what. This. So can we still continue to watch the excitement? We can't leave.
On the square, a purple light barrier rose up, encircling them. The players setting up stalls outside all raised their heads.
Itua Daban had just handed the barbecue skewers in his hand to Xing Baichen for him to give to the customer when he heard that customer exclaimed, "Wow, the human Wei Yuan, is he in big trouble this time?" The signal is completely gone. Is it the higher-ups coming to finish him off?
The consequence of speaking recklessly. Those guys who previously posted random messages on the star net will probably be punished this time too. But didn't the human race say they would send people to rescue the participating members?
With so many lords participating, the higher-ups will.
The higher-ups will probably only punish Wei Yuan this time.
Itua Daban's face instantly turned cold. He immediately opened the game group. Itua Daban brothers, something big is happening. Bro Yuan is going to be dealt with.
Wusher Xing, holy crap, I was just about to take the newbies to a dungeon. Ji Todo Ji, whoa, I can't get away right now, brother, go in and livestream it for me.
What's going on? What the hell?
Shashuela, it should be because of what the Lord said before offending those higher-ups. Jiang Shuer was originally handling company matters. The game agency had just been secured, and after the payment channel was opened there were many things to do. The documents in front of her were piled up like a mountain, so she really didn't have time to go into the game. However, if it was really as she thought, then even if she went into the game it would be useless. The words the Lord said this time had already offended the higher-ups. Before Shashuela could speak, a new player suddenly appeared in the group and sent a message. Saber Lin, Bro Yuan is probably in big trouble this time, brothers. Saber Lin, according to the game's worldview within the Star Alliance, the hierarchy is strict, the law is just a decoration, and high-level gene warriors can casually kill low-level warriors.
Saber Lin from the Elf Queen, we fought, we can see that.
Saber Lin, after watching all the videos of the Big Shot 2 Yupa, I could observe these details from the reactions of these star people. Saber Lin, now that Bro Yuan openly challenges the Alliance's higher-ups, given the combat style here, it's not impossible for them to come directly and kill him.
A spatial rift. Wei Yuan looked up toward the sky above. Dozens of spaceships came shuttling through the rift.
Exquisite and luxurious, these spacecraft were crafted in miniature form.
Life among the upper echelons was never soaked in blood and gore. Even their means of travel, these technological conveyances, were the epitome of opulence. Wei Yuan.
The dozens of spaceships stood in formation.
We are arresting you on charges of slandering the officials of the Interstellar Alliance. Please cooperate. 50 red mechas descended from the ships.
Each of these mechas was of war domain grade. At that moment a few players were still present in the spectator stands.
They recorded the entire scene and shared it in the group chat.
Just as several players were about to rush to Wei Yuan's side,
Wei Yuan waved them off. Don't come over. All were 9th level gene warriors piloting war domain mechas. The players' current strength was insufficient to oppose them.
The system then appeared. Host, this system can forcibly elevate you to level 10, but it requires immense energy, potentially draining all the reserves stored by the players.
No need. I knew they would come for me.
Wei Yuan spoke to the system in his mind. He wasn't a fool when he declared war on the Alliance's high-ranking officials. He had already foreseen what would follow.
These people, hadn't they always been this way? Wei Yuan raised his hands high, his expression icy. Surrounded by so many war domain mechas, he did not summon his own. He didn't even utter a single word of defiance. Feng Yuxing walked out alongside other students from the Lord Academy. The gale whipped up by the turbines made Wei Yuan's clothes rustle loudly.
He showed no trace of fear, head held high, his demeanor gentle, yet his eyes calm and indifferent. I do not accept the charges you've named. I request a trial of all races. A trial of all races. Feng Yuxing's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her breathing involuntarily growing heavier.
The Beastman Lord standing nearby gasped sharply in shock. Has Wei Yuan lost his mind?
A trial of all races.
Why would he do that? With humanity's current strength, this incident could have been completely avoided. Humans possess spatial abilities and first-generation cloning technology. They could have escaped and scathed right. Doesn't Wei Yuan know the consequences of a trial of all races?
A trial of all races.
Once the verdict deemed the accused at fault, their race would be abandoned by the Alliance, losing the protection of the Interstellar Alliance. They would face the threats of space pirates, the Zerg, and ferocious beasts. Furthermore, they would be barred from using the Alliance's equipment and resources. Feng Yuxing frowned. Wei Yuan knew full well that times had changed. A trial of all races might sound fair and just on the surface. But in truth, how could the Alliance's high-ranking officials not have dealings with the myriad races? In this trial, humanity was doomed to lose. Wei Sishan was advanced in age and humanity had lived in seclusion for so many years. Even with the staunch support of the mechanical race, Wei Yuan was certain to lose. Moreover, he had dispatched all his clansmen to rescue the participants in this incident. Feng Yuxing and the remaining lords felt a bitter pang in their hearts. Though Wei Yuan is powerful and gifted, he is utterly clueless about politics. The Beastman Lord, known for being the dullest, had red-rimmed eyes. He's even worse than me. Wiping the corner of his eye, he said, Feng Yuxing, your divine race is strong. Can you protect Wei Yuan? Feng Yuxing shook her head. He has requested a trial of all races, so it must go through the judgment of all races to decide humanity's fate. He has gambled his entire race. Lord Wei Yuan has initiated a trial of all races, main storyline in progress. Would you like to view it? This message appeared on all players' system interfaces. Oh, looks like the boss won't die. Phew, so it's just a story cutscene. Haha, I thought Yuenga was in real danger and about to kick the bucket. I was wondering if Yuenga dies, who do we follow to revive humanity among the stars next? Haha, ID already planned to defect away Sishan if Yuenga croaked. The players cheerfully clicked to view the main storyline. As the live stream loaded, the audience saw the same scene Feng Yuxing had witnessed earlier. However, the video Wei Yuan captured with the system was far more spectacular than what Feng Yuxing had seen from a distance. He had deliberately chosen angles that highlighted his handsome face and aloof gaze. In a word, handsome. In 2 words, extremely handsome. In 3 words, stunningly handsome. At least when the players first opened the screen, they were greeted by his strikingly good-looking face, perfectly complemented by the external atmosphere, absolutely brilliant. Saber Rin had sent so many messages thinking he could show off in the game like Snowfall did. But unexpectedly, the Lord surrendered instead. The NPCs have turned bad. Saber Lin crouched under a large tree on Fruitstar, frantically drawing circles on the ground with her finger. The Lord must have learned to surrender after last time, following the suggestion of snowing. Otherwise, why was he so arrogant before telling the races of the 10,000 Clans Alliance that he would judge them and investigate their leaders? So arrogant at the start, then turns around and surrenders. That's not reasonable. That's not scientific. While he was feeling emo, suddenly a sound came from the bushes. A young lad looking around headed straight for Saberlin. He shouted, brothers, today we're not going sea hunting. Your streamer Big White Shark Me has made it big. I snagged a game account for Interstellar Humanity, haha, and as soon as I entered the game I'm recording a video for you. So far the game can't stream directly, but screen recording works the same. I want edited later, just post it raw so brothers can follow along. The main force went after those competing races and it's full of star beasts over there, scared me to death, so I ran the opposite way, now in a safe zone. Hey brothers, look. This planet is really full of fruits. I don't know how this game was made, but honestly brothers, the fruits here are incredibly delicious. Fruitstar lives up to its name. As Big White Shark Lao he was recording, the camera happened to catch Saber Lin. Everyone look. I actually ran into a solo player here, looks like a newbie just like me. Saber Lin didn't hesitate for a second and bolted away. Damn. How could she still run into players even when she came to this corner to emo? There were just too many players in this game now. Hey, that player must be shy. Big White Shark Lao he turned the camera to himself, grinning, gave a thumbs up and pointed towards Saber Lin. Then from his own camera he saw a huge bipedal grey wolf. The key point was that the wolf's claw was resting on his shoulder. The wolf's huge eyes held a trace of confusion. Who? Human. The werewolf sniffed Lao He's scent. Before Big White Shark Lao He's terrified eyes it gradually shrank, finally transforming into a youth with beast ears and a wolf tail. The other was covered in wounds. Big White Shark Lao he was dumbfounded, standing rigid and frozen in place. It was his first time entering the game. He had never played games before. What should he do when encountering a wild injured werewolf in the wilderness? Was it friendly or hostile? Friend or foe? He was just an ordinary sea hunting streamer. Why did he run into this as soon as he entered the game? Just as Lao he was at a loss, posting his trouble to the group, a player with the ID Xiandisher Ji Lang sent a friend request. Bro, accept it. I heard you met a furry. Add me as a friend. I'm on Swampstar now. To teleport to Fruitstar I need a location point from you. Oh well, except right now, come on over. This must be a big shot.
Big White Shark Lao. He was certain that anyone who could afford teleport scrolls now was wealthy. No sooner had he accepted the friend request than several pixelated lights appeared at Big White Shark Lao's feet.
Xiandishir Zhilang was overjoyed. He absolutely loved beastmen. Even his ID was a beastman type.
Big White Shark Lao. He watched as several players appeared beside him. Then one of them, a little boy, jumped up as soon as he landed, ran to the werewolf and began touching his ears and rubbing his tail.
He was cackling with laughter.
The other teleported players were looking at something and saying, "Little wolf, stop playing for now.
This one on the ground seems to be a beastman, not a star beast. You can't catch it as a pet."
Right, we couldn't find what the farm owner wanted on Swamp Star. Now that we're on Fruit Star, we need to hurry and look for it.
Oh, alright.
Xiandishir Zhilang reluctantly let go of the werewolf's ears.
But just at that moment, the unconscious werewolf opened his eyes.
His gaze reflected the image of Xiandishir Zhilang. His large amber eyes were moist, looking extremely adorable.
Xiandishir Zhilang couldn't help it and grabbed again twice. "Since you're so cute, he'll give you a medical injector."
"Sigh, I wish I could be like Big Shot 2 for getting 10 million star coins with one injection."
Xiandishir Zhilang sighed and injected the healing needle into the body of the werewolf and see. Congratulations to player Xiandishir Zhilang for gaining 100 trust from the werewolf and see. Would you like to form a contract?
Xiandishir Zhilang and the werewolf on the ground locked eyes, staring at each other.
Chi. Ha ha ha, how could such good fortune fall upon me? Xiandishir Zhilang's face was about to split from grinning.
Nearby a few players thought this kid was just a bit foolish. System-wide announcement: congratulations to player Xiandishir Zhilang for becoming the first player to form a contract with a contestant.
What the hell? Holy crap, are beastmen all this gullible? Ah.
This is worse than death.
Little wolf, let me do it.
Tonli Bayu was the player who had just told Xiandishir Zhilang that this was just a werewolf, not a star beast. She had been thinking that this foolish boy was about to waste a medical injector.
But who would have thought? Who would have thought?
The sourness in her heart rose from her throat and stung her eyes. In an instant, Tonli Bayu's eyes turned red. The other players also began to howl and yell. Dabai Sha Lao, he who always hung around the beachcombing streamer circle, had never seen such a scene before. He was momentarily stunned. Then he saw the tearful little boy Xiandishir Zhilang scramble up from the ground and directly grab his hand.
"Big brother, you are my real big brother.
This werewolf can be contracted with just one healing potion."
"Good man, truly a good man." Xiandishir Zhilang said, his eyes brimming with tears. He grabbed Dabai Sha Lao his hand and shook it vigorously.
It was a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Just a glance at the surrounding players, who were practically fuming with envy, was enough to tell.
Contracting a contestant was no easy feat.
There are still good people among the players. Xiandishir Zhilang sighed with emotion, then released his hand and bounced over to his contracted werewolf.
He observed the werewolf up and down. Ah.
Dabai Sha Lao, he scratched his head. Had this big shot forgotten that he was just a rookie, unable to afford even a level 1 genetic agent, let alone a healing injector? Still, at least he had built a good relationship with these big shots.
And C watched these strange humans, his wolf eyes deep in thought. What had happened?
His body felt comfortable, he had been healed.
Humans were indeed mostly good, just as the Lord had said.
His nose twitched slightly and his gaze fell upon Xiandishir Zhilang. He looked like a human child. It was he who had saved him. Quite adorable, but he seemed rather weak. "Ansi, my big treasure, come here and let me hug you." Xiandishir Zhilang yelped and gave Ansi a big bear hug. To the players it was just a game. A contract meant they were family. After all, the other party had 100% favorability towards him. A flawless strategy.
Ga 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 ga.
And Sis' body was a little stiff, but his ears still twitched involuntarily. His tail also wagged slightly.
Human children were so enthusiastic. Ansi patted Xiandishir Zhilang's head. "Human, thank you." Xiandishir Zhilang jerked his head up. "My name is Xiandishir Zhilang. You can call me Xiandi or Little Wolf. Let me take you to a safe place first. This fruit star is really dangerous." Content with having a wolf, Xiandishir Zhilang planned to send the werewolf and see away. After all, the moment they met, the guy looked like he was about to die. But the players never expected Nc to shake his head. "My teammates are still fighting." Tonli Bayu's eyes lit up instantly. "How many of your teammates are still alive? Are they also badly injured?" It was obvious from this werewolf. The beastmen race probably all had a bit of a one-track mind.
Although the game said it was an equal contract, it wouldn't be a problem to develop it into a pet contract later on.
And C nodded and instantly transformed back into his wolf form.
He had taken on his werewolf form earlier because he saw Bai Xiaolao he to ask for help, and C used his last strength to assume human shape. After all, humans might not save a wolf, but seeing a humanoid creature would always stir a bit of compassion. That's what C thought. But after he turned back into a wolf, he noticed that the human children around him all let out exclamations of awe. Holy crap, CND, you lucky bastard. So big. So huge. So handsome. Too cool. This build these muscles. I'm fainting from Cis coolness. Bro, please let me touch him. Godfather. Godfather. This is too awesome. Let me just take a photo with C. Xian Disher Zhilang's grin was harder to suppress than an AK at this moment. Hey brothers, didn't we agree to form our own squad? Let's go. Rescue the beastmen and bring them home. When C heard Xian Disher Zhilang shout bring them home, a wave of warmth surged in his heart. A wolf once tamed becomes a dog. So emotions often resonate the same way. His tail began to wag involuntarily. Humans were good. The massive grey wolf charged towards the battle zone, leading a chattering group of players. Bai Xiaolao, he who had planned to slip away, quietly felt his arm tighten as he saw his sleeve caught by the female player named Ton Li Baiyu. His feet left the ground as he was dragged screaming into the battle zone. The scent of blood was terrifyingly thick. It stained the surrounding red fruits an even more vivid hue. An intense sweetness mingled with the stench of blood. The beastmen, panting with blood-tinged breath, stared with crimson eyes at the star beasts that had surrounded them again. At the outermost edge of this group of beastmen was a massive serpent-shaped mecha. The mecha could no longer rise. Its connecting joints had been bitten off by the star beasts. But its head was still held high. Among the remaining beastmen, some still had functioning mechas while others had begun fighting in their original forms. The serpent-shaped mecha tore a star beast from its own body with its jaws. Blood was squeezed from the mecha's mouth. Countless star beasts surged forward. They sought to bite through the last joint of this serpent-shaped mecha. The pale-faced fox-eared girl surrounded by the beastmen in the center watched her teammates on the periphery heavily wounded yet still fighting on. Big teardrops rolled down her cheeks. No support, no news, Commander, are we all going to die here? The girl sobbed her cries clear. Inside the serpent-shaped mecha ran his face, bearing net-like snake scales had slit pupils. Beastmen fight to the death. The Alliance is unreliable. We have been abandoned. But don't be afraid. I will find a way for you to survive. Li Hua Hua, don't cry. The other beastmen also chuckled grimly. Yeah, what's there to cry about? Wait for me to self-destruct and you run, got it. And C is fast, he must have found a safe place by now. You follow his scent and hide. Click aka. Roar. Blood splattered. When C arrived with the players, what he saw was his elder brother transformed into a giant wolf being besieged and torn apart by star beasts. Howl. What is justice? Li Huahua did not know. All she knew was that when danger came, the Alliance closed the passage, leaving them, a group of gene warriors yet to mature, to confront the terrifying star beasts. At their most desperate moment, it was the human race long suppressed by the Alliance that suddenly appeared. Why were humans here? Wasn't there battlefield on the swamp planet? Before Li Huahua could figure it out, a loud shout drew her gaze upward. "Ansi, watch your back." Li Huahua, through her tear-blurred eyes, watched the human brought by Ansi dash forward when danger befell him, only to be torn apart. Ansi turned back in terror, only to see a little boy's head flying off, a smile still lingering on his face. No. No, please no. The enormous grey wolf shredded the star beasts around it, then spun around in a mad dash to save the boy who was already dead. But all it could see was the boy's head rolling on the ground, slowly closing its eyes. Xiandi. The fur on the back of the giant wolf's neck bristled completely. It turned back like a mad creature and charged into the swarm of star beasts, slaughtering. In the taming squad's group chat, the other players were utterly stunned. Then they started tagging. Ton Li Baiyu, bro, you're playing this dirty. Xian Disher Zhilang. Mei Li Mao Xian Disher Zhilang, reply fast. The village is handing out furries. Dao Yuqing Lubu Xian Di, your best buddy has gone berserk. He thinks you're dead. If you keep playing like this, how are we supposed to raise affinity with the other beastmen? Xian Disher Zhilang Wu. And C must think I died, but I can't log in now, my mom called me for dinner. In the game pod with nutrient fluids there was no need to eat. But would his non-gamer mom buy that? She would only think you're gaming and now you won't even eat. That's asking for death. So when Xian Disher Jilang heard the pod being pounded with a thunderous noise, he timed it perfectly, blocked a lethal blow for NC, then logged off safely. But he never expected that NC seemed completely unaware that players could be revived infinitely. It went so madly to avenge him.
Xian Disher Jilang's conscience was pricked.
Whoa, so pitiful my NC. Xian Disher Jilang gulped down noodles, crying as he ate. While Xian Disher Jilang grieved, Dao Yuqing Lubu laughed out loud.
Fine.
He had found a way to boost affinity.
Dao Yuqing Lubu, gentlemen, you see my ID.
Today I have set my sights on that little fox. No one snatch her from me, alright. Mei Li Mao Shen Gongbao meets a nine-tailed fox.
Perfect.
That's the vibe. Before the main force arrives, let's make a charge first.
Split up.
Brothers, charge.
Gene unlocking serums were not affordable for just anyone.
Among the taming squad members, only Dao Yuqing Lubu was the strongest. He was a bona fide rich kid. Not only had he maxed out his level, but he also bought a set of Taoist robes. His crown of hair stood upright, making him look like an ancient cultivator.
My level 6 gene serum is already itching for action. Now I just need to push my experience points up. Brothers, let's go.
Dao Yuqing Lubu turned on the pain perception. With a stylish leap and pivot, he struck at a star beast perched on the neck of a serpent mecha. The star beast opened its crimson eyes. Directly bearing its fangs, it bit the long sword he had just bought to show off, shattering it.
Damn my money. Crack.
The long sword broke. Then he pulled out a horsetail whisk from his spatial storage. Before he could even use it, the star beast lifted its foot and kicked Dao Yuqing Lubu squarely. According to the aesthetic of the orc race, the lower the degree of beast transformation when the clan members take human form, the more perfect they appear. Li Huahua watched the human in a Taoist robe, his expression cold as he was knocked down by the star beast's time and again, only to rise again each time. There were even fragments of internal organs mixed in the corners of his mouth. Just looking at him was already a scene of great tragedy. But worse was yet to come.
The Taoist's persistence made the star beasts roar in anger.
The black star beasts that had just besieged the giant snake mech abandoned their attack and instead gathered to prepare to kill the young Taoist. In fact, the players were being besieged. But for some reason Li Huahua's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the lonely young Taoist. The orc race holds a strong affection for humans, just as players prefer alliance creatures that resemble their two-dimensional waifus. Thus Li Huahua recognized him as a young Taoist, a human who walked a different path. However, from her previous findings in the clan's records about humans, it was clearly stated that Tao cultivators gradually disappeared after the gene unlocking potions were released. She never expected to encounter a young Taoist here. Truly, it could be considered her good fortune. Having endured so many fatal attacks, I finally managed to fill my experience points, hee. Taoist friend, please hold on. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat out some clots of blood. He clutched his chest, watching the star beasts gradually approach. Since his level was not high, the star beasts that had gathered were all only level 5. It really hurts badly. His veins were throbbing. With a swift motion, he purchased 2 syringes from the system shop, a level 6 gene unlocking potion and a healing injection. The 2 syringes were simultaneously injected into his chest. I forgot that my experience points were sufficient. I can now deactivate pain perception. The pain throughout his body was already excruciating, and now with the simultaneous injection of these 2 potions. As the level 6 gene unlocking potion was injected into his body, a surge of energy coursed through his veins. He knelt on the ground, drops of sweat falling from his forehead mingling with the blood on his face. Li Huahua gasped. The severely injured orcs around him also felt a sense of relief at the arrival of the human, but were now frightened. Is he preparing to unlock his genes directly on the battlefield? How reckless.
Human. Forcing gene unlocking will cause you to collapse. Stop now.
It's useless, I've already injected it. Taoist friend, please hold on, he said, his lips pale and sweat pouring down as he slowly raised his face towards the group of orcs. His expression had an ethereal quality. This was also the skin optimization that Taoist friend, please hold on, had chosen at great expense upon entering the game. At this moment, the seemingly talented young Taoist of the human race, surrounded by powerful enemies, spoke to them. Our Lord has specifically instructed us to bring you back. Little fox, stop crying. The bowtie's tears are too much for this poor Taoist to bear. Taoist friend, please hold on. After saying this, he let out a low growl and curled up. His actions tugged at the hearts of all the orcs. Even ANS, who had been fighting madly moments ago, could not help but turn back. He remembered the little boy who had jumped into his arms. That child willing to sacrifice himself to save me. Naturally, I must save his comrades. ANS growled and broke through the encirclement of the star beasts. The remaining orcs, those who still had some strength, also prepared to rush towards Taoist friend, please hold on. But just at that moment, Several level 6 star beasts emerged from the forest. Finally a level 7 star beast shrouded in dark energy slowly walked out.
The level 7 star beast could already use mental power to control other star beasts.
Compared to other races that had come to Fruit Star, the orc race was still relatively weak. Thus initially the number of star beasts sent to eliminate them was not large.
However, humans inexplicably appeared on other battlefields.
Thus this level 7 star beast was arranged by higher ranking star beasts to lead a team to ambush.
Unexpectedly, humans really came here.
This level 7 star beast bared its fangs and roared at the other star beasts. In an instant the advantage painstakingly gained by the players turned into a disadvantage. The star beasts surrounding Taoist friend please hold on swiftly blocked the approaching orc reinforcements. The level 6 star beast stepped toward Taoist friend please hold on, who was still curled up on the ground. A stench wafted from it. This level 6 star beast snorted and approached. Congratulations to player Taoist friend please hold on for gaining 100 favorability from the orc manhwa. Congratulations to player Taoist friend please hold on for gaining 100 favorability from the orc python. Congratulations to player Taoist friend please hold on for gaining favorability from the orc.
Contract all contracts.
With 100 favorability, does that mean I can take them away without the orc's agreement?
Yes.
Taoist friend please hold on felt he had performed enough. In fact, he had already turned off his pain perception. What he was waiting for was the orc's complete favor towards human. However, unexpectedly this wait brought several level 6 star beasts and one level 7 star beast.
Brothers, the situation is not optimistic, the wind is tight. How is the orc's favorability on your side?
Almost there, it should be around 60 to 70%.
As long as they agree verbally, we should be able to take them away.
I have no problems here either.
Me too. CND is a wolf, haven't you finished your meal?
Hurry up, we need to collect the orcs and catch a wave of star beasts to escape.
Almost done, almost done. Brothers, take care of my ANS.
In the few seconds the players were chatting, the level 6 star beasts had already charged over.
Its gaping mouth lunged unhesitatingly at Taoist friend please hold on's head.
Those sharp teeth, the moment they touched skin, would surely tear a huge gash. It intended to devour this human who dared to inject gene unlocking potion on the battlefield. But in the next second the floating dust that had been hanging nearby suddenly sprang to life as Taoist friend please hold on's wrist twisted. The white floating dust coiled around the neck of the star beast, tightening instantly.
Wow! This star beast is so strong.
Taoist friend please hold on had initially planned a dashing kill with the floating dust. But the defense of the level 6 star beast was clearly not something a level 5 star beast could compare to. He managed to entangle this level 6 star beast. But it was impossible to deliver a fatal strike. Really, there's no other way, I can only resort to technology and ruthless measures. Die.
Taoist friend please hold on pressed the button on the floating dust's handle.
Numerous beams of light shot from the tips of the floating dust's threads.
Countless small wounds erupted from its flesh.
At first the blood flowed like fine hairs, then with a loud pop, it turned into a massive column of blood. The level 6 star beast perished. Its corpse was instantly retrieved. Before the level 7 star beast could react, Taoist friend please hold on shouted at the orc clan members who had achieved 100 favorability.
Return. I will take you away.
As his words fell, more than half of the orcs on the battlefield disappeared. The remaining orcs were stunned. Brothers, don't be dazed, quickly sign the contract with us.
Brother aka, do you wish to sign a friendly contract with me? Tongli Bayu rushed first to aka Ant's elder brother. Big brother nod. ANS understood.
After Akka nodded, he also vanished.
The remaining orcs all nodded at the humans who had asked.
The level 7 star beast sensed something was wrong, its fur bristling as it charged towards the battlefield.
What had these humans done?
ANS wanted to help Taoist friend please hold on block, but was suddenly pulled back by the little boy who appeared.
And then disappeared from the spot.
Brothers, it's time for us to recoup our losses.
CND the wolf swung his hand and pulled out a plasma cannon.
For the sake of acting, I didn't even dare to use my mech. Finally I can unleash my full power to slaughter, hahaha.
Come on, this poor Taoist is short on money.
First let's find a way to eliminate the low-level star beast, save up to exchange for gene unlocking agents, and after upgrading well come back to finish off the remaining ones. Having just killed a level 6 star beast, Taoist please stay saw his gold coins surge by a significant amount. 10 level 6 star beasts could be exchanged for 1 level's even gene unlocking agent. Although it was a low-grade version, the effects after injection were still decent.
Understood. CND Zhilang, a wolf, released his mecha.
The humanoid giant produced by Wuxia Star after his continuous modifications had achieved a score of 80 points. The players were no longer the low-level novices they once were.
The higher the level, the greater their proficiency with the mecha. However, even the mightiest fists could not withstand a multitude of foes.
After successfully slaying 6 level 5 star beasts, the joints of Xian Disher Zhilang's mecha were bitten off by a star beast.
Mecha damage has reached 90. Pilot evacuate immediately. Self-destruct system is preparing. Damn, Wusher Star never said the mecha would be scrapped once it reached a certain damage level. This scamming bastard, am never buying his mecha again, damn it.
Frantically opening the mecha cockpit, Xian Disher Zhilang shouted through the loudspeaker, "Stupid star beast, come on, kill me." He controlled the mecha to flip the middle finger at the levels even wild boar star beast in the distance.
Although the beast didn't understand the gesture, Xian Disher Zhilang's intention to taunt was quite evident.
A red light flickered in the levels even star beast's eyes as it charged toward the immobile mecha.
Humans. Arrogant. It would deliver the fatal blow to that reckless human. Just as the levels even wild boar star beast leaped with a gravity jump, charging madly at Xian Disher Zhilang's, a small sphere ejected from the mecha's core. Bang.
After a violent explosion, Xian Disher Zhilang heard the pleasant sound of the system notification. It had killed 3 level 5 star beasts and 1 level 6.
How worth it.
He crawled out of the cockpit safety pod and ran toward the other players. But the next second he smelled something burning.
A tusk pierced through from behind. Xian Disher Zhilang was impaled by the wild boar star beast's tusk.
Blood flowed down the snow-white tusk into the levels even star beast's mouth.
Die. Turn on the pain.
Struggling, Xian Disher Zhilang activated the pain sensation, and the next moment excruciating pain surged through him.
Off.
The levels even wild boar star beast felt its prey twitching occasionally on its tusk.
Finally the prey died in agony.
Poof. The boar flung the corpse away.
A level 5 gene human wasn't even worth eating.
Its crimson eyes fixed on Daoist Please Stay, who was battling several level 6 star beasts. Logging out of the game, Xian Disher Zhilang chose the Lord Academy as his respawn point without hesitation. At that moment, in the central square of the Lord Academy,
Wei Yuan had already been taken away.
There weren't many people in the square, but Feng Yuxing and the other lords had not yet left.
They were waiting for news. What would be the final outcome for humanity and whether their clansmen could return? A human has appeared. Someone suddenly spoke.
Only then did everyone notice that in the central square of the Lord Academy a small human boy stood somewhat conspicuously. After looking around, he released something onto the ground.
A beast man. Ansi opened his eyes in confusion.
The different environment and sense from Fruit Star made him wrinkle his nose involuntarily.
This is the Lord Academy.
Ansi opened his eyes, and just like when he first met Xian Disher Zhilang, saw the little boy's lively big eyes.
Xian Di. Ansi.
A burly figure suddenly rushed out.
The Beastman Lord, panting heavily, grabbed Ansi's arm. Where is Li Huahua?
How did you get out? Where's my sister?
Ha!
Where's my sister? The moment the Orc Lord let out a mighty roar, several human figures suddenly materialized beside him.
Damn it!
Xian Disher Zhilang pointed at Dao Yuqing Lubu, who insisted on striking a cool pose even as he landed, and shouted, "Go ask him for your sister." Dao Yuqing Lubu, with blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, flicked his whisk and wore a transcendent expression. "Brother, why the foul language?" As he spoke, he released the orcs that had been confined within his pet space. As the orcs were freed, Dao Yuqing Lubu heard the pleasant chime of a game notification. A faint smile graced his lips, exuding an air of profound wisdom. Holy crap, this guy is such a poser, I can practically feel his aura of pretentiousness swirling around him.
Damn, if I had the money I'd buy a skin that lets me show off like that too. It's just too flashy. I'm so jealous it hurts. Would it kill the world to let one more rich person exist? The players voiced their envious remarks. But from the orcs' perspective, things were entirely different. Li Huahua stared at Dao Yuqing Lubu, whose hair had turned slightly white and choked up. His hair has turned white, brother. It was the humans who saved us, they rescued us from the star beasts. Li Huahua wiped away her tears and recounted to the Orc Lord the story of the humans' rescue mission. A few Alliance members were still lingering on the periphery. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. That seemingly young human had dared to risk injecting a level 6 gene unlocking agent while surrounded by star beasts. And he had succeeded. Even the Orc Lord couldn't help but stare at Dao Yuqing Lubu in astonishment. Would Wei Yuan really be willing to send such a genius to the arena for a rescue mission? Even with the possibility of cloning and regeneration, the consequences were by no means negligible. The Orc Lord then recalled the image of Wei Yuan being taken away by the Alliance's high-ranking officials not long ago. The simple-minded Orc Lord's eyes reddened as well. Unable to contain himself, he fell to one knee and slammed his fist against the ground. Humans, I thank you for saving my kin. I legally am powerless to help your Lord Wei Yuan, but I swear I will report everything that has happened here to my father.
The orc race will stand with the humans in the trial of all races. Gasp. The trial of all races. Several players who had been skipping cutscenes at every opportunity were dumbfounded. Dao Yuqing Lubu, still looking frail as he leaned on his whisk, coughed up blood and furrowed his brow as he asked, "What is the trial of all races?"
Meanwhile, Wei Yuan, on his way to the tribunal and awaiting the arrival of the clan leaders, was brimming with confidence.
Being expelled from the Star Alliance would allow him to focus on leading the players in technological advancement, leveling up, and eventually launching a counteroffensive against the Alliance. This time he would let the new players scavenge for resources on the battlefield. Even if they only brought back a modest amount, it would give the million newcomers some capital to start with.
Relying solely on mining on Blue Star, that simply wouldn't be sustainable.
He wondered how many members of other races his players could rescue.
Forging alliances would be beneficial as well. At the very least, they could establish trade relations during their development phase.
Falling out with the Alliance didn't necessarily mean severing ties with every single race.
Wei Yuan contemplated the future.
Completely unaware that at that very moment his plan to be ousted from the Alliance was encountering a few minor complications. Lei Huahua said, "If the trial of all races finds the humans guilty, your race will be expelled from the Star Alliance.
Your home planet will be confiscated. Only the blue star that Wei Yuan currently possesses has been marked and can be considered your own."
The players exchanged glances. They immediately sent this newly acquired information to the player chat group.
"Big trouble, everyone. We might be kicked out of the Star Alliance. Holy shit.
So this wave of new players is here to compete for resources.
Great, if we lose the big pie, what are we supposed to live on?"
The only option now is probably to rescue as many participating members as possible.
Let's learn from Dao Yuqing Lubu's tutorial. The NPC's affinity affects the game's direction. We've already earned the orc race's favor. Newbies find ways to earn more gold coins. This time we veteran players are going to campaign for votes for Boss Yuan. Take care, little ones. Scrounge up resources by any means necessary.
If we really get kicked out of the Alliance, the resources we can get in the future will be limited. A million players might not seem like much across the entire galaxy, but facing this beast tide, everyone was brimming with confidence. The new players who had been slacking off and expecting veteran players to carry them through the star beasts, thinking it was just a newbie bonus, were dumbfounded. No way the big shots are going to campaign for votes.
Act it out. Rescue the participants and let their races vote for our Boss Yuan. Forget it, let's go. Turn off the pain suppression. I can't take it anymore. My experience gain is too slow.
Within just a few minutes, on all planets of the verdant battlefield, the players had spontaneously split into two factions.
The new players suddenly went berserk, turning off their pain suppression and charging into battle.
The veteran players meanwhile began putting on elaborate acts after locating the participating members. But the veteran players on the swamp planet were stunned.
"Holy crap, guys, is it too late for us to go rescue the Rainy Night Clan now?" The Rainy Night Clan. Damn, maybe we shouldn't go.
I'm afraid they'll faint from fright before the star beasts even get to them.
This affinity building is way too hard.
The angels, who had been enjoying the players' care inside their nest, suddenly sensed a collective shift in the humans' emotions.
Should we go save them?
Sigh, we shouldn't have scared them so much earlier. On the angel side, from what those guys watching outside said, their leader seems to have a good relationship with our Boss Yuan.
So that's probably already taken care of.
The priority now is the Rainy Night Clan.
What do we do? The players left.
Without even saying goodbye, they all filed out of the nest. Even Makabaka, after glancing at Akali, stood up and headed outside. The angels were so guarded, and the players had been handing out skewers and healing injections. Although they had earned quite a few star coins, their affinity with these beings hadn't budged an inch. It felt like being strung along like a love-struck fool. If this were the real world and the angels looked like that, being strung along might be tolerable.
But this was a game.
The player's mentality was pretty much that of a protagonist who thinks the world revolves around him.
They gave healing injections and the angels paid them.
They gave food and the angels said thank you.
That was it. No further gestures.
And in the game, the affinity was clearly displayed as a number. After wasting so much time here, the players were starting to get fed up. As Makabaka walked out of the nest, he complained to Tuyupa.
"We're pulling out. If we can't handle it, we'll just start hunting.
The conditions on the swamp planet are terrible. The angels and the Rainy Night Clan are impossible to win over.
Forget the affinity, we'll just forcefully kidnap them all. I'm sick of this." Hearing a Baijit cutie curse was quite the contrast. Xingchen nodded, agreed. She was also eager to move on and find Xiaobei.
Wasting so much time here was nothing but a pointless delay.
Patience. Strategy.
The players declared they were playing a spacefaring game. What they needed to do was to acquire the most resources and reap the greatest benefits within their limited time.
If the angels were too difficult to win over, then they simply wouldn't bother. There were always other races. The next one would be more cooperative.
Some radical players even aggressively suggested that they should just kill the angels outright, claiming the rewards would surely be more valuable than hunting star beasts. However, this tempting proposal was vetoed by the chief commander Zueshila.
First, the celestial race is currently considered friendly.
Our Lord sent us to rescue them, presumably to build good relations.
Second, we don't yet know the true strength of these angels or if they possess hidden abilities. If we don't handle it cleanly, it could become a future threat.
These 2 points dissuaded the players who were eager to try.
Yet they remained restless, even forming their own chat groups. The first player to disable pain perception, Wei Yuan, was invited into a group. When he saw the group name, Plan for the Extinction of All Races, he was stunned.
Upon reading the chat content, he gasped in shock.
The messages read like something from a terrorist organization in reality. Wei Yuan didn't even dare to leave the group. He secretly screenshotted the chat and sent it to Zueshila.
Sister Shwe, these players.
Zueshila glanced at it. Leave them be.
The players' free development has nothing to do with us.
If anything, it's the Lord's concern.
If gamers in a game were truly obedient, they wouldn't be called players.
Zueshila didn't think she had the authority to control the players' interests.
She was merely an ordinary working person.
Wei Yuan suddenly realized he was playing a game.
His immersion was too deep. He had felt like Head joined a terror cell.
Damn. Had never been a member of a terrorist organization before. Might as well show off in this group.
Wei Yuan grinned and posted a terrifying comment: if I get a chance, I really want to know if roasted angel wings taste like chicken wings.
The group chat exploded. See? Wei Yuan is a hardcore extremist too.
I knew it. Those from the first and second batches who can disable pain from the start are ruthless.
Should we be more friendly to humanoid races?
But is the structure of angel wings like a bird's or a human arm?
Akali and the others had mostly recovered from their injuries thanks to the healing shots.
Dawn broke over the swamp planet and the rain had stopped. Wei Yuan stepped through the muddy water and turned to look at the angels who had come out with them.
Their wings were as white as snow.
If he really were to pluck and roast them.
Oi, what was he thinking? Wei Yuan slapped his own cheeks. He was going mad.
Humanoid creatures were not to be eaten.
What are you all planning to do? Akali asked curiously.
The humans appeared in a massive crowd. She couldn't even fathom where so many people had come from. Apart from 100 or so higher level contestants, tens of thousands of others were all at level 0.
That's right. Tens of thousands. Level 0.
Akali felt such a situation was impossible. For a moment she thought she was dreaming.
But it was all real. Wei Yuan coughed into his fist.
We're going to rescue the Rainy Night tribe and kill the star beasts.
Just you all.
It wasn't that Akali looked down on them, but even tens of thousands of humans at level 0 were utterly useless.
Could tens of thousands of them really take on a single star beast? Can't help it.
The swamp planet only has 2 participating races and fewer star beasts come here.
Even among the newcomers, few are willing to come.
Out of 1 million new players, only a measly 80,000 chose the swamp planet. Wei Yuan grumbled.
Akali said no matter how many come, if they aren't gene warriors, they're useless, right?
Just as she spoke, a small group of level 4 star beasts appeared in the distance.
Even level 4 beasts could slaughter them all.
Akali had just thought that when she saw those humans, who had no levels at all, become excited at the sight of the level 4 star beast pack. Ha ha ha, smart me, already grabbed a free basic energy saw from the warehouse.
Bro, you're fast.
There were only a few energy saws, I didn't get one.
I brought some small weapons. Let's share them, brothers. Can we use metal fittings? Charge.
They're just a bunch of level 4 star beasts.
We just need to open a wound. Even just sucking blood from the wound will be enough to take them down. Great plan, bro. Those with weapons stab first to make an opening. Akali only heard the clamor of these 0-level humans who weren't even gene warriors.
She thought they truly were clones devoid of fear. Then she watched as the humans charged forward before the star beasts could react. The weapons in their hands were barely worthy of the name. The only passable item was a basic energy saw, long obsolete in the Alliance.
Did the humans not equip them with weapons?
Charging in like that was nothing but a suicide mission. She glanced at Wei Yuan only to find him and Tuyupo wearing cryptic smiles. This reminds me of when we fought Brother Chun back in the day, doesn't it?
Back then we didn't have such good conditions. 30 of us charged in and got stabbed to death instantly, and we couldn't revive directly.
You have no idea how extreme we had to be to manage our health.
Exactly.
Brother Chun was worth nothing.
These newbies are taking on level 4 star beasts right away and revives are free. A quick fortune, we never had it so good.
While Tuyupo and the others reminisced, tens of thousands of players surged forward.
Akali watched as they charged, died, revived and charged again over and over.
All to break through the star beast's defenses.
Just a single small breach.
One of the beasts had a small cut made behind its ear. Then came endless weapons, teeth and fingers whitening the wound.
Even more terrifyingly, someone discovered that sucking blood made the beast's health drop faster. Then countless humans like leeches tore open the wound and went to suck. The blood couldn't be ingested by the players, it was instantly reclaimed by the system. But these horrifying acts were utterly terrifying to both the angels and the other star beasts. Haha, earning 3,000 gold coins, not a loss.
The player who uttered these words had his belly torn open, his internal organs spilling out through the wound as he lay supine on the ground. The pain made his entire body tremble, his face ashen. Even his voice quivered with agony. Yet despite this he could still jest with the other human beside him. The other was still alive as well, but drenched in blood, his legs twisted and bent, a thigh bone fractured irregularly and protruding from the middle of his thigh, a ghastly white that made even the sight of it feel painful. Yet they could still discuss their achievements while trembling in pain.
The fear that Akali felt was now unfolding on every planet of the Levian galaxy. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan's trial was about to commence.
A blinding light shone before his eyes. He frowned instinctively and raised a hand to shield himself.
Wei Yuan.
A solemn voice came from high above.
After adjusting to the light, Wei Yuan looked up.
The trial of all races did not bring every clan leader. Most were in distant galaxies, appearing only as virtual images in the courtroom.
Present in person were the high-ranking officials of the Star Alliance, the current President Galisha and the 27 members of the Council. The Minister of the Alliance Law Enforcement Department Su Lin.
The 7 military commanders of the Star Alliance's military region. A total of 36 dark figures now stood at the highest vantage point looking down upon Wei Yuan.
Wei Yuan, you requested the trial of all races, so we have opened it as you demanded. Now read your charges.
At the very top, one of the 27 council members was speaking. His head was bald, his skin pale silver, his fingers long, he looked very much like Ebony Maw. At the Lord Academy you publicly slandered that the Alliance High Evil interfered with the Lord Academy competition.
Is that true? Not true.
Wei Yuan looked up, gazing at the faces of those high officials. These guys sitting in such high positions still had to put on a show of some trial.
How ridiculous. I did not slander. What I said is the truth. Aren't you worried that after the students of the Lord Academy graduate they will take your positions?
Wei Yuan said with a smile. Incidentally, he took out a comfortable-looking sofa from his own space. In such a solemn and dignified environment he didn't even bother to look at the high officials above, whose faces had already turned unpleasant.
Wei Yuan, are you despising the Star Alliance? Straighten up your attitude.
Wumu, the council member who looked very much like Ebony Maw and whose name was also similar, immediately became furious and roared at Wei Yuan. Then a flash of golden light streaked by and the sofa Wei Yuan had just taken out was burned to powder by a laser. This trial of theirs was being broadcast live, aiming not only to kick the human race out of the Alliance. They wanted not only to prevent humans from obtaining the position of president, but also to use this incident to give a stern warning to those races that were subtly dissatisfied with the Alliance.
If they couldn't curb Wei Yuan's arrogant momentum, now wouldn't they lose face before all races? Wumu, as a level 9 gene warrior just one step away from level 10, was leading this trial.
Therefore this trial was led by him. The other members, maintaining their dignity, assisted him from the sidelines.
However, Wei Yuan was not one to be easily intimidated, nor was he a man of good temper.
He curled his lips slightly and took out another sofa from his space.
How dare you do that? Wumu pressed the fire button again. Blazing flames scorched the area around Wei Yuan.
They couldn't harm Wei Yuan, a level 9 gene warrior, but they could melt everything around him into nothing.
Most of you members should know about primitive humans, right? I wonder if you've heard a saying. Wei Yuan raised his hand, showing 3 fingers. According to an old saying of our human race, the rule of 3. The rule of 3. So, Wei Yuan took out another sofa.
This time the sofa was very simple, a white single-seater that looked comfortable to sit on. Without any pause he leaned back directly into the sofa after speaking. Wumu, if you mess around again I will kill you in front of the live broadcast of all races.
Kill you.
3 light words. They made Wuma's silver skin tremble with anger, changing from silver to various colors.
Arrogant, too arrogant.
Wei Yuan, do you think the past merits of the human race can protect you for long? A mere sofa and you dare to threaten? Wumu was about to move again but was stopped by an elderly council member beside him. This was a member of the treefolk race. He was very old.
He sensed Wei Yuan's killing intent and even determined that if Wumu provoked again, Wei Yuan would truly kill him.
The old treefolk said in a deep voice, "Wumu, let someone else preside over this trial. You go to the back." The President Yalisha, who had been in the back without saying a word, suddenly spoke, his hoarse voice trembling slightly with a cough. "No, let Wumu handle it this time." He had only known that this Wei Yuan of the human race was astonishingly talented and powerful, very likely to ascend to the presidency after he stepped down.
Yalisha's gaze swept over Wei Yuan.
But now it seemed that this Wei Yuan was very impatient and seemed quite irritable. If that were the case, if he killed Wumu in front of all races, his support rate would inevitably drop. After all, in the election for the president of the alliance, the votes of the council members were more important. Who would want a madman who might suddenly erupt in violence to be their president?
Wumu will surely not disappoint the president.
Such an unstable factor as Wei Yuan must be expelled from the alliance.
Wumu looked at Wei Yuan below with jealousy and hatred.
This guy so young had already reached level 9. Once he graduated from the Lord Academy and gained the status of a lord, wouldn't he be directly elected into the council?
He absolutely could not let such a guy enter the council. So Wumu glanced at Wei Yuan below with even more provocation. "It seems you haven't recognized your identity yet, Wei Yuan."
He pressed the button in his hand. The next second, the flames that should have appeared around Wei Yuan instantly burned to Wuma's side, and directly engulfed the positions of those high officials in a continuous blaze. Only a few members who reacted quickly raised barriers to block the flames. The flames were not very effective. Yet this was a slap in the face, a blatant, unequivocal humiliation. Wumu trembled with rage, his seat already melting away. "Wei Yuan, you will have another charge added to your name."
"Oh, is that so?"
Wei Yuan raised his hand, shaping his fingers into the form of a gun, the tip aimed at Wumu. "I know exactly what this charge is." His grin widened. "The murder of a member of the Interstellar Alliance Council, I admit to that one." As his words fell, the tip of his finger twitched lightly.
Wuma's brow, limbs and vital points burst simultaneously.
Silver blood splattered everywhere. Even in death, Wumu had no idea what had happened. He had been contemplating how to deal with Wei Yuan just moments ago. In the next second, several lethal points across his body exploded. Wei Yuan smiled as he gazed at the alliance leader seated behind Wumu.
"Wei Yuan."
This time it wasn't just the council members who were enraged.
Wei Yuan picked at his ear. "I can hear you. Why shout so loudly?"
The remaining 35 members rose simultaneously, glaring at the human below.
"Arrogance. You are utterly lawless,"
the leader rebuked. But Wei Yuan spread his hands and said casually, "If I were truly lawless, why would I have come with the enforcement team?"
"Don't you think so, leader? I merely suspected that Wumu had undergone a mutation, which is why I acted." "Did none of you notice his incoherent ramblings during the interrogation? He made baseless accusations without any evidence."
Hasn't the story of the Elven Queen taught us this lesson? Even if someone has suffered a genetic collapse, you high-ranking officials have ways to conceal it.
I simply applied a reasonable suspicion.
What if he truly had a genetic collapse?
Wei Yuan felt that much like the players throwing out random nonsense was quite enjoyable.
At least after spouting such gibberish, watching the faces of the high-ranking members brought him immense satisfaction. Since the trial was still ongoing and no final verdict had been reached, they would not lay a hand on him. As for his strength against Wumu, Wei Yuan noted that after the large-scale sweep by 100,000 players, his resources had surged. Alongside the players' growth, he too had advanced significantly.
Even without using the level 10 gene unlocking potion, his abilities across all dimensions had multiplied exponentially.
The players' skills also synchronized and stacked onto him. Even the simplest skills, amplified tens of thousands of times, made him terrifyingly powerful.
Level 10.
It was merely a data classification by the high-ranking members of the Interstellar Alliance. At this moment, his sheer horizontal strength was enough to defeat most level 10 gene warriors.
However, if they united, he would certainly be outmatched.
Even if he couldn't win, he had a guaranteed life-saving measure. Wei Yuan glanced at the figure of the mechanical clan leader that had appeared, an eye composed entirely of machinery. Even within its pupil, the rotation of gears was visible. The machine intelligence had already sent Wei Yuan a greeting upon its arrival. "If you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Wei Yuan gazed at the calm, unblinking mechanical eye, a trace of emotion stirring within him. The human race had left them much in the past. The machine intelligence was the leader of the mechanical clan. They followed several fundamental rules of their kind and paid no heed to Alliance laws. Before arriving at the Alliance tribunal, Wei Yuan had already sent a message to the mechanical clan. He could never expose his system. A perfect level 10 gene unlocking potion once revealed would bring the entire Alliance's pursuit upon the humans and players. One must not flaunt one's wealth.
Wei Yuan felt immensely clever.
Killing a mere womu, provoking the Alliance Council and slighting the Interstellar Alliance leader, what of it? No matter how excessive his actions, those individuals with the machine intelligence present would not dare to make a move against him openly.
Wei Yuan leaned back into his sofa.
Though he was in a position of being looked down upon, those who met his gaze felt as if they were the ones being looked down on. His nonchalant attitude drew the attention of several military commanders from the Alliance's military regions. A troublemaker, a powerful one, no doubt. There were many troublemakers in the military regions, and the more capable ones were favored by the commanders. Troublemakers represented strength and passion.
With proper tempering, they could become invaluable. Wei Yuan could read the thoughts of those commanders. He smirked, considering whether to send a few players to teach these commanders what a real troublemaker was.
Let them know the true meaning of a thorn in their side.
But for now. Alicia coughed, stepping over Woma's corpse, and said to Wei Yuan, the Alliance's high-ranking members would never do anything to harm the Alliance.
Our investigation shows that the star beast surge in the Green Shade Galaxy was purely coincidental. Therefore your accusations are slander, reactionary against the Alliance. And now you have killed a council member during the trial, adding further to your crimes. By law you should be executed on the spot, but the human race has chosen to protect you and agreed to a trial by all races.
Now I ask you once more, Wei Yuan, are you aware of the consequences of the trial by all races? Alicia appeared no different from an ordinary Alliance citizen. His strength was utterly undetectable, but Wei Yuan knew that among level 10 gene warriors this man was exceptionally powerful. It was said that he had once faced an entire insectoid branch alone and returned alive. Such a man was not to be underestimated. Thus Wei Yuan nodded politely. I am aware. If 25% of the member races vote to expel humanity from the Alliance, we humans will no longer receive the Alliance's protection. Also, we won't have to pay taxes anymore, right? Was this really the time to discuss taxes? Several clan leaders who had just arrived looked questioningly at the human clan leader Wei Shirshan. Wei Shirshan coughed. The human race is very poor, as everyone should know. Over the years we have never evaded taxes, and paying taxes to the Alliance each year has been a heavy burden. This excuse. Several small races near humanity nodded in empathy. Indeed, the so-called protection promised by the Alliance was hardly felt. When interstellar pirates or beast swarms arrived, the Alliance's rescue was always slow. But when it came time to collect taxes, they were punctual. Voting will last 3 days. All races, please cast your votes. The newcomers were still operating, their levels having gradually risen from 0 to 1, and some diligent players who kept pain sensitivity fully on had even saved enough gold coins to purchase the level 2 gene unlock potion. Under the astonished gazes of the angels and amidst the agonized wails of the players, that small group of level 4 star beasts was completely annihilated by the hands of the novice players. At that moment, lurking in a corner while watching the live stream, Stealing Oil Woman shoved her fingers into her mouth and began to gnaw. Damn it. The more I look at Brother Yuan's state, the more something feels off. Stealing Oil Woman furrowed her brow. As a game content creator, her job was to dig out more information from the game while playing. This was also the source of Stealing Oil Woman's great fame among the many players. All players were striving to canvass votes for the human race and rescue the participating members. But after confirming that neither of the two races on the swamp planet needed salvation, Stealing Oil Woman chose to watch Wei Yuan's trial of 10,000 races instead. Starting from Wei Yuan's awe-inspiring confrontation with the Alliance's high-ranking officials, Stealing Oil Woman felt something was terribly off. By the time she gnawed her fingers until her teeth ached, she suddenly shivered all over. Something is wrong. If Brother Yuan didn't want to leave the Star Alliance, why would he so brazenly kill that high-ranking official? Could the game's main storyline be about leaving the Alliance? The more she watched this live stream, the stronger this feeling grew. But now she didn't even have Brother Yuan's contact info in her in-game friends list. The game's NPCs all communicated through the Star Alliance's neural network. She really wanted to ask Brother Yuan right then and there. What a mess this was. What are you doing? Begging in the dark also crouched down beside Stealing Oil Woman and leaned in to look. I saw you shivering over and over. There's no toilet paper here. Stealing Oil Woman shot Begging in the dark a glare. Perfect timing. I need to discuss something with you. She slung an arm around his shoulder. Got any money? Money? Didn't you just swindle 10 million from the angels? You're broke again. What did you do? Hey, those little guys in our guild wanted to exchange gold coins, so they traded some with us. Stealing Oil Woman showed him her balance. Transfer me some. I'll pay you back offline. What for? Begging in the dark was puzzled but still opened the transfer page. How much do you need? Stealing Oil Woman directly copied the amount from his account balance. Send me everything. It's urgent. Hey, that's not enough either. What about Star and Makabaka? Damn, are you buying a flagship or what? Begging in the dark pinged Star and Makabaka in the group chat.
The four of them were the wealthiest among all the game players. Even the Supreme Commander it's snowing wasn't as rich as them. Stealing Oil Woman said, no, I want to gather enough for a level 9 gene potion. I need to go confirm something with Brother Yuan. Stealing Oil Woman continued, I was watching the stream and I feel like the Lord's decision might not be to stay in the Alliance.
I have to ask him clearly. If Brother Yuan doesn't plan to leave the Alliance, he'll do some on-the-spot canvassing. You know my canvassing skills, don't you?
After speaking, Stealing Oil Woman thumped her chest at Begging in the Dark.
Professional.
Just remember to pay me back, Begging in the Dark said, wincing at the loss.
He regretted coming over to chat.
This Stealing Oil Woman didn't borrow the full amount from Star or the others, she only cleaned him out completely. Stealing Oil Woman saw right through his thoughts and chuckled slyly.
Aren't we brothers?
Why would I ask for so much from Star or Makabaka?
It's because we're the closest.
We're the best of brothers.
Begging in the Dark was speechless. This guy. Best brothers his ass. He was afraid Star wouldn't even bother to reply and Makabaka didn't have that much money either. Stop joking around. Get going.
He had enough gold coins but not enough experience. Fortunately he had enough for level 8, so he bought a level 8 gene unlock potion to make a temporary impression. At the very least he wouldn't embarrass Brother Yuan when he got there.
Vote tally in progress.
The virtual avatar of A floated above the trial of 10,000 races, its eyes projecting the voting results of all races. Player Stealing Oil Woman applies to purchase 2 teleportation scrolls. The sudden system prompt caught Wei Yuan off guard.
Stealing Oil Woman.
Why would she need teleportation scrolls? Hadn't he already granted the players access to the Green Shade Galaxy?
Though puzzled, Wei Yuan still authorized 2 teleportations for her. The moment he opened the teleport, Wei Yuan felt an uneasy thumping in his chest. A bad feeling. Intuition.
Lying back on the sofa preparing to wait out the 3 days until he was expelled from the Alliance, Wei Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. Above, the high-ranking officials who had resumed their aloof demeanor, coldly awaiting humanity's abandonment by the myriad races, were momentarily startled when they saw Wei Yuan's expression.
Had something happened?
Just then a pale blue ring of light appeared beside Wei Yuan and Stealing Oil Woman boldly materialized in the middle of the trial of 10,000 races arena.
Damn it. Wei Yuan suddenly found it hard to breathe.
Stealing Oil Woman was still the same as ever, flashing a slightly ingratiating smile when facing the council members.
But at this moment Wei Yuan felt an urge to hoist the sofa over his head and crawl underneath it. This is the trial of 10,000 races. What are you doing here? Wei Yuan asked quietly.
Stealing Oil Woman grinned slyly.
Brother Yuan, we've been frantically canvassing votes.
The Supreme Commander said we should at least get the participating lords to vote for us, but I think she misunderstood.
So I came to ask you.
Besides, canvassing on the spot is way faster than slogging through the planets looking for those contestants, don't you think?
Just going through the motions.
Look how nervous Brother Yuan was. Though his voice was low, it was far from quiet to all the high-level gene warriors present.
Wei Yuan winced in pain. Buddy, all the cool I just put on is completely wasted. Brother Yuan, don't be too moved. It's what I ought to do. Stealing Oil Woman patted Wei Yuan on the shoulder. Well, support every decision you make unconditionally. She thumped her chest again with solemnity. Brothers in heart.
The commanders of several military districts were also curious about this suddenly appearing human. How had she managed to break through the Star Alliance's barriers to enter this place?
And she didn't seem to be at a low level either. Level 8.
It appeared the human race was indeed a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. The commanders exchanged glances and signaled the races behind them to vote for humanity. At the same time, the commander of the 1st Military District called out from his high seat, "Human, who are you?" Stealing Oil Woman, still waiting for Brother Yuan's answer, was singled out by the high-ranking NPC. She immediately broke into a smile. Gold shines wherever it goes. She looked up with a beaming face.
In Stealing Oil Woman. Stealing Oil Woman of the Stealing Oil Women.
Clearly it was Stealing Oil Woman who'd come to embarrass herself, yet Wei Yuan felt like he was the one being humiliated. He calmed himself and reached out to pat Stealing Oil Woman, who was about to cozy up to the commanders.
Today's trial concerns the future fate of humanity.
My kin should not appear at this moment. He looked at her, signaling with his eyes. Appearing here at this moment, Stealing Oil Woman would undoubtedly be targeted by these Alliance high rollers. These bastards would inevitably suspect humanity's spatial teleportation capabilities. The players treated it like a game, so they didn't care about the NPC's thoughts. But reality was harsh. Wei Yuan had already noticed several gazes fixed intently on stealing oil woman.
Return to your people first.
Whether humanity gets kicked out of the Alliance is decided by the myriad races of the Alliance.
Even canvassing won't change that.
Wei Yuan said softly.
Go now.
Stealing oil woman frowned, looking at Wei Yuan with some guilt.
Whoa, brother Yuan. I didn't cause you any trouble, did I?
Wei Yuan still smiled and shook his head at her. He had already stood up and retracted the sofa into his space.
Silly child.
You didn't cause me trouble, you caused yourself a huge one, but this was a perfect opportunity for fishing. The bait, stealing oil woman, still had no idea what was happening. She just made an O sound and confirmed that brother Yuan had no intention of staying in the Alliance.
Shed, go back and tell it's snowing later.
If this guess was wrong, then there was no need for the players to bother with those contestants. If they didn't need to bother with the contestants, then all the players, both veterans and newcomers, could free up their hands to deal with those star beasts.
No. Not just the star beasts.
They could also take care of those contestants they hadn't managed to win over.
Stealing oil woman couldn't suppress the grin spreading across her face. Gahaha, Shed just borrowed money from Begging in the Dark and the others. Shed, go catch those angels later and extort them.
That would be more than enough to pay back the loan and Shed still make a killing.
Awesome. Opportunities really are for those who are prepared.
Begging in the Dark, you'll just have to eat my dust from now on. After a brief daydream, stealing oil woman prepared to use the teleportation scroll to return to the Lord Academy. But then, space teleportation scrolls can only enter, not exit, within spatial barrier zones.
Ha! Stealing oil woman was taken aback.
Does the human race hold the Alliance in such contempt?
Arissa sneered coldly.
She was already raising her hand ready to kill stealing oil woman. But at that moment several council members nearby spoke up to dissuade her. Chancellor, we're still within the time limit of the trial of 10,000 races. We should arrange for this fellow to be escorted out.
Yes, Chancellor. It wouldn't be wise to dispose of this human in front of the entire Alliance.
After all, even though the human race had lost much of its power, its influence within the Alliance was still strong. Many weak races had grown stronger under humanity's protection.
So they had to keep up appearances. Very well. Arrange for someone to escort this human out.
A council member clapped his hands. Two voluptuous succubi stepped forward.
Wei Yuan watched stealing oil woman's eyes go green with lust and smiled without a word. Human, this is the Alliance's leniency. Follow the succubus sisters out of the trial grounds. The Star Alliance also needed to put on a show. But this show, stealing oil woman happily approved.
She could barely keep from drooling as she followed the two succubi down the corridor beneath the platform.
Whoa, brothers, did you see me on the livestream just now?
Stealing oil woman's eyes wandered as she followed the succubi, but she didn't forget to brag in the group chat.
Begging in the Dark, dude, if you didn't use my money, hurry up and pay me back. I was planning to level up and now I'm broke and panicking. Maka Baka, stealing oil woman, you made it. You're on TV.
Stealing oil woman, hee hee, mainly because there are real succubi. Damn, their bodies are 100 times hotter than angels.
I want to go flex my charm. Stealing oil woman, what do you guys think? Can my charisma land both of them?
Star 6. Stealing oil woman, hee hee, go tell it's snowing to watch the stream and tell her that brother Yuan's intention seems to be to break away from the Alliance. Tell everyone to seize the chance to rake in cash fast.
Stealing oil woman, as for me, I'm not coming back for dinner tonight.
Begging in the Dark, your lewdness is just a blur of pixels.
You can't do anything. Stop daydreaming and come back. We've got succubi in the village too.
Stealing oil woman giggled foolishly, but before she could finish her message she felt herself bump into something incredibly springy. She looked up to see the succubus leading her, her eyes full of allure as she parted her red lips. Stealing oil woman, would you like to come have some fun with us sisters?
Ha!
Such a pleasant surprise.
Had the game developers finally gotten the clue? No way, this was too amazing.
Yes, yes.
She was nodding eagerly when suddenly everything went black. Ha!
Stealing oil woman opened her eyes. Had she been disconnected? No, she couldn't log out and there was no picture.
This. In the Four Wanderers group chat.
Stealing oil woman, whoa brothers, this game is insane. I thought the devs had finally wised up, but it's just a bug. Begging in the Dark, there's no bug.
Everything's running fine on our end. Maka Baka, what happened to you?
Stealing oil woman, those two succubi said they wanted to have some fun and then my screen went black. Now everything's pitch black, no sound, no picture.
I can only see the game interface. Star parental controls. Maka Baka, haha, not parental controls. Probably an anti-porn filter. Stealing oil woman, then what's the point? No fun.
After shouting that it was no fun twice, her vision gradually returned. She felt water sloshing in front of her eyes. As soon as she moved, the water in front of her rippled.
Ha!
She opened her eyes and saw that she had been placed inside a transparent glass pod. There was a tube over her mouth and all her clothes were gone.
MMPH.
Stealing oil woman pounded on the glass pod. You woke up fast. I wonder if it's because your gene unlock reached level 8 or because of your original clone cells.
Anjong Chitao Tuyupo, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Maka Baka, could it be that guy actually got something good? Xingchen, nice, starting a livestream.
As soon as Xingchen sent the message, a video call appeared in the 4-person group chat. Anjong Chitao, damn, no way bro, is this awesome.
Maka Baka, he am coming. Xingchen, nice.
Without any hesitation, everyone joined the call.
Not some steamy stuff.
Where is this? White coats again in this kind of glass chamber.
Tuyupo, did you run into someone's specimen room? Specimen room, my ass.
Tuyupo rolled his eyes so hard he almost passed out.
Tuyupo, bro, I was kidnapped, okay? Get some sense and quickly figure out how to get me out. This glass chamber is super tough. Even with my current strength I can't break it. Unbelievable.
Xingchen, they came prepared. Tuyupo.
I think you've triggered a new storyline. New storyline. Maka Baka and Anjong Chitao widened their eyes. Damn, Tuyupo, turn your viewpoint around and let us see what's there. We might just hit the jackpot this time.
Anjong Chitao cautiously glanced at the newbies ahead who were still rampaging and hunting star beasts.
Relying solely on hunting star beasts to make money was too slow. In this game you have to take risks to earn big.
Tuyupo was immersed in a solution, making his vision slightly blurred. At that moment all he could see was a white coat moving around.
Dr.
Zhao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes burning with fervor as he stared at the human inside the glass chamber.
A complete human clone. And a level 8 at that. Most likely a clone of the original human. The fervent gaze combined with his calm face exuded an eerie aura. Glug glug. Tuyupo knocked on the glass chamber, signaling he had something to say. Dr.
Zhao pressed the drain button. The solution around Tuyupo slowly receded and he stood barefoot in the glass chamber. Then he reached out and pulled off the tube from his mouth.
Oi, who are you? Why am I being captured? Shouldn't we tell someone about this? Maka Baka asked in a low voice.
Anjong Chitao chuckled, tell who? If you tell others, do you think this chance to get rich will still fall to us?
Xingchen, silently get rich.
As she spoke, she sent a message to Xing Beichen.
Follow me to Daban for a while. I'll call you when it's time to log off. Get used to the game first.
Xingchen didn't plan to take Xiao Bei into battles from the start. The best way was to let Xiao Bei stay with Daban and experience the vibe of daily life.
At least learn how to interact with people normally first. But Xingchen didn't know.
At that moment on the snack street, a black-robed figure had set its sights on Xing Beichen, who didn't seem too bright. First, relay Brother Yuan's intentions to Xiaxuela. Anjong Chitao arranged Tuyupo is already level 8 and still imprisoned.
They must have come prepared.
I suspect the original target was our Brother Yuan.
So before we go find Tuyupo, we'd better. Xingchen, borrow money.
Sir, your skewers. The 13-year-old child still wore a simple smile on his face. Xing Beichen diligently imitated those around him, pulling at the corners of his mouth to reveal 8 teeth.
He looked obedient and adorable. Novel.
For a child who had suffered from autism since birth, this game, whether it was the visuals, the sounds, or even this world itself, felt real. He had never truly felt the world like this before. But here he did. He watched as the older brother grilling the skewers flipped his wrist, the meat hitting the iron rack and shaking off seasoning granules. When he fanned the flames, the wind lifted the fire from the charcoal and he felt the rising heat. He also noticed the longing gazes of the customers. And before him, this customer, though his head was hidden under a hood, only a pair of eyes visible, those eyes held not only a desire for the skewers but also an interest in him. Xing Beichen flashed a bright smile at the strange customer. His sister had said that when you meet people outside, smiling is never wrong. He didn't know if his sister was right, but back when he still competed, after a match, a bright smile at the opponent seemed to sour their mood. When the opponent felt worse, his uncle's mood improved.
So smiling must be right.
With that thought, Xing Beichen's smile grew even brighter.
Beneath the black cloak, Yanma was a bit surprised. This human child seemed oddly peculiar.
Maybe because he was a child he was foolish. If the child was this slow, there should be no problem sending him to the doctor, right? His eyes swept across the surroundings.
Humans were bustling with money-making fervor and there were so many interstellar beings here. Even members of Legion squads also in black hoods came to grab a bite.
Not easy to take those people away, so deception was the only option. And cheating of course had to target the young. So this child before him was likely the easiest mark.
Yanma asked in a low voice, "Kid, do you deliver these skewers?"
Delivery. Xing Beichen searched his memory for the word.
Yanma stroked his chin. "I can pay extra 300 star coins more." 300 star coins. All for me. Xing Beichen nodded immediately. "Sure, I'll deliver them for you, okay."
300 star coins equaled 30,000 gold coins, which was $3,000. Upon entering the game, Xing Beichen felt his mind had cleared a lot.
Many sounds he previously couldn't comprehend he now understood.
And in the real world he had heard his parents discuss money countless times. The child was just autistic, not stupid. He could perceive many things but didn't know how to express them.
Now this game could earn money. He remembered what Xingchen had said. "He'll deliver."
Xing Beichen raised his hand.
"Uncle, give me the money now." "All right." Yanma smiled. He transferred 300 star coins into Xing Beichen's brain chip.
The child swiftly followed the tall man in the black cloak. Meanwhile, the one still grilling skewers with fervor, Yichuadabi, didn't notice at all. The central star was huge. So huge that delivering skewers required a spaceship.
Xing Beichen followed Yanma clutching a large bag of skewers and boarded Yanmo's spacecraft.
Yanmo's heart pounded wildly. After confirming no one was tailing them, he let out a huge sigh of relief.
No one noticed. Ha! Ha ha ha! This easy. You may call me the ultimate form of human evolution. Dr. Zhao pressed against the glass capsule, his expression manic. Humans should be the highest life form in the entire galaxy.
From the moment of our birth we possessed intelligence.
How can other beings compare to humans?
They all rely on the resources of their primitive planets to birth intelligence.
And humans.
We started from a planet with less than levels, even energy conquered the galaxy with technology, directly created the mechanical race and changed the original ecology of all races in the galaxy.
We are so powerful, we could even be called creators. But why? Damn heroism.
Sharing human technological civilization guiding all races, the final result was the decline of humanity.
The insect race is the one humans should symbiotize with. We should live together. I'm putting you into the container for a great experiment, Yupo. Your strength is considerable, you are human like me. Can you understand my thoughts?
If Wei Yuan had been listening to these words, he would have immediately known that this maniacal Dr. Zhao was the human who had defected years ago.
But now facing Dr. Zhao was the player to Yupo. He had definitely triggered the NPC's dialogue function.
Damn, this game always makes him feel fully immersed and invested, but then throws in points like this to remind him it's just a game world. The lines spoken, he wondered which planner wrote them so blunt and crazy.
Can you communicate normally?
Tuyupo activated the screen recording function and recorded Dr. Zhao's face and every word he had said. After confessing the inner thoughts he had never revealed for years before Tuyupo, Dr.
Zhao let out a cold laugh. He took a step back, looking at Tuyupo as if admiring a fine piece of art. Of course I can. I am the original human body, not a clone like you. Inferior products are stupid. Damn. The NPC insulted him. You're an original human. Tuyupo's eyes widened. His heart leaped with joy.
Hey, just a few days ago he was frustrated that he couldn't dig out the 100-year background story of humanity and the Interstellar Alliance from the Lord and other NPCs.
Now unexpectedly a genuine original human had appeared. Wait, aren't all original humans supposed to be dead? Logically, even if they were injected with the gene unlock potion, aren't they set to kick the bucket after 500 or 600 years? The gene unlock potion is just a lowly evolution version.
I jolly use a much more advanced evolution method.
What advanced evolution method?
Tuyupo frowned, recalling the madman's nonsense about symbiosis with the insect race. He suddenly remembered the brainworm that had once parasitized him, and goosebumps erupted all over his body.
You're not saying you want to be parasitized by the insect race, are you?
Zhao Li's eyes lit up instantly.
No, not parasitized, symbiotic with the insect race. Tuyupo, it seems your original is smarter than your appearance suggests. Holy shit. You're actually planning that. Are you insane? Tuyupo jumped inside the glass capsule. What the hell? Symbiosis with the insect race, this lunatic actually dared to think of it. Don't be afraid. Zhao Li gently patted the glass capsule.
Although my most desired subject is Wei Yuan, you are not bad either.
The experiment is simple. I have many insect race genes for you to choose from. Just transplant them into your body. You'll feel it, the most wonderful sensation.
Evolution, the path I have chosen is humanity's ultimate and correct direction. Jolly laughed maniacally, then rushed outside the glass capsule and pressed the button in his hand. The laboratory which no race had ever entered suddenly appeared before Tuyupo's eyes. Just moments ago he couldn't see what was in the other glass capsules. Now he saw everything. Row after row, tank after tank, all filled with insect race creatures. All kinds of living bugs. There were giant insects nearly 10 meters tall and others no bigger than a finger.
Holy shit! Tuyupo's mouth hung open as he stared in shock. Not just Tuyupo, even Wei Yuan was stunned at this moment. What the hell?
He had only wanted to use Tuyupo as bait to see if he could catch a few more committee members with gene collapse. How in the blink of an eye had this guy appeared?
Was he human? What human was so badass as to capture insect race across the entire galaxy, and so many of them? Wei Yuan suddenly felt a bit panicked. Were the original humans of this world this formidable? Something was wrong.
Wei Yuan frowned in silence, scanning the high-ranking Alliance officials and the clan leaders appearing on the stage. Did they know such a person existed in the Alliance? With such immense power, this man must be the one who gave the suppressor to the Elf Queen.
How many years had he been lurking within the Alliance? How many monsters had he created?
He didn't seem like a gene warrior. Indeed, he appeared not to have been injected with the gene unlock potion.
Then Wei Yuan actually felt a trace of fear.
Such a terrifying guy had been watching him all along. Just as Wei Yuan's heart tensed, he heard Tuyupo burst out laughing. Holy shit, we're gonna hit the jackpot.
Ah, we're gonna be rich. So many insect race. Damn, we're really going to make a fortune. Shinchin, you're a fucking genius. I really found a dungeon to farm money. Ha ha ha. This place is a goldmine.
Brothers, come quick, sending out insect corpses.
Wei Yuan's train of thought suddenly cleared. Ha ha. What was I thinking? How could I forget?
No matter how strong the insect race is, can they be more terrifying than my fourth calamity? Wei Yuan covered his forehead and chuckled softly.
System released the game mission. What are the characteristics of the fourth calamity? Wei Yuan looked as if he were watching the Aeon stage tallying the votes.
In reality, he was pondering that he seemed to have misused this group of deadly weapons. Players are scattered like the stars, yet when united they form a blazing fire.
Currently there is not much he has to deal with.
The first matter is the competition at the Lord Academy. Although it seems like the first match is about to encounter problems, there are still 6 matches to follow. Due to the peculiar nature of the Lord Academy, even if the human race breaks away from the alliance of 10,000 races, they can still participate in the competition. He needs a level 10 gene unlocking potion. Although the system claimed it could produce a level 10 gene unlocking potion in advance, Wei Yuan had always harbored a suspicion. To create the gene unlocking potion, the system requires a low-quality version as a base to concoct it. If forced, it would consume a vast amount of energy. This energy is all secretly siphoned from the players when they recycle items. It's a frugal use of resources.
As the system host, Wei Yuan could still sense a bit of the system's activity level. When energy is abundant, the system is highly active.
In the absence of summoned players, the system generally remains in standby mode. Thus he never considered squeezing out another level 10 gene unlocking potion from this frugal system.
The second matter is that they have exited the Alliance.
Although the players have caused some trouble, it is not significant. There are not many races within the 10,000 races that are friendly towards the humans. If the players suffer for their own sake, then he as the Lord would be failing in his duties. Wei Yuan pursed his lips, calculating that the only ones likely to participate in the competition would probably be the orcs, who are straightforward enough to agree to enter the pet space. As for the other races, with just a word from him he could lift the shackles of the fourth calamity, and then he could say it was the star beast's doing. The third matter concerns Jelly. He is the only one that poses significant difficulty. This tough nut will have the oil-thieving old woman and others test the waters first to probe the situation.
Lastly, after breaking away from the Star Alliance, there is the issue of expanding human habitation in the star systems starting from Blue Star. One must think ahead. It's best to resolve the immediate troubles first. Wei Yuan smirked, having figured out how to issue the mission.
Attention all players. Attention all players. Attention all players.
After this version, the game will enter public testing.
The public test version is named Star Alliance of Humans. The main storyline will completely break away from the Star Alliance, and after humans distance themselves from the 10,000 races, a new chapter will begin. This update requires all players to work together to initiate. The tasks are as follows: 1.
Obtain first place in the Lord Academy graduation competition. 2. Assist the Lord in breaking away from the Star Alliance 3. Develop friendly relations with other races and establish a trade market to comprehensively promote the Sustainable Development Foundation for Humans. If this task cannot be completed, the public test cannot commence, so please all players strive together. This task will no longer be entrusted to players for command. However, guilds or alliances that perform outstandingly in this task will receive official recognition and can obtain resource subsidies from the official in the future. This game update's content is truly astonishing for the players. The organizers of several guilds and alliances were even more excited, frantically calling Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui had not logged in yet and had not joined any alliance. Feng Chui Pai Pai is Xiaoshui's loyal little brother, needless to say. But now anyone with eyes can see. This game. It is going to support guilds. After a guild or alliance receives official recognition, they can directly obtain resources from the official. What does this mean? Do we even need to think about it? President, your private number has been ringing. It seems to be young Master Zhang from the Zhang family. The assistant brought the phone to Zhang Shui's office. Outside, the sky had long since darkened. In the city at 3 in the morning, a few lights could still be seen faintly. Zhang Shui, working on documents and plans, felt her eyes growing slightly red. Her mind was still quite alert, but her body was exhausted. She stood up, stretched her stiff waist, and reached out to take the phone. All documents have been annotated. You can just hand them to the people below during tomorrow's meeting. You should also rest early. Looking at the flashing name Xiao Zhang on her phone, Zhang Shui exhaled and hung up. She was too tired. Although everything was reported normal during the checkup, her physical condition was far inferior compared to her game body. She felt mentally unexhausted, yet her body was on the verge of giving out. She needed to hurry into the game pod. Shuizong, aren't you going to take a break? The assistant was bewildered. He had rested a bit during work, but Shuizong's work was relentless. One could visibly sense her fatigue. How could she, after the state, finish her work and still go play a game? Zhang Shui waved her hand. I'll just go online for a bit, then come back. You can host tomorrow's meeting. She smiled as she lay down in the game pod. The assistant closed his mouth. This was an addiction. Shuizong's addiction was quite significant. Her fatigue from the real world instantly vanished. The body in the game feels much more comfortable. Revived from Swamp Star. Xiaoshui opened her eyes, hearing the incessant communication sounds from Feng Chui Pai Pai. Ah, Shuijia, you finally logged in. A big issue has occurred. Shuijia, let's start a guild quickly. Shuijia, with your charisma, if we start a guild, we'll definitely attract a huge crowd. He, when that happens, we'll be the #1 guild in the game and I'll be your right-hand man. Vice leader, I want to be the vice leader. You really have a lot to say. Let me check the latest announcement first. Xiaoshui looked at the announcement, falling into deep thought. The first requirement is actually still the competition. She hadn't taken this competition seriously before. After all, with the star beasts charging in, she thought the competition would surely be cancelled. Unexpectedly. As the overall commander of the competition, I still need to take responsibility for this. As for the rest, I believe those veteran players who are guiding the newcomers should already know what to do. Xiaoshui opened the public channel for the 300 players participating in the competition. Everyone, are you still there? Happy Star here. I'm here. Qianli Tiao, Commander, I'm also here. Commander, I'm with the Immortal Ties and the Lone Wolves, trying to gather members from other races. It's going to take some time to return. Why do these races seem less straightforward than the orcs? Dao friend, please wait a moment. I'm also in the beast taming squad. Commander, do you need us to return now? Xiaoshui, those outside don't need to come back yet. First, let's count how many are still on Swamp Star. At that moment, the ones who had received Xiaoshui's message gathered in the group chat. Tu Yupa exclaimed, why aren't my brothers here yet? He stared at the slowly rising test platform outside the glass chamber, which was packed with knives. The surface bore no bloodstains but was covered in scratches. Zhao Li admired his test platform as if it were his battlefield. Quickly, as the first captured original clone Tu Yupa, you may choose a bug race transplant. So many bugs, take your pick. Tu Yupa looked out of the chamber. Beyond the dense swarm of bugs there were many oddly shaped humans. They looked like bioengineered beings, some already displaying insect-like features. Unlike in Yushenjian's kind, these humans had scythe-like legs and mouthparts growing out of their limbs. If he weren't certain that there was no bug-human race among the myriad species, Tu Yupa would have thought they were some kind of humanoid race. How twisted. Tu Yupa slammed his fist against the glass chamber. As an 8th-level Gene warrior, his full-force punch left the glass utterly unmoved. He then pulled a small laser weapon from his system backpack. ZZZZ. The unique hue of the photoelectric weapon caught Zhao Li's attention. You still have a spatial device on you? Zhao Li exclaimed in surprise. Is it implanted under your skin? No, didn't we check everything back then? Tuyupa ignored the madman outside and kept firing the laser weapon. It's useless. This glass is specially made. Even your puny laser weapon, heck even a Warzone mech couldn't break it. Zhao Li grinned at Tuyupa. Stop struggling. Pick one. Boss, don't rush me. Let me take a look first. Tuyupa pressed his face against the glass, flattening it while frantically sending messages in the group. Tuyupa, damn, I can't break this glass chamber. It seems specially made for Yuan Gu. Looks like even a 9th level wouldn't work. Tuyupa brothers, when he drags me up for dissection, you all charge and grab the bug corpses, be fast, be cool. Xingqian broke. JPG. And the bug corpse's value is unknown. If I die now and revive at full price, I'll take a huge loss. She really didn't have many gold coins left. She couldn't even afford the 8th level gene unlock potion. Tuyupa might seem quiet, but he and Anzhong Chito were making decent money offline, barely scraping together enough for the 8th level and 9th level gene unlock potions. But Xingqian. No. She could only afford the 7th level. And those bug corpses were all soaking in glass chambers. If she failed to snatch them, or they were low value, and she died there, well, that would be a total loss. To be safe, Xingqian decided to head to the Swamp Star first and hunt some star beasts to replenish her funds. Xingqian, Tuyupa, just mark the spot and make a dungeon entrance. I'll go when I'm strong enough. Anzhong Chito, hee, if the big shot won't go, I will. Tuyupa, send me the signal. Tuyupa was moved to tears. Ah, who would have thought? In the end, his best buddy was the reliable one. Even the big shot was held back by a lack of gold coins. Maka Baka, I can only afford the 7th level potion too. Can't scrape together the 8th level. Tuyupa, don't worry, I'll pick a bug that looks expensive. The three of them began examining the displayed bug corpses through the glass chamber. Zhao Li's collection was diverse, even surpassing the system's bug race encyclopedia. Xingqian silently wiped her tang saber. As the saying goes, even a hero is stymied by a lack of cash. Now that gold coins could be exchanged for real money, Xingqian decided to save up first. Her current body had already reached the 7th level. If she couldn't retrieve it, that would be a terrible loss. That NPC named Zhao Li was clearly the kind of freak who would preserve every corpse. Xingqian entered the Swamp Star and replied to Xia. Xingqian, I'm back. With Xingqian's return, Xia's brow relaxed a little. Excluding the new players, only 79 veteran players had made it to the Swamp Star. If Xingqian weren't here, Xia would have had to consider charging up to 7th level herself and taking on the angels. She had never learned to fight, not even with a mech. With Xingqian around, Xia felt much more at ease. Alright veterans, gather up. Listen to my orders. Xia stood in the air piloting her dusty mech. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Everywhere new players were wailing and star beasts were groaning in their death throes. Just when the angels and the exhausted Rain Knight clan thought the crisis had been entirely resolved by the humans, Xia parted her crimson lips and spoke softly, everyone, are you ready? According to the game's setting, our human race is destined to stand against the Alliance. Since the Divine and Rain Knight clans have refused to befriend us until now, then the human race will no longer force it. After all, we have always loved peace. So for victory, what should we do? Happy Star roared, open the door. Trade. Treading heaven, old ancestor, yes. Open the door, trade, blow up those races and turn them all into canned goods. Wind blows, but canned goods. Canned goods. With that cry, the remaining veteran players exchanged glances as if receiving a signal and shouted canned goods in unison. Xia. What canned goods? These guys. She facepalmed. She shouldn't have tried to be dramatic. Canned goods are unnecessary. A merchant aims to maximize profit. Open your pet spaces. After all, if we hadn't eliminated the star beasts, they would have died anyway. Since they were given the right to choose and refused to sign an equal contract, then brand them all and shove them into the pet space. As the saying goes, they refuse to toast only to drink a forfeit. Since they want sign, let's flip the table. And don't forget to collect all the maps from them. We still need to hurry and claim first place. Xia nodded toward the sky. The Star Alliance's reinforcements will arrive in 32 hours. Everyone move out. Her snow-white hand swept forward decisively. Such excruciating pain. Qianli Tayo lay sprawled in the mud. The system panel before him finally flashed a notification. Congratulations, player Qianli Tayo, for successfully slaying the 5th tier star beast, the Bullfiend. Full recycle, partial recycle, no recycle. To gain a sliver of experience points, Qianli Tayo stubbornly refused to shut off the pain, enduring it raw until he could barely breathe. He drooled as he muttered, don't. Don't recycle it all. System process the beef tenderloin and shank for me. I want to make steak and braised beef. Understood. Beef processed and stored in system inventory.
A handling fee of 2000 gold coins has been deducted. Remaining parts recycled. Price 300000 gold coins. After deducting the handling fee 298000 gold coins have been credited to your account. Seeing the payment notification, Qianli Taioshio's chubby pale face aside from the agony was graced with another smile.
A whoosh of wings sounded beside Qianli Taio.
He painfully turned over, his face smeared with mud, and saw several angels landing beside him.
It's the same again.
After these humans hunt a star beast, it vanishes instantly.
Why?
The angels, now certain that the humans had rescued all the contestants, began to scatter everywhere.
Akali had assigned them to observe the humans while the more powerful angels followed a large group of novice players to search for the Rangyue tribe. At first the players enjoyed having angel wives watching them.
But sometimes they couldn't kill a star beast in one go and had to respawn and try again. During the resurrection interval, some angels liked to swoop in and steal the kill. Regardless of whether they could ultimately recycle the spoils, the players detested not landing the final blow themselves.
Take Qianli Taio for instance.
He found these angels annoying, always tailing him, gawking and making comments. Initially, to avoid the hassle, he had slipped away to a corner to hunt star beasts alone. But he was a veteran player, tier 5. While the newcomers fought in waves, he could single-handedly take on a 5th tier star beast.
So no matter where he hid, these angels would follow and watch.
Qianli Taio had long found it a nuisance. Yet now he grinned at the few angels who had come over to investigate.
Qianli Taio, it's snowing, Commander.
I've got 3 angels here, all tier 5.
2 have broken wings, but they've probably been injected with healing potions so they can still fly.
Treading heaven ancestor, haha, brother Big White, but is as lucky as ever.
We haven't even set off yet and you've already found angels.
Qianli Taio, buddy, let's not bring up the past. It's snowing. The angel sword must have their own means of communication.
Let's fish for them. Qianli Taio, find a way to lure out more angels. Qianli Taio, roger that.
Upon receiving the mission, Qianli Taio immediately shut off the pain.
In that instant,
he felt as if he had come back to life. Chuckling, he scrambled to his feet and injected himself with a healing potion.
Human, how many healing potions do you have? Sell us all the ones you've got. These angels still thought the players were the same as before. Qianli Taio grinned at the 3 angels descending and approaching him.
They were only tier 5, but due to their racial traits their base stats far surpassed those of humans, so they had no fear of being harmed by humans. Moreover, the players' fawning behavior back in the nest had led these angels to adopt a haughty tone when addressing them. Qianli Taio watched his health stats recover, his smile growing wider. You want healing potions?
10 million star coins per shot.
Are you sure?
Are you all that rich?
The 10 million price tag was what Yen had charged the oil thief. The other angels weren't nearly as wealthy as Yen.
But later you humans said the price wasn't that high. Yeah, some humans even offered to give us some for free. Human, don't push your luck.
If you want, sell us the potions, plenty of others will.
With that, the angels prepared to flap their wings and leave. But the moment they turned, Qianli Taio pulled out his mech.
Rainwater splashed away as the machine suddenly materialized. Though Qianli Taio was a chubby fellow, his mech was a nimble, lightweight model, sleek in form and incredibly fast. Just as the angels flapped their wings to take off, Qianli Taio maneuvered the mech into a spinning aerial slash. The mech's weapon, resembling a massive cleaver, struck with pinpoint accuracy across the back of an angel whose wing bore a wound.
Ah!
Blood gushed from the angel's back as she crashed to the ground. After rolling several times, she looked up in terror. There she saw the mech that had just struck her now charging at the other 2 angels. The surprise attack was effective, but the remaining 2 angels were on guard. They quickly separated and flew in different directions.
Qianli Taio unhesitatingly chose to pursue another angel with a wounded wing. Raindrops pattered against the mech, their corrosive effect taking hold. But the angels were also taking damage. Human, have you lost your mind? Why are you suddenly attacking us? I'll warn you one, stop right now. Qianli Taio paid them no mind. He only felt exasperated.
Switching on the public channel, he cursed, damn it, which simp brother injected them with so many healing potions.
Now I can't even beat them.
I managed to take down 1 angel with a sneak attack. What the hell do we do now? When Treading Heaven Ancestor saw the video Qianli Taio sent, he caught a glimpse of a familiar angel and his face reddened.
Ah, it was this old ancestor.
Those 2 girls were pretty badly injured at the time. Qianli Taio, that's no excuse to give away free healing potions.
You're just inflating the market. But the problem is they're only focused on fleeing, they don't seem to be calling for backup. Qianli Tayo, if it comes to a real fight I'm definitely no match for these three angels. Happy Star I know what to do. Happy Star, pretend you're being invaded by chaos. Scare them and they'll definitely call for help. Oh. Great idea. Qianli Tayo mind raced.
He opened the Mech's microphone and let out a creepy cackle at the angels.
Hi angels.
Chaos, the greatest chaos.
I want beef.
The braising method for beef shank is the tastiest part of the cow is angels' slurp wings are tasty the angels' faces instantly drained of color.
Upon hearing Qianli Tayo babbling nonsense the angels visibly panicked.
If it were merely a matter of killing this human any one of them could have done so easily. But now there was a strong suspicion that he had been corrupted by the chaotic dark invasion.
Indeed, not every angel had witnessed the chaotic dark invasion before. At least these younger ones had never seen it. However, they compared the humans' previous behavior with Qianli Tayo current state. They immediately felt that the possibility of infestation was too high. This fellow had been speaking normally just a moment ago, a bit brash perhaps but still capable of rational conversation. How could he suddenly start spouting nonsense? And he even mentioned angel wings. He actually wanted to taste their wings. It was terrifying. Like a human walking down the street and encountering a man-eating monster.
Report to Akali. If it truly is the chaotic dark invasion we cannot allow him to resurrect or the humans will also be infected. The two angels who had been ready to flee turned back. The one with intact wings retrieved a signal flare from her spatial storage. This signal flare used internally by the divine race could only be deciphered by their own members. On the swamp star at that moment most of the star beasts were occupied by the new players.
Dio.
Watching the flare rise into the sky, Qianli Tayo who had been reciting a recipe like a madman immediately sent a message in the group.
Qianli Tayo brothers, just wait for me to break the cup as a signal. Once those old angels from the divine race show up, come over quickly.
I'm a bit afraid Akali might kill me directly.
Shuexiala, don't worry, we still have Xingqian.
Shuexiala's mention received no response. She turned around in surprise and saw that Xingqian, who had always been cold and aloof, was now wearing a shocked expression. She piloted her mecha and landed beside Xingqian.
What happened? Shuexiala asked in a low voice.
Xingqian snapped out of it and seeing Shuexiala felt as if she had found her anchor. She leaned close to Shuexiala's ear and whispered, Sister Shue, something's wrong. We discovered a new dungeon earlier but now Tu Yupo and Anjong Chitao seem to be trapped.
There's something big over there.
Shuexiala looked up in astonishment and Xingqian simply sent her the video that Tu Yupa had recorded earlier.
Time jumped back 3 minutes.
In Zhao Li's laboratory, Tu Yupa had already decided to snatch the bug corpse, so his expression was one of utter ease and pleasure. He had even decided to turn on the pain receptors during the transplant so he could gain more experience.
Leveling up for players was no simple feat. After level 5 the experience required, if pain was turned off, was astronomically hard to accumulate. But with pain on, experience would skyrocket.
Thus Tu Yupa had already prepared himself to take a knife wound and then rob the place.
Zhao Li found it odd.
Although it had been a long time since he had captured a live new human for the lab, the clones should still feel fear. Previously the human clones he repeatedly used, even newly generated ones, would show terror upon seeing his operating table and all the experimental materials struggling to escape. But this guy, Zhao Li, opened the glass chamber, yet before he could even act he saw Tu Yupa stark naked climbing onto the operating table with remarkable familiarity.
Body, do I just lie flat?
He sprawled on the table in a starfish position, his hands and feet naturally falling into the restraint slots.
This left Zhao Li momentarily at a loss. Aren't you afraid? Do I need to act afraid?
Tu Yupa scratched his head.
What a hassle, this NPC actually wanted a tense atmosphere for the experiment. Sigh. No choice.
To trick some bug corpses he would have to sacrifice a bit. Tu Yupa's face instantly contorted, tears and snot streaming down as he knelt on the operating table. Dr. Zhao, please spare me. I have an old grandmother of 98 to support, don't kill me, don't kill me.
What an eyesore.
Zhao Li shut his eyes in pain. Stop.
Just be the way you were before.
Were these humans actually brain damaged during cloning?
Zhao Li took a deep breath.
For some reason he felt something was off.
Still following experimental protocol, he bound Tu Yupa's hands and feet. The locks bore mottled bloodstains, clearly years of use.
Tu Yupa felt a chill as his limbs were secured, but he didn't panic. He glanced at the largest bug in the laboratory and pursed his lips. I want the parts from that biggest bug. The king bug is reserved for Wei Yuan.
Zhao Li smiled gently.
He suddenly felt that these little clones of Wei Yuan were actually quite adorable.
You can choose another one, its name is Blade.
Zhao Li waved his hand. The massive bug corpse that filled an entire wall shifted aside, revealing a glass chamber beneath it. Inside the transparent solution floated a beautiful humanoid bug. It was humanoid only in the sense that it stood upright like a human. Upon closer inspection it was still insectoid in form. Mantis bug blade single entity warrior type bug. Though controlled by the king bug, it is not part of the worker series and has autonomous consciousness outside. Strength assessment battle domain level 1 is 2. Yupa looked at the bug named Blade. The game panel automatically appeared. The bug atlas that Wei Yuan had obtained earlier lit up a small insect icon. Congratulations player 2 Yupa for discovering a new bug race. Reward 10 million gold coins. Recycling this bug corpse will grant you a special reward. Holy crap. 2 Yupa's eyes went wide. That one glance was enough. Anzhong Qitao also saw it. His eyes bulged even wider than 2 Yupa's. Teleport. Ha 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 ha. I'm definitely doing this dungeon. The moment 2 Yupa heard the voice in his earpiece he knew something was wrong. What the hell was Anzhong Qitao planning? Dashikin, what are you doing? 2 Yupa, still bound, suddenly jerked upright and roared. No additional content. No additional content. No additional content. Ha ha ha, you old thief, I've emptied my pockets for you. Let me be the first to feel the edge of this blade. The old thief's eyes blazed with fury as he writhed and jerked like a jolt of electricity had shot through him. You beast. A beast, I say. Didn't we agree on a 70-30 split? The first player to claim the reward gets the richest haul. Don't blame me, brother. As Zhao Li witnessed this scene unfold, he drew in a sharp breath. This clone of the primordial human seemed to have significant mental issues. He hesitated for a moment. Yet all the lab equipment was calibrated to the standards of a 10th-tier gene warrior from the Interstellar Alliance. Nothing unexpected could happen. So activate the blade's vitality, Zhao Li commanded the lab's AI. As the solution within the glass chamber slowly receded, the compound eyes of the blade warrior gradually illuminated. The light reflected in the pitch-black pupils coalesced into a pinpoint focus. It's alive, the old thief gasped in astonishment. Secret Beggar was even more thrilled. Alive. Could all the things in this doctor's lab be alive? Haha, teleport. Teleport. Old thief, will remember your kindness forever. Secret Beggar shouted, then vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in Zhao Li's laboratory, deep red alarm lights flashed and the AI's mechanical voice sounded panicked. Alert! Alert! Unknown energy detected. Unable to identify the form of the anomalous energy. Unable to trace the source of the anomalous energy. Unable to identify. Anomalous energy is converging, attempting to capture it. Anomalous energy coalesces into a human. A human. Bang. A deafening crash echoed in Zhao Li's ears. The glass chamber fell just inches from his face. He had barely escaped being crushed to death by his own creation. His composure shattered, his amber pupils trembling wildly. Clenching his jaw to suppress a curse, Zhao Li barely held back his fury. Had the AI gone mad? This was the optimized version. He had fine-tuned himself. Why was it still so inept? Before he could voice his condemnation, he saw a brand new human materialize within the glass chamber. What's more, this individual was a 6th-tier gene warrior. A human. A fresh human. With his exceptional memory, Zhao Li instantly recognized this person as one of the humans sent to the competition. Holy shit. Secret Beggar was stunned, pounding on the glass chamber. He locked eyes with the old thief, who was now laughing uncontrollably on the examination table. Damn it. You bastard old thief. Did you tell Dr. Zhao my location just to stop me from getting the blade? If not for the glass chamber, Secret Beggar would have throttled the old thief on the spot. Ha 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 ha. This is called good deeds bring good fortune, evil deeds bring doom. I didn't tell him your location, it was his AI that identified you. Ha ha ha. The old thief laughed until tears streamed down his face. This genuine mirth was far more convincing than his earlier sob story about an elderly parent and young children. It's snowing. Her lips twitched slightly. So these two idiots got trapped by Dr. Zhao. Star nodded, and according to them, once you're inside the dome, even if you force a logout, your body stays there and teleportation is blocked. The old thief says this instance might be a forced one. You can enter but can't leave. Star sighed. Those two had fought over a bug and ended up both captured. Hopefully there's still a chance to rescue them. It's snowing fell silent. Were such fools worth saving? But that bug in the lab was undeniably tempting. Ah. Sister Snow saved me first. I've aggroed a mob and it seems the angels are genuinely trying to kill me. The distant wail snapped it, snowing back to reality. Star, let's move out. Star nodded. Her long blade had long been thirsting for action. Akali led all surviving angels to the location of the distant whales. In an instant beneath the black rainy night a colorful light mecha hovered midair facing off against hundreds of angels.
Humans surrender.
Yen caressed his weapon and flames instantly enveloped it. He felt a pang of reluctance as he gazed at the mecha. But when Akali heard the bizarre remarks the distant player had been broadcasting about sacrificing angels to evil spirits, she understood. The distant one had surely been corrupted by chaos. When facing chaos corruption, the best course is to sever their heads and cast them into the flames.
Yen, do not hesitate. Within the Star Alliance mecha are actually designed for races that are inherently weaker.
During combat the materials and core energy supply of the mecha can greatly compensate for individual racial differences. Even if one is a slime race and the other a titan, when piloting a mecha both sides have a chance to fight.
But without a mecha even a high-level slime gene warrior would be crushed into paste by a low-level titan.
At this moment Qianli Tayo, having already boarded his mecha, intended to give it a try and see how he measured up against the high-level players. The Angel Yen had previously been beaten black and blue by the boss Xingqian, surely he wouldn't lose too badly. Besides, the gold coins were already in place and now he was only a little short of experience points.
With this thought Qianli Tayo pulled a knife resembling a dagger from his pocket.
The mecha synchronized, drawing out a huge blade that was tucked at its waist. I might not be good at fighting but am excellent at cutting vegetables. This little knife was not a dagger but a boning knife.
With a stylish spin Qianli Tayo flung it toward Yen. Yen, kill him.
Akali spoke coldly, her gaze scanning the surroundings of Qianli Tayo.
Would those humans appear again?
Was this human who had clearly started to ramble truly corrupted by the darkness? And how many had been corrupted on the human side?
If they were recloned, would they continue to be contaminated?
Akali's thoughts did not last long before she saw Qianli Tayo transform from clumsy slashing and stabbing into a wild unrestrained charge. Yen had already ignited flames on his weapon. SSSHH, the scorching weapon sliced through the mecha's outer shell. Molten metal dripped and blood simultaneously appeared on Qianli Tayo's face. He felt he was already quite fearless of death, but why couldn't he win? The little knife couldn't even touch Yen. Why? Human, you have never learned any combat techniques. Yen seemed to sense Qianli Tayo's confusion. I don't feel any corruption from you. Are you pretending? Ah. Qianli Tayo paused the random thrusting of his little knife. Was he seen through? Haha, no matter, playing games tricking NPCs was part of the fun. The reason I haven't been corrupted and can maintain sanity, Qianli Tayo tossed the little knife and caught it, is because our previous state was called chaotic good and now I'm in a neutral state. Don't you gods know even this much about fighting the invasion of chaos and darkness? What? Yen trembled all over. Could there really be such important information? Akali instantly flew to Qianli Tayo's side. Are you telling the truth? Of course. Qianli Tayo gripped the little knife and grinned. Only the fools of the chaotic evil faction go around spreading evil. We just like to create chaos. Creating chaos. Qianli Tayo cheered, and with a clatter he stabbed the little knife toward Akali. He shouted, chuck 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 chuck. He'll stab you to death with this little knife. Akali dodged back in a flash and countless feathers burst forth, piercing through the mecha shell into the cockpit, striking Qianli Tayo. Qianli Tayo was still going chuck 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 when he looked up and saw his health bar empty. Level 7 strength, indeed worthy of the name. Akali, I declare you my lifelong nemesis. A thumb suddenly went up. Then the mecha crashed to the ground. 1,000 words gathered at the lips of the angels. Cursing felt pointless since the man was dead, but not cursing left them quite unsettled. What a psycho man. A cry came from beside the fallen Qianli Tayo. 2 large axes landed. The happy star person leaped and landed stylishly on Qianli Tayo's mecha. Then he reached down, pried open the cockpit and retrieved the corpse. The humans are here again. Akali and the other angels instantly assumed combat readiness. Hundreds of angels drew their weapons. Their mecha had been destroyed in the battle with the star beasts. Akali, surrender. You are surrounded. Meeting again, Zerg appeared with a faint smile. Behind her were the 90+ players who had remained on the field. Zerg, I now know your true nature. Once the Alliance's rescue arrives, we will immediately report the situation to the gods. Akali fully spread her 6 wings. After receiving the human race's healing injections, her body had completely recovered. The gods will not permit any chaotic invasion even if your faction is good. The happy star person was stunned. These angels actually believed Qianli Tayo's nonsense. The players exchanged glances. Those who couldn't hold in their laughter all lowered their heads, shoulders shaking like sieves. Good grief, they looked even more like psychotics. Were these NPCs really that easy to fool? The happy star person seeing this burst out laughing, raised his axe and pointed at the angels. The gods won't permit it.
Then what about you? You've all used our healing injections, haven't you realized that you've been infected too?
As soon as the happy star person finished, the other players instantly caught on and began to play along with the act.
He. Chaos, the great god of chaos, his corruption is not so easy to detect. Angels of the gods, you are too naive. Ga.
That's right.
Angels, if you want to resist corruption, take off your wings and let us study them. The younger angels appeared utterly terrified, each one trembling with fear.
Yet Akali remained expressionless, her cold gaze fixed upon the players on the field.
They were not newcomers. All were the 300 humans participating in this competition.
Though their numbers had dwindled significantly, she could not ascertain whether those missing were truly dead or merely lurking elsewhere.
Zyaxwela, tell your people to shut their mouths. Human lies mean nothing to me.
She was grateful that humanity had extended a helping hand during their gravest crisis, but now Akali could conclude that these humans intended to turn hostile.
What do you want? The competition map or the lives of our angels?
Or perhaps you no longer wish to conceal your intentions and will force us into a contract. Akali, as the commander dispatched by the divine race, lived up to her role. She quickly pieced together certain truths. Even if these humans spouted nonsense, they could not truly corrupt them. The divine race possessed an innate constitution that detected darkness. If they were truly tainted, they would be the first to know. The healing injection that pierced their bodies was filled with abundant life force. That substance belonged to the light faction. As I said before, the divine race has no intention of opposing humanity.
If you need it, I will give you the competition map.
With these words, Akali retrieved the competition map from her spatial device. Several fragment-like pieces of the map flew towards Zyaxwela and seamlessly merged with the map in her hand.
You have seen my sincerity, Zyaxwela. Let us leave. Akali did not believe they could definitely overpower these humans.
What she truly desired was to escape the battlefield alive and deliver the most critical intelligence back to the divine race.
Humanity could no longer be tolerated.
The divine race must send their kin to human settlements to thoroughly investigate the places where these monsters were cloned.
Destroy the human cloning points. Indeed.
Akali had realized a grave matter: these humans could continuously revive. When she had arranged for her subordinates to observe, she had been horrified to discover something.
Up until now,
whether it was the newcomers the humans spoke of or those who had been on this planet since the competition's inception, they all seemed to revive infinitely without any restrictions.
There was no limb mutation or neural aberration.
They must have found an alternative evolutionary path, just as the Divine King had said before their departure. But now how could they escape? She must not let the humans realize she had uncovered these secrets. She had to disguise her knowledge.
Our divine race has never harbored enmity toward humanity. You saved us before, Zyaxwela, and we remember those debts of gratitude.
Akali's long hair cascaded down and her flawless face bore a kind smile, as though she were truly on friendly terms with the humans.
If anything we did previously displeased you, I will offer compensation.
She was well aware of everything, how the humans had fawned over them and how they might be angered by their attitude. But earlier she had deemed it unimportant. After all, the divine race had always been powerful, and humanity, now so weak and in need of protection, would surely profit from saving these angels during the competition. Thus Akali had said nothing at the time, even stopping the angels from signing contracts. But now she sensed a crisis.
Humanity harbored a secret, a terrifying one.
She had to leave the battlefield alive to inform the Divine King. Yet after all her words, Zyaxwela, standing opposite, remained silent, staring at her. Akali flapped her wings, feeling uncertain, and lowered her brows to ask Zyaxwela, "What exactly do you mean?"
Zyaxwela lifted her eyelids and sighed. "If it were just my personal opinion, I'd prefer peaceful coexistence. Sign a contract and we'd send you back to the Lord's Academy. Unfortunately, they don't seem to agree. She is lying."
Within the Astartes squad, a player who was as new as could be suddenly spoke up. The Astartes squad had always been different from other players. The specific difference was that they always wore thick battle armor, giving off a strong steampunk vibe. According to Ingluo Mazone, this was called battle armor, not a mecha. However, the other players all believed they did it just to show off. At that moment, within a squad that loved showing off so much, a newcomer appeared who wasn't wearing their squad's battle armor, making him rather conspicuous.
Pushin Pusa looked at him with some confusion, tilting his head. "Do you have mind-reading abilities?"
Zanyi shook his head. "From micro-expressions I can tell she is lying. She feels fear towards us, but it seems she doesn't want to have a falling out right now." Hisong, a seasoned psychologist, nodded gently. "That's right, brother.
Are you also a psychology student?"
"No, my main profession is forensic medicine, but I quite enjoy dissections. I've studied the facial muscle structure and have done some research on micro-expressions."
Zanyi gave a shy smile.
It was really hard to imagine that such a reserved young man was actually a forensic doctor. The other members of the Astartes squad exchanged glances. Originally they had felt somewhat uncomfortable when Luo Mazong insisted on adding a new player midway, but now it seemed this new brother was quite capable.
Pushin Pusa was the first to show goodwill. Bodhisattva welcomes you, Zhang Yi.
Thank you. Zhang Yi nodded, his face slightly flushed. It wasn't from shyness but from excitement upon experiencing the game's realism for the first time after Luo Mazong had helped him purchase an account. This game was absolutely perfect. As soon as he entered the game he had unhesitatingly chosen to dissect himself on the spot. The perfect muscle lines, the precise vascular distribution, and even the nerve positions were arranged exactly like those in real human anatomy. It was simply too perfect. The game's meticulous detail left him in awe. So now seeing angelic beings like this, Zhang Yi felt his entire body trembling. He desperately wanted to open up these angels' chest cavities and carefully examine whether the construction of such creatures was realistically plausible. But according to the game's rules he was no match for these beings. Even if he poured all the savings he had accumulated over so many years into the game, he still couldn't level up to level 6. What a pity. However, fortunately other players in this game could achieve it. So he had to make sure the players captured these creatures. Even if he had to lie to achieve his goal. Still, he wasn't exactly lying. That angel leader was indeed trying to deceive the humans into letting them go. Zhang Yi, Luo Mazong, tell this to the commander-in-chief. No need. Luo Mazong raised his hand, his deep voice carrying a hint of reverence. Given our commander's personality, there's no way she would let the angels leave. And there's also the big shot Xingqian, her blade has already been drawn. The reverence hidden in Luo Mazong's eyes surprised Zhang Yi. It was just a game, yet Luo Mazong could actually admire someone else. He raised his eyes to look at the front. A young girl with black hair and black eyes had already drawn the two long blades at her side. She seemed no different from an ordinary player. Her level is the same as yours, isn't it? Zhang Yi frowned. Didn't the game determine strength purely by stats? Luo Mazong's level was the same as that black-haired player named Xingqian. Shouldn't they be equally strong? Besides, if we're talking about stats, male physical attributes were far superior to females. That Xingqian looked so slender. Before Zhang Yi could finish his thought, Xingqian seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head. An icy cold gaze instantly locked onto Zhang Yi. Sharp. It felt as if a long blade gleaming with cold light was pressed against his heart. For the first time Zhang Yi felt a tremor in his heart. Fear. Was this an aura that a human could emit? Zhang Yi swallowed hard and somewhat intimidated averted his gaze. Xingqian frowned slightly. It was just a new player. Why was he staring at her with such a strange look? Xingqian felt a bit uncomfortable, but since he was a player there was no need to scare him. Commander, 164 angels, haven't you divided them up yet? I'm already getting impatient. Happy Planet, brandishing two axes, was also growing restless. Did they really need to chat for so long just to start a fight? Happy Planet was genuinely anxious. But Zayasuela was also stunned. I thought you were all striking poses. I've never fought before, so I figured we had to reason things out first. Go ahead then. Damn, Commander, your illusions are completely shattered. You should have said so earlier. I've been sitting here analyzing everything. Charge, 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 brothers. Say no more. Any later and the newbie will be making more money than us. He and taking one angel all for myself. My darling, I'm coming. Without any preamble, the players suddenly surged forward. Targeting the angels flying in the sky, the players quickly pulled out their mechas. Akali's expression changed and she also drew her weapon. Her mecha was no longer usable. These humans had turned hostile just like that. They weren't even going to negotiate. With little time to think, Akali charged straight at Zayasuela's ordinary-looking mecha. Her 6 wings spread wide, moving at incredible speed, and in an instant she reached Zayasuela's mecha. Then with a graceful thrust of her longsword she pierced through the mecha. Inside the mecha, Zayasuela narrowly dodged the strike. But soon, that slender sword, like cutting through tofu, sliced horizontally through the mecha's outer shell, and Zayasuela's shoulder blade was instantly torn open, flesh blooming. SSS. It hurt so much. Zayasuela raised her hand to block, but an ordinary person with no combat skills stood no chance against a battle angel even at the same level. Let alone Zayasuela, who was a level lower than Akali. She quickly threw in the towel. Even Akali was slightly surprised. Had she killed the human commander so easily? Then, before she could turn around, she sensed a chilling, murderous intent approaching from behind. She swung her slender sword backward to parry. The sparks from the clashing metal were blinding. Xingqian was holding a severely wounded angel she had sliced up in one hand while the handle of the long blade that hand should have held was clenched between her teeth. The one dueling Akali was none other than the long blade in her left hand. Xingqian made a graceful toss and the critically injured angel was instantly branded with a steel seal and placed into the pet space.
Global announcement: congratulations to player Xingqian for obtaining the first angel pet.
Captured a 5th tier angel, reward 5,000,000 gold coins.
5 million gold coins.
Xingqian had originally thought that the price of an angel would be similar to that of the Rain Knight tribe, but unexpectedly it turned out to be 10 times that. Then wouldn't this Akali be even more valuable?
Xingqian's eyes lit up.
With a graceful backflip she retrieved her long saber and with a double blade slash she forced back Akali's long sword.
Her palm went numb.
Only then did Akali realize in shock that this human had grown stronger.
Had she already injected the gene unlocking potion?
When Akali probed Xingqian's level, she discovered that this girl who had been no match for her at their first encounter had actually leaped 2 levels. In such a short time she had actually reached level 7. Now she was at the same level as herself.
How was this possible? Akali's forearm vibrated at high speed.
The long sword produced a sonic boom in the air. The high-frequency vibration particle cutting technique was one of the Angel Clan's combat skills.
Such a fearsome opponent must never be allowed to grow stronger. She had to be eliminated quickly.
Escape. Akali didn't even need to look to sense that the group of angels she led would inevitably be captured.
She would flee alone.
At the very least she had to report all this information to the God King.
Come on.
Flames of fierce battle ignited in Akali's eyes.
Detected a learnable tactic. Do you wish to learn? A prompt appeared before Xingqian. Learn. Learning high-frequency particle cutting technique. Progress 1. So I have to fight to learn more.
Xingqian murmured in her heart.
Without a moment's hesitation she charged forward.
The high-frequency vibrating longsword, the moment it touched Xingqian, rapidly sliced her arm into countless fine shreds of flesh.
It was like a meat grinder. Even finer than what a meat grinder produces before the blood could even spray. Xingqian's right arm vanished.
Her tang horizontal saber flew out in an instant, embedding into the ground with a soft whine.
The searing pain made Xingqian's face turn pale. She leaped quickly, preparing to flee.
But the next second she could no longer feel her right leg.
Damn, does Akali want to make Senior Xingqian into a human pig?
This is too sick. What kind of power is this? Brothers, charge. For Senior Xingqian. Save her, quick, save her. A large group of players abandoned their original targets and rushed toward Xingqian's direction. But soon they learned exactly how much difference a single level gap could make. When Xingqian lost another arm she had already fallen to the ground.
So strong.
Xingqian's lips trembled. She had never turned off the pain sensation. Fortunately the progress bar had reached 39. Such a powerful skill must be mastered.
She would definitely master it.
A smirk curled on her lips as she watched other players flying in the sky being quickly shredded by Akali.
Then they fell one after another. Xingqian frowned.
Now should she bite her tongue to commit suicide? If I don't kill her she probably won't be able to revive. Akali's gaze also fell upon Xingqian. That black-haired girl now lay on her back in the mud.
Even in the darkness the angel's eyes could see clearly.
Beneath her disheveled black hair there was nothing but crimson blood. Given the powerful physique of a level 6 gene warrior, bleeding to death would take a while. The swamp planet was vast enough. As long as she fled fast enough she could surely escape. Without a second thought Akali unfurled her wings, ignored the other players who had revived and flew directly toward the distant horizon.
The other angels, however, were being held up. Trying to escape. Xingqian smiled.
The Astartes squad had taught her a good trick back then. Once marked there was nowhere you could escape. During the battle Xingqian had placed a mark on Akali's long sword. But now she needed to find a player to give her a quick death.
Xingqian turned her head and looked around.
But those players who had been howling to avenge Xingqian after dying once immediately turned back to pester their original targets. They dared not let the bird in hand fly away.
Xingqian wasn't one to trouble others either. Makabaka was currently fighting Yen, and if she called her over, Yen might fall into other players' hands.
Such a beautiful and wealthy angel was definitely coveted by many players. Better not disturb her.
Xingqian felt that scorching gaze again. Ha! A newbie. His black pupils reflected Zhangyi, who had been standing still, not participating in the battle.
The young doctor held a custom-made scalpel crafted by his friend Ingluo Mazong.
Newbie, help me out. Xingqian greeted.
They were all players. She had always been decent to newcomers.
But this newcomer seemed a bit off.
As a martial artist, Xingqian was quite sensitive to the aura people emitted. She could feel that this newcomer was not vibrant.
But it didn't matter much. There were all kinds of people in the game. As long as he could give her a release now and then, she could quickly hunt down Akali. Zhang Yi, holding the scalpel, silently approached Xingqian. What do you need my help with? Kill me and then help me retrieve my body. Thanks.
Xingqian closed her eyes. Zhang Yi, though he felt he was somewhat twisted in the real world, after all his profession was a forensic pathologist and he usually had no reverence for corpses. But now, he suddenly felt that in this game he wasn't so twisted after all. What was this girl saying? Kill her. Even though initially he had indeed thought that it would be great if he had the chance to dissect this seemingly strong girl. But now being directly asked by her like this, suddenly he felt reluctant to do it. What was going on? What are you dawdling for? Xingqian frowned. Before Zhang Yi could act, Makabaka suddenly jumped out from the side. Ha ha, Xingqian sister, let me borrow your knife. Makabaka grabbed Xingqian's long saber from the ground. Yen was too strong, she needed a little help. First give me a slash. Sure. Without a second's hesitation, Makabaka slashed Xingqian's throat with one stroke. Blood splattered all over Zhang Yi's face. He turned his head in shock and met Makabaka's gaze. Her round eyes instantly narrowed into crescent moons and a cute adorable smile bloomed on her face. Newbie, stay back. The sky was almost bright. Blood water flowed across the swamp, floating atop the mud and moving slowly. The Tang saber stuck in the ground was now held in the hand of its resurrected master. Xingqian closed her eyes, feeling the aura of the Tang saber in her hand. High-frequency vibration. Truly a remarkable technique. Clang. A flash of cold light burst forth. The blade of the Tang saber trembled slightly, its frequency rising from low to high, escalating bit by bit. Until finally it seemed almost identical to what Akali had used. Interesting. Xingqian smiled. The next second she clicked to teleport. Akali was still fleeing madly, her forearm trembling slightly. The high-frequency vibrating particle cutting technique consumed immense physical strength. Having used it only a few times, she could barely lift her arm anymore. She had to find a place to land and replenish her strength. Akali gasped, locating a spot devoid of human presence. The swamp planet was vast. If she hid carefully, she could surely evade them. Ignoring her teammates' cries for help, she curled up beneath a giant fern. She recalled the words the God King had spoken before their departure. Evolution had never ceased. Gene unlocking potions were one means of evolution, the Zerg's devouring of all things to nurture the queen was another evolutionary path. And their divine race was still seeking other methods. Before they set out, the God King had said that humanity might have found a new path. At the time, Akali had scoffed inwardly. Humanity. For so many years they had not shown themselves in the Star Alliance. They were as reclusive as an old beast waiting for death in its den. If they truly possessed a new evolutionary method that made them stronger than before, why would they cower in a corner without a word? Akali gasped, her eyes filled with unprecedented terror. The slap in the face came far too quickly. These humans indeed seemed to be walking a different evolutionary path. They injected gene unlocking potions as if it were the most natural thing, advancing without any hindrance. And they could resurrect infinitely. Which path were they taking? Was the new path the God King sought the very one humanity now used? Energy fluctuations. As Akali pondered this, she suddenly sensed energy ripples in the space beside her. Instantly Akali retreated several meters. The vibrating longsword struck toward where the energy appeared. But the next second the familiar Tang saber appeared before her eyes. Following closely were Xingqian's pitch-black eyes and the same frequency vibration on her wrist. This. How is this possible? Akali's beautiful eyes widened abruptly. You. Learned it. How is this possible? She shrieked. In her moment of distraction she lost grip of her sword and Xingqian sent it flying with a single strike. The rapidly vibrating blade sliced toward Akali's wings. Feathers vanished at a startling speed as if they were being dissolved. Learning progress. 80. 89. 94. 99. As Xingqian's movements grew faster, her technique became increasingly refined. To some extent it was even smoother than Akali's execution. Akali felt her body dissipate in despair. In her golden pupils the reflection of the girl's black hair and icy gaze appeared. So you have indeed found a new evolutionary path. But don't celebrate too soon. The divine race will surely stand above all others. I, Akali, offer myself as a sacrifice and pray to my lord the God King. Akali abandoned resistance. She made the sign of the cross over her chest and began to pray. Beep beep beep. Warning. Warning. Warning.
Player Xingqian immediately stop Akali's prayer ritual. Player Xingqian immediately stop Akali's prayer ritual. Player Xingqian immediately stop Akali's prayer ritual. In that single second, Wei Yuan's system frantically prompted host, the divine races issue has been found. Host must immediately stop Akali's prayer. Once Akali prays successfully, humanity's development will suffer a devastating blow from the God King. In the trial ground, Wei Yuan, who had been leaning back in the sofa with eyes closed waiting for the results, suddenly snapped his eyes open. God King, the leader of the divine race, the God King, was currently on the stage. Though only a projection, one could still perceive a sense of majesty from it. The divine race in this world leaned more toward the Roman mythology of Earth. However, there was no Zeus-like division here. The strongest god was simply the God King. His true power remained unknown to all. Even the high-ranking members of the Star Alliance dared not speak lightly with the God King. Hearing the system shout, Wei Yuan immediately issued a task to Xingqian. As Akali began her prayer, the God King's projection above stirred slightly. He seemed to be listening intently. My child, the god hears your prayer. Akali wept, her body trembling, but she had given up resistance. Her lips quivered. Humanity's goal seemed to be capturing them, so this girl named Xingqian would surely not kill her but subdue her. Thus this was the best moment to transmit information with her life. Human. The two words had just reached the God King's ears when he heard the gurgling sound from Akali's throat as she died. She could have transmitted her thoughts, but the moment the God King switched to the mental channel, what he heard was the sound of a blade piercing a heart. It hurts so much. The last two words Akali thought before death, carrying her dying emotions, were accurately transmitted to the God King. I almost got lost in the thrill of mastering the technique. The system prompt came just in time. Xingqian pulled the long blade from Akali's heart, where the blade passed even an angel's armor could be pierced. Congratulations, player Xingqian, for completing the mission to stop Akali's prayer. Reward: inferior grade A gene unlocking potion. Congratulations, player Xingqian, for slaying the angel Akali. Kill reward: 500 million star coins. Congratulations, player Xingqian, for acquiring the angel Akali's talent skill. Wings: ethereal wings instantly appeared on Xingqian's back. With a whoosh, 6 wings unfurled. Xingqian. Oil thief opened the video. Oil thief secret beggar Makabaka. Every member of the small group was tagged. Oil thief on the operating table was nearly fainting from pain, yet still managed to open the video with dazed eyes. Transparent wings with visible contours of feathers materialized before the remaining 3 members of the quartet. Toyupo burst into tears. Why, it's so unfair. I'm so miserable. His tears gushed out like water from a squirt gun. Makabaka exclaimed, Whoa Xingqian, where did you get those 6 wings? They're so cool. A new skin. Makabaka added, wait, you don't have the money for a skin either. What's wrong with Toyupo? Everyone was busy chasing the angel and hadn't watched the livestream he posted in the group chat. Anzonkido, trapped in a glass chamber, came forward to explain. He pointed the camera of the video call at Toyupo. Through the glass chamber, Xingqian and Makabaka finally saw that Toyupo had been modified. His arms had been severed at the elbows and fused with the sides of a Zerg Blademaster. Even the ventral legs of the Blademaster had been transplanted onto him. Makabaka said, Whoa Toyupo, you must be thrilled. This skin is ugly, but it's incredibly powerful. It looks expensive. Hearing Makabaka's words, Toyupo only cried louder. Anzonkido, huddled in the glass chamber, shook with laughter. Haha, don't say that. This guy wanted to level up to 9, so he needed to gain experience points. He planned not to turn off the pain sensation. But he didn't expect that this guy named Zhaoli would give him a strong anesthetic right away. His experience points didn't increase at all. When he woke up and the anesthetic wore off, the pain was excruciating. He tried to comfort himself, thinking the pain was all experience. But then, his experience points didn't rise, but his health plummeted. Toyupo was wailing. Zhaoli's expression turned grim. Is there a rejection reaction? He muttered, taking a deep breath. Useless. I wasted a Blademaster. Zhaoli frowned, deeply annoyed. Extracting these bugs from the Zerg nest required a great deal of time and effort. If other Zerg queens discovered him, he would be doomed. Blademasters were not easy to obtain. He had thought these first-generation clones might be useful. Unexpectedly, even at level 8, they couldn't withstand Zerg genes. Was it truly necessary to use the original cells of the first-generation humans? Impossible. Zhaoli pursed his lips. When they left, they had left behind several propagation technologies besides cloning. There were also frozen embryos. Wei Yuan was cultivated from a frozen embryo and by bloodline could be considered a first-generation human. The higher the gene level, the better the Zerg genes it could fuse with. The Blademaster had failed, he could try another human.
Zhao Li's gaze fell on An's Hankido. If multiple experiments still failed, he would have to have those guys capture Wei Yuan. If not for Wei Sishan's mental bond with the human embryo bank, he would have already obtained all the frozen embryos of the first-generation humans. Why would he have to go through all this trouble testing one by one? Zhao Li regretfully pulled out a syringe. Tuyupo, lying on the operating table, flailed his limbs. Hey buddy, what are you planning to do? He had been upset earlier just because it was unfair why did Extinction get such a cool painless skin. He was just feeling resentful. But when he saw Zhao Li's ominous expression as he produced a syringe, Tuyupo instinctively sensed danger, stopped crying and shouted.
There's no other way. You're having a rejection reaction. If left untreated, you'll become a mindless monster.
Keeping you in my glass chamber would waste a slot.
Zhao Li explained calmly. Damn it. This guy. Tuyupo raised his scythe. No buddy, I still have an hour to live. I can be saved. Just give me a healing injection. Please. The skin might be ugly, but Tuyupo didn't want to start over.
He had already suffered, he hadn't even shown off the skin to the other players yet.
How could he die?
Zhao Li was taken aback by his words.
He looked at Tuyupo with confusion. Don't you think you look hideous now?
Hideous? Tuyupo raised his head proudly.
Not at all. This skin is amazing. If I wear it out, everyone will call me rich. Not just anyone could put on an ugly skin. Especially a blade master's.
This Zerg warrior, the blade master, resembled a praying mantis but had a juju bird body.
Tuyupo felt he now had a uniquely ugly appearance. If he could keep this skin, he would definitely be the most dazzling player. Please, I'll give you an injection. Give me a shot.
Whether I live or die depends on this one needle. Consider that we're of the same kind.
Tuyupo spoke with sincere emotion. An's Hankido was amazed. This guy was the ultimate smooth talker, even daring to con a villainous NPC.
However, Zhao Li was just susceptible to this. To be honest, after being a traitor to humanity for so long, he felt profoundly lonely. The bugs had no concept of kinship, they only served their queen. They felt nothing for Zhao Li, a human modified by Zerg genes. As for humans, they despised traitors. Zhao Li could never return. Now encountering Tuyupo, for some reason he felt a warmth in his heart.
This kid, from the moment he appeared, had a distinct and vibrant personality. He wasn't afraid and always joked around. Though his emotions switched from laughter to tears in an instant and he spouted nonsense, he was right.
Now, after being modified, Tuyupo and Zhao Li were truly of the same kind.
If he survived, Tuyupo would be his kin. From then on, Zhao Li would no longer be alone in this universe. Alright, give me the injection.
Zhao Li knew Tuyupo had a hidden spatial device.
Tuyupo didn't hesitate and directly tossed out a healing injection.